Chapter 1. The Boy Without a Martial Soul. Useless. You cannot even awaken a martial soul. You are unworthy to call me your teacher. In the dimly lit grove, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut was vehemently berating a frail-looking boy. You Xiaojiang, must have been blind to take you as my apprentice, he spat, his disdain palpable in his heart. He had already condemned the boy, who stood before him, devoid of any martial soul. The boy gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, whose visage resembled that of a vengeful spirit. The gentle and righteous teacher he once revered had completely crumbled before him. Teacher, smack! Before the boy could finish his plea, Yu Xiaojiang's hand struck his face with a resounding force. The coldness in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes shattered the bond of mentorship they once shared. Maito pressed his slightly swollen cheek, unable to fathom how his usually kind teacher could resort to violence against him. Indeed, Maito was a traveler from another world. Ever since he discovered that he had crossed over to the Douluo Continent, his spirits soared. He envisioned a future where he could embrace Qian Renxue on one side and Bai Dong on the other, filling his heart with delight. Yet, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The Douluo Continent, known for its fantastical nature, could crumble at any moment. The harsh truth struck when he realized that, having failed to awaken a martial soul, he possessed neither soul power nor martial spirit, dousing his hopes with cold water. Beep. Host's emotional state detected as highly agitated system, binding successful. Host. My take. Martial soul, none. Soul power, none. Appearance. Half a step into the realm of readers, slightly inferior to the legendary readers. Martial arts. The 8 gates of Duanjia has been activated, adjusted to the Douluo Continent version to prevent the host from inadvertently causing catastrophic destruction. Speed 12. Reaction 15. Strength 19. Life 100,100. Physical quality. Each point corresponds to a gate. Every breakthrough increases the number of gates that can be opened. Current status 2 points. Currently available gates. First gate open, second gate resting. The 6 gates prior do not pose significant harm to the host body, but maintaining the gate opening process will continuously deplete life force. If life force reaches 0 before the 7th gate, the 8 gates of Duanjia state will automatically bijutsu. While in the state of death, if life force drops to 0, the host will perish. Activating Night Kai will consume a percentage of life force to achieve the most powerful strike. Whenever the host makes a choice, the system rewards the host with attribute points, which can be allocated freely among any physical attributes. The system elucidated an abundance of information, and in the blink of an eye, Maito comprehended it all. As long as his life force did not dwindle to 0, he was free to pursue his desires. As he faced the furious Yu Xiaojiang, Maito Kai felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Rising to his feet, he swiftly launched a kick towards him. Damn it, I was respectful before because I lacked a system, but now that I have an advantage, who do you think you are? Given their close proximity and Yu Xiaojiang's utter surprise at Maito Kai's sudden aggression, the kick landed squarely on Yu Xiaojiang's chest. Puff! His eyes widened in disbelief as he could hardly fathom that Maito Kai would dare to strike him. After receiving the blow, Yu Xiaojiang was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he expelled a copious amount of blood, his gaze filled with a fierce malice. You insolent brat! How dare you strike your teacher? This is sheer insubordination. Yu Xiaojiang cursed. Your flatulence is like thunder, a catastrophe of the heavens. From his body, 2 yellow spirit rings spiraled forth, and an odd creature that resembled neither a pig nor a dog leapt out beside him. Teacher? Maito Kai scoffed. You dare to call yourself my teacher? For the past 3 years, aside from making me carry stones everywhere, what have you truly taught me? Reflecting on those 3 years spent as Yu Xiaojiang's underling, Maito Kai felt increasingly like a fool. Now, with this kick, their bond as master and apprentice was irrevocably severed. With his arms crossed before him, veins bulged on his forehead. 8 gates. First gate, open. Upon opening the first gate, Maito Kai felt an exhilarating rush, as if pain was a distant memory. This newfound power invigorated him. After sending the creature, Luo Sanpao, flying with a kick, Maito Kai unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yu Xiaojiang's face, transforming his already unattractive visage into that of a bloated pig. You worthless fool, I will make you regret looking down on me. A man over 50 who hasn't even reached level 30. How dare you call yourself great? Bah! After pummeling Yu Xiaojiang for over half an hour and finally spitting on his face, Maito Kai felt a sense of satisfaction. Once Maito Kai departed, Yu Xiaojiang, enduring the pain coursing through his body, struggled to rise from the ground. Watching Maito Kai's retreating figure, He felt an unbearable humiliation wash over him. He had never imagined being bested by a 7-year-old boy. And worse still, that boy was his own disciple. Just wait, Maito Kai. One day, I will find a disciple with far greater talent. Yu Xiaojiang seethed with resentment. The humiliation he suffered today was an indelible mark on his pride. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Yu Xiaojiang's disgrace, Maito Kai felt utterly liberated after his outburst. He sighed contentedly, contemplating the current situation. It was somewhat regrettable had he known he would traverse to the Douluo Continent. He would have prepared himself better beforehand. As of now, the only knowledge I possess revolves around the character Yu Xiaojiang being the protagonist's master, the existence of Shrek Academy, and the two extraordinary beauties associated with the Spirit Hall. Beyond that, I find myself in a state of ignorance. Currently, Maito Kai resembles a headless fly, flitting chaotically through the jungle. Remarkably, in this merely exploratory state, he has not lost a single point of life. Options have begun. Please make a selection. Host. 1. Accept the invitation from Qian Renxue to join the Spirit Hall, rewarded with 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Renxue's invitation, rewarded with 3 attribute points. No sooner had the system's voice resonated than a middle-aged man, clad in resplendent golden robes and adorned in golden armor, descended suddenly before Maito Kai. The divine aura emanating from the man was palpable, an overwhelming pressure of strength bearing down upon Maito Kai. Young lad, what technique did you just employ? Chapter 2. Return to the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue's gaze briefly flicked over the spot where Yu Xiaojiang had previously lay incapacitated. The fact that even a child devoid of a martial soul and soul power could not be bested only served to deepen Qian Renxue's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. As Maito Kai observed the imposing and striking figure before him, he instinctively recognized that this individual was not someone to be trifled with. What to do? Should he divulge his knowledge? Revealing such information would expose his trump card. Conversely, if he chose silence, he would likely be crushed under the weight of the man's aura alone. Maito Kai found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Noticing the prolonged silence in response to his inquiry, Qian Renxue furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Here he was, a dignified elder of the Spirit Hall, and a level 99 angel daw, questioning a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy, yet receiving no answer. Young man, I harbor no ill intentions. I'm simply curious about the sudden surge in your power, Qian Renxue stated, his tone calm, as if to avoid frightening the boy. If you're willing to share, I would gladly escort you to the Spirit Hall.At last. Maito Kai grasped the nature of the choice before him. Accepting or rejecting the offer would yield the same reward of attribute points. System, I choose option 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. On making a choice, you have gained 3 attribute points. You may allocate these points to any aspect of your being. Upon the system's announcement, a panel for point allocation materialized in Maito Kai's mind. Speed, 12, adding 1 increases it to 22. Reaction, 15, adding 1 increases it to 25. Strength, 19, adding 1 increases it to 29. Life, 100,100, adding 1 increases it to 150,150. Observing the allocation rules, Maito Kai decided to invest 2 points into strength and 1 into life. According to the system's previous explanation, even a night battle would only consume 100 points of life. Thus, enhancing his life to 10,000 would allow for considerable leeway in such encounters. Ding. A bug has been detected in the host's actions. The life value cap is set at a maximum of 1,000. The system's abrupt explanation doused Maito Kai with a cold splash of reality, akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Beep. Enhancement successful. Compiling panel. Host, Maito Kai. Martial spirit, none. Soul power, none. Attractiveness, half a step into the realm of readers, slightly inferior to the legendary readers. Martial arts. The 8 gates of Douluo have been activated. To prevent the host from inadvertently obliterating Douluo Star. The 8 gates of Douluo have been adjusted to the Douluo Continent version. Speed, 12. Reaction, 15. Strength, 39. Life, 150,150. At this moment, Qian Renxue was becoming increasingly irate when had he been so blatantly disregarded. A surge of overwhelming and potent soul power washed over him, snapping Maito Kai back to reality, who had been bickering with the system in his mind. One intimidating pressure. Maito Kai musid. This individual was on an entirely different plane compared to the previous Yu Xiaojiang. Senior, I must speak. Maito Kai's demeanor was not one of cowardice, but rather a sincere recognition of the situation. It was evident that he could not contend with Qian Lu. The fact that his opponent had sought him out indicated prior knowledge of his whereabouts. Observing the boy's palpable fear, Qian Lu's earlier displeasure dissipated entirely. He retracted his oppressive aura, now regarding the youth with genuine interest. As the overwhelming pressure lifted, Maito Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Senior, what I just employed was a martial art known as the 8 Gates of Douluo. 8 Gates of Douluo? Qian Lu mentally echoed the name. Since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, spanning thousands of years, its library had amassed nearly all knowledge within the continent. It was clear that there was no record of the 8 Gates of Douluo in the Spirit Hall's archives. Setting aside his thoughts, Qian Lu listened intently to the boy's explanation. The 8 Gates of Douluo is a martial art that enables one to reach their fullest potential. To dissuade any thoughts of the elder wanted to transcribe this technique, Maito Kai made slight modifications to his explanation. To learn the 8 Gates of Douluo, the first step is to relinquish one's soul power and martial spirit. Only then can one cultivate this physical technique with peace of mind. As anticipated, upon mentioning the forfeiture of martial spirits and soul power, Qian Lu's brow furrowed once more. After careful deliberation, he ultimately dismissed the notion. Without a martial spirit and soul power, strength would be limited to mere physical prowess, perhaps useful below the Great Soul Master rank. But once one reached the soul sovereign level, the distinction between possessing or lacking soul power would become apparent. I see you possess no soul power. Did you forfeit your martial spirit to master this physical technique? In the Douluo Continent, every individual had a martial spirit, a well-known fact. If the prerequisite for this technique was the renunciation of one's martial spirit, then Qian Lu found himself intrigued by the youth's martial spirit. Very well, I shall not inquire further, Qian Lu remarked. The old man promised you that as long as you inform him, he would take you to the Spirit Hall. However, the admission requirement for the Spirit Academy is to reach at least level 20. Without any soul power, you cannot establish yourself in the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Maito Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the other party were to press further, he truly would not know how to respond. Qian Lu let out a slight sigh, grasped Maito Kai's shoulder, and sprouted 6 resplendent golden wings from his back. A golden streak of light swept across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Maito Kai regained his composure from the shock, he found himself in a magnificent hall adorned in gold and jewels. Qian Lu cast Maito Kai aside and strode towards a grand angel statue at the center of the hall. That moment, a strikingly handsome young man with azure hair clad in golden armor approached from outside the hall. Great offering. The young man respectfully bowed to Qian Lu, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of the somewhat awkward Maito Kai standing aside. The expression of the Qian shifted to one of surprise, as the sanctuary was not a place just anyone could enter. Yet here stood a youth devoid of any soul power aura, having gained entry nonetheless. Qian Lu knelt reverently beneath the angelic statue, addressing the Qian without turning. Qian, this lad has considerable prowess in physical techniques. You shall be responsible for guiding him in that regard. The request from Qian Lu left the Qian somewhat puzzled. To teach him physical techniques? As a level 97 tile.To, to instruct a mere child in such matters? Despite the myriad of doubts in his mind, he acquiesced to Qian Lu's request. Turning to the naive Maito Kai beside him, the Qian lifted him effortlessly and proceeded towards the hall's exit. It was only after they had exited the grand hall that he paused, confronted by a figure with white hair and one eye concealed by frost. Old 5, weren't you supposed to be sparring with the young master? The individual before him was none other than the 5th offering, Guangling Douluo. Ah, don't mention it. Guangling Douluo waved his hand dismissively. The young master has been preoccupied with that woman, Bibi Dong. Afraid of injuring him, I had no choice but to end it here. Guangling Douluo shrugged, holding a general disdain for Bibi Dong shared by the entire offering hall. Chapter 3, The Practice. Guangling also noticed the young boy behind Qian. Leaning closer, he whispered to Qian, what a handsome lad could he possibly be, your illegitimate son? Qian was taken aback, questioning Guangling Douluo's reasoning that he was brought by my elder brother, who has assigned me to be this boy's instructor in physical techniques, Qian clarified. In the entirety of the Douluo Continent, few practiced physical techniques. Once one's soul power ascended, battles were predominantly fought with various soul skills. Physical techniques were seldom given much attention. Bending slightly, Guangling Douluo leaned in closer. Boy, what is your name? Taken aback by Guangling Douluo's familiarity, Maito Kai struck a bold pose and replied, Maito Kai. I shall become the most formidable man in the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing such a grand proclamation, the light-winged Douluo enthusiastically applauded him. Clap, clap, clap. What an admirable aspiration. However, to become the mightiest man, one must first cultivate their soul power. The light-winged Douluo began, yet he was abruptly struck by the palpable absence of soul power, emanating from the young man before him. Wait, do you possess no soul power? The light-winged Douluo inquired, perplexed. Alas, the youth's dreams seemed to falter before they had even begun. The blue-one Douluo regarded the boy with keen interest. If he were truly an ordinary individual, his elder brother would never have permitted him to take on the role of mentor. Even in the absence of soul power, I can still rise to become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent. Maito Kai declared with unwavering confidence. With the 8 gates of Douluo at his disposal, he believed that with a modicum of self-discipline, it would not be long before he could triumph over titled Douluos and challenge deities alike. Indeed, Guangling Douluo withdrew his interest, likely unable to endure even a day before discreetly departing. The 3 individuals arrived at the martial arts arena situated behind the worship hall. Guangling Douluo leaped gracefully onto a nearby stone pillar, swinging his little feet while observing the sparring session between the two. I shall suppress my soul power to level 10. Use your physical techniques to strike me, Qingwan Douluo declared, allowing his aura to diminish progressively until it finally stabilized at level 10. Maito Kai assumed a stance to initiate his physical technique, and in an instant, he surged forward like a swift arrow. Incredible speed, mused Qian Douluo in astonishment. If a level 10 soul master were to encounter him, they might truly find it difficult to keep pace. Kanoa's whirlwind. Maito Kai leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the unsuspecting Qingtuan Douluo. Thud. The kick struck Qingtuan Douluo solidly, leaving him astonished by the force transmitted through the blow. The strength behind that kick was no less than that of a soul master. Although his soul power had been suppressed to level 10, Qingtuan Douluo's physical prowess remained formidable. In the absence of an opening, even at level 10, Maito Kai would undoubtedly struggle to unsettle him. With a swift motion, Qingtuan Douluo sent Maito Kai flying. In midair, Maito Kai expertly adjusted his body and, upon landing, performed several backflips to dissipate the force of his fall. While his speed and strength were commendable, Qingtuan Douluo remarked that if that was all he had to offer, he might as well concede. The earlier kick had already revealed the young man's capabilities to Qingtuan Douluo. A level 30 soul master without an additional 3rd soul ring was certainly no match for him. Yet, it was not over. With a spirited shout, Maito Kai sprang into action once more, circling around Qingtuan Douluo. 8 gates of Douluo. First gate, open. With the first gate unsealed, Maito Kai could now harness his full strength. The removal of mental constraints allowed his thoughts to crystallize at that moment. Ah, this lad possesses some intrigue, commented Guangling Douluo, perched on a pillar, swinging his legs and munching on an apple. No sooner had Guangling Douluo spoken than Maito Kai appeared right before Qingtuan Douluo. As Maito Kai lifted his foot to strike the chin of the Azure Phoenix Douluo, he believed that if he could elevate his opponent off the ground, he would have successfully passed the test set before him. Just as Maito Kai's foot was about to make contact, the Azure Phoenix Douluo merely raised his palm to block the kick. But this was not the end. With that, Maito Kai's figure vanished once more. The Azure Phoenix Douluo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the whistling winds of the punches around him. Even without opening his eyes, he could still keep pace with Maito Kai's speed. Back and forth, they exchanged dozens of blows, yet Maito Kai failed to land a hit on the Azure Phoenix Douluo. Once again, he executed a backflip to create distance between them, and at that moment, Maito Kai found himself somewhat out of breath. All those futile efforts were merely to confirm the suspicions in his heart. Opening the first gate did not deplete his life force. On the contrary, his physical prowess was continually on the rise. Second gate, open. Upon unlocking the second gate, Maito Kai's aura transformed entirely. Compared to before, both his speed and strength had grown significantly. Meanwhile, the Azure Phoenix Douluo had quietly elevated his soul power to level 40. Having already boosted it to level 20 moments ago, he was not confident that he could defeat this youth with only level 10 soul power. Boom. In a mere breath, Maito Kai launched his attack, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, landing a solid kick against the chest of the Azure Phoenix Douluo. Crack. The apple in the hand of the Azure Phoenix Douluo was crushed under the force. As someone who practiced archery, he nearly struggled to keep up with his opponent's velocity and couldn't help but ponder what kind of prodigy his brother had encountered. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, the Azure Phoenix Douluo staggered back a step. How swift! This was the most immediate sensation he experienced. During their duel, Two more individuals had appeared in the training ground unbeknownst to them. Second brother? Young master? What brings you here? The Azure Phoenix Douluo noticed the newcomers, who were none other than the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the young master, Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue was merely a 6-year-old girl. Far from the stunning beauty she would later become, she resembled a chubby steam bun, exuding cuteness. I heard from the Grand Elder that this child possesses such remarkable talent, remarked Golden Crocodile Douluo. Prior to their arrival, he had sought out Qian Douluo and had gleaned some understanding of the current situation from him. To withstand a title Douluo purely by strength, without a martial soul or soul power, how impressive. Golden Crocodile Douluo praised sincerely. Although he was a title Douluo suppressing soul power, it was already astonishing that a child devoid of both a martial soul and soul power could shake him with sheer strength. Chapter 4. A world where only the Golden Crocodile Douluo is injured. Xiu Shiwei pondered the words of that woman, considering that even he might surpass you. The Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, gently ruffling Qian Renxue's small head, hoping to divert her attention from that woman and focus on her training, lest she squander her innate talent. At that moment, Qian Renxue's youthful visage was painted with a myriad of complex emotions. Her grandfather had once said that a person without soul power or a martial soul could still attain greatness, and if she did not strive diligently, she might indeed be surpassed by that individual. Quickly shaking off her thoughts, the desire to grow stronger surged within young Qian Renxue's heart. She believed that if she became powerful, she would undoubtedly earn her mother's attention. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Maito Kai once again utilized his speed advantage to push back the immovable Qinghuan Douluo. Notification: the host's physical attributes are continuously improving. However, just as Maito Kai prepared to launch his next assault, the Qinghuan Douluo sprang into action. His speed was remarkable, even surpassing that of the swift-tailed swallow from the Minji clan. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Maito Kai. Yet, the fatigued Maito Kai was clearly unable to react in time and was thus captured by his opponent, losing the duel. Panting heavily, Maito Kai's chest heaved with each breath. At that moment, he found himself hoisted by the Qinghuan Douluo, as if he were merely a piece of luggage. Maito Kai is merely a 7-year-old child, yet he has managed to engage in battle with the title Douluo of the 97th rank for half an hour, which is the pinnacle of his current capabilities. At this moment, both his body and spirit are thoroughly exhausted. Had it not been for his indomitable willpower, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Amidst the silence, the sound of applause resonated from the side as Douluo Guanglin gracefully leapt down from his perch. His seemingly youthful visage was adorned with admiration for this little rascal, Maito Kai. Well done, young one, to be able to exchange blows with Qinghuan. Approaching Maito Kai's side, Douluo Guanglin unhesitatingly extended a thumbs up in recognition. Upon hearing these words, Douluo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. It was somewhat disconcerting for a 97th level Super Douluo to find himself evenly matched against someone who had yet to attain the status of a soul master. Though much of this disparity was due to his own suppression of soul power, it remained a fact that he ultimately relied on his own 47th level soul power to subdue Maito Kai. In response to the praise, Maito Kai struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, trembling as he raised his hand to dare challenge the strong, that is the essence of youth. With those words, Maito Kai closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Maito Kai was unconscious, his words echoed persistently in Qian Renxue's heart. Ascending the stage alongside Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Renxue gazed with a complex expression at the individual whom Elder Qinghuan had personally elevated. Elder Qinghuan, will I truly be his equal now? Qian Renxue inquired. From a young age, she had been instilled with the belief that she was the continent's foremost genius, possessing a soul power that should surpass her peers by at least 15 levels. Presently, Qian Renxue, despite her soul power being merely level 25, was only 6 years old. Under the expectant gaze of the latter, Qinghuan Douluo shook his head. Xiao Shiwei, it's not my intention to discourage you, but even a soul master at level 40 may struggle against him. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder if one can become a formidable force without a martial soul and soul power. The emergence of Maito Kai had indeed shattered the archaic perceptions of those seasoned individuals. In the Douluo Continent, where soul power reigns supreme, the existence of such an anomaly as Maito Kai was perplexing. This lad undoubtedly harbors secrets, interrupted Golden Crocodile Douluo as he observed the unconscious Maito Kai. I have some medicinal baths prepared. I shall immerse this young one shortly, and tomorrow we will commence his specialized training. Entrusting Maito Kai's care to Golden Crocodile Douluo was certainly not a poor choice, given his formidable physique and experience with medicinal baths. Just as Douluo was about to lead Maito Kai away, Qian Renxue, who had remained silent, spoke up. Elder Qinghuan, may I spar with this fellow? At her words, Douluo halted in surprise and turned back to her. Xiaoxue, one must not view this boy through ordinary lenses. His peculiar body techniques and the overwhelming aura he exudes are far from that of an ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo considered that allowing Xiaoxue to train with this individual could indeed be beneficial, fostering a sense of urgency that would promote her growth. Lightwing Douluo crouched down, playfully teasing Qian Renxue. Hee, Xiaoxue has grown up and wishes to become stronger. Ultimately, Maito Kai was taken away by Golden Crocodile Douluo. If one were to inquire who possessed the most experience and body refinement within the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo would claim second place, with no one daring to assert the first. Even if Qindao Lu were to arrive, he would rely on the suppression of the angel martial soul to achieve a level of physical prowess comparable to that of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Upon returning to his chamber, Golden Crocodile Douluo summoned his servants to bring forth a vat of hot water. He then sprinkled various ingredients into it, causing the originally clear water to slowly transform into a murky green hue. Observing Maito Kai, who lay unconscious nearby, Golden Crocodile Douluo forcefully tore apart his garments and unceremoniously tossed him into the concoction. Let me see just how far your potential can reach, young one. The Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, filled with curiosity upon encountering someone who could engage in combat without the use of soul power or martial spirits for the first time. As time passed, the dark green medicinal bath gradually became murky, ultimately transforming back into the clarity of water it once possessed. Observing the change in the bath, the Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a sense of astonishment overwhelming him. This tub of medicinal bath could truly reflect an individual's genuine potential without the value of cultivation. One could never fully absorb its efficacy. Even during his childhood, he had not managed to assimilate the contents so thoroughly. Contemplating this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo placed his palm upon the water's surface, channeling his soul power to heat the water once more, repeating his earlier actions by tossing an item after item. Soon, as more substances were added, the originally dark green medicinal bath began to take on a hint of azure. Time passed unmeasured, and by the moment Maito Kai drowsily opened his eyes, it was already the fourth day. During this interval, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had nearly exhausted his resources, needing to replenish the medicinal materials almost every half hour. Were an ordinary person to absorb such a quantity, they would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Now, gazing at the tub once more filled with clear water, the Golden Crocodile Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Who among his family could possibly understand? He felt as though he had encountered an insatiable abyss. Chapter 5. A single punch defeats Qian Renxue. Maito Kai, just awakened, appeared somewhat disoriented. The exhaustion from both his body and mind had vanished in that moment. Not only that, but as he clenched his fists, the surging power within him swiftly brought him back to his senses. He realized that he was now stronger than before his unconsciousness, with enhanced physical capabilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through. Organizing panel. Host, Maito Kai, martial spirit. None soul power. None speed. 100. Reaction. 100. Strength. 150. Life. 200. Physical quality. 3 points. Currently able to unlock 3 gates. The Vitality Gate. Once the 3 values surpass 500, physical quality can be enhanced to 4 points. This was the extent of Maito Kai's current strength. Having unlocked the Vitality Gate, he could not only eliminate foes but also dominate his former self from days past. Awake? Just as Maito Kai pondered this, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. The Golden Crocodile Douluo tossed a gray iron shirt onto the ground. Now that you are awake, put on your clothes and come with me. With that, the Golden Crocodile Douluo did not linger, shutting the door behind him as he departed. Maito Kai leapt from the bath. Glancing at his own youthful form, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, thankful that he did not resemble the young version of Naruto Maito Kai, who was merely a small acorn. Dressed in a deep green training outfit and hefting the iron armor, Maito Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Goodness! This thing must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. If he were to don it, he would undoubtedly become a veritable heavyweight. Yet, although the armor was indeed heavy, it posed little challenge for Maito Kai at this moment. Once he donned the armor, he quickly acclimated to its weight. Upon stepping outside, the glaring sunlight and the radiance of light energy momentarily discomforted his eyes, rubbing his slightly sore eyes. He finally focused his gaze on a young girl standing in the practice arena. He could sense that the source of the light energy emanated from her. Bang! Just as Maito Kai was lost in thought, the golden crocodile Douluo approached and delivered a punch to his head. "What are you daydreaming about, you little rascal?" scolded the golden crocodile Douluo. Being struck by such a solid punch was undeniably painful. "You old codger! Why did you hit me?" Maito Kai lamented. Old codger, old codger." The golden crocodile Douluo's eyelid twitched. After all these years, was it the first time someone had called him an old codger? Just as he was about to explode in anger, a soft and endearing voice chimed in. "You're Maito Kai, right? Can you spar with me?" Beep. Choice triggered. 1. Accept Qian Renxue's request. Reward. 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Renxue's request. Reward. 3 attribute points. Looking at the timid little girl before him, Maito Kai, who prided himself on having encountered countless beauties in his past life, found himself genuinely astonished. Those beauties were often the result of cosmetics and technology. While this pure and natural charm was indeed a rarity. System, I choose option 1. In his heart, Maito Kai had already made his decision. Beep. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 3 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. 1 attribute point could provide a growth value of 10. A piece of information gleaned from his first allocation. With these 3 points, Maito Kai resolutely placed them all into his reflexes. Had it not been for his slow reflexes last time, he would not have been captured by the Qingwan Douluo. "I accept your challenge," Maito Kai declared to Qian Renxue. His fighting spirit already ignited. Unbeknownst to him, 7 spectators had already taken their seats in the observation area of the practice arena. Qian Renxue's challenge had been tacitly approved by Qian Douluo. Perhaps even Qian Douluo believed that only through experiencing failure could Xiaxue truly grow. Big brother, will Xiaxue be in danger? In the realm of demon slaying, the 7 offerings spoke, having just emerged from a meditative retreat, having endeavored to ascend to the 97th level, though the outcome was, predictably, a failure. He had been languishing at the 96th level for an extended period, unable to make the necessary breakthrough. Qian Douluo, with a serene demeanor, gently shook his head. His voice resonant and soothing as he advised, regardless of what transpires shortly, even if Xiaxue sustains an injury, do not act impulsively. His words startled the other 6, for they were acutely aware of the deep affection Qian Douluo harbored for Qian Renxue. She was, after all, cherished as if she were a delicate treasure, to be safeguarded with utmost care. Amidst their conversation, preparations for the training ground were already underway. Qian Renxue, Wuhuan's 6-winged angel, 25th rank soul master, I seek your guidance, she declared, completing her self-introduction as 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled around her. In the state of Wuhuan manifestation, her aura irradiated an even more sacred and untouchable essence. Maito Kai, I seek your guidance, she continued. With one hand clasped behind his back and the other extended in a palm-like gesture, Maito Kai stood poised. Qian Renxue observed the heavy iron armor adorning her opponent, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. It seemed rather incongruous for him to engage in battle clad in such cumbersome attire. She resolved to subdue him thoroughly, determined to demonstrate her formidable prowess as Sister Shui. Grasping the angelic holy sword, she unleashed a radiant blade of light, soaring into the air. Empowered by her martial spirit's advantage, the luminous blade, imbued with a sanctifying force, surged towards Maito Kai, who remained contemplatively closed-eyed. With a flourish, she invoked her first soul skill, Angelic Assault. Beneath her, the first soul ring flickered momentarily, culminating in her initial soul technique, which hurtled towards Maito Kai. Yet, he remained undisturbed, eyes shut, attuned to the subtle shifts in the ambient energy. Just as the blade was about to strike, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Qian Renxue, witnessing her strike miss its mark, felt no surprise. The memory of his speed, which she could not match days prior, was still vivid in her mind. Thus, even before she engaged, her gaze remained vigilant, wary of any sudden moves he might make. Nearby, Qian Douluo sighed and shook his head. Little Shui is bound to lose. Brother, they've only just begun. How could little Shui lose so swiftly? Replied Qian Douluo, another superlative powerhouse of level 96. As Qian Renxue approached Maito Kai, employing her first soul technique, she relentlessly swung the angelic holy sword toward him. Yet, with an air of leisure, Maito Kai evaded each of her strikes effortlessly. Each failed attempt left Qian Renxue murmuring in disbelief. No matter her efforts or speed enhancements, she could not land a blow on the man before her. If only she could strike just once. Growing increasingly anxious, her original rhythm of attack became thoroughly disrupted as she beheld his outstretched fist. This is bad. Before she could activate her second soul skill, Maito Kai delivered a swift punch, sending her sprawling. The angelic holy sword slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground as she fell. Dazed and bewildered, Qian Renxue lay on the ground, her eyes reflecting the profound realization of her defeat. She had lost, and it was a complete and utter loss. Without enduring even a single blow, Qian Renxue found herself engulfed in a state of stupor. Having enjoyed a smooth journey throughout her life, she had only encountered setbacks when confronting her mother. Yet now, she faced an unexpected defeat at the hands of a youth devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Chapter 6. The Origin of the Spirit Hall. I have lost. I have truly lost, Qian Renxue murmured in disbelief as she lay on the ground, the abrupt failure striking her like a heavy blow. Even before Maito's punch had been unleashed, Douluo had already suppressed his desire to interrupt the match. He was aware that his granddaughter would falter, but he also recognized that she required this defeat. The original character of Qian Renxue had never known failure in her youth. It was only after her loss to Tang San in the Tiando Palace that she became infatuated with him. Little Snow has genuinely lost. This lad has indeed grown stronger than before, remarked Qinghuan Douluo Nan Nan. In response, Genie Douluo wore an expression of smug satisfaction. The opponent's newfound strength was undoubtedly a result of his own medicinal baths. Brother, I have taken this lad under my wing, Qinghuan Douluo declared to Qian Douluo. Upon hearing this, Genie Douluo became agitated. Third brother, you cannot claim him for yourself. This young man has benefited from my extensive medicinal baths. It would be unjust if I ended up with no recognition whatsoever. Furthermore, given that the lad was a body cultivator, no one within the spirit hall understood physical prowess better than he did. Genie Douluo thought to himself that if this young man were to become Qinghuan's disciple, he would suffer a considerable loss. Second brother, one cannot put it that way. This lad was initially entrusted to me by elder brother, Qinghuan Douluo. No, this young man must be mine, Genie Douluo insisted vehemently, refusing to concede regardless of Qinghuan Douluo's words. He was genuinely curious to see how far this young man's physical cultivation could advance. If he could dominate a level 25 Qian Renxue in the early stages, how formidable would he become if left to grow? Genie Douluo was particularly intrigued, for his own martial spirit was the Golden Crocodile King, which granted him significant advantages in physical attributes. Ignoring the dispute between the two, Qian Douluo rose, preparing to make his way to the dueling arena. I summoned you both to entrust this child to your care. Qian Jun Jiangma, your close combat capabilities and cooperative synergy are remarkable. Qinghuan, your hand-to-hand combat skills surpass theirs. Yet your ability to collaborate is somewhat lacking. In the event of war, relying solely on one individual cannot sway the tide of battle. Xiongshi, you excel in every aspect. Genie, when it comes to enhancing physical constitution, no one surpasses you, which is why I have chosen to entrust this young man to you. Qian Douluo's words made it clear that he wished for these super Douluos to collectively mentor him and witness just how far his physical cultivation journey could lead him. What about me? What about me? The radiant Douluo, filled with excitement, pointed at himself. Just moments ago, the grand offering had acknowledged everyone present. Yet he was the sole exception. This particular oversight had not crossed Qian Douluo's mind, considering that the radiant Douluo was an archer. Maito Kai is a practitioner of physical training and likely does not utilize a bow and arrow. It seems that Guanglei Douluo has indeed lost its significance. Your words have Guanglei Douluo gazing eagerly at Qian Douluo, prepared to embrace the arduous task assigned to him. As long as he eats and drinks well, all is well. Upon this utterance, the others stifled their laughter. Even the usually stern Genie Douluo struggled to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Guanglei Douluo's emotions oscillated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, plummeting from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair. Brother, my close combat abilities are quite formidable. Guanglei Douluo remained somewhat undeterred, should he heed the earlier instructions. He would be rendered the most useless in the entire worship hall. Indeed, in close combat, I would not even be his match, murmured Jiangma Douluo in a hushed tone. However, at this moment, all present were superlative beings above level 96, with acute hearing, and Jiangma Douluo's mutterings did not go unnoticed. What do you mean by that? Seventh brother? Guanglei Douluo bellowed, genuinely incensed, for he was the only one devoid of any prowess within the hall. In stark contrast to the antics unfolding here, the duelists in the arena were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Qian Renxue had yet to recover from her defeat, while Maito Kai remained poised to strike. His previous punch had only employed 70% of his strength, yet this was mightier than his previous full force. Had Qian Renxue not consumed cordyceps since childhood, she might have sustained some injury from that blow. Summoning the angelic holy sword once more, Qian Renxue pressed the tip of her sword against the ground, struggling to rise to her feet. "You will remain in the worship hall, won't you?" Qian Renxue inquired. Maito Kai found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of where to go next. The boundless power of the parental sacrifice, essential for a traveler, had indeed manifested in his presence. Thus, devoid of parents and a home, he left the shrine feeling somewhat lost. Moreover, after being brought here, it was likely that his background had been thoroughly investigated by others. At this moment, Qian Douluo had already stepped onto the dueling ground, gently stroking Qian Renxue's little head, and said reassuringly, "Do not worry, little Shui. From this day forth, he shall reside in the shrine. You may challenge him at any time." As he spoke, Qian Douluo cast a glance at Maito Kai. His words were directed towards Qian Renxue but equally applicable to Maito Kai. After departing from the dueling arena, Qian Renxue returned directly to her chamber, while Maito Kai, following closely behind Qian Douluo like a shadow, felt utterly at a loss as to what to do next. "Why are you following me?" Qian Douluo finally turned around, his expression laced with curiosity. Maito Kai felt a bit awkward. He couldn't exactly admit that he didn't even know where he was supposed to stay. Qian Douluo, perceiving the thoughts of the child, quickly deduced the situation. "The room next to little Shui's has already been prepared. You shall reside there from now on." Just as Maito Kai was about to leave, Qian Douluo called him back. "Come with me." They arrived at the grand hall of the angelic sanctuary, where Maito Kai respectfully knelt beneath the statue of the angel. "Maito Kai, may I call you Kai?" Although perplexed, Maito Kai nodded slightly in response. "Do you understand the reason for the existence of the spirit hall?" This profound inquiry left Maito Kai equally bewildered. Having only recently arrived at the spirit hall, he was just beginning to comprehend this world when confronted with such a question. It is widely acknowledged that in the Douluo Continent, one's status is determined by the level of soul power. However, there exists a category of fallen soul masters who, in their pursuit of strength, have deviated from the path, resorting to extreme measures to enhance their abilities. The devastation wrought by these fallen soul masters is akin to a locust plague, leaving no life in their wake. In such tumultuous times, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall emerged. She single-handedly established the Spirit Hall and, with her unparalleled might, quelled all fallen soul masters across the continent. Gathering the faith of humanity, she ultimately ascended to the divine rank of an angel. Chapter 7. The Revenge of the Golden Crocodile. Douluo. Should your cultivation system prove successful, it would stand unparalleled across the continent, marking you as the sole individual to achieve strength through physical cultivation. Such endeavors are deemed unacceptable within any prominent clan or sect. Maito Kai listened quietly to the recounting of the centenarian. The absence of a martial spirit might indeed be a reason for his name, as he had been watching Naruto just before his unexpected arrival in this world. Excited by the sight of the 8 gates of opening being unleashed by the esteemed Kai, he had been transported here in a moment of overwhelming enthusiasm. Upon his arrival, when asked his name, he impulsively declared himself as Maito Kai. Since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, its mission has been to eradicate all fallen soul masters across the continent, preserving peace and awakening martial spirits for the common folk without charge. This dedication has persisted for over 10,000 years. The 2 great empires have long decayed, treating common soul masters as mere weeds, whereas we regard these individuals as the very foundation of the continent. After such extensive discourse, Qian Douluo was finally ready to approach the crux of the matter. "Kai, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" This question was the culmination of all preceding dialogue. Although Maito Kai was already within the Spirit Hall, it could be argued that he had been bound to it by his own volition. His previous inquiries in the forest had not broached these profound matters. Now, however, Qian Douluo had laid bare his thoughts to a mere 7-year-old boy, genuinely acknowledging him. One might expect that a venerable figure like Qian Douluo, having lived for over a century, would be reluctant to embrace new concepts, focusing instead on diligently cultivating his soul power to attain the rank of tile.To. Yet, in Maito Kai, he perceived the emergence of new leaves, destined to grow into a towering tree that would one day be admired by all. At that moment, as Maito Kai absorbed the Spirit Hall's foundational principle of prioritizing the people, he couldn't help but reflect on his homeland before his transmigration. The shared emphasis on the populace resonated deeply within him. "I am willing." Even if he were not a transmigrator, any ordinary person who heard such words would likely not refuse. After Maito Kai's departure, the Blue Phoenix Douluo entered the Grand Hall. "Brother, the Pope is preparing to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast." "A 10,000-year soul beast?" Qian Douluo mused, aware of Qian Renxue's strength, which was merely at level 95, and his excessive pride in confronting such formidable creatures. Nonetheless, given the limited number of known 10,000-year soul beasts on the continent, Qian Douluo was curious about which beast had caught Qian Renxue's attention. As if reading his thoughts, the blue phoenix Douluo continued. We have just received news that a 10,000-year transformed soul beast is expected to give birth in approximately a year. It is at this moment that the soul beast will be at its most vulnerable. Qian Douluo did not concern himself with the veracity of this information, after all. Even if it were a falsehood, it would still warrant sending someone to investigate. Where did you hear this news? He inquired. From the Haotian sect. Upon the mention of the Haotian sect, Qian Daoliu's previously tranquil gaze flickered momentarily. Memories of the fierce battle he engaged in with Tang Chen over a decade ago surged within his mind. Accompanying him were the two elders, Zhu Gui, along with a host of soul saints and 5 soul Douluo. This formidable combat prowess could undoubtedly vanquish even a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had yet to assume its form. However, this assertion holds true only for those of the 100,000-year caliber, should they encounter a being of 200,000 years, such as the heavenly Azure bull python. One would need to reconsider their strategy. As soon as Maito Kai returned to his room and lay down, he was swiftly taken away by Golden Crocodile Douluo. He still recalled how Maito Kai had called him an old geezer, and he was determined to make the other party endure some hardships in the upcoming training. Beneath the holy mountain of angels, Maito Kai gazed at the colossal stone. Lost in contemplation, this object resembled a miniature celestial body. Could it truly be moved by a mere 7-year-old child? Old man, if you intend to deceive me, just say it outright, Maito Kai scoffed. Meanwhile, Golden Crocodile Douluo merely curled his lip and turned away, as if he had been exposed in a moment of guile. Humph. I have established 10 resting points on the sacred mountain, and your task today is to transport this boulder to the first resting point. Golden Crocodile Douluo declared with a cold snort. Without granting Maito Kai a chance to retort, he soared into the sky. I shall await you at the first resting point. Should you fail to move it, you shall not leave the angel sacred mountain today. Only the echo of Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice lingered amidst the mountains. Maito Kai reluctantly fastened the iron chain, silently praying for its durability. His concern was not for his own strength, but rather for the chain's ability to withstand the strain. However, Maito Kai's apprehensions were evidently unfounded, for even before acquiring the chain, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had already contemplated the possibility of it breaking. Thus, he had previously reinforced the chain's hardness with his soul power. Boom, boom, boom. Maito Kai strained as he dragged the colossal stone across the ground, taking a few arduous steps. I am but 7 years old. Why must I endure such treatment? He lamented. Regret began to gnaw at him, for if he were to truly ascend with this burden, descending would prove an insurmountable challenge. Yet, expressing such thoughts was futile, as the entity he cursed could not hear his grievances. Thus, with each laborious step, he muttered invectives against the old man known as the Golden Crocodile Douluo, resolutely pulling the weight upwards. Open, first gate, open. At this moment, it took Maito Kai 3 minutes to traverse a single step. The stone left a long, dragging mark on the heavenly sacred mountain. As the first gate's restrictions were lifted, a semblance of relief washed over his flushed visage. Fortunately, the burden before the 4th gate was not excessively taxing. Otherwise, his predicament would have been truly dire. 3 hours later, Maito Kai has nearly initiated his 4-wheel drive movement, and all 3 doors that could be opened have been flung wide. Yet, he can only sustain the initial speed, struggling forward step by step. Completing the seemingly impossible is indeed a facet of youthful exuberance. Perhaps due to his mastery of the 8 gates, Maito Kai's temperament has begun to mirror that of his counterpart in the world of Naruto. After 3 more hours had passed, darkness enveloped the landscape. Yet, on this mountainside, a colossal entity was gradually shifting. Remarkably, that lad truly managed to pull it up. The Golden Crocodile Douluo mused, stroking his chin, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at being referred to as an old man by Maito Kai earlier. He had anticipated a moment of submission, yet here was the boy, achieving the impossible. As he pondered this, he observed Maito Kai, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, drawing ever closer. With a thud, the iron chain was cast aside, and Maito Kai collapsed onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Old man, I merely expressed a momentary complaint. Must you be so petty? The Golden Crocodile Douluo's thoughts were laid bare, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks as he turned away. Clearing his throat, he remarked, quite impressive, You exceed my expectations. At this moment, Might Kai felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. Restraining himself had been manageable, but now that he relaxed, even speaking felt exhausting. Let it all perish. I'm weary. Having secured the boulder, the golden crocodile Douluo hoisted the limp Might Kai beneath his arm and soared toward his abode. Upon entering the hall, he encountered the troubled Qian Renxue, momentarily forgetting about Might Kai's plight. Shue, why are you still awake at such a late hour? The golden crocodile Douluo approached, and Qian Renxue, lost in her own thoughts, noticed his presence. However, just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of the utterly exhausted Might Kai, cradled under the golden crocodile Douluo's arm. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, what has happened to him? It was only when Qian Renxue pointed this out that the golden crocodile Douluo realized he was still carrying someone. Maito Kai, the world is isolating me. Chapter 8. Qian Daolu's intent to kill. 1 year later. Brother Kai. Within the angelic sanctuary, Qian Renxue, adorned in an exquisite golden gown, was fervently searching for someone. Naturally, she overlooked Qian Daolu, who was kneeling beneath the statue of the angel. Qian Daolu's lips twitched. It seemed that his beloved little cotton-padded jacket was beginning to fray. Grandfather. Unable to locate Maito Kai, Qian Renxue resorted to seeking assistance from her grandfather. The two cries of grandfather resonated deeply within Qian Daolu's heart, filling him with a sweetness akin to honey. In an instant, he cast aside worries about his little jacket's condition. What's wrong, little Shue? Do you miss your grandfather? Although Qian Daolu knew it was improbable, his heart prompted him to inquire. As expected, upon hearing this, Qian Renxue shook her head without hesitation. I don't miss you, grandfather. I can't find Brother Kai. With her sparkling, animated eyes, she fixed her gaze intently upon Qian Daolu. How adorable. Truly, she is my granddaughter. He mused. Perhaps it is time to deal with Maito Kai. Ever since Maito Kai grew close to Qian Renxue, she had become his devoted follower, trailing him wherever he went. Even during the hunt for the third soul ring, she insisted on accompanying him. Fortunately, after a year of special care from the golden crocodile Douluo and the other offerings, Qian Daolu was now increasingly convinced that Maito Kai's path of physical cultivation was indeed viable. At merely 8 years of age, he could effortlessly contend with the Soul Emperor. Who else could boast such an achievement? Meanwhile, the focus of their conversation, Maito Kai, was performing one-finger push-ups on a hillside. 99.99, 10,000. Upon reaching the milestone of 10,000 push-ups, the strength emanating from his finger propelled his entire body to spin gracefully in the air. Perhaps due to the early maturity of the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, the 8-year-old Maito Kai was gradually beginning to develop. System. Open the panel. Beep. Organizing panel. Host. Maito Kai. Martial soul. None. Soul power. None. Speed. 350. Reaction. 440. Strength. 520. Life. 250. 250. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Maito Kai felt an indescribable satisfaction. Although he had yet to break through to the fourth door, the current attributes were sufficient to establish a solid foundation. With just these 3 fundamental attributes, his physical prowess was already capable of engaging a Soul Emperor in a formidable exchange. Undoubtedly, his rapid advancement was attributable to the rigorous training administered by the golden crocodile Douluo, who had transformed into a relentless taskmaster over the past year. Introducing an array of innovative training regimens, Might Kai gazed upon the trail of footprints and drag marks left by his training on the sacred mountain, a testament to his relentless journey, step by arduous step. Throughout the year of rigorous training, he had shed the burdensome iron armor, yet his arms were ensconced in layers of bandages, with additional protection adorning his forearms and calves. Beneath this protective facade lay weights that others could scarcely fathom, each weighing a fortune, not to mention the encumbrance of additional weights bound to his limbs. Throughout this year, Maito Kai has been undergoing rigorous training while bearing significant burdens. Although the physical and mental exertion is several times greater than usual, his physical condition has experienced exponential growth. Might Kai placed his hand upon his chest and then abruptly tore off his outer garment. Without his clothing, he revealed his explosive muscular physique. Although not overwhelmingly impressive, the top muscles exuded an unmistakable aura of strength. As he changed into his training attire, Might Kai engaged in soliloquy, reflecting on his aspirations. At this pace, he mused, within a year I could unlock the 4th gate. His thirst for power was indeed fervent. In just a year, even little Shue had reached level 36. This 7-year-old girl was already ahead of everyone at the starting line. Humph. It's time to descend the mountain. Stretching languidly, Maito Kai gazed at the buildings below with a glint of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. Perhaps it was due to the recent rain, but the paths of the sacred mountain felt unusually soft. Each step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. Even when traversing the stone pathway, cracks would appear on the once firm slabs. Good grandpa, could you tell little Shui when big brother Kai will return? Qian Renxue implored, employing her most charming demeanor towards Douluo. Remarkably, this tactic worked exceptionally well on him. As soon as she began to act cute, Douluo's previously stern expression faltered. Gently ruffling his granddaughter's hair, Douluo replied in a soft tone, Kai is likely on his way back. Considering the time, he should be descending soon. No sooner had Douluo spoken than golden crocodile Douluo entered the hall, his face aglow with joy, a smile that he could hardly conceal. Great elder. We have indeed struck gold this time. Observing golden crocodile Douluo's exuberance piqued Douluo's interest. What happened? Did that young lad surprise you again during his test? At that moment, golden crocodile Douluo resembled a child who had just received a cherished toy, his steps light as he took a seat before Douluo. Without hesitation, he gulped down the tea placed on the table. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, when will big brother Kai return? Qian Renxue asked with her wide, innocent eyes. Perhaps due to Maito Kai's companionship, Qian Renxue no longer displayed her previous aloofness towards those around her. She rarely sought attention from Bibi Dong anymore. Do not worry. Little Shui, Golden Crocodile Douluo reassured, taking a breath and patting her head. Although she did not fully comprehend why the adults and big brother Kai enjoyed ruffling her hair, she respected their gestures. However, the sensation of being patted by big brother Kai felt entirely different from that of her grandfather's. While under a heavy load, unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia enabled little Kai to shatter a testing stone weighing an astonishing 20,000 pounds. Even without the burden, his punch reached an impressive weight of 15,000 kilograms. Jean Edo Luo exclaimed with great excitement. Throughout the past year, everyone has witnessed the remarkable growth of Maito Kai. Enduring the strain of performing push-ups while carrying immense boulders, honing both his body and will beneath cascading waterfalls, and engaging in various forms of mental training. Maito Kai has persevered through it all. He believed that were he to undertake such training himself, he would undoubtedly succeed. However, the individual in question was merely an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Maito Kai felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that advancing to the next level was not as simple as he had hoped. As he progressed further, the enhancement of his physical attributes became increasingly sluggish, and not only that, the magnitude of improvement diminished significantly. Presently, he could maintain the 3rd level with relative ease, experiencing only mild fatigue without inflicting any harm on his body. It was only upon reaching the 4th level that the true power of the 8 gates would manifest, albeit at the cost of a geometrically increasing burden on his physique. It was time to seek out Sister Shui, as he had promised to take her to explore the Spirit City upon his return. With this plan set, Maito Kai shed his dark green training attire and donned a splendid golden robe. Approaching the mirror, he admired the reflection of the handsome young man before him and could not help but strike a dashing pose. Truly, he thought to himself, I am quite handsome. As he mused, he playfully lifted his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his developing abs. And he felt a striking resemblance to the so-called aloof male deities spoken of in his past life. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Maito Kai stepped out of his room. Just as he opened the door, a radiant little girl, shimmering with golden hues and a delightful fragrance, dashed toward him. Brother Kai, Qian Renxue exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace, feeling the solidity of his muscles and the warmth of his body. Caught off guard by Qian Renxue's sudden approach, Maito Kai found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, Qian Douluo had already cast a murderous glare in his direction. Should he embrace her or refrain? Ultimately, under the intensity of Qian Douluo's gaze, Maito Kai wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's waist, holding her close. The scent of her delicate fragrance momentarily stirred feelings within the 8-year-old Maito Kai. It's a pity that one comes of age at 12 in Douluo Continent. If I were to make any advances toward Qian Renxue now, I would likely find myself executed within 5 minutes, he mused internally. Chapter 9. Cherished moments on the streets of Spirit City. Qian Renxue, embodying the essence of a carefree young girl, tugged at Maito Kai as they wandered about. Brother Kai, come quickly, she urged, pulling him toward a candy hawker. Her sparkling eyes fixated on the glistening red candied fruits, practically broadcasting her desire to indulge in them. Maito Kai, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved a golden soul coin from the pouch at his waist. This coin had been a gift from Qian Renxue, bestowed upon him to commemorate his first anniversary at the Spirit Hall. In response, the elderly angel Qian Daolu remarked, "Who understands the sentiments of family? Our little angel at home is truly a handful." It was a source of envy for Qian Daolu, who, despite being a grandfather, had never received a handmade pouch from Qian Renxue, while Maito Kai, who had only recently joined the Spirit Hall, had been fortunate enough to receive such a gift. This envy was not confined to Qian Daolu. Qian Renxue also felt a pang of jealousy. He had been preoccupied with work, only to realize that his little darling had sustained a significant tear in her clothing. Yet, for reasons unknown, each time Maito Kai encountered Qian Renxue, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of aversion, as if he instinctively wished to distance himself from him. This sentiment was mutual. Qian Renxue also harbored an unfriendly disposition towards Maito Kai, who had captured his precious daughter's heart, leading Qian Renxue to consistently regard him with disdain. "How much for these?" Maito Kai inquired as he approached the candied hawthorn stall, plucking 2 skewers from the array of treats. 5 silver soul coins for each skewer. The vendor replied with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze mirroring that of fans from Maito Kai's past life, fervently shipping couples. With a gleeful squeal, Qian Renxue took a hearty bite from one of the candied hawthorns, relishing the delightful explosion of flavors in her mouth as the tartness of the hawthorn mingled with the sweetness of the sugar. Resting her chin on her hand, she beamed with joy, savoring the delectable taste. "So delicious!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight after swallowing the sugary morsel. As Maito Kai beheld the childlike demeanor of the other, he reached out to brush away the crumbs from the corner of their mouth. Despite being over 30 levels, they still resembled a child. With a tender smile, Maito Kai remarked on this innocence. Throughout the past year, although the old man Qian had often treated him peculiarly, the other worshippers had shown him genuine affection. The bullying he endured from the golden crocodile Douluo had been alleviated by the comforting presence of the glorious feather Douluo, who had taken him out to ease his mind. Lost in reminiscence, Maito Kai suddenly felt a tug as Qian Renxue pulled him forward. "Brother Kai, look over there. There's a kite," Qian Renxue exclaimed as she led him towards a stall ahead. Upon spotting the kite soaring in the sky, her eyes sparkled with delight. As she tugged him along, Maito Kai couldn't help but notice the gentle sway of her flowing golden hair, reminiscent of ripples breaking the tranquility of a serene lake. In that moment, the heart of Maito Kai, having lived 2 lives, was thoroughly stirred. After purchasing the kite, Qian Renxue eagerly pulled Maito Kai out of the city. During their journey, he became aware of the presence of powerful Soul Hall guardians lurking in the shadows. As the young mistress of the Soul Hall, it was impossible for her to venture out without such protection. Maito Kai understood this, acknowledging that their concern stemmed from a desire to safeguard the future of the Soul Hall. Their exit from the city was smooth, and they soon arrived at an open space where they launched the kite adorned with an angelic design together. "Wow, it's really flying!" Qian Renxue exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the slowly ascending kite. In that moment, both of them nearly forgot the burdens of their identities, simply reveling in the pure essence of childhood. However, the warmth of this scene was short-lived, as the sound of a child's cries nearby drew their attention. Exchanging glances, they instinctively moved towards the source of the sound. Parting the bushes, they discovered a girl with short golden hair, sitting beneath a tree and weeping while hugging her knees. With her innocent heart, Qian Renxue rushed over without a second thought upon witnessing the girl's distress. With a sense of resignation, Maito Kai could only follow suit. If he were to abandon the situation, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the old man Qian. "Why are you crying, little sister?" Qian Renxue mimicked Maito Kai's usual demeanor, gently stroking the girl's head. "Oddly enough, it doesn't feel very comforting," the girl replied, lifting her gaze to reveal her tear-filled eyes. "Big sister, my kite is stuck in the tree." She pointed towards a distant tree, the tallest among them, where a pink kite was ensnared. Beneath that great tree, a young boy was struggling to climb higher. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, his frail body was unable to ascend. Qian Renxue measured the height with her gaze, and just as she contemplated unleashing her martial spirit to fly up, she recalled her grandfather's admonition, never reveal one's martial spirit carelessly on the continent before becoming a true powerhouse. The 6-winged angel martial spirit was exceedingly unique. Wherever it appeared, it would invariably evoke thoughts of the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall was renowned throughout the Douluo Continent, its enemies harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who possessed the angel martial spirit. Contemplating this, Qian Renxue glanced hopefully at Maito Kai. "Brother Kai." Her soft voice sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to shudder as if trying to shake off the goosebumps. "Little sister, tell me your name, and we shall help you retrieve your kite, shall we?" Qian Renxue offered a genuinely innocent smile to the girl. Her visage, reminiscent of an angel descending from the heavens, was deeply mirrored in the girl's eyes. The girl then turned to the equally handsome Maito Kai, and a blush unexpectedly tinted her tear-streaked face. "Big sister, my name is Hulina." Indeed, the person before them was none other than Hulina, who would later become the disciple of the Pope. However, at this moment, she was merely 4 years old, residing in the orphanage of the Spirit Hall, and had yet to awaken her martial spirit, thus failing to catch the attention of Bibi Dong. "Hulina," Qian Renxue repeated the name, running a finger across her crimson lips before producing a handkerchief to wipe away Hulina's tears. "Little sister, my name is Qian Renxue, and this big brother here is Maito Kai." Qian Renxue exclaimed with excitement as she introduced herself to Hulina. If all went as expected, it seemed she might gain another friend. "Hello, Brother Kai." Hulina shyly averted her gaze, speaking in a charming manner. In response to the petite girl, who barely reached his waist, Maito Kai also displayed his goodwill. As if struck by a thought, Hulina pointed towards the individual struggling to climb the tree, saying, "That is my brother, Xiaoyu. Perhaps it is the telepathic bond shared between siblings." As Hulina pointed towards Xiaoyu, the latter, who was climbing a tree, turned his head in response. Upon seeing two individuals approaching his sister, Xiaoyu tumbled from the tree, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. He scrambled to Hulina's side, spreading his arms to shield her from harm. "Who are you? Why do you approach my sister?" Maito Kai perceived an unusual resilience emanating from the youth before him. Xiaoyu, as he was named, possessed an indomitable will that belied his tender years. "Hee. We merely wish to befriend Nana," Qian Renxue responded cheerily, seemingly carefree, as if she could forever remain a child in Maito Kai's presence. Xiaoyu, still guarding his sister, glanced at Hulina and saw the innocence in her eyes, along with her yearning for companionship. Ultimately, he relented. "Hee, hello there, Nana. From now on, we shall be friends." As Hulina hesitated for a moment, she eventually extended her hand to meet the small one offered by Qian Renxue. The instant their hands clasped, Maito Kai commenced his own actions. In the brief interlude of their conversation, he ascended to the treetop, solving the perplexing dilemma that had confounded the two young ones. Chapter 10. The trial of the Rakshasa god. The four did not return until nightfall. When the city of Wuhuan buzzed with even more vigor than during the day, various vendors opened their stalls under the stars. Had he not traversed through time? Hulina mused that he might have indulged in the nightlife himself. Her bright eyes darted around, taking in the myriad of novel sights. Yet her pockets remained as empty as her expression was vibrant. Having grown up in the Wuhuan orphanage, neither had ever contemplated such matters. Beneath the facade of the bustling night, currents of intrigue flowed unseen. In a secret chamber within the hall of the Pope, Qian Renxue sat disheveled upon a chair, one hand pressed to his chest. Each violent cough was accompanied by a hint of internal disarray. "Damn the Houghton sect, damn Tang Hao," he muttered, wiping the blood from his lips while channeling his soul power to heal his wounds. The might of the angel martial spirit lay in its multifaceted hexagonal development. Whether in healing, defense, speed, support, or attack, the six-winged angel encompassed all attributes flawlessly. The chamber was expansive, occupying an area comparable to an entire martial spirit plaza. The chamber was exceedingly small, containing only a grand bed and a solitary chair. This very room was where he had once sullied Bibi Dong. As Qian Douluo's mind began to drift into emptiness, Bibi Dong, with her alluring and graceful form, approached with a languid elegance. At that moment, Bibi Dong appeared both enchanting and perilous. Her eyes, a blend of mirth and menace, fixated intently on the nearly lifeless Qian Renxue. He too had noticed her arrival, yet he was overwhelmed by weakness. Even maintaining his martial spirit was proving to be a formidable struggle. "Donger, what brings you here?" He coughed. No matter how Qian Renxue attempted to mask his frailty, the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth was unmistakably evident to Bibi Dong. "Teacher, you have truly kept me waiting," she remarked, her gaze icy, radiating a feral, bloodthirsty, and vengeful aura. Outside the door, Qian Douluo stood vigil. He had received word of his son's grievous injuries upon his return, but regrettably, Bibi Dong had outpaced him. Her eyes, now filled with insatiable greed, resembled those of a predator in the jungle, having found its long-sought prey. "Teacher, I stand but a step away from becoming a tile.To, and I require your aid to take that final leap." Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed as her soul power surged forth in an instant. From her lithe silhouette emerged 8 grotesque spider legs, which then lunged mercilessly towards the feeble Qian Renxue. Ah, ah. As the spider legs lifted him, Qian Renxue could distinctly feel his soul power being siphoned away, along with the essence of his very life. Bibi Dong, you, level 95, level 92, level 85. As he felt his realm plummet within him, Qian Renxue, pale and desperate, gazed at the woman before him who harbored such animosity towards him. As a bird nears death, its song grows sorrowful. As a person approaches their end, their words turn gentle, aware that he would not survive the night. He spoke softly to Bibi Dong before finally sealing his lips. Do not blame Xiaxue, she is innocent. With those final words, he was drained to the point of becoming a mere husk. Outside, Qian Dalu clenched his fists tightly, yet he remained rooted, unable to take the step to intervene against Bibi Dong. It was only after sensing his son's life had completely extinguished that he waved his sleeve and departed. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong laughed maniacally in the secret chamber, reveling in a sensation that only one who has personally avenged their grievances can truly understand. The soul power within her surged relentlessly, surpassing the limits of her title, while a potent reservoir of soul energy remained sealed within her at this moment. Having slain the one who tarnished her, the resentment she had harbored for years erupted forth in a cathartic release. The chamber was enveloped in a tumultuous black mist, a testament to the overwhelming intensity of her wrath. As Bibi Dong remained lost in her own world, a voice, ethereal and alluring, pierced the air. Who? The sound jolted her back to reality, compelling her to extend her perception throughout the chamber, yet she could not discern the source. Who? Perhaps? But I prefer to be addressed as a deity. With these words, the black mist swirled ominously, and from its depths emerged a figure, grotesque and menacing, wielding a blood-red scythe. The oppressive aura emanating from this being quelled any thought of resistance within Bibi Dong, far more terrifying than her previous encounter with Qian Dalu. Bibi Dong, is it? I am the Rakshasa god, one of the 12 principal deities of the divine realm. The misty form of the Rakshasa god encircled her, tantalizing her senses with each subtle movement. Your beloved teacher defiled you, banished your cherished one. Do you not harbor hatred? The seductive tone of the Rakshasa god echoed relentlessly, penetrating her ears despite her attempts to block them out. Do you not yearn to obliterate the foundation of that loathsome angelic race? Do you not desire the power to dominate the entire Douluo Continent? As the Rakshasa god spoke, images of her defilement were forcibly replayed in Bibi Dong's mind. That day, the imposing figure of Qian Renxue crumbled in her heart. The pillar of her spirit was utterly shattered. The Bibi Dong who once held beautiful fantasies about everything had perished in that moment. Accept the trials of the Rakshasa god, and you shall become a revered deity throughout the Douluo Continent. Ha 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 ha. On the following day, news that would astonish the entire continent spread with an alarming swiftness. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, had fallen at the hands of Tang Hao. The Pope's demise stirred various factions to ponder their own ambitions. Within the worship hall, the Grand Priest remarked, Little G, after all, is a tile.To of level 95. How could Tang Hao, a mere tile.To of level 92, possibly slay him? Qian Renxue has practically grown up before our eyes. Though his character may be somewhat flawed, his strength remains formidable. Accompanying him are 2 tile.To's, known as the Chrysanthemum Ghosts, along with several soul sages and soul Douluos. This formidable assembly possesses the power to obliterate a small nation. How could a mere level 92 tile.To possibly slay the Pope? The death of Qian Renxue struck the Spirit Hall like a devastating blow. Only Qian Dalu and the Golden Crocodile Douluo were privy to this truth. Chapter 11. The warning of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This enmity with the Spirit Hall must be avenged. Yet before that, a successor to the Pope must be chosen immediately. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day, and the Spirit Hall cannot be without a Pope for even a moment. Despite the profound hatred towards the Houghton sect, the selection of the next Pope must take precedence. As the crowd fell into a profound silence, it was ultimately Qian Dalu who broke the stillness. Bibi Dong, possessing twin martial souls, had already surpassed the realm of a tile.To. She merely required one more soul ring to achieve the title. She would be the new Pope. Upon uttering these words, Qian Dalu appeared to age several years in an instant. The loss of a son overnight stirred waves in the heart of a man who had long since relinquished desires. The Spirit Hall, during this generation, was irrevocably divided into 2 factions. The following morning, news of the impending coronation of the new Pope spread swiftly across the continent. Bibi Dong, who had not slept a wink, sat before her vanity, meticulously preparing herself. A maid arrived to apply an exquisite makeup and adorn her in the ceremonial robes of the new pope. At that moment on the angel's sacred mountain, Maito Kai cradled the unconscious Qian Renxue in his arms. Last night, Qian Daolia's conversation with the other elders had been heard word for word by Qian Renxue. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had crumbled around her. Her father had been killed by the Haotian sect. Her mother did not care for her. And now her beloved father was gone. At that moment, Qian Renxue felt utterly forsaken by the world. With no one to confide in, she sought out Maito Kai, who was training on the sacred mountain. That night, Qian Renxue wept inconsolably, and Maito Kai held her close, accompanying her through what was destined to be a sleepless night. During the coronation ceremony, Bibi Dong stood devoutly at the base of the altar, clad in a silver-hued papal gown. Various factions extended their congratulations, lamenting the demise of the previous pope. Is it true that the former pope fell at the hands of Tang Hao? In the crowd, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features addressed a middle-aged man beside him, whose face was as handsome as a jade crown. This man was the sword Douluo Continent, one of the two pillars of the seven treasures glazed tile school, revered as the continent's foremost attacking Douluo. Ning Fengji gripped his silver cane, leaning closer to Chun Exine and speaking in a hushed tone, regardless of whether the pope perished at Tang Hao's hands. Once this news is released, it shall become the truth. Behold, the landscape of the mainland is poised for transformation, under the watchful eyes of various factions. Bibi Dong gracefully ascends from the shadows to the forefront. As the Grand Priestess and Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu personally adorns Bibi Dong with a 9-tiered purple gold crown, emblematic of the Pope, along with the Pope's scepter, a symbol of supreme authority. This succinct coronation ceremony concludes amidst the jubilant cheers of the citizens of Spirit City. Upon the ceremony's completion, Bibi Dong takes her seat upon the papal throne, gazing down imperiously at the bishops below. The audacity of the Haotian sect is intolerable. Tang Hao has slain the previous pope, and as the disciple of the former pope, I am profoundly pained by this grievance. Therefore, the Spirit Hall must demand accountability from the Haotian sect, Bibi Dong declares, her expression dark and menacing, the aura of authority enveloping her. Observing the bishops below, who dare not utter a word, her gaze ultimately shifts to the side, to the ghost Douluo. Elder Ghost. Bibi Dong speaks, her lips parting delicately as she crosses her elegant legs. Summoned unexpectedly, the ghost Douluo kneels before her without hesitation. Your subordinate is here, he responds, recognizing the unspoken understanding, alleviating her need for further words. Thus, the mission to confront the Haotian sect shall be entrusted entirely to Elder Ghost. Overwhelmed by the gravity of this significant task, the ghost Douluo feels both honored and astonished. Your subordinate shall not fail the Pope's expectations. Following the conclusion of the morning assembly, as all within the papal hall disperse, an uninvited guest forcefully kicks open the door and strides in. Bibi Dong. The intruder is none other than the golden crocodile Douluo. Despite her inner displeasure at his discourteousness, Bibi Dong suppresses all negative emotions in this moment. Power reigns supreme, especially as she is yet to attain her 9th spirit ring. In the face of the golden crocodile Douluo, Bibi Dong finds herself compelled to lower her stance. Second Priestess. The papal hall has its own established protocols. Without a moment's thought, the golden crocodile Douluo points a warning finger at Bibi Dong. Do not presume that I am unaware of your actions, Bibi Dong. Remember, we have the power to elevate you to this papal position, and we can equally unseat you from it. Do not forget, the Hall of Offerings possesses the authority to dismiss the Pope. Moreover, you have no right to command the title Douluos from the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo snorts coldly and turns to leave. Bang! The grand doors of the papal hall have sealed shut. At this moment, Bibi Dong has never felt such humiliation, having ascended to the coveted position of Pope, yet being ensnared by even greater shackles. Ultimately, it all stems from her lack of power. Within the Spirit Hall, she finds herself devoid of foundation. If she does not swiftly elevate her strength, she risks becoming nothing more than a puppet pope. Chapter 12. Little Shui becomes the jest time flies. And 6 years have swiftly passed. System. Organizing panel. Ding. Panel organization successful. Host. Maito Kai, martial soul. None. Soul power. None. Speed. 4,300. Reaction. 4,300. Strength. 4,500. Life. 650,650. Physique rating. 5 points. Currently able to unlock the door of death. During these 6 years, Maito Kai has made remarkable progress. He has reached a bottleneck with his 8 gates of Duanjia, and he is capable of enduring the physical strain of opening the door of death. In the bathroom, Maito Kai relishes a rare moment of tranquility while soaking in the pool. Outside the bathroom, Qian Renxue persistently knocks on the door, inquiring whether he has finished. Maito Kai felt a sense of helplessness, wishing he could submerge himself entirely in the water. Where, it seems I have only bathed for less than half a stick of incense. He called out towards the door. Ever since Qian Chuan's untimely demise 6 years ago, Qian Renxue had completely opened her heart to Maito Kai, marking a significant transformation in their relationship. The deepening bond between them brought both joy and sorrow. The joy was theirs, while the sorrow belonged to Qian Douluo. It seemed his dear granddaughter had truly been captivated by the other. At times, they even slept together, and although nothing untoward transpired, this alone left Qian Douluo feeling somewhat disgruntled. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Kai, hurry up, grandfather is calling us. After uttering this, silence descended like a shroud. Maito Kai had half of his face submerged in water, and despite the occasional teasing from Qian Douluo, he felt compelled to abide by the rules of others' domains. Nevertheless, one could argue that he had become quite affluent in his own right. In the Douluo Continent, one reaches adulthood at the tender age of 12. Now, at 14, Maito Kai sported a short haircut and possessed the prowess to easily subdue a soul Douluo. His formidable physical strength was such that even a peak soul emperor would struggle to breach his defenses, even when he stood motionless. Observing the iron-like musculature of his physique and the burdensome weights beside him that would indent the ground, he donned his clothes and reluctantly pushed open the bathroom door. The moment he opened the door, he was met with the unexpected presence of a beauty with an angelic visage in his arms. Where, we are not children anymore, Maito Kai remarked with a hint of resignation. At these words, Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly, her delicate hands resting on Maito Kai's waist. Why is it that you refuse to even hold me now? Boyfriend, she nearly spat the last word through gritted teeth. This utterance sent a chill through Maito Kai's very bones. Despite having honed his physique to a formidable level, it was indeed true that the waist remained a man's most vulnerable area. However, there was an oddity that perplexed Maito Kai. Even a solid punch to his waist would inflict little harm, yet the mere pinch and twist of Qian Renxue's fingers could evoke excruciating pain that rendered him helpless. Teased by Qian Renxue, who was in the prime of her youth, Maito Kai felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon him. Ahem, when did I become your boyfriend? He stammered, attempting to deflect with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was clearly displeased, twisting away from his embrace. Oh dear, Brother Kai, you have already done that with me. And now you act as if you don't know me, she lamented, feigning tears at the corner of her eyes. Witnessing this charming display from the typically assertive Qian Renxue, who seldom showed such vulnerability, left Maito Kai momentarily taken aback. Don't slander me. What have I done to you? Maito Kai feigned a dramatic gesture of placing a hand over his heart, as if deeply wounded. Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she regarded the flustered young man before her, unable to suppress her smile. Ahem. Shall I enumerate the things Brother Kai has done to me? I never imagined you were a lover of young girls. Who was it that barged in while I was bathing 3 years ago? The mere mention of this incident sent Maito Kai into a flurry, akin to a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Stop talking about that, Maito Kai exclaimed in astonishment, in response to the torment he was experiencing at that moment. Qian Renxue energetically recounted Maito Kai's past indiscretions. Who was it that couldn't sleep at midnight and insisted I tell him a bedtime story? Qian Renxue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As the saying goes, misfortune often comes from one's own words. Following Qian Renxue's lead, Maito Kai completed her statement. I recall there was a time when someone claimed to be afraid of thunder and kept burrowing into my blankets. Maito Kai teased with a chuckle. This playful banter was a testament to the warmth of their relationship. You, Qian Renxue huffed, resembling an adorably inflated pufferfish. Observing the puffiness of her cheeks, Maito Kai reached out and poked her cheek with his finger. The result was instantaneous. Her inflated cheeks deflated like a punctured balloon. Aha, they both laughed heartily. Qian Renxue took Maito Kai's calloused hand in her own, noting the contrast between her smooth fingers and the calluses adorning his hands, which were far from aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, recalling something, Qian Renxue's expression turned serious as she glanced at Maito Kai. That little fox, Nana, has tea stolen your soul, has she? Perhaps due to the companionship Maito Kai had provided since childhood, Qian Renxue, while still yearning for her mother's approval, was not as obsessively fixated as in the original narrative. Consequently, she harbored no significant animosity towards Hulaina. Upon mentioning Hulaina, Maito Kai was reminded of the little girl who had awakened her innate spirit power 2 years ago, chosen by Bibi Dong as her personal disciple. Her status had swiftly transformed from that of an orphan to the contemporary saintess of the Spirit Hall, a leap facilitated by her remarkable talent. However, the thought of her often gazing at him with predatory eyes sent a chill down his spine. As the saying goes, one cannot share a bed with two different kinds of people. Qian Renxue, who often shared the bed with Maito Kai, quickly deduced his underlying thoughts. Yet, this was acceptable. Grandpa had mentioned that before the completion of the Spirit Hall's Millennium Plan, she must remain unblemished. Over the years, the bond formed between Maito Kai and Qian Renxue had allowed him to penetrate the depths of her heart. If she were to marry someone who could only gaze at her without touching, surely he would harbor some grievances. With this contemplation, the notion of that little fox enticing brother Kai didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Let us go. Grandpa is waiting for us in the hall. Chapter 13. Maito Kai confronts the Pope within the Angel Temple. The Grand Priest Qian Douluo was currently turned away from them. Grandpa. Qian Renxue's voice instantly brought a smile to Qian Douluo's face, but upon noticing their intertwined hands, his good mood vanished in an instant. Clearing his throat, Qian Douluo attempted to draw their attention with a cough, but as fate would have it, his efforts were in vain. Maito Kai and Qian Renxue appeared oblivious to the situation. What is it, grandfather? Why are you coughing? Are you unwell? Qian Renxue inquired of the incessantly coughing Qian Douluo. Her sharp remark nearly caused Qian Douluo to choke on his own blood, intensifying his animosity towards Maito Kai. However, the latter remained unfazed. Once he reached the 7th gate, opening the shock gate, his combat prowess would surpass even Qian Douluo's. Turning around, Qian Douluo clapped his hands heavily on Maito Kai's shoulders. The force caused a chill to run down Maito Kai's spine. This old man truly held nothing back. A smirk played on Qian Douluo's lips as he spoke in a calm tone. Little Kai, although you lack a martial soul and soul power, your strength could rival an 86th level soul Douluo. He paused, and the brief silence almost provoked Maito Kai to retaliate with a kick. After a moment, Qian Douluo cleared his throat and continued. The other elders and I have unanimously decided to appoint you as the enforcement elder of the Spirit Hall. Boom. This declaration left both Maito Kai and Qian Renxue astounded. Grandfather, you jest, do you not? Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief. The position of enforcement elder has not been seen in the Spirit Hall for over 600 years. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. The enforcement elder operates independently and possesses the authority to mobilize all personnel from both the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall. His words ignited a fervor within Maito Kai. However, if memory serves, the enforcement elder should belong to the Papal Hall. Qian Renxue, initially absorbed by the powers of the enforcement elder, regained her composure and intellect. How could Qian Douluo be unaware that the enforcement elder belonged to the Papal Hall? His decision to appoint Maito Kai was, in fact, a strategic move to counterbalance Bibi Dong, whose influence and strength had been rapidly growing over the years. In merely 6 years, Bibi Dong has subtly begun to grasp the prevailing trends within the Hall of Pope, a development that Qian Douluo is reluctant to witness. Consequently, they are inclined to appoint Maito Kai as the Law Elder, akin to a sharp thorn deeply embedded within the Hall of Pope. The individuals present are astute. All aware of the rationale behind Maito Kai's appointment, Qian Renxue fell into silence, as she herself was uncertain about her feelings towards that woman. Nevertheless, she still yearned for the woman's acknowledgement. The stance of the worship hall seeks to utilize Maito Kai as a counterbalance to Bibi Dong's ascendancy, ensuring that when Qian Renxue eventually occupies that position, she can readily pull Bibi Dong down. After addressing the matter concerning Maito Kai, a flicker of guilt unexpectedly crossed Qian Douluo's eyes as he glanced at Qian Renxue twice, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, Qian Douluo found himself compelled to break the silence. The swift shift in his emotions even took Maito Kai by surprise. Moments ago, he had exuded a formidable aura capable of sweeping across the world. But now he appeared as an ordinary grandfather concerned for his granddaughter. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Grandfather? Qian Renxue inquired with confusion. She had never witnessed her grandfather in such a state of hesitation. Alas, it is best you meet Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo sighed, shaking his head as he clasped his hands behind his back. As the two emerged from the worship hall, Qian Renxue held tightly onto Maito Kai's hand, her slightly trembling form betraying her anxiety. Do you not wish to meet her? Maito Kai asked, embracing Qian Renxue in a comforting manner. Qian Renxue remained silent. If you do not wish to meet her, then do not go. No one in the Hall of Spirits can command you, he gently reassured, stroking her small head. After calming her restless heart in the face of her companion's comfort, Qian Renxue shook her head slightly. No, Brother Kai, I must meet that woman. This is a matter between her and me. Realizing he could not dissuade Qian Renxue, Maito Kai resolved to support her decision. Once you have met her, I shall take you to acquire your 6th spirit ring. As he caressed Qian Renxue's delicate cheek, he contemplated that she was merely a quasi-spirit emperor at present, thus prioritizing the acquisition of the 6th spirit ring. Within the hall of Pope, Bibi Dong, languidly reclining upon her throne, revealed her long, fair legs without reservation. Well, do you consent? She inquired. Mother, do you wish for me to infiltrate the Tiando Empire? After 6 years, Qian Renxue once again summoned the courage to address her as mother. Bibi Dong suppressed the revulsion swelling within her, rhythmically tapping her bony finger against the Pope's scepter. It is not my desire for you to go, but rather, the Hall of Spirits requires you. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, and she distanced herself from the matter entirely. Qian Renxue fell silent, uncertain of her own thoughts. For so many years, it was the first time the other party spoke to her in a tone that was not laden with disdain. In the Spirit Hall Square, Maito Kai gazed up at the Grand Pope's palace. Qian Renxue had not permitted him to accompany her, yet he felt a lingering apprehension that she might come to harm. Brother Kai. Just as Maito Kai was lost in contemplation, a delightful voice echoed from nearby. The newcomer had a striking mane of short golden-red hair, donned in the attire of the Spirit Hall, and possessed an alluring beauty. Hulaina approached Maito Kai with a lively jog, whether from shyness or fatigue. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Brother Kai, what brings you back to the Pope's palace today? Upon seeing Maito Kai, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah, it's Laina. My apologies, I was deep in thought, Maito Kai replied gently, ruffling the little fox's head. True to the original narrative, after awakening her martial soul, Hulaina was taken under Bibi Dong's wing as her cherished disciple. Although Bibi Dong had bestowed all her maternal affection upon Hulaina, the relationship between Qian Renxue and Hulaina remained amicable. Wherever Hulaina went, her companions were sure to follow. Not long after Hulaina's arrival, 2 figures trailed behind her, a strikingly handsome young man with silver hair and a man enveloped in flames. Upon seeing Maito Kai, Xiaoyu paused momentarily, placing a hand over his chest and lowering his head slightly. Brother Kai, he greeted politely. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Xiaoyu was ever so courteous. Just as Maito Kai was about to respond graciously, an inappropriate voice interrupted. You there, who are you? How dare you touch Laina? Yen, ablaze with fury, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. From the moment Hulaina awakened her martial soul, Yen had fallen deeply in love with her. Of course. After that, he began his pursuit. Unfortunately, after 4 years of unrequited affection, their relationship barely reached the status of ordinary friends. Were it not for Xiaoyu acting as a mediator, their rapport might have plummeted to frigid depths. Yen, Hulaina scolded sharply. She was displeased with Yen's confrontational behavior towards Maito Kai. Yen, our relationship hardly warrants you calling me Laina. At this moment, Hulaina's demeanor was as frigid as ice, casting a gaze at Yen that felt akin to a warning. Even Xiaoyu, who typically managed to soothe their tempers, remained indifferent in this instance. Yen's expression was as grim as if he had consumed a bitter fruit, his fiery eyes fixed intently on Maito Kai. Years ago, whispers circulated within the Spirit Hall about an individual devoid of a martial spirit and soul power, yet capable of standing before the Pope without bowing. This person was distinctly marked by the protective wristbands adorning their limbs. Presently, only 7 devotees and Bibi Dong were privy to Maito Kai's physical conditioning. Given that Qian Renxue was his childhood companion, it was no surprise she was aware of this. Yen often took Qian Renxue to play with Hulaina. Thus Maito Kai's physical conditioning became an unspoken secret between them. Xiaoyu had some understanding of the situation. Yet he believed that the path of physical cultivation would not lead far. These misunderstandings stemmed from Maito Kai's habitual concealment of his strength. Since surpassing a physical quality of 5, Yen had ceased all training regimens. The grueling physical conditioning under the Golden Crocodile Douluo, along with specialized combat training from other devotees, had all come to a halt. After being reprimanded by Hulaina, Yen's anger flared even more, igniting a desire to fight. Pointing at Maito Kai, who was shielded by Hulaina, Yen spat venomously. You dare to challenge me in a soul duel? Whoever loses shall never approach Laina again. Before Yen's words could fully settle, Hulaina's voice rang out once more. What is your relationship with me? On what grounds do you presume to dictate my actions? Yen dismissed her rebuke entirely. his finger still aimed at Maito Kai. If you are indeed a man, then do not cower behind a woman. Despite being scolded by this mere child of 9, Maito Kai maintained a gentle smile. I'm afraid, Laina is not someone to be wagered. This retort left Yin momentarily speechless, his face contorting further as his martial spirit surged. However, regarding your challenge, I accept. Maito Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since Qian Renxue expressed her desire to confront Bibi Dong alone, he had harbored a great deal of frustration. This was an opportune moment to vent that frustration. After exchanging glances, Xiaoyu and Hu Laina exited the arena, leaving this vast dueling ground of over 1,000 square meters to the two combatants. Brother, you should spend less time with Yin, Hu Laina suddenly remarked, leaving Xiaoyu momentarily taken aback. He and Yin shared a close friendship and were also rivals during their first year at the Spirit Academy. Yin was the only one capable of sparring with him. Meanwhile, within the dueling arena, Yin's flames blazed even more fiercely, and a monstrous figure of fire emerged behind him. Yin, Martial Spirit, Flame Lord. Level 20, Ring 1 Battle Soul Master. When Yin revealed his level, the observing Xiaoyu murmured below, just 2 days ago. He was only at level 19? Remarkably, he has ascended to level 20 in such a short span. This morning, upon awakening, Yin discovered that his soul power had indeed broken through. Overwhelmed with joy, he was eager to share this news with Hu Laina. However, just as he located her, he witnessed someone caressing the head of his goddess. Although he had already summoned his martial spirit, the other party remained utterly unfazed. This act was akin to dousing a raging fire with a bucket of gasoline. Hey, aren't you going to summon your martial spirit? Maito Kai stretched his limbs and declared, Martial soul? That worthless trinket is of no use to me. Upon hearing this, Yin was already able to ascertain the identity of his opponent. He was none other than the arrogant young man who, devoid of a martial soul and soul power, dared not kneel before the Pope. Apart from his somewhat appealing exterior, he was fundamentally flawed. With a resounding thud, Yin struck the ground with his fist, and a section of the once solid martial soul plaza transformed into a roiling sea of magma. First soul skill, Hellish Magma Surge. The molten rock, materialized from his soul power, clung to his arm. Let us use just half of my strength. As he prepared to unleash his assault, Yin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and in an instant, he lost consciousness, his body hurtling towards a distant pillar. He crashed heavily against the granite column, fracturing it upon impact. At that moment, Maito Kai stood where Yin had just been, still poised in a striking stance. It seemed that even half of his strength had been excessive. With one punch, he concluded the battle. Though it lacked satisfaction, he had vented all the frustration within him. In this regard, Yin proved to have some utility after all. With the duel over, Hu Laina and Xiaoyu leaped in from the stands. Hu Laina, resembling an infatuated admirer, clung to Maito Kai's side. Xiaoyu intended to check on Yan's current condition. After all, he was an assault-type soul master, endowed with a martial soul that significantly augmented his physical prowess. However, judging by the sheer force of that punch and the subsequent damage inflicted, it was likely that Yin would be bedridden for at least a month. With the battle concluded, the duel within the Pope's chamber also came to an end. I promise you, I shall infiltrate the Heaven-Do Empire. Qian Renxue exhaled deeply. This was the first time in her life that she had made a decision for her own sake. With a resounding crash, the grand doors of the Pope's chamber were forcefully kicked open. At this moment, Maito Kai's eyes seemed to blaze with fury, while Hu Laina stood beside him, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Did Brother Kai not say he would come to meet the Pope? Why did he kick open the grand doors? Bibi Dong, you have overstepped your bounds. Maito Kai was on the verge of exasperation. Could he not cultivate in peace? Why did he have to infiltrate that so-called Heaven-Do Empire? Not only was his training progress hindered, but should he fail, the youthful years spent undercover would be in vain. Moreover, the nobility in the Heaven-Do Empire was steeped in decay, with the royal family indifferent to the common folk, solely focused on their own interests and those of the aristocracy. To send Schweder undercover in such a perilous place, if her identity were to be exposed, it would spell danger for her life. How audacious! Bang! Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter struck the ground with a resounding thud, and the pressure of her title Douluo rank of 93 bore down upon them. Facing this oppressive force, capable of crushing high-ranking soul kings, Maito Kai's skin quickly turned crimson. Blood vessels bulging on his forehead, and a faint green steam began to rise from his body. With his extraordinary physical constitution, he braced against this lethal pressure. Shueisha belongs to the Hall of Offerings. Bibi Dong, you have no right to interfere with her life. Bibi Dong gritted her silver teeth. For due to the trials of the Rakshasa god, Her soul power was sealed by 30%. Even now, maintaining the pressure of rank 93 for an extended period would be unsustainable. This is the Pope's palace, not a place for you to run rampant. She sought to use her identity as Pope to dominate her opponent, but alas, Maito Kai was no longer merely a member of the Hall of Offerings. Bibidong. I am the Law Elder of the Spirit Hall, with the authority to intervene in all matters of the Pope's palace. Upon uttering this, even Bibidong could no longer maintain her composure. She stared in astonishment as he produced the insignia symbolizing his status as Law Elder. What a clever ploy, Qian, to choose a new Law Elder to suppress your own development. Having occupied the position of Pope for so many years, Bibidong was naturally well acquainted with the ranks of the Spirit Hall's elders. This Law Elder, who had not appeared for over 600 years, was precisely within her knowledge. The emergence of the Law Elder signified that the Enforcement Hall of the Spirit Hall was no longer leaderless. This overt maneuver left Bibidong with no recourse but to seethe with anger. Chapter 14. The Kiss of Qian Renxue. Bibidong. Do you truly wish to engage me in combat here? At this moment, Bibidong glared at Maito Kai with eyes ablaze, since that incident in the secret chamber. She had never felt such humiliation within the Pope's palace. A Law Elder, indeed, but have you forgotten that this is the Pope's palace? And I am still the reigning Pope of the Spirit Hall? Bibidong gritted her teeth and spoke with fervor. She sought to leverage her identity as the Pope to subdue Maito Kai. However, if Maito Kai could indeed be cowed by her title, then her years of existence would have been in vain. Bibidong, this is indeed your papal palace. Yet the enforcement hall I command across the continent is not to be trifled with. Should you continue to threaten Schwer, I shall not hesitate to incite chaos, even if it leads to my own downfall, to unseat you from that throne. At that moment, Bibidong's hand, which clutched the papal scepter, trembled slightly. She had never faced such open defiance. Within the papal palace, Maito Kai was the first to dare to humiliate her in such a manner. Maito Kai disregarded the system's notifications. Despite being in a formidable state, he knew that in a confrontation, he would undoubtedly fall short against Bibidong in the early stages. Huilina found herself in a quandary, caught between loyalty to her teacher and the potential heartbreak of her brother Kai. Torn between these conflicting loyalties, she sensed an escalating tension between the two, where even a spark could ignite their fragile relationship. Not only that, but the atmosphere hinted at a growing intensity. Let us put a stop to this, Qian Renxue declared. I promised her that I would go, and I shall. After a brief pause and a final glance at Bibidong, she resolutely averted her gaze. Moreover, I am not doing this solely for her, but for the Spirit Hall as well. Come, accompany me to hunt the 6th soul ring, and then we shall set off. With that, Qian Renxue turned and grasped Maito Kai's hand, leading him outside. As a delicate hand held his, Maito Kai did not resist. He silently exited the 8 gates of Douluo State and followed her. Ding! Exited 8 gates of Douluo State, health recovering. It was not until they reached the grand entrance of the Pope's Hall that Maito Kai came to a halt. Remember this. Bibidong, I do not care what you have endured in the past. Directing your hatred towards those around you is the mark of a coward. With a resounding bang, the door to the Pope's Hall was slammed shut behind him. Bibidong's gaze lingered on the spot where Maito Kai had stood, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her, all attributed to her insufficient strength. If only she could reach level 99 or ascend to a higher divine realm, she could obliterate all who doubted her. With a heavy sigh, Bibidong turned her attention to Huilina, who stood by, uncertain of her next move. Follow him, and allow him to assist you in acquiring your 2nd soul ring. Although surprised that her teacher was aware of her recent breakthrough to level 20, having only achieved it that very morning and not yet had the chance to inform her, Huilina could not refuse Bibidong's command. After respectfully bowing to her teacher, Huilina departed from the Pope's Hall. Her exit cast a profound silence over the chamber. In Bibidong's ears, the seductive voice of the Rakshasa god echoed relentlessly. Do you hate? Do you despise your own weakness? If you possess the power to surpass all, would they dare to challenge you? Once outside the Pope's Hall, Qian Renxue tenderly caressed Maito Kai's cheek. On the day they truly connected, Maito Kai had divulged the details of his martial arts training to Qian Renxue. Certainly, this also encompasses the fundamental reason for cultivating the 8 gates of Douluo to attain strength. By unshackling all limitations and exhausting one's body, one can acquire immense power. As she caressed Maito Kai's cheek, feeling the fervent warmth radiating from his face, Qian Renxue's eyes brimmed with compassion. I'm sorry, she began, but before she could finish her words, Maito Kai grasped the delicate hand that gently touched his face. No. Schwer, I have promised that as long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. His gaze was unwavering, conveying to Qian Renxue that he was resolute in fulfilling his vow. Even without a martial soul or soul power, his strength was sufficient to safeguard her. I know. I have always believed in your capability. Maito Kai is acutely aware that if his physical prowess reached a score of 6, he would have already engaged in combat with Bibi Dong at the Papal Hall. However, constrained by his limitations, Maito Kai possessed no absolute certainty of triumphing over Bibi Dong. The standoff earlier had been a gamble in his mind. He wagered that Bibi Dong would be mindful of her status and refrain from confrontation. Fortunately, the outcome favored him, as Bibi Dong opted for concession. Furthermore, even if a conflict had ensued, Bibi Dong would have had to pay a steep price for victory. After all, during their confrontation, his system had once again activated a choice. Ding, congratulations, host, on triggering a selection. 1. Continue to confront Bibi Dong, gaining a fleeting opportunity to enter the 7th gate. 2. Cease here, receiving a card for a 7 gates experience. Without hesitation, Maito Kai chose the first option, with the safety net of the 7th gate. Even if Douluo were to arrive, he would not dare to claim he could defeat him. Come, I shall guide you to acquire the 6th spirit ring. Qian Renxue nodded silently, allowing herself to be led outside the city. Wait. Just as they had taken a few steps, Juliana came sprinting after them. Hold on. It was not until she reached them, breathless and resting her hands on her knees, that she caught up. Qian Renxue found it peculiar. Logically, after being reprimanded by Maito Kai, Bibi Dong would most likely be in need of comfort. Otherwise, the forlorn Bibi Dong would be left to wallow in her solitude, weeping and lamenting. How pitiful indeed. Maito Kai gently touched his waist and retrieved a handkerchief adorned with a small fox from his storage soul guide. This delicate handkerchief was a gift from Juliana during the awakening of her martial spirit. As he handed it to her, Maito Kai adopted a tender tone, inquiring, "Why does my little fox appear so fatigued?" At his playful remark, Juliana blushed deeply. "Oh dear, Brother Kai, you mustn't call me little fox," she exclaimed, stamping her foot in feigned anger. In response to her seemingly pouting warning, Maito Kai affectionately tousled her hair. "Very well, my little fox, I shall never call you that again." Upon hearing this, Juliana's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Observing their playful banter, the earlier gloom that had enveloped the Pope's hall dissipated completely. Qian Renxue chuckled. "Nana, aren't you going to accompany your teacher?" After all, at this moment, Juliana promptly dismissed the troublesome man, returning the handkerchief embroidered with the small fox and stating, "I have reached level 20 now. The teacher said I should join you in hunting for soul rings." Qian Renxue was not surprised by Juliana's progress, for the spirit hall was never short of prodigies. While some may struggle their entire lives to reach level 20, there were those like herself, born with innate level 20 soul power, and Maito Kai, who, despite lacking soul power, consistently held his own. Moreover, there was Juliana, who had already attained level 20 at the tender age of 10. Turning back for a moment to gaze at the Pope's hall, Qian Renxue grasped both of their hands and urged, "Let us proceed. Since that woman is confident enough to allow you to accompany us, let Maito Kai assist you in finding your 2nd soul ring." Qian Renxue resolutely chose to place this opportunity in Maito Kai's hands, while Maito Kai's lips twitched slightly. "All right, Shuer. I just stood my ground against the Pope for you, and now you won't even call me brother?" Maito Kai sought to strike a blow against his opponent. Yet he could distinctly sense that Qian Renxue was not in a favorable mood at that moment. The facade of indifference and cheerfulness she displayed was nothing more than a mere pretense. The indifference exhibited by his mother mirrored the experiences he had endured in his previous life as a Kai. However, the current embodiment of himself now bore the name Maito Kai, and he would navigate this world under a new identity. In the Douluo forest, upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an air of gloom and dampness. Towering ancient trees obscure the sky, making it impossible to glimpse the heavens above. Renowned as the foremost soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, the Douluo forest is known to harbor 2 soul beasts of 100,000 years in age. "Nana, have you decided which soul beast you desire for your 2nd soul ring?" This marked the first occasion Maito Kai had accompanied Juliana to procure a soul ring. While Qian Renxue had previously assisted in acquiring her 5th soul ring, it had been a 30,000-year-old holy winged beetle, a soul beast with formidable defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, even a soul beast proficient in defense could not withstand a single punch from Maito Kai in his dormant state. Juliana pondered, recalling the types of soul beasts her instructors had discussed at the Martial Soul Academy. Her martial soul leaned towards charm and control. Thus, her selection of a soul beast would align more closely with the spiritual category. "Brother Kai, I only need a spiritual soul beast close to 700 years in age. As for myself, I would prefer a 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse. Finding a 700-year-old spiritual soul beast should not pose much difficulty. Yet the quest for Qian Renxue's 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse presented a greater challenge. According to the records in the Martial Soul Hall's library, the heavenly spirit sacred horse possessed attributes of divine light and flame, and its multifaceted elemental properties indicated its formidable nature. Notification. Selection triggered. 1. Assist Qian Renxue in locating the heavenly spirit sacred horse. Reward. 10 attribute points. 2. Persuade Qian Renxue to choose another soul beast. Reward. 10 attribute points. Resolutely. Maito Kai chose option 1. Although the heavenly spirit sacred horse was elusive, its habitat was relatively easy to identify. Moreover, the myriad elemental attributes made the species particularly attractive to a lurking dark demon evil god tiger. Thus, the trio spent an entire afternoon searching the Douluo forest. Yet they encountered naught but disappointment. The pursuit of a suitable soul beast was inherently challenging, yet the three remained undeterred. Maito Kai retrieved 2 tents from the storage soul guide at his waist. As he gazed at the unopened tents in his hands, a hint of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to scratch his head. I apologize, Nana. I had considered that you would also require a soul ring. I only brought 2 tents. However, I shall take the night watch tonight. You both should rest well, for should we encounter a soul beast tomorrow, it is imperative that you conserve your strength. The 2 women settled around the campfire, where several soft-boned rabbits, captured earlier, were skewered on a wooden rack. In the Douluo forest, savoring roasted rabbit was indeed a luxury. Among the team's hunting soul beasts, few could match their carefree demeanor. After satisfying their hunger, the trio exchanged pleasantries before the 2 women retreated into their respective tents. This left Maito Kai alone by the fire, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon his face. Gradually, he found a rare moment of tranquility. After half an hour, a steady rhythm of breathing echoed from Hulaina's tent, indicating that she had succumbed to slumber. Just as Maito Kai rose, intending to embark on a rigorous physical training session, he noticed Qian Renxue emerging from her tent. Observing her approach, he deemed it inappropriate to continue his training. Is something the matter? Unable to sleep? He inquired. As Qian Renxue drew nearer, she closed the distance until her warm body pressed against him. Kai, hold me tightly, she murmured, burying her small head into Maito Kai's sturdy chest, where she could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Slowly, he lifted his arms, encircling her waist and enveloping her in his embrace. Thank you for standing up for me today, she whispered. Maito Kai pressed his cheek against Qian Renxue's forehead, interrupting her before she could finish speaking. He shook his head and declared, we have grown up together since childhood. And even old Qian has never spoken to you in such a manner. While I am unaware of the events that transpired between you and the Pope, I am certain that if you find yourselves on opposing sides in the future, I will unwaveringly stand behind you. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes quickly brimming with tears. In their youth, Maito Kai had vowed never to allow Qian Renxue to shed a single tear. Thus, witnessing her tear-filled gaze, he instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears. However, before he could act, Qian Renxue, having finally summoned her courage, suddenly lifted her head and rose onto her tiptoes. Maito Kai's pupils suddenly widened as he savored the cool and sweet sensation between his lips, momentarily plunging his mind into a state of brief stupor. Chapter 15. The Second Soul Ring, the Relationship of the Two. As he felt the warmth emanating from their kiss and the delightful aura surrounding Qian Renxue, Maito Kai found himself utterly captivated. His hands instinctively rose, gradually encircling Qian Renxue's waist. The two lost themselves in each other's embrace, as if, at that moment, they could set aside all else. However, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the emergence of pairs of eerie green eyes in the Douluo forest, accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves that ignited the nocturnal atmosphere. The cacophony of howls broke the spell that had enveloped the two. A delightful moment interrupted. Qian Renxue now resembled an agitated cat, her delicate hands swiftly brandishing a shimmering golden sword. Her gaze was filled with murderous intent, fixated on the wolves that approached. Perceiving them as prey, noticing Qian Renxue's furious demeanor, Maito Kai gently brushed his lips, relishing the lingering warmth, while his other hand pressed down on her tightly clenched fist. All right, Shuer. Do not be angry. If I am not mistaken, these wolves should belong to the lineage of the Moonlight Wolf King. The Moonlight Wolf King, a formidable spiritual type soul beast, had been documented in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the name of the Moonlight Wolf King, Qian Renxue's furrowed brow began to relax. Considering this is Fernanda's required soul ring, I shall overlook this incident. She sheathed her sword and plopped down beside the fire, casually picking up a prepared soft-boned rabbit to roast on a wooden rack. Observing Qian Renxue's nonchalant demeanor, Maito Kai chuckled softly and turned to rouse Hulaina. Little fox, awaken. For the soul ring has arrived. The voice of Maito Kai resonated loudly, penetrating the tent and abruptly awakening the slumbering Hulaina. Startled, she sat up, her mind still clouded with sleep, clearly bewildered as she exclaimed, Who dares to roast a fox? Outside, Maito Kai had already drawn 2 nunchaku from his waist, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he calculated the number of wolves present. There were a total of 12. It appeared that this pack did not include the legendary Wolf King of 10,000 years. In the Qian Wolf King lineage, only those who have lived for over 10 millennia can be honored with the title of Wolf King, while those of a millennium are merely referred to as Qian Wolves. Should a Qian Wolf King reach the 10,000-year mark, they would rightfully be regarded as the sovereign of the Qian Wolf lineage, akin to the Blue-Silver Emperor, thus being dubbed the Qian Wolf Emperor. Maito Kai swiftly brandished his dual sabers, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound that echoed around him. Inside the tent, Hulaina had just awakened, her mind still in a haze as she peeked out, revealing her adorable little head. Sister Schwer, what has happened? She inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she turned towards Qian Renxue, who was seated beside the fire. Observing Hulaina's drowsy demeanor, Qian Renxue pointed to Maito Kai, who was already engaged in battle with a pack of wolves in the jungle, holding a perfectly roasted soft-boned rabbit. Your soul ring has arrived. The mention of the soul ring instantly invigorated Hulaina, who quickly leaned closer to Qian Renxue, her tone filled with excitement. The soul ring has arrived? Am I dreaming? Or has several days passed? It was not surprising that Hulaina would think this way. When she had hunted her first soul ring, it had been under the direct guidance of the Pope. Despite the presence of the formidable Bibidong and 2 titled Douluos assisting her, it had still taken 3 days to locate her first soul ring. Now, witnessing a soul ring appear in less than a day, Hulaina could hardly contain her astonishment. Wait, is it really all right for Brother Lu Kai to face the soul beast alone? After her initial excitement, concern for Maito Kai crept in. Qian Renxue shrugged, tossing a few more logs into the dwindling fire. No need to worry. Even an 85th level soul Douluo is no match for his strength. A pack of wolves that lacks even a 10,000-year wolf king poses no threat to him. At that moment, within the depths of the jungle, Maito Kai wielded his nunchaku with precision, striking the approaching soul beast with a force capable of vanquishing a soul sage. The blow landed squarely upon the 10-year-old Qian wolf, causing its head to explode in a gruesome display, crimson blood mingling with white brain matter, splattering in all directions. Of the 12 wolves, merely a moment's time passed before only 3 remained. Among these, one was approximately 400 years old, another around 700, and their king, a mere 1,800 years of age. Even combined, this pack could not withstand Maito Kai's might. Thus, he skillfully chose to spare the 3 older Qian wolves, a task that proved quite challenging for him. Not only did he need to temper his strength, but he also had to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. The 3 wolves bared their teeth at Maito Kai, undeterred by the loss of their king refusing to retreat an inch. A Qian wolf of 10,000 years might pique Maito Kai's interest, yet at just 1,800 years, even his usual training punches could easily shatter it. After effortlessly hurling the 400-year-old wolf aside, Maito Kai had already pinned the 700-year-old wolf to the ground. He then disregarded the Wolf King, turning instead towards the direction of the fire pit. The Qian wolf whimpered, "Mommy, I encountered a monster. I bit him and broke my teeth. Woe is me." Upon returning to the campsite, Maito Kai noticed 2 individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation. Discarding the soul beast to the side, he approached Qian Renxue without hesitation, snatching the tender rabbit she had presented to her lips. A stolen morsel is always delightful. Qian Renxue shot him a beautiful glare, then shifted her gaze to the struggling Qian wolf, which, despite being on the brink of death from Maito Kai's terrifying strength, held its head high in pride, refusing to yield. Hulaina leaned closer to the soul beast, prodding it with a stick. Instantly, the Qian wolf glared fiercely at her. "Brother Kai, is this truly my soul beast?" Maito Kai nodded, fully convinced. "Indeed, a little over 700 years, it is the most fitting choice for your second soul ring." Observing Maito Kai with his mouth smeared with food, Qian Renxue unhesitatingly produced her handkerchief to assist him in cleaning up. "Honestly, you still say I resemble a child," she teased affectionately. With Maito Kai's confirmation, Huaina began to prepare for the absorption of the soul ring. Drawing a sharp dagger from her waist, she unflinchingly pierced it into the neck of the Qian wolf. Sitting cross-legged beside the creature, she concentrated her soul power, gently touching the wolf's forehead. Instantly, the Qian wolf's body began to emit a soft radiance, and the soul ring gradually materialized, slowly drifting toward Huaina's form. At this moment, Qian Renxue also set aside her belongings, rising to her feet. With a gentle hand gesture, a wave of soothing soul power emanated from her, enveloping both Huaina and the Qian wolf within its protective embrace. She closed her eyes slightly, seemingly safeguarding Huaina, ensuring that she would not encounter any disturbances during the process of absorbing the soul ring. Had there been a trace of soul power within Maito Kai, the responsibility of protection would not have fallen upon Qian Renxue. Maito Kai stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently upon Huaina, fearful of even the slightest mishap during her soul ring absorption. Though he remained silent, the tension within him was palpable. He understood that a failure in this endeavor would not only severely impact Huaina's innate talent, but could also leave lasting scars that might hinder her future cultivation. After a prolonged moment, Huaina's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, revealing a peculiar glimmer, as if stars were twinkling within them. She sensed a surge of soul power coursing through her body, a formidable force emanating from the depths of her being. This was the sign that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring. Unable to contain her elation, she rose to her feet, and for a fleeting instant, all weariness seemed to vanish. Turning to Maito Kai, her eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy. "Brother Kai," without hesitation, she leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly, as if wishing to convey all her delight and appreciation to him. Maito Kai paused momentarily, then extended his arm to gently embrace Huaina, a tender and indulgent smile gracing his face. Qian Renxue silently observed this scene, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. She slightly puffed her cheeks, resembling a little hamster with its mouth full of nuts, and a fleeting hint of melancholy flickered in her bright eyes. The intimacy she had just shared with Maito Kai lingered on her lips, the delicate sensation igniting a warm current in her heart. Yet at this moment, as Maito Kai held Huaina, the warmth and affection he bestowed upon her stirred a pang of sorrow within Qian Renxue. Being particularly sensitive to emotions, she could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment at the sight of their embrace, even though she recognized it as a trivial matter. She gently bit her lower lip, attempting to mask her feelings. However, that bittersweet sensation unfurled within her heart like creeping vines. Unconsciously, she took a few steps closer, yearning to utter something, yet unsure of where to begin. Ultimately, she found herself standing at a distance, silently watching the two entwined figures, her heart awash with complex emotions. Sensing Qian Renshue's subtle yet intricate gaze, Maito Kai softly patted Huaina's back, signaling her to release her embrace. Though the little fox felt a pang of reluctance, she obediently let go, stepping aside with a satisfied and blissful smile adorning her face. Maito Kai turned gracefully, his gaze softening as it settled upon Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection, as if to convey, "Rest assured, my dear Schwer, no matter the circumstances, you shall always remain my most cherished one." Having perceived the depths of Maito Kai's eyes, the slight pang of sorrow that had lingered in Qian Renxue's heart dissipated in an instant, and she regarded the little fox with a tender and sweet smile. At this moment, Huaina had composed herself, responding with a smile, "Brother Kai, Sister Schwer. My second soul skill is the Eye of the Celestial Fox, which can forcibly stun enemies with lesser mental strength for 5 seconds. Of course, if they choose to succumb to the illusions, the duration of the stun will be even longer." Huaina playfully blinked her lively eyes as she spoke. Maito Kai stroked his chin, contemplating the formidable nature of her soul skill. Lacking both a martial soul and soul rings, he could not genuinely perceive its power. Moreover, while he was honing his physical prowess, he was simultaneously fortifying his mental fortitude, rendering Huaina's technique ineffective against him. Upon understanding the effects of Huaina's soul skill, Qian Renshue's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. She marveled inwardly. 5 seconds of dizziness. This is undoubtedly a pivotal factor in determining victory in battle. In confrontations among masters, every second is crucial, let alone 5. Nana, your soul skill is truly a game-changer. Qian Renshue's mind conjured a vivid image, once Huaina ascended to the rank of tile.To and faced an equally matched opponent with inferior mental strength. This soul skill could forcibly incapacitate them for 5 seconds. For a tile.To, 5 seconds could yield countless opportunities, ample time to unleash a barrage of soul skills after revealing their martial soul's true form. As night deepened, Both women began to feel the weight of drowsiness. After exchanging goodnights, Hulaina slipped into the tent to rest. The flames danced in the night, casting flickering shadows upon Maito Kai's resolute visage. He sat before the fire, his gaze profound and distant, lost in thoughts that seemed to transcend time and space. Qian Renxue lingered at the tent's entrance, hesitating before finally gathering her resolve. She gently bit her lip, a blush blooming across her cheeks like the dawn's first light. With careful, deliberate steps, she approached Maito Kai, each stride imbued with both determination and caution. "Kai, it's late, and the night air is cool. Would you like to come in and sleep?" Qian Renxue's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. She lifted her gaze to Maito Kai, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation and anxiety. The moonlight enveloped Qian Renxue, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty. In the stillness of the night, the moonbeams filtered through the tent's seams, illuminating two restless figures within. Inside the tent, silence reigned, broken only by their soft, rhythmic breaths. Qian Renxue lay on one side, her eyes partially open. Through the faint moonlight, she discerned Maito Kai's silhouette beside her. A stirring sensation compelled her to inch closer toward him, her movements cautious, fearful of awakening the slumbering Maito Kai. Simultaneously, Maito Kai sensed the subtle shift beside him. He opened his eyes slightly, gazing at Qian Renxue. In the moonlight, her face appeared soft and beautiful, warming his heart. He too gently shifted closer to her, unknowingly closing the distance between them. A little closer, just a bit closer, echoed in their minds. Chapter 16. Encounter with the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. A bit closer, they both thought. The two excited hearts raced intensely, until their warm bodies finally melded together. Though both parties were acutely aware that the other was not truly asleep, they maintained a silent understanding, refraining from exposing the pretense. As dawn broke, the two, having tidied themselves with minimal effort, stepped outside to behold Hulaina still peacefully slumbering within her tent. Maito Kai glanced around and called out, "Elder Ghost." No sooner had the words left his lips than tendrils of dark mist began to swirl through the forest, coalescing into an ethereal silhouette. "I have met the Enforcer Elder," Ghost Douluo respectfully acknowledged with a bow. Qian Renxue nodded slightly. The 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse required deeper exploration into the Star-Do forest, and it was evidently ill-advised to bring along Hulaina, who possessed only a level 22 prowess. "Elder Ghost, once Nana awakens, you may take her away directly. Shui and I must venture further into the new forest, and I fear for her safety if she accompanies us," Maito Kai remarked. Ghost Douluo nodded in understanding. The 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse, with its radiant holy attributes, posed a significant threat to his ghostly form. Should conflict arise, even he might struggle to provide timely assistance. "I understand. And you may rest assured, Enforcer Elder," he replied. Not far off, Hulaina remained ensconced in slumber, her breath soft and even, yet her visage betrayed a hint of unease. At that moment, a shadow glided quietly through the trees. It was the elder ghost of the spirit hall. With keen eyes and a form as swift as the wind, he approached Hulaina, gently lifting her into his arms. She stirred slightly in her dreams, but soon succumbed back into a deep sleep. With Hulaina in his grasp, the elder ghost vanished into the depths of the woods, leaving behind only a faint wispy trace of his spectral essence. He had to return to the Pope's Hall to report, and it was impractical to linger for Hulaina to awaken. At this juncture, Qian Renxue walked alongside Maito Kai, their strides light yet resolute. As if each step resonated with the melody of destiny, they refrained from flying. Although Maito Kai lacked soul power, his agility among the trees surpassed that of ordinary flying soul masters. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed such a serene moment in each other's company. And with the impending separation upon their return, their hearts were stirred with a bittersweet longing. Deep within the forest, ancient soul beasts sensed the formidable energy radiating from the duo, retreating into the shadows, peering at them with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Occasionally, a breeze would rustle through, causing the leaves to whisper, as if nature itself breathed in harmony with their laughter, weaving a tapestry of tranquility amidst the wild. Maito Kai turned his head to face Qian Renxue, bestowing upon her a warm smile, radiant like the sun, evoking an irresistible desire to draw nearer. Qian Renxue reciprocated with a smile, their gazes intertwining, as if countless unspoken words melted within that singular moment. In the shadows, two men clad in golden armor exchanged a glance, and simultaneously, smiles broke upon their faces. Could it be that the young master and the esteemed law elder have already The two were none other than the future protectors of Qian Renxue, the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the pair. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Star-Do forest, the atmosphere around them gradually grew solemn. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their canopies obscuring the sun, while shafts of light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The wind rustled through the foliage, as if nature itself whispered softly of untold tales. Maito Kai and Qian Renxue advanced side by side, their breaths becoming considerably more measured. Each step was taken with utmost caution, lest they disturb the sovereign of this realm. The air was thick with an enigmatic and perilous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from afar, causing the entire forest to tremble in response. Maito Kai and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, a flicker of solemnity passing through their eyes. They were acutely aware that the source of that roar must undoubtedly be a forest sovereign, such as the Titan Great Ape or the Azure Bull Python. Even if it were not, it would certainly be a soul beast of no less than 50,000 years. The deep, resonant breaths emanating from the creature, even from miles away, exerted an immense pressure upon them. It was not until they beheld a colossal, dark, demonic tiger, its entire body enveloped in a hue of purplish black, with immense wings extending from its back and a sinister godly hook at the tip of its tail, that the gravity of their situation truly dawned upon them. Maito Kai's pupils suddenly constricted. According to the records in the Spirit Hall Library, there exists but one dark demon, evil god tiger within the entire Star-Do forest. Darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing everything in its vicinity. Maito Kai clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure emanating from the dark demon god tiger, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of its power. Qian Renxue pressed closely against Maito Kai, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from him, which offered her a semblance of comfort amidst the enveloping darkness. The angelic domain quietly unfurled, yet its sacred attributes failed to illuminate the surrounding gloom. She gently grasped Maito Kai's hand, and in that moment, their unspoken understanding reached its zenith. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited in the shadows, resembling two flames ablaze, illuminating a small area ahead. The dark demon god tiger emerged slowly, each step accompanied by tremors in the ground, as though the entire forest quaked beneath its mighty presence. Its colossal form, draped in purple-black fur that shimmered with an eerie glow in the darkness, was accentuated by the enormous wings that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The sight of its elongated, gleaming fangs invoked a chilling dread. The appearance of the dark demon god tiger seemed to elevate the atmosphere of terror that pervaded the starry forest to an apex. Its thunderous roar resounded like the clash of thunder, instantaneously shattering Qian Renxue's angelic domain into fragments. Light and darkness intertwined at that moment, crafting a breathtaking tableau. The gaze of the dark demon god tiger fixed intently upon Maito Kai, its blood-red eyes glinting with a cruel and cunning light. It swung its massive demonic tail, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Maito Kai. As Maito Kai's figure shifted, he swiftly evaded, yet the malevolent dark demon tiger moved with even greater speed, nearly grazing him. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of space rippled. The dark demon tiger vanished from sight, leaving only an empty expanse. Qian Renxue gasped, "It's gone." She had sensed the spatial disturbance moments ago, a soul beast powerful enough to rend the very fabric of space, truly worthy of its title as the embodiment of ultimate darkness. Her angelic domain had been shredded upon clashing with its sinister domain. The dark demon tiger flickered like a specter in the shadows, instantaneously appearing behind Qian Renxue. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with greed and cunning. A chilling sensation enveloped her from behind, and before she could react, the sharp claws of the tiger sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at her back. In that critical moment, Maito Kai surged forth like a cheetah, emerald steam erupting from him, a testament to his activation of the 8 gates of Duanjia. He appeared behind Qian Renxue in a flash, moving at a speed that transcended sound, crossing his arms to firmly block the dark demon tiger's lethal strike. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the forest, as if the very earth trembled in response. The figure of Maito Kai swayed slightly under the impact, yet he stood unwavering like a rock. His gaze was resolute and cold, as if confronting an endless abyss, showing no signs of retreat. Shui soared into the air, engaging the powerful tiger that matched my strength in its ordinary state. Qian Renxue nodded, and the third purple soul ring flickered for an instant. The third soul skill, Angelic Sanctuary. Qian Renxue's body floated gracefully, as if lifted by an invisible force. With her eyes tightly shut and hands clasped together, golden radiance gathered in her palms, resembling a sun poised to erupt. With a hushed command, the golden light streaked through the darkness like a meteor, instantly illuminating the surrounding area. However, the darkness loomed like an endless abyss, consuming all light. Even as Qian Renxue's angelic sanctuary unfolded, it merely ignited a faint glimmer within the pitch-black forest. The crimson eyes of the dark demonic tiger appeared even more menacing amidst the golden glow, and it let out a thunderous roar before vanishing from sight. Maito Kai raced through the darkness, his nunchaku twirling like two silver dragons, each swing accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. He fixated on the faint traces of the dark demon tiger, each fluctuation in the air causing his heart to race. At last, in a fleeting moment, the silhouette of the dark demon tiger re-emerged. Without hesitation, Maito Kai surged forward, his nunchaku slicing through the air with a piercing wind, striking forcefully against the massive head of the tiger. Thud! The nunchaku connected with the dark demon tiger's skull, causing it to falter momentarily, retreating several steps. A flicker of wrath ignited in the tiger's eyes as it unleashed its enormous wings, summoning a tempest that intensified around it, weaving darkness and wild winds into a cataclysmic tableau. It let out a low growl, filled with fury and disdain, as if challenging the very sanctity of the world. Suddenly, it vanished in a flash, leaving behind only a distortion in the fabric of space. With a grave expression, Maito Kai understood the cunning and formidable nature of the soul beast before him, leaving no room for complacency. Gripping his dual-section staff tightly, he focused intently on the currents of air around him, striving to capture the scent of the dark demon evil god tiger. In that fleeting moment, the dark demon evil god tiger re-emerged, its form flickering like a phantom, and its crimson eyes glimmered with a cruel light. It swung its massive claws, creating a gale that tore through the air, charging straight towards Maito Kai. In a swift motion, Maito Kai evaded this lethal strike. Yet he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger, as if it threatened to rend the very fabric of space itself. Witnessing the relentless ferocity of the tiger's assault, a flicker of determination crossed Maito Kai's gaze. He inhaled sharply, his muscles coiling as if to concentrate every ounce of his strength into that singular moment. Just as the tiger's claw was about to make contact with his body, Maito Kai let out a sudden roar, his feet pounding the ground as he propelled himself towards the dark demon evil god tiger like a cannonball. His hands clasped firmly around the dual-section staff, which sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, tracing a fierce arc. With a thunderous crash, Maito Kai's staff collided violently with the tiger's claw, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, creating a vacuum in its wake. As the impact reverberated, the emerald steam enveloping Maito Kai intensified, and the veins on his forehead became even more pronounced. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, open. Maito Kai bellowed. 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. With a fierce shout, his figure launched forth like a projectile, cloaked in green steam and boundless might, unleashing a blow capable of obliterating a level 92 Douluo. At this moment, Qian Renxue, equally unyielding, gripped tightly her angelic holy sword, forged from her soul power, which radiated a blinding brilliance in the night sky. Under Qian Renxue's command, the holy sword rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal light blade several dozen meters long, its blade shimmering with golden divine radiance, as if it could purify all darkness in the world. With a leap, Qian Renxue surged forth, wielding the golden holy sword towards the dark demon evil god tiger, which was locked in a standoff with Maito Kai. The dark demon evil god tiger sensed this divine and formidable aura, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. It understood that if it did not escape swiftly, it could find itself ensnared in an inescapable abyss. Thus, it emitted a thunderous roar, its dark aura intensifying, coalescing into a swirling tempest of blackness that enveloped its form. Resolutely abandoning its entanglement with Maito Kai, the dark demon evil god tiger charged directly into the assault of Qian Renxue. The moment the radiant sword in Qian Renxue's grasp clashed with the dark demon evil god tiger, a dazzling interplay of golden light and the swirling darkness created a breathtaking spectacle. The tip of the sword collided with the beast's chest, producing a deafening roar, as if the very air around them was being torn asunder by this tremendous force. Qian Renxue felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing her figure to sway slightly in midair, while the sword in her hand began to fracture under the impact. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, while the black tempest grew ever more ferocious, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. The dark demon evil god tiger roared, its eyes glinting with a cruel light. Its colossal form twisted in the air, each roll summoning forth the surrounding darkness, conjuring storms of ebony. These storms collided with the fragments of Qian Renxue's shattering sword, unleashing even more intense waves of energy. Although the sacred light was particularly effective against the dark demon evil god tiger, the disparity in their strengths was evident. The 60,000-year-old beast possessed combat prowess that rivaled that of a level 96 tile.To. Should it be allowed to grow unchecked, reaching 100,000 years, it would likely surpass the threshold of even a level 98 opponent, rendering any confrontation beyond the realm of possibility. Maito Kai's fist resembled lightning amidst a tempest, tracing indistinct trajectories through the night. His speed had reached an astonishing pinnacle, each punch resonating with a thunderous roar that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of space. Spheres of fire coalesced in the air, propelled by the force of his strikes, streaking across the night sky like meteors, illuminating everything around them. Upon their collision with the dark demon god tiger, these fireballs erupted with a deafening blast, scattering flames and casting light across the entire area. The dark demon god tiger staggered under the relentless onslaught of the fireballs, its body marked by numerous charred wounds. Yet, a more ferocious gleam flickered in its eyes. As if ignited by rage, it unleashed a thunderous roar, its aura of darkness intensifying, swirling into black vortexes in an attempt to counter Kai's assault. Enveloped by a pair of colossal wings, it sought to shield itself from Kai's attack towards the peacock. Chapter 17. The arena of life and death, flames intertwined with shadows. As if the apocalypse had arrived, dense fireballs cascaded like falling stars, incessantly crashing against the formidable form of the dark demon god tiger. Each impact released a charred scent that permeated the air, as if the very atmosphere had ignited in the searing blaze. In this relentless inferno, the dark demon god tiger was finally provoked. It emitted a resounding howl that pierced through every leaf of the forest, echoing in every corner. With its claws anchored to the ground, its massive and robust body rose slowly, resembling a mountain, exuding even greater majesty in the firelight. Standing fully upright, it towered over 10 meters, akin to a monarch from the depths of hell. With each thunderous stomp of its forelimbs, the ground trembled, as if the earth could scarcely endure its might. Waves of force surged from beneath its feet, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, pushing both Maito Kai and Qian Renxue backward. A grave expression settled upon their faces, foreboding the arduous battle that lay ahead. Suddenly, Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable chill. Previously, she had danced gracefully through the air, deftly restraining the dark demon god tiger's movements. But in this moment, she hesitated mid-flight. Time seemed to freeze, and her pupils reflected the terrifying, blood-red eyes of the beast. Those eyes, reminiscent of an abyssal gaze, brimmed with boundless malice and malevolence. She felt ensnared by an invisible force that penetrated her very soul, rendering her immobile. The world around her appeared to dissolve, leaving only those burning crimson orbs, relentlessly magnifying within her mind. He felt his heart racing, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet she could not break free from the binding force that ensnared her. On the other side, a fierce battle erupted as well. A two-headed serpent agilely soared through the air, exhaling lethal toxic mist in an attempt to create an opportunity for the massive porcupine to strike. However, their adversary was no ordinary foe. It was a titan gorilla, shrouded in darkness and towering like a small mountain. The titan gorilla's skin resembled hardened rock, impervious even to the sharp quills of the porcupine Douluo. Its eyes gleamed with a savage light, and each roar reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The serpent's toxic mist seemed to lose its potency before it, dissipated by an unseen force. To prevent the titan gorilla from interfering with the young master and his battle against the dark evil god tiger, the two had no choice but to confront the titan gorilla with their combined strength of level 92. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo joined forces in an effort to restrain this raging beast. Yet, the titan gorilla's power far exceeded their expectations. Each strike of its fist unleashed a cataclysmic force, compelling them to retreat in haste. Their expressions grew grave, aware that they had encountered a formidable adversary. The titan had unexpectedly appeared here, initially to drive away the dark, evil god tiger, only to find itself facing the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The mere thought of the Spirit Hall brought back memories of the gentle ant who had once shown it kindness. A glimmer of vigilance flickered in Maito Kai's eyes as he astutely detected the subtle spatial fluctuations surrounding Qian Renxue. This disturbance resembled a vortex concealed beneath turbulent currents, gradually expanding in its insidious attempt to ensnare Qian Renxue within its grasp. He recalled the ancient tomes he had perused in the library of the Spirit Hall, which spoke of the sinister abilities of the dark demon evil god tiger, capable of drawing individuals into an arena for a life-and-death confrontation. The atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression, as Qian Renxue's form began to blur, as if being enveloped by an invisible force. A sense of urgency gripped Maito Kai's heart, for he was acutely aware that the dark demon god, who had commenced its assault. He swiftly harnessed his soul power, preparing to intervene before Qian Renxue was entirely drawn into the arena. The green vapor emanating from Maito Kai intensified as he moved, instantly appearing beside Qian Renxue. Not on my watch. In the fleeting moment before Qian Renxue was drawn into the arena of life and death, he pushed her away, taking her place and being pulled into the fray. Make felt as though the world around him had instantaneously warped, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. His vision enveloped by a chaotic haze of gray. In this peculiar realm, time seemed to lose its significance, and everything was ensnared in a state of suspension. He looked up to behold an abyss of endless darkness, where stars flickered in the gloom, yet failed to illuminate this bizarre arena. Beneath him lay a solid ground, yet it bore an uncanny softness, reminiscent of treading upon a sponge. The air was thick with an indescribable essence, both frigid and searing, rendering it almost suffocating. A profound sense of unease surged within Maito Kai as he recognized that he stood within the arena of the dark demon evil god tiger, a battleground that existed solely in the annals of legend, a site for life-and-death duels. Drawing in a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the tumult within his heart, yet an inexplicable chill coiled around his spirit like a serpent, rendering him unable to relax. Ultimately, Maito Kai was merely a 14-year-old boy, his mental fortitude still in its infancy. Had he encountered the dark demon evil god tiger 2 years hence, he would undoubtedly have faced it with a steadier mind, devoid of fear. The arena of life and death had commenced. At the moment the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the colossal form of the dark demon evil god tiger trembled violently, as if the very air around it had been rent asunder by its formidable presence. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson glow amidst the darkness, resembling 2 blazing flames, exuding an insatiable thirst for carnage. Its foreclaws, sharp and lethal, bore the strength to tear through all, lunging violently towards Maito Kai. The air was rent with a piercing sound of wind, as the claw's force sliced through the stillness of the space, like tangible blades. Maito Kai felt a powerful gust of wind rush towards him, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to seize, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. In the face of this lethal onslaught, Maito Kai summoned every ounce of his strength, his body radiating a faint green glow, a manifestation of the soul power within him. He swiftly attempted to evade this deadly strike, yet the speed of the dark demon tiger exceeded his wildest expectations, its enormous claws arriving before him in an instant. Maito Kai's form resembled a bolt of green lightning, deftly weaving through the frenzied onslaught of the dark demon god tiger. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, and the nunchaku in his hands danced with such precision that they seemed to conjure an invisible barrier. Just as the colossal claws of the dark demon god tiger were about to make contact with his body, Maito Kai executed a sudden backflip, narrowly evading the lethal strike. His figure traced an elegant arc through the air, landing gracefully on the ground. In that very instant of touching down, Maito Kai hesitated not for a moment. With his hands firmly grasping the nunchaku, he launched himself towards the dark demon god tiger like an arrow. His assault was fierce and rapid, each punch, kick, and swing of the nunchaku landing solidly upon the dark demon god tiger. Maito Kai's onslaught was as fierce and relentless as a tempest, his figure transforming into a verdant whirlwind within the arena, sharply contrasting with the imposing form of the dark demon tiger. The nunchaku in his grasp resembled 2 agile fire dragons, carving searing arcs through the air, each strike infused with cataclysmic force. The ground of the arena trembled violently under the impact of the nunchaku, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this might. Despite its colossal stature, the dark demon tiger found itself compelled to retreat repeatedly before Maito Kai's relentless assault, its eyes shimmering with a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. In that moment, Maito Kai appeared as a deity of war, his gaze resolute and icy, every movement imbued with unwavering determination. His nunchaku traced brilliant trajectories through the darkness, akin to the brightest meteors illuminating the oppressive arena. As time elapsed, Maito Kai finally recognized his own predicament. He had exited the 6th gate state, and now found it challenging to even maintain the 5th gate. While the dark demon tiger had undergone a more significant transformation, its form visibly diminishing since their initial encounter. Most notably, its wings, once extending over several meters, had begun to shrink alarmingly. Sensing the impending peril, the immense beast rapidly contorted in the space, swiftly creating a distance of several dozen meters between itself and Maito Kai. Its eyes glimmered with cunning as it began to gather a dark violet energy sphere in its maw. These energy spheres streaked through the void like meteors in the night sky, one after another, hurtling towards Maito Kai with devastating force. Maito Kai moved with a grace akin to that of a mountain monkey, effortlessly weaving through the relentless onslaught of energy orbs, gripping his nunchaku tightly. Each strike unleashed a whistling wind, igniting sparks as it sliced through the air. The dark purple energy spheres shattered under the fierce impact of his nunchaku, releasing a dazzling display of violet light and formidable shockwaves. As their bodies continued to shrink, in a mere half hour, Maito Kai had reverted to the age of 9. While the dark, demonic deity, having existed for 60,000 years, was now reduced to a mere 30,000 years of cultivation. Maito Kai moved with remarkable agility, resembling a flickering flame as he darted across the arena. Each swing of his nunchaku was accompanied by a blazing fiery effect, as if 2 dragons of fire were dancing in the air. These flames were not mere visual embellishments. They were the manifestation of the fierce collision between his soul power and life force, each strike imbued with astonishing destructive potential. Although he had yet to enter the 6th gate, the mere act of doing so would allow even a guy in his ordinary state to unleash the morning peacock. At this moment, despite having regressed to the age of 9, Guy's gaze was resolute, brimming with bravery and determination. He no longer feared the imposing figure and terrifying strength of the dark demon god tiger. Instead, he chose to confront it courageously. The dark demon god tiger, witnessing this, flickered with a hint of trepidation. It was taken aback that this seemingly frail youth could unleash such formidable power. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable foe, even with diminished prowess. It was not easily vanquished. In the arena, the duel between the two intensified, with fierce winds howling and dust swirling around them. Although Maito Kai possesses a diminutive stature, each swing of his nunchaku resonates with the might of 1,000 forces, tearing through the air with an ear-piercing whoosh. His gaze is steadfastly fixed upon the dark demonic god tiger, launching a series of swift and ferocious assaults that leave his opponent reeling. Despite its massive form, the dark demonic god tiger gradually reveals signs of fatigue under Maito Kai's relentless onslaught. Its wings flail desperately in the air, attempting to shield itself from the barrage. Yet each attempt is met with the searing heat of fiery effects that scorch its flesh. Suddenly, Maito Kai flickers like a bolt of green lightning, appearing instantaneously at the side of the dark demonic god tiger. With both hands firmly gripping his nunchaku, he yanks forward with a fierce determination, astonishingly tearing one of the creature's wings from its colossal body. Stripped of a wing, the dark demonic god tiger, in agony, plummets heavily from its lofty perch. In Maito Kai's eyes shimmered a resolute light, and without hesitation, he cast off all burdens. The heavy equipment fell to the ground like meteorites, instantly creating shocking craters in the hard earth. Amidst the swirling dust, Maito Kai's figure flickered like a specter. His form was agile and his speed astonishing, nearly beyond the grasp of human perception. In an instant, a green silhouette swept across the arena, accompanied by a deafening roar as Maito Kai delivered a powerful stomp upon the head of the dark demon evil god tiger. This strike was immense and forceful, driving the massive form of the dark demon evil god tiger deep into the earth, with the surrounding soil scattering wildly under the force. The dark demon evil god tiger let out a heart-wrenching howl, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. A shadow of death swiftly enveloped it, trampled beneath Maito Kai's foot. Its once mighty body now appeared utterly powerless. Though its eyes flickered with defiance and rage, they were overshadowed by a profound fear. Its limbs struggled helplessly against the ground, attempting to break free from Maito Kai's grip, yet each effort was as futile as an ant shaking a tree. The creature's head was deeply embedded in the soil. As the earth around it compressed beneath Maito Kai's foot, forming tiny fissures, blood trickled from the corners of its mouth, mingling with the dirt to create a glaring crimson stain. Its body trembled, each quiver sending ripples through the surrounding air as if it too were quaking in fear. The impact had dislocated the dark demon evil god tiger's brain, yet the instinct to survive compelled it to resist. Gradually, its form beneath Maito Kai's foot became weaker, the light in its eyes dimming with each futile struggle, resembling the desperate thrashes of a creature on the brink of death. Maito Kai stood there, his feet as steadfast as granite, his gaze piercing and resolute, as if capable of penetrating all obstacles. The wind around him seemed to cease its flow, and the entire arena was enveloped in a profound silence. Only the faint sound of the breath of the dark demon tiger and the subtle tremors of the ground echoed in the air. The head of the dark demon tiger had been completely pressed into the earth, leaving only a pair of despairing eyes and a mouth caked with soil. Blood continuously oozed from the corners of its mouth, mingling with the dirt to create a harrowing tableau. Its limbs flailed helplessly in the air, each lift appearing to exhaust every ounce of its strength. Ding! The system has begun to intervene in the rules. Intervention successful. Exited the death arena state. Chapter 18. Fierce battle with the Titan gorilla. After a moment of dizziness, the scene before Maito Kai gradually came into focus, revealing that he was no longer within the blood-soaked and perilous death arena. Surrounding him was a dense jungle, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting warm rays upon his weary and sweat-drenched face. Suddenly, the darkness above tore open, as if the very sky had been rent asunder. In the next instant, a shadow plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the massive form of the dark demon tiger crashed heavily to the ground. The earth shook violently, dust billowing up and enveloping everything in a shroud of gray mist. Maito Kai struggled to rise, casting his gaze upon the colossal beast sprawled on the ground. The once fearsome eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger had dimmed, revealing a vulnerability that belied its massive frame. Its fur was matted with dirt and blood, and its breath came in shallow gasps. The cacophony had startled the birds of the jungle, sending them fleeing from what had recently been a battlefield filled with strife. Though Maitek's heartbeat had yet to fully settle, the depths of the jungle echoed with the sounds of a new battle. He furrowed his brow, ears attuned, attempting to capture the distant ripples of conflict. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from the left, as if an invisible wall had violently collided with his senses. He swiftly turned his head, only to witness chaos unfolding in the distance, trees uprooted, soil and stones hurled into the air by a frenzied wind. At the heart of this turmoil, three figures clashed fiercely, each collision resonating with a deafening roar. Maito Kai possessed remarkable vision, capable of discerning the three formidable figures before him. Qian Renxue, adorned in a resplendent golden gown that flowed like a celestial being, unleashed her initial 5 soul skills, which streaked across the sky like shooting stars, each strike imbued with a piercing chill. She was engaged in a fierce battle against both the soul-devouring Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, fighting valiantly against the Titan Great Ape. The immense form of the Titan Great Ape loomed like a mountain, causing the ground to tremble beneath its colossal weight, as if the earth might collapse at any moment. Though Qian Renxue appeared ethereal, her soul skills seemed feeble in the face of such a monstrous beast. Golden light coalesced in her hands, transforming into sharp sword energies. Yet, upon striking the Titan Great Ape's skin, they vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Qian Renxue's complexion grew increasingly pale, indicating the substantial depletion of her soul power. Simultaneously, the soul-devouring Douluo and serpent spear Douluo unleashed their ultimate techniques, striving to restrain the raging behemoth. However, they soon realized that Qian Renxue's presence had become a burden. Each time they attempted to concentrate their firepower against the Titan Great Ape, her soul skills inadvertently disrupted their rhythm, thwarting their offensive efforts. Moreover, when the Titan Great Ape targeted Qian Renxue, they were compelled to divert their focus to protect her. They could only watch helplessly as the Titan Great Ape's colossal fist descended upon the soul-devouring Douluo. The ground collapsed instantly under the force of that strike, swallowing the Douluo's form mercilessly, leaving only a profound silence amidst the swirling dust. Following this, the Titan Great Ape let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the forest, its sound waves tangible enough to snap surrounding trees, sending branches and leaves scattering wildly. The serpent spear Douluo staggered backward in terror, his face reflecting sheer horror. Amidst this chaos, Qian Renxue's silhouette appeared particularly solitary and helpless. Her golden gown fluttered in the wind, yet it had lost its previous grace and composure. In the face of the Titan Great Ape's enormous stature and ferocious might, she seemed diminutive and fragile. The Titan Great Ape, an indomitable tower amidst the jungle, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, the sound echoing like rolling thunder throughout the woods. "Return my Aunt Rose life, you detritus of the spirit hall," it bellowed. With a few powerful strikes to its chest, the Titan Great Ape raised its massive fists, roaring as they crashed down onto the ground. In tandem with its roar, an invisible wave of gravitational force surged forth, snapping the surrounding trees under the sheer pressure, their branches scattering like paper caught in a tempest. Qian Renxue felt a sudden, overwhelming weight descend upon her, as if an unseen force were dragging her down, slamming her body towards the earth. Her golden gown traced a graceful arc through the air, Yet in that moment, it seemed utterly powerless. She struggled to maintain her balance, but the force of gravity surged upon her like an unstoppable tide, rendering her powerless. Ultimately, she crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling around her as her golden gown became soiled, and her once flowing hair clung disheveled to her face. The Titan gorilla's eyes glimmered with a savage intensity, as if it sought to devour the entire jungle. Its colossal form traced an arc through the air, resembling a meteor plummeting, exuding an aura of catastrophic destruction. They, buried in the earth, managed to rise at this moment, as did the snake's spear, who had been hurled away. Witnessing their master's peril, the two cried out in unison, "Master, evade quickly!" Just as the situation reached a critical juncture. The figure of Mike appeared like a specter, racing towards the Titan gorilla with fists clenched tightly, his soul power surging wildly. With a thunderous crash, Mike's fist collided forcefully with the Titan gorilla's massive paw, unleashing an invisible shockwave that spread outward from their clash. Trees around them snapped under the strain of this force, branches and leaves scattering in chaos. The Titan gorilla let out a furious roar, its immense fist surprisingly pushed back by Mike's strike. Although Mike was sent reeling by the recoil, he executed a roll in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Maito Kai stood firmly on the ground, his palms quivering slightly, a wave of pain radiating from his thumbs. He lifted his gaze towards the colossal Titan great ape, whose crimson eyes glimmered with a mix of savagery and confusion. The massive fist of the Titan great ape lingered in the air for a brief moment, as if unable to comprehend that someone could withstand its full-force strike. On that enormous fist, subtle waves of soul power pulsed, each tremor seemingly imbued with the potential for cataclysmic destruction. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, with only the heavy breaths of the Titan great ape echoing in the silence. Maito Kai took a deep breath, sensing the swift depletion of his life force. Yet he knew retreat was not an option at this moment. A Qian Renxue feebly rose from the ground, while two tile.To positioned themselves protectively in front of her, clutching their chests. The recent battle against the Titan great ape had drained their soul power completely, rendering them incapable of maintaining their martial spirit forms. The Titan great ape slowly bent down, its bell-like eyes gleaming with a fierce light, akin to twin bolts of lightning slicing through the night sky. Its gaze was fixed intently on Maito Kai, as if seeking to pierce through his very essence. Everything around seemed to freeze, save for the resounding breaths of the Titan great ape in the air. Maito Kai felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the colossal creature, heavy as a mountain. Yet, he did not falter. He clenched his fists, meeting the Titan great ape's gaze with unwavering resolve. He understood that this moment of confrontation was not merely a matter of his own survival, but also crucial to the safety of Qian Renxue and the two tile.To. The law enforcement elder, Serpent Spear Douluo, hesitated to speak, ultimately finding himself unable to utter a single word. Maito Kai slowly turned around to face Qian Renxue and the two tile.To's, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Though his frame was slender, he appeared remarkably imposing at that moment. He drew a deep breath, as if gathering every ounce of his strength. His fists were tightly clenched, veins protruding, as if they were testament to his unwavering resolve and tenacity. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the three figures before finally resting upon Qian Renxue's face. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if to convey to her that there was no need for fear, for he would be there. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the four of them standing out vividly in the sunlight. Two elders, take good care of Schwer. I shall handle the Titan great ape. At this moment, Maito Kai was enveloped in green steam, having once again entered the sixth gate state, now more adept than ever. Qian Renxue wished to say more, but Maito Kai had already engaged in battle with the Titan great ape. The Titan great ape, which had previously dominated the three, now seemed to be on the verge of being overwhelmed by Maito Kai. No, I must assist Kai. Qian Renxue bit her lip, her gaze resolutely fixed on the ailing dark demon evil tiger in the distance. Sunlight streamed at an angle, casting a stark contrast on the black patterns across the dark demon evil tiger's body, rendering it all the more fearsome. Yet, in Qian Renxue's eyes, it represented her only glimmer of hope. She slowly rose to her feet, her golden gown fluttering gently in the breeze. Though it was soiled with dust, it could not obscure her inherent nobility and resilience. With her hands clasped together, a golden radiance began to emanate from her palms, heralding the impending release of her attack. Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, her figure a sudden blur as she surged toward the dark demon evil tiger like a golden meteor. Her speed was astonishing, as if she were racing against time itself. Behind her, golden wings unfurled slowly, reminiscent of an angel descending to earth, bringing forth light and hope. Qian Renxue's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, her golden longsword radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if it could sever the very fabric of darkness. At the moment the sword's tip was poised to touch the head of the dark demon evil god tiger, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from Qian Renxue's entire being. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the head of the dark demon evil god tiger was cleaved off, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth. With the demise of the dark demon evil god tiger, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly materialized, exuding an alluring glow. Qian Renxue offered no chance for the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo to react. She flashed directly above the soul ring, her golden wings gently flapping, seemingly isolating all disturbances. As the angel domain activated, Qian Renxue unhesitatingly began to absorb the soul ring infused with dark elements. The air around her seemed to ripple with her breath, the golden wings stirring up delicate wisps of dust. Behind Qian Renxue, the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed intently upon her, hands clenched tightly, as if gathering strength to strike at any moment. Yet, faced with Qian Renxue, who had commenced the absorption of the soul ring, they found themselves hesitant to act. They understood that interrupting her absorption process could lead to catastrophic consequences, shattering her meridians. Although they contemplated intervening, by the time they regained their senses, Qian Renxue had already begun the absorption. Thus, all they could do was to safeguard her. Meanwhile, Maito Kai, engaged in fierce combat with the Titan giant ape, was now visibly fatigued. His eyes were bloodshot, sweat and dirt mingling to form rivulets cascading down his cheeks. With every punch thrown, he felt the ache in his muscles and the waning of his vitality. It was as if he were ensnared in a life-and-death arena. Recalling the grueling battle with the dark demon evil god tiger that had lasted 3 days and nights, though only a brief instant's time had passed externally, the toll taken was palpably real. Each attack from the Titan giant ape struck like a cataclysm, the ground trembling beneath its relentless tread. Gritting his teeth, Maito Kai withstood the giant ape's ferocious onslaught time and again, relying on his indomitable will and unwavering faith. His figure danced erratically across the battlefield, elusive as a phantom. Yet each appearance was accompanied by an even more violent force. Health, 150, 700, with merely 150 points of health remaining, should the battle remain unresolved. He would soon be forced to exit the 8 gates of Douluo state. Engaging the Titan giant ape in an ordinary form was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a fly flinging itself into the fire. Maito Kai inhaled deeply, his body seemingly uplifted by an invisible force as he leapt high into the air. The sunlight bathed him, casting an elongated shadow that starkly contrasted with the colossal form of the Titan ape below. His eyes sparkled with resolute determination, and his hands danced swiftly in the air, as if weaving enigmatic runes. With each movement, a searing warmth began to permeate the atmosphere. Spheres of fire coalesced amidst the shadows of Maito Kai's fists, streaking across the sky like meteors, accompanied by a howling wind and a wave of scorching heat, racing towards the Titan ape. The fireballs traced brilliant arcs through the air, standing in stark relief against the massive figure of the Titan ape. They surged forward like raging flames, distorting the surrounding air with their intensity. When the fireballs collided with the Titan ape's gigantic hands, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by blinding light, as if threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Towards the peacock, the shadows of Maito Kai's fists danced through the air, akin to a blazing phoenix twirling amidst flames. His arms swung with the ferocity of a tempest, each punch heralding the birth of fireballs, which intertwined in the sky to form a sea of flames cascading down upon the Titan ape. The fireballs fell like a meteor shower, enveloping the colossal figure of the Titan ape. It roared incessantly, yet the relentless onslaught of fireballs severely disrupted its rhythm of attack. The explosions of the fireballs erupted in a continuous symphony, intertwining with the ape's furious bellows to create a tragic orchestral masterpiece. The entire battlefield appeared consumed by the inferno, the searing heat overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The figure of Maito Kai flickered amidst the sea of flames, as though he had become the sovereign of this inferno, each punch he delivered imbued with catastrophic might. The eyes of the Titan ape glimmered with fury and defiance, illuminated by the fiery orbs. Its massive arms crossed, the colossal hands cloaked in hair resembling rock, seemingly impervious to any assault from the world. Yet, just as it prepared to muster its strength for a counterattack, a sudden bellow from the depths of the forest reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. This low, Terrifying roar seemed to traverse from an ancient epic, imbued with endless majesty and an overwhelming sense of dread. Reluctantly, the Titan ape cast a glance at Maito Kai before turning away, fleeing the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 19. The sixth soul skill of Qian Renxue. The Titan ape's immense form vanished like a mountain at the forest's edge, leaving behind a profound silence. Maito Kai inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the tension and fatigue within him, only to expel it with his exhalation. He gradually lowered his head, the green steam enveloping him dissipating like morning mist evaporating in the sunlight, revealing his sturdy yet weary muscles. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the earth below with a subtle patter. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, yet it was eclipsed by the joy of triumphing over a formidable foe. His legs trembled slightly, but he steadfastly maintained his upright posture, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness in that moment. Beep. Exiting the 8 gates of Douluo state, health points are continuously recovering. With the dissolution of Maito Kai's 8-gate state, a peculiar ripple surged from the depths of the forest. The figure of Qian Renxue gradually materialized, her eyes shimmering with resolute brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the forest mists. She gently raised her arm, 6 soul rings rhythmically pulsating around her, akin to ancient runes dancing in the air. The final black soul ring, in stark contrast to the colors of the other 5, resembled a solitary star in the darkness, flickering with a mysterious and profound luminescence. Though her countenance bore no expression, her gaze exuded an ineffable authority. She stood there in tranquil stillness, seemingly merging with the surrounding woods, embodying the guardian of this forest. The ancient black soul ring further augmented her aura of enigma and peril. Bathed in the forest's twilight, Qian Renxue appeared both fragile and resolute. Suddenly, she charged toward Maito Kai, her golden hair billowing in the wind like a streak of lightning cleaving through the silence. She leapt into his embrace, and in that instant, all her fears and helplessness transformed into scalding tears, cascading from the corners of her eyes and falling upon Maito Kai's chest. Her arms enveloped him tightly, as if seeking to meld her very essence with his being. Her cheek pressed against his chest, she listened to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which served as her most steadfast support in that moment. Golden tears intertwined with green sweat, cascading between their garments, creating a captivating tableau. Maito Kai gently raised his arms, enveloping Qian Renxue in a tight embrace as though he sought to merge her essence with his own. His hands softly traversed her trembling back, each finger conveying a warm strength, endeavoring to dispel the fears that resided within her heart. Tears cascaded down Qian Renxue's cheeks, soaking into the expanse of his chest, a testament to her vulnerability. She gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with a complex tapestry of emotions, fear, reliance, and a subtle, yet resolute determination. Her cheek pressed firmly against his heart, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, as if it were the safest haven in this world. The surrounding forest, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, exuded an extraordinary tranquility, with only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats composing a tender symphony. Maito Kai's gaze brimmed with tenderness as he looked down upon the girl in his arms. "Swear," he murmured, "as long as I am here, I shall not allow any harm to come to you." The voice of Maito Kai was deep and gentle, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of trust within Qian Renxue. Following the crisis, Maito Kai's thoughts gradually became clearer. He gazed at Qian Renxue, observing the 6 soul rings that revolved slowly around her, with the black soul ring particularly striking, resembling a black hole that devoured the surrounding light. His heart raced suddenly, and the menacing visage of the dark demon evil god tiger emerged in his mind. He gently pushed Qian Renxue aside, his gaze fixated on the black soul ring. It pulsated slowly, as if imbued with life, each rhythm seemingly narrating an unknown power. Maito Kai furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the formidable and eerie nature of that dark force. Qian Renxue seemed to sense Maito Kai's unease as she lifted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Taking a deep breath, Maito Kai spoke softly, "Swear, did you absorb the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger?" His voice carried a hint of disbelief. With a subtle nod from Qian Renxue, the 6th black soul ring instantly radiated brilliance, unleashing a mysterious and potent force. The surrounding space seemed to be drawn by this power, beginning to exhibit subtle ripples. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Qian Renxue, followed by the gradual manifestation of a new figure within the radiance. This being bore a striking resemblance to Qian Renxue, yet exuded an entirely different aura. Clad in black angelic attire, every inch of fabric appeared soaked in dark energy, shimmering with a profound sheen. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, white strands flowing down to her waist, contrasting starkly with her black garb, enhancing her mysterious and imposing presence. Kai, the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, has bestowed upon me the skill of the angelic doppelganger. However, I cannot fully harness its inherent darkness, she revealed. This doppelganger possessed 100 of my strength and governed my desires along with all negative emotions. The black Qian Renxue before him was undeniably her shadowy counterpart. In her luminous aspect, Qian Renxue retained her original gentleness and resilience. Golden light swirling around her like a divine angel descending to the mortal realm. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. Conversely, the dark aspect presented a wholly new Qian Renxue, clad in black angelic attire, her white hair merging seamlessly with the darkness. Her gaze was profound and cold, seemingly capable of consuming all light. Her presence resembled a black hole, drawing in the surrounding negative energies. The dark Qian Renxue appeared particularly eerie amidst the interplay of light and shadow, closely entwining herself with Maito Kai, as if a tendril of darkness reaching out, tightly wrapping around him. Her eyes were abyssal, emanating an indescribable allure, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood to the side, golden light swirling around her, forming a stark contrast to the dark Qian Renxue. She gazed at her own reflection in the darkness, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within her. It was a blend of fear of the unknown and uncertainty about herself. The dark Qian Renxue's fingers glided gently across Maito Kai's chest, leaving a faint trace. Her voice, low and seductive, seemed to carry an irresistible enchantment. "You and I are one. Why do you wish to transform me into your power?" she spoke, her tone imbued with allure. Chapter 20. Two Qian Renxue standing to the side, Qian Renxue's eyes brimmed with anger and helplessness. The figure of the dark Qian Renxue flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, her provocative gaze fixed intently on Qian Renxue, a hint of disdain dancing on her lips. Whenever Maito Kai's gaze inadvertently met hers, the dark Qian Renxue would deliberately cast a flirtatious glance, as if flaunting something of great significance. Qian Renxue clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she remained silent. She understood that this struggle could not be resolved through mere words, and Maito Kai's affections were beyond her control. She could only watch helplessly as the dark Qian Renxue circled around Maito Kai, each fleeting touch slicing through her heart like a dagger. Moreover, the dark Qian Renxue was, in essence, a part of herself. Quarreling with one's own self felt like a behavior suited only for children. The dark Qian Renxue gracefully approached Maito Kai, elegantly lifting her finger to gently caress his chin, compelling his deep-set gaze to meet her own. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance, reminiscent of two stars in the night, both enchanting and perilous. Maito Kai's heartbeat quickened involuntarily as he sensed the icy touch emanating from the fingertips of dark Qian Renxue, along with the complex emotions reflected in her gaze, provocation, temptation, and a hint of indescribable sorrow. He felt himself drawn by this invisible force, ensnared in a meticulously crafted vortex. The air around them seemed to solidify, leaving only the subtle interaction between dark Qian Renxue and Maito Kai. Their eyes met, like two converging rivers, creating ripples yet each maintaining its own unpredictable course. "Kai, let us depart for the spirit hall," Qian Renxue said, taking a deep breath to suppress the fury within her. She turned and grasped Maito Kai's hand, attempting to extricate him from this bizarre entanglement. However, just as they were about to step out of this peculiar atmosphere, dark Qian Renxue suddenly moved. She flickered like a specter, appearing behind them in an instant, and then, with an utterly provocative demeanor, her body languidly pressed against Maito Kai's back. Her arms encircled his neck tightly, her cheek brushing against his ear, as if whispering something intimate. This scene struck Qian Renxue like a bolt from the blue. She stared wide-eyed, incredulous, at the provocative yet triumphant expression in dark Qian Renxue's eyes. Maito Kai's body instantly stiffened as he sensed the icy yet soft touch emanating from behind him, accompanied by a faint, elusive fragrance that stirred within him an inexplicable sense of unease. The presence at his back was none other than the dark Qian Renxue, who was also pulling him closer, leaving Maito Kai in a predicament where retreat seemed impossible. "Schwer, is there no way to dispel this soul skill?" Maito Kai said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If he continued to be tantalized by this dark Qian Renxue, he might truly find himself standing at attention. The essence of the dark Qian Renxue lingered like orchids and musk, gently swirling around the tip of Maito Kai's nose. He felt as though he were enveloped in a shadowy forest, where the fragrance resembled the morning dew, imbued with a crispness and a hint of sweetness. the scent of her body intertwined with the virginal aroma of the dark Qian Renxue, akin to the most intoxicating wine the world has to offer, causing Maito Kai's mind to spiral into disorientation. He closed his eyes, attempting to regain his composure. Yet the fragrance seemed to possess an enchanting power, seeping through his pores and infiltrating his veins, making his heart race uncontrollably. He became aware of his breathing quickening, as though an irresistible force were propelling him forward. The dark Qian Renxue, exasperated yet resigned, could only shake her head and say, "It's futile. It is likely due to the spatial attributes of that soul beast. Even if I withdraw my soul power from the skill, she will still persist." At that moment, the dark Qian Renxue, resting on Maito Kai's back, began to speak softly. "Little Shui, I am your other self, which means I am you. Wishing for my disappearance is not a wise choice." Her voice, like delicate threads, gently echoed in Maito Kai's ear, imbued with a certain magic that lured him into a brief stupor. Her tone was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a night breeze caressing the lake's surface, stirring ripples that made one's heart flutter. Seeing this, Qian Renxue puffed up her cheeks like a little hamster stuffed with food, glaring angrily at the dark Qian Renxue. Her bright eyes sparkled with rage and helplessness, tinged with a hint of reluctance. She bit her lower lip, seemingly striving to suppress her emotions, unwilling to let her anger erupt. Nevertheless, the dark Qian Renxue appeared oblivious to Qian Renxue's fury, continuing to whisper sweetly in her ear, her voice a gentle snare that ensnared Maito Kai unknowingly. For the moment, he could only return to the offering hall to seek out Qian Douluo, who, as a level 99 entity, might possess some knowledge regarding this predicament. Within the offering hall, Qian Douluo's lips twitched involuntarily, as he struggled to suppress the shock and unease bubbling within him. The dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, added an air of mystery and tension to the space. The visage of Qian Douluo appeared particularly solemn amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead like morning dew, silently cascading away. He slowly rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze oscillating between the two Qian Renxue. He endeavored to discern subtle differences in their eyes and demeanor, yet found himself utterly powerless. The two faces mirrored each other so closely, as though reflections cast by the same mirror, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Who among the family could comprehend the bewilderment of awakening to find one's granddaughter transformed into two? The atmosphere within the sanctum grew increasingly tense. Qian Douluo's eyes roamed over the two Qian Renxue, his brow furrowed in contemplation of a conundrum seldom encountered in a millennium. His fingers unconsciously tapped against his back, producing a faint and hurried rhythm that starkly contrasted with the silence enveloping the hall. Qian Renxue and her enigmatic counterpart stood before him, their features alike, yet their auras distinctly different. Qian Renxue's eyes conveyed worry and resignation, while the dark Qian Renxue exuded a hint of provocation and satisfaction. Their presence infused the entire sanctum with an ineffable, uncanny tension. Maito Kai stood to the side, his gaze shifting between the two Qian Renxues, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. He found himself at a loss as to how to confront this sudden upheaval, and even more perplexed about how to resolve this seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, Qian Douluo came to accept the existence of this dark counterpart of Qian Renxue. Although the two were originally one, their essences diverged significantly. The holy and inviolable Qian Renxue contrasted sharply with the alluring aura that enveloped the dark Qian Renxue. Chapter 21. The Inevitable Departure. Maito Kai found himself ensnared by two utterly contrasting gazes, as if bound by invisible chains, and he felt an indescribable weight pressing upon him. The intertwining of light and darkness in the ethereal snow created a reflection of two worlds, one pristine and unblemished, the other profoundly shadowed. Their stares pierced his soul like two razor-sharp blades. Sweat beads trickled down Mike's forehead as he slightly turned his head, attempting to evade the piercing scrutiny of two identical gazes. Yet, regardless of his efforts to shun them, those stares clung to him like a shadow, seemingly intent on unearthing the secrets buried deep within his heart. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, for he understood that evasion was futile. He must confront the two Qian Renxues before him and seek a resolution to the dilemma at hand. Qian Douluo stood like a towering mountain, silent and profound. His gaze wandered between the two Qian Renxues, woven from light and shadow, ultimately settling upon their eerily similar yet distinctly different visages. A subtle sorrow permeated the air, and with a heavy sigh, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. He slowly extended his hand, only to halt just before making contact. as if fearing to disrupt the uncanny equilibrium. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, concern for his granddaughter's future and resignation to the caprices of fate. He recognized that these two Qian Renxues, one embodying light and the other darkness, were themselves an enigma that defied resolution. Ultimately, he could only accept the reality that his cherished granddaughter had manifested as two. The following morning, as dawn broke, a gentle golden hue graced the horizon. The figure of Maito Kai had already appeared in the square of the shrine, clad in a simple training outfit. His steps steady as he circled the grand hall in a rhythmic run. His breath was even and powerful, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, splattering onto the hard stone beneath him, evaporating instantly into a fine mist. In the dimly lit room of Qian Renxue, the curtains were tightly drawn. She sat at the edge of her bed, her hands gripping the fabric of her clothing, her eyes glimmering with a tumult of emotions. Her complexion was pale, lips pressed tightly together, as if she were struggling to suppress the turmoil within. The air was thick with an ephemeral sense of farewell, evoking a subtle weightiness. The dark Qian Renxue silently approached her counterpart, her chilling aura contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Leaning against the window, she peered through the narrow gap of the closed curtains, gazing at the world outside that was gradually brightening, as if seeking solace within that endless light. In a low, resonant voice, she spoke softly, "Sister, we are destined to be each other's shadows. Neither light nor darkness can sever our bond. There is no need for sorrow, for this is our fate." Qian Renxue lifted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features before her resolve returned. She looked upon the austere silhouette of the dark Qian Renxue, a surge of inexplicable strength welling up within her. She understood that no matter what the future held, she must face it with courage, for only in doing so could she honor their shared destiny. However, she quickly realized the irony. She was the original, yet this being dared to call her sister. The dark Qian Renxue stood quietly by the window, moonlight filtering through the curtains seems to illuminate her stern visage, lending her an air of enigmatic beauty. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze resting on the contemplative Qian Renxue beside her, a complexity evident in her eyes. In the sunlight, Qian Renxue's face was as pale as snow, her eyes shimmering with a blend of confusion and determination. Her hands clutched the fabric of her clothes, as if trying to grasp something elusive, yet feeling utterly powerless. Her body trembled slightly, as if burdened by an immense weight. The dark Qian Renxue sighed softly, comprehending Qian Renxue's anguish. They were one. Each emotional ripple from Qian Renxue resonated within her. She longed to comfort Qian Renxue, but found herself at a loss for words. "Come now, Brother Kai has been waiting outside for quite some time." Qian Renxue's mood was akin to a sky shrouded in storm clouds as she stormed out of the room, each step heavy with reluctance. Pushing open that heavy door, sunlight flooded in, yet it failed to dispel the shadows in her heart. The 7 devotees stood at the entrance like statues, their gazes fixed upon Qian Renxue, laden with an ineffable complexity of emotions. Maito Kai lingered in the shadows, his gaze imbued with sorrow and reluctance, as if he yearned to utter something profound, yet ultimately succumbed to silence. Qian Renxue's eyes swept over the assembly, finally resting upon Maito Kai. She discerned the glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes, sensing the anguish that dwelled within his heart. In that moment, her own emotions grew heavier, and though she longed to articulate her thoughts, words eluded her, leaving her to silently endure the weight of the moment. Grandfather Qian Douluo approached, gently placing a hand upon his granddaughter's shoulder. "Little Snow, you must take good care of yourself over there. Your safety must come first. Should your identity be revealed, even remedial measures must be forsaken." His voice was deep and resolute, each word resonating with the weight of 1,000 burdens upon Qian Renxue's heart. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of perceiving the depths of the human soul, yet in this moment, it brimmed with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and concern for his granddaughter. Sunlight cascaded upon the pair, enveloping their figures in a golden halo. Qian Douluo clasped Qian Renxue's small hand tightly, as if he wished to etch her warmth indelibly into his heart. Together, they stepped through the doorway, followed closely by the 7 attendants, forming a solemn procession. The air around them felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the echo of their footsteps resonating in the expansive corridor. Each step was laden with an extraordinary heaviness, as if narrating the pain of parting. Qian Renxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip with determination, striving to keep her emotions at bay. At the rear of the procession, the dark figure of Qian Renxue gradually slowed her pace, eventually standing alongside Maito Kai. Leaning closer, with a voice rich in allure, she whispered, "Little Snow is leaving. Want you rush forward for a hug or a kiss?" As Qian Renxue ascended the carriage, her skirt billowing gently. Her silhouette appeared fragile yet resolute in the golden sunlight. Maito Kai inhaled deeply, acutely aware that he could not simply allow her to depart. It was as if an invisible force compelled him, propelling him forward as he enveloped Qian Renxue's shoulders in a firm embrace. Her body quivered slightly before gradually relaxing. As if in that moment, she shed all her defenses. They stood beside the carriage, the world around them seemingly frozen in time. The sunlight bathed them in warmth and brilliance, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Swear, I shall come to see you." In the broad embrace of Maito Kai, Qian Renxue found a fleeting moment of tranquility. She gently turned, and within her star-like eyes flickered a resolute glimmer. Her delicate lips trembled ever so slightly, as if whispering tales of endless parting and reluctance. Suddenly, she rose on her tiptoes, softly pressing her lips against Maito Kai's. This kiss was akin to the gentle breeze of spring, soft and warm, yet laden with profound affection. Maito Kai was taken aback by the sudden kiss, rendered nearly breathless. His pupils trembling violently as if beholding the most exquisite scenery in the world. He embraced Qian Renxue tightly, as though striving to merge her essence with his very being. The moment froze, and the gazes of the onlookers were like blazing torches fixated on the instant of that kiss. Qian Daoliu's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sky. His expression so grim it seemed capable of weeping. His fists were clenched, veins bulging, clearly revealing the tempest of emotions within. It appeared that his granddaughter had truly been swept away, leaving him in a state of shock and helplessness at the unfolding scene. Maito Kai's cheeks flushed crimson, as if scorched by the fierce sun. His heart raced uncontrollably, as though it sought to burst forth from his chest. He held Qian Renxue tightly, as if wishing to immortalize this moment forever. Dark Qian Renxue stood nearby, the twitching of her lips gradually solidifying into a cold smirk. Her gaze oscillated between the two, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. She had merely intended to jest, never anticipating such an outcome. A surge of inexplicable feelings welled within her. Was it jealousy or resentment? Dark Qian Renxue pondered, recalling how she had encouraged Maito Kai, perhaps to absolve herself of guilt for wanting to claim him in the future. Now, the two were intimately entwined, lost in a kiss that seemed to merge all their emotions into a singular moment. However, at that instant, a heavy cough shattered the tranquility like thunder. Qian Renxue jolted awake from her reverie, her gaze meeting the authoritative and complex eyes of Qian Douluo. Her cheeks instantly flushed with heat, as if engulfed in flames, and a wave of shyness and panic surged within her. In a flurry, she pushed Maito Kai away and fled towards the carriage, her skirt tracing an elegant arc in the air. Her heart thundered like a drum, threatening to escape her chest. Daring not to glance back, she clutched the carriage's doorframe, as if that would grant her a semblance of security. Qian Renxue departed. This farewell left her uncertain of when she might see her little angel again. As her carriage vanished from sight, the gentleness and reluctance on Qian Douluo's face evaporated, replaced by an imposing aura of authority. He stepped forward, his iron grip akin to a hook, precisely seizing Maito Kai by the nape, as if lifting a mischievous kitten. Maito Kai was suddenly yanked by an unforeseen force, stumbling precariously as if on the brink of falling. He looked up in astonishment, meeting the profound and frigid gaze of Qian Douluo, as if being engulfed by an abyss of endless darkness. A profound sense of unease gripped Maito Kai, an unfamiliar weight pressing upon him. The grand doors of the worship hall creaked open, resonating with a heavy sound, as if they were recounting a tale of solemnity and reverence. Dragged by the formidable Qian Douluo, Maito Kai stepped into the imposing sanctuary. His steps were somewhat unsteady, yet he felt compelled to advance under the influence of that overwhelming force. Of course, all of this transpired under the condition that Maito Kai did not resist, for even after unlocking the 6 gates, he could not contend with Qian Douluo. Maito Kai believed that even in his capacity as the mightiest of the skies, he could not be pursued. The remaining 6 offerings exchanged glances, their hearts laden with a complex array of emotions, ultimately culminating in a silent sigh. Dark Qian Renxue perceived her grandfather's behavior as somewhat childish. After all, was it not merely a matter of watching the tender sprouts nurtured over the years being taken away? Was it truly worthy of such fury? Within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Douluo stood upon the elevated platform, casting a piercing gaze upon Maito Kai below, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. Maito Kai stood resolutely in the center of the grand hall, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qian Douluo. He straightened his back, striving to project an air of calmness. He understood that he was at a crucial juncture, Any slight wavering could precipitate unforeseen consequences. Qian Renxue descended the high platform slowly, each step resonating with a heavy, powerful cadence, as if he intended to shake the very foundations of the hall. Approaching Maito Kai, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him, as if to penetrate his very soul. This time, Qian Renxue was not scrutinizing Maito Kai in his capacity as the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, but rather as a grandfather. Maito Kai grew up independently from a young age, and his character is undoubtedly commendable. In terms of strength, he is now capable of repelling the Titan giant ape, suggesting he possesses the prowess of a level 95 tile.To. In comparison to himself, he appears somewhat lacking. If there is a solitary blemish on his record, it would be that Maito Kai once took the notorious Yu gang as his mentor. In this regard, Maito Kai wishes to clarify that his choice to apprentice under that individual was not a reflection of his own judgment. Prior to his transmigration, he had little interest in the world of Douluo Continent, and after his arrival, aside from a notable increase in physical strength, he found himself devoid of any remarkable traits. Then one day, an individual adorned with 2 soul rings, who proclaimed himself the strongest theorist across the continent, approached him to become his disciple. At that time, Maito Kai, still bewildered by this unfamiliar realm, inexplicably agreed. However, the subsequent events revealed that upon awakening his martial soul, he had gained nothing of significance, merely a slight enhancement in his physique, leading to his being looked down upon. In Maito Kai's mind, the memory of his clash with Yu Xiaojing surged forth. That night, Maito Kai's gaze was resolute and piercing. The moonlight cascaded upon his robust physique, shimmering with a golden hue. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him. Yu Xiaojing, who once prided himself on being the strongest theorist across the continent, now stood before him, his expression dark and brooding. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, as if he were intent on devouring Maito Kai whole. Maito Kai's lips curled into a smirk of derision as he charged towards Yu Xiaojing, his fists raining down upon his opponent like a torrential downpour. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned his soul power to defend himself. However, Maito Kai's strength surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, utterly unstoppable. Ultimately, he was knocked down with a single kick and relentlessly pummeled for half an hour, leaving Yu Xiaojing so battered that even his own mother would scarcely recognize him. Only after spitting a mouthful of ancient phlegm upon his face did Maito Kai depart, content in having returned all the humiliation he had endured over the years, doubling it upon the wretched Yu Xiaojing. Chapter 22. Reclaiming power. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the golden roof of the Spirit Hall in a warm, radiant hue, enveloping the entire edifice in a gentle glow. Qian Renxue stood before the grand entrance of the hall, his gaze piercing through layers of light and shadow, resting upon the young man who was soon to become his grandson-in-law. Maito Kai, an unremarkable yet resilient name, presently stands beside Qian Renxue, their shadows stretching long beneath the setting sun. A gentle smile graces his face, yet a steadfast light flickers in his eyes. Qian Renxue understands that although this youth hails from humble beginnings, his resolve surpasses that of any other. Qian Renxue's gaze deepens, laden with complexity. He is acutely aware that he is about to confront a formidable trial, destined to become the sacrificial offering for Qian Renxue's 9th celestial examination. This is the inexorable decree of fate, one that cannot be evaded. Yet, a flicker of solace arises within Qian Renxue's heart. He gazes upon his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, her visage appearing particularly gentle in the twilight glow, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Qian Renxue knows that while he may not accompany her through the long years ahead, Maito Kai surely can. In the golden embrace of the setting sun, Maito Kai's silhouette appeared increasingly imposing, each step resonating with unwavering determination. He seemed to be declaring war against fate, eager to demonstrate that even a sacrificial figure could etch a legend upon the Douluo Continent. Qian Renxue, the renowned 99th level peerless Douluo, faced this unforeseen turn of events with an inner tumult, yet his exterior remained composed. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if to harness the strength within. Upon reopening his eyes, the myriad of emotions had vanished, replaced by resolute calmness. He gazed upon Maito Kai, the young man destined to become his granddaughter's husband, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He recognized that this was no ordinary youth. His spirit was mightier than anyone else's. Turning towards his granddaughter Qian Renxue, Qian Renxue's gaze was infused with warmth and anticipation. He gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly, "Child, I trust her choice. Maito Kai will be a good husband, as well as a steadfast companion." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Qian Renxue felt a surge of warmth at her grandfather's words, though she was predominantly enveloped in shyness. She bit her lower lip, striving to steady her voice, yet the blush upon her cheeks deepened like fiery clouds at sunset. She gently closed her eyes, attempting to quell the tumult within her heart. However, each time she recalled Maito Kai's steadfast and gentle smile, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. It was as if she could envision the young man standing before the spirit hall, bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, radiating grandeur and nobility. As the carriage moved forward slowly, the rhythmic creaking of the wheels seemed to narrate the approaching destiny. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, endeavoring to regain her composure. She understood that what lay ahead was not merely a trial but the dawn of a new beginning. Indeed, she was fully aware of all that transpired within the offering hall. She and the dark Qian Renxue were intrinsically connected, their perceptions intertwined. As he departed the offering hall, Maito Kai's figure elongated in the twilight glow. He traversed the streets of Spirit City, his mind already brimming with plans. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, 2 guards at the entrance immediately greeted him with respect and bowed in deference. Maito Kai nodded slightly as he stepped into the grand hall. Inside, the once busy enforcers paused their tasks upon his arrival, rising in unison. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. The only sound echoing through the vast hall was the cadence of his footsteps. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing as if he could discern the innermost thoughts of each individual present. Taking a deep breath, his voice resonated with authority. From this day forth, the enforcement hall shall revoke the direct jurisdiction of the papal hall. I, Maito Kai, shall personally oversee the reformation of the enforcement hall, ensuring that every decree is executed with unwavering rigor. Maito Kai's words fell like a massive stone cast into the serene surface of a lake, instantly stirring a tempest of ripples. His gaze was resolute, his tone indisputable, with each word etched indelibly upon the hearts of those present. In that moment, the authority of the papal hall appeared to be effortlessly shattered by his mere gesture. The hall was enveloped in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The enforcers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. They had never envisioned that someone would dare to openly challenge the papal authority right beneath its very nose. Yet, Maito Kai seemed unfazed, continuing in his steady and powerful voice. I do not seek to oppose the papal hall. I merely desire for our enforcement hall to genuinely fulfill its purpose, contributing to the justice and order of the spirit hall. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. His steps were measured, each one seemingly resonating within the hearts of the onlookers, instilling an involuntary sense of tension. Approaching Maito Kai, he first bowed deeply, then raised his head to reveal a smile tinged with obsequiousness. His eyes narrowed into slits, as if striving to ingratiate himself with the newly appointed elder of enforcement. Elder, I have a matter to discuss, he said, his voice quavering slightly, laced with a hint of reverence. Maito Kai nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Upon seeing this, the man quickly cleared his throat, his voice stabilizing somewhat. For many years, the enforcement hall has been under the jurisdiction of the papal palace. It is said that an individual has already assumed the role of enforcement elder. Yet we have yet to receive any specific notification. Although his words were delivered with respect, a hint of indifference permeated his tone. Stealing a glance at the elder robes adorning Maito Kai, a flicker of doubt and speculation crossed his eyes. However, he swiftly concealed these emotions and continued in an inquiring tone. Elder, might you be under a misconception regarding our enforcement hall? As a vital department of the spirit hall, we have always been directly governed by the papal palace. Even the 2 elder spirits, the chrysanthemum ghosts, would not readily interfere in our internal matters. As he spoke, he slightly spread his hands, revealing a semblance of helplessness and difficulty on his face. The surrounding enforcers nodded in agreement, their gazes reflecting loyalty to the papal palace and skepticism towards Maito Kai's words. In the face of their doubts and rebuttals, Maito Kai's expression remained as tranquil as still water, unperturbed by the surrounding voices. He lowered his head slightly and slowly retrieved an exquisite token from his waist. The token emitted a faint golden glow, its surface etched with intricate runes. At its center, a formidable emblem of the spirit hall, as if it contained boundless power. With the emergence of the token, the atmosphere within the hall instantly became solemn. The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. The token symbolized immense authority within the spirit hall, reserved solely for true enforcement elders. Having never seen this token before, They were now filled with a profound sense of reverence. Maito Kai held the radiant token aloft, its emblem of the spirit hall gleaming magnificently in the waning light of the setting sun. His voice resonated with authority and solemnity. This is the elder's token of law enforcement bestowed upon me by the grand offering to validate my identity. Within the hall, the enforcers, who had previously harbored doubts, felt their uncertainties dissipate upon witnessing the token. They were acutely aware of its significance and understood that Maito Kai spoke the truth. A man knelt before him, his head bowed low, his voice trembling with a mix of trepidation and fervor. I have been remiss in my conduct, and I humbly beseech the elder for forgiveness. His words echoed throughout the hall, prompting the surrounding enforcers to bow their heads in a gesture of respect and submission to Maito Kai. As Maito Kai turned, his towering figure appeared even more majestic in the twilight glow of the setting sun. He strode deliberately towards the throne at the center of the hall, each step seemingly treading upon the dust of history, exuding an undeniable resolve. When he finally took his seat, the golden robe he donned shimmered with radiant brilliance beneath the sun's rays, as if he were the very sun of the spirit hall, casting an unmatched brilliance. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over the kneeling enforcers below. In his eyes resided both a scrutiny of those before him and an anticipation for the future. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, as if he had already envisioned the law enforcement hall revitalized under his command. From this day forth, I shall reclaim all powers of the papal hall within the law enforcement hall, and any matters instructed by the Pope must be reported to me at the earliest opportunity. Do any of you find this unclear? As Maito Kai's words fell, the air within the hall seemed to solidify for a moment. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and within those profound orbs flickered an undeniable radiance. His gaze pierced through each bowed law enforcer like a sword, as if seeking to comprehend their innermost thoughts. In the hall, only the sound of Maito Kai's breath and the occasional rustle of fabric could be heard. The once arrogant enforcers now lowered their heads, hesitant to meet his gaze. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they sensed the formidable aura emanating from the new elder. The waning rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The figures of the kneeling enforcers elongated, resembling great serpents slithering upon the ground, appearing utterly powerless and insignificant. Ultimately, it was the individual who had spoken first who cupped his fist and uttered, "We shall faithfully obey the command of the elder of law." With that initial declaration, the others quickly echoed their agreement. Once they exited the law hall, the dark and enigmatic Qian Renxue wasted no time in mocking Maito Kai. Who would have thought you would need to produce a token to verify your identity? That woman has done remarkably well. In less than 6 years, she is nearly in complete control of the papal hall. Following closely behind Maito Kai, Qian Renxue wore a playful smile, as if relishing a captivating performance. Her steps were light, yet hinted at a mischievous and untamed spirit. In her eyes sparkled an unusual glimmer, as if she were seeking something intriguing within the shadows. Maito Kai's strides were steady and powerful, each step seeming to tread upon solid ground, imparting an indomitable sensation. However, the dark Qian Renxue moved like a nimble cat, silently maneuvering to position herself before him, where she suddenly halted, glancing back at him. "Elder Maito Kai, you truly possess remarkable composure," she remarked, her eyes twinkling playfully, the corners of her mouth lifting into a teasing smile. "Yet, this performance is becoming increasingly intriguing. Do you suppose we might witness more surprises ahead?" The personality of the dark Qian Renxue was increasingly reminiscent of a jester. If discovered by someone who revels solely in amusement, she could be instantly chosen. "Very well. Little Shui, I shall soon venture to the Xingluo Empire to reclaim the authority of the law enforcement hall there. During this time, you are to remain dutifully within the offering hall." As the words of Maito Kai lingered in the air, the enchanting gaze of Qian Renxue sparkled with a mischievous glimmer. In an instant, she moved like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly ascending to Maito Kai's side. Her fingers, delicate and supple, glided over his resolute visage like the finest silk, evoking a subtle tremor in his heart. Qian Renxue pressed closely against him, her face nestled against his chest, where the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated clearly. She tilted her head upwards, her captivating eyes locking onto his, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "Elder, how could you leave me in that dreary worship hall when I so adore being by your side, reveling in your company? Could it be that you have yet to savor the allure of my essence?" Her words, akin to a beguiling breeze in spring, caressed Maito Kai's heart, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Her eyes shimmered with cunning and seduction, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, drawing one irresistibly closer. With her warmth enveloping him, Maito Kai felt his breath quicken under her soft touch. Qian Renxue gently lifted her head, her enticing lips whispering near his ear. Her voice as sweet as the finest honey yet laced with a hint of perilous temptation. "Elder, do you truly not wish to experience another flavor of this world?" As she spoke, her fingers traced circles upon his chest, sending electric sensations coursing through his body, compelling him to shut his eyes and surrender. In the bustling street, her teasing ignited a fervor within Maito Kai. Attempting to dismiss me is utterly futile. I am the embodiment of Qian Renxue's negative essence. All her adverse emotions reside within me. Should you choose to disregard my presence, I cannot guarantee what actions I might undertake. Moreover, I have pledged to watch over you, this man. On behalf of my dear sister. Mika's footsteps faltered slightly under the weight of dark Qian Renxue's words, as he sensed an unprecedented challenge and temptation. The lingering glow of the setting sun elongated their shadows, as if narrating an inseparable bond. Dark Qian Renxue drew closer, her face almost touching his. Her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light that seemed to penetrate his very soul. She smiled softly, a blend of mischief and provocation dancing upon her lips. As if to challenge him, "Do you dare to leave me behind?" Maito Kai inhaled deeply, feeling as though he stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, where each step was laden with challenges and uncertainties. Yet, he understood that he could not allow the darkness, embodied by the enigmatic Qian Renxue, to lead him astray. Chapter 23. Confrontation within the borders of the Starry Empire. Majestic mountains towered and rivers wound gracefully, each inch of land seemingly carved with care by the hands of time. Ancient castles stood proudly atop the hills, their formidable walls weathered by the elements, yet remaining steadfast. Sunlight cascaded upon the castle's spires, refracting golden rays, reminiscent of the guardian deities from age-old legends. Flanking the streets, shops bustled with activity. Vendors energetically hawked a plethora of goods, from rare gemstones to everyday essentials. A steady stream of pedestrians flowed through, some hastily traversing the thoroughfare, while others paused for conversation, their faces adorned with a unique blend of reverence and pride for this land. The air was imbued with a solemn gravitas, as if each whisper of wind and every chirp of a bird recounted the historical tapestry and legends of this territory. In the heart of the Starry Empire, at the mouth of a shadowy alley, the enigmatic Qian Renxue emerged quietly. Cloaked in a black mantle that enveloped her entirely, only her eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The cloak billowed gently in the breeze, merging seamlessly with her presence, rendering her all the more mysterious amidst the city's vibrancy. Simultaneously, Maito Kai appeared at the opposite end of the alley. Clad in humble garb, a conical hat perched upon his head, and a mask obscuring much of his visage. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. Their eyes met in silent understanding, and without a word, they proceeded side by side. They navigated through the bustling streets, deftly evading the throngs of people, making their way toward a secluded corner. Each step was light and swift, as if they were one with their surroundings. In the dim recess, they halted. Qian Renxue gently lifted a corner of her cloak, revealing her alabaster-like fingers, which delicately traced the air as if sensing the heartbeat of the city. Meanwhile, Maito Kai scanned the vicinity, his expression betraying a profound concern. The influence of the elder enforcers had waned significantly. Qian Renxue's voice was low and icy, imbued with an irresistible power. Maito Kai nodded, his gaze traversing the narrow alleyway towards the distant castle. There, the resplendent palace shimmered under the sunlight, yet beneath this opulence lay a profound peril. The power here had been insidiously devoured by the bishops. The embodiment of darkness, Qian Renxue, was but a conglomeration of her negative emotions, and upon grasping the current circumstances, she could not help but feel a surge of agitation. Maito Kai firmly grasped the wrist of the dark Qian Renxue, his fingers icy yet powerful, as if to quell her resolve. Their gazes intertwined. The glimmering coldness of her eyes appeared particularly luminous beneath the cloak's shadow. "Xiaoxua, we must not act impulsively." Maito Kai's voice resonated with a deep and unwavering conviction, imbued with an undeniable authority. The development of the enforcement hall over the years has been significantly influenced by the shadow of the Emperor Xinglua. He slightly inclined his head, casting his gaze toward the distant palace. Emperor Xinglua, a title Douluo of level 95, his renown echoed throughout the empire like thunder. Every step we take must be executed with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. A flicker of concern crossed Maito Kai's eyes. He was acutely aware of the arduous and perilous nature of their mission. In the dim alleyway, sunlight was obscured by towering structures, leaving only a patchwork of light and shadow. Qian Renxue fixed her gaze upon a nearby street corner, where several members of the Spirit Hall were brazenly oppressing a few civilians, their laughter and jeers reverberating harshly in the tranquil alley. An incandescent fury sparkled within her eyes, and her fingers clenched into a fist, as if to consolidate all her rage into that singular blow. Her focus remained steadfast upon the members of the Spirit Hall, every movement and expression indelibly etched in her mind. Suddenly, a civilian was violently shoved to the ground by one of the Spirit Hall members, eliciting a pained groan. This scene acted as a spark, igniting the tempest of wrath within Qian Renxue. Just as she was about to charge forward, Maito Kai firmly seized her wrist. Maito Kai shook his head at the dark figure of Qian Renxue, acknowledging that the number of spies in the Starfall Imperial City surpassed that of the two great empires combined. Should the two choose to act, their identities would be instantly revealed. A flicker of unwillingness flashed through Qian Renxue's furious gaze, yet she understood the truth in Maito Kai's words. Each of their movements was akin to walking on a tightrope, demanding the utmost caution. She pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the fiery anger within. But the cold glint in her eyes betrayed her dissatisfaction and resolve. Maito Kai gazed at her, gently grasping her hand, imparting a semblance of comforting strength. Their eyes met, as if bound by an unspoken understanding and silent accord. Amidst the bustling city, two figures stood quietly in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. At the dimly lit street corner, several members of the Spirit Hall continued to brazenly oppress the common folk, their laughter and shouts echoing ominously through the tranquil alleyways. The darkness enveloped Qian Renxue, her gaze fixated upon them, brimming with indignation and defiance. Suddenly, she slightly turned her head, looking towards Maito Kai. Her voice low and frigid. "We can no longer afford to wait in such a manner." Maito Kai gently clasped her hand, his gaze profound and resolute. "We have another choice," he proclaimed, his words imbued with an irresistible strength, confronting the Starry Emperor. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Qian Renxue, soon supplanted by determination. She inhaled deeply, as if striving to suppress the fury within her, and then slowly nodded. Qian Renxue felt a twinge of confusion, her anger and resentment momentarily overshadowed by astonishment. She looked into Maito Kai's eyes, filled with bewilderment, as if silently asking, "Are we truly prepared to take this step?" Maito Kai fixed her with a resolute gaze, as if to dispel her doubts. His eyes, profound and luminous, sparkled with an undeniable strength. He slightly inclined his head, casting his gaze towards the distant palace, seemingly envisioning a confrontation with the Emperor of the Starry Realm. "We must proceed," he intoned, his voice low yet unwavering. "This is the swiftest means to resolve our predicament." Heavenly Snow inhaled deeply, her uncertainties gradually dissipating. She recognized that Maito Kai's decision was indeed sagacious. They could no longer afford to linger in inaction. Grasping Maito Kai's hand firmly, her resolve solidified. In the Starry Palace, the current Emperor, To, sat regally upon his throne, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. He surveyed the two kneeling bishops of the Spirit Hall below, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes. "Your Majesty," one bishop raised his head, a beaming smile upon his face. "We bring the latest tidings from the Spirit City." To could not suppress a mocking chuckle within, reflecting on how easily he had swayed two crimson-robed bishops with mere promises of high office. It seemed that the Spirit Hall was not as unified as it had been portrayed. To gently caressed the armrest of the throne, yet his mind was occupied with ulterior motives. He was acutely aware that the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Empire had always been tenuous, with both parties harboring hidden agendas, each striving to exploit the other for their own ends. Nevertheless, in recent years, they had indeed procured a considerable amount of confidential information from the Spirit Hall. Seated upon the throne with an imposing presence, To beckoned a nearby eunuch to present a document. The eunuch bowed respectfully, cautiously offering the document to To. As he slowly unfurled the paper, he discovered it contained details regarding the progress of the collaboration between the Empire and the Spirit Hall, along with some classified intelligence. However, as the document unfolded, the previously jovial expression on Dai Tianfeng's face abruptly shifted to one of astonishment. His eyes flickered with disbelief as he rapidly scanned the contents, his demeanor gradually transforming into one of grave seriousness. The atmosphere around him thickened, punctuated only by the sound of rustling paper echoing through the silent palace. Dai Tianfeng's gaze deep and luminous, seemed to contemplate a significant decision. He understood that the revelations within this document would profoundly affect his relationship with the Spirit Hall, particularly due to the appearance of a familiar yet unsettling title, the Enforcement Elder. The letter explicitly stated that the Enforcement Elder would soon arrive in Douluo City. Upon the Elder's arrival, a thorough eradication of all members of the Spirit Hall located there would undoubtedly ensue. At that point, the personnel he had covertly bribed would have no means of evading this purge. Casting his eyes upon the two kneeling Spirit Hall bishops below, a barely perceptible smirk flickered across Dai Tianfeng's countenance as he contemplated how to navigate the impending upheaval. He recognized the urgency of making a swift decision, otherwise. Once the Enforcement Elder truly arrived in Douluo City, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Dai Tianfeng's gaze swept dismissively over the two bishops, perceiving them as inconsequential insects. With a subtle wave of his hand, he signaled for them to withdraw. The bishops, understanding the cue, promptly rose. Their heads bowed in deference as they exited the grand hall. As they departed, tranquility returned to the chamber. Dai Tianfeng's expression grew grave. He rose and strolled to the window, gazing out at the bustling scene of Douluo City, while tumultuous thoughts churned within him. The Enforcement Elder, Dai Tianfeng, murmured to himself, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He was keenly aware that this impending arrival was not only formidable in strength, but also wielded significant authority. Once he arrived, all of Dai Tianfeng's clandestine maneuvers with the Spirit Hall would be laid bare. However, unbeknownst to Dai Tianfeng, the two red-clad bishops had barely crossed the threshold of the palace when they sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from all directions. Alert, they glanced around, only to find a man clad in black, with a stern countenance, materializing before them. You two dare to call yourselves members of the Spirit Hall? The man clad in black inquired coldly, his tone laced with disdain. The two bishops exchanged a knowing glance, acutely aware of the impending danger. Yet they had no choice but to muster their courage and confront him. Simultaneously, they summoned their soul power, activating their seventh soul skill, the true embodiment of their martial spirits. A colossal phantom of their martial spirits materialized behind them, radiating a dazzling brilliance. However, in the face of the black-clad man's onslaught, they appeared as fragile as mere paper. With a casual flick of his fist, he unleashed a torrent of immense power that instantly shattered the martial spirits of the two. The figure of Maito flickered like a wraith. His fists, as unyielding as obsidian, glimmered with a fierce radiance. With a chilling shout, his fists, imbued with the force of thunder, struck mercilessly towards the two cardinals clad in crimson. In that instant, it seemed as though the air resonated with a tearing sound. The scarlet garments of the two cardinals rustled ominously in the wake of his punch, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. The fists of the mightiest warrior seemed to bear the weight of the heavens and the earth, mercilessly striking the chest of the two individuals. The bodies of the cardinals trembled violently under the force of the blows. Their garments were instantly torn apart, exposing their concave chests, from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. They struggled to support themselves, attempting to rise, yet the overwhelming power forced them to remain on the ground, writhing in agony, continuously coughing up blood, their faces as pale as parchment. One cardinal gazed fearfully at the man before him, declaring, "We are the cardinals of the Spirit Hall, standing in opposition to the entire spirit realm." Maito Kai cast a disdainful glance at the cardinal clad in crimson, a flicker of contempt crossing his gaze. He leaned slightly, placing a foot upon the cardinal's head as if treading upon a fragile watermelon. To stand against the Spirit Hall? Maito Kai's voice resonated cold and deep, echoing as though it emerged from the depths of the abyss. As he exerted a modicum of pressure, the cardinal emitted a pained groan, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and staining the ground beneath him. The air around them seemed to crystallize, the only sound piercing the silence of the desolate street being the cardinal's anguished breaths. In Maito Kai's eyes shimmered a piercing light. He subtly lifted his foot, causing the bishop's body to collapse to the ground like a forsaken rag, utterly devoid of strength. "Do you truly believe that you can represent the Spirit Hall?" Maitreya effortlessly cradled the cardinal in one hand, as if lifting a mere chick, and with a gentle push of his foot, transformed into a fleeting shadow that forcefully kicked open the palace doors, striding boldly within. The palace was ablaze with light. The resplendent hall, adorned with golden splendor, reflected dazzling rays from its glazed tiles. Yet, apart from Dai Tianfeng, the grand hall was eerily devoid of life. As Maitreya stepped into the palace, a chilling aura enveloped him, and suddenly, a figure appeared in the once desolate hall, a woman cloaked in black, her countenance both striking and authoritative, resembling a queen of darkness. Distant and unattainable, standing before Mithria was the enigmatic Qian Renxue, her gaze fixed upon the imperious Douluo Emperor. Upon witnessing the intrusion of these two into his royal domain, Dai Tianfeng's brow furrowed in discontent. The dignity of an emperor must not be insulted. However, the sight of the two nearly lifeless soul saints compelled him to suppress his rising fury. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. The dire plight of the cardinal shocked and pained him, further solidifying his resolve to confront this mysterious visitor. Maito Kai cast a frigid glance at Dai Tianfeng, as if regarding him as nothing more than a mere insect. His eyes brimmed with contempt and disdain, seemingly impervious to the threat posed by Dai Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood silently to the side, her gaze piercing like ice directed at Dai Tianfeng, as if awaiting his next move. Maito Kai drew forth a token from his waist, a gleaming golden emblem etched with the image of a fierce soul beast. The token exuded a cold and unyielding texture, seemingly infused with formidable power. In that fleeting moment of its revelation, the countenance of the two crimson-robed bishops turned ashen, their eyes widening with an escalating terror. A profound sense of regret and fear enveloped them, as they comprehended the grave folly of having laid hands upon an elder of the Spirit Hall, and worse still, that it was their very superior who had instigated the act. How recklessly they had gambled with their lives. They were acutely aware that each elder of the Spirit Hall was at least a tile.To-level powerhouse, their strength unfathomable. Countless times they had confronted the arrogant soul masters in the law enforcement hall, yet never had they envisioned a day fraught with such dread. At this moment, their hearts felt as though they had been swept by a frigid gale, leaving them chilled and apprehensive. King of Xinglua, I hereby declare on behalf of the Spirit Hall that all cooperation with you shall be unilaterally rescinded. Chapter 24. Taking action as Maito Kai prepared to depart. It was as if everything behind him no longer held any significance. Yet, at the very moment he was about to take that step, an overwhelming aura erupted from Dai Tianfeng, akin to a torrential flood. The entire space seemed to contort under the pressure of this force. Suffused with an ineffable sense of oppression, Dai Tianfeng, the esteemed title Douluo of the 95th rank, now resembled a colossal dragon soaring through the skies. His eyes gleaming with a piercing light, each strand of hair seemingly alive, crackling softly. His figure, accentuated by the force, appeared even more imposing, like an insurmountable mountain standing resolutely before Maito Kai. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if proclaiming his determination. No matter what, you shall not leave so easily today. Dai Tianfeng could not acquiesce. This was the Douluo Palace, and allowing them to depart would be tantamount to trampling the dignity of the entire Douluo Empire. His expression darkened like storm clouds before a tempest, and in an instant, he surged forward, swift as lightning, toward Maito Kai. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon the very nerves of the ground, shaking the palace to its core. The air resonated with the roar of his fury, his formidable aura sweeping over Maito Kai like a violent storm. Dai Tianfeng's speed was breathtaking. His fists clenched so tightly that the air around them warped under his immense power. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, as if he intended to unleash the fury of the world upon Maito Kai. Just as his fist was about to connect with Maito Kai, an even more potent force erupted from Maito Kai himself, and the two energies clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Dai Tianfeng's claws, heavy as mountains and infused with boundless strength and wrath, lunged toward Maito Kai. However, in that critical moment, Maito Kai's form slightly sank, and with a sudden clap of his hands, he seemed to grasp a whirlwind, firmly intercepting Dai Tianfeng's strike. The collision of their energies generated a powerful shockwave, momentarily depleting the air within the palace and creating a tremendous vacuum that caused everything around to tremble. Green steam erupted from Maito Kai, burning like flames, imbued with a mysterious and formidable force that rendered him akin to an invincible giant. The atmosphere within the palace reached a peak of tension. Royal guards surged in like a tide, their spears glinting ominously, aimed directly at the dark figure of Qian Renxue and Maito Kai. Their expressions were filled with vigilance and resolve, as if at the slightest command, they would strike without hesitation. The light within the palace, reflected off the spears, became blinding, while Qian Renxue appeared to meld into the shadows, her form flickering, with only her icy gaze glinting ominously in the darkness. Maito stood beside her, enveloped in swirling green steam, resembling a deity surrounded by flames. The two faced numerous guards without a hint of trepidation. The gaze of dark Qian Renxue swept across the crowd, cold and profound, as if it could pierce through all. Meanwhile, Maito Kai clenched his fists, poised to counter any imminent assault. Within the palace, only their breaths and the sound of spears slicing through the air echoed, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Seventh soul skill, martial soul manifestation. Dai Tianfeng's body trembled suddenly, the surrounding air seemingly solidified by his aura. Immediately, an astonishing force surged from him, catapulting the previously stifling atmosphere to its zenith. The roar resounded like thunder, and a colossal phantom of a white tiger gradually materialized behind him. This white tiger, its fur as pristine as snow, bore eyes as crimson as blood, and claws as sharp as daggers, seemingly capable of rending anything apart. Its massive form nearly dominated the entire expanse of the palace, evoking a sense of reverence. Each breath of the white tiger was accompanied by a wild gust of wind, tumultuously stirring the air within the palace. In that moment, Dai Tianfeng appeared to merge with the white tiger, his presence surging to unprecedented heights. His gaze became piercingly sharp, as if it could penetrate the very souls of Maito Kai and dark Qian Renxue. The veins on his tightly clenched fist bulged, seemingly harboring the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Dark Qian Renxue's silhouette flickered in the dim light of the palace, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Her eyes, deep as night, sparkled with a chilling radiance, as if they could devour all light. The dark holy sword in her hand emitted an eerie purple glow, each swing accompanied by a profound sword energy, akin to a shooting star cleaving through the night sky. Confronted by the tidal wave of royal guards, dark Qian Renxue moved with an ethereal grace, like a specter weaving through the gaps between the spears. Her movements were swift and elegant, each evasion executed with precision, as if she could foresee the trajectory of her adversary's attacks. Her sword dance was like a poetic masterpiece, each strike accompanied by a tempest, shredding the surrounding air into fragments. Maito Kai flexed his wrist, and with each rotation of his joints came a low, resolute crack, as if he were warming up for the impending battle. He stood tall and straight, akin to a pine tree steadfast against a raging storm, though seemingly calm. An overwhelming sense of inner strength radiated from him, prompting those around him to hold their breath. His eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, luminous and profound. As Maito Kai's gaze met that of Dai Tianfeng, the air between them seemed to solidify, leaving only the palpable clash of their auras to resonate and intertwine. Dai Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware of the intense and pure power emanating from Maito Kai, a force that felt capable of penetrating all barriers, reaching deep into his very soul. A sense of inexplicable dread surged within him, not stemming from Maito Kai's soul energy, but rather from that unfathomable and ineffable aura of strength. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuations in Maito Kai's soul energy, Dai Tianfeng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. The figure of Maito Kai surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly shattering Dai Tianfeng's soul pressure, which seemed almost tangible. His speed was such that one could scarcely perceive more than a fleeting green shadow darting through the palace. Within that emerald silhouette, flames appeared to flicker, emitting an intense heat that warped and distorted the surrounding air. Just as Maito Kai was on the verge of reaching Dai Tianfeng, the astonishment on Dai Tianfeng's face transformed into gravitas. The eighth soul ring upon him, emanating a faint black glow, began to illuminate slightly, as if a mysterious force was surging within it. With the activation of the soul ring, Dai Tianfeng's aura surged once more, and the colossal phantom of the white tiger solidified, as if it were about to step forth from the void and descend into this world. Eighth soul skill, white tiger shattering heaven. A blinding light erupted suddenly from the void, followed by a profound and razor-sharp claw mark that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. This claw mark manifested in an intricate cross, resembling two gigantic tiger claws intertwining and wielding the power to annihilate, aimed directly at Maito Kai's outstretched fist. In that instant, the air appeared to be torn asunder, emitting a piercing howl. As Maito Kai's fist collided with the ethereal claw mark, an astonishing shockwave erupted. The air within the palace spiraled chaotically, forming a colossal vortex. Light and darkness intertwined, as if the entire palace trembled in response to this immense force. The phantom of the white tiger became increasingly substantial within the void, as if striving to break free from the intersecting claw marks and materialize into reality. Its eyes glowed crimson, sharp as blades, fixated intently on Maito Kai, as if it sought to devour him. Maito Kai's expression hardened. He sensed the destructive power emanating from the white tiger, yet he did not falter. Instead, he summoned his soul power to its utmost limit, preparing to confront the impending clash. The brilliance of the meteor in the void had dimmed, replaced by the fierce collision of soul power within the palace. Before Dai Tianfeng's profound and incisive claw mark, Might Guy stood resolute, like an unyielding boulder amidst a tempest. As his soul power surged wildly, the center of the vortex, originally intertwined with light and darkness, erupted in a dazzling radiance. Might Guy's fist seemed to harness the strength of the entire cosmos, each swing resonating with an awe-inspiring momentum. Under the scrutiny of all present, that claw mark, which had torn through the heavens, began to emit cracking sounds beneath the impact of Might Guy's punch. The fissures radiated from the center outward, resembling a shattered mirror, dazzling with blinding light amidst the darkness. The phantom of the white tiger quivered at the sound of shattering, its crimson eyes reflecting an overwhelming disbelief and fear. Might Kai inhaled sharply, the indomitable fire of resolve igniting in his gaze. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, and his already resplendent fist now shone with a brilliance akin to the stars themselves. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his fist forward, propelled by an indescribable might that bore down upon the now fracturing tiger claw. The air seemed to be rent asunder by this force, creating visible fissures that marred its surface. At the convergence of these cracks, the once formidable tiger claw began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the cataclysmic blow. Then, with a deafening shatter, the massive claw disintegrated beneath Might Kai's strike, scattering into countless tiny fragments that shot forth like meteors across the expanse. Under the might of Might Guy's punch, the air within the palace seemed to be vacated, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths and the profound silence. The once fearsome tiger claw shattered, unleashing an even more ferocious force from Guy's fist, akin to an enraged dragon dancing wildly in the void. A flicker of dread passed through Dai Tianfeng's eyes as he attempted to summon the soul power within him to resist this unstoppable blow, yet it was a futile endeavor. The ninth soul, his figure was seen rapidly flying backward amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, colliding with several stout palace pillars along the way, producing thunderous roars. Deep within the palace, the walls cracked under the tremendous impact, and debris and dust scattered in all directions. Dai Tianfeng's body resembled a rogue meteor, ultimately crashing against a solid stone wall, which crumbled under the force, sending clouds of dust into the air. Amidst the ruins, Dai Tianfeng lay, his chest heaving violently, clearly gravely injured. "Father." As the dust began to settle within the palace's wreckage, it revealed Dai Tianfeng's despondent figure sprawled on the ground. Surrounding him were shattered stone pillars and scattered debris, presenting a scene of utter chaos. At this moment, a group of armored guards hurriedly approached, weapons in hand and expressions tense, evidently startled by the sudden onset of battle. Amongst this throng of guards, one golden-haired youth stood out conspicuously. His seemingly youthful face was now etched with shock and fury, his eyes fixated on Might Guy, who stood at the eye of the storm, ablaze with righteous wrath. This youth was none other than Davis, the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. Having witnessed his father's defeat, the tumult of shock and rage within him was beyond words. In the dust-laden remnants of the palace, Davis's eyes widened in anger. The two soul rings on him gradually materialized, symbolizing his soul power and strength. However, just as he was about to step forth for vengeance, a chilling and sharp force suddenly assailed him. He felt a searing pain at his neck, followed swiftly by darkness surging in like a tide, engulfing his consciousness. As Davis collapsed, he caught a glimpse of a hazy figure, a woman cloaked in black robes, her white hair concealed in the shadows, revealing only a pair of frostbitten eyes. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, instilling an unspeakable dread. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a dark purple light struck Davis like lightning. Dai Tianfeng struggled to lift his head, his gaze traversing through the ruins and dust towards Might Guy, who stood amidst the aftershocks of the tempest. His heart brimmed with reluctance and despair, yet more so with an overwhelming fear of the unknown. The appearance of the white-haired woman was akin to a specter in the darkness, presenting an unprecedented threat. In the ruins of the palace, he was the sole one still conscious. Surrounding him lay broken pillars, scattered rubble, and the lifeless bodies of guards. His chest continued to heave violently, each breath akin to a knife's edge. Yet in this moment, he had to endure the pain, for he knew that an even greater peril awaited him. With great effort, he propped himself up, his gaze firmly locked onto the silhouette of the white-haired woman. Her silhouette flickered in the darkness, as if poised to vanish into the night at any moment. Dai Tianfeng inhaled deeply, striving to summon the scant remnants of his soul power in preparation for the unforeseen turn of events. Yet, he was acutely aware that, with his current strength, he could not possibly contend with such an adversary. The silver-haired woman glided gracefully through the ruins, each step seemingly treading upon the void, leaving no tangible trace behind. Her black robe billowed gently in the nocturnal breeze, revealing a delicate figure that resembled a ghostly orchid blooming in the shadows. When her gaze fell upon Maito Kai, a hint of youthful shyness emerged in her once frosty eyes. That expression was akin to the warm sun of spring, instantly melting the surrounding chill and darkness. She bit her lower lip gently, as if caught in hesitation, yet ultimately summoned the courage to approach Maito Kai. Although her steps were light, each one resonated with unwavering determination. The rhythm of her heartbeat echoed in the tranquil night sky, seemingly the sole melody amidst the silence. As she progressed towards Maito Kai, a faint smile graced her lips. Radiant and warm like the dawn's first light. It is worth noting that in dealing with those guards, the dark Qian Renxue did not even resort to her martial soul. Thanks to her early training and physical techniques alongside Maito Kai, Qian Renxue's prowess in martial arts was remarkably refined. The two were one in essence, and thus, the dark Qian Renxue seamlessly inherited this mastery. Maito Kai gazed down at Douluo, his voice penetrating Dai's ears. Do you not comprehend? I have not come to negotiate with you. The notification has been delivered, and you, along with the Douluo Empire, possess no right to refuse. Chapter 25. The calm before the storm. Dai Tianfeng's visage blanched instantaneously, his eyes widening in disbelief and fury. It felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force, causing his very insides to tremble violently. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth, staining his resplendent dragon robe and forming glaring red blossoms. He trembled as he attempted to wipe away the glaring crimson, yet the blood remained, much like his current dignity, indelible, regardless of his efforts. The emperor of the Douluo Empire, subjected to such humiliation at this moment, was undoubtedly dealt the gravest blow. He clenched his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied light, as if he sought to engulf the entire world. The two departed from the Douluo Imperial Palace. It was not until the deep of night that they commenced their endeavors once more. The night was as dark as ink, the palace's lights flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. Maito Kai strode alongside the dark and ethereal Qian Renxue, their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight, each step resonating with determination and strength. The streets of the imperial city lay desolate and silent, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of a watchman's clapper, shattering the oppressive stillness of the night. Qian Renxue moved with an ethereal grace, her garments billowing like a specter in the night. In contrast, Maito Kai's steps were measured, each footfall echoing with a reassuring solidity. Before long, they arrived at the front of the Spirit Hall's branch. The towering structure appeared even more solemn and enigmatic in the night's embrace. The stone lions at the entrance glimmered with a piercing light under the moon, as if safeguarding this domain. Beneath the cloak of night, two guards stood like statues before the Spirit Hall's branch, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their expressions grave. Moonlight cascaded upon their austere faces, enveloping them in a veil of silvery mist. As Maito Kai and Qian Renxue approached, the guards' gazes sharpened instantly. They scrutinized the two uninvited guests, their eyes betraying caution and scrutiny. Halt! One of the guards commanded in a deep voice, reverberating through the empty streets with an air of authority. Maito Kai came to a halt, nodding slightly in a gesture of respect. Beside him, the enigmatic dark Qian Renxue stood silently. Please present your token or credentials. One of the guards extended his hand. The night enveloped the front of the Spirit Hall's subtemple like thick ink. Maito Kai slowly drew forth the golden token from his waist, which shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight. The guards' expressions transformed into reverence upon encountering the token. They bowed slightly, gripping their spears firmly, and rendered a precise military salute to both Maito Kai and dark Qian Renxue. We have seen the esteemed elder. Beneath the moon's glow, their armor glinted with a cold radiance, harmonizing with the golden brilliance of the token, creating a scene both solemn and majestic. Maito Kai gently nodded, leading dark Qian Renxue as they ascended the stone steps and passed through the grand door. Upon entering the Spirit Hall's subtemple, a sense of ancient dignity enveloped them. The hall was brightly illuminated, with the soul patterns depicted in the murals flickering in the shadows, adding an aura of mystery. Just as they crossed the threshold, a white-haired elder hurriedly traversed the corridor. His steps, though brisk, betrayed no hint of panic. Each footfall landed steadily on the floor, producing a faint echo. The elder's visage was kind, yet his eyes sparkled with keen insight, as if capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Though his robe was somewhat worn, it remained clean and tidy, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon noticing Maito Kai and dark Qian Renxue, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, swiftly replaced by composure as he clasped his hands and spoke. Esteemed elder, my apologies for not welcoming you properly at this late hour. I hope you will forgive my oversight. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing clearly in the spacious hall. The appearance of Hills bestowed a distinctive hue upon the solemn spirit hall's subtemple. His movements were agile, reminiscent of a steel-winged griffin soaring through the night sky. Each step light yet powerful, as if he could shatter the air itself. As he drew closer, the atmosphere within the hall grew tense. Maito Kai and dark Qian Renxue exchanged glances, both sensing the vigilance reflected in each other's eyes. Yet, Hills maintained a benevolent smile, as if the palpable tension held no relevance to him. When Hills reached the two, he paused, his gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on the golden token in Maito Kai's hand. He inclined his head slightly in a sign of respect and then spoke, "Esteemed elder, your late-night visit surely concerns matters of significance. Might you disclose the nature of your visit, so that I may prepare accordingly?" Hills, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, an 86th level agility-type battle spirit Douluo, wielded the top-tier beast spirit, the steel-winged griffin. Maito Kai responded, "You currently serve as the Deputy Hall Master of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo Empire. I have not misspoken, have I?" The voice of Maito Kai reverberated through the vast hall, each word piercing into Hills's heart like icy steel needles. Hills involuntarily trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary elder possessed such intimate knowledge of his identity and background. He slowly stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant, as if to completely suppress Hills's presence. Hills slightly lowered his head. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Maito Kai's golden insignia, illuminating his calm and profound visage. Maito Kai's gaze was piercing, locking onto Hills as if seeking to unearth the deepest secrets of his soul. Taking a deep breath, Hills endeavored to calm the tumult within him. He lifted his head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, a blend of astonishment and reverence. He spoke slowly, his voice quivering slightly. "I never anticipated that the elder would conduct such thorough investigations. I am in awe. May I inquire the purpose of your late-night visit?" "Military assistance." Maito Kai's words sliced through the silence of the grand hall like a cold blade. He slowly approached Hills, gently placing his palm upon the broad shoulder of his companion. Though the touch was light, it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, causing Hills's heart to shudder. "Reinforcements." The two syllables echoed within the expansive hall, reminiscent of ancient war drums being struck with fervor, reverberating through Hills's ears. He felt the chill emanating from Maito Kai's palm, as if the coldness penetrated his skin and reached deep into his core. Hills's eyes widened in sudden realization, his pupils reflecting Maito Kai's resolute and icy visage. He envisioned a vast expanse of ice, where fierce winds howled and snowflakes danced, with Maito Kai standing as the solitary wolf upon that frozen wasteland, unyielding in the face of the storm. The actions of the law enforcement hall over the years in Starfall City were well known to you. The power of the elder enforcers has been eroded significantly by the bishops. Should I rashly dismiss them, chaos would surely erupt within Starfall City. Thus, I require military support. I need your assistance to quell this impending unrest. As Maito Kai's words settled in, an ephemeral silence enveloped the hall. An invisible pressure seemed to permeate the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Hills and the surrounding guards held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment and unease. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the windows, casting a silvery glow upon Maito Kai, who stood there like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon him. Suddenly, Maito Kai's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the walls of the hall, looking toward the distant Starfall City. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen the storm that was about to unfold there. The oppression of the populace. Collusion with the royal family of Starfall. There are far too many parasites within the law enforcement hall now. I lack the time to eradicate them one by one. Therefore, I must resort to absolute force to suppress them. His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, staring into the illustrious history of the martial spirit hall. His voice resonated throughout the vast hall. Imbued with undeniable conviction, the law enforcement hall was once the sword that safeguarded the honor of the martial spirit hall and the tranquility of the people. Yet it has now become the source of internal strife, corroding our very foundations. His words ignited the tense atmosphere around him like a fire in the cold wind. Hills could sense the determination and strength radiating from Maito Kai, stemming from a profound love and sense of duty towards the martial spirit hall that only an elder could possess. Maito Kai slowly turned to face Hills, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. "Hills, I require your assistance. I need you to mobilize all available forces. I intend to make those who have betrayed the Spirit Hall fully aware that the price of treachery is one they cannot bear." As Maito Kai's words gradually faded into the night, the once tranquil sky seemed to be stirred by an enigmatic force. Suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark veil of night like a blade, illuminating the world in a stark, brilliant white. The radiance was fleeting yet dazzling, akin to fireworks igniting in the night sky, momentarily awakening those who beheld it. This flash of lightning appeared to be a portent from nature or a manifestation of some mysterious power, infusing the serene night with an air of mystery and tension. As it dissipated, tranquility returned to the night, yet an inexplicable sense of awe lingered in the atmosphere. Hills involuntarily swallowed hard, as if a heartstring had been subtly plucked, foreshadowing the significant upheaval to come. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, those present lowered their heads in unison, kneeling before Maito Kai in a display of respect and solemn acknowledgement of the impending ritual. A grave and dignified atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had momentarily paused. Each face bore expressions of reverence and gravity. The sound of their knees touching the ground echoed in the stillness, resembling an ancient hymn that spoke of admiration for the sublime and the sacred. Hills followed suit, kneeling amongst the others, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. He understood that this moment signified not merely the physical act of kneeling, but a sincere yearning of their souls toward a higher realm. "We humbly abide by the name of the elders," echoed within them, like a tumultuous sea surging beneath the surface. Beneath the starry sky, an ineffable tension seemed to permeate the air, heralding an extraordinary night ahead. A gentle breeze swept through, imbued with a hint of chill, foreshadowing the impending tumult. The collective heartbeat of the assembly intertwined with the night, weaving a gripping tapestry that foretold an extraordinary evening. As the night deepened, a fine rain transformed into a torrential downpour, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, unleashing a deluge of tears. In this quiet yet oppressive midnight, a battalion of soldiers moved stealthily, their golden armor gleaming as if they had emerged from ancient legends, radiating an unwavering and resolute light. Their footsteps were both light and powerful, silently traversing the halls of the spirit hall, as though even the wind parted for their passage. Their gazes were resolute, their expressions solemn, as if heralding an imminent transformation. As the rain intensified, their figures grew increasingly obscured in the night, yet their determination and resolve shone ever brighter, like a beacon amidst the storm. Their departure was akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the stillness of the night, brief yet resplendent, enough to leave a profound impact on the heart. In the depths of the night, while most remained ensconced in slumber, the soldiers clad in golden armor had quietly slipped away, leaving only the echo of their footsteps in the night and a resolute determination, rendered even clearer by the rain. In stark contrast, the scene within the enforcement hall was an entirely different spectacle, as if another world were unfolding in hushed tones. The air was filled with laughter and revelry, brimming with vibrant vitality. People gathered in joyous camaraderie, some indulging in gentle melodies and graceful dances, others toasting and sharing merriment, a lively tableau of exuberance. Their faces radiated satisfaction and joy, as if all worries and troubles dissipated amidst the buoyant laughter. The entire enforcement hall was enveloped in this jubilant atmosphere, where even the air seemed to carry a light-hearted, blissful essence. This ambience stood in sharp contrast to the external tension and solemnity, accentuating the tranquility and harmony within. In this moment of festivity, the crowd temporarily forgot the tumult and anxieties of the outside world, relishing this rare tranquility and joy. They raised their glasses in celebration, exchanging blessings, as if in that instant, all adversities would fade into the past, and the future brimmed with hope and anticipation. Beneath the dim light, a figure of somewhat rotund stature sat heavily upon the delicate frame of a frail woman below him, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, relishing the sensation of power derived from his elevated position. His gaze, akin to that of a cunning fox, glinted with slyness in the darkness as it subtly shifted towards the individual seated in the main chair. The occupant of the main seat resembled a towering mountain, quietly poised, his face a mask of inscrutable calm. His eyes, like a fathomless abyss, concealed his true thoughts. However, upon receiving the rotund figure's insinuation, a slight flicker of movement crossed his gaze, hinting at an undercurrent of disturbance. This scene unfolded like an exquisite painting in the serene night, with the rotund man, the woman beneath him, and the figure in the main chair, each embodying their roles in an intricate interplay of power and desire. "Sir, the enforcement elder will soon assume office. Our days of revelry may soon be at an end," remarked the man in the main seat with a cold smile, absent of any revealing emotion as he caressed his wine glass. "I have dispatched spies to inform Emperor Xinglua of this matter, should he wish to continue our collaboration. The royal family will undoubtedly send agents to eliminate the enforcement elder," the man in the main seat replied with a sinister smile. as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. The night hung heavy like thick ink, and suddenly, the doors of the enforcement hall were thrust open with tremendous force, tearing through the silence like a rending fabric. Wood splintered, accompanied by a deafening crash that reverberated throughout the vast hall, sending a jolt of fear through the hearts of those within. The wind, laden with fine rain, surged in, shattering the festive atmosphere that had thrived within. The corpulent figure jolted suddenly, its hefty body swaying precariously on the chair, nearly toppling over. With trepidation, it cast a fearful glance towards the entrance, where a live soldier stood resolutely, his golden armor gleaming with a cold light in the rain-drenched night, his face adorned with an undeniable authority. In that moment, the joyous laughter of the crowd froze, plunging the entire enforcement hall into a profound silence. Only the soldiers' heavy breaths intertwined with the soft patter of rain outside, creating an atmosphere laden with tension and oppression. The individual presiding at the head of the table raised an eyebrow, a hint of chill flickering in his gaze. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his eyes burning like torches as they locked onto the uninvited guest at the doorway. Chapter 26. Turmoil in the Hall. Every pair of eyes converged upon the soldier outside, as if drawn by an invisible force to that solemn figure. With the soldier's arrival, a weighty atmosphere descended silently, pervading the space like dark clouds in the night, oppressive and heavy. The air seemed to solidify, with even breaths taken cautiously, as if to avoid shattering the eerie silence. Every corner of the hall was infused with a palpable tension, as if some unknown peril was on the cusp of manifestation. The hearts of the assembly tightened, brimming with anticipation for the unfolding unknown. The soldier, steadfast as a statue, silently turned and strode purposefully aside. Then, a distinct cadence of footsteps echoed through the veil of rain, akin to the heavy beat of drums, each strike synchronizing perfectly with the heartbeat of those outside the door. The sound reverberated in the rainy night, each step imbued with a force that weighed heavily upon the listeners' hearts. Like a merciless metronome, it meticulously governed the breaths of those outside, amplifying the invisible sense of pressure, making the very air feel denser. Within the hall, all eyes remained fixated on the entrance, as if breath itself had ceased. In the hush, only the intermittent gasps of breath punctuated the silence, sounding exceptionally jarring. Each person's expression betrayed tension and eager anticipation, as if they awaited the arrival of a momentous event. This oppressive silence was saturated with an undercurrent of anxiety and uncertainty, rendering the atmosphere increasingly grave. The rhythmic footfalls echoed in the vast hall, each step resembling a heavy stone dropped upon the hearts of the audience. As the footsteps drew nearer, the collective gaze intensified, ultimately locking onto the doorway. There, a figure gradually emerged, draped in the elder's cloak, exuding solemnity and authority, none other than Maito Kai. His countenance was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of storm clouds before a tempest, oppressive and heavy. A fiery rage flickered in his profound eyes, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling dread. Though his steps were steady, each seemed to carry the weight of thunder, causing the entire hall to tremble. As he fully entered the hall, it felt as though the collective breath of the assembly was stifled beneath the weight of his commanding presence, plunging the chamber into an eerie stillness. Maito Kai's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes sharp as blades, instilling a sense of trepidation that prevented anyone from meeting his stare. His presence felt like a spark igniting the already oppressive atmosphere, intensifying the tension that enveloped the entire hall. Indeed, quite commendable. The voice of Maito Kai reverberated through the vast hall, each word striking the hearts of the audience like a sledgehammer. His countenance was ashen, and the fury emanating from his gaze seemed capable of igniting the entire chamber. His hands were clenched into fists, veins protruding, as if he were striving to suppress an overwhelming rage within. His eyes swept across the crowd, and those once arrogant members of the enforcement team now bowed their heads, their faces etched with terror and unease. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapsing under the weight of his formidable presence. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension, as though even the air had solidified in response to this fierce wrath. Every movement of Maito Kai exuded a palpable sense of power as he slowly approached a table laden with wine and sumptuous dishes, his gaze icy and fixed on the untouched goblets and delicacies. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the items on the table were sent crashing to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound, mirroring the fragmented state of his emotions. The man seated at the head of the table instantly transformed from calm to malevolent, as if the serene atmosphere before a storm had been ruthlessly torn asunder. He slammed his hand against the intricately carved wooden armrest, producing a jarring crack. With splinters scattering about, foreshadowing the fury and dissatisfaction brewing within him. Like a panther, he sprang to his feet, his heavy robe billowing with his motion, revealing powerful legs beneath. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore down on Maito Kai, filled with threats and warnings. A cruel smirk played at the corners of his mouth, as if he reveled in Maito Kai's astonishment and unease. The air around them seemed ignited by his wrath, an invisible weight enveloping the hall and intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Elder, do not forget that this is the enforcement hall, even if you're a titled Douluo. You have no authority over us, he barked, shattering the silence of the hall like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of tension throughout. A wave of enforcers surged in, their steps synchronized and resolute, each footfall reverberating with a determination to dismantle the oppressive ambience. Their gazes were steely and unyielding, weapons glinting ominously, evoking a chill of dread. The seated Soul Douluo rose as well, their towering figures resembling unyielding mountains. Their eyes glinted with a feral ferocity, fixated on Maito Kai as if they intended to devour him whole. Their imposing presence swept through the hall like a tempest, causing the very structure to tremble. In response to their looming threat, Maito Kai's gaze reflected a profound pity, as if observing a flock of lambs unknowingly marching toward their demise. His eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance, akin to crystalline ice in a frigid winter, clear and sharp. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing an elegant arc through the air, as if conducting a silent symphony. As he moved, an invisible energy began to permeate the hall, rippling outward and enveloping the enforcers and Soul Douluo alike. Suddenly, they were beset by an oppressive weight upon their chests, as if an invisible mountain bore down on them, stifling their breath. Their steps grew heavy, ensnared by unseen chains that immobilized them. Terror and despair flickered in their eyes, as if they had foreseen their grim fate. From this day forth, the enforcement elder shall officially assume control over the enforcement hall, and all prior regulations shall be abolished. All rights of the bishops shall be rescinded. As Maito Kai's words resonated through the grand hall, it was as if a tempest had swept in, shattering the previously somber atmosphere into disarray. The expressions of the law enforcement members transformed dramatically, a blend of terror and fury etched upon their faces, as if they had glimpsed the impending doom of their futures. The once haughty Soul Douluos now appeared as wilted flowers, stripped of their former grandeur in an instant. Their gazes were rife with resentment and despair, as though they had foreseen their inevitable defeat. Yet, Maito Kai remained unperturbed, his eyes resolute and indifferent, exuding an aura of control over the unfolding chaos. He turned slowly, presenting his back to the assembly, and strode deeper into the hall. Each step was firm and deliberate, as if declaring his unwavering resolve and commanding presence. After absorbing Maito Kai's proclamation, the individual seated at the head suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh. The unexpected sound left those below momentarily bewildered. Kuei-Tian, what are you laughing at? This individual is a law elder. The once imposing figure, who had been reclining comfortably, now adjusted his attire, glancing at his friend in confusion at the sudden outburst. Kuei-Tian cast a malevolent glare towards Maito Kai. You too, Gizi and Yamamoto, are you still oblivious? This person is impersonating an elder of our Wuhuan Hall with intentions of treachery. The evidence is glaringly apparent. Must I elaborate further? Seize him. With Kuei-Tian's command, the hall erupted into chaos. Soldiers swiftly unsheathed their swords, the blades glinting ominously as they pointed toward Maito Kai. Their faces bore unwavering resolve. Despite facing a titled Douluo, their loyalty instilled in them a fearless spirit. Multicolored soul rings illuminated the hall, resembling the brilliant stars in a night sky, emanating potent waves of soul power. Some rings shimmered with searing flames, others exuded chilling frost, while yet others crackled with thunderous might. Under the weight of this formidable soul force, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Amongst them, Gizi and Yamamoto stood out prominently. Gizi's fists were clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously as 8 soul rings spiraled around him, each radiating a distinct hue, narrating tales of his illustrious past victories. Yamamoto, with a sinister demeanor, formed intricate hand seals as 9 soul rings rose behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spine. The tension in the hall reached a fever pitch, all eyes fixated upon Yamamoto. His towering figure resembled a majestic mountain, encircled by the 9 radiant soul rings, akin to 9 resplendent stars. Each flicker of the soul rings accompanied a powerful surge of soul energy, immersing the hall in an ocean of turbulent force. Yamamoto's visage darkened, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, as if he sought to engulf the entire hall in his chilling presence. He slowly took a step forward, each movement seemingly treading upon the hearts of the onlookers, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression. The bystander, Gizi, gazed at Yamamoto with a complex expression. He had never envisioned that his brother would ascend to the realm of the title Douluo at such a critical juncture. The radiance of 9 soul rings illuminated his face, revealing the shock and anxiety within. He understood that from this moment forth, the chasm between him and Yamamoto had widened irreparably, rendering them unable to stand shoulder to shoulder as they once did. In an instant, the color drained from Kita's face. The hint of smugness that once graced his features vanished entirely, replaced by profound astonishment and unease. His eyes were fixated on Yamamoto, seemingly attempting to penetrate the power concealed behind those 9 soul rings. Yamamoto's aura surged relentlessly, transforming him into a towering, insurmountable peak. No longer the familiar brother he once knew. Each soul ring upon him flickered with a brilliant light, narrating tales of his might and authority. The illumination within the hall appeared to be devoured by Yamamoto's imposing presence, leaving only the 9 soul rings behind him to shimmer in the darkness. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, rendering breath a challenge. Suddenly, a ferocious energy erupted within the hall, eager to assert his prowess. Gizi resembled an enraged beast. The 6th soul ring on his body flared to life, casting a radiant glow that pierced the dimness of the grand hall. His muscles swelled as if inflated, every vein ready to burst, showcasing astonishing power. With a fierce roar, Gizi slammed his feet into the ground, causing the floor to groan under the strain, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The entire hall seemed to tremble at that moment, and the crowd felt unsteady, their heartbeats quickening. He darted forward like lightning, charging towards Maito Kai, his massive fist cutting through the air with a howling wind, as if to rend the very atmosphere. At this moment, Gizi resembled an unstoppable war deity, his might and momentum reaching their zenith. 6th soul skill, turtle shell strike. In the blink of an eye, Maito Kai's figure flickered before the spectators, transforming into a mere afterimage. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to a leopard navigating through the jungle. Just as Gizi's fist was about to connect, Maito Kai subtly angled his body, effortlessly evading the tremendous blow. With his punch missing its target, Gizi felt a tremendous force rebound upon him, numbing his entire arm. Staring in disbelief at Maito Kai, he perceived an infinite enigma within those calm, profound eyes. Meanwhile, Maito Kai remained rooted in place, not a single corner of his garment stirred. He cast a fleeting glance at Gizi, as if regarding an insignificant adversary. His gaze brimmed with disdain and contempt, as if to convey, "Is this truly your utmost effort?" The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense with the clash of combat. Outside, the once orderly line of spirit hall soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, their steps resolute and powerful, their armor glinting with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. As they surged into the hall, there was no hint of hesitation. They promptly positioned themselves behind Maito Kai, forming an impenetrable barrier in an instant. The soldiers, with resolute gazes and solemn expressions, brandished their long swords, which glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, their blades pointed unwaveringly ahead. Their presence not only provided formidable support for Maito Kai, but also infused the entire hall with a palpable sense of foreboding. Inside the hall, Kamita, Yamamoto, and the others, who had previously attempted to resist, were now compelled to confront this unexpected turn of events. As they beheld the neatly arranged soldiers, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. They understood that the arrival of these soldiers had irrevocably altered the dynamics within the hall. Although the soldiers' commanding presence might not significantly influence the high-stakes combat, one of the rules of the Spirit Hall strictly forbids the harm of its personnel. The 3 were acutely aware of each other's true identities as law enforcement elders. Yet at that moment, they could only cling to this rationale to deceive themselves. The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened, as if the very air had ceased to circulate. Yamamoto, Kamita, and the foreigner exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. They realized that they had no avenue for retreat left, and their only choice was to confront Maito Kai decisively. Yamamoto took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fear within him, and once again formed a seal with his hands. The radiance of 9 soul rings surged forth, seemingly illuminating the entire hall. With a sudden thrust, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that raced toward Maito Kai. His movement was swift and fierce, as though he intended to unleash all his pent-up fury and strength in that singular moment. Observing this, Kamita and the foreigner gritted their teeth, unleashing their own powerful soul force to launch an assault on Maito Kai. The trio's combined attacks surged toward him like 3 rampaging dragons, the violent fluctuations of their soul power threatening to collapse the very hall itself. Maito Kai's eyes shimmered with unwavering brilliance in the dimly lit hall, akin to two eternal beacons. As he inhaled deeply, a formidable aura surged forth from within him, reminiscent of an imminent volcanic eruption. Verdant steam began to rise slowly from his being, enveloping him in a hazy green mist. This vapor was imbued with potent vitality, as if it were the purest essence of nature itself. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, the surrounding air grew heavy, rendering each breath a laborious endeavor. Under the shroud of verdant steam, Maito Kai's silhouette became increasingly indistinct. Yet his gaze grew ever more piercing. He fixated on the three assailants advancing toward him, as if he could foresee their trajectories of attack. Slowly, he raised his hands, and a green luminescence began to coalesce within his palms, as though some enigmatic force was gathering. The eighth gate of the eight gates of Biryaku, the sixth gate, is now open. Chapter 27. Tranquility. The enemy's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Maito Kai's tranquil countenance, stirring a tumult of emotions within. His fists, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, found themselves immobilized, unable to proceed further. Maito Kai's form seemed to meld with the wind, his movements light and fluid, each subtle turn exuding an ineffable grace. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if he could pierce through all illusions. Suddenly, Maito Kai sprang into action, transforming into a bolt of lightning, arriving instantaneously before the enemy. With a gentle wave of his hand, a formidable force surged forth like crashing waves, sending the adversary staggering back several steps. The eighth soul skill, Annihilation Fang. Yamamoto's voice resonated like thunder across the battlefield, as his eighth soul ring blazed to life, reminiscent of a brilliant star streaking through the night sky. Under the radiance of this soul ring, Yamamoto's figure appeared even more imposing, resembling a war god from ancient times. His aura swept in like a tempest, compressing the surrounding air into a distorted form. His eyes glimmered with a piercing light, as if capable of discerning all deceptions. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the very heavens and earth, becoming the sovereign of the battlefield. With a fierce roar, Yamamoto clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying power surged and roiled within him. A dark energy began to coalesce upon his knuckles, forming a sharp fang that radiated a sense of destruction. This fang seemed capable of devouring everything, making the surrounding space tremble. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew suddenly tense. Kuwata's eyes flashed with determination as his figure became momentarily indistinct, blending seamlessly with the air around him. Immediately, his seventh soul ring erupted with a blinding glow, enveloping him entirely, illuminating his form like a warrior emerged from myth. As the soul ring shimmered, Kuwata underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded, his skin hardened like iron, each inch of his flesh seeming infused with boundless strength. His fists were tightly clenched, the sound of bones cracking echoed as if they could tear through the air. His eyes sparkled with a fierce light, flames seemingly dancing within his pupils. He took a sudden step forward, causing the ground to quake, as if the entire battlefield shuddered beneath his feet. In that moment, he embodied the very eye of the storm, everything falling under his dominion. A glimmer of determination flickered in Maito Kai's eyes, his figure standing resolutely erect like a pine tree, undeterred by the oppressive force of soul energy. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the surrounding air, then exhaled sharply, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth from within him, sweeping towards the trio like a tempest. The ethereal shadows of Wang Ba, the wild boar, and the porcupine's martial souls began to tremble violently under the impact of Maito Kai's soul energy, as if they were on the brink of shattering. The soul pressure they collectively exerted appeared feeble, akin to mere paper, in the presence of Maito Kai. The figure of Maito Kai loomed ever larger amid the surging soul power, each of his steps resonating deeply within the hearts of the crowd, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation. With a gentle wave of his hand, an even greater force erupted instantaneously, effortlessly tearing apart the soul power barrier formed by the trio. The figure of Maito Kai darted across the battlefield like a phantom, his speed seemingly transcending the very constraints of time. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he instantaneously appeared behind the enemy, his form as agile as that of a cheetah, radiating an astonishing burst of energy. His fists clenched tightly, muscles taut, as if brimming with boundless fury and strength. Before the enemy could even react, his fist thundered forth like a bolt of lightning, striking with brutal force against the foe's shoulder. A sharp crack resonated in the air as the enemy's shoulder crumbled under the impact. Blood and flesh splattering like debris scattered by a fierce gale, leaving chaos in its wake. The enemy felt an immense force surge through his shoulder, akin to being struck by an overwhelming weight, and before he could comprehend the situation, his body was involuntarily propelled into the air. His vision blurred, ears filled with the howling wind and the terrified cries of his comrades, yet at that moment, he found himself powerless to react. He arced through the air like a thrown object, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain coursed through every part of his body, as if countless blades were slicing through him. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating agony radiating from his shoulder drained him of all strength. Might Guy's silhouette moved like a specter once more, this time setting his sights on Yamamoto. Before Yamamoto could recover from his shock, the shadow of Might Guy loomed before him like thunder. Yamamoto felt an irresistible force surging toward him, and the black fangs he had conjured shattered beneath Might Guy's iron fist, fracturing into countless dark shards that scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, Kamita was met with a fierce assault. A powerful figure, concealed in the shadows, emerged, wielding a long sword glinting with a chilling light. With a single, precise strike, he struck Kamita's hardened back. The radiance of Kamita's seventh soul ring dimmed instantly, his form quaking violently under the impact of the sword, ultimately causing the ethereal image of his martial spirit to shatter like glass, dispersing into shimmering starlight in the air. The figure of dark Qian Renxue glided across the battlefield like a specter, her eyes shimmering with a profound and frigid starlight. Her dark holy sword refracted a sinister gleam in the sunlight, the blood of Kamita slowly trickling down the blade, leaving behind horrifying traces. With a gentle sweep, an invisible force consumed the bloodstains, restoring the sword to its original luster. However, a look of extreme disdain and revulsion crossed her face, as if that blood were the most vile substance in existence. She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, witnessing Might Guy weaving through the throng, each strike echoing like thunder, unstoppable by any foe. An indescribable thrill welled up within her heart. What power did this man truly possess? All that remained was the cold light of the sword and the shadow of Might Guy. Dark Qian Renxue stood quietly to the side, her deep-set eyes swirling with emotion as she observed Might Guy, the man without a martial spirit, yet exuding a suffocating strength. The figure of Might Guy cut through the crowd like a flash of lightning, each strike imbued with devastating power. His fist swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, rendering what once seemed an impenetrable defense in her eyes as fragile as paper beneath his iron blows. Dark Qian Renxue's hands trembled slightly, and the dark holy sword in her grasp seemed to hum softly. She recalled her years as Qian Renxue, memories of martial souls and strength flooding her mind. Yet, in this moment, she found herself engulfed in profound doubt regarding it all. The curtain of finality fell quietly as the chaos, once as boisterous as children at play, approached its silent conclusion. The three top-tier warriors, who once shone like the sun at its zenith, now lay beneath Might Guy's iron fists, akin to leaves battered by a tempest, wilted and in disarray. His presence stood resolute in the heart of the battlefield, a solitary peak, unyielding and fearsome. The once formidable soldiers of the enforcement hall, now faced with the fierce onslaught of the elite from the martial soul palace led by dark Qian Renxue, crumbled like sandcastles washed away by the tide, scattering in panic. Their retreat not only heralded the end of this upheaval, but also signified the dawn of a new order soon to be established upon this land. All fell into silence, leaving only the dust swirling in the wind and the scars on the battlefield that narrated the events just transpired. Might Kai and dark Qian Renxue, the pivotal figures who altered the course of battle, gazed into the distance with profound certainty, as if they had already glimpsed the path of the future. Bathed in moonlight, dark Qian Renxue faded away like a ghost, her existence akin to a shooting star in the night sky, brief yet resplendent, before vanishing into the boundless darkness. Her departure left a mysterious void upon this stage, awaiting the emergence of new protagonists. Under the moon's glow, Might Kai loomed large, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the three writhing in agony on the ground, as if observing a trivial play. Their former grandeur and strength now appeared to him as mere dust scattered by the wind, utterly insignificant. Despair and reluctance etched across their faces, once brimming with vigor. They now faced a dismal fate, their martial souls shattered, vitality ebbing away, each breath accompanied by painful groans. Kuei Tian, the warrior who once took pride in his iron-like back, now resembled a turtle stripped of its shell, vulnerable and exposed. The gash from a longsword lay deep enough to reveal bone, blood seeping forth to stain the surrounding earth. He struggled to rise, yet each attempt ended in failure, leaving him to roll helplessly on the ground. As the rain gradually subsided, so too did the tumult of rebellion. The torrential downpour ceasing, the battlefield seemed to succumb to an eerie tranquility. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground diminished until it vanished entirely, leaving only the occasional sound of labored breaths and low moans echoing in the stillness. The air was thick with humidity and the earthy fragrance of soil. As the once dim sky gradually brightened, revealing a glimmer of dawn, On the battlefield, Maito Kai remained steadfast, his gaze sweeping through every corner like a sword, seemingly ensuring that each confrontation had truly come to a close. The once formidable warriors now lay sprawled or slumped, struggling painfully in the mire of the battlefield. Their groans rose and fell, intertwining with the morning bird song, creating a unique symphony that depicted the aftermath of war. With the night behind, dawn emerged. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the scarred earth that had endured the ravages of conflict. As the dust settled, the clamor of battle gradually faded, leaving behind a scene of devastation and desolation. Amidst the chaos, the law enforcement hall emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, quietly rejuvenating. They stood tall on the battlefield, their posture reminiscent of unwavering warriors. Their eyes were resolute and profound, proclaiming the establishment of a new order. Their presence was akin to the first light of dawn, bringing with it hope and the promise of rebirth to this land. Under the post-war sunlight, the members of the law enforcement hall began to reconstruct their homeland, mending the wounds inflicted by rebellion. They toiled diligently, their sweat soaking through their garments in the earth that had once suffered greatly. Through their efforts, green shoots began to emerge from the ruins, and the air was filled with the essence of new life. Within the Douluo Palace, Dai Tianfeng received news from the front lines without delay. Seated on the exquisite dragon throne, a flicker of astonishment and unease crossed his eyes. Maito Kai's strength and decisiveness exceeded all expectations. Before the forces of the Douluo Empire could arrive, he swiftly quelled the sudden insurrection. The once proud warriors now writhed in agony on the battlefield, while he stood unyielding, akin to a god of war. Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed Dai Tianfeng's face, his heart tumultuous. He understood that this new leader of the law enforcement hall possessed not only formidable power but also unwavering conviction and indomitable will. Such an entity represented a significant challenge for the Douluo Empire. Are you saying you wish to leave? Maito Kai gazed at the enigmatic dark Qian Renxue with a hint of confusion. He found it difficult to comprehend the girl's thought process. She had insisted on accompanying him. And now, barely 3 days later, she was clamoring to depart. When she first arrived, she had pleaded and pouted to join him. Yet now she was resolutely declaring her intent to go, impervious to his attempts to dissuade her, leaving him exasperated. Dark Qian Renxue, observing his bewildered expression, turned her head away with mild impatience, thinking him quite dense. It seemed best to avoid further entanglement, as she was soon to depart. Rising with grace, she leapt lightly to a nearby tree, turning her back to Maito Kai and waving her hand to signal her intention to leave. Maito Kai watched as the slender figure of Qian Renxue gradually vanished among the treetops, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. He gazed at her receding silhouette, as if witnessing her resolute determination to depart, while also sensing the unknown that she was about to bring forth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Maito Kai's face, illuminating his resolute features. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the crisp air, feeling a surge of strength within him, a steadfast belief in the reconstruction of his homeland, coupled with a courageous embrace of the challenges that lay ahead. Though the figure of Qian Renxue had slipped beyond his sight, Maito Kai's gaze remained fixed upon that expanse of treetops. He envisioned her soaring freely through the skies, a twinge of envy stirring within his heart. Maito Kai's gaze followed the black streak of light gradually vanishing into the horizon, an intense yearning surging within him. He envisioned himself soaring through the skies like the dark Qian Renxue, unrestrained and free, an experience he had never known. He lifted his eyes to the endless azure expanse above, a rush of fervor igniting his spirit, as if he could see himself gliding through the heavens. Suddenly, a blinding black flash streaked across the sky, reminiscent of a meteor traversing the night, brilliant yet fleeting. It pierced the firmament, racing towards the distant territories of the Douluo Empire, its speed nearly impossible to comprehend. Maito Kai was struck by this unexpected spectacle, his eyes widened, striving to imprint every detail of the black luminescence into his memory. The trajectory of the light left a long, shimmering tail in the sky, akin to a bolt of lightning in the darkness, illuminating the vast expanse above. Chapter 28. Righteousness of Tang Ritian in a secluded corner of St. Sol Village, Faison Province. Nodding City, sunlight dappled the ancient cobblestones, lending an air of nostalgia to the tranquil town. Against this backdrop, a figure emerged quietly, a scruffy old man, clad in tattered garments, his face etched with the passage of time. Yet at that moment, his previously calm visage twisted into a grotesque expression of indescribable malice. The old man's eyes glimmered with an uncanny light, as if he could perceive the world's every illusion. His nostrils flared slightly, seemingly capturing an ineffable scent in the air. It was a nauseating aura, imbued with evil and arrogance, akin to a demon crawling forth from the abyss, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. The old man's brow furrowed deeply, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging. A wave of intense anger and unease surged within him. For he distinctly sensed that this malevolent presence was identical to that of Qian Renxue, the one who had once inflicted upon him endless suffering and humiliation. Qian Renxue, the self-proclaimed member of the angelic race, bore an aura sharp as a dagger, piercing deeply into the old man's heart. His body trembled slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with resolute determination. He understood that he could not stand idly by, allowing this evil presence to wreak havoc upon the world. The dark Qian Renxue traveled swiftly, having crossed the entirety of the Star Luo Empire in just 2 days. However, just as her form swept past a village, a formidable and fearsome pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Following this, a colossal Haotian hammer came crashing towards her. The speed of the dark Qian Renxue abruptly faltered. Her pupils constricted as she faced this unforeseen assault, her body spinning rapidly in the air, attempting to evade the cataclysmic blow. Yet, the Haotian hammer, as if endowed with sentience, relentlessly pursued her, its massive shadow carving a deep arc through the air, carrying with it the force to annihilate everything in its path. A deafening roar echoed through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this overwhelming might. In a fleeting moment, the formidable figure of Qian Renxue narrowly evaded the direct impact of the hammer's head, yet the residual shockwave still left her heart racing. She lifted her gaze to behold a silhouette leaping from the distant mountain peak, wielding the Haotian hammer, resembling a divine warrior descending upon the earth. Amidst the encroaching twilight, Tang Hao's presence loomed like an indomitable giant. He grasped a Haotian hammer entwined in shades of black and crimson, its hammerhead radiating a fierce and wild glow akin to flames from the abyss. Each of his steps was resolute and powerful, seemingly capable of shaking the very earth with every footfall. As he moved, the fiery red patterns upon his body emerged one by one, pulsating like molten lava, exuding an overwhelming force. Concurrently, the space around him appeared to be torn asunder, with 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, intertwining and swirling around him in a frenzied dance. These 9 soul rings, resembling brilliant stars, emanated diverse hues, resonating with one another to create an ineffable aura of pressure. Particularly striking was the 9th crimson soul ring, which resembled a blood-red moon, its deep and eerie hue instilling a sense of dread. Within that sanguine ring lay an abyss of darkness and slaughter, each flicker seemingly capable of devouring all. It was not merely a soul ring but a bottomless chasm of souls, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. In this realm, Tang Hao appeared as a reaper emerging from the depths of hell, wielding the Haotian hammer, encircled by 9 soul rings, with the crimson 9th ring evoking a shiver of fear. His presence heralded an impending storm, leaving all in awe. The biting wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust as if recounting the sorrows of the past. On this desolate land, a name thundered like a clap of lightning, Wuhuan Temple. Tang Hao, a name that once made the entire Douluo Continent tremble, now erupted from his shattered throat in a roar. His voice brimmed with unbridled fury, as if he aimed to rend the very sky asunder. His eyes, consumed by hatred, glowed a scarlet hue akin to the fires of hell, burning fiercely in the darkness. Opposite him stood a tall, exquisite woman, Qian Renxue. Her eyes sparkled with a complex brilliance, reflecting nostalgia for her father, hatred for her enemies, and an inexhaustible trepidation towards the man before her. She understood that this Haotian Douluo, the very one who had slain her father, was among the mightiest beings on this continent. Yet, in that moment, Qian Renxue was merely a 6-ringed soul emperor. Despite her exceptional talent, she felt diminutive in the face of absolute power. Her heart brimmed with reluctance and helplessness, for she knew she could not contend with this formidable man. As Tang Hao's figure gradually blurred into the darkness, his voice reverberated like thunder in Qian Renxue's ears. He roared, vehemently denouncing the transgressions of the spirit hall, each utterance piercing the heart of the dark Qian Renxue like a blade. "You have taken everything from me. I shall make you pay." Tang Hao's voice reverberated through the night sky, as if he sought to level the entire spirit hall to the ground. Dark Qian Renxue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, yet she remained unperturbed. She knew she could not falter, even in the face of formidable adversaries. She would seek vengeance for her father. Their gazes met in the air, igniting the night sky with an electric intensity. This was a battle of life and death, a fateful confrontation. In this moment, fraught with exhilaration and tension, the one who emerged victorious would etch their name into the annals of legend upon this continent. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of astonishment swelling within him. He had not anticipated that this young maiden before him would possess such remarkable presence and strength. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a low, resolute tone, "A sovereign so young, if I do not eradicate you today, you shall undoubtedly become a grave threat to my Haotian sect in the future." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tang Hao surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The Haotian hammer he wielded shimmered with a cold light under the moon's gaze, as if imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Observing this, dark Qian Renxue's eyes glinted with a frigid brilliance. With a swift motion, she transformed into a shadowy specter, hurtling towards Tang Hao. The distance between them diminished in an instant, as if they were destined to collide. However, at the very moment of impending contact, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer with thunderous might, striking down upon dark Qian Renxue with unparalleled force. The impact was so tremendous that it seemed to rend the very air itself, producing a piercing howl. Dark Qian Renxue's expression shifted. Yet she harbored no intention of retreat. With a deft twist of her body, she evaded the hammer's assault and conjured a black luminescence in her hand, countering Tang Hao's advance. Their forms intertwined within the night sky, each clash resonating with deafening reverberations. Their movements were as swift as lightning, as if time itself had momentarily suspended. The air around them warped under their formidable energies, creating swirling eddies that ensnared everything in their vicinity. Tang Hao understood well that this dark Qian Renxue, despite her youth, wielded undeniable strength. He must exert his utmost effort to vanquish her completely. Thus, he swung the Haotian hammer once more, unleashing an even more ferocious onslaught. Dark Qian Renxue, undeterred, met his fervent assault with astonishing speed and power, igniting a breathtaking duel. The intensity of their battle escalated. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, and every collision threatened to tear asunder the very fabric of space. The swirling air currents thickened, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. The outcome of this clash would determine the fate of the Haotian sect. Yet, in that very instant, a momentary lapse on dark Qian Renxue's part granted Tang Hao a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In his eyes shimmered an indomitable light, while the power within him surged forth like a torrential flood, coalescing upon the massive hammer he wielded. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to connect with the very essence of the universe, transforming into an immovable bastion akin to a mountain. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao's hammer struck the soul power shield of the dark Qian Renxue, akin to a thunderclap tearing through the heavens. In an instant, the shield shattered under the hammer's onslaught, splintering like fragile glass. The overwhelming force swept over dark Qian Renxue like a tempest, and she felt an irresistible power bearing down upon her, causing her to violently expel a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward uncontrollably like a leaf caught in a mighty wave. Simultaneously, within the palace of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere grew intensely grave. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed in astonishment at Xue Qinghe, witnessing the typically composed and reserved eldest prince now pale as parchment, a crimson trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, as if striving to suppress something profound. The surrounding ministers, struck silent by this scene, exchanged anxious glances, their hearts brimming with unease. The Snow Knight Emperor hastily rose and approached Xue Qinghe. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Qinghe, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Xue Qinghe, summoning effort to raise his head, revealed a flicker of anguish in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within, yet the violent impact resonating from afar felt akin to a cataclysm, rendering him helpless. He clenched his jaw, struggling to articulate, "Father, I am fine, merely feeling a bit unwell." The air within the palace seemed to freeze, the silence punctuated only by the Snow Knight Emperor's anxious voice. He extended his hand, seeking to offer his son warmth and support. However, upon touching Xue Qinghe's icy hand, he sensed the tremors of his son's inner turmoil. Xue Qinghe's complexion was as pale as the first snow of winter, his lips quivering slightly as he fought to suppress his body's shivers. Yet he could not conceal the deep-seated sense of powerlessness surging from within. He painfully lifted his gaze to meet the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes, once filled with wisdom and resolve, now clouded with confusion and sorrow. In the corner, Xue Lang appeared composed, yet a subtle complexity flickered in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze wandering between Xue Qinghe and the Snow Knight Emperor. Seemingly deep in thought, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly tense, as though the very air had solidified, with only Xue Qinghe's faint breaths resonating clearly in the stillness. Upon his unsteady return to the opulent princess palace, the tightly shut door barred all external scrutiny. Behind it, a strange light flickered, as if some arcane magic were quietly unfolding. Stretching his figure gradually distorted within the glow, transforming until the handsome visage of the prince vanished, replaced by the countenance of an enchanting woman. Qian Renxue stood before the mirror, her current disheveled appearance reflected back at her. Her once porcelain-like face now bore no trace of color, with a fresh smear of blood at the corner of her mouth, an alarming sight indeed. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly striving to suppress the torment within. Her chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a fierce cough, as if she were about to expel her very innards. Her hands clutched the edge of the dressing table, her fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Yet even in such agony, she emitted no sound, silently enduring it all. As Xueqing staggered away, the oppressive atmosphere within the palace shattered like broken ice, splintering into fragments. In the shadows, two figures flickered into view like phantoms, the titled Douluos, Darksting Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo, guardians of the dark. Their expressions were grave, eyes glistening with concern and vigilance. Darksting Douluo moved agilely to Qian Renxue's side, his hands gently supporting her, as if fearful of disturbing that fragile soul. Serpent Spear Douluo followed closely, scanning the palace for any potential threats. "Young master," came Darksting Douluo's deep voice, laden with worry. Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination and resilience flashing within. She waved her hand lightly, signaling that she was unharmed. Yet her pallid complexion and the blood at the corner of her lips were impossible to overlook. "I'm fine," Qian Renxue replied dismissively, though a subtle hint of confusion lingered between her brows. Ever since she set foot in the territory of the Tiando Empire, she had never engaged in battle. Thus, it was inconceivable that she would have sustained any internal injuries. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through her mind, dark Qian Renxue, that presence that shadowed her every move. Their perceptions intertwined like mirrored reflections. Qian Renxue came to a profound realization: only if dark Qian Renxue suffered grave harm would she herself feel the repercussions, akin to an invisible ripple resonating deep within her soul. She quietly embraced the pain emanating from this other self, as though she could almost touch the tenacious and unwavering spirit of dark Qian Renxue. Chapter 29. The feast at Hongmen Tang House stood tall and resolute, wielding the formidable Haotian hammer aloft, its grandeur reminiscent of a mountain. The overwhelming soul power surged like molten lava, instantly painting the sky a blinding crimson. Dark Qian Renxue, in stark contrast, was a picture of disarray, one hand pressed tightly against her rapidly beating heart, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth like scattered crimson beads, dotting her snow-white gown. Her eyes shimmered with defiance and astonishment as she gazed upon the impending hammer of destruction. The remnants of the spirit hall. Tang Hao's voice was cold as iron, infused with boundless fury and intent to kill. "Today, let me, Tang Hao, extract a measure of vengeance for the innocent who have perished." With his furious shout, the soul power coalescing in the Haotian hammer reached its zenith, akin to a brilliant shooting star, hurtling through the sky towards dark Qian Renxue with devastating force. The terrifying aura seemed to cause even the heavens and the earth to tremble, enveloping the entire battlefield in an overwhelming sense of oppression. In this moment, dark Qian Renxue appeared to be completely consumed by darkness, her countenance pale as parchment, as if all vitality had been drained from her being. As a level 95 tile.To, even in her injured state, her strength was not to be compared with that of a mere soul emperor. Yet, the harsh reality lay before her, and she felt an unprecedented despair. In this life and death moment, dark Qian Renxue suddenly emitted a mournful laugh, filled with endless sorrow and helplessness, as if it were a cry from the depths of her soul. To her astonishment, in this most perilous of times, the image of that young boy surfaced in her mind. He had once been a beacon of light in her life, bestowing upon her boundless hope and warmth. Yet now, she found herself struggling alone in this darkness, with that boy remaining out of reach. Memories of the joyful days spent together began to flood her mind. Days filled with laughter and sunlight. However, reality was merciless. She had to confront the predicament before her. Amidst the unending darkness, Qian Renxue flickered like a burning candle, consuming the last remnants of her soul power. Her body began to feel ethereal, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter her. Yet, deep within her eyes sparkled a resolute light, a fearless determination, as if she had transcended the boundaries of life and death. In that defining moment, Qian Renxue faced the thunderous hammer in Tang Hao's grasp without fear. As her figure collided with the hammer, it felt as if time itself had frozen. She did not flinch or retreat. Instead, she chose the most direct confrontation, a testament to her absolute trust in her own strength and her yearning for victory. That strike reverberated throughout the surroundings. On the vast expanse of land, once mighty mountains seemed to tremble under the immense force, collapsing into a flat wasteland. As the aftermath gradually dissipated and the dust settled, the dark Qian Renxue who had stood at the center of the battlefield had vanished without a trace. Tang Hao possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Despite being gravely injured, his pride and dominance remained undiminished. He understood that the strike he had just unleashed was a full-force, thunderous blow. Even an 80-level Douluo would find it impossible to emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Alone on the battlefield, Tang Hao stood quietly, his gaze piercing as if he could see through all illusions. In the twilight glow of the setting sun, his figure appeared even taller, resembling an insurmountable peak standing resolutely amidst the ruins. Ian, rest assured, Tang Hao's voice was deep and unwavering. Each word a vow pressed from the depths of his heart. I shall settle the debts owed to us by the Spirit Hall, ensuring they pay for all their sins. His palm was clenched into a fist, veins bulging, as if he sought to infuse all his fury and determination into that singular motion. Gradually, he turned around, his gaze sweeping across the mountains that had been reduced to ruins, where once there thrived vitality and prosperity, now lay only devastation. Yet within Tang Hao's heart, there was not a trace of remorse, only an unyielding resolve and determination. With a swift movement, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind a vow that echoed in the wind. I shall make them understand the true cost. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Qian Renxue was quietly cultivating to heal her wounds when she suddenly felt as if struck by a heavy blow, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, staining her garments crimson. This time, her complexion was no longer the pallid hue of before, but a ghostly white, as if all vitality had been mercilessly stripped away in that moment. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, as though she had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable. My counterpart has been slain. Qian Renxue's voice trembled. Disbelief etched in her gaze. In the instant that the dark Qian Renxue vanished completely, memories surged forth like a tempest, ruthlessly battering her soul. Qian Renxue coughed up blood again, the crimson splatters falling like a torrential downpour, causing the eyes of the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo to narrow in shock and fear. Though they understood that this must be the consequence of something amiss with the dark Qian Renxue, witnessing their young master in such agony stirred within them an indescribable worry. Qian Renxue gently raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the blood at the corner of her lips, elegantly wiping it away as if dealing with a trivial matter. Yet, within her profound eyes flickered a spark of fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with boundless wrath. Through gritted teeth, she forced out a name, Tang Hao. This name resonated like a spell, unleashing her anger in a tidal wave, filled with unending hatred and resolve. In the stillness of the room, Qian Renxue's delicate fists were clenched tightly, resembling hardened frost. She struck down with a fist, and the armrest of the chair crumbled beneath her strength, splintering into wood shavings. Despite still possessing the sixth spirit ability to summon the dark Qian Renxue, her aura was now chaotic, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Qian Renxue understood that she was no longer in her prime condition. Should she forcefully call upon her soul power, it would be akin to pouring salt into a wound. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, yet it could not mask a hint of helplessness. At this critical juncture, she needed to maintain her composure, lest an impulsive act plunge her into deeper peril. Within the borders of the Douluo Empire, amidst its vast expanses, Hirsch, the newly appointed head of the enforcement hall, had quietly ascended to prominence. His name now resonated throughout the martial world. In terms of strength, he was profound and unfathomable. In reputation, he was renowned across the seas. In character, he was highly regarded. At this moment, Maito Kai found himself within the residence of the Zhu family in the Douluo Empire. Herein lies the master, Zhu Ganglai, a formidable level 85 soul Douluo specializing in agility-based attacks, whose name resonates throughout the Douluo Empire, renowned and recognized by all. The esteemed presence of the law elder has graced us, and we, in our negligence, have faltered in our decorum. We humbly beseech your understanding, elder. Zhu Ganglai, known for his astute navigation of social intricacies, now stands before Maito Kai, his demeanor imbued with genuine respect, conveying his earnest goodwill. Just days prior, Maito Kai, alone and undaunted, valiantly confronted the Douluo Emperor. That breathtaking scene, witnessed by Zhu Ganglai from the shadows, left an indelible impression upon him. He observed Maito Kai's unparalleled bravery and extraordinary prowess. Thus, when Maito Kai appeared before him, Zhu Ganglai felt a profound sense of awe and admiration. He recognized that such a formidable figure merited his utmost reverence and respect. Consequently, he unhesitatingly articulated his admiration, aspiring to cultivate a positive rapport with this remarkable individual. As Maito entered the resplendent residence of the Zhu family, he was immediately captivated by the opulent hall, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings that epitomized aristocratic grandeur. His keen gaze swept across the surroundings, settling upon the imposing figure of Emperor Xinglua, who sat at the head of the table, his countenance bearing a subtle, inscrutable malice. The attendants around him maintained a deferential demeanor, and the atmosphere was laden with tension. Maito Kai advanced steadily towards the Emperor Xinglua, each step seemingly resonating within the hearts of the onlookers, provoking a subtle tremor. Upon reaching the emperor, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. The Emperor Xinglua offered a faint smile, yet his eyes bore no trace of mirth. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "Esteemed elder, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion to meet you today." Maito Kai, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked softly, "Your Majesty bestows excessive praise upon me. Might I inquire what counsel you wish to share with me on this day of your invitation?" Maito Kai possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies within the corridors of power. Aware that he is stepping into a trap reminiscent of a banquet of doom, he nevertheless arrives alone. In the stillness of the night, both men tacitly refrain from discussing their recent confrontation, as if it were a nightmare that had never occurred. For the Starry Emperor, that memory is akin to the sky torn apart by a sharp blade, leaving behind an irreparable fissure. Once a sovereign, he found himself mercilessly crushed by Maito Kai on that fateful day, marking the most glaring blemish on his life and casting an enduring shadow over his heart since donning the crown. The Starry Emperor, who once gazed down upon the world with omnipotence, has now fallen from grace in that contest, a profound affront to his dignity. He comprehends that this defeat transcends a mere loss in battle. It signifies a significant setback on his path to dominion. In that moment, his authority and dignity felt as though they were ruthlessly stripped away, leaving behind only a shattered heart and boundless regret. Thus, they opted for silence and chose to forget. Yet, that pain and humiliation linger like a brand etched into their very bones, constantly reminding them of their past failures. During this protracted night, they may silently reflect within their hearts or dream of returning to that battlefield, but regardless, they cannot erase that profound shadow. As Maito Kai entered the grand hall, a chilling undercurrent seemed to rise stealthily from the stone floor beneath his feet, akin to a current hidden beneath the abyss, surging yet elusive. At that moment, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, as if he could perceive the unseen threat. Dozens of soul saints for soul Douluos and 2 title Douluos. A sharp glimmer flickered in Maito Kai's eyes as he calculated these forces within his mind. These were no ordinary adversaries. Each one was a top-tier powerhouse of the Starry Empire, their presence weighing heavily upon his heart like a mountain. However, even in the face of such formidable power, Maito Kai's stride exhibited no hesitation. He walked as if traversing a precarious plank amid a raging storm, aware that a bottomless chasm lay ahead, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination and confidence. He understood that this was a battle concerning honor and dignity. Retreat was not an option, nor could he evade it. His confidence stemmed from an absolute trust in his own strength. He believed that regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead, he possessed the capability to overcome them all. His steps were resolute and powerful, each footfall seemingly proclaiming to the world, he, Maito Kai, would never be vanquished by any adversity. In this moment, although he was merely an elder of law enforcement, his heart had long harbored aspirations for the exalted position of the adjudicator. The allure of that power burned within him like an inferno in the abyss, consuming his soul and rendering him unable to resist. At last, the day of the banquet arrived. The Starry Emperor, the supreme being who governed the entirety of the Starry Empire, appeared particularly unruffled today, seated upon his throne. His gaze was piercing as it surveyed every guest in attendance. Prior to the commencement of the banquet, the Starry Emperor made an unexpected move. He unexpectedly extended an olive branch to Mike, with whom he had once had a dispute, putting aside past grievances. This gesture undoubtedly transformed the atmosphere of the entire gathering. Although the two parties involved made no mention of the recent conflict, the repercussions of that incident had long stirred tumultuous waves in the minds of the onlookers. The scene from that day seemed to linger vividly in memory, and every attendee was acutely aware of the underlying tension. In the grand hall of the Starry Monarch Palace, Maito Kai's audacious actions constituted an unabashed provocation towards the Emperor of Starry, delivering a resounding slap in the face of authority. Yet, what astonished all present was his uncanny ability to extricate himself with such composure, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. In an unexpected turn of events, the Emperor of Starry extended an olive branch to Maito Kai, a gesture that left everyone in attendance bewildered and perplexed. Maito Kai's valor and prowess had undoubtedly instilled a sense of trepidation in the Emperor, yet he chose this conciliatory approach to dissipate hostility. The crowd held its breath, their gazes fixed intently upon Maito Kai. Every subtle movement, every flicker of his eyes, resonated with the hearts of all who were there. The decisions he made were not only pivotal to the imminent undertaking, but would also profoundly shape the fate of this continent for decades to come. Remarkably, amid this tempest, Maito Kai remained an embodiment of tranquility. He delicately lifted his teacup, consuming the verdant liquid within as though it were not merely tea, but rather a manifestation of his unwavering resolve and intrepid spirit. Fearless, he harbored no apprehensions regarding any potential conspiracies hidden within that cup. His demeanor was unhurried, and his serene nonchalance seemed to have the power to affect those around him. Yet, this very calmness rendered the onlookers restless and anxious. They yearned for a hint, a sign from him, but Maito Kai remained as inscrutable as a placid lake, its depths impenetrable, concealing his true thoughts from prying eyes. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. All eyes were trained on Maito Kai, awaiting his next move, his decision, in the moment that would irrevocably alter the destiny of the continent. Chapter 30. Zhu Zhuqing. Ahem, this is a small indulgence from the author, as I have always held a fondness for this brave little girl who dared to challenge fate while watching Douluo Continent. Though I cannot change much, I shall at least lend her a hand here. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Maito Kai's lips, revealing an enigmatic allure. When confronted with the outstretched hand of the Starry Emperor, a gesture symbolizing friendship and reconciliation, he unhesitatingly dismissed it, carelessly letting that goodwill fall to the ground. His action struck the Starry Emperor like a resounding slap in the face, instantly igniting the previously tense atmosphere. Yet, in the face of Maito Kai's blatant rejection, the Starry Emperor remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Leisurely reclining in his chair, his eyes sparkled with profound insight, as though he had already discerned the depths of Maito Kai's heart. With a mere command from him, figures hidden in the shadows surged forth, akin to ferocious beasts poised to pounce on their prey. The air in the venue seemed to freeze with an invisible chill, each inch thick with an oppressive tension. In this stifling environment, even the slightest friction could ignite a combustible conflict. One of the Soul Douluos, his voice deep and chilling, resonated as if echoing from the depths of the earth. Elder of law enforcement, I urge you to weigh His Majesty's proposal with utmost caution. His words hung abruptly in the air, yet the threat and warning they carried cut like a cold blade to the heart. No further elaboration was necessary. The implication of his words was unmistakably clear. Under the present circumstances, even a titled Douluo of level 97 would find it nearly impossible to escape this invisible pressure. Here, every breath of air was fraught with danger and unease, as if at any moment, a cataclysmic force could erupt. Though the message had been conveyed with utmost clarity, Maito Kai remained unmoved. Maito Kai has grown weary. Ever since her departure, she has harbored no desire to remain within the Douluo Empire. The following day, within the solemn and austere atmosphere of the imperial court, an unprecedented and momentous decision was unveiled. The imperial family officially announced to the world that, in order to preserve the delicate and invaluable harmony with the spirit hall, they had made an extraordinary choice. On this ancient and enigmatic land of the Douluo Empire, a legend has long been whispered, the legend of the heart of the war god. This treasure of the nation, imbued with boundless power and wisdom, has only been evoked in times of dire crisis for the empire. Yet now, for the sake of coexisting peacefully with the spirit hall, it shall be offered forth. The news spread like a tempest, sweeping across the entire Douluo Empire. The populace buzzed with conversation. Some expressed astonishment, others lamentation, while many offered silent prayers. Those who had once participated in the harrowing banquet felt a tumultuous upheaval within their hearts. That fateful night, they had witnessed the might and terror of that green figure. With a single punch, the true form of the spirit shattered like fragile porcelain, and fiery meteors rained down like divine retribution, leaving the soul masters utterly powerless. Even more astonishing was that the combined might of two titled Douluos failed to withstand a single blow against that green figure. Maito Kai, at that moment, became an eternal nightmare in their hearts. His strength and might seemed to form an insurmountable chasm for them. Yet, at this very moment, they learned that for the peace of the empire, their royalty had decided to bestow the heart of the war god, such a treasured artifact. The entire Xinghua Empire appeared to be enveloped in profound contemplation at that instant. After the affairs of the Xinghua Empire settled, Maito Kai chose not to linger. He understood that although this land was beautiful, it was not his ultimate destination. The following day, as the dawn broke over the horizon, Maito Kai awakened early. Greeted by the rising sun, he knew that today marked his farewell to this land. It was time to smoothly transfer the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders to the next successor. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Hall of Justice, an unusual aura met him. Maito Kai's gaze swept across the courtyard and soon caught sight of an extraordinary figure. It was a little girl, clad in a black bodysuit, resembling an elf from the night. Two cat ear-like hair accessories playfully perched atop her head, adding a touch of charm. Her face was as smooth as cream, tinged with a delicate blush, radiating an air of innocence. However, within her bright eyes, there flickered a depth and vigilance that belied her age. She stood quietly in the shadows, her gaze firmly fixed on Maito Kai, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce on its prey. A slight shiver coursed through Maito Kai. Yet he betrayed no hint of alarm, merely maintaining a silent exchange of glances with the little girl, attempting to glean more information from her gaze. That look was like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and striking. Even without deliberate pursuit, it could leave an indelible mark deep within the soul. However, when the source of this radiance was revealed, it was merely a tender young girl, her clear eyes reflecting purity and innocence. Maito Kai, as the guardian of the Hall of Enforcement, would naturally refrain from engaging in acts of oppression against the weak. He understood that a true warrior ought to embody the grace befitting their strength, demonstrating tolerance and respect towards those less formidable. Moreover, the fact that this young girl could quietly infiltrate the grand courtyard of the hall speaks volumes of her audacity and prowess, affirming her exceptional nature. The morning light filtered through the diaphanous curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, Maito Kai's servant arrived punctually with a sumptuous breakfast. He strolled gracefully to the stone table, seating himself with elegance, poised to savor the delightful offerings of the dawn. Just as he took a delicate bite of the golden bread, a subtle sound reached his ears, the soft rumble of the girl's stomach, reminiscent of a stream gently flowing through the serenity of the morning. Maito Kai furrowed his brow momentarily, only to soon relax once more. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw the freshness of the morning into his very being. With a gentle wave of his hand, he signaled to the servant to prepare another breakfast. Then, lifting his gaze, he noticed a little girl peeking at a distance. A tender smile graced his face, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake. "Come here, child, for your breakfast awaits," he beckoned softly. The little girl, seemingly drawn by the warmth of his invitation, approached cautiously, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and gratitude. Maito Kai, with a smile, placed the breakfast before her, encouraging her to sit and savor it. In that serene morning, a simple meal transformed into a bridge connecting two souls. Despite a hint of unease nestled in her heart, the girl summoned her courage and stepped forward with trepidation. Though her steps appeared unsteady, each was imbued with resolve. When she finally stood before Maito Kai, he beheld her visage in its entirety for the first time. Her face, delicate like that of a porcelain doll and slightly cherubic, exuded an undeniable charm. Yet, what truly captivated was the crystalline purity in her eyes, a clarity unmarred by any shadowy thought. "Little one, having shared my meal, you must now share your name in return," Maito Kai said, his voice soft as a spring breeze. The girl paused, momentarily taken aback by his request. Then, her bright eyes sparkled like stars as she looked up at Maito Kai and replied softly, "My name is Zhu." Though her voice was quiet, it rang clear and melodious, akin to a brook babbling through a mountain gorge, bringing tranquility to the heart. As they savored the sumptuous breakfast laid before them, Maito Kai eventually set down his chopsticks and turned his attention to the young girl seated quietly beside him, gently inquiring about specifics. "You bear the surname Zhu." Hailing from the illustrious Duke of the Netherworld's estate, Maito Kai remarked, a hint of unspoken curiosity lacing his tone. After all, just 2 days prior, he had encountered the current head of the Zhu family, whose disheveled state remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet today, this daughter of the Zhu family unexpectedly stood before him, the reasons behind this occurrence perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, remaining silent, but offered a gentle nod, tacitly acknowledging Maito Kai's conjecture. Upon witnessing this, Maito Kai's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue as he scrutinized the young lady before him, seemingly attempting to extract further insights from her presence. "So, did your father have knowledge of your journey here?" Maito Kai's voice was deep and resonant, possessing a magnetic quality that seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of one's heart. He yearned to discern whether this young woman was acting independently or if there existed a more profound scheme behind her actions. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. The subtle movement imbued with boundless helplessness, serving as her response to Maito Kai's inquiry. My father insists that I marry a stranger, claiming it to be my destiny. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging deep into her palms as if seeking a force to resist this predetermined fate. Her once bright eyes were now brimming with tears, glistening like jewels. It seemed that with the slightest breeze, the agony within her soul could be unleashed, compelling her to weep uncontrollably. Upon hearing this response, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Maito Kai. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he had heard whispers of such arrangements from various elders, yet to hear it articulated by Zhu Zhuqing herself imbued the revelation with a deeper bitterness and sense of helplessness. He understood that in this world, rife with rules and fate, individual will often appears remarkably insignificant. Within the illustrious history of the Douluo Empire, the legacy of the ethereal white tiger is regarded as a symbol of imperial authority. Each emperor must possess this mysterious and formidable power. Thus, from the moment the princes entered the world, their destinies became inextricably linked with the Zhu family, which bore the bloodline of the ethereal spirit cat. These princes were arranged from a young age to be betrothed to the maidens of the Zhu family, a union not merely for political gain, but to ensure the harmonious amalgamation of the ethereal white tiger and the ethereal spirit cat bloodlines, thereby producing even more powerful descendants. Their childhoods were spent amidst the intricate rituals of the court and rigorous education, while the ethereal blue silhouette of the cat became their deepest longing and aspiration. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The princes must endure a series of brutal competitions, struggling for survival amidst the whirlpool of power and desire, engaging in life and death battles with their brothers. In this war devoid of gunpowder, only the strongest, the most cunning, and the most merciless can ultimately ascend to the throne. Elevated above all, Maito Kai languidly leaned against the weathered edge of a stone table, his elbows resting naturally upon its surface, his palms cradling the weighty thoughts that pressed upon him, gently supporting his forehead. His gaze was fixed ahead, upon a woman named Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes brimmed with fragility, as though on the brink of an emotional deluge. Within Maito Kai's heart stirred an indescribable ripple, a profound sense of sympathy intertwined with an undeniable sense of responsibility. Maito Kai was acutely aware that the fate faced by Zhu Zhuqing was not one she could easily oppose. Her strength appeared diminutive and helpless in the face of such a formidable destiny. At that moment, she required not merely a bystander, but rather someone capable of extending a helping hand, someone who could provide her with a semblance of hope. A powerful urge surged within him, compelling him to do something for her, to alter the course of her destiny. This impulse was so intense that he could almost feel the rapid beating of his heart, an irresistible force propelling him toward Zhu Zhuqing, toward that fragile soul shrouded in the shadows of fate. Miss Zhu, you have stepped into the domain of the Spirit Hall for what purpose? Maito Kai's voice was calm as still water, devoid of turbulence. He raised his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the woman before him, and inquired softly, "Are you unaware that there exists no room for negotiation between the Douluo royal family and the Zhu clan?" Yet, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head slightly, her eyes as cold as frost, unwaveringly fixed upon Maito Kai, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul. "I am well aware that you, esteemed elder, possess extraordinary strength, while I am but an inconsequential second daughter of the Zhu family." Her voice, though soft, bore an undeniable conviction. "I come not out of ignorance or fear, but with a sincere plea for your assistance in helping me leave the Douluo Empire to seek a new beginning." As her words echoed, the entire space seemed to fall into a brief silence. Maito Kai's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he spoke slowly. "I have understood your request, but do you realize that departing from the Douluo Empire means relinquishing everything? Your family, your identity, even your future?" Zhu Zhuqing did not waver. She nodded, her voice resolute. "I am aware. Yet, I am willing to bear all of it. For it is only by leaving that I may discover the path that truly belongs to me." Maito Kai fell silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. "Very well, I shall grant you this. However, you must remember, this is your own choice, whatever the future holds. You must bear the consequences alone." Zhu Zhuqing knelt heavily, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhuqing will not disappoint you." Deeply attuned to the intricacies of human nature, much like a cunning old fox, Maito Kai could perceive the essence of the girl before him. He discerned that the coolness radiating from her was not born of inherent indifference, but rather a mechanism of self-preservation. At her tender age, she ought to have been filled with an abundance of dreams and yearnings for the future, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the world. Yet, Fate's relentless wheel had unwittingly paved a predetermined path for her, extinguishing the flame within her heart the moment she realized her future was bound. What remained was but a desolate ash of silence. Behind the name Zhu Zhuqing lay hidden her unspoken suffering and helplessness. In that moment, her heart must have felt as if it were being eroded by the chill of winter, cold and despairing. Chapter 31. Departure at Maito Kai's gentle summons. Several envoys clad in the distinctive finery of the Spirit Hall quietly entered the room. Their arrival infused the previously tranquil space with a sense of solemnity and mystery. Zhu Zhuqing unhesitatingly stepped into the center of the awakening stone. Her gaze was resolute, imbued with a hint of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Relax your body and mind, and cast aside all distractions. Simply attune yourself to the experience. My soul power will guide you into the realm of spirits. Fierce voice flowed like a spring breeze, gentle yet filled with strength. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply and slowly closed her eyes, allowing her heart to gradually find tranquility. As if the entire world had fallen silent, she felt her soul power surging into her body like a gentle stream, tender yet potent, guiding her to explore the latent strength hidden deep within her. Under the influence of this power, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to enter an entirely new realm. Her senses sharpened remarkably, enabling her to perceive even the faintest changes within her being. She felt as though she had become one with the world, intricately intertwined with her soul power. As time flowed on, Zhu Zhuqing gradually sensed an unprecedented force coalescing within her. When her form became enveloped in a profound violet light, a slender tail quietly extended from behind her, while a pair of fluffy cat ears elegantly emerged atop her head. This sudden transformation appeared to drape her in a mysterious veil, rendering her even more enchanting and powerful. Maito Kai bore witness to the unfolding scene with little astonishment, merely nodding slightly as he had anticipated. His gaze conveyed a recognition of the young girl's abilities, imbued with an air of serene certainty. The ethereal spirit of the dark spirit cat materialized in his mind, aligning closely with his previous conjectures. Consequently, he gently signaled to the attendant to prepare for Zhu Zhuqing's forthcoming soul power assessment. Hills, the ever-composed and graceful servant, acknowledged the directive with a subtle nod. Holding the seemingly ordinary yet intricately significant testing orb, he approached Zhu Zhuqing with deliberate steps. "Please place your hand upon it," he intoned, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, both tender and dignified. Zhu Zhuqing complied, delicately resting her hand upon the orb, bracing herself for the imminent evaluation of her soul power. The moment Zhu Zhuqing's slender fingertips made contact with the orb, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a star igniting in the night sky. The sudden radiance elicited a look of astonishment from Hills as well. The light emanating from the testing orb signified an innate level 8 soul power, a testament to extraordinary talent. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl possessed an innate soul power equivalent to his own. Though Hills himself also wielded innate level 8 soul power, his past recklessness and greed had led him to absorb soul rings beyond his means, resulting in a compromised gift. Since then, his journey of soul power growth had been fraught with obstacles and difficulties, possibly forever stalling at the 86th level. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing stood on equal footing with him, yet her future brimmed with boundless potential. Should she remain steadfast in her pursuit and diligently cultivate her abilities, she could very well transcend limits and reach the fabled title of Douluo. Contemplating this, Hills could not help but feel a surge of anticipation and admiration for Zhu Zhuqing's future. As he gazed at her, an unmistakable envy glimmered in his eyes, a sentiment that quietly caught Maito Kai's attention. However, at that moment, Maito Kai offered no assurances. He simply etched the moment deeply into his heart. Under Hill's attentive guidance, Zhu Zhuqing gently retracted her spirit, a mysterious force within her gradually returning to tranquility. A tender smile graced Hill's face as he approached Zhu Zhuqing, his voice soft yet resolute. "Young lady, from this day forth, you embark on the journey of a soul master. This path is fraught with challenges and opportunities. May you tread it with courage and fearlessness." Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Though her response was simple, it resonated with hope and determination for the future. At that moment, Maito Kai was also greeted by the long-absent voice of the system in his mind. "Beep," detected the fated individual Zhu Zhuqing. "Please make your choice, host." The system presented two options. 1. To extinguish the one blessed with great fortune, thus earning a storage necklace. 2. To assist the one endowed with great fortune in their growth, thereby also receiving a storage necklace. Though the rewards appear identical, The profound implications concealed within them are as deep as an abyss. Maito Kai comprehended that each choice would lead him down a distinctly divergent path, rendering the future enigmatic and fraught with uncertainty. After much contemplation, Maito Kai's gaze became resolute as he chose the number 2. He was acutely aware that before him stood Zhu Zhuqing, merely a 6-year-old girl, innocent and pure, brimming with vitality like the rising sun, confronted with such a pristine existence. His well-nurtured conscience firmly repudiated any thoughts of extinguishing the life of a child. Unable to snuff out her light, he opted instead to pursue a different path, one that would foster her growth. This decision, fraught with challenges yet imbued with hope, reflected his willingness to employ his strength to guide Zhu Zhuqing toward a brighter future. He believed that only through such actions could a true warrior's heart and sense of responsibility be genuinely manifested. Should Zhu Zhuqing's fate veer off the righteous path in the future, he vowed that at the moment of her disorientation, he would personally rescue her from the abyss, even if the cost of this redemption were her very life. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was midday. Zhu Zhuqing gathered her belongings and ascended the carriage that shared her journey with Maito Kai. As the carriage gradually departed from the starry royal city, she gently lifted a corner of the curtain, casting a wistful glance back at the place of her upbringing. The familiar palace, the street where she had once played. The vast starry sky she had gazed upon countless times, each faded into a subtle melancholy as the carriage moved farther away. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue had resolved to take action. Her hatred for Tang Hao, who had slain her dark counterpart, burned fiercely within her heart, refusing to be quelled. Thus, driven by a fiery thirst for vengeance, she silently divulged Tang Hao's hiding place to the spirit hall. However, when this news reached Bibidong's ears like a tempest, she did not respond as anticipated by others, immediately dispatching her elite to capture Tang Hao. Instead, she chose to suppress this information deeply. The carriage continued its leisurely journey, the sun now high in the sky, casting dappled shadows within. Time seemed to stretch inside the carriage as Zhu Zhuqing's stomach grumbled from the prolonged jostling and travel. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, feeling somewhat awkward. She was not one to impose on others, and boarding Maito Kai's carriage had already required all her courage. Now, to voice her needs to this stranger felt even more daunting. Yet, how could Zhu Zhuqing's subtle thoughts escape Maito Kai's keen ears? As her stomach began to rumble, the delicate sound brushed past him. He understood immediately that this little girl must be hungry, yet she stubbornly attempted to conceal it. Zhu Zhuqing might have believed her efforts at discretion were clever, but to Maito Kai, every subtle gesture she made was as conspicuous as ink on white paper. With a gentle smile, he resolved to alleviate the awkwardness in his own way. With a gentle wave of his hand, Maito Kai deftly retrieved several meticulously prepared provisions from the enigmatic and exquisite storage soul guide at his waist. He smiled softly, and then took out the precious storage necklace bestowed upon him by the venerable system elder, cradling it in his palm. Here, have something to eat, he offered, extending the fragrant sustenance towards Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes brimming with concern and anticipation. During this time, you must focus on your cultivation. Once you break through to level 10, I shall personally escort you to hunt for a soul ring that complements your abilities. His words resonated with unwavering determination and promise, akin to a radiant star illuminating the path for Zhu Zhuqing amidst the enveloping darkness. Subsequently, Maito Kai presented the necklace to Zhu Zhuqing, its delicate pendant adorned with a small token that shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an indescribable air of majesty and mystery. Keep this token safe. It shall offer you a glimmer of hope in times of peril, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, each syllable seemingly infused with immense power, instilling within Zhu Zhuqing an unprecedented sense of security. Instinctively, she sought to decline, yet before she could voice her protest, Maito Kai swiftly draped the exquisite necklace around her neck. The cool sensation of the necklace contrasted sharply with the warmth emanating from his fingertips. At that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. It was a warmth she had never experienced, not even from her parents. Akin to a gentle spring breeze silently caressing the frozen surface of a lake, stirring ripples of feeling. At the tender age of 6, one would expect a time of innocence and carefree joy. However, due to the whims of fate, Zhu Zhuqing had long departed from the laughter-filled home. Though her heart retained the purity of childhood, it also bore the weight of burdens far beyond her years. Yet now, this sudden warmth seemed to offer a flicker of solace to her heavy heart. Maito Kai chose silence, quietly seated to the side, his eyes gently closed as if absorbing the rare tranquility that enveloped him. As night descended, the sky deepened like ink, and the pace of the carriage slowed accordingly. The horses, not machines forged of iron, could not gallop relentlessly day and night. Thus, The night became a precious respite and relaxation for them. The coachman skillfully settled the horses, securing their reins to ensure they could peacefully slumber through the night. Meanwhile, Maito Kai swiftly and adeptly erected 3 tents, providing shelter from the wind and rain for the group. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside the warm fire, its flickering light dancing across her delicate and aloof visage. Her gaze was profound and tranquil, as if capable of consuming all emotions, rendering her inner turmoil inscrutable. She sat there in silence, seemingly detached from the surrounding world, immersed in her own realm. "Come, try this." Maito Kai's voice was gentle yet resolute as he presented a tender bone rabbit to Zhu Zhuqing. A flicker of hesitation crossed her youthful face, yet she ultimately accepted the offering with quiet obedience. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are your plans moving forward?" Maito Kai's words carried a note of concern, for he recognized that the girl before him was merely 6 years old, still tender in the face of the world's harshness and uncertainty. Surviving in this vast expanse was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for her, particularly with the lurking century-old soul beasts that could swiftly become harbingers of her demise. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head softly, taking a substantial bite of the bone rabbit. As if lost in thought, "I do not know. I can only proceed as I go." Her voice was soft yet resolute, indicating her readiness to confront the future. Though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, she was willing to explore, to experience, and to grow step by step. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart resembled a lake veiled in mist, shimmering yet directionless. She glanced around in confusion, unable to identify a goal to pursue or a lighthouse to guide her heart. Yet, as long as she could break free from the shackles that confined her like a caged bird, she felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The cage that once bound her, preventing her from soaring high, now appeared to her merely as a symbol of power, an empty facade. Zhu Zhuqing had never held any longing or nostalgia for the lofty power that loomed over her. What she sought was always the boundless freedom. She yearned to soar across the vast expanse, unrestrained and unencumbered. The first rays of dawn filtered through the seams of the tent, quietly cascading down. As Zhu Zhuqing awakened from her slumber, her eyes brimmed with incredulous astonishment. She astonishingly discovered that her soul power had experienced an incredible surge overnight. Just yesterday, her soul power remained steadfastly at the 8th level. However, at this moment, that once stable fluctuation of soul power had remarkably ascended to the 10th level. Such rapidity and magnitude were almost beyond belief, akin to the tales of fantasy. Even if penned into a legendary novel, it would likely struggle to convince. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing felt the authenticity of this transformation coursing through her. She meticulously recalled, striving to uncover the source of this sudden change. She remembered the soft-boned rabbit from the previous night, an ostensibly ordinary creature, yet a hidden millennium soul beast. The flesh of that rabbit, nourished by 1,000 years of soul power, was exceptionally delectable, imbued with potent vitality and soul energy. At the time, she thought little of it, only savoring its exquisite flavor as she indulged. In retrospect, it seemed that the soul power within that rabbit meat had miraculously integrated into her being, propelling her soul power to ascend at an astonishing pace. Chapter 32. An unexpected encounter with the little scoundrel and the great jade imp after 3 days of arduous travel. The group finally arrived at Notting City. The weary driver hastily disembarked, preparing to replenish the necessary supplies for their journey ahead. At this moment, Maito Kai resolved to seize this brief respite, embarking with Zhu Zhuqing on her inaugural soul-hunting expedition. With the token from the Spirit Hall, they entered the soul-hunting forest unimpeded. Each soul ring acquired signified a leap in strength. Maito Kai cast a glance at the girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing had remained taciturn throughout their journey, her bright eyes seemingly concealing unspoken emotions. "My dear, it appears you carry a burden on your mind," Maito Kai inquired softly, his tone imbued with concern. Zhu Zhuqing slightly shook her head, yet her delicate hand clutched tightly at the hem of Maito Kai's garment, as if seeking solace in that connection. She offered no response, instead gazing silently ahead, as though within the dense woods lay a challenge she was destined to confront. Maito Kai refrained from probing further, understanding that a girl of her age might harbor her own secrets and troubles. He merely patted Zhu Zhuqing's hand gently, conveying a sense of warmth and strength. "Do not fret. Your sister Schwer was terrified when she obtained her 5th soul ring, yet she emerged unscathed in the end." Without hesitation, Maito Kai began recounting the less savory chapters of Qian Renxue's past. Maito Kai effortlessly shared the past of Qian Renxue, as if recounting a cherished adventure. The ease between them flowed like a warm current, quietly warming Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Her previously taut nerves began to unwind with Maito Kai's words, fostering a deep curiosity and anticipation for the sister she had yet to meet. Along their journey, Maito Kai even transformed Zhu Zhuqing's appearance. Satisfied with his disguise skills, they continued onward, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. However, not far away, a sudden commotion shattered the stillness. Deep within the dense spirit beast forest, a distinct aura echoed. The clash of spirit masters and spirit beasts reverberated. Yet, from the dissipating waves of spirit power, both the spirit masters and the spirit beast appeared feeble at that moment. Nearby, a bearded man with a buzz cut was leading a young boy, of Zhu Zhuqing's age, through the woods at a swift pace. Their hurried steps were resolute, as if pursuing an indescribable opportunity. Xiao-san, focus. This mandala snake's attributes are perfectly aligned with your blue-silver grass. We cannot allow it to escape. The man's voice exuded undeniable determination, his eyes gleaming with the cunning and wisdom of a hunter. As he spoke, the man's form suddenly solidified. A surge of formidable spirit power erupted from within him, coalescing into an adorable Pai Pai Zhu martial spirit. Despite its charming exterior, a fierce light flickered in its eyes, suggesting it could unleash tremendous power at any moment. Following this, the man began to chant incantations, and with a thunderous roar, the Pai Pai Zhu martial spirit unleashed a remarkable soul skill, fart like thunder, roaring cannon. The deafening sound echoed through the forest, as if the very air had been torn asunder. In the distance, Maito Kai seemed drawn by the sudden disturbance, his gaze piercing through layers of trees to the battlefield of this fierce clash. Yet, confusion and bewilderment filled his eyes, as if everything unfolded before him defied the rules he understood. Within the grand tapestry of Maito Kai's life, the existence of Yu Xiaojiang remained an indelible blemish, akin to the most glaring cloud in the night sky. As a newcomer, he was naive and unsuspecting, easily ensnared by the cunning Yu Xiaojiang's silver-tongued persuasion, unwittingly becoming the latter's disciple and sharing a period he wished to forget. It was during those fog-enshrouded days that an indescribable hatred took root deep within Maito Kai's heart. Each recollection of his exploited past ignited a tempestuous rage, his resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang growing uncontrollably like wild weeds. If time could be reversed, he would never allow himself to fall into such a predicament, but life offers no what-ifs, only outcomes. Ding. The child of destiny detected. Please make a choice. Host. 1. To slay the destined child Tang San, the host will be rewarded with an enhancement of physical prowess to level 7. 2. To humiliate the destined child Tang San, the host will be rewarded with an enhancement of physical prowess to level 7. Notice, the act of killing the destined child may result in uncontrollable consequences, such as the emergence of individuals like Zhang San and Li San. The system's words conveyed a clear message. At this moment, Tang San is not a being to be easily slain. However, for Maito Kai, the encounter with Tang San felt akin to an unexpected tempest. He was certain this was their first meeting. Yet the profound sense of loathing that surged from within him was akin to a vehement disdain for mosquitoes in the summer, intense and unmistakable. As Tang San's figure entered his line of sight, that loathing surged forth like an undercurrent, silent yet so powerful that it was nearly impossible to disregard. He was unaware of the origins of such feelings. The disdain seemed innate, deeply embedded in his very being. Maito Kai stood there, his gaze fierce and unwavering, fixated upon Tang San, while tumultuous emotions churned within him. He understood that this aversion was not baseless, but stemmed from some unknown, deeply concealed secret linked to Tang San that was subtly at play. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to unravel this enigma, compelled to endure the relentless tide of loathing surging within, akin to the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes on a summer night, provoking a sense of irritation and unrest. Unbeknownst to him, the once dreaded mandrake snake had silently re-emerged beside Maito Kai. Its presence enveloped the surroundings like an intangible chill, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sharpened in an instant, her hands instinctively clenching around the hilt of her dagger at her waist. The blade shimmered with a cold gleam under the sunlight, poised as if ready to be drawn at any moment. At that very moment, the mandrake snake opened its fearsome maw, lunging ferociously towards Maito Kai's body. In the face of this life and death situation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Maito Kai's eyes. Without hesitation, he struck out with a thunderous force, delivering a resounding blow that sent the mandrake snake crashing into the ground. Dust erupted into the air, and the serpent was driven deep into the earth, seemingly rendered immobile. The sudden turn of events swept over Tang San and his companion like a biting gale, leaving them momentarily stunned. Tang San's reaction was almost instinctive. He swiftly reached for the concealed silver needles at his waist, glimmering with a silvery sheen. They had pursued this mandrake snake for the better part of the day, the toil and patience evident in their efforts. Now, with their quarry so tantalizingly close, the interference of a third party was nothing short of a provocation to their diligent endeavors. A chill flickered in Tang San's eyes as he recognized the mandrake snake's value, not merely due to its rarity, but also because of its significance to both him and his master. To allow it to be snatched away with such ease would be tantamount to inviting death upon the thief. "Senior, please hesitate." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was urgent and tense, his anxious gaze darting towards the mandrake snake, fearing it might vanish into nothingness under the might of this formidable opponent. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme. Regardless of age, anyone with profound cultivation would be honored as a senior. However, when Yu Xiaojiang's eyes met the familiar visage of Maito Kai, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat, as if gripped by an unseen force. "Yi Kai?" The tremor in his voice carried an incredulous weight, the name resonating profoundly within him. "Who do you think you are to command me to desist?" Maito Kai's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure igniting in his gaze. Yu Xiaojiang was woefully ignorant of the reality, his naivety astonishing. Yet, the truth was that this was no longer the idealistic Yi Kai of yore, filled with dreams and innocence. The figure standing here was the enforcer elder of the Spirit Hall, Maito Kai, whose identity had irreversibly severed ties with the past. In Maito Kai's eyes, the gentleness and confusion of yesteryear had long since vanished, replaced by a resolute gaze and profound wisdom. Everything about him was now devoted to the Spirit Hall, fighting for its cause. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had beheld an unimaginable spectacle, a hint of undeniable embarrassment flickering across his face. However, this awkwardness was fleeting. Soon, a self-satisfied smile blossomed upon his previously lecherous visage. He gazed at the figure of Yi Kai before him, a self-assured curve gracing his lips, as though he had already seized control of the situation. "You are Yi Kai. I know you well, and you need not evade me any longer." His words dripped with confidence, as if he were convinced that Yi Kai was merely indulging in childish antics. "As long as you are willing to kneel and admit your faults to me now, I shall still be your esteemed teacher." His tone bore a connotation of condescension, as if he were bestowing a great favor upon Yi Kai. Yu Xiaojiang naively believed that by lowering himself and offering Yi Kai a way out, this former student would return to him, eager to be a pawn in his game once more. Yet, he failed to consider that Yu Kai's heart had long since slipped beyond his grasp. In Maito Kai's gaze flickered a certain indescribable disdain as he regarded Yu Xiaojiang, akin to observing a jester. His expression bore the mocking condescension reserved for fools. And it seemed that the mercy he had shown during their previous encounter had been excessive. He was determined to make Yu Xiaojiang experience genuine suffering. This resolution was etched in his heart like a sharp sword, steadfast and resolute. Subsequently, Maito Kai began to advance slowly, each step towards Yu Xiaojiang exuding a sense of unwavering strength, as if each footfall proclaimed his determination. Conversely, Yu Xiaojiang misinterpreted Maito Kai's intentions. As he approached, he foolishly believed that it was his unique charisma that had captivated Maito Kai. Thus, a smug, cold smirk spread across his already unsavory countenance, reminiscent of a chilling winter wind, sharp and frigid. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the air, as if even the atmosphere trembled in response. The previously nonchalant smile on Yu Xiaojiang's face froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he lowered his gaze to witness Maito Kai's fist, heavy as a hammer, descending upon his abdomen. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply, filled with incredulity. He could scarcely fathom that his teacher would be struck so decisively and without hesitation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang San's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. The silver needle in his hand transformed into a gleaming arc, swiftly propelled towards Maito Kai. The needle traced a beautiful trajectory through the air, its speed so astonishing that even the keen-eyed Zhu Zhiqing failed to perceive it in time. However, Maito Kai seemed to anticipate the attack. He deftly sidestepped, his movements as agile as a cat, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. The silver needle, originally aimed at him, found its mark with precision, embedding itself into Yu Xiaojiang's body instead. Struck by the sudden blow, Yu Xiaojiang felt an intangible force drain him of all responsiveness. Instantly, a searing pain surged from deep within, slicing through his nerves like a merciless blade, eliciting anguished cries akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. Clutching his agonizing abdomen, Yu Xiaojiang collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength, writhing in torment. Tang San, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm and instinctively moved to assess Yu Xiaojiang's injuries. Yet, Maito Kai's figure appeared behind him like a specter. "Have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by light?" Maito Kai's voice dripped with mockery and provocation, as though demonstrating his speed and strength to Tang San. Tang San whipped around, but it was too late. Maito Kai's foot descended upon his chest like a bolt of lightning, the overwhelming force propelling him backward. With a resounding crash, Tang San's body violently collided with the distant tree trunk, subsequently sliding helplessly to the ground. A searing pain radiated from his chest, as if he had been struck by a massive boulder, rendering him breathless. Meanwhile, Maito Kai stood by, observing Tang San's disheveled state, a smirk of triumph playing upon his lips. In that moment, the master and disciple appeared as wretched as stray dogs on the streets. Maito Kai's leg remained suspended in midair, embodying the pose of a thunderous strike, as if the very atmosphere had solidified in response, despite a flicker of guilt deep within him. For his opponent was but a child, the intoxicating thrill of commanding the battlefield and effortlessly subduing his adversary surged through him like a fine wine, rendering resistance futile. The path to death, the path to death, Tang San roared within his mind. Chapter 33, The Surprising Gate. Battle with Tang Renxue at this moment. Yu Xiaojiang writhed on the ground like a worm overturned, struggling to move amid the dust-laden earth. Each scar upon his body burned as if seared by raging flames, causing this self-proclaimed great master to sweat profusely, beads cascading down his forehead. Meanwhile, Tang San's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. The kick from Maito Kai had struck with the force of a tempest, nearly dislodging his very soul, bringing him perilously close to reuniting with his dearly departed grandmother in the underworld. Nonetheless, Tang San's gaze remained fixed upon Maito Kai, brimming with resentment and resolve. He aimed to etch the visage of this foe deep within his heart, awaiting the day when he could exact vengeance with even greater power. Yet, Maito Kai had no intention of relenting. He sensed the lurking presence of a watchful gaze, sly and serpentine, observing him from the shadows. The concealed malice, chilling as a winter's breeze, only served to ignite the flames of his fury further, to coax forth the hidden rat lurking in the dark. Maito Kai understood that he must escalate his humiliation of this master and disciple duo. With a calculated breath, he embarked upon a scheme, striding towards the wretched Yu Xiaojiang. Without mercy, he brought his foot down upon Yu Xiaojiang's hand, the action executed with precision and devoid of hesitation. A piercing scream shattered the silence, as Yu Xiaojiang's face contorted in agony, as if he were being subjected to 1,000 tortures. He desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, but Maito Kai's foot bore down upon it with the weight of a mountain, rendering him utterly immobile. Maito Kai's face bore no trace of compassion or sympathy. His gaze was cold and resolute. He understood that only by adopting such a demeanor could he provoke the concealed rodent lurking in the shadows to unleash its fury and reveal its true nature. He was fully prepared to confront whatever may come. Yu Xiaojiang's foot was brutally pinned down, subsequently ground mercilessly, and with this violent act, his screams nearly shattered the stillness of the forest, sending tremors through the creature's dwelling within. The hand that was trampled emitted a chilling sound of splintering bones, reminiscent of ice cracking or heavy iron snapping. Each crack sent shivers down the spine, as if one could feel the excruciating pain mercilessly gnawing at Yu Xiaojiang's nerves. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared utterly disheveled. From the corners of his mouth, a viscous mixture of saliva and crimson blood trickled down, intertwining to create a harrowing tableau. His trousers, drenched in the cold sweat induced by terror and agony, clung uncomfortably to his skin, rendering him a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing the scene, Maito Kai furrowed his brow, his face betraying an unmistakable disdain and revulsion. His gaze swept over Yu Xiaojiang, as though observing a repugnant blemish, rife with contempt and scorn. A piercing scream shattered the stillness, echoing through the air, as Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brimmed with disbelief and excruciating pain. He attempted to struggle, yet could only watch helplessly as his palm was crushed beneath Yu Kai's foot, accompanied by a chilling sound of shattered bones, reminiscent of a malevolent whisper. "Yu Kai." Yu Xiaojiang's voice trembled. Each syllable seemingly wrested from the depths of his throat. But before he could finish his plea, Maito Kai mercilessly pressed down once more. In that instant, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though the entire world was spinning. His palm had transformed into a mangled mass of flesh and bone. Agonizing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer afford to consider dignity or pride, instinctively biting towards the shoe that trampled upon his hand. Saliva mingled with blood, staining Maito Kai's shoe, a scent that elicited a wave of nausea. His brow furrowed in disgust as he kicked Yu Xiaojiang aside. Like a severed kite, Yu Xiaojiang flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. He lay there, trembling, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Teacher Tang San, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with resentment as he fixed his gaze upon Maito Kai. Maito Kai's attention remained steadfastly focused on the concealed figure shrouded in darkness. Observing the other's remarkable restraint, Maito Kai was able to ascertain that the individual's future objective no longer involved Yu Xiaojiang. Since it was no longer Yu Xiaojiang, then Maito Kai's penetrating gaze resembled that of a hawk fixated on its prey, intensely focused on Tang San as if striving to unravel the very essence of his being. Each time their eyes met, he could acutely sense the concealed figure lurking in the shadows, which could no longer maintain its previous composure. Akin to a beast disturbed at its sensitive core, beginning to stir restlessly. The presence, that silent guardian of Tang San within the darkness, undeniably existed. This revelation intensified Maito Kai's curiosity regarding Tang San's true identity. His mind brimmed with inquiries. What extraordinary background did this seemingly ordinary youth possess to attract such a mysterious protector? However, before delving into these enigmas, Maito Kai had to confront the imminent threat before him. With agile dexterity, he sidestepped, skillfully evading the incoming flying needles once more. These concealed weapons were silent yet lethally effective. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have surely fallen victim. Redirecting his focus to Tang San, Maito Kai's gaze fell upon the young man's forearm, where an unfamiliar apparatus was affixed, capable of stealthily launching projectiles with remarkable precision. Maito Kai harbored a deep disdain for the despicable tactics that lurked in the shadows, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. He resolved, with unwavering determination, to first sever Tang San's audacious arm as a warning to others. However, just as he was poised to act, a force as heavy as a mountain and as tumultuous as a raging river suddenly surged from afar, descending upon their location like an invisible giant hand, pressing down with tremendous might. The intensity of this soul power was such that it seemed capable of tearing through the very air, causing everything around to tremble. Maito Kai felt the weight of this pressure and was taken aback. He understood that this was no ordinary attack from an inconsequential foe. What audacity! The arrogant fiends of the spirit hall dared to wreak havoc in this place. A voice like rolling thunder reverberated, deep and resonant, imbued with an authority that could instill fear in the hearts of many. The sky abruptly darkened, as if stained with blood, and amidst the crimson hue, a figure emerged like a specter. Clad in tattered black robes, he resembled a ghost stepping forth from the darkness, wielding a formidable hammer. His gaze fierce and fixed firmly upon Maito Kai. This figure was none other than Tang Hao, the once mighty force that had caused the entire continent to tremble. He had initially tolerated Maito Kai's humiliation of Yu Xiaojiang from his perch, but upon witnessing Maito Kai's hostility directed at Tang San, his fury ignited instantaneously. Tang San was the beacon of hope in his heart, a vital piece on his path to vengeance. He could not allow anyone to harm him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would protect Tang San at all costs. Tang Hao's words were as profound as the night sky, revealing not a hint of starlight, concealing his true identity in the deep, blood-bound connection he shared with Tang San. He did not deliberately restrain the overwhelming pressure emanating from within him. It flowed naturally like a surging river. Before this irresistible force, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were like leaves caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground and succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, in this shadowy corner, Zhu Zhiqin was spared from peril, shielded by Maito Kai's unwavering guardianship. He stood as a steadfast barrier, blocking the invisible oppression, allowing her to remain conscious. Within the dusty archives of the Spirit Hall, the tales of Tang Hao were draped in a veil of mystery, rendered an untouchable secret. Meanwhile, Maito Kai possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the truths obscured in darkness. Throughout the vast history of Douluo Continent, Tang Hao's name once inspired trepidation as a legendary figure. For the sake of a soul beast, he had dared to oppose the Spirit Hall, even bringing about the downfall of the previous pope. This act plunged Haotinan sect into an unprecedented crisis, ultimately forcing them to retreat into seclusion to evade the brunt of the Spirit Hall's wrath. Some claimed that Tang Hao is the true embodiment of a remorseless villain. Yet, when the 9 resplendent soul rings spun around him, and he stood aloft like a deity, his overwhelming presence commanded a profound respect. The inability of Maito Kai to soar through the skies remains a poignant ache within his heart. Although his innate ability allows him to linger momentarily in the air, he finds himself at a disadvantage against true masters of aerial combat, such as the formidable Qian Renxue. Tang Hao looms like an insurmountable mountain, gazing down upon Maito Kai with an air of superiority, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light, as if ready to consume all who dare to underestimate him. He speaks slowly, his voice slicing through the air like an icy blade. Youngster, are you prepared to confront your inevitable demise? Maito Kai appeared unfazed by Tang Hao's imposing aura. He casually cleared his ear, as if dismissing the unwelcome clamor that disturbed him. Yet, the green steam emanating from him burned with the intensity of flames, symbolizing his unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. Observing this, a sardonic smile curled upon Tang Hao's lips. In an instant, the hammer in his grasp swelled to an enormous size, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and the earth. As the hammer expanded, the air around them seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting, and an oppressive chill enveloping the atmosphere. Maito Kai stood at the epicenter of the chilling force. Acutely aware that the attributes he possessed were being sapped by this frigid power, Tang Hao's mocking laughter echoed through the still air, as if he had already foreseen Maito Kai's impending defeat. "Is this the domain?" Maito Kai murmured, his voice tinged with a blend of astonishment and anticipation. For any soul master, a domain represents an ineffable enhancement, particularly in battles where strengths are closely matched. A soul master wielding a domain undeniably increases their odds of victory by a significant margin. What a tantalizing advantage that is. At that moment, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer with a force reminiscent of a thunderous tempest, aiming a devastating blow at Maito Kai. Yet, rather than retreating, Maito Kai chose to confront the onslaught head-on. He clenched his fists, channeling every ounce of his strength, and met the onrushing Haotian hammer with a single, powerful punch. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided in an explosive clash, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. This force swept outward like a violent storm, uprooting trees and sending debris flying in all directions. Zhu Zhiqing, quick-witted and agile, deftly maneuvered behind a steep slope, narrowly escaping the fate of being swept away by the powerful surge. Pressed against the ground, she fixed her gaze intently on the two figures engaged in combat ahead, her heart brimming with tension and anticipation. Maito Kai braced himself against the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Haotian hammer. In that moment, he felt as though he were bearing the weight of a mountain, granting him a more precise understanding of Tang Hao's formidable prowess. He was acutely aware that in the state of six gates, he was no match for him. Moreover, in his current weakened state, facing Tang Hao felt akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, with little hope of success. The hand that had just clashed with the Haotian hammer still trembled slightly, as if recounting the profound power it had just encountered. He deeply appreciated the formidable reputation of the Haotian hammer, lauded as the premier weapon soul of the continent, and he experienced the terrifying strength of Tang Hao, the continent's foremost power Douluo. Maito Kai inhaled deeply, his hands slowly crossing over his chest, as if he were gathering a mysterious force. The green steam enveloping him dissipated like morning mist in the sunlight, transforming into a profound shade of blue, a hue imbued with boundless potential and strength. Eighth gate of the 8 gates of bypass, the 7th gate of shock, open. As his deep and resolute voice resonated, the deep blue vapor surged like tumultuous waves, instantly enveloping Maito Kai's entire being. He appeared as a bolt of blue lightning, sharp and dazzling. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He could sense the powerful and enigmatic force radiating from Maito Kai. It was a sensation both familiar and foreign, akin to soul power, yet distinctly different, more ferocious, more tumultuous, as if it contained the might to upheave the very heavens and earth. However, Tang Hao felt neither fear nor hesitation in its presence. The figure of Maito Kai appeared instantaneously, akin to a specter, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao. His fist struck with the swiftness of thunder, aimed directly at Tang Hao's face. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, astonished by the opponent's astonishing speed. Instinctively, he raised the Haotian hammer in his hand, bracing himself to confront this seemingly unstoppable blow. Maito Kai's fist struck the Haotian hammer with tremendous force, resembling two colossal mountains colliding, unleashing a deafening roar. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming shockwave emanating from the Haotian hammer, crashing into his body like a tempest. The might of this force was so immense that even he, a formidable warrior, found it challenging to withstand. Under the impact of the recoil, Tang Hao, already precariously injured, staggered back several steps, each movement heavy and laborious. His face was etched with disbelief. As a paragon of strength, he had never fathomed that someone could surpass him in power. Chapter 34. A violent beating for Tang Renxue. Bestowing tattoos upon him in the wake of that strike, Tang Hao experienced an unprecedented jolt, as if the very world around him had blurred into obscurity. His pupils widened in astonishment, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. The magnitude of the force exceeded his wildest imagination. Simultaneously, Maito Kai, having first unlocked the 8th gate, felt a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through him, leaving him both bewildered and disoriented. This power was like a gentle stream, calm yet profound. Yet it concealed a ferocity and heat akin to volcanic magma. He attempted to harness this energy, but found it akin to a mighty dragon, both tender and untamable. As the two faced off, the atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension and raw energy. Relying solely on that secret technique to forcibly elevate one's strength, how long could such a state be sustained? At that moment, Tang Hao's eyes shimmered with a scrutinizing light. He speculated that Might Guy's formidable prowess stemmed from some transient awakening of latent potential. However, while his conjecture held a measure of truth, it was also somewhat skewed. The 8 gates could indeed be regarded as a secret technique, yet Might Guy's mastery over it transcended mere dependence on external forces. With his current physical capabilities, maintaining it for 12 hours was entirely feasible, just as Might Guy's clenched fist was poised to descend once more like thunder. A jarring sound of cracking bones unexpectedly echoed from his arm. This noise resonated starkly in the still air, reminiscent of shattering glass, cold and piercing. Maito Kai's brow instantly furrowed, as if ensnared by invisible chains. The sensation of his bones fracturing pierced through him like the cold tip of a dagger, sending a shiver throughout his entire being. At the moment his opponent seemed momentarily disoriented in midair, Tang Hao seized the opportunity. He inhaled deeply, as though drawing in the very essence of the universe. And with a surge of determination, the Haotian hammer in his grasp traced a fierce arc through the air, resembling a silver lightning bolt, hurtling rapidly towards Maito Kai. This strike was thunderous, seemingly capable of rending the fabric of space and reducing everything to dust. Yet, Maito Kai chose not to withstand the onslaught. A flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes as he moved with uncanny swiftness, deftly evading this lethal blow. Maito Kai felt a deep sense of regret within himself, having forgotten a matter of utmost importance. While the activation of the 8 gates of might could unleash astonishing power in a fleeting moment, it also imposed a tremendous burden upon his body. From a young age, he had honed his physique through the rigorous practice of the body technique, rendering the opening of the first 6 gates a mere trifle, causing him little harm. However, as he endeavored to break through the constraints of the 7th gate, an unprecedented force surged through him, subjecting his body to an extraordinary strain. The agony of torn muscles and shattered bones seared through every nerve of Maito Kai, akin to being consumed by fierce flames. Yet, at this very moment, he found himself confronted by a formidable tile.To of level 95. Maito Kai inhaled deeply, his hands slowly coming together as if he were gathering some mysterious force from the heavens and the earth. His aura gradually ascended, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Observing this, Tang Hao curled his lips in a disdainful smirk, scoffing at the theatrics. He swung the Haotian hammer in his grasp, its surface shimmering with dazzling golden light, imbued with the might of thunder, and struck fiercely towards Maito Kai. The move, known as the Ling Tian strike, was one of the Haotian hammer's ultimate techniques, wielding unparalleled power. In the past, Tang Hao had effortlessly sent a level 92 ghost Douluo flying with this very strike. Now, confronted with the formidable Maito Kai, he unleashed this formidable skill without reservation. In the face of Tang Hao's ferocious onslaught, Maito Kai did not waver. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he bellowed, "Daytime tiger." In the next moment, a fierce tiger, brimming with overwhelming might, charged fiercely at Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. In an instant, 2 powerful forces collided in the sky, producing a deafening roar. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, leaving only their figures engaged in a fierce clash. The 2 torrents of force, akin to a tempest, intertwined and erupted in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Under the impact of this force, the 2 men were akin to ships capsized by towering waves, involuntarily retreating, each step seemingly traversing an abyss, ultimately withdrawing over 100 paces. After countless trials and tribulations, Maito Kai has now become capable of withstanding the formidable backlash brought forth by the astonishing gate. He once again straightens his chest, his form akin to an arrow released from its bow, darting swiftly towards Tang Hao. His onslaught is as fierce as a torrential downpour, with fists and feet raining down in a relentless barrage, each strike infused with astonishing power. Faced with this overwhelming tide of aggression, Tang Hao finds himself momentarily strained. A flicker of surprise flashes in his eyes, yet more prominently, there is a steadfast determination and resilience. Gritting his teeth, he relies on his extraordinary will and strength to barely fend off Maito Kai's fierce assault. However, amidst this relentless barrage, Tang Hao inevitably receives a punch from Maito Kai. The blow lands like a hammer striking steel, resonating with a dull thud. A fleeting look of pain crosses Tang Hao's face, which swiftly becomes swollen and disfigured. In the brief moment of his daze, the sky transforms into a canvas ignited with fury, as endless fiery rain cascades down like a waterfall, heralding the apocalypse. The searing fireballs intertwine in the night sky, creating a magnificent yet destructive spectacle. Confronted by this apocalyptic scene, a glimmer of astonishment flickers in Tang Hao's eyes. He is acutely aware of the formidable power of this fiery deluge, which must not be underestimated. Haotian Guardian. Tang Hao bellows, as he swings the Haotian hammer with fervor, akin to a tempest, deflecting each fireball from the sky. With every strike, sparks fly, as if he is battling against fate itself. Yet, amidst this fierce confrontation, Tang Hao remains oblivious to the unusual presence behind him. At some point, Maito Kai has appeared like a specter at his back, his gaze piercingly cold. Akin to a leopard stalking its prey, Maito Kai suddenly soared into the air, delivering a fierce kick to Tang Hao's face. This strike was imbued with immense power, as if it contained boundless strength. The already swollen visage of Tang Hao was immediately marked by several ghastly streaks of blood. Under the impact of Maito Kai's kick, Tang Hao was forcefully propelled away, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. As he landed with a thud, he clasped his hands tightly against his cheeks. The searing pain akin to a raging fire, rendering him nearly incapacitated. His face bore the unmistakable imprint of Maito Kai's shoe, with blood flowing from his nostrils and forehead, merging into a fine stream that dripped onto the dust below. In that moment, a wave of humiliation surged within Tang Hao. A figure of great renown and wisdom throughout his life, he never imagined he would face such a disgraceful fate. His eyes burned with resentment, fixed intently on Maito Kai, as if he sought to devour him whole. At last, unable to contain the fury swelling within him, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer with all his might, striking it down upon the ground. A tremendous roar echoed as the earth trembled, clouds of dust billowing forth, as if even the mountains themselves were shaken. Maito Kai instinctively extended his arm in response. As the dust gradually settled, dissipating like a thin mist in the air, Tang Hao's figure, along with Tang San and the others, vanished without a trace, seemingly absorbed into the tranquil void. Maito Kai took a deep breath, confirming that Tang Hao had indeed fled the vicinity. Gradually, he released the state of the shock gate. In that fleeting moment, as he exited the 8 gates of Douluo, the tide of pain and mental fatigue surged upon him, nearly overwhelming his senses. He stumbled, almost collapsing to the ground. This was his inaugural venture into the realm of the shock gate, and for the first time, he possessed a lucid understanding of his physical capabilities. He realized that his current physique was insufficient to withstand the terrifying backlash of the death gate. It appeared he needed to persist on the path of physical refinement, continuously honing his corporeal form. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was heavily concealed by dense underbrush and twisted branches, as if gently cradled by Mother Earth, erasing all traces of her presence. Once the surrounding clamor and turmoil had completely subsided, she cautiously emerged from the thick obscurity, revealing a pale and youthful visage. With trembling steps and an unmistakable hint of trepidation, Zhu Zhuqing slowly approached Maito Kai. In her heart, she had long held a high estimation of Maito Kai's prowess. She had envisioned that his strength could shake the very foundations of the Star Luo Empire, even subduing her illustrious father and the supreme Star Luo Emperor. However, upon witnessing the dazzling brilliance of Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit rings, she felt a jolt of astonishment. These spirit rings sparkled like countless stars, profound as the abyss, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries and power. The might of a tile.To possessing such spirit rings was incomparable to that of an ordinary tile.To. Yet, just as she anticipated a fierce battle for Maito Kai, he exhibited an extraordinary level of strength. Not only could he contend with Tang Hao, who bore the 100,000-year spirit rings, but he also managed to suppress him to the point of near helplessness. This spectacle sent waves of astonishment crashing through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Ding! Exited the 8 gates of Douluo. Health restoration in progress. 570,850. Mike tightly clutched his shattered arm, the sound of fractured bones still echoing in his ears. Furthermore, a severe muscle strain rendered each step he took a monumental challenge. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. It was evident that he must swiftly discover a means to counter the backlash of the 8 gates of Douluo. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. The power of the 8 gates was formidable, yet the ensuing backlash resembled a double-edged sword, threatening his very existence. He understood that if he did not promptly resolve this dilemma, should he encounter a formidable adversary akin to Tang Hao again, particularly one inclined to engage in a protracted battle, he would find himself utterly defenseless. However, at this moment, these were not issues he could address immediately. He inhaled deeply, drawing his thoughts back to the present. He had a more pressing task at hand, accompanying Zhu Zhuqing to obtain her first soul ring. This was the primary purpose of their journey. The duo seemed to have captured the favor of fate, as they had scarcely begun their expedition when they unexpectedly encountered a shadow leopard, severely affected by a previous fierce battle. The shadow leopard lay quietly beside a tree, its once keen eyes now vacant and devoid of spirit, as if it had witnessed the most terrifying nightmare. robbing it of any courage to resist. Observing the creature, Zhu Zhuqing acted swiftly and decisively. Her dagger sliced through the air like lightning, gracefully and accurately ending the life of the shadow leopard. Immediately thereafter, a pale yellow soul ring began to rise from the body of the leopard, as if narrating the bravery and glory it had possessed in life. Zhu Zhuqing promptly seated herself in a meditative posture, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. Utilizing her soul power, she drew the pale yellow soul ring towards her. In that moment, it seemed as though she had forged a wondrous connection with the soul ring, her breathing synchronized with the ring's pulsations, allowing her to sense the boundless power contained within. As the soul ring successfully integrated into her being, their mission reached a satisfying conclusion. Yet, a vigilant glimmer flickered in Mike's eyes. He was acutely aware that Tang Hao's appearance in Notting City was no mere coincidence. This city undoubtedly harbored someone dear to him or concealed secrets he held close to his heart. A resolute determination surged within Maito Kai, for he comprehended that unraveling this veil of mystery required merely a subtle application of tactics. He firmly believed that with a modicum of investigation, he could uncover the traces left by Tang Hao, thereby illuminating the truth behind it all. Meanwhile, the night enveloped the surroundings like ink. As Tang Hao sprinted through the dense forest, bearing on his back the unconscious Tang San and the burdensome Great Shit Jade. Upon reaching a concealed tree hollow, he delicately laid them down, as if placing two precious treasures in their resting place. However, the instant he set them down, a torrent of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining his garment crimson. He clutched his painfully throbbing cheek, where a deep shoe print stood out glaringly in the moonlight. Tang Hao grasped his chest with one hand, where the tumultuous rise and fall felt as if it might erupt at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes conveyed an unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. The fierce battle against Maito Kai had not only imposed unprecedented pressure upon him, but had also aggravated long-healed injuries within him. At this moment, Tang Hao felt an excruciating pain akin to his internal organs being twisted, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Spirit Hall, just you wait. His roar reverberated through the air like thunder, his gaze ablaze with an inferno of fury. He abruptly turned, his eyes landing on the unconscious Tang San. A flash of complex emotion crossing his countenance. Little San, you must grow stronger swiftly. Tang Hao's voice was low and resolute, imbued with an intangible force. Then, we shall fight side by side. He left his words unspoken, yet the determination and anticipation within them were palpable. He longed for the day they could unite and overthrow the Spirit Hall together. Chapter 35, Capturing the Big Milk Cat. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped over the threshold of the inn, her heart was shrouded in worry, akin to a dense cloud. Consumed with concern for Maito Kai's injuries, and nearly compelled to venture out in search of a healing spirit master. However, just as she was about to take that step, Maito Kai's voice, warm and soothing like a spring breeze, gently resonated, his strong hand firmly resting on her shoulder. Zhuqing, there is no need to fret over me. There was an undeniable firmness in his tone. Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet Maito Kai's deep and tranquil gaze, and her inner turmoil seemed to find some solace. She understood that despite his grievous wounds, he had never exhibited a hint of retreat or weakness. Her own injuries would mend once she exited the 8 gates of Duanjia State, with the system providing her treatment, though the duration would extend depending on the severity of her condition. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, retracting her foot from the threshold. Will everything truly be all right? Though she recognized that the man before her was not gravely harmed, the worries within her lingered like an indelible cloud, refusing to dissipate. Maito Kai seemed to comprehend the unspoken concern in her gaze, yet he chose not to address her apprehensions directly. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation towards Zhu Zhuqing's future. I have guided you beyond the borders of the Star Luo Empire. What are your intentions from here? His voice resonated deep and magnetic, akin to the gentle plucking of strings in the night breeze, stirring Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Startled for a moment, she soon fell into contemplation. Her eyes gazed into the distance, as if traversing the limitless expanse of time and space, glimpsing an uncertain future that lingered within her mind. Perhaps I shall remain at the Primary Soul Master Academy for a while, she replied, her voice tinged with hesitation, yet underscored by a resolute determination. Maito Kai gently caressed the tips of Zhu Zhuqing's hair, his fingertips seemingly imbued with a warm magic that instantaneously dispelled the long-standing gloom in her eyes. He smiled, sincerity glimmering in his gaze, and extended an invitation to her. Zhu Zhuqing, would you accompany me back to the Spirit Hall? This simple utterance stirred profound ripples within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, akin to a spring breeze sweeping across a frozen lake. Her once dull eyes now sparkled with the brilliance of stars, brimming with hope and longing for the future. Perhaps, before crossing paths with Maito Kai, Zhu Qing had relinquished all hope for her future, believing she would languish in this protracted darkness. Yet, Maito Kai's arrival was like a radiant beam piercing the shadows, illuminating the path ahead. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable force compelling her, and she instinctively nodded, softly accepting Maito Kai's invitation. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering resolve, as if she had finally discovered her true sanctuary. As time passed, the interactions between Zhu Qing and Maito Kai deepened, and her heart became increasingly unburdened. The initial shyness and restraint having long since dissipated. Now, emboldened, she began to explore topics previously untouched. Zhu Qing gently inquired, her tone laced with curiosity and inquiry. In the soul-hunting forest, do you harbor any animosity towards those two individuals? Her question, though light, concealed a torrent of concern and curiosity beneath the surface. Maito Kai paused for a brief moment, then succumbed to a fleeting contemplation. He reminisced about the antics of those two individuals in the soul-hunting forest, a wave of indescribable aversion surging within him. He raised his gaze, peering deeply into Zhu Qing's eyes, and slowly uttered, "Indeed, those two share a history with me." His voice was calm, yet resolute, as if he were discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Zhu Qing, captivated by his gaze, felt a flicker of curiosity arise within her. She recalled the recent banquet at Hom Inn, where, despite Maito Kai being drugged, he had not exhibited such profound emotions. Yet now, she discerned an unprecedented chill and determination reflected in his eyes. She nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries. She understood that everyone harbored their own tales and secrets, and that Maito Kai's past might be the pain he was most reluctant to mention. She was willing to wait for the day he would choose to speak. For now, her only desire was to quietly remain by his side, offering warmth and solace. Meanwhile, within the Starry Empire, a tempest was brewing in silence. Ever since Maito Kai departed this land with Zhu Qing, the imperial court of Xinghua erupted like a placid lake shattered by a stone. At that moment, the hurried footsteps outside shattered the court's stillness as a messenger burst in, breathless, striding swiftly before the assembled officials. He knelt on one knee, his voice quivering with urgency yet unmistakably clear. "Your Majesty, intelligence indicates that the second young lady of the Zhu family has allegedly been spotted at the enforcement station of the Spirit Hall, lingering for a considerable time." Upon this proclamation, the court was instantly swept by a chilling gust, a cacophony of astonishment and doubt erupting. Any movement by Zhu Qing was sufficient to tug at countless hearts. Now, the mere thought of her presence at the Spirit Hall's enforcement station, coupled with the recent discreet departure of that enforcement elder, conjured a vivid image in the minds of the court members. Zhu Qing's current whereabouts were glaringly evident. The atmosphere in the court grew palpably tense as the gazes of the assembly converged, silently exchanging their speculations and apprehensions. All of this was stirred by the woman named Zhu Qing and her enigmatic connection to the Spirit Hall. In a corner stood Daimubai, his hands clenched like iron, sharp nails digging deeply into his palms, blood seeping quietly through his fingers. Yet, at this moment, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial pain. Daimubai was acutely aware that without Zhu Qing, there would be no phantom white tiger. Without the spectral white tiger, I would undoubtedly stand no chance against my elder brother. In the forthcoming struggle for imperial power, I would certainly meet my demise at his hands. Each time Daimubai reflects upon that moment, he feels as though an invisible force has drained him of all vitality, rendering him as lifeless as a parched tree under the merciless sun. Fortunately, at this moment, Daimubai finds himself in a remote corner, surrounded by ministers and officials. Yet their gazes do not linger here, as if this place were a forgotten alcove. However, his elder brother, Davis, possesses a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the crowd and accurately capturing every subtle expression on Daimubai's face. In this realm, if anyone harbors a desire for Daimubai to remain weak, it is undoubtedly Davis. He understands that once Daimubai rises, his own position will be perilously threatened. Thus, he remains ever vigilant, thwarting any potential breakthroughs or advancements from Daimubai. At this moment, Zhu Qing suddenly turns, her steps resolute as she slowly strides towards Maito Kai. Each step she takes seems to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, her eyes glimmering with unprecedented determination and resolve. Finally, before the astonished gaze of the latter, Zhu Qing kneels upright before Maito Kai. Her movement is devoid of hesitation or retreat, as if she were proclaiming her resolve to the world. Subsequently, she bows her head deeply, her forehead striking the unyielding ground with a dull yet resolute thud, echoing the conviction within her heart. Master. She lifts her head, her voice imbued with determination and earnestness. Please teach me to grow stronger. I wish to seize my own destiny, no longer to be swayed by others. Zhu Zhuqing fled the empire to escape the manipulation of her fate. She yearns to take control of her own destiny. Yet, she is acutely aware that to ensure her fate remains unshackled by others, she must possess the strength to defy all. Maito Kai regarded her with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, recognizing that the girl before him possessed an indomitable spirit. Very well, I shall grant your request. He began slowly, his voice imbued with solemnity and earnestness. However, you must bear in mind that the path to strength is fraught with trials and tribulations. You will need to exert greater effort and sweat than others. Furthermore, once you embark on this journey, there will be no turning back. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. I understand. I am prepared. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I will persevere until I become sufficiently powerful. Teacher, are you well? Tang San's voice, filled with concern, shattered the oppressive silence surrounding the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's consciousness, like dawn's first light, struggled to emerge from the depths of darkness. He vaguely sensed a push, and gradually, his vision focused, revealing Tang San's anxious visage. Once Yu Xiaojiang was fully awake, an indescribable agony surged through him like a tidal wave, as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Particularly, the hand that had been ruthlessly trampled by Maito Kai was now a gruesome sight, flesh and bone in disarray. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, a flicker of gratitude arose within Yu Xiaojiang for Tang Hao, who had provided him with rudimentary care before departing. Otherwise, the extent of his injuries would have been unimaginable. At that moment, dark clouds loomed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, a tempest of suppressed fury and resentment brewing within, all stemming from Maito Kai. Had it not been for Maito Kai, how could he, a figure renowned throughout the continent, have suffered such indignity? Tang San was acutely aware of the pain and bitterness residing in his teacher's heart. He too harbored profound resentment towards Maito Kai, a fiery hatred that blazed within him, unquenchable. The path of vengeance, Tang San silently vowed. As if it had become his sole belief and motivation, he swore that one day, when he had grown strong enough, he would ensure that Maito Kai paid in blood for the humiliation inflicted upon both his teacher and himself. However, given their current circumstances, it was evident that re-entering the territory of the soul beasts was ill-advised. The two of them, laden with disappointment and a sense of disarray, returned to the academy quietly. They understood that their own strength was insufficient to procure a suitable soul ring for Tang San. Thus, they resolved to seek the aid of the principal of Nodding Academy. This principal, a soul master of level 43, was renowned for his exceptional prowess in Nodding City. With his intervention, Tang San's quest for a soul ring would undoubtedly gain some assurance. Upon returning to Nodding Academy, the two quickly tended to their injuries before hastening towards the principal's office. However, Tang San chose a different path, opting to return to the dormitory alone. Pushing open that familiar door, he was met with a scene that tightened his heart, a vast, desolate space where even the air was steeped in coldness and solitude. The melancholy surged within him like a tidal wave, and unwilling to linger in such an atmosphere, Tang San opted to take a stroll, hoping to find a semblance of tranquility in the fresh air. He wandered aimlessly until he found himself at the back mountain, where two factions stood in tense opposition. Upon arriving, the sight of Wang Sheng being ruthlessly sent flying struck him with a pang of alarm, sharpening his gaze to a razor's edge. At that moment, Xiao's expression was as frigid as frost, her clear eyes flickering with flames of indignation. She fixed her gaze upon the arrogant figures before her, her inner fury igniting like dry tinder, blazing fiercely. Xiao Chenyu and his entourage reveled in their triumph, their laughter echoing across the open ground like sharp arrows piercing Wang Sheng's heart. They jeered mercilessly, trampling Wang Sheng's dignity beneath their feet, as if he were a sickly tiger at their mercy. Ha ha ha, Wang Sheng, you pitiful beast, they cackled, their mockery resounding. Yet, Wang Sheng could only endure in silence, his heart laden with bitterness. The identity of a defeated one rendered him voiceless, forcing him to bury his humiliation and resentment deep within. He clenched his teeth, striving to suppress his tears, but the bloodshot eyes betrayed the turmoil of anger and anguish within. In that moment, Xiao Wu's gaze suddenly pierced through the chaotic scene, locking onto a familiar figure, Tang San. It was as though she had found a long-lost anchor, the gloom on her face dissipating like morning mist. Tang San, help me teach them a lesson. Her voice resonated with determination, pointing at those who dared to provoke her. However, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's expression faltered slightly. At that moment, he was grappling with intense physical pain, a fiery sensation threatening to consume him. He was acutely aware that his current state would scarcely allow him to triumph over even the typically inferior Wang Sheng. All eyes turned toward the direction Xiao Wu indicated. Witnessing Tang San's countenance, which appeared as though he had swallowed a heavy stone, the boy who had previously battled Wang Sheng showed no signs of retreat. His gaze resolute as he charged at Tang San without hesitation. Each step he took was firm and powerful, as if he tread upon solid rock, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Tang San understood he could not evade. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and hesitation, resolutely advancing to meet the challenge. He employed his agile movements to deftly evade several strikes from the boy wielding a stick. Yet, with each dodge, the pain within him intensified, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. However, just as Tang San focused intently on evading, a moment of inattention revealed a vulnerability. The boy seized the opportunity, delivering a vicious blow to Tang San's face with his stick. The force of that blow was tremendous, leaving a deep mark on Tang San's face, reminiscent of the injuries previously suffered by Yu Xiaojiang. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time had frozen for Tang San. The shadow of the stick descended upon him with the speed of thunder, relentlessly striking his shoulders and calves, culminating in a fatal blow to his chin. At that instant, his thoughts seemed to be extricated from reality, and only upon the resounding impact of the stick against his chin did he awaken from his stupor. The boy's stick, imbued with an irresistible strength, crashed heavily against Tang San's chin, as if the very earth beneath him were shattering. His body trembled violently, blood gushing forth from his mouth like a fountain, before he was mercilessly sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. Tang San, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice laced with terror and disbelief. She had never imagined that the normally formidable Tang San would appear so fragile and easily defeated before such a young adversary. Xiao Qinyu gazed at the motionless Tang San on the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. If a life were truly lost, even his father, the city lord, would not escape severe repercussions. Hey, are you all right? Xiao Qinyu attempted to ascertain Tang San's condition through his inquiry, though his voice betrayed a subtle tremor. However, the Tang San lying on the ground was no longer the same. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling rubies scorched by flames, radiating a mesmerizing yet terrifying light. The veins on his forehead bulged like coiled dragons, indicative of the fury and resentment seething within him. Tang San repeatedly recited the path of vengeance in his heart, each word striking his soul like a hammer, intensifying his hatred towards Xiao Qinyu and his companions. His blood-red gaze fixated on them, as if he sought to etch their faces deeply into his memory, marking them for future retribution. As Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, blood and dirt mingled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the heavy stone that had been suspended in the hearts of the onlookers finally fell. Relieved of its burden, Xiao Qinyu inhaled deeply, casting a complex glance over the victorious group of students before slowly declaring, "You have won. From this day forth, the title of leader at Nodding Academy belongs to you." With that, Xiao Qinyu turned and, along with his companions, hastily departed as though fleeing from a plague, leaving behind an empty arena. Xiao Wu and her companions approached slowly, confronting a victory that, although seemingly glorious, bore an undercurrent of bitterness. Their faces reflected not exuberance, but rather a weighty contemplation, for this victory was not earned through their own strength, but rather resulted from others' abandonment and despair, which had inadvertently paved the way for their honor. Xiao Wu's heart was profoundly stirred by Tang San's suffering. She yearned to step forward and soothe his wounds with her gentle touch. However, what greeted her was Tang San's gaze, seemingly devoured by darkness, cold and terrifying, akin to a demon from hell. "Do not touch me." Tang San's voice emerged as though from an icy abyss, laden with a chilling aura that instantly froze Xiao Wu's heart. Startled by this sudden indifference and ferocity, Xiao Wu stumbled back a few steps, her trembling fingers pointing at Tang San, an indescribable fury surging within her. "Tang San, on what grounds do you shout at me?" Her voice quivered, yet it was imbued with defiance and determination. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but more prominently was her bewilderment and anger towards Tang San's actions. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected confrontation. The hatred and anger in his heart seemed to shatter under the weight of Xiao Wu's inquiry, a flicker of rationality returning to him. "Xiao Wu, I, Tang San, wish to explain and apologize," he began, yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. The turmoil and struggle within him rendered him speechless. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiaowu had already turned to leave. The onlookers, who initially approached with goodwill, attempting to offer Tang San some solace, found their intentions dissipating like mist upon encountering his frostbitten gaze. They retreated, hesitant to approach this seemingly desolate youth any further. As the crowd dispersed, only Tang San remained in the vacant space, standing alone, his silhouette appearing especially forlorn in the twilight. Everything around him felt disconnected, as if he were a forsaken corner of the world, bearing the weight of solitude and anguish within. At that moment, a sense of abandonment began to quietly rise within Tang San's heart, akin to an invisible thorn deeply embedded in his chest, inflicting unprecedented pain. His reason fought valiantly to suppress his emotions, yet the agony blazed within him like an unquenchable fire, relentlessly consuming his soul. The scars left by the soul-hunting forest and the recent brutal assaults bore indelible marks upon him. With each step, he felt the sharp pangs of pain, a fiery sensation coursing through him, rendering him nearly insufferable. Yet, despite this torment, Tang San did not utter a single groan. He clenched his teeth, silently enduring it all. Enduring the excruciating pain, Tang San staggered toward the familiar office, each step a battle against his limits, yet the resilience in his heart propelled him forward. At last, he arrived at the teacher's office. The slightly weathered wooden door creaked open under his trembling hand. The sight beyond warmed his heart. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang was diligently working at his desk, his focused demeanor unchanged. However, when their gazes met, and he beheld Tang San's battered form, shock and concern flickered instantly in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. "Xiao-san, what has happened to you?" Yu Xiaojiang hastily rose to his feet and hurried towards Tang San. His eyes filled with concern and bewilderment. He gently caressed the scars adorning Tang San's body, each wound resembling a glaring crimson mark that pierced his heart. Tang San, sensing his teacher's care, felt a warm surge within him. He struggled to suppress the tears welling in his eyes, not wishing to reveal his vulnerability to his mentor. "It's nothing, teacher." Tang San's voice emerged hoarse, a remnant of his recent sparring with classmates. He endeavored to infuse a lightness into his tone. Yet the pain and fatigue were unmistakable. Yu Xiaojiang regarded Tang San with a medley of emotions swirling within him. "Xiao-san, you will always be my most exceptional student." His voice was resolute and comforting, urging Tang San to believe in himself and persevere through any challenges. "Oh, by the way, the dean has agreed to accompany us tomorrow to assist you in hunting your first spirit ring." Yu Xiaojiang gently wrung out a towel soaked in warm water, then carefully applied it to Tang San's face. From his preliminary examination, it was evident that the mark left by the club on Tang San's visage might forever be etched into his features. This scar could become an indelible part of his life, accompanying him through the years ahead. Tang San felt the profound solicitude emanating from his teacher, gratitude swelling within him like a spring, causing tears to glisten in the corners of his eyes. Yet, the warm towel resting on his face served as a barrier, quietly concealing his tears and leaving only silent appreciation. As evening descended and Tang San finished his meal at Yu Xiaojiang's place, he declined the offer to stay the night. Weary, he trudged back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the door, he gently pushed it open, only to be met with a disheartening sight. The bed he once shared closely with Xiaowu was now starkly separated. More glaring was the new bedding on Xiaowu's cot, resembling an insurmountable chasm. In that moment, Tang San's heart plummeted into despair. He stood frozen, emotions swirling chaotically within him, confusion, disappointment, and a barely perceptible anger. Yet he understood that he could not utter any words of reproach at that moment. Silently, he approached his own bed and lay down gently. Though physically exhausted, his heart felt as if it were burdened by a heavy stone. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape this sudden upheaval through sleep. But his thoughts galloped wildly through his mind, uncontrollable and relentless. The following day, as Tang San slowly opened his weary eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find this ordinarily bustling place devoid of any presence, leaving him utterly alone. The wave of loneliness washed over him, intensifying the feeling of abandonment that gripped his heart. He envisioned his classmates already on their way to the classroom, while he remained isolated in this tranquil corner. Just as Tang San was engulfed in this inexplicable sentiment, a gentle knock at the door shattered the silence. Rising to his feet, he ambled toward the entrance, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, alongside the dean of Nodding College, both wearing warm smiles. "Teacher," Tang San greeted softly, his voice laced with surprise and respect. He then turned to the dean, his gaze brimming with inquiry and intrigue. Xiao shortly. The dean will personally guide us, aiding you in acquiring your very first spirit ring, Xiao exclaimed, his voice infused with excitement. Nearly unable to contain himself as he patted Tang San's shoulder with a forceful hand. Yet, Tang San's brow furrowed slightly at that moment. A fleeting hint of pain crossing his lips. The weight of Xiaojiang's powerful hand, combined with Tang San's already scarred physique, nearly sent him into a dizzying spiral. As if the entire world was swirling before his eyes. Noticing the pallor on Tang San's face and his frequent gasps for breath, Xiaojiang suddenly became aware of his own recklessness. He quickly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with remorse and self-reproach. The dean cast a cold glance at Xiaojiang, his deep-set eyes reflecting discontent and admonishment. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Tang San, and upon observing the crimson marks adorning the boy's youthful visage, a twinge of sympathy welled up within him. The trio boarded an antiquated carriage, silently traversing the soul-hunting forest. As they passed the spot where they had previously encountered Maito Kai, the remnants of battle on the ground still sent shivers down their spines. However, both Tang San and his teacher tacitly sidestepped the topic, swiftly moving past that area. Time appeared to blur within this enigmatic forest. It was uncertain how long they had been traveling when a vivid flash of color abruptly captured their attention. There lay a mandala snake, its lithe body shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly a creature of over a century. "Teacher, look, it's a mandala snake," Tang San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration as he pointed towards the magnificent serpent. Xiaojiang, equally captivated by the singularity of the mandala snake, understood that this creature was undoubtedly the ideal choice for Tang San's inaugural spirit ring. Sharing a knowing smile with Tang San, they both turned their gazes toward the dean. The dean nodded slightly, as if he had already discerned their intentions. In the next instant, he sprang into action, moving with the agility of a leopard, swiftly darting out of their sight and into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Almost immediately, the sounds of intense combat erupted from the forest interior. As if a fierce clash was underway, Xiaojiang and Tang San felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing that the dean had commenced his encounter with the mandala serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly followed the sounds of battle. Their hearts raced in tandem with the escalating clash, both anxious for the dean's safety and hopeful that the mandala serpent would successfully become Tang San's soul ring. Before long, the dean returned, dragging the nearly lifeless mandala serpent before them. The serpent struggled weakly in his grasp, evidently devoid of any capacity to resist. Witnessing this scene, Xiaojiang and Tang San exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight upon their hearts finally lifted. They understood that with the mandala serpent as a soul ring, Tang San's abilities would experience a significant enhancement. Xiaojiang scrutinized the mandala serpent closely, but when he assessed its age, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Upon investigation, he discovered that the serpent was merely a century old, far from the optimal limit of over 400 years. Hesitant, Xiaojiang contemplated persuading Tang San to forego this soul ring. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, Tang San decisively delivered the final blow to the mandala serpent. A yellow soul ring tinged with white began to materialize from its body. Tang San resolutely settled into a meditative position, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. By the time Xiaojiang prepared to guide him, Tang San had already begun the process. Given the circumstances, Xiaojiang felt it unwise to voice any objections, instead waiting silently by the side. Although the first soul ring was a century old and still yellow, it was certainly not the ideal choice. Chapter 37. Capturing Bibi Dong within the solemn confines of the papal palace. Bibi Dong sat languidly, her leg elegantly crossed, the long and fair limbs concealed partially beneath her skirt. The staff she clutched seemed to embody the dignity and might of the entire spirit hall, and at that moment, this power appeared to concentrate wholly within her piercing gaze. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently upon the standing Maito Kai below. A blaze of fury ignited within her. Capable of incinerating all, Maito Kai, how dare you act with such impudence? You have summoned personnel from the papal palace without the Pope's consent. Your audacity knows no bounds. In the face of Bibi Dong's furious rebuke, Maito Kai remained unfazed. He shrugged, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Bibi Dong, spare me your airs of authority. The Star Luo spirit branch has decayed to this extent, and your so-called papacy is undeniably complicit. Their exchange reverberated through the vast papal palace, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Bibi Dong's wrath blazed within her, while Maito Kai stood defiantly to confront her. A storm seemed poised to erupt within the sacred domain. Maito Kai, you must remember that this is the abode of the esteemed Pope, a place of sanctity and solemnity. In Bibi Dong's tone, fury surged like a tempest, her astonishment and wrath barely concealed. For many years, none dared to be so audacious before her. The papal palace? Maito's derisive laughter echoed within the vast hall, each sound slicing through the air like a sharp blade, scraping against Bibi Dong's dignity. His gaze towards her was filled with disdain and contempt, as if she were merely an insignificant stone in his eyes, or perhaps a trivial remnant within filth. Bibi Dong, do you truly believe that without the support of the sacred hall, you could effortlessly ascend to the papal throne? Or do you genuinely think that once you occupy this position, you can rest easy, free from any challenge to your authority? Maito's voice was frigid, each word piercing Bibi Dong's heart like an icicle. The dialogue between them resembled two sharp swords, clashing and intertwining within the papal palace, each encounter sending shivers down the spine. Maito Kai's voice was as sharp as an icy blade, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon Bibi Dong's heart. You have betrayed Xuere's trust, luring her into the Tiando Empire under the guise of a deceitful undercover plan, merely a pawn in your nefarious scheme. His words, akin to a chilling wind, swept through the tranquil space, utterly shattering Bibi Dong's facade and hypocrisy. Your true intention was nothing more than to annihilate Xuere's extraordinary talent, rendering her a victim of your ambition. Anger flickered in Maito Kai's eyes, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating through the silence and shaking the very atmosphere. Those thunderous declarations pierced like a sharp sword into Bibi Dong's heart, leaving her trembling in shock and fear. A glimmer of panic flickered in her gaze. As if her deepest secrets had been unveiled, her once proud disguise now appeared utterly feeble under Maito Kai's piercing scrutiny. Bibi Dong, brimming with self-assurance, believed each move she made was executed with utmost caution, like a chess player meticulously strategizing on a board. Yet, before her esteemed tactics, Maito Kai stood as an all-seeing sage, revealing her intricately woven thoughts as if they were mere blank pages, devoid of any concealment. As the echoes of Maito Kai's voice lingered in the air, Bibi Dong's previously unruffled countenance transformed, akin to a serene lake besieged by a tempest, unable to sustain its tranquility. The mere mention of the name Yu Xiaojiang struck her heart like a heavy hammer, hitting the softest corners of her soul. Yu Xiaojiang, the man who had once streaked through the trajectory of her life like a shooting star, had briefly become the radiant hope within her heart. At this moment, his name, once uttered, seemed to awaken long-buried memories and emotions, shattering her composure and poise. The absurdity of a level 29 waist-wielding the Elder's Order and the Pope's Order, shamelessly deceiving others in the Spirit Hall while indulging in unjust gains, was nothing short of ludicrous. Maito Kai's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was firmly fixed on the ever-changing visage of Bibi Dong. He was well aware of the tumultuous entanglement between her and Yu Xiaojiang, having conducted a meticulous investigation into their history. Upon uncovering the entire story, while he felt a semblance of sympathy for Bibi Dong's plight, what prevailed was a deep-seated disdain for her actions. Silence. He is not a waste. Bibi Dong's voice thundered, filled with fury and unwavering conviction. Each time Yu Xiaojiang's name was mentioned, the seemingly impenetrable shell of her calmness was pierced, unable to hold firm. Yu Xiaojiang represented a sacred sanctuary in her heart, an inviolable boundary that she would not allow anyone to trample upon or demean in any manner. Grasping the Pope's staff tightly, the sixth spirit ring on her body erupted with a dazzling brilliance, as if to bathe the entire space in a frenzied crimson. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider spike. With her command, countless sharp spikes surged forth like a torrential downpour, racing towards Maito Kai. Each spike glimmered with a sinister light, imbued with a chilling aura of death, as if intent on shredding every obstacle in its path into fragments. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong. You dare to strike at me for a waist like Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong, as the Pope, you certainly exude quite the authority. Before his words could fully dissipate, his right hand shot towards his back with lightning speed, grasping a pair of nunchaku. In Maito Kai's hands, the nunchaku seemed to come alive, tracing fierce trajectories through the air as he maneuvered them. Though Bibi Dong's spider spikes fell like a relentless rain, each onslaught was deftly neutralized by the nunchaku, the sounds of impact echoing like firecrackers throughout the Grand Hall. After an intense battle, Maito Kai successfully parried all of Bibi Dong's attacks. At this moment, the calmness that once resided in his eyes was replaced by a weightier demeanor and a hint of ferocity. Bibi Dong, are you truly prepared to turn against me today? Maito Kai's voice resonated, deep and resolute, enveloped by a verdant steam that symbolized his mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia. His presence exuded a weightiness akin to that of a mountain, rivaling the formidable Bibi Dong, who had reached the pinnacle of level 97. Bibi Dong, with her profound gaze shimmering with an icy glint, regarded Maito Kai's hostile visage as if it were a fragile toy on the verge of shattering. With her long, fair legs, she descended from her throne with an elegance and composure that seemed to command an ineffable authority with each step she took. "How long do you believe this forced extraction of physical potential can endure?" she questioned, her tone dripping with arrogance and disdain, as though she could already foresee Maito Kai's downfall. "Humph, how long can it last?" A smirk curled at the corners of Maito Kai's lips. "If you wish to test it, then come forth." "Oh, by the way, that little jade fellow, he must be in quite a predicament at the moment," Maito Kai remarked casually. Yet, his words pierced like a sharp blade, striking at the very core of Bibi Dong's vulnerabilities. Instantly, her expression darkened, reminiscent of a tempestuous sky before a storm, heavy with foreboding. "You seek death." Bibi Dong's voice was as frigid as ice. Each word emerged like a blade squeezed through clenched teeth, sending a shiver down the spine. In an instant, a dark purple aura surged forth from Bibi Dong, enveloping her surroundings like a mist of shadows, gradually consuming all in its path. Her form began to undergo a grotesque transformation, her lower body contorting into a large, fearsome spider shape, 6 sharp legs extending from her oval abdomen, glinting ominously. Simultaneously, her hands lost their human semblance, becoming sharp and unyielding, capable of rending anything asunder. This ghastly visage starkly contrasted with her usual delicate demeanor, rendering it almost unbelievable. At this moment, Bibi Dong appeared as a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, hideous and terrifying. This grotesque form was so far removed from the enchanting figure of the Pope that it was unfathomable to onlookers. In a flash, Bibi Dong erupted into action, her clawed hands slicing through the air with a fierce trajectory, conjuring 2 dark purple blades, like phantoms from the abyss, hurtling towards Maito Kai in a fierce onslaught. The blades tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as they struck Maito Kai's form. Within the grand hall, dust was stirred into a thick fog, obscuring the vision of all present. Amidst the swirling haze, Maito Kai's silhouette flickered in and out of view. With his arms crossed protectively over his chest, he seemingly resisted the tempestuous barrage with unwavering resolve. His voice, deep and powerful, echoed as if from the annals of antiquity. "8th gate of Duanjia, the 6th gate, open." As his words fell, an overwhelming force erupted from within Maito Kai, a torrent of energy surging forth, dissipating the surrounding dust in an instant. Green steam billowed around him, akin to emerald flames igniting, illuminating the entire hall. In the wake of this might, Maito Kai's figure appeared even more imposing and majestic. Maito Kai suddenly materialized before Bibi Dong, delivering a fierce kick aimed at her abdomen. However, Bibi Dong's response was equally impressive. Her sharp claws swiftly intercepted Kai's strike. The collision reverberated with a dull thud, as if the very air had crystallized in that moment. Bibi Dong's hands bore the brunt of the formidable force, and a wave of astonishment surged within her. Restricted by the divine trial, her peak cultivation of level 97 was now limited to a mere level 95. In this constrained state, facing Kai's almost unreasonable brutality, she felt an unprecedented pressure. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong did not waver, well aware of the battle's significance and resolute in her determination not to yield easily. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied herself, preparing to confront Kai's forthcoming assault. Leaf Hurricane. With a low roar, Kai unleashed a remarkable surge of power from his feet. This time, even the towering Bibi Dong found herself compelled to retreat several steps under the weight of his momentum. Her razor-sharp spider legs sliced into the ground like steel blades, leaving behind 6 harrowing scars on the hardened earth, reminiscent of the land's wounds. Yet, even in this moment, Bibi Dong's reaction was as swift as lightning. As her body was pushed back, a formidable soul force erupted from within her, and her 7th soul ring ignited like a blazing flame, radiating a brilliant light. 7th soul skill, true spirit of the martial soul. With her commanding shout, the air behind her seemed to rend apart, giving rise to a colossal spider that gradually materialized. This spider fused with Bibi Dong's form, becoming an integral part of her, elevating her already formidable presence to an entirely new zenith. Its soul skill, Spider Monarch's clone. Bibi Dong's voice echoed through the grand hall, imbued with an irresistible authority. Subsequently, her 2nd, 3rd, and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, twinkling like stars in the night sky, exuding a dazzling radiance. 2nd soul skill, Deathly Poison Mist. 3rd soul skill, Death Prison. 6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. Under the brilliance of these lights, a clone identical to Bibi Dong emerged abruptly within the hall. A dark purple mist ascended from her, swiftly enveloping the entire Pope's chamber. This mist, imbued with the essence of death, exuded a chilling toxicity that sent shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, countless cages woven from spider silk materialized silently, as if animated, rapidly ensnaring Guy and binding him tightly within their grasp. Finally, Bibi Dong unleashed her sixth soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. The myriad of spider spikes cascaded down like a torrential rain, blanketing the entire hall. Each spider's spike gleamed with a chilling radiance, imbued with lethal venom. As it lunged towards Maito Kai, in that moment, the grand hall transformed into a battlefield reminiscent of hell, where dark purple mist, resilient cages, and dense spider spikes wove a net of death that enveloped Maito Kai tightly. Just as Bibi Dong believed victory was within her grasp, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resonated from within the toxic haze, proclaiming, "Open the gate." In an instant, a massive white tiger burst forth from the poisonous mist, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. This magnificent creature roared as it charged toward Bibi Dong, yet it was no ordinary beast. Its roar echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the papal hall. With a body both colossal and agile, every step it took seemed to carry the weight of a cataclysm, surging toward Bibi Dong. In that fleeting moment, the entire hall trembled. The tiger's roar not only reverberated through Bibi Dong's ears but also struck at the core of her spirit. She had once been confident of her victory, but now, this enigmatic white tiger instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within her. Chapter 38. Defeating Bibi Dong. 2. The tiger's voice, akin to thunder, shattered the tranquility of the papal hall, resonating in every corner and stirring the hearts of all. Its gaze burned with primal intensity, and then, its grand and agile form charged at Bibi Dong like a cataclysmic force. Amidst the swirling toxic mist, fireballs streaked through the darkness like meteors, each one erupting from the fog in a relentless barrage, resembling furious fire spirits dancing in the night. Where these fireballs passed, the air seemed ignited, causing the temperature in the papal hall to soar in an instant, waves of heat enveloping the space. The fireballs struck Bibi Dong's body with unerring precision, each one branding her skin like a searing iron, leaving deep marks. Her body trembled under the relentless onslaught, the ghastly burns blooming like crimson flowers, glaringly vivid in the darkness. Amidst the torrent of attacks, Bibi Dong's fury ignited, her eyes flashing with resolute determination as she aimed to subdue Maito Kai in one decisive blow. Her hands transformed into sharp claws, like two blades slicing through the air, striking mercilessly toward Maito Kai's form. This assault possessed such formidable power that even the most adept defenders would quail in fear, as if the very air were being cleaved apart. Yet, in the face of this seemingly flawless attack, Maito Kai exhibited remarkable composure and strength. He reached out and, in the blink of an eye, firmly grasped the claws in Bibi Dong's hands. Subsequently, his other hand coiled into a fist, akin to a cannonball poised to launch, and it suddenly thundered toward Bibi Dong's forehead. This punch was astonishingly powerful, cutting through the air with a resounding crack as it struck Bibi Dong squarely on her brow. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught. Blood trickled down her forehead, intertwining with her fury and resentment, creating a heart-stirring tableau. The figure of Maito Kai swept through like a tempest, his foot once again landing heavily upon Bibi Dong's ample bosom. In that fleeting moment, the soft sensation rippled through him like spring waters, nearly washing away the steadfast conviction within his heart. However, he swiftly steadied his mind, refusing to allow that momentary wavering to cloud his judgment. As his foot struck, Bibi Dong's body was sent hurtling backward like a leaf caught in a gale, tracing a swift arc through the air before crashing violently against 3 or 4 stout pillars, finally coming to a reluctant halt. Her body trembled slightly after the impact, clearly indicating the immense shock that Maito Kai's strike had inflicted upon her. In contrast to his previous fierce battle with Tang Hao, Maito Kai had now fully harnessed the power of the open gate. This strength was sufficient to rival that of a level 99 peerless Douluo, far beyond the capabilities of a level 97 title Douluo who could not fully unleash her potential. At this moment, Bibi Dong was consumed by rage, although her power was formidable. Her reason had abandoned her, rendering her vulnerable before Maito Kai's might. Debris fell like a torrential downpour, mercilessly pummeling Bibi Dong's form, the tremendous force threatening to rend her asunder. Under such a brutal assault, she was compelled to relinquish her martial spirit's embodiment. As the grotesque manifestation faded, her once twisted visage reemerged, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face, breathtaking in its allure. Yet, at that moment, this beauty appeared so pale and powerless. Her papal robes lay tattered, as if they had endured a harrowing battle. Blood trickled slowly from her forehead like a tragic red bloom, unfurling upon her ashen face. Bibi Dong seemed drained of all vitality, numbly sprawled upon the ground, her eyes reflecting disbelief and shock. She could scarcely fathom her own wretched plight, nor could she accept the utter defeat that had befallen her. Everything felt insurmountable, as though her entire world was crumbling before her eyes. At this juncture, Maito Kai emerged from the eight-gate state, the blue steam dissipating like morning mist into the air. Though his breathing had steadied, each rise and fall betrayed the profound fatigue and pain that lay beneath. The backlash from entering the open gate was still excruciating. His muscles severely torn, yet even in such a state, he remained capable of utterly overpowering Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I know not what secrets you conceal, Maito Kai's voice resonated, deep and resolute, akin to an unyielding mountain. Should you choose to persist in this manner, the papal throne you occupy shall soon become an unstable seat. As his words echoed, Maito Kai's figure vanished like a wraith within the papal hall, leaving Bibi Dong alone to confront the vast emptiness of the chamber, her heart tumultuous with indescribable emotions. As Maito Kai returned to the sanctuary, he was greeted by the sight of Kandeli, kneeling beneath the statue of the angel. This scene elicited a mixture of amusement and bewilderment from Maito Kai. Kandelia's actions resembled a ritualistic clocking in for work, so methodical that it was impossible to overlook. Yet, Maito Kai recognized that this was a testament to Kandelia's unwavering devotion, a manifestation of the reverence and respect he held for the angelic figure. With a gentle sigh, Maito Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Kandelia's steadfastness. He understood that each individual harbors their own beliefs and aspirations, and Candelia, in his unique manner, articulated his profound veneration for the divine. It seemed that Candelia sensed Maito Kai's approach. As he drew nearer, Candelia spoke up, his tone imbued with a hint of inquiry, yet predominantly exuding an undeniable certainty. You have engaged in a confrontation with Bibi Dong? Maito Kai gently shrugged his shoulders. With a person as astute as Qian Renxue, concealment was undoubtedly superfluous. Indeed, he had taken action. He spoke candidly, his tone devoid of any evasion. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue let out a soft sigh, a sound imbued with a touch of helplessness and regret. She was not quite as you might envision. Perhaps you have only witnessed her harshness and indifference towards Xiaoxue. Yet Qian Renxue's words faltered here, as if they were difficult to articulate. Maito Kai did not press further. He merely stood in silent anticipation, awaiting the continuation of Qian Renxue's discourse. He understood that the words of this venerable elder would undoubtedly carry profound significance. Perhaps you have never truly perceived the immense burdens borne upon the shoulders of Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue spoke slowly, his voice tinged with weariness, and after taking a deep breath, it seemed as though he aimed to expel all the pent-up emotions that resided within him. Maito Kai approached Qian Renxue quietly, devoid of words, yet silently extended his hand to grasp the cup of cool tea resting on the table. He tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. As the liquid slid down his throat, it seemed as though he swallowed that chilling resolve along with it. Subsequently, he placed the teacup back onto the table with a forceful thud, the crisp sound resonating in the air, echoing his unwavering determination. I regard not the myriad of helplessness and grievances that may lie behind that woman, for they do not suffice as justification for her to harm Schwerer. Maito Kai's voice rang out with resounding clarity, each word striking the heart like a hammer, rendering his steadfast stance impossible to overlook. Maito Kai's gaze appeared particularly profound, his brow slightly furrowed as if lost in contemplation. His voice resonated within the vast hall, imbued with an air of undeniable resolve. Moreover, I have heard that there seems to be some entanglement between Bibi Dong and that Yu Xiaojiang. I shall delve deeper into this matter and ascertain the particulars before deciding how to address her. With that, he turned to leave the heavy and oppressive hall. As he reached the entrance, the sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a long shadow of his figure. He paused, glancing back at Qian Renxue, who sat beneath the statue, his face reflecting a hint of concern. I am preparing to journey to the Heaven-Do Empire to meet with Schwerer. Is there anything you wish to convey? At the mention of Qian Renxue, Qian Renxue's usually serene countenance betrayed a flicker of emotion. In this world, if there were anyone capable of stirring his heartstrings, it would undoubtedly be the precious jewel he held dear. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to gently shake his head. Maito Kai nodded slightly, casting a profound glance at Qian Daolu before turning and stepping into the bright sunlight, racing towards the direction of the Heavendo Empire. It was only when Maito Kai's aura had completely dissipated from perception's fringes that Qian Daolu slowly exhaled a long, deep sigh, the breath seemingly laden with boundless weight and relief. The other 6 elders quietly emerged from the shadows, their gazes converging on the spot where Maito Kai had just stood. The second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, observed for a moment before retracting his gaze and directing his attention to Qian Daolu, his tone tinged with gravity. What do you intend to do about Bibi Dong? That woman dared to strike openly within the hall of the Pope. It is indeed audacious. The third elder, Qingwan Douluo, remained silent, while the other elders exchanged glances, all awaiting Qian Daolu's decision. Under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Qian Daolu gently shook his head, an action that conveyed a hint of helplessness and regret. I do not intend to take any action against her. Though his voice was calm, the profound implications within it were impossible to overlook. The others, upon hearing this, exchanged puzzled looks, clearly surprised by Qian Daolu's decision. His tone revealed a deep-seated confidence in Maito Kai, as if he were a sage recounting the virtues of a treasured creation he had nurtured himself. Maito Kai was nurtured by their watchful eyes. His charismatic personality, resilient character, and unique approach to life garnered genuine admiration from the older generation. We, the elder ones, will inevitably step away from the stage of history, becoming mere dust of time. Qian Daolu's voice resonated low and steadfast, as if recounting an immutable truth. Our duty is to safeguard this final boundary for them, to pave the way, while allowing them the freedom to soar and flourish. With these words, Qian Daolu slowly rose, preparing to depart. Although Genie Douluo felt a twinge of discontent, he understood that this was not the moment to express it. Thus, he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. He recognized that if he were to pull Bai Dong down at this juncture, it could trigger a series of adverse repercussions, which would not be wise for them. Therefore, he chose silence and opted to wait. 3 days later, upon his arrival in the Heavenly Empire, Maitreya exhibited no hesitation, striding purposefully toward the prince's residence. As he drew near, his keen gaze caught sight of 2 Soul King-level guards, standing sentinel like towering mountains, silently safeguarding the tranquility of the estate. However, Maitreya had no intention of taking the conventional route. His visit was intended to surprise Qian Renxue. With a deep breath, he leaped into the air, transforming into a soaring eagle, ascending several hundred meters high before gracefully arcing down to land precisely within the prince's annex. He skillfully evaded the patrolling sentinels, stealthily approaching the room where his target resided. With a gentle push, the window opened soundlessly, and he nimbly slipped inside, akin to a live feline. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating. It seemed infused with the essence of spring, mingled with the unique aroma of Qian Renxue, causing Maitreya's heart to flutter with delight. He inhaled deeply the harmonious blend of freshness and joy, a smile of anticipation and excitement gracing his face. In this tranquil afternoon, the figure of Qian Renxue did not materialize within the estate. Maitreya understood well that, as the crown princess, she was undoubtedly preoccupied with court affairs during the day, negotiating with ministers and garnering support. Her time consumed by the myriad of political duties and strategies, leaving her exceedingly busy. Contemplating this, a subtle sense of helplessness welled up within him. Yet he did not linger on it. He proceeded directly to the familiar bedroom, her sanctuary. The bed still seemed to retain her warmth, the air imbued with her distinctive, delicate fragrance, as if she were right there beside him. Maito Kai gently reclined, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, as if he wished to inhale the enchanting fragrance fully into his lungs. This aroma, reminiscent of Qian Renxue herself, was subtle yet captivating, stirring within him a sense of intoxication. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and his thoughts began to blur. In this familiar bed, he experienced an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. Before long, he succumbed to a profound slumber, casting aside all fatigue and weariness. As night fell, the residence was brilliantly illuminated. Qian Renxue, under the guise of Shui Qinghe, concluded her meeting with Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Exhausted, Qian Renxue entered her room and immediately sensed an unusual presence in the air. Her keen instincts informed her that someone had undoubtedly been there. With vigilance, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately fixating on the open door of the bedroom. Cautiously, she stepped into the room, her heart tumultuous as if swept away by a violent storm. When her eyes alighted upon the scene on the bed, her once icy, piercing gaze widened in shock and disbelief. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill at any moment. At that moment, Maito Kai had awakened. Lying on the bed with a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth, quietly observing Qian Renxue. In the wake of this unexpected revelation, Qian Renxue nearly forgot her pretense. She gently shed her disguise, revealing her true visage. Her face, sculpted like ice and snow, now bore traces of confusion and helplessness. Standing there, locked in a gaze with Maito Kai, time seemed to freeze at that instant. Chapter 39. A different Bibidong moonlight gently cascaded, illuminating Qian Renxue's slightly aggrieved, reddened features. Akin to delicate petals brushed by a spring rain, poised to fall, yet hesitating. As Maito Kai crossed the threshold, the opening lines rehearsed countless times in his mind dissipated like morning mist, swept away by this unanticipated tenderness. He slowly rose from the edge of the bed, his movements imbued with an irresistible gentleness, and tenderly enfolded Qian Renxue in his broad embrace. In that moment, all the waiting and longing transformed into a silent solace, quietly flowing between them. "Schwer, I apologize for arriving only now." Maito Kai's voice resonated deep and magnetic, akin to the gentlest starlight in the night sky. Softly caressing Qian Renxue's heart and soothing all her grievances and anxieties. Nestled in his embrace, she uttered not a word, merely listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth and tranquility that emanated from the depths of his being. This unspoken understanding transcended 1,000 words. As they shifted their steps, they entered the elegantly adorned living room. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, enveloping the space in coziness. The servants had discreetly set the meticulously prepared dinner upon the table, and the air was infused with an enticing aroma, adding a touch of homeliness to this night of reunion. Maito Kai unceremoniously pulled up a chair, his movements fluid and natural, as if he were an integral part of this place. With a smile, he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in the long-awaited dinner. However, his gaze inadvertently fell once more upon Qian Renxue, whose deep affection and indulgence seemed to render the surrounding air softer. Noticing this, a playful glimmer flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes as she gently parted her lips to offer him a charming yet cheeky roll of her eyes, a barely noticeable smile gracing her features. Observing the eager expression on his face, she couldn't help but sigh lightly. Her tone tinged with both affection and resignation. "Wash your hands." At her words, Maito Kai's impending dive into the feast froze mid-motion, as if he had received the gentlest of commands. Reluctantly, he set down his utensils and obediently rose to cleanse his hands. Upon his return, a childlike obedience and anticipation adorned his face. As he settled back down, before he could utter a word, Qian Renxue skillfully wielded her chopsticks to pick up a carefully selected delicacy, gently offering it to his lips, her gaze tender as water. With a soft voice, she urged, "Come, open your mouth." Her tone was akin to a warm spring breeze, caressing the heart and rendering one irresistibly enchanted. Maito Kai gazed at the enticing food on her chopsticks, its aroma wafting through the air. A wave of warmth surged within him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, as if to embrace both the warmth and the flavor, taking a generous bite and reveling in this rare moment of tranquility and happiness. This scene was both heartwarming and sweet, as if time itself had paused, leaving only the unspoken understanding and deep affection between the two. As night fell, the warmth of the dinner flowed gently between them, like a meandering brook nourishing their hearts after a long separation. In the dim light, this mutual feeding of affection quietly infused their meal with an extraordinary sweetness and satisfaction, just as this joy, akin to fine wine, became richer with each moment. A faint sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility of the room. Douluo entered, holding a steaming bowl of dark, fragrant medicinal soup. His arrival did not cause much of a stir, however. Upon seeing Maito Kai, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered in his eyes, and he nodded politely. Exuding an air of calmness and composure, reminiscent of one who has weathered many storms, he approached gracefully, respectfully presenting the bowl of bitter-scented soup to Qian Renxue. His voice deep and resonant. "Young master, it is time to take your medicine." Qian Renxue's gaze fell upon the bowl of pitch-black soup, her brows unconsciously knitting together with a hint of sorrow. The reluctance in her expression was like the faintest twinkle of a star in the night sky, subtle yet undeniably real. She sighed softly, a mix of resignation towards the bitter taste and a gentle worry for her own health. Meanwhile, Maito Kai, from the moment the soup appeared, could not conceal the tide of concern washing over his features. "Schwer, has something happened?" Maito Kai inquired with evident concern. This time, however, Qian Renxue remained silent. while the snake spear Douluo promptly elucidated the reason behind the unease. It was Tang Hao. He had slain the dark embodiment of the young master, which resulted in the backlash of all the damage suffered by the dark entity being inflicted upon the young master himself. The snake spear Douluo expressed indignation, stating that had he been a match for Tang Hao, he would have sought retribution. The mere mention of Tang Hao's name stirred Maito Kai, who resolved in his heart to exact vengeance upon the life of that wretched boy after departing. Qian Renxue's gaze subtly traversed Maito Kai's countenance, her keen perception capturing the fleeting nuances of his emotions like the faintest twinkling of stars against the night sky. Without uttering a word, she could discern the turbulent thoughts within him, the burgeoning desire for battle akin to an undercurrent, yet beneath it lay an unwavering determination. However, ripples of concern stirred within Qian Renxue's heart. She understood that the Tang Hao before her was a formidable 96th level Douluo, standing at the zenith of the Soul Master realm. His strength was unfathomable. Even among peers of equal standing, one must tread cautiously in confrontation with him. She did not wish for Kai to come to harm. Yet, fate appeared to revel in its capricious humor. Qian Renxue had not anticipated that Maito Kai had already crossed swords with Tang Hao prior, and moreover, he had decisively bested him. Kai, Qian Renxue murmured softly, her tone a blend of persuasion and concern. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a refreshing breeze in spring, attempting to soothe the impending turmoil while retaining an air of vitality and strength, perfectly articulating her care and counsel for Maito Kai. After spending a night at the prince's residence, Maito Kai departed before dawn, hurrying towards the papal palace with unwavering resolve. To expedite his journey, he unhesitatingly activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Douluo. Enveloped in the shadowy realm, Maito Kai experienced a remarkable surge in speed, where he had previously taken 3 days. This time he accomplished the journey in less than half a day, with the sun merely beginning to rise. Upon entering the papal palace, he arrived just as the morning assembly commenced. Golden sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled patterns within the hall, imbuing this solemn space with a touch of warmth and enigmatic charm. Maito Kai's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the elevated papal throne, where Bibi Dong remained seated. Yet, the once imperious and commanding presence now appeared shrouded in a faint pallor, her aura seemingly diminished compared to previous days, hinting at an indescribable weariness and frailty. This transformation did not escape the notice of those within the hall, yet none dared to raise their eyes to confront the fragility concealed beneath the Pope's formidable demeanor. The cardinals and the platinum bishops bowed their heads, engrossed in their own steps and demeanor, fearful that any unnecessary gesture or glance might disrupt the delicate equilibrium and provoke His Holiness the Pope. Once the morning assembly concluded, all departed, and it was only then that Maito Kai emerged from the throng. However, upon catching sight of Maito Kai, Bibi Dong's eyes no longer harbored the same animosity as before. "You have seen Xiao Xue." Bibi Dong's voice was remarkably serene, as if the two had not clashed just days prior. Maito Kai's attitude towards Bibi Dong was somewhat unexpected. However, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, Maito Kai naturally refrained from directly confronting Bibi Dong. Upon their meeting, the circumstances were less than favorable. After a moment of contemplation, Maito Kai chose to inform Bibi Dong of Qian Renxue's current predicament. Maito Kai could clearly discern that the hatred in Bibi Dong's eyes was not as overwhelming as before. She no longer exhibited the same madness as she had in previous days. This transformation left Maito Kai feeling somewhat uneasy. "After our encounter a few days ago, I seem to have had an epiphany," Bibi Dong remarked, her gaze playful yet unhurried. "It appears you have awakened me. Reflecting on it now, the likes of that fool Yuxiagang seem utterly ridiculous. He possesses neither charm nor power, nor strength. Even his so-called knowledge is merely plagiarized from the archives of our spirit hall. Yet, I cannot fathom why I ever fell for him." Bibi Dong paused momentarily, her tone laden with contemplation. Maito Kai, upon hearing this revelation, was utterly astounded. The owner of the twin martial souls, a level 97 Douluo under the age of 30, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had once harbored feelings for that worthless Yuxiagang. The sheer magnitude of this information left Maito Kai momentarily speechless. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and quietly listened as Bibi Dong recounted her experiences. She detailed their first encounter, how Yuxiagang had ensnared her with his silver-tongued deceit, ultimately manipulating her into accessing the archives of the Spirit Hall, which led to a series of tragic events. "So, you no longer harbor feelings for Yuxiagang?" Maito Kai's gaze remained fixed on Bibi Dong. Meeting his unabashed stare, Dong showed no hint of fear as she held his gaze. I am no longer interested in that fool. But I find myself quite intrigued by you. At this confession, Maito Kai was left utterly astonished. Interested in him? What did he possess apart from a handsome visage, some strength, and a robust physique? Dong gracefully unfurled her form, akin to the dawn breaking in the morning light, standing elegantly yet with an air of authority. Her steps were light, yet carried an undeniable gravity, descending the stairs with a poise that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of time, orchestrating the flow of air around her. Lacking the foundation of a martial soul and the aid of soul power, yet exuding a strength rivaling that of a peerless Douluo. Her voice was deep and magnetic, echoing like whispers in an ancient forest. It was both an inquiry directed at Maito Kai and a reflection of her own astonishment. Such a marvel. How could I not be curious? Not bestow upon you my deepest attention? As she finished speaking, Dong had quietly approached Maito Kai. Their proximity so intimate that they could almost hear the resonance of each other's heartbeats. In her profound gaze, there shimmered a light of inquiry and admiration. At this unexpected proximity, Maito Kai found himself breathing rapidly and with palpable tension. The atmosphere was thick with a subtle tension, as if even the wind had stilled in anticipation of the slightest forthcoming change. In this moment, Maito Kai was utterly ensnared by Dong, his heart pounding fiercely, each of her movements stirring his very soul. At this youthful age, filled with vigor, how could he withstand such tantalizing allure? Maito Kai's visage was tinged with a delicate blush of anxiety, while the veins in his neck seemed to swell, betraying an unmistakable sense of disquiet. Observing this, Dong's lips curled into a gentle yet slightly teasing smile. Her elongated fingers, reminiscent of the most tender willow branches in the spring, delicately lifted Maito Kai's resolute chin. An action imbued with an ineffable intimacy while maintaining an appropriately measured distance. Ah, what a rare sight it is to witness our usually stoic and impartial law enforcement elder exhibiting such a bashful hue. Her voice, soft and resonant, carried an undertone of playful mockery and admiration, infusing the tense atmosphere with a subtle undercurrent of emotion. In that moment, Maito Kai's thoughts seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, his usual calm and assertiveness dissipating, leaving only the sound of his heart racing within his chest. However, what distinguished Dong was her astuteness in knowing when to advance and retreat. She understood well that even the most profound interests should not overstep the boundaries of their identities. Moreover, there existed an ineffable and delicate relationship between her and Maito Kai. He was the one cherished by her daughter. Thus, she judiciously withdrew her finger, the subtle intimacy fading into nothingness. I will investigate the matter concerning Tang Hao. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter shall surely pay the price, she declared. After a moment of contemplation, she added before departing, go find Nana. I've heard that ever since your return, he insists on your company to acquire his third soul ring. With this remark, Dong turned and walked into the chambers behind the grand hall. Once Dong had left, Maito Kai found himself gasping for breath, as if he had just endured a tremendous fright. He could no longer maintain the faade of the unyielding and composed figure he usually portrayed. After all, he was still a passionate youth, and anyone would succumb when provoked by such a mature woman. Furthermore, in his past life, he had been solitary for 20 years, with only Schwer and Nana having ever tantalized him in such a manner. Once he confirmed that Dong had truly departed, she leaned against the doorframe and slowly sank to the floor. Her gaze dimmed, obscuring her thoughts from view. If only you weren't little Schwez, she mused. Chapter 40. Hulaina Kai brother, when did you return? Hulaina's voice was laced with uncontainable joy as she delicately looped her arm through Maito Kai's robust one, their silhouettes appearing particularly harmonious and warm in the setting sun. Maito Kai's eyes brimmed with affection as he tenderly reached out, gently caressing Hulaina's silky hair, as if silently conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. I've just returned, and I heard that my Nana has already reached level 30. I'm here to accompany you in obtaining your third soul ring. Maito Kai's words were imbued with profound concern for Hulaina, making her heart feel as though it were nourished by sweet nectar, sending ripples of happiness through her being. Listening to Maito Kai, Hulaina's cheeks flushed, and feeling somewhat bashful, she turned her head away. It's not your family, she murmured softly, so quietly that even Kai could scarcely hear her. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken bond and deep affection resonating in the silence between them. Subsequently, they gracefully entered the carriage that had long been prepared. As the wheels turned slowly, the splendor of Wuhuan City gradually receded, leading them toward the To forest. Upon reaching the quaint town at the forest's edge, the carriage came to a gentle halt, for it could proceed no further. Thus, the two could only continue their journey on foot into the To forest. Once inside, Huaina swiftly recalled the moment when, during her first soul ring hunt, Brother Kai had requested the elder ghost to bring her back. With this thought, she released Kai's hand and sulked to a nearby spot. Her demeanor suddenly irritable. Kai, perplexed, wondered why this young lady had become upset so abruptly. He attempted to grasp Huaina's hand once more, but she deftly evaded him. Kai's confusion deepened. He was entirely unaware of what had transpired to provoke her displeasure. Observing Kai's bewildered expression, Huaina couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, momentarily stirred Kai's recollection of past events. He conceded that his actions had indeed been unethical, yet he felt compelled to act as he did. As the night descended quietly, stars began to unfurl across the distant sky, while deep within the forest, now tenderly embraced by twilight, their figures continued to weave through the winding paths. Time, like fine grains of sand slipping through fingers, passed silently, while the coveted prey remained elusive. As the last rays of sunlight shyly retreated into the earth's embrace, a gentle hue of blue and violet enveloped the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. In this moment, Kai adeptly gathered the scattered dry twigs from the ground, skillfully weaving them into a rudimentary framework for a campfire, as if igniting a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. It seemed as though the night's magic caressed Kai's fingertips, coalescing into a brilliant flame that danced between his long fingers, as lively as a sprite. With a gentle flick, the flame gracefully leapt into the fire pit, instantly breathing life into the kindling, its fierce glow illuminating the vicinity and warming two weary hearts in pursuit of their desires. Not far away, several meticulously prepared soft-boned rabbits were carefully skewered on branches, destined to be the centerpiece of their evening meal. As the flames licked at the meat, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air, a delightful blend of charcoal-esque richness and the savory essence of the flesh. This fragrance, as if by enchantment, gently dissipated the burdens and fatigue of the day, allowing smiles of ease and joy to blossom once more upon their faces. In this warm and serene night, the firelight, the aroma of roasted meat, and their laughter intertwined, creating a heartwarming and poignant tableau, as if the entire world had paused, wishing for this moment to last an eternity. Sitting beside the campfire, Huaina instinctively leaned against Kai's sturdy shoulder, seeking a fleeting sense of peace and warmth. As Kai observed the scene, a gentle smile graced his lips. He delicately presented the meticulously roasted, golden-hued tender rabbit to Huaina's lips, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, adding an extra layer of warmth and temptation. "Do have a taste," he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic, each word a soft caress akin to the night breeze. "Tonight, I have only captured these 4 little creatures. If tomorrow yields no further bounty, we may find ourselves with empty stomachs." Huaina's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her shyness palpable, yet she refrained from taking the perfectly roasted rabbit directly. Instead, adopting an almost playful demeanor, she slightly parted her lips, as vibrant as ripe cherries, and gently bit into the succulent morsel. The delicate gesture seemed to infuse the air around them with an essence of sweetness. As the night deepened, the sky gradually wove a tapestry of profound blue. At that moment, a single crystalline raindrop silently descended, landing squarely on Kai's proud nose, adding an unexpected softness to his resolute features. This scene was akin to the finishing touch on a painted canvas, rendering the entire tableau more vivid and poetic. Kai tilted his head slightly, his palm open in a gentle embrace of the raindrop that floated down from the heavens. A hint of worry furrowed his brow as his gaze tenderly shifted to the still-nestled Huaina. "It seems the heavens are displeased. Rain is imminent this night. It may be unwise to linger here," he spoke softly. Instantly, a flicker of concern crossed Huaina's eyes, for their current situation felt particularly vulnerable in the face of the impending storm. Rain, it seemed, had an uncanny ability to unveil the world's fragility and helplessness. Before they could ponder further, a sudden clap of thunder echoed across the sky, resembling the whisper of a deity, briefly illuminating their surroundings with its thunderous brilliance. Shortly thereafter, a torrential downpour unleashed its fury, mercilessly drenching the world in a veil of mist. Witnessing this, Kai acted swiftly and resolutely, bending to gently gather Huaina into his embrace, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence. With a powerful leap akin to that of a cheetah, he soared into the storm, carving a graceful arc through the rain, landing securely in a drier patch not far away, thus providing them a temporary refuge from the tempest. In a protective manner, Kai held Huaina tightly, navigating through the dense curtain of rain among the treetops, resembling 2 nightingales undaunted by the storm. The relentless rain soaked their garments, yet it seemed unable to penetrate the warm barrier formed by their intertwined warmth. In the sturdy embrace of Kai, Hulayina felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth, as if even the cold raindrops had transformed into something gentle. Time slipped by quietly in the rain until a shadowy and mysterious silhouette gradually emerged at the edge of Kai's vision, a cave hidden amidst the storm, seemingly a sanctuary prepared by nature for weary travelers. Upon noticing this, a surge of urgency welled up within Kai, prompting him to adjust their course without hesitation, propelling himself and Hulayina towards that glimmer of hope. At last, they arrived at the cave's entrance. Kai's movements were swift yet tender as he gently released Hulayina from his embrace, allowing her to stand firmly on the dry ground. Without the warmth of his hold, Hulayina involuntarily shivered, her drenched clothes clinging to her skin, bringing an acute chill. Kai had contemplated using his 8 gates technique to dry himself, but the thought of his near invulnerability to illness led him to abandon the idea. Hulayina also wished to dry herself using her soul power. However, as a mere level 30 soul master, she lacked the proficiency to effectively control the flow of her energy. With decisive grace, Kai swiftly discarded his outer garment, casting it aside as if shedding armor. As the fabric billowed, his exposed body, marked by the passage of time and adorned with scars, each a testament to his struggles, stood resilient, embodying both defiance and tenacity. These scars were silent chronicles of heroic tales from battles past, whispering stories of courage. In that moment, Hulayina's gaze quivered involuntarily, drawn by an invisible force. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her eyes, attempting to shield herself from the profound impact of the sight. Yet, curiosity and deep concern for Kai ultimately triumphed over her shyness. She slowly lowered her hand, allowing her eyes to traverse through her fingers, landing upon the jagged, heart-wrenching scars along Kai's back. At that instant, gentle ripples of compassion surged within her, overflowing with boundless tenderness and empathy for him. Seizing the fleeting moment as Kai became absorbed in his own world, Hulayina mustered her courage and, using her fingertips, lightly traced the cold scars, as if attempting to soothe the pain of the past with her warmth. Brother Kai, her voice was soft as a whisper, yet imbued with deep emotion. These scars must have hurt terribly. Each word flowed from her heart, laden with care and affection for him, instantly warming the cold room with tenderness. Kai's senses were delicately stirred by the inadvertent coolness of Hulayina's fingertips, igniting a strange and subtle tingling sensation that coursed through him like an electric current. The old scars, having long lost the memory of pain through the trials of time, stood as indelible marks of rigorous training, each etched with resilience and fortitude. It was precisely these seemingly harsh trials that had forged the man he was today, rendering every challenge trivial. He slowly turned to face Hulayina, his gaze softening as it fell upon her slightly flushed face, the blush resembling the gentlest hues of dawn. In silence, Kai instinctively took her hand, which still lingered in the air, guiding it gently to rest upon the most prominent scar on his chest. The words between them faded into a tranquil hush, seemingly devoured by the encroaching night. Without uttering a sound, Kai circled around Hulayina, delving deeper into the cave to prepare a fire, though he was untroubled by illness. The warmth and light emanating from the flames offered him an irresistible solace. Within the depths of the cavern, his gaze, akin to a beacon, traversed the shadows until it settled upon several dry branches, quietly lying in the dust of time, awaiting revival. He picked them up delicately, as if selecting precious treasures, and skillfully arranged them into a simple yet hopeful pyre. As the night deepened, a veil of gentle weariness enveloped the cave. Without hesitation, Kai erected a small and sturdy tent for Hulayina, a testament to his thoughtfulness and care. Yet, he chose to rest upon a stone slab beside the fire, not out of laziness or neglect, but because he knew that the second tent had already succumbed to the rain's relentless embrace. In the stillness of the night, Hulayina, asleep, was quietly roused by an unexpected chill. Perhaps it was the lingering echoes of their earlier stroll in the rain. She felt as if encased in a thin layer of ice, and despite being wrapped in soft blankets, the biting cold stubbornly penetrated, invading her very being. Unable to withstand the intrusion, she gently lifted the tent flap, stepping into the night, ultimately seeking refuge beside the smoldering fire. The flickering flames danced like gentle guardians, gradually dispelling the chill that surrounded her, bestowing upon her a long-awaited warmth and tranquility. The firelight illuminated her slightly pallid visage, enhancing her softness and resilience. This subtle movement was akin to a gentle breeze caressing a serene lake, softly awakening the slumbering Kai. Slowly, he opened his eyes, drawn to the shivering figure nearby. He draped his now dry clothing over Hulaina. They sat quietly by the fire, the light casting reflections on their faces, revealing an unspoken bond of understanding and warmth between them. The night remained profound, yet within this small space, an indescribable sense of warmth and peace thrived. In that moment, Hulaina felt as though time had been gently paused. A fleeting daze flickered in her eyes before her form instinctively leaned forward, gliding into the embrace of Kai's broad chest like a leaf returning to its roots. The surrounding flames flickered, yet none could match the tenderness and reality of the warmth within his arms, sending ripples of warmth across her heart, blurring the lines between the fire's heat and the sudden sense of security. Kai was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected embrace. The surprise in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a subtle tenderness that was not easily discernible. His body initially stiffened for a moment, as if even his breath had momentarily ceased, but soon, he slowly and resolutely raised his arms, drawing Hulaina's slightly trembling form into his embrace. His movements were gentle yet powerful, akin to safeguarding a rare treasure. "Do not fear, through storm and rain, I am here." Kai's words flowed like the first rays of spring sunshine, piercing through the chill of the night mist. Warm and radiant. Each word delicately settled upon Hulaina's heart, transforming into boundless tranquility and strength. In that instant, all fears and anxieties seemed to dissolve in this wave of warmth, leaving only two hearts, illuminated by the firelight, tightly intertwined. Chapter 41. Dinner the following morning. Kai's eyes gradually focused like the rising sun, awakening from a profound slumber in a haze. His movements were slight and cautious, wary of disturbing the person beside him. A slight shift revealed Hulaina nestled in his arms. At that moment, an inexplicable tenderness surged within Kai's heart, as if caressed by the softest silk. His movement stirred Hulaina from her dreams, her eyes sparkling like morning dew, fresh and bright. By now, Kai had donned his attire and sat beside the extinguished campfire. Hulaina gazed at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. She glanced down at her own barely clad form, a wave of shyness washing over her. Although they had not engaged in any substantial intimacy the previous day, such close contact was indeed a first. Her face flushed, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The two of them briefly washed by the stream, and Kai continued to lead Hulaina through the Douluo forest, searching for her third spirit ring. Days passed without success, until Kai began to feel a tinge of frustration. Suddenly, from the distant thicket, a white fox with three tails leapt forth. Observing its appearance, Kai quickly recalled information about this spirit beast. It was likely a three-tailed snow fox from 1700 years ago. Nana's spirit ring has arrived. As soon as Kai's words fell, even Hulaina's face brightened with joy. After nearly a week of searching in the Douluo forest, they finally found a suitable spirit beast. The three-tailed snow fox let out a piercing, elongated howl, its millennia of accumulated spiritual power surging forth like a frigid tide, pressing toward Hulaina, as if the very air had solidified. In an instant, the snow-white figure seemed to meld with the surrounding ice and snow, vanishing, leaving only delicate snowflakes to gently fall, signifying the trace of its existence. Kai's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, instantly perceiving the three-tailed snow fox's intent. It felt as though the tree of life within him had awakened, a pale green vapor rising around him, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Without hesitation, he lifted Hulaina into his arms, transforming into a streak of green lightning as he pursued the direction in which the three-tailed snow fox had vanished, leaving a trail of fleeting shadows weaving through the forest. The entire Douluo forest seemed to be stunned by the sudden surge of speed and power. A tremendous tremor radiated from the ground, accompanied by the thunderous sound of trees collapsing under the strain, intertwining to create a stirring symphony of nature. Amidst the swirling leaves and intermingling light and shadow, the scene exuded a breathtaking beauty that was both thrilling and poignant. "Do you dare to escape?" Kai roared, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority and resolve. He swung his fist forward with great force, and as the wind from his punch sliced through the air, it appeared as though the atmosphere ignited. A resplendent fireball materialized from thin air, enveloped in a heat of destruction, soaring through the sky in pursuit of the elusive snow fox. Intent on reducing all obstacles to ashes, the chase traversed nearly every corner of the forest, finally drawing to a close at its fringes. Kai cornered the cunning three-tailed snow fox, capturing it at last. In that moment, the three-tailed snow fox lay feebly on the ground, its once luminous snow-white fur now mired in the dust of battle, rendering it a picture of disarray. The lively cunning that once sparkled in its eyes had transformed into a faint veil of sorrow, its life force flickering like a candle in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, Hulaina stood quietly to the side, her gaze a complex tapestry of emotions as she contemplated the imminent demise of this creature. Even in its fallen state, the snow fox's ethereal beauty remained unblemished, evoking a deep sense of compassion within her. A ripple of unbidden emotion stirred in her heart, and she found herself yearning to domesticate this soul beast. However, reason swiftly quelled this impulse. She understood that the bond between soul masters and their soul beasts is often forged through strength and contracts, rather than mere sympathy or personal desire. Moreover, this three-tailed snow fox was the culmination of their arduous week of exploration and a crucial element in his journey toward power. With a soft sigh, Hulaina concealed her hesitation and reluctance deep within her. Driven by these thoughts, her gaze gradually crystallized into an unwavering determination. She deftly withdrew a sharp dagger from her waist, her movements resolute, as if she had already become one with this decision. Without a trace of hesitation, the dagger sliced through the air, accurately embedding itself into the snow fox's pristine neck. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The three-tailed snow fox's body quivered violently, erupting into a frantic struggle filled with despair, its beautiful and mysterious tails thrashing helplessly in the air, yet ultimately unable to escape the grasp of fate. Soon, silence enveloped the scene, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the soft sound of snow falling. In that fleeting instant of life and death, a deep purple hue slowly ascended from within the snow fox, transforming into a magnificent soul ring that hovered in mid-air, radiating an alluring glow. Observing this, Hulaina immediately sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closed as she devoted herself wholly to absorbing the soul ring. Her breath became elongated and profound, as if merging with the very essence of nature surrounding her, causing all the cacophony to fade into the distance. After a tranquil half-hour, Hulaina finally slowly opened her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with a deeper and more resolute light. A peculiar radiance flickered within her gaze, and her voice, brimming with barely contained excitement, danced as she gracefully leaped to Kai's side, akin to the most agile sprite gliding through the forest. With fervor, she proclaimed, "Brother Kai, behold. My third soul skill is named Whispers of the Celestial Fox, a collective control ability. It weaves the most desired illusions from the depths of each person's soul, ensnaring them in an enchanting reverie from which they cannot escape." Upon hearing her words, Kai's eyes glimmered with curiosity and admiration. Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of soul skills, the confidence and joy radiating from Hulaina were enough to convey the extraordinary nature of this power. He gently stroked his chin, pondering silently. This ability was undoubtedly tailored for her, harmonizing with her cunning and intelligent disposition while cloaking her in an aura of endless mystery. Then, with tenderness, Kai extended his hand, lightly caressing the silky strands of Hulaina's hair as if soothing a little fox that had just revealed its remarkable talents. His voice brimmed with affection and encouragement. "My dear Laina, you truly possess an extraordinary gift." At his words, a faint blush crept across Hulaina's cheeks, reminiscent of a rose shyly blooming in the morning light. She slightly parted her crimson lips and playfully swatted away Kai's hand that was gently stroking her hair. "Not your Laina. You mustn't say that," she chided, her youthful shyness and restraint akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of endearment. In that moment, she seemed to be blushing with the hue of budding romance, enveloped in the sweetness and fluster of first love, much like a little fox newly acquainted with the world, both curious and bashful. Observing this, Kai's eyes softened with a gentle smile, choosing not to prolong the playful banter. He thought to himself that it was still early, and the return to the spirit hall was the rightful path. Thus, the two of them set off on their journey home, traversing the profound and mystical depths of the To forest, eventually boarding the carriage that would take them back to the spirit hall. The carriage glided through the intermingling dawn and dusk, 3 days passing quietly until the magnificent spirit city gradually came into view. Before the city gates, the solemn outline of the papal palace appeared even more sacred in the sunset's glow, where Hulaina and Kai bid each other a heartfelt farewell. After all, Kai now dared not approach Bibi Dong, for that mature woman held the greatest allure for a young boy inexperienced in the ways of the world. Once they parted ways, Kai embarked on his journey to the Spirit Intermediate Academy, a tide of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Since placing Zhu Zhuqing in the academy, he had not tended to her. After all, she was his disciple, and he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as her teacher. With the weighty elder's token in hand, Kai easily passed through the academy's gates, as if traversing the barriers of time, returning to that hopeful starting point once more. Every brick and tile of the academy seems to whisper tales of the past and the future, and he is an indispensable part of this narrative. As he strolls through the halls, his footsteps instinctively guide him toward the first-year teaching building. Through the partially opened window, a familiar figure catches his eye. Zhu Zhuqing sits in the second-to-last row of the classroom, her posture both proud and resilient. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, is intently fixed on the eloquent teacher at the podium, her pen never pausing for a moment as she meticulously engraves each piece of knowledge into her mind. This scene of unwavering concentration stirs a warm current within Kai's heart. He realizes that, despite the passage of time, Zhu Zhuqing's thirst for knowledge and pursuit of learning have never waned. As her mentor, how could he remain a mere bystander? From this moment forth, he resolves to fulfill his duties with even greater dedication, not only to guide her in martial skills but also to illuminate her path toward personal growth. Thus, Kai approaches quietly, fearful of disturbing this precious focus. The golden rays of the setting sun lazily grace the campus paths. And as the bell for the final class resonates softly in the distance, Zhu Zhuqing walks home with a slightly heavy step. As a new transfer student, her world often feels tinged with a loneliness and the challenges of adjustment that others do not face. Returning to the dormitory that should belong to two, the gentle creak of the door reveals an unusual silence laced with anticipation. Inside, the air is imbued with a warm yet unfamiliar atmosphere, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to tense involuntarily. She quietly pushes open the dormitory door, her gaze delicately traversing every inch of the space, seeking to capture the presence that does not belong to her. Yet, just as she feels on the verge of being consumed by this tension, a familiar figure comes into view. Kai stands bathed in the soft light of the kitchen, busy and focused, as if meticulously preparing for an unexpected reunion. In that moment, all her defenses and weariness seem to be gently swept away by a wave of warmth. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively lowers her guard, a smile of relief blossoming on her lips. She steps into the room slowly, each movement light as if she were treading upon clouds. As she lies down on the soft bed, she allows every cell in her body to bask in this rare tranquility and warmth. Dinner is served. With a gentle yet slightly magnetic voice, Kai softly called out, infusing the air with warmth and anticipation of home. Upon the bed, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, despite being ensnared by fatigue. She summoned a subtle resilience to gently lift the covers and rise, stepping into the bathroom to wash away the weariness of the world with clear water. As her fingertips grazed the surface, it seemed as though she was cleansing the exhaustion of her spirit as well. Subsequently, she glided into the kitchen, suffused with enticing aromas. Resembling a graceful maiden as she delicately arranged the exquisite dishes Kai had meticulously prepared upon the dining table. The array of culinary delights was sculpted to her unique taste. Steamed fish and sweet and sour fish, intertwined in their flavors, dazzled like a bright spring day. There was also the golden, crispy roasted fish, its fragrance tantalizing and mouth-watering. Each dish bore witness to Kai's unwavering care for Zhu Zhuqing. As they sat across from one another, the flickering candlelight illuminated their soft silhouettes. Kai refrained from picking up his chopsticks first, and Zhu Zhuqing patiently waited, the air thick with an unspoken understanding and warmth. Why aren't you eating? Kai could no longer contain his curiosity and gently inquired, his eyes filled with thoughtful consideration and concern for Zhu Zhuqing's preferences. This feast had been prepared with utmost dedication, reflecting her past inclinations, bit by bit. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head lightly, her eyes shimmering with a gentle glow, and then slowly pushed several meticulously prepared dishes toward Kai, her movements expressing an unspoken tenderness. Teacher, please go ahead, she said, her simple words like a refreshing spring breeze, conveying her sentiments with warmth and subtlety. As the cozy atmosphere of dinner began to dissipate, and the last vestiges of the sunset quietly slipped into the night, Zhu Zhuqing parted her lips, intending to rise and clear the table, stepping into the somewhat bustling kitchen. However, before her actions could fully unfold, a broad hand had quietly settled on her shoulder, carrying an undeniable tenderness and resolve. Zhuqing, after a whole day of activity, it is time to relax. Kai's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, akin to the gentlest caress of the night breeze. Leave these trivial matters to me. Having spoken, he gently pressed his hand upon her shoulder with an air that brooked no refusal. However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. The mere fact that her teacher had come to prepare a meal for her was already unexpected. To ask her teacher to also clean the dishes would truly be excessive for a student. Kai wished to spare Zhu Zhuqing the feeling of being a burden, yet she, in turn, did not want to delay her teacher's affairs because of her own needs. As the evening descended quietly, the warm remnants of dinner lingered in the air. Kai delicately tidied the tableware, preparing to take his leave. At that moment, the faint sound of fabric rustling broke the tranquility of the room. Zhu Shiqing's fingers gently grasped the hem of Kai's garment, as if 1,000 words were poised on her lips yet caught in her throat. Kai instinctively halted, turning around to meet her gaze, which was gentle and filled with inquiry. Her eyes sparkled with complex emotions, teetering on the brink of expression, but ultimately transformed into a faint smile, one that concealed subtle hesitation and inner turmoil. What troubles you? Kai's voice was soft and magnetic, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, attempting to soothe the ripples within her heart. Zhu Shiqing wrestled internally for a moment. The words she yearned to express danced on her tongue but ultimately morphed into a silent sigh. She slowly released her grip on his garment, her actions betraying an ineffable sense of resignation and relief. "It's nothing," she replied softly, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She then turned gently, retreating back into the soft embrace of her bed, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary and forlorn. Standing at the doorway, Kai cast a lingering gaze at Zhu Shiqing, as though trying to fathom the secret she harbored. Ultimately, he merely shook his head lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, and as he turned to leave, he left behind an unfinished story intertwined with the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhu Shiqing slowly awakened from the edge of her soft bed. Her eyes swept across the somewhat desolate room, and a trace of unnoticeable regret quietly took root in her heart. Perhaps it would have been wise to retain Kai yesterday. After completing her morning rituals, Zhu Shiqing opened the door, ready to attend her class, only to be startled by the figure standing outside. At that moment, Kai held several steamed buns in one hand, while his other was poised as if to knock. Upon seeing Zhu Shiqing, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes, and instinctively he extended the buns toward her. His natural concern enveloped her like the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, effortlessly warming her heart. Zhu Shiqing paused for a moment, and then a smile involuntarily graced her lips. This sudden warmth transformed her world into a softer and brighter place. As she delicately took the last steaming bun into her mouth, her expression radiated satisfaction, as if savoring the finest delicacy life has to offer. In that instant, the surrounding clamor seemed to hush, bearing witness to the conclusion of this simple yet profound happiness. Kai's gaze was tender and profound, and once she swallowed the final bite, he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction and promise. "From this day forth, you shall no longer attend classes at the academy. For the next 6 years, you will train with me, and I will share my skills with you without reservation." His words were like the first warm rays of spring sunlight piercing through the mist in Zhu Shiqing's heart, igniting the brilliance in her eyes akin to stars. She had long heard of Kai's formidable prowess, and her yearning for strength flared up like an ignited flame, burning brightly. To receive personal guidance from such a powerful figure was undoubtedly a shortcut to reaching her zenith. After their meal, the two walked side by side, traversing the familiar yet soon-to-be temporarily bid farewell corridor of the Martial Soul Academy, ultimately arriving at a tranquil and mysterious place nestled in the mountains behind the academy. Here, the mountains embraced them, and the crystal-clear waters lapped at their ankles, resembling a meticulously crafted retreat, serene yet filled with endless imagination, a veritable paradise sought after by the world. At the pinnacle of the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down like a silver thread, its roaring sound splitting the mountainside in two. Its majestic force seemed to be the most vigorous stroke of nature's brush, freely flowing in this realm. Standing amidst such scenery, Zhu Shiqing's eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation and desire for the training that lay ahead, an eagerness that felt as though she could already foresee her own transcendence. However, this longing was swiftly replaced by the weight of reality. Suddenly, the figure of the blue phoenix Douluo appeared, tall and imposing, exuding an innate authority. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the overwhelming soul power emanating from a pinnacle rank 97 warrior surged forth like a tempest, mercilessly enveloping every corner of the surroundings. In the face of such vast soul power, Zhu Shiqing felt her body grow heavy, as if an immense weight pressed down upon her, rendering her unable to resist its pull, and she found herself firmly grounded, unable to move. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and even the air was permeated with an indescribable solemnity and pressure. Though Zhu Shiqing found herself in dire circumstances, the brilliance in her eyes remained undiminished. Instead, amidst this extreme challenge, her fervent fighting spirit and indomitable will flared into a blazing fervor. The blue phoenix Douluo, intending to show leniency, was poised to alleviate the pressure when she caught sight of Kai's solemn gaze. "Teacher Qingluan, please do not hold back. After all, this is a path she has chosen for herself. Even if she must kneel, she will walk this road to the very end." Kai's words rang with resolute clarity, exuding an irresistible force. Time flowed inexorably. 6 years passed like fleeting shadows. This nearly brutal journey of cultivation did not erode Zhu Zhuqing's resolve, but rather catalyzed a magnificent metamorphosis within her. The once naive girl had transformed into a strikingly elegant and extraordinarily powerful soul master. The trials of 6 years, through storms and tribulations, bore witness to Zhu Zhuqing's ascent from a mere 13th level soul power to the pinnacle of 37th level. This was not merely a numerical leap, but a dual elevation of spirit and will. Remarkably, her second soul ring had absorbed a millennium-level soul ring. Beneath the moonlight, which draped the Soul Master Plaza like a gossamer veil, Kai stood tall at the center, resembling a silent war deity, enveloped by an enigmatic purple shadow that flickered in and out of sight, adding an uncanny hue to the tranquil night. After enduring 6 years of inhuman trials, Zhu Zhuqing's speed reached the realm of perfection. Her 37th level soul power unleashed not only the limits of speed, but also a profound comprehension of agility. Even when faced with a formidable opponent at the 60th level soul emperor rank, she held her ground, if not surpassing them. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice pierced the night sky, imbued with unwavering determination and sharpness. In an instant, her hands were cloaked in a deep, dark purple light, a radiance that seemed capable of devouring all surrounding brightness, reflecting the resolute gleam in her eyes. Like a specter, she darted through the interplay of light and shadow, utilizing her unparalleled mastery of speed to weave an intricate web of attacks across the plaza. Each flicker signified a precise capture of timing. Each movement heralded the impending storm. At last, in a fleeting moment, she discerned a subtle flaw in Kai's defense. Her form transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, surging toward Kai with explosive speed, a perfect amalgamation of velocity and might, a manifestation of her yearning for victory. Zhu Zhuqing flashed forward, propelled by a fierce wind, delivering a merciless punch to Kai's chest. Yet, this all-out strike was akin to a stone sinking into the sea, failing to shake Kai's unyielding defense in the slightest. Even more astonishing was Kai's ability to instantaneously seize her striking arm, effortlessly casting her into the air as though she were but a feather. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly adjusted her posture mid-air, her form expanding into a streak of purple light, traversing the atmosphere with breathtaking swiftness. With the unwavering resolve of a released arrow, she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Kai, each strike enveloped in a resplendent violet glow, cutting through the air and leaving behind a series of dazzling trajectories. Although these assaults were mere trifles to Kai, failing to inflict any substantial harm, Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of retreat. Her gaze burned with an indomitable flame, each strike encapsulating her perseverance and determination, as if she sought to pour her entire will and strength into this seemingly futile confrontation. In the Soul Master Plaza, Bibi Dong sat regally upon a throne that symbolized supreme authority, her posture exuding elegance and nobility, akin to a celestial being detached from the mundane world. Quietly observing the fierce clash. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her palms transforming into blades of the night, slicing through the atmosphere as 2 strands of ethereal light intricately wove before Kai, infused with her utmost might. Yet, this strike, imbued with an endless chill and power, merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze upon a boulder, failing to sway his form, which stood steadfast like an unyielding war god. A wave of disbelief washed over Zhu Zhuqing as she instinctively retreated, executing a series of exquisite backflips that traced elegant arcs in the air, swiftly distancing herself from the oppressive battlefield to evade any impending counterattack. Her hands, though imbued with strength capable of instilling fear in ordinary soul masters, now seemed to encounter the world's most formidable barrier. Each contact felt like colliding with an iron wall forged from eternal ice, not only failing to inflict even the slightest wound upon Kai, but the rebound force surged forth like a tidal wave, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to divert her focus to defend herself from the repercussions. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, Zhu Zhuqing found herself drained of all energy, slowly collapsing into the dust, her chest heaving with rapid breaths, each inhalation seeming to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. Her normally keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were now veiled by an ineffable fatigue and sense of defeat. Despite her exertion of every ounce of strength, the explosive power derived from 6 years of grueling training merely caused Kai to pause momentarily, akin to a pebble cast into a vast ocean, creating ripples yet leaving the surface undisturbed. Kai approached slowly, his movements imbued with an unmistakable gentleness, extending his hand, palm upward, as if inviting a weary traveler to return home. "You have done remarkably well, Zhuqing." His voice, deep and warm, resembled the gentle sunlight of spring, attempting to dispel the shadows lingering within her heart. Yet, for Zhu Zhuqing, this acknowledgement felt like a distant consolation. unreachable to the profound disappointment stemming from her own inflated expectations. She gazed up at Kai, her eyes shimmering with a complex tapestry of emotions, defiance, confusion, and self-doubt intertwined. Teacher, do I not seem utterly useless? Her voice, delicate as a whisper, bore the weight of profound significance, striking at the very core of one's soul. In this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to stand at the crossroads of self-awareness, with the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty and the road behind irretrievable. Gently brushing through Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair, Kai's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible tenderness, though he feigned sternness and exclaimed with mock indignation, "How can you belittle yourself so? I ask you, how many soul masters on this continent possess the capability, like you, to vanquish a level 50 quasi-soul king with merely 37 levels of soul power?" Zhu Zhuqing's beauty lies not only in her ethereal and transcendent features but also in her relentless endeavor, her unwavering diligence, and her indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. Each swing of her sword seems to declare to the world that true strength does not reside in external rankings, but rather in the fiery passion and unyielding will within one's heart. As for Yin, following his fruitless pursuit of Hulaina, his gaze subtly shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing. This transformation may resonate with a kindred spirit of strength or perhaps stem from a profound attraction to her unique allure. Regardless, Zhu Zhuqing's presence had quietly sown a different sentiment within his heart. Her beauty and strength rendered him unable to divert his gaze. Especially notable were the formidable assets she possessed. After safely escorting Zhu Zhuqing to the threshold of her dormitory, Kai strode with a light-hearted step through the intricate corridors of Spirit City, ultimately arriving at the imposing and enigmatic Hall of the Pope. As the doors creaked open, an intangible air of authority and solemnity enveloped him. He stepped inside, his gaze locking onto the figure of Bibi Dong, seated regally above. Time appeared to have been particularly lenient with her. 6 fleeting years had passed, yet not a single trace marred Bibi Dong's unparalleled beauty. She remained breathtakingly exquisite, her nobility and chilling allure deepening under the passage of time, becoming more profound and untouchable. "This is my request," Kai's voice resonated low and resolute, each word seemingly infused with undeniable power. He was acutely aware that what he was about to propose could alter the fate of another. Bibi Dong's gaze swept gently over Kai's countenance, and a hint of subtle warmth emerged in her profound eyes. The heart-stirring duel of 6 years prior had instigated a seismic shift in her mindset. She seemed akin to a phoenix awakened from slumber, reborn from the flames, now more resilient and profound than ever. "Oh," Bibi Dong's lips parted slightly, her tone laced with intrigue. "You wish to include the woman named Zhu Zhuqing in my Spirit Hall's golden generation?" Kai nodded, anticipation and determination glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, Zhuqing possesses extraordinary talent and potential. I firmly believe that under the nurturing of Spirit Hall, she will undoubtedly radiate with even greater brilliance." In response to Kai's steadfastness and dedication, a faint, serene smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. She understood that this request stemmed from Kai's deep care and expectations for Zhu Zhuqing. Gradually, she nodded, her decisiveness and resolve harmonizing with the regal authority of her former queenly demeanor. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Bibi Dong's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, instantly echoing within the Pope's hall. She was acutely aware that this decision was not merely a response to Kai, but also a significant maneuver for the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 43. An encounter with Shrek. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not disappoint Kai's expectations, achieving an astonishing feat as her soul power surged from level 37 to level 40 in just 2.5 months. Concurrently, Hulaina was not to be outdone. She had quietly crossed the threshold of 50 levels of soul power. This leap not only affirmed her own strength but also filled Kai's heart with an indescribable joy. He gladly resolved to take the two of them to acquire their spirit rings. As the sun rose and set, and the stars shifted, after a relentless day and night of travel, the trio finally arrived at a tranquil town on the edge of the Star-To forest. In the warm glow of the setting sun, the tavern in the town appeared particularly inviting, resembling a safe haven awaiting the return of weary travelers. Hulaina gently parted her lips, and with a slight breath, it seemed as though the fatigue in the air dissipated. Unconsciously, she stretched, her graceful figure illuminated by the sunset, revealing an enchanting curve that resembled a meticulously crafted painting, captivating the attention of those nearby. Kai sat nearby, delicately holding a teacup, poised to take a sip, yet he was unexpectedly drawn to this beautiful scene, nearly causing the tea to spill, leaving behind a subtle mixture of embarrassment and admiration. "Ah, Nana, we are in a public place. Perhaps tone it down a bit," Kai softly reminded her, his voice laced with a barely perceptible hint of indulgence and helplessness. At his words, Hulaina not only failed to restrain herself, but instead flashed a mischievous smile. Her captivating eyes sparkled as she playfully blinked, effortlessly showcasing her graceful form in an unintentional manner, as if issuing a silent invitation to Kai. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, felt her cheeks involuntarily flush with a hint of crimson. In terms of physique, she harbored confidence that rivaled anyone, and perhaps even surpassed Hulaina in certain aspects. However, her more reserved nature prevented her from displaying her exquisite charm as openly as Hulaina did in the public eye. Zhu Zhuqing preferred to offer Kai her affections in private. Within the tavern, the soft glow of lanterns illuminated the trio's laughter, weaving together a scene of warmth and ease. As if the clamor of the outside world had no bearing on them, even the envious and curious gazes of nearby men failed to disrupt their tranquility. Yet, this serenity was on the verge of being shattered by an unforeseen storm. Just as the cozy atmosphere reached its zenith, the tavern's door was suddenly flung open with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound that captured everyone's attention. 7 figures, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, strode into the space with confident strides, heading straight for an empty table nearby. Among these 7, particularly striking was a golden-haired man, whose eyes sparkled like stars. He casually propped his feet upon the nearby dining table, exuding a sense of nonchalance and arrogance, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the menu to the chubby boy in the group. "Go ahead and order my treat for this meal." The young man's voice was deep and resonant, brimming with magnetic charm, exuding an undeniable spirit of generosity that seemed to reverberate through the very air. This individual was none other than Daimubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, albeit a prince of diminished fortune, at the tender age of 14. Possessing a soul power that barely reached level 33. Let it be noted that while Daimubai in the original tale boasts level 37, it is reasonable to account for the fact that Zhu Zhuqing was abducted just as he awakened his martial soul, thus resulting in a slightly lower level. Ma Hongjun seized the menu, his carefree and spontaneous demeanor evident as he eagerly flipped through the pages, his fingers tapping lightly, as if engaged in an impromptu game of selection. "Waiter, I'll have this one, and that one too," he commanded with a jovial tone. Daimubai, observing the economical choices Ma Hongjun made, felt a flicker of delight within, as if he could already foresee the alleviation of his financial burden. However, this joy, akin to dew in the morning light, was swiftly shattered by Ma Hongjun's subsequent declaration. With a sudden shift in tone, a glint of mischief danced in his lively eyes. He exclaimed, "Forget those. I'll take one of everything else." Daimubai's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, reminiscent of one who had just bitten into a bitter morsel. His heart ached, for the dishes chosen earlier would amount to no less than 50 gold soul coins. With such an expenditure, he could have entertained many in the brothels. Unbeknownst to him, as Zhu Zhuqing stood with her back to them, she remained oblivious to their presence, as if her mere turn had created a gentle barrier between them and the world. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's gaze had already shifted to Hulaina. A sly smile crept across his lips as he leaned in slightly, playfully nudging Daimubai's shoulder in a manner that was both provocative and lighthearted, his eyes gleaming with eagerness for the uncharted territory before them. "Dai, over there, a beauty." Ma Hongjun's voice was laced with a lewdness that, combined with his rather unattractive appearance, evoked a sense of revulsion. Though Daimubai found Ma Hongjun's antics somewhat frivolous, he could not suppress a flicker of curiosity. After all, whatever had elicited such a reaction from Ma Hongjun must be far from ordinary. Thus, he turned his head in the direction indicated, letting his gaze traverse the surrounding clamor, ultimately resting upon Hulaina. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Hulaina's figure gradually became clearer in Daimubai's eyes, standing there with an unspoken elegance, as if she existed in a realm apart, harmoniously intertwined with all that surrounded her. In Daimubai's heart, ripples of emotion surged forth. A poignant stirring evoked by the allure of beauty, coupled with a delicate yearning for the unknown possibilities that lay ahead. With a statuesque posture and an undeniable aura, he gracefully rose, his steps imbued with a hint of nonchalance, making his way directly to the table where Hulaina sat. With an effortless elegance, he drew a chair and settled down with poise. He gently brushed his golden locks that shimmered under the sunlight, a confident smile gracing his lips, as if the very lights of the restaurant dimmed in his presence. "Fair maiden, I am Daimubai. Might I have the honor of engaging in conversation with you?" Before his words had fully dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing, seated not far away, felt her previously lowered gaze tremble, as if gently stirred by an unseen force. Yet she strove to suppress her emotions, allowing no trace of her turmoil to surface. At that moment, Dai Mubai's thoughts were entirely consumed by the enchanting figure of Hulaina, oblivious to the shifting dynamics around him. Kai, with a subtle discontent etched upon his brow, parted his lips, his voice low and resolute. "I apologize, but she is unavailable." This statement swept through the atmosphere like a chill breeze on a spring day, subtly infusing the previously ambiguous ambience with a hint of coolness. With his intervention, the restaurant's atmosphere underwent a delicate transformation. Each individual instinctively adjusted their breath, as if the very air were thick with an indescribable tension. A shadow of displeasure coalesced on Dai Mubai's brow, clearly indicating that his patience was waning, and a simmering anger brewed within him. He abruptly rose, his form as upright as a pine, fingers poised like swords, pointing decisively at the relaxed Kai. His voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "What do you think you are? How dare you disrupt my affairs?" Before the last syllable had fully escaped his lips, an invisible force surged through the air, and Dai Mubai's figure was suddenly swept away, as if caught in a tempest, hurtling through the seemingly sturdy wooden door of the tavern. With a resounding crash, he fell heavily upon the cobblestones outside, dust swirling around him, accentuating his disheveled state. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Kai, retained his serene smile, his fist suspended in midair, as if the earlier thunderous blow had merely been a casual stroke of his hand. He gently brushed away the almost imperceptible dust from his knuckles, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, as he remarked coolly, "Pointing fingers is quite rude. Did your parents not teach you better?" With that, he slowly retracted his hand, exuding an inexplicable calmness and strength that sent a shiver down the spine of every onlooker, as if the very air had solidified in response. In that moment, the situation shifted abruptly, akin to a sudden tempest, catching all by surprise. Dai Mubai's figure seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, instantaneously thrust beyond the realm of sight. The events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. Just then, a server entered gracefully, carrying a platter of delicacies, poised to present the culinary delights. However, a fierce glint flickered in Ma Hongjuan's eyes as he discreetly extended his foot to trip the waiter, causing the latter to stumble. The exquisite delicacies in his hands lost their balance, surging forth like a wild stallion, hurtling towards Kai. In that critical moment, Kai exhibited remarkable reflexes and control. He shifted his stance with the grace of a dragon gliding through water, effortlessly catching the out-of-control dish in the palm of his hand. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Rather than displaying any sign of panic, Kai expertly received the airborne meal, only to bring it crashing against Ma Hongjuan's face with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the dish, sending food flying, and caught Ma Hongjuan completely off guard, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The air was thick with the aroma of the meal and an almost imperceptible tension. As the scene transitioned from tranquility to chaos, and finally to a delicate equilibrium, captivating all who beheld it. In an instant, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao were successively ejected from the fray. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixated on the approaching figure, her heart tumultuous with unquenchable waves of anxiety, as an indescribable dread crept into her consciousness. Yet, amidst this charged atmosphere, a subtle yet meaningful smile graced Kai's lips, and his voice softened, akin to a gentle spring breeze dispelling the surrounding chill. "Ning Rongrong, is it? The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect." His words carried a playful undertone while simultaneously conveying a respectful acknowledgement of her status, gradually alleviating the fear that had taken root within her. Upon hearing her identity articulated so clearly, Ning Rongrong's trepidation began to dissipate, and her noble temperament swiftly resurfaced. "Indeed. I am the lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. How dare you treat my classmate in such a manner? Kneel and apologize at once." No sooner had her words left her lips than Kai's hand struck her face with a resounding slap. His voice cut through the air like a blade of ice, each word crystal clear and chilling. "What grounds do you possess that would compel me to kneel in apology? Not even your illustrious father, Ning Fengji, could demand such deference from me." His tone bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. Ning Rongrong, the delicate flower of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, now resembled a petal battered by the storm, curled up on the ground, tenderly caressing her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. That seemingly gentle slap had not only struck her face, but had also shaken her pride and dignity to their core. "You, how dare you treat me so? The name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is not to be trifled with. If Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu knew of this, they would surely have you torn to shreds." Ning Rongrong's fury blazed like an ignited flame, her voice trembling with emotion, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with resentment and menace. Yet, just as her anger threatened to spiral out of control, a peculiar wave of energy quietly spread around her. The seemingly inconspicuous blue-silver grass appeared to respond to an unseen summons, suddenly growing wildly, entwining and twisting, ultimately transforming into an irresistible force that gently yet resolutely pulled Ning Rongrong back from the brink of rage. At that moment, Tang San's fingers softly brushed against her slightly swollen cheek, and the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to sense its master's emotions, silently weaving a tender net that shielded Ning Rongrong from all potential harm. In his eyes, anger and humiliation intertwined, forming a complex vortex, as if to engulf the shadows of the past. The brief clash, though fleeting, had been enough to fling open the floodgates of memory, unleashing a tide of indescribable humiliation that enveloped him entirely. "My take, it is you." Tang San's voice was low and trembling, each syllable squeezed out with barely contained outrage and astonishment. This name struck him like a sharp blade, reopening a wound in his heart that had yet to heal completely. Kai slowly turned around. His face, seemingly softened by the passage of time, appeared resolute and familiar in the glow of the setting sun. His gaze was as calm as still water, yet it seemed to penetrate the deepest secrets of the heart, starkly contrasting with Tang San's eyes, ablaze with fury. An indescribable tension pervaded the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." Their soul rings gradually materialized around them. Tang San placed his hands on his waist, retrieving several golden needles from within. Kai walked out of the tavern nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to their presence, or rather, completely dismissive of them. Chapter 44, Little Thief, you wouldn't want Xiao Wu to be harmed, would you? Kai slowly flexed his wrists, which had not wielded martial arts in a long time, the joints cracking with crisp, heavy sounds, as if each crack bore the weight of time and the awakening of strength, causing the surrounding air to thicken with an undeniable sense of pressure. Tang San's posture shifted abruptly, akin to a cheetah poised to strike, suddenly dropping to one knee, palms pressed firmly against the ground. A warm yet resilient power surged from within him, the first soul ring flickering at his fingertips, emanating a gentle yet resolute blue light. First soul skill, blue silver bind. He uttered a low growl, and as his voice fell, the earth seemed to respond to his summons. After a slight tremor, dozens of blue-silver grasses burst forth from the ground, swiftly and gracefully entwining around Kai's powerful wrist, moving with the agility and resolve of a serpent, binding every inch of his skin tightly. Faced with this unexpected restraint, a flicker of disdain flashed in Kai's eyes, followed by a subtle smile that conveyed both contempt for the challenge and confidence in his own strength. With a gentle exertion of force, those seemingly indomitable blue-silver grasses disintegrated in an instant. To think that such a mere extension of blue-silver grass could be revered as a treasure, branded with the name of a first spirit skill, is it not a hollow reputation? Tang San, you have truly disappointed me. With that, Kai clenched his hand abruptly, as if even the air trembled in response. The binding of the blue-silver grass shattered instantaneously, and Tang San's figure, as if drawn by an invisible force, was irresistibly pulled closer to Kai. Just at that critical moment, a streak of pink whirlwind suddenly swept across the battlefield. Xiao Wu, with her unique grace and swiftness, danced between light and shadow, akin to the lightest deer in the forest. With each leap, a faint fragrance filled the air, a scent of youth and courage. First spirit skill, Waistbow. Xiao Wu's voice rang clear and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. She flickered, having outpaced Tang San, appearing before Kai with her legs coiled like tightly wound springs. In an explosive burst, she unleashed a powerful kick that accurately struck toward Kai's chin, a force potent enough to shake solid stone and reverberate through the air. Just as Xiao Wu gathered all her strength, intending to intimidate Kai with the might of her kick, she was unexpectedly seized in midair by Kai's quick grasp before her toes could even graze that seemingly flawless jaw. Her struggles were like a candle flickering in a tempest, desperately valiant yet ultimately feeble and insignificant. Kai's movements flowed like water, transforming Xiao Wu into the most effective weapon in his hands. With a swift turn and a powerful swing, he hurled her mercilessly toward the cold ground. In that moment, the air seemed to quiver, and accompanied by a cry of pain, Xiao Wu's body fell like a withering petal, crashing down with a sickening thud, blood blooming from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu. Witnessing her injury, Tang San's eyes turned crimson with fury, and the gold-and-silver needles in his grasp shot toward Kai with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, Kai moved like a specter, his speed so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. With a swiftness that nearly surpassed human perception, he gently lifted the unconscious Oscar. As effortlessly as plucking a leaf from the wind. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt his heart constrict in disbelief, helplessly watching as those thread-thin dragon whisker needles, glinting with a chilling light, mercilessly pierced Oscar's body. Each needle's landing felt like the cruel mockery of fate, transforming the previously tranquil space into one rife with tension and oppression. A heart-wrenching scream erupted suddenly, akin to a wild boar struck by lightning. Oscar jolted awake amidst the agonizing pain, the wail piercing the tranquility of the air, threatening to tear the heavens asunder, resonating throughout every corner of the small town, instilling a chilling dread in all who heard it. In stark contrast, Kai's demeanor remained coldly resolute as he carelessly discarded Oscar to the ground, his disdain and indifference sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, his other foot had silently descended upon Xiao Wu's head, intensifying the already taut atmosphere. Tang San, if you wish for this girl to live, then kneel and bow your head, Kai's sinister laughter echoed, embodying the essence of a villain. Tang San's eyes were filled with resentment, yet he dared not act rashly. For him, Xiao Wu was far more precious than his own life. Observing Tang San's hesitation, Kai swung the blue-silver grass in his hand, which lashed across Tang San's face with the ferocity of a whip, leaving a deep mark. Kneel. The glint of cold fury flashed in Tang San's eyes, brimming with murderous intent. However, the circumstances compelled him to suppress his rage. As he bent his knees, poised to succumb to this unjust fate, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, reverberating like a great bell struck by a heavy hammer, rich and powerful. Humph! Who dares to lay a hand on my student? This furious shout shattered the surrounding gloom like summer thunder. Following the sound, a towering figure approached, an imposing man encircled by 7 resplendent soul rings, radiating brilliance. It was Zhao Wuji, renowned in the Spirit Master realm, hailed as the Unyielding King. As Zhao Wuji surveyed the chaos, seeing his usually lively students now resembling wilted plants, a fiery wrath ignited within him, determination flashing in his eyes. With a low murmur, his soul power surged, the 7th soul ring ascending and releasing a dazzling light, as if the very air had solidified in that moment. This was not merely a display of a soul ring. It was Zhao Wuji's unyielding commitment to protect and defend his students, vowing to eradicate all threats without a trace. Great Force Diamond Palm. Zhao Wuji leaped like a dragon, his massive form resembling a moving mountain, crashing toward Kai with an overwhelming force, stirring waves of air that heralded the extraordinary impact of his strike. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Kai's eyes. Though his stature was diminutive, he harbored an astonishing strength. With an air of calmness that was ineffable, he clenched his fist slightly and then, with deliberate grace, launched what seemed to be an inconsequential punch towards Zhao Wuji's colossal palm, which loomed like a dark cloud. The moment their fists collided, it was as if the very fabric of space was torn apart. A thunderous sonic boom erupted, sending dust swirling and leaves fluttering in the air. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as an unprecedented force surged from his palm, propelling his massive frame into the air like a marionette with severed strings, uncontrollably hurtling backwards until he crashed heavily against a towering ancient tree, causing its trunk to tremble and leaves to rain down. As the dust settled, Zhao Wuji gradually emerged from his shock, disbelief etched across his features. He cast a glance at his arm that had clashed with Kai, only to find it grotesquely twisted. The bones within shattered beyond repair, a recovery that would take no less than 1.5 years. Xiao Wu lay on the brink of death. Oscar wailed in agony, Dai Mubai lay unconscious, Ma Hongjun was unresponsive, and Ning Rongrong was utterly petrified. Even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, had been sent flying by a single punch, leaving Tang San engulfed in despair. Kneel and bow your head, or perish, Kai proclaimed with a tone laced with amusement. Tang San's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling from his hands. Yet, this minor pain paled in comparison to the torment he was currently experiencing. At last, Tang San bent his knee and knelt before Kai. A smirk of amusement curled at the corner of Kai's mouth upon witnessing Tang San's submission. Bow your head. The command further deepened the humiliation Tang San felt. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, his forehead striking the ground with force as blood flowed down from his brow. Observing Tang San's heart-wrenching display, Kai's demeanor remained chillingly indifferent. With a casual kick, he nudged the unconscious Xiao Wu towards Tang San's embrace as if she were a trivial object. Tang Xin hastily reached out, catching her soft yet heavy form with care. The stark contrast of the bloodstain on Xiao Wu's pale face was jarring. A wave of profound sorrow surged within him, and disregarding the dirt on his sleeves, he gently wiped the blood from her lips. His gaze filled with deep affection and concern. Then, Kai turned leisurely and re-entered the somewhat chaotic tavern. The patrons within trembled, still shaken by the earlier upheaval. Too afraid to utter a word. A serene smile graced his lips as he unfastened several heavy bags of gold soul coins from his waist. Placing them delicately on the table, his voice low and resonant. "Owner, consider these gold soul coins as compensation for the damages to your establishment." After speaking, he did not pause, extending his foot to kick Ma Hongjun out. Having completed this act, Kai turned with the two women and made his way to a room on the second floor of the tavern. Upon returning to the room, Zhu Shiqing felt a heavy burden on her heart. Although she harbored little fondness for Dai Mubai, her opinion of him had plummeted to a negative score. Yet, witnessing the sheer terror on his face stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. This feeling ignited a desire to personally eliminate that dissolute, fallen prince. A peculiar gleam flickered in Zhu Shiqing's eyes, a captivating thrill that was hard to ignore. Meanwhile, Huoliana, already sprawled on the bed, wiggled her delicate little feet. Her gaze filled with admiration and affection for Kai's earlier indifferent demeanor. The way Brother Kai had carried himself was exhilarating, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Huoliana tightened her legs and remarked. Kai stood leisurely by the window, his gaze piercing through the veil of night, resting upon the Shrek members supporting each other outside. A sense of relief washed over him. Just a bunch of clowns. Without that teacher, their strength couldn't even match my Nana. Kai's words, laced with a hint of mockery and confidence, gently floated in the air, creating subtle ripples. Hearing this, Huoliana's eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curling into a radiant smile as if she perceived Kai's remarks as the most sincere compliment, secretly reveling in joy. Subsequently, Kai slowly strolled to the door. And as he turned, his gaze tenderly brushed over Huoliana, his tone imbued with undeniable care and protection. "You two shall sleep together tonight. I will be next door. Call for me if you need anything." With that, he gently closed the door, leaving behind a warm and reassuring atmosphere, and quietly stepped into the night. In the latter part of the night, Kai, who had been lost in a dream, slowly opened his eyes. He turned and climbed out of the window, spotting a figure in the nearby forest, wielding a massive hammer. A smirk of disdain curved his lips as he swiftly approached the man. "Tang Hao, how fortuitous it is to stumble upon you. I never expected you to present yourself so conveniently." A subtle hint of amusement laced Kai's words. Yet beneath that smile lay the complexity of emotions born from years of fruitless searching. Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his dark gaze fixated on Kai. "I do not understand your relentless pursuit of the third wheel, but one must always seek justice for the young and the old," Tang Hao stated. As 9 spirit rings slowly materialized beside him, a crisp sound echoed through the night as a sharp slap resonated. Tang Hao paused in shock, clearly taken aback by the sudden assault. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red. "You pathetic scum of the spirit hall. How dare you humiliate me so?" Tang Hao's figure surged with explosive force, the Haotian hammer descending like an overwhelming tide, howling as it struck fiercely towards Kai, as if it could upheave the very heavens and earth. Yet, Kai moved with the grace of a specter, deftly evading the thunderous blow and, in an instant, closed the distance to Tang Hao, landing a precise punch squarely on his chest, the sheer might causing the very air to tremble. Tang Hao was sent reeling backward, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, swiftly creating several hundred meters of distance between himself and Kai, leaving behind a fading afterimage in the air. His expression grew grave, fully aware of the formidable strength of his opponent. At this moment, Kai's bones cracked with a series of sharp sounds, heralding the release of his utmost power. A cerulean steam enveloped him, akin to the wrath of a sea god, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and might. His speed had surpassed the limits of human perception, nearly matching the velocity of sound, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Tang Hao once more, delivering a powerful blow that crashed mercilessly against Tang Hao's face. "This punch is for Schwer." Kai's voice was deep and resolute, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, imbued with undeniable strength. Accompanying this strike was a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a king of beasts bellowing in the wilderness, its ferocity capable of shaking mountains, causing the entire town to tremble. Chapter 45. Reward Settlement. Under the inky night sky, amidst an eerie silence, a sharp and jarring sound of bone fracturing abruptly pierced the stillness. Like fabric tearing in a cold wind, Tang Hao's left arm now hung limply, akin to a withered branch, representing not merely a physical injury, but a severe blow to his dignity. He appeared increasingly powerless, forced to retreat step by step against Kai's tempestuous onslaught. Haha. The once mighty sun fighter now resembles a startled bird, fleeing in all directions. How lamentable. Kai's laughter echoed through the desolate night, tinged with madness and delight. As if every word were a relentless mockery of Tang Hao. His taunts were like razor-sharp blades, repeatedly slicing into Tang Hao's already battered heart. Sun fighter? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's brow furrowed deeply, an uncontainable fury and resentment flashing in his eyes. When had he, the Haotian Douluo, ever been so humiliated? This disgrace cut deeper than any physical pain. Tang Hao's figure seemed ensnared by an invisible net, desperately shifting as he sought to escape. However, Kai, who had maintained a gentle demeanor, now bore an expression of displeasure. Tang Hao, if you do not wish to witness Tang San fall into greater peril, you must cease your retreat at once. Kai's voice was low and unwavering, each word imbued with an irresistible authority. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's form miraculously froze mid-air, the surrounding atmosphere growing heavy with his sudden stillness. His countenance appeared particularly somber under the fading glow of the setting sun. Whenever the name of Tang San was mentioned, the concealed calmness within him shattered like fragile ice, unable to sustain its facade of tranquility. Observing this, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Kai's gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by resolute determination. In an instant, he appeared before Tang Hao, without a hint of hesitation, and delivered a sharp slap to Tang Hao's face. Though executed in a seemingly ordinary manner, Kai did not hold back any force. Even Tang Hao, a level 96 tile.To, felt his face swell under the impact, rendering it an unsightly sight. Subsequently, Tang Hao was unceremoniously discarded to the ground, as if he were mere refuse. Do you truly believe that the world must grant you, Tang Big Hammer, any semblance of respect? Kai remarked. At that moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his body nearing its limits from the recent explosion of his soul rings combined with years of internal injuries. Kai surveyed Tang Hao with a look of disdain, a sentiment that did not escape Tang Hao's notice. A wave of humiliation surged within him, leading to fleeting thoughts of self-destruction. I tire of this charade. If you insist on fleeing, I no longer wish to play, Kai declared, lifting his foot to rest upon Tang Hao's severed arm. Tang Hao's anguished cries pierced the stillness of the night like a blade, relentless and heart-wrenching. Even Kai, with his steadfast demeanor, could not help but furrow his brow, bringing a hand to his ear in an attempt to drown out the piercing cacophony. Finally, as the cries subsided into an oppressive silence, Kai spoke slowly, his voice cold and resolute. Title Douluo, I presume you would not wish for your illustrious legacy to conclude in this confined space. If you desire to survive, you must reveal to me the whereabouts of the Haotian clan. Upon hearing this, the once dull light in Tang Hao's eyes ignited with a flicker of indomitable spirit. He fixed his gaze upon Kai, a mocking curve gracing his lips, his voice faint yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Even if you take my life today, what of it? The might of the Haotian clan is beyond your comprehension. It shall not spare any who dare to challenge its authority. At these words, Kai's brow furrowed tightly as he delivered a decisive kick towards Tang Hao's groin. In that instant, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, akin to the brightest star in the night sky suddenly extinguishing its light. Though his body had become mere dust beneath Kai's imperious stance, the instinct to survive blazed within him like a wildfire, compelling him to struggle with reckless abandon. Every subtle movement of Tang Hao conveyed a symphony of defiance and despair. He summoned every remaining ounce of strength within him, striving to break free from the invisible shackles, determined to fight with all his might, even if it were akin to striking stone with an egg. However, the force that bound him so firmly resembled eternal, unyielding ice, cold and resolute, rendering all his efforts utterly futile. A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by the despairing crack of an egg, signaling the shattering of Tang Hao's final glimmer of hope. He watched helplessly as his frailty and impotence dissipated like mist beneath Kai's merciless foot. A tumult of emotions surged within him, shock, anger, and resentment, all coalescing into an unbearable weight that swiftly altered his complexion between shades of pale and ashen. At last, this pressure surpassed the limits of what Tang Hao could endure. His consciousness spiraled like a leaf caught in a tempest, losing its direction and plunging into an abyss of darkness. In the fleeting moment before his unconsciousness, his world was reduced to chaos and emptiness, alongside the inescapable realization that he was no longer a man. Come out, echoed Kai's voice. In the nocturnal woods, two armored figures adorned in golden armor emerged, subsequently kneeling before Kai in unison. "We have encountered the Law Elder." Kai nodded slightly, before sealing all of Tang Hao's soul power with a few deft gestures. After relieving him of his storage soul guide, he entrusted Tang Hao to the two men. "Imprison him in the dungeon of the Law Hall. Whatever you do to him, ensure he does not die." With this final instruction, Kai turned and departed. When Tang Hao regained consciousness, he discovered himself bound in chains, suspended in midair. He attempted to wrench the iron links apart, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, as he caught sight of two figures wielding small whips. Grinning as they gazed at him, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Returning to his quarters, Kai contemplated the storage soul guide in his grasp. Yet no method he employed could unlock its secrets. A shadow of gloom settled upon his brow as he tightened his grip on the exquisite artifact, his fingers seemingly infused with unseen power. With a gentle squeeze, a series of sharp, decisive cracks resonated through the tranquil space. What was once an immensely sturdy storage soul guide now crumbled like fragile glass beneath his touch. As the guide shattered, several items gradually emerged from the scattered fragments. A few ancient wooden boxes, a heavy bag of gold soul coins, and a token intricately carved with complex and mysterious patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Together, they bore witness to this unforeseen upheaval. The token fell silently into Kai's hand, its inscription of Haotian Sect bold and powerful, as if embodying a millennium of glory and tribulation, unmistakably clear. Yet, this emblem of sect authority, with a mere grasp of his fingertips, disintegrated into countless shards. Akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, carelessly discarded into a corner bin. He nonchalantly gathered the heavy bag of gold soul coins, his gaze shifting to the two ancient wooden boxes on the ground, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. As I gently opened the wooden box, a refreshing breath of nature enveloped me. The intertwining branches and leaves of the blue-silver grass, lush and vibrant, concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. As the delicate layers of blue-silver grass were peeled away, a brilliant azure light suddenly burst forth, reminiscent of the purest gem nestled within the depths of the ocean. Quietly exuding an alluring aura, an extraordinarily rare soul bone of 100,000 years. Kai's pupils abruptly constricted, astonishment radiating from his countenance. This unexpected revelation struck his heart like a tempestuous wave. He could hardly fathom that within this seemingly unremarkable wooden box lay such an extraordinary treasure, rendering his breath swift and labored. 100,000 years of soul bone, he murmured, his voice thick with incredulity. This was the first occasion he had encountered 100,000-year soul bone at such close proximity. Although he had witnessed the angel-set soul bone belonging to Schwer, the distinction between a 99,999-year soul bone and a 100,000-year soul bone, though merely a year apart, yielded effects that were worlds apart. Upon receiving the soul bone into the system's space, the long-forgotten system voice echoed in his ears. Detected 100,000-year soul bone. Would you like to analyze it? Momentarily, Kai even forgot that he possessed a system, having not heard from it for many years, with options dwindling increasingly. Analyze. Kai silently commanded. Ding. Analysis successful. Item: 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Producer: 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Previous owner: Ayin. Accompanying skills: flight, wildfire that never dies. Spring breeze brings life anew. Skill effect: flight, literal flight capability, allowing the soul master to attain the ability to fly upon equipping. Skill effect: wildfire that never dies. Spring breeze brings life anew, as long as the absorber does not perish immediately. This soul bone will continuously restore the absorber's injuries and vitality. Gazing at the system's description of the soul bone and its accompanying skills, Kai felt a heaviness in his breath. Despite his formidable strength, his two primary shortcomings had always been the inability to engage in prolonged battles and to fly. Yet, this blue-silver emperor's right leg bone appeared to perfectly address both issues. For a moment, Kai felt as if this soul bone had been crafted solely for him. Contemplating this, he continued to inquire within his mind. System, can I absorb this 100,000-year soul bone without any soul power? Ding. The absorption of soul bones does not impose stringent requirements on soul power. Even a soul master without an awakened martial soul can absorb a soul bone. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Kai let out a sigh of relief and swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, placing the soul bone against his right leg to commence the absorption process. This marked Kai's inaugural encounter with soul bone absorption, and during the initial stages, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. However, once he fully immersed himself in the act of absorption, A surging vitality began to flow into his being from his right leg, as this life force nourished him. The tension in Kai's furrowed brow seemed to be gently caressed by the spring breeze, gradually unfurling into an expression of indescribable tranquility and serenity. It was an unprecedented experience. Gentle yet profound, reminiscent of wandering along a forest path at dawn, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of blossoms and the earthy aroma of the soil, intoxicating him and allowing him to forget the clamor of the world. This power not only rejuvenated Kai's physique but also, in an intangible manner, stirred the depths of his soul, awakening a long-forgotten, profound appreciation for the essence of life itself. At this moment, he seemed to resonate in a wondrous harmony with the vast expanse of heaven and earth, as well as with the inexhaustible force of life, experiencing an unprecedented cleansing and elevation of his spirit. Remarkably, even the vitality depleted during his earlier confrontation with Tang Hao began to recover at an astonishing pace. The absorption of the soul bone had concluded by morning, and having just completed this process, Kai promptly activated the first ability of the soul bone. His body gradually hovered in the air, and under his control, he floated effortlessly within the confines of the room. This was his first genuine experience of flight, evoking an extraordinary sensation within him. After a night of nourishment, all the vitality lost during the previous night had been fully restored. It could be said that he was now nearly capable of entering the 7th gate state indefinitely, although the 8th gate state would undoubtedly prove to be somewhat challenging. Open panel. Ding. Panel opened. Host. Maito Kai. Yi Kai. Gender. Male. Martial soul. None. Soul power. None. Soul bone. 100. 000. Year. Old blue silver emperor right leg bone. Strength. 17. For 100. Max. 20. 000. The highest for soul masters in Douluo Continent can reach 11. 000. Speed. 15. 900. Max. 20. 000. The highest for soul masters in Douluo Continent can reach 10. 000. Reaction. 19. 880. Max. 20. 000. The highest for soul masters in Douluo Continent can reach 12. 000. Physical quality. Level 7. Can open the astonishing gate upon reaching 20. 000 in 3 basic attributes. Can enter level 8. Calculating hidden choice rewards. Ding. Calculation successful. The host has made 72 choices over the past 10 years. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Douluo Continent Human Education Edition 8 Gates of Duanjia. Can be taught to individuals from Douluo Continent, but can only reach a maximum of 5 gates. First gate unlocks the limitations on soul power, allowing the opener to better control the flow of soul power within themselves. Second gate greatly enhances the physical strength of the opener, boosting the 3 basic attributes. Third gate increases the recovery speed of the opener's soul power. Fourth gate accelerates the flow of soul power, reducing the soul power consumed by 10, may harm the body due to excessive flow. Fifth gate doubles the duration of the martial soul's true form, amplifies the 3 basic attributes, doubles soul power reserves during this time, and reduces soul power consumption by 50, will cause continuous harm to the body during this duration, entering a state of weakness after dispelling the animation. Congratulations, host has obtained Nirvana Pill 1. The user will experience a rebirth after death, emerging in a peak state of this life. In addition to these 2 primary rewards, several miscellaneous items were also collected by Kai into the system space. Haha. After millennia on Douluo Continent, surely I am the only one capable of surpassing the ultimate Douluo at the age of 22. Kai sighed, suddenly stripped of all motivation. Chapter 46. Hurricane Canyon. This time, the acquisition of soul rings proceeded remarkably smoothly, coupled with the minor conflicts previously encountered with Shrek Academy. It took only 3 days in total. Hu Laina obtained a 15,000 year old blue fox, while Zhu Zhuqing hunted a 12,000 year old nether panther, marking the conclusion of this expedition. In the spirit hall, Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing stood tall, resembling twin goddesses, exuding an undeniable aura of presence in their silence. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yu and Yan arrived together, their steps imbued with a palpable sense of camaraderie and tension. The moment Yan's gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal and exquisite countenance, he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, as if drawn by an invisible force. However, before this impulse could manifest into action, Xie Yu swiftly intervened, pulling him back and interrupting the budding frivolity. Brother Xie Yu, what is your intention? Why do you obstruct my attempt to reconnect with Miss Zhuqing? Yin inquired, confusion evident in his expression as he scratched his head, eyes filled with bewilderment and grievance. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Yan's shoulder with his fingertip before subtly gesturing to the side. Following his cue, Yan turned to behold a soft blue hue before him. At that moment, Kai had donned his signature attire, a robe woven with light blue and golden threads, exuding both solemnity and authority, as if even the dust in the air had fallen silent in reverence. In this moment of solemnity, Kai entered the sight of the gathered crowd in such an official capacity for the first time, each of his steps seemingly bearing an ineffable weight. Despite the intertwining ripples of confusion and curiosity within Hulayina, Zhuxing, Xiaoyu, and Yin, they instinctively lowered their proud heads, offering their deepest respect to this esteemed law elder. We pay our respects to the law elder, the four spoke in unison. Kai nodded slightly, his composure and authority seemingly capable of perceiving the innermost waves of the heart. He then slowly retrieved an ancient, unassuming booklet from his waist. Although it appeared modest, it seemed to harbor boundless mysteries and power, igniting the imagination. With 2.5 years remaining until the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition, as per the higher-ups' decision, the Spirit Hall would offer 4 high-level soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, as rewards for this competition. Kai paused momentarily, allowing his gaze to sweep over the 4 restrained individuals present, and the goal I set for you is complete victory. Upon his declaration, an indescribable excitement and yearning filled the air. The 4 young talents exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a resolute glow. They understood that this was not merely an announcement of an upcoming competition, it was the greatest recognition and challenge to their dreams and abilities. As those words echoed, an undeniable fire ignited in Yan's eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, it felt as though flames leaped from his palms, an overwhelming battle spirit enveloping him like a fiery war god. Indeed, as a standout of the golden generation, I vow to achieve total victory without defeat. Yan spoke with unwavering confidence. Ever since he was thoroughly convinced by Kai during their previous encounters, he has held a deep admiration for Kai's prowess. Observing Yan's demeanor, reminiscent of a passionate anime protagonist, a playful yet profound smile unconsciously graced Kai's lips. A smile that concealed both his approval of Yan's growth and a hint of anticipation for the impending challenges. This upcoming competition would be unlike any before. The higher-ups had unanimously decided to abolish the automatic qualifications of the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, meaning they would have to start from the preliminary rounds and earn their place in the finals through their own strength. As soon as this was stated, the confident light in Yan's eyes seemed to flicker momentarily, as if touched by a gentle breeze, yet it quickly reignited with fervor. Starting from the beginning, it was not particularly daunting. After all, we have 3 Soul Kings on our side. Shiyu, with his characteristic posture, casually crossed his arms over his chest. His silence spoke volumes of his confidence and pride. As if victory was already assured, the outcome settled in his mind. Meanwhile, the perceptive Zhzhq keenly sensed the subtle dynamics beyond the battlefield. She softly parted her lips, her voice gentle yet firm. Although our team boasts at least 3 Soul Kings, from the very first match, our strategies and vulnerabilities will be gradually uncovered by our opponents, potentially eroding our advantages. Lien nodded in agreement, adding, I concur with Zhzhq's perspective. After all, Zhyn can triumph over you, Yin. Even at the level of a quasi-soul sect. If another such anomaly emerges during the competition, achieving an unblemished victory may indeed prove challenging. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Kai's mouth as he remarked, Indeed, Zhzhq has reached level 43. With diligent effort over the past 2.5 years, she might well break through to Soul King. In that case, our Spirit Hall team would possess 4 Soul Kings, significantly enhancing our chances of victory while also bolstering the Spirit Hall's reputation. Gazing at the eager anticipation flickering in their eyes, Kai's words fell like a chilling winter breeze, abruptly dispelling the warmth. Over the next 2.5 years, I shall subject you to grueling training, and the chosen venue will be the Hurricane Canyon. The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically. Even Lien, who usually clung to Kai, could not conceal her disappointment and hesitation. Kai, must we really go? I feel I have made significant progress. Lien's voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a subtle tremor, as she attempted to cling to a glimmer of hope against the impending storm. Even Shiyu, known for his calm demeanor, could not mask the turmoil within. The tightness of his lips and the furrow of his brow betrayed his unease and struggle with the unknown challenges ahead. Though the Hurricane Canyon was not as treacherous as the Death Canyon, the environment there was undeniably harsh. Haha, my friends. This matter is settled and requires no further discussion. Return home, prepare your gear, and at dawn tomorrow, let us meet at the gates of Spirit City. Let us not falter. As Kai Yin bid farewell and gracefully turned away, gradually fading from sight, the four exchanged glances, an unspoken tension enveloping them. Ultimately, it was Xiaoyu, with his characteristic serene smile, who gently tore through the veil of silence. Come now, let us not wear such grim faces. It is merely a journey to the Hurricane Canyon. In our youth, we dared to tread the shadows of the Death Canyon. What fear do we hold for a mere hurricane? Though Xiaoyu's smile appeared somewhat strained, it radiated an indomitable light, as if he were draping a cloak of courage over himself and his companions through his words. The memories of the Death Canyon lingered like phantoms in the dark night, haunting yet forging the resilience they bore today. When mentioning the Hurricane Canyon, which stood alongside the Death Canyon in notoriety, they felt a reverence that ignited within them an innate thirst for adventure and conquest. As night descended, a soft veil of moonlight enveloped the dormitory of the Spirit Hall Academy, imbuing it with tranquility and mystery. In the bathroom, the gentle sound of water suggested that Hulaina was immersed in a world of intimate comfort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Shiqing sat alone at the edge of her bed, bathed in silver light that outlined her cool and resolute silhouette. Soon, a faint whisper of wind seemed to pierce the stillness of the night. Outside, a shadow glided silently by, akin to a specter in the dark. Zhu Shiqing's gaze sharpened instantly as she gently opened the window, allowing the night breeze to caress her face. In the next moment, a nimble figure leapt gracefully through the window, landing soundlessly, revealing their training. The figure knelt before Zhu Shiqing, exuding a demeanor of humility and respect. Presenting her with a sealed letter. In a low yet clear voice, he stated, "My lady, here is the detailed intelligence on Dai that you requested." As he spoke, the air seemed to linger with the echoes of his departure, and he vanished once more into the night, slipping away without a sound. Zhu Shiqing delicately took the letter, her fingertips trembling as she felt the weight of its contents and the urgency it conveyed. Slowly, she unsealed the envelope, the paper unfurling gently under the dim candlelight, each line of text flowing into her vision like a meandering stream. Her gaze traversed the words, her brow furrowing at times, lost in contemplation at others. The room was filled only with the sound of water cascading in the bathroom and the rustle of the letter. Dai. Originally the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, awakened his martial soul, the evil eye white tiger, at the age of 6 and sought to escape the confines of his empire. However, he was captured by Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire and did not find his freedom until Zhu Shiqing vanished. After escaping the empire, Dai arrived at the city of Suta in the Barak Kingdom, where he used his wealth to gain entry into an academy named Shrek. At the age of 7, he entered a brothel with a chubby boy named Ma Hongjun, and from that point on, he fell into a life of decadence, indulging in a hedonistic existence, visiting the brothels of Suatua City almost daily in search of companionship. Zhu Shiqing gradually closed the heavy letter in her hands, the truths woven within the lines chilling her, eroding the last remnants of warmth she held for Dai. With a soft sigh, the pent-up emotions within her seemed to dissipate into the void with that long exhale. Cherishing the letter with utmost care, she turned and stepped into the bedroom, where the soft bed seemed to be her only sanctuary at that moment. As she gently lay down, she allowed weariness and disappointment to guide her into the realm of dreams. With the first light of dawn breaking through the window, the gentle rays caressed Zhu Shiqing's face, rousing her from slumber. However, this tranquility did not last long, as an unusual heaviness began to spread from her chest. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Hulaina, disheveled and nestled against her bosom in an almost indecorous manner, her soft contours resting comfortably against Zhu Shiqing's chest, exuding an unintentional intimacy. Zhu Shiqing endeavored to rouse Hulaina in the gentlest manner possible, softly nudging her companion with a mixture of confusion and helplessness reflected in her gaze. Yet, Hulaina appeared deeply immersed in her dreams, oblivious to the world around her, her serene slumber contrasting sharply with her usual spirited demeanor. Observing this scene, Zhu Shiqing felt a tumult of emotions within her. She gently shook her head, attempting to cast aside the sudden awkwardness and uncertainty, instead adopting a more accommodating mindset, permitting Hulaina to continue this unexpected closeness. As the morning light bathed the earth in warmth, the two slowly awakened, with the sun already high in the sky. adorning the tranquil morning with a golden glow. Huaina's fingertips delicately brushed through her tousled hair, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks, an echo of the unintentional awkwardness and shyness from the previous night. Reflecting on the night prior, she recalled how, after a soothing bath, an inexplicable drowsiness had overtaken her, leading her inadvertently into Zhu Zhuqing's tender embrace, sharing the same bed. Despite their shared femininity, the gaze exchanged in the morning light was fraught with an indescribable subtlety and awkwardness. Huaina hurriedly adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, each small movement betraying her discomfort and her determination to restore normalcy. Zhu Zhuqing, with her characteristic composure, quietly assisted from the side. Their unspoken understanding intermingled with a palpable sense of tolerance. At last, everything was in order. They stood shoulder to shoulder, each carrying their small bags, and gently pushed open the door that seemed to harbor the secrets of the previous night. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu's fingers tapped lightly on the doorframe, a gesture that conveyed both urgency and tenderness. As the door swung open, it was as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, momentarily startling Xiaoyu, who quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes, a recognition and acceptance of their little secret. "Hurry. The elder has been waiting for us at the city gate for quite some time," he urged, not allowing the two women a moment to respond before he snatched their belongings and dashed ahead. Exchanging a glance, the two women hurriedly followed in Xiaoyu's wake. Before the towering gates of the spirit city, as dawn broke, a resolute figure stood, challenging the limits of endurance. Sweat cascaded down like rain. Each flex of his arms felt as though he were conversing with the earth itself. On his back rested a burdensome trust from Kai, a specially designed weight of 500 pounds, bending his spine slightly yet failing to crush the conviction within his heart. 1982. 1983. Each number erupted from his gritted lips, accompanied by heavy breaths akin to war drums, both urging and tormenting him. The air around seemed to solidify, leaving only the sound of his relentless struggle echoing across the desolate expanse before the soul arena. Kai sat calmly upon a nearby stone, his gaze a mixture of sternness and expectation. His words, though casually spoken, struck like a hammer upon Yan's heart. If one person is late, the entire team suffers. Remember, you are comrades fighting side by side. Every ounce of your effort is the finest commitment to the team. Add another 1,000. Let me witness your determination. Yan's cheeks flushed a fiery red, resembling a phoenix amidst flames, each breath accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his chest. Yet he did not relent. The light in his eyes blazed even brighter. "Yes, Yan, will never disappoint my teammates," he roared, as if channeling all his fatigue and frustration into this final surge of strength. Chapter 47. Tang Retian's Escape. The crisis of the Strength Clan. After completing nearly 5,000 push-ups, Yan's body felt as though all strength had been drained from it, collapsing weakly to the ground. Sweat and dirt intertwining to depict a portrait of both resilience and exhaustion. At that moment, Xiaoyu, accompanied by Huaina and Zhu Zhuqing, hurriedly arrived, their footsteps resonating heavily in the silence. As Huaina and Zhu Zhuqing's gazes met, both discerned an indescribable guilt and unease in each other's eyes. The punishment indirectly caused by their tardiness weighed heavily upon their hearts, like a colossal stone. Yan's weary figure silently accused them of their sin of lateness. "Now that we are all here, let us depart for the Hurricane Gorge." Yet Yan felt like a leaf swept away by a storm, placed within a cart by Kai. It was a silent gesture of care, a recognition of Yan's persistence and fortitude. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, Huaina, and Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to sprint, closely following the slowly advancing cart. Kai, firmly seated upon his steed, wielded a slender whip that fell upon the horse's sturdy body with a gentle yet powerful force. Each swing seemed to dance with the wind, exuding an undeniable authority. "Keep up. Don't fall behind. Those who lag behind will go hungry tonight." His voice was deep and compelling, echoing across the wilderness with the resonance of an ancient war song, both inspiring and cautioning every follower. With that, Kai gently pulled the reins, and the horse responded to its master's will, galloping forth, swiftly widening the gap between the cart and the three pursuing figures of Xiaoyu, Huaina, and Zhu Zhuqing. Their figures gradually blurred amid the swirling dust, yet their indomitable spirit shimmered brilliantly beneath the blazing sun. The soul power of the three had long been sealed by Kai, and at this moment, they were left to rely solely on their physical strength, racing against fatigue and despair. Time flew like an arrow, and before long, noon had arrived, with the sun hanging high, scorching the earth. At last, Kai reined in the reins, allowing the weary horse a moment's respite. while the carriage came to a gentle halt in this tranquil spot embraced by sunlight. Having recuperated, Yin emerged from the carriage, igniting a fire and preparing to roast some raw meat over the flames. Teacher Kai, is it truly all right for us to wait for them? Yin hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt at the clandestine meal. Kai, exasperated, playfully struck Yin on the head. If you feel so guilty, why don't you run back and assist them? The moment those words left his lips, Yin fell silent, sitting beside the fire, focused intently on roasting the meat. After half an hour had passed, Kai finally caught sight of 3 figures supporting one another in the distance. The trio was utterly exhausted, panting heavily as sweat soaked their clothes against their skin. Xiaoyu produced a rope, securing it around Hu Laiina and Zhu Zhuqing to prevent them from falling behind. As the captain of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. Nana, Xing, just a little longer, we are almost there. The other end of the rope was tied to their waists, and though Xiaoyu was weary, he chose to pull them forward. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had undergone grueling training since childhood, displayed strength comparable to Xiaoyu despite her depleted soul power. The pacing has been too slow. The training segment in Hurricane Valley has been omitted. Directly proceed to the main storyline. Throughout the long and arduous 2.5 years, Hurricane Valley bore witness to the miraculous transformation of the 4 from youthful novices to seasoned warriors. Xiaoyu's soul power had reached level 60, Hu Laiina 59, Yin 58, and Zhu Zhuqing 52. Each leap in soul power was a testament to their intertwined sweat and tears, the finest embodiment of relentless effort. As the 4 finally boarded the carriage returning to the Spirit Hall, the air seemed to retain the fierce spirit and resilience of Hurricane Valley. Hu Laiina, the once radiant girl, now appeared unusually fatigued, unconsciously leaning her head gently against Kai's knee, her voice tinged with a mix of affection and resignation. Brother Kai, does Sister Shuo know of your strictness towards us? Her words were laced with reflections on past hardships, as well as gratitude for Kai's profound care. Outside the carriage, the scenery rushed by, while within, a rare warmth and tranquility enveloped the journey in a gentle glow. The sound of hooves echoed as the wind swept past. With hearts yearning for home, the silhouette of Spirit City gradually came into view after merely 2 days, traversing through mountains and rivers. Upon entering the city gates, Hu Laiina could hardly contain her eagerness. Grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, she dashed through the bustling streets like a bird returning to its nest, hurrying towards their abode. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth greeted them. They exchanged a smile before stepping inside, relishing the long-awaited moments of bathing, washing away the dust and fatigue of their travels. Teacher Kai, we are departing now. Xiaoyu and Yin intended to return to the Spirit Hall to register their current soul power, while Kai chose to meet Bibi Dong. Within the hall, serenity and solemnity prevailed. The only figure commanding attention was Bibi Dong, seated majestically upon her throne, her presence radiating brilliance amidst the interplay of light and shadow. At the moment Kai pushed the door open, she seemed to tremble slightly, a fleeting motion unnoticed by anyone. In that instant, all eyes in the grand hall were drawn solely to Kai. He entered slowly, each step resonating with his own rhythm and strength, harmonizing with the solemn atmosphere surrounding him. His words drew the attention of others anew. After respectfully bowing to Bibi Dong, the gathered individuals departed from the Pope's chamber in an orderly manner. What do you think? I have added a 20-year-old Soul Emperor to the Golden Generation. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lost her composure. What? She sprang to her feet, stunned by the revelation. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor was unprecedented in the continent's history. Indeed, as you surmised. Xiaoyu has broken through to level 60 and requires only a 6th soul ring to become a Soul Emperor, Kai remarked with an enigmatic smile. What say you? Your Holiness? If I win, what shall be the wager? Bibi Dong slowly resumed her seat, her posture betraying an unmistakable astonishment, her heart a tumultuous sea. Each rise and fall laden with disbelief. Her fingers intertwined tightly, knuckles pale from the pressure, as if even her fingertips spoke of her inner turmoil. She parted her lips gently, biting her lower lip, a complex blend of determination and helplessness flitting across her face, culminating in a long, heavy sigh that dissipated into the air. Very well, I am aware. Once a promise is made, it must be honored. Her voice, though soft, was resolute and unwavering. Hearing this, Kai smiled subtly, as if everything had unfolded as he anticipated. He turned to leave, his steps imbued with an air of nonchalance that transcended worldly concerns. Not so fast. Bibi Dong's voice cut through the air, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency and curiosity. How did you manage, in just 2.5 short years. To propel, Xie used cultivation to leap an astonishing 8 levels beyond what is typically achievable. Her eyes sparkled with the light of curiosity, a desire for knowledge that even her elevated status could scarcely suppress. When faced with Bibidong's inquiry, Kai paused, refraining from an immediate response, leaving behind a significant silhouette as if contemplating how to answer in a manner that was neither ostentatious nor dismissive of the other's interest. Eventually, he turned slowly, his voice low yet resonant. Some matters require the harmonious convergence of opportune timing, favorable circumstances, and human endeavor, complemented by relentless effort and unwavering conviction. The achievements of Xie stand as a testament to his own diligence, as well as the result of fate's unfolding. Having spoken, Kai resumed his stride, leaving Bibidong with a profound silhouette. Just as he stepped over the solemn threshold of the Pope's Hall, a guard clad in resplendent golden armor surged towards Kai like a bolt of lightning, urgency emanating from his every movement. Leaning close, he whispered a few crucial pieces of information, audible only to the two of them, and then, in a flash, vanished into the night, leaving behind the echo of hurried footsteps across the desolate square. What? That scoundrel Tang Hao managed to escape right under my nose. The situation was dire. Leaving no room for delay, Kai unfurled his form, darting away from the illuminated heart of Wuhuan City with the swiftness of a cheetah, heading directly towards the enforcement outpost. In the darkness, his silhouette raced with the wind, each step imbued with undeniable resolve and strength. Upon reaching the enforcement hall, once a symbol of authority and order, the scene before him was nothing short of shocking. The former grandeur of the hall had crumbled into ruins, the remnants of its past glory now replaced by desolation and despair. The guards who should have stood their posts had long since lost their lives, sprawled across the ground in silence, bearing witness to the harrowing battles that had transpired. Kai's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if encapsulating all his fury and frustration. With a sudden surge of power, he struck a nearby broken pillar. The resounding crash echoed, sending debris flying. Just as his anger threatened to unleash a tempest upon his reason, a faint yet resilient sound emerged from the ravaged ruins, struggling forth like a glimmer of light piercing through the shroud of despair. That figure, resembling a warrior rising from adversity, defied the scattered stones and dust, inching forward with indomitable will, ultimately breaking free from the shackles of the wreckage, akin to a phoenix reborn from its ashes. Upon witnessing this, Kai's fury was swiftly replaced by an unexplainable emotion. He hastened forward, extending his strong hand to steady this traveler who had just returned from the brink, as if rescuing a soul on the verge of perdition. "Sinner Brooks, I humbly present myself before your esteemed presence." Though Brooks' voice was as delicate as a whisper, each word was articulated clearly, imbued with undeniable respect and remorse. In the fleeting moment of his return to the light, a profound reflection and remorse for past transgressions surged within him. "Brooks, I recall you are the master of this division. What has transpired here?" Kai inquired with urgency. "My lord, approximately 3 days ago, one of the 4 singular attribute clans, the Strength Clan, somehow learned of Tang Hao's imprisonment here, and subsequently, this place was besieged. The assailant was a soul master wielding the spirit of a mighty gorilla." Brooks divulged all that he knew. "Ah, the Strength Clan, that is hardly surprising," Kai mused, his prior uncertainties dissipating upon learning that it was the Strength Clan that had liberated Tang Hao. The entirety of Douluo Continent was aware that the Strength Clan was fiercely loyal to Tang Hao. Whenever there was even a whisper of news regarding him, the Strength Clan would dare to confront the Spirit Hall, even at the risk of incurring its wrath. "Investigate for me the current whereabouts of the Strength Clan and the institutions attended by their 3rd-generation disciples. I require thorough and meticulous details," Kai commanded before turning to leave. Given that the Strength Clan had boldly positioned themselves in opposition to the Spirit Hall, they must be prepared for the repercussions that would undoubtedly follow. 3 days later, within the imperial city of Tiando, the residents of the Titan clan stood solemn and ancient, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows on the cobblestone path, a testament to the passage of time. In the midst of this tranquility, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the surrounding peace. "Chief, the situation is dire." A clan member rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency, as if bearing news of an unfathomable tempest colliding with Titan. Titan furrowed his brow, instinctively lowering his voice out of respect for the stillness of the room. "What is causing such alarm? Do not disturb our esteemed guests." With that, he led the visibly unsettled disciple into the grand hall, where flickering candlelight illuminated Titan's composed visage. He gradually took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze piercing, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect, and inquired, "What event has rendered you so uncharacteristically flustered?" The disciple took a deep breath, striving to steady his slightly disordered breath from running, and urgently reported, "Chief, I chanced upon a piece of news in the market concerning our clan's safety, and I felt compelled to inform you." At these words, Titan's eyes narrowed, a grave expression creeping upon his brow, for he understood that the disciple would not exhibit such haste without substantial cause. "Speak in detail, leave nothing unmentioned," he urged. "Chief, it is dire news. Half a month ago, a merchant placed an order for 500 tons of refined iron from us. But today he has refused to pay the final installment. Moreover, numerous trading companies have chosen to suspend their cooperation with our strength clan. If this situation continues unchecked, our clan may face bankruptcy," the reporting disciple conveyed in one breath. "What?" With a resounding crash, Titan's palm shattered the stone table before him. "This news must be verified." Titan inquired eagerly, fully aware of the precarious situation of the Li clan, whose livelihood predominantly depended on iron forging. Should they lose these merchants, the clan would likely face imminent bankruptcy. Chapter 48. By Qinxiang joins Shrek. In this chapter, a new character will make an appearance, as I promised a reader to include a role for them in the narrative. Please, dear readers, do not express discontent. Rest assured, this new character will undoubtedly belong to the protagonist's faction and will certainly bring considerable strife to Tang San. In the city of Tiando, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, now appropriately referred to as Shrek Academy, an assembly of people had gathered before the grand entrance, bustling with excitement as dawn broke. "Grandfather, is this truly the Shrek Academy you spoke of?" A young girl, her silver-white twin tails shimmering under the sunlight, inquired curiously of the elder beside her. The elder, Bai He, the current patriarch of the Min clan and a sole master of remarkable prowess, bore the marks of time on his visage. Yet his sharp eyes still sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. He tenderly stroked his meticulously groomed white beard and replied in a gentle yet resolute tone, "Indeed, this is the place the old gorilla mentioned." While the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, a robust student gradually emerged from within the academy, his imposing figure seemingly capable of shaking the very mountains, presenting a stark contrast to the delicate surroundings. His presence instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, and when his gaze met Bai He's, a subtle hint of respect surfaced on his rugged countenance. "Uncle Bai," Talon exclaimed with enthusiasm, waving at Bai He. The moment Talon's figure came into view, a flicker of unexpected delight illuminated Bai He's face, as if he had stumbled upon a long-lost miracle amidst the passage of time. He approached Talon, affectionately patting the young man's already well-developed shoulder, his voice laden with nostalgia. "Talon, it has been many years since we last met. You have grown so much." Upon hearing this, Talon's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he bashfully scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, Uncle Bai. You must have had quite the journey. Grandfather specifically instructed me to welcome you." At that moment, Bai Qinxiang, standing nearby, stepped forward with a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. Her voice, as melodious as a clear spring, floated through the air. "Big brother Talon, it has been a while. I hope you have been well." Her demeanor exuded the grace and poise of a refined lady, transforming even a simple greeting into a breath of fresh air, dispelling the surrounding dust. Talon found himself irresistibly drawn to the sudden appearance of this enchanting maiden. Bai Qinxiang's beauty, understated yet profoundly captivating, was akin to the gentlest breeze of spring, softly caressing the heart and leaving an ineffable fragrance in its wake. In the sunset forest, "Teacher Zhao, please ensure that we intercept that resplendent demon tiger." Tang San's voice carried an undeniable urgency as he clenched his fists tightly. A faint azure luminescence swirled within his palms, while the blue-silver grass coiled around a massive cave spider like a sinuous serpent, binding it firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's eyes flashed with gravity, and he soared into the air like a mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. His colossal hand, capable of shaking the earth, descended with a cataclysmic force towards the roaring striped demon tiger, the air resonating with a heavy sound of explosive pressure. However, in this critical moment, the cave spider beneath Tang San seemed to sense the threat to its life, erupting into an unprecedented struggle. Its 8 slender legs flailed wildly, exerting such force that they hurled Tang San's entire body into the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing a breathtaking arc in the twilight glow. In midair, Tang San elegantly adjusted his posture, leveraging his exceptional adaptability and keen perception of the wind. The blue-silver grass, seemingly imbued with sentience, danced gracefully around him, not only slowing his descent, but also, at a crucial juncture, utilizing the surrounding trees as leverage to dissipate the impact. Landing lightly and showcasing the extraordinary skill and wisdom of a disciple from the Tang sect. Partners, retreat to the poison formation. The toxins there can temporarily suppress the soul beasts. Tang Sen shouted anxiously. His fervent and resolute call echoed in the ears of his companions. And without the need for further words, a mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to tacitly implement a strategy of simultaneous combat and retreat, their steps imbued with an undeniable resolve and intelligence. Little 3. The poison from Senior Douluo 1T hold for long. Before that, you must choose your 4th spirit ring. Yu Xiaozhang's voice pierced through the chaos of battle, laced with an urgent insistence. Tang San's gaze penetrated the swirling toxic mist, sweeping over the soul beast that hesitated in fear of the poison. Ultimately, his focus, like a hawk locking onto its prey, settled unwaveringly upon the enormous and menacing cave spider. The spider, sensing this scrutiny, flashed a glimmer of ferocity in its eyes, yet could not conceal its pride as a formidable entity. Just as Tang Sen opened his mouth to speak, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The temperature around them plummeted as if yanked down by an invisible hand, a bone-chilling cold sweeping forth. Following this, a sharp, elongated sound of something slicing through the air heralded the swift approach of an unknown, yet powerful presence. In an instant, a piercing cold light ripped through the sky, akin to a galaxy cascading from the heavens. A crystalline ice sword, imbued with an endless frost, struck with precision into the heart of the gathered group, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. This strike not only pierced the clouds but seemed to freeze the very air, enhancing the already biting chill of their surroundings. Ning Rongrong parted her lips slightly, her fingertips delicately catching a gently falling snowflake. Its crystalline form caused her to widen her eyes in astonishment, a flicker of incredulity shimmering within her gaze. As the snow descended, her voice, delicate as a whisper, resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the serene and magnificent landscape, akin to nature's most gentle echo. Before her words could settle, the horizon suddenly unfurled a breathtaking tapestry, with snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers, cascading from the ethereal void, adorning the world in a silvery, enchanted veil. This unexpected tempest not only delivered a visual spectacle, but also enveloped the surrounding soul beasts in an unprecedented chill, prompting their restless howls as they scattered in search of a warm refuge. In the midst of this chaos, the ice sword emerged as the epicenter of the storm, with the swirling winds and snow seemingly imbued with life, dancing around it in a frenzied whirl, manifesting into magnificent and mysterious ice vortices. In an instant, these ice tornadoes transformed into a boundless wave of air, gracefully rippling outward, akin to the dawn breaking through the morning mist. Upon this land, lightly caressed by the cold, stood rows of ice swords, while nearby, a man with hair whiter than snow, draped in flowing garments, stood silently. He appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by dust, exuding an otherworldly aura that inspired awe and a desire for reverence. Nangong Dichen slowly lifted his eyelids, his deep azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean beneath the first snow, quietly surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, initially reflecting a tranquil emptiness. A faint glimmer of confusion unfurled in his gaze, much like dawn breaking through the mist. Where is this? His voice, deep and frigid, carried no emotional turbulence, resembling a routine inquiry into the desolate space around him, marked by an indescribable detachment and serenity. In the moment Nangong Dichen solidified in the air, the ice swords, once scattered like cold stars embedded in the earth, miraculously began to dissolve one by one, vanishing into nothingness, leaving behind only a lingering chill. Just as he intended to gracefully pivot and depart, Lu Erlong's fiery temperament could no longer be contained. With resolute steps she approached, her hand firmly resting on Nangong Dichen's shoulder, as if channeling all her dissatisfaction and defiance into that single touch. Stop. You have disrupted our plans. How can you so easily depart? Lu Erlong's voice, interwoven with anger and inquiry, resonated with a striking authority. Nearby, Ma Hongjun subtly leaned closer to Dai Mobai, a playful smile curling his lips as he whispered, "Boss Dai, take a look at this one. In terms of appearance, she might rival you." This remark seemed to stir the air with a peculiar tension, acknowledging Nangong Dichen's extraordinary presence, while playfully teasing Dai Mubai's usual charm. Nangong Dichen gently turned his head, his clear, water-like eyes veiled with a thin mist, making it difficult to discern any ripple of emotion within. This scene unfolded like a stone abruptly cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples of anger surging through Lu Erlong's heart. With a slight retreat of her form, her aura transformed dramatically. The third soul ring blazed forth, radiant as the brightest star in the night sky. Heralding the awakening of her fury, third soul skill, thunderous wrath. With these words, she conjured a sphere imbued with the dual forces of lightning and flame, embodying the wrath of heaven and earth, and hurled it with fervor towards Nangong Diching. In an instant, thunder rumbled and flames danced wildly, the two elements clashing fiercely in the air, emitting a blinding brilliance that illuminated the surroundings as if it were day. Nangong Diching's figure appeared resolutely steadfast amidst this dazzling display. He showed no fear, rather, he adopted a demeanor of calm composure. Bending slowly to retrieve an inconspicuous object from the ground where dust and light intermingled, exuding an ineffable air of serenity and confidence. In that moment of breathtaking danger, Lu Erlong's charged sphere of thunder and fire was effortlessly brushed aside by the seemingly ordinary branch in Nangong's hand, shattering like morning mist meeting the sun, vanishing silently into the air. A sudden flicker of eerie red ignited within the depths of his azure gaze, reminiscent of flames hidden beneath the ocean's surface, heralding the impending storm. Subsequently, the 7 soul rings surrounding him sparkled like stars, slowly revolving, each containing unfathomable power and mystery. As his deep, resolute voice resonated, he declared, first soul skill, frosty 9 slashes. The branch in his grasp seemed to come alive, transforming into an unparalleled blade of frost, striking out with blinding speed. 9 crystalline beams of light slicing through the air, imbued with biting cold and unwavering resolve, aimed at the heavens. Lu Erlong, witnessing this, furrowed her brows tightly. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Unyielding, she felt her soul power surge, roaring defiantly. 5th soul skill, blazing flame of ascendancy. In that instant, the air around her ignited, as searing flames coalesced into a tempestuous vortex, enveloping her entirely. Within this fiery whirlpool, the sounds of roaring dragons and tigers echoed, exuding an aura of boundless majesty and destructive power, vowing to reduce all obstacles to ashes. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to cleave into 2 realms, one side showcasing Nangong's frosty 9 slashes, cold and sharp, the other, Lu Erlong's soaring inferno, fierce and unchecked. The fiery vortex surged forth like an enraged dragon, devouring the 9 piercing beams of light into oblivion, flames illuminating the sky as if to incinerate all existence. However, just as the onlookers held their breath, anticipating the indomitable flames to melt the ice and turn the tide of battle, a dark figure emerged defiantly from the raging inferno. Slicing through the air, it was Lu Erlong. She was cast forth like a leaf tossed by a tempest crashing against an ancient tree, causing its trunk to tremble and leaves to scatter. In the instant Lu Erlong descended, a crimson hue escaped the corners of her mouth, starkly contrasting with her current resilience and indomitable spirit. Her originally profound and beautiful eyes now widened in astonishment, shimmering with defiance and disbelief. The black leather attire, once form-fitting, had become tattered as she struggled amid the conflagration and the intertwining blades of a hellish battlefield, exposing myriad jagged tears akin to scars from war, inadvertently revealing the snow-white purity of her skin beneath. Yet at this moment, Lu Erlong was oblivious to her own wounds. She had sensed that the 9 sword blades unleashed a compounded force within the fiery vortex. At this juncture, Nangong stepped forward, prompting Zhao Wujing to immediately shield Lu Erlong with his own body. Who are you, senior? Why must you engage us? Zhao Wujing, aware of his inferior strength, humbly lowered his stance. Nangong tilted his head, clearly confused by Zhao Wujing's words. If memory serves me right, it was this lady who attacked me first, Nangong remarked, gesturing towards Lu Erlong with the branch in his hand. Upon hearing herself referred to as lady, Lu Erlong nearly fainted from indignation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing's cold sweat had crystallized into frost. Claiming he was not anxious would have been a falsehood. Flender was injured, Lu Erlong was wounded, and even he bore internal injuries from a severed arm sustained years prior. Not to mention the unfortunate plight of Deshiyu. Chapter 49, Golden Holy Dragon vs. Nangong Diching. Qian Renxue to the rescue. Nangong took a steady and resolute step forward, causing the very air to tremble. Ning Rongrong's eyes keenly captured this detail, noting that the man stood barefoot, exuding an unrestrained and transcendent aura that was unmistakably apparent. Erlong. Flender's voice was laced with undeniable concern, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Erlong's nearly ashen face. In the recent tempest of flames, Lu Erlong had withstood the first 3 fierce strikes with her unyielding will and extraordinary prowess, and the subsequent 6 blows were endured with her flesh and blood. The hardships and anguish she faced were unimaginable. Amidst this tense and grave atmosphere, Tang San, who had remained silent until now, finally moved. Once grounded, he faced Nangong. Raising his hands slightly in a gesture of both respect and grace, his tone gentle yet resolute, "Senior, please pause for a moment. I have something to convey." His words caused Nangong to halt, and he squinted slightly, displaying a hint of disdain for this individual who lacked self-awareness. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us. Senior, allow me to experience your esteemed skills. Should I prevail, I kindly ask that you do not trouble the others," Tang San stated, maintaining a dignified composure. A sharp crack pierced the surrounding silence. As Tang San's words lingered in the air, a resounding slap fell upon his cheek like a thunderclap. The force so immense that it seemed to shake the very atmosphere. Nangong's voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with undeniable authority as he slowly intoned, "What are you to negotiate terms with me?" His gaze remained steadfastly averted from Tang San, and the sensation of being disregarded sliced through Tang San's heart like a sharp blade, leaving behind an unutterable sense of humiliation and resentment. This man had sealed his own fate. While Tang San contemplated this in silence, his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting breeze. This remarkable stoicism and composure evoked a sense of astonishment in those who observed him. With a casual flick of the wooden staff in his hand, Nangong summoned a surge of invisible power that stirred the surrounding air, instantly propelling Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong away like leaves caught in a tempest. The audacity of the affront. Zhao Wujie, witnessing the dire plight of his beloved disciples swept away by the gale, felt an inferno of rage ignite within him, and he could no longer contain himself. His aura surged dramatically, the 7th soul ring shimmering like stars, gradually merging into his being, creating a perfect resonance of soul and strength. With a low yet resolute incantation, Zhao Wujie's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Every inch of his skin seemed to harbor the stability of mountains and the torrents of rivers. His muscles, fortified by the manifestation of his martial spirit, appeared forged from the strongest iron, each taut with explosive potential capable of shaking the heavens and earth. "Old Zhao, you mustn't." Dean Flander cried out in desperation, attempting to intervene, yet Zhao Wujie's figure shot forth like a released arrow, unstoppable in its momentum. Lu Erlong, summoning her waning strength, slowly rose to her feet, her eyes glinting with determination. "Flander, since Teacher Zhao has stepped forward, how can we stand idly by? It is time for us to fight side by side." Her voice, though slightly hoarse, radiated an undeniable strength. 3 brilliant strands of golden energy intricately bound Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang together, forming a resplendent golden triangle, akin to the most unbreakable covenant, sealing the unbreakable bond among them. With a deafening roar of soul power, the trio awakened like ancient deities of war, their soul energy surging like a torrent, uncontrollably bursting forth as they chanted a soul-stirring incantation. The sun and moon shine forth. Gold transforms. Subsequently, a triangular formation of pure golden light ascended slowly, enveloping the 3 in a protective embrace as if under divine guardianship. The richness of the radiance seemed capable of penetrating all illusions, reflecting their unwavering conviction and resolve. "Lo Sanpao," Yu Xiaojiang whispered urgently. In an instant, the seemingly unremarkable Lo Sanpao began to levitate in the air, surrounded by an unprecedented golden brilliance. The radiant light surged into Luo Sanpao's being as if guided by an invisible hand, each beam bestowing upon him newfound vitality and strength. Soon after, a miraculous transformation unfolded. Luo Sanpao was no longer the endearingly clumsy Pai Pai Zhu, but had metamorphosed into a majestic, resplendent golden sacred dragon, soaring through the luminous expanse of this illuminated realm. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's body bore the marks of an unremarkable branch wielded by Nangong, leaving grotesque crimson streaks that bled profusely, staining his garments and adding an air of tragic valor. Clenching his teeth in anger, he realized that the calm demeanor of his opponent suggested a lack of full commitment, a nonchalance that was undoubtedly the greatest affront to him. "Senior, might I request a modicum of respect in our duel?" Zhao Wujie's words dripped with barely concealed indignation, each syllable sharp, striving to pierce the unseen veil of disdain. Nangong merely tilted his head slightly, a look of puzzlement flickering across his face at Zhao Wujie's remark. Apologies, but I possess no sword more fragile than this. Nangong shrugged, raising the branch in his hand as he spoke. Old Zhao, safeguard the little monsters. Let us engage him. The golden sacred dragon, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the heavens, exuded an overwhelming aura, heralding its arrival, each scale gleaming with an undeniable brilliance. It unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound imbued with boundless fury and majesty, resonating through the void as if it aimed to engulf all challengers in an inferno of endless flames. Unfazed, Nangong remained composed, his heart as tranquil as still water. As he raised his hands and intoned, second soul skill, Shimbing Mirror. As his words fell, the ambient temperature plummeted. Snow and wind heeded his call, swirling and converging within his palms, twisting and crystallizing into a translucent, spiraling shield of ice. The immense form of the golden sacred dragon showed no hesitation as its tail, powerful enough to shake mountains, lashed out towards Nangong's position with cataclysmic force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ice shield, yet were instantaneously mended by new frost, showcasing astonishing resilience. Nangong's brow furrowed slightly. He could distinctly perceive the formidable force rebounding from the ice shield. Although it did not inflict harm, it deepened his understanding of the golden sacred dragon's might. With a subtle shift of his form, he utilized the momentum to evade, his body propelled backward. The golden sacred dragon roared again, its voice reverberating through the heavens, seemingly capable of shaking the very firmament, and it relentlessly pursued the fleeting shadow of Nangong. However, at this critical juncture, the golden sacred dragon appeared ensnared by an unseen force, its speed diminishing abruptly, akin to a meteor encountering a headwind, rendered powerless. In the sky above, the previously tranquil snowflakes seemed to respond to an unseen summons, swirling once more, enveloping the world in a shroud of silvery white. This sudden snowfall obscured vision and infused the atmosphere with an air of mystery and impending peril. Sixth soul skill, Absolute Zero. A deep and imposing voice resonated from the darkest depths of the forest, echoing like an ancient incantation, piercing through the wind and snow, and imprinting itself indelibly upon the hearts of all present. Even when covering their ears tightly, they could not stave off the chilling shock that gripped their souls. As the words fell, a blade of ice capable of freezing all formed out of thin air, slicing through the heavens with a bone-chilling sharpness and cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the grand form of the golden sacred dragon. Where the blade passed, the very air seemed to freeze, leaving behind visible trails of cold, a testament to the extraordinary and terrifying nature of this strike. Alarmed, Dean Flander felt a shiver run through him and gasped in disbelief. He intended to maneuver the golden sacred dragon away, only to discover that its speed had been reduced by 80, with no option for evasion. They were left with no choice but to confront the assault head-on. In an instant, the golden sacred dragon summoned the vast holy power within, weaving a resplendent holy armor around its heart. The golden scales shimmered like stars, snugly enveloping its noble form, as if donning an impenetrable suit of battle armor. Immediately following, its sharp, gleaming claws, radiating a world-destroying force, met the deadly blade's onslaught with precision. In that moment, it seemed as though the world was consumed solely by the clash between dragon and sword, with an atmosphere thick with tension and lethal intent. A thunderous roar erupted, deafening to the ears, as if the heavens trembled and the stars dimmed in awe. In this collision of might, the protective scales surrounding the golden sacred dragon were ruthlessly severed, cascading through the air like autumn leaves, hauntingly beautiful yet tragically poignant. At that moment, the dragon's body appeared alarmingly fragile, its once indomitable form now seemed translucent and ethereal, akin to the morning mist, poised to vanish into nothingness. Clearly, this strike not only shattered its defenses, but also inflicted an ineffable wound upon its essence. As the wind and snow began to subside, the surroundings were gently smoothed by the serene tranquility of winter, while the ordinary branch in Nangong's hand underwent a miraculous transformation, morphing into a cerulean ice sword. The blade shimmered with a profound and piercing cold light, reminiscent of the essence condensed within the polar abyss. He moved with grace, stepping upon an invisible wind and the lingering snow mist. 8 soul rings encircled him, radiant like stars, resembling a cosmic whirlpool, spinning with an ancient and mysterious power that elevated him to an extraordinary realm. Nangong tilted his head back, the ice sword pointed toward the heavens, and gradually, he began to rise from the ground, suspended in midair, exuding an air of unassailable authority, akin to a celestial being descending from the 9th heaven, surveying the land sanctified by wind and snow. With a mere thought, the third and fifth soul rings simultaneously burst forth with dazzling brilliance, signifying the pinnacle of soul power and declaring his strength. The third soul skill, Frostfall, as the words hung in the air, it seemed as if an invisible hand had torn the heavens apart. Amidst the profound silence, countless ice crystals coalesced from the void, transforming into sharp icicles that descended with a bone-chilling cold and devastating force. They enveloped the entire space in a delicate hue of blue and white, a beauty that stirred the heart yet harbored an undeniable sense of peril. Following this, the fifth soul skill, Frosty Gale. With this whispered incantation, a deeper, colder aura surged forth from Nangong, intertwining with the celestial frost. 8 spiraling ice dragons materialized from thin air, ensnaring the golden saint dragon in their grasp. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, an indescribable majesty emanated from the depths of the void, accompanied by a deep and powerful voice, resonating like celestial music yet imbued with unquestionable authority. The sixth soul skill, Return of the 10,000 Swords. In an instant, the sky appeared to be rent asunder, as tens of thousands of brilliant sword lights coalesced from the void. They varied in length and sharpness, intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau of swords. This was not merely a display of skills, but a culmination of Qian lifelong dedication and will to the sword path, the sounds of myriad swords resonating throughout the heavens. Simultaneously, Nangong's Frosty Gale was poised to unleash its full force, a realm of frost forged from the essence of extreme cold. With each tendril of chill embodying the power to freeze all, the two forces clashed violently in mid-air, reminiscent of an ultimate confrontation between ice and fire. Sword shadows and frosty brilliance intertwined, radiating light, as the very fabric of space trembled at that moment. Both forces were evenly matched. Yet beneath this seemingly balanced confrontation lay an unspoken oppressive force from Qian that could not be underestimated. His sword was not only sharp but also embodied a profound understanding and relentless pursuit of the sword path. Each swing narrated the convictions of the swordsman. Qian moved with agility, the 7-kill sword gliding through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, each movement infused with chilling sword intent, shattering the piercing icicles that were unable to be intercepted in time. As the sword light flickered, the cold dispersed, yet it could not approach him in the slightest. Nangong, too, demonstrated extraordinary skill. Facing the intricate dance of sword shadows, he maintained his composure, wielding his long sword with finesse, each strike perfectly neutralizing the onslaught, with sparks flying from the collisions, yet showing no sign of panic. On the ground, Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed intently on the familiar figure. When the swordmaster Qian appeared in her line of sight, her joy blossomed like flowers in spring, unreservedly illuminating her face. "Grandpa Sword," she exclaimed, unable to suppress her excitement and delight. However, Qian's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. His gaze was deep, fixed upon the exceptionally poised young man. Astonished within, at such a tender age, he had already stepped into the realm of Douluo, a rarity indeed. This shock momentarily made him forget everything around him, including Ning Rongrong's expectant gaze. Chapter 50, 7-kill sword versus Imperial Cold Sword Principal Flander. You must lead the students away quickly. This place is entrusted to me. With a solemn tone, Qian Renxue spoke. Upon hearing his words, Dean Flander gently adjusted the slightly heavy glasses perched on his nose. A glimmer of resoluteness and trust flickered in his eyes behind the lenses. He understood that the situation before them allowed no room for hesitation, thus, he calmly waved his hand and addressed the students behind him. "Children, we must retreat immediately. This place shall be entrusted to the sword Douluo." His words carried an undeniable authority, prompting the students to gather swiftly, despite their reluctance, to evacuate from this perilous locale. At this moment, Qian Renxue, renowned as the continent's foremost offensive Douluo, remained motionless, yet a chilling sword intent enveloped him, grasped tightly in his hand. The 7-killing sword glimmered with a ghostly blue and frigid light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, suddenly slicing through the air towards Nangong. In the face of this unexpected assault, Nangong exhibited no fear. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. With a flick of her wrist, the Emperor Cold Sword transformed into a streak of flowing light. The tip of her sword lightly touched the air, creating a resplendent blossom of sword light that was not only breathtaking but also imbued with unparalleled sword energy, clashing magnificently with Qian's 7-killing sword in midair. The collision of the two swords erupted into a deafening roar, as if the very fabric of space trembled at that moment. Sword light scattered, intertwining coldness and killing intent into an invisible net that enveloped the realm. Yet, amidst this thrilling confrontation, both combatants remained remarkably composed. their gazes reflecting mutual respect and an unwavering dedication to the pursuit of swordsmanship. This scene left the students present utterly astounded and resonated with distant observers, who felt the profound beauty and power of the swordsmanship on display. As their figures intertwined, it was as though two unstoppable torrents collided violently, causing ripples of sword intent invisible to the naked eye to surge through the air, each sensing the other's palpable sword spirit. Fourth soul skill, sword god possession, Nangong murmured, her eyes flashing with determination and fervor. In that instant, her form seemed to be infused with an invisible force, surrounded by a faint silver glow. This unique amplification soul skill enabled her to embody the legendary sword god, her sword intent powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. In this sword god possession state, Nangong's attributes would increase by 20, lasting for half an hour. Not to be outdone, Qian unleashed his fifth soul ring, which shone brilliantly, like the brightest star in the night sky. Fifth soul skill, awe-inspiring might. As he pronounced the words with a deep and powerful voice, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart under the weight of his strength, as dozens of sharp and unmatched sword shadows erupted violently from around him, each carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. The two titans clashed once more, beneath the vast sky, as sword shadows danced and intertwined, creating a magnificent tapestry of light and shadow. The sword glimmered like a dragon, weaving through the air with reckless abandon. Each clash resonated with the tremors of mountains. Occasionally, a blade would leap from its sheath, sharply cleaving a corner of the peaks, manifesting the might of heaven and earth. In the face of Nangong, who possessed but 8 soul rings, Qian, a formidable super Douluo level 96, found himself unexpectedly under considerable pressure. As the battle reached its fervent peak, both combatants instinctively retreated, creating a sufficient distance between them. At that moment, their 7 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, akin to stars descending to the mortal realm, unleashing a breathtaking force. True body of 7 kills, Qian proclaimed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. As his words resonated, a profoundly Azure phantom surged forth, wielding a colossal sword infused with the essence of countless slaughters, standing resolutely in the void. This was the ultimate manifestation of his martial spirit, the true form of the 7 kills sword. True body of Emperor Cold, Nangong, equally resolute, responded with a voice both frigid and unwavering. Another Azure phantom coalesced from thin air, a heavy sword in hand, swirling with an icy aura capable of freezing all in existence. This was the consummate embodiment of his unique martial spirit, the perfected essence of Emperor Cold's power. The 2 humanoid phantoms illuminated the heavens with their azure radiance. The clash of their swords represented not merely a battle of strength, but a fierce convergence of the beliefs and aspirations deeply rooted within the souls of these 2 swordsmen. As the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting the sky in a brilliant orange-red hue, the 2 figures intertwined with indomitable fighting spirit amidst the twilight glow. Only when the last rays of sunlight seemed to weary and sink below the horizon could they momentarily retreat to catch their breath. Fatigue subtly crept onto Nangong's visage, reminiscent of thin ice forming on a winter lake, exuding a faint chill and unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Sword Master Qian also heaved, each breath accompanied by a labored gasp. Suddenly, Nangong pointed his sword toward the heavens, his eyes shimmering with unyielding light, and declared, Third soul skill, Frostfall. Upon his utterance, the sky appeared to respond to his call, as innumerable ice spikes coalesced from the void, carrying a piercing chill and devastating force, descending upon them like a torrential storm. Observing this, Sword Master Qian likewise directed his sword skyward, his gaze resolute and profound, softly intoning, 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, as myriad sword shadows converged from all directions, each embodying the quintessence of the sword Douluo's lifelong cultivation. Their blades gleaming, aimed directly at the impending ice tempest. In that moment, ice spikes and sword shadows clashed violently in midair, producing a thunderous roar, as if the will of heaven and earth were engaged in a momentous confrontation. In the midst of a fleeting confrontation, the illustrious sword duelist Qian Renxue, fortified by his profound soul power, surprisingly gained the upper hand. Although the ice spikes were fierce, they could scarcely withstand the brilliance of the myriad swords returning to their origin. Each strike precisely dismantled the assault of the ice, showcasing his extraordinary prowess as a pinnacle of contemporary swordsmanship, until the frost was utterly shattered, dissolving into countless delicate specks of light. Amidst this radiant disintegration, Thousands of ethereal sword shadows cascaded like falling stars, assailing Nagong in midair with fierce momentum, intent on freezing everything beneath this boundless chill. Nagong, with a tranquil demeanor, felt the imperial cold sword in his grasp tremble gently, transforming into a fine snowstorm that dissipated into the ether, leaving behind an elusive chill. Miraculously, a wondrous transformation manifested upon his right arm, where 3 resplendent halos slowly emerged, akin to the marks of deities, solemn and mysterious. In that instant, his eyes, resembling a profound cold pool kissed by dawn's first light, radiated a dazzling azure glow, exuding a clarity and majesty capable of piercing the very soul. With a low exclamation, Nagong invoked Mystic Ice Dragon Source, and the heavens echoed with the ancient roar of dragons, causing the void to tremble. Indeed, it was the Mystic Ice Dragon Source, the signature skill of my brother Dong. Given that this character's soul skill was previously established, this particular ability has been preserved, nothing more than sheer elegance. With a graceful wave of Nagong's long sleeves, the winds and clouds shifted, and a crystalline ice dragon abruptly coalesced from the void. It spiraled and soared, its form agile, enveloped in an ultimate chill, devouring the ferocious sword shadows, which became the frost adorning its body, manifesting its unparalleled might. Qian Renxue, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict, his heart overwhelmed by shock. He had not anticipated that Nagong harbored such astonishing power, and this sudden counterattack utterly overturned his perception of the battle, subtly tilting the scales of fate. Standing atop the ice dragon, Nagong resembled a sovereign ruling over all, commanding the frigid behemoth with an air of indomitable majesty as it surged toward Qian Renxue. With each roar, in charge of the ice dragon, trailing behind were endless crystalline trajectories, effects of icy particles, resplendent like a cascading galaxy, not only reflecting its sovereign grandeur but also weaving an invisible net of suffocating oppression. Utilizing his 8th soul skill, Qian Renxue, after distancing himself once more, gradually closed his eyes, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only him and the 7-kill sword intent in harmonious unity, immersed in the ancient and profound essence of swordsmanship. The 7 kills thundered forth, a sword piercing the vast expanse. As Qian Renxue's thoughts coalesced, he brought his fingers together, a faint sword light swirling at his fingertips, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of all things in existence. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible force, a blade of murderous intent shooting forth from his fingertips, slicing through the vast expanse with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the seemingly indomitable form of the ice dragon. As the blade traversed its path, the very fabric of space quivered, leaving behind a resplendent sword mark that not only epitomized the zenith of power but also embodied Qian Renxue's profound understanding and interpretation of the sword's ultimate truths. Just then, that fierce sword radiance appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, abruptly halting midair before being devoured by the soaring ice dragon. Enveloped in an aura of chilling cold as it ascended skyward, the dragon's body, crystalline and translucent, resembled the purest dream of a winter day. Yet, in the next instant, it erupted against the cerulean sky in a breathtaking explosion, scattering ice shards and frigid air, transforming into a relentless hailstorm that mercilessly poured over every inch of the sunlit forest, temporarily cloaking this verdant realm in a silvery shroud. Seizing the opportunity, Nagong pursued, commanding the ice dragon with an unstoppable momentum, closing in on Qian Renxue's unguarded back. The dragon's eyes shimmered with a ghostly blue light, its razor-sharp claws, forged from frigid steel, lunged mercilessly toward Qian Renxue's seemingly defenseless rear, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive aura of imminent death. At that critical juncture, a faint blue shield materialized around Qian Renxue, akin to the first glimmer of light dancing upon a lake at dawn, gentle yet resilient. This shield resembled the protective embrace of a guardian deity, cradling the impending fatal blow, rendering it incapable of breaching its sanctum. Upon impact, the shield emitted a series of cracking sounds. Qian Renxue swiftly utilized the momentum to create distance once more. Qian Renxue of the Sword Path. You do not believe I possess only a single dragon, do you? Nagong spoke with a dispassionate tone, as the luminous aura on his right arm suddenly burst forth. Dazzling and resplendent as a star falling from the heavens, a chilling energy coalesced in midair, manifesting into 8 ice dragons that soared and spiraled, their roars echoing, while the glimmering ice crystals seemed to solidify the very air around them. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue's countenance grew as grave as iron, surrounded by swirling sword energy, as if time itself had halted in that instant. He understood that the threat before him was not merely the 8 ice dragons, but a testament to Nangong's unfathomable strength. Drawing a deep breath, his sword intent surged within him. He lightly tapped the tip of his sword and unleashed 8 blades imbued with lethal intent. Each strike precise and unerring, targeting the very souls of the ice dragons. The interplay of sword light and ice dragons wove a breathtaking tapestry in the air. However, at that critical moment, Nangong's figure, like a specter, gracefully leapt from the head of the ice dragon, deftly evading the onslaught of sword brilliance. Those 8 sword strikes must have nearly exhausted all your soul power, haven't they? Prolonging this battle serves no purpose. Why not settle it with one final move? Nangong tilted his head in inquiry, yet his tone bore no trace of genuine questioning. Faced with this request, Qian found no reason to decline. The 8 sword energies unleashed moments ago each possessed the might of his 8th soul skill, nearly exhausting all of his soul power. The remaining energy was barely sufficient for a single use of his 9th soul skill. The sword master Qian gently closed his eyes, and in an instant, his spirit seemed to transcend the clamor of the mortal realm, immersing itself in an expansive, boundless azure deep sea. Around him, the familiar sunset forest faded away, enveloped instead by a powerful and gentle sword intent. This force not only astonished his senses, but also seemed to caress the shackles of his cultivation, causing the once solidified realm of level 97 to ripple with subtle nuances. The osmanthus trees flourish for miles, the partridges cry in the cool midday shade. The peaks at Yinping Ferry rise as if carved, while the sword traverses the river, the waters stretch infinitely. As these poetic lines resonated softly, the very air seemed to solidify. Behind Qian, a spectral figure of divine and demonic essence quietly emerged. Nangong also gently closed his eyes, his spirit sinking into a serene abyss, until a delicate emotion, akin to morning dew touching the surface of a pond, stirred intricate ripples. In this vast world shaped by sword intent, his consciousness drifted far and wide, traversing the veil of time and space. Once more encountering the woman who had inscribed his martial soul with the sword. Imperial sword. Ice unparalleled. Nangong murmured, his voice imbued with the weight of mountains and rivers. Yet as gentle as a breeze, potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth. With this soft invocation, it seemed that an ancient deity was awakened at the pinnacle of the sky, and delicate ripples began to spread through the clouds, as if an invisible hand had gently stirred a lake, swiftly expanding outward. In an instant, the once dense clouds appeared unable to bear this force, disintegrating to reveal the profound and mysterious azure beyond. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. A colossal sword gradually descended from the depths of the clouds, its immense power seemingly capable of severing the firmament, its length appearing endless, radiating a chilling aura and shimmering with ice blue light that reflected the most pure and resolute coldness of the universe. To clarify for those who may not understand, I will explain Nangong's background here. He was raised in the extreme northern lands, nurtured by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Thus acquiring the skills of the Snow Emperor seems quite reasonable. The woman who appeared in the realm of consciousness should also be identifiable, rest assured. For the sake of the main storyline, Nangong will not make a prolonged appearance. Chapter 51, The Soul Master Competition, Conversations between 2 women as the smoke of battle dissipated. Sword Master Qian stood at the profound edge of the sunset forest, his upper garments torn to shreds by the tempest of combat, reminiscent of the remnants of war, revealing a physique honed and resilient through the passage of time. Upon arriving at the periphery of the sunset forest, Qian Renxue encountered several individuals, including Flanders. Ning Rongrong, with her ethereal gaze, instantly perceived the unusual demeanor of Qian Renxue, her heart tightening as she hurriedly approached him. "Grandpa Jian, are you all right?" Her voice quivered with concern and urgency, as if she sought to penetrate every subtle expression of Qian Renxue in search of the reassuring answer she so desperately needed. Qian Renxue lowered his head, his eyes soft as the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. He tenderly placed his hand atop Ning Rongrong's head, his gesture imbued with affection and solace. "Do not worry, Rongrong. Grandpa Jian is fine." His words flowed like a tranquil stream, gradually dispelling her worries into the void. Flanders nodded gently, a glimmer of reverence in his gaze. He slowly turned to Qian Renxue, his tone suffused with sincerity and respect. "Senior Sword Douluo. Who exactly was that mysterious figure we just encountered?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue sighed softly, his gaze deepening as it drifted toward the site of his fierce battle with Nangong. It seemed the lingering sword aura and chill still hovered in the air. "I am uncertain, but I did not emerge victorious." At this proclamation, a wave of gasps erupted around them, astonishment etched upon their faces. The fact that even the esteemed sword Douluo, hailed as one of the continent's peak powerhouses, had not triumphed, rendered the opponent's strength beyond anyone's comprehension, inciting a profound sense of awe and curiosity toward this unknown entity. Then, Qian Renxue turned to Flanders. Dean Flanders, I must take Renxue back to the sect immediately. This matter is of great significance and requires a report to the sect master. His tone conveyed both concern for Renxue's safety and a sense of responsibility toward the sect. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, upon his return, Qian Renxue wasted no time and swiftly entered the sect master's residence. His heart still unsettled as he recounted the harrowing encounters from the Sunset Forest to Ningfengxi. Inside the hall, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a refined and graceful man sat poised in the master's seat. His handsome features resembled intricately carved jade, and he grasped a silver scepter adorned with resplendent gems, exuding an air of nobility and distinction. This man was none other than Ningfengxi, the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Jian, is that person truly beyond your capabilities? A faint worry unconsciously crept into Ningfengxi's brow, his words tinged with disbelief. At this moment, Qian Renxue had changed into a neatly tailored outfit, emanating an aura of composure and resilience forged through the crucible of battle. He pondered for a moment, his gaze profound. It is hard to say, but the opponent possesses only level 82 soul power. I maintained my undefeated status by suppressing them with my level 14 soul power. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly somber, a palpable sense of urgency enveloping the air, as if the very atmosphere itself bore witness to the gravity of the situation. Hearing the words, Ningfengxi slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a profound contemplation. It was evident that this sagacious sect master was weighing the significance of the information presented to him. I sensed that my soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough. I must enter seclusion to strive for level 97. I may not be able to accompany you to the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in half a month, Qian Renxue remarked. We had an agreement that when he ascended to the rank of tile.To, we would engage in another duel. Thus, I must focus on achieving level 97 during this period. Before departing, the sword Douluo Qian Renxue glanced back at Ningfengxi and spoke. The battle in the Sunset Forest against Nangong had subtly touched upon the opportunity for him to break through to level 97. Upon hearing this, the joy of Ningfengxi was nearly palpable. Very well, sword uncle, rest assured in your seclusion. Bone uncle and I shall attend the opening ceremony. Half a month later. Today marked the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, held once every 5 years. This edition of the competition was distinct from the past, having abolished the guaranteed advancement mechanism for the two great empires and the Spirit Halls teams. Every team must begin from the preliminary rounds and ascend step by step. In the Spirit Halls team lounge, the 7 members were prepared. Team leader, Xiaoyu. Martial spirit, Moonblade. Soul power level, 62, a powerful attack system Soul Emperor. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Team member, Hulaina. Martial spirit, 5-tailed demon fox. Soul power level, 58, a control system Soul King. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. Team member, Yin. Martial spirit, Flame Lord. Soul power level, 58, a powerful attack system Soul King. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Team member, Zhu Qing. Martial spirit, Nether Spirit Cat. Soul power level, 54, a swift attack system Soul King. Soul ring configuration, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Team member, Sun Chuantao. Martial spirit, Circular Giant Blade. Soul power level, 48, a powerful attack system Soul Ancestor. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Team member, Zhang Ping. Martial spirit, Golden Way Swallow. Soul power level, 47, a swift attack system Soul Ancestor. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Team member, Suyu. Martial spirit, Radiant Golden Scepter. Soul power level, 46, a supportive system Soul Ancestor. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. In previous Soul Master competitions, Soul Kings were rare, let alone Xiaoyu, who had already attained the realm of Soul Emperor. At this moment, Xiaoyu and his companions radiated an irresistible aura of confidence, as if the dawn of victory had already cast its light upon them. Helena and Zhu Qing frolicked nearby, their laughter intertwining like silver bells, creating the most enchanting melody of youth, adding a touch of warmth to the tense atmosphere before the impending battle. Just as this lightheartedness filled the air, the door creaked open, and the figure of their mentor, Kai, quietly entered, clutching a bundle of battle schedules. "Take a look. This is our first opponent." Kai's voice was calm and powerful as he distributed the schedules to each team member. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Zhu Zhuqing received her battle schedule, her fingertips gliding over the cold paper until her gaze settled on the inconspicuous corner. Wuhuan Academy Team versus Beast Academy. A faint smile graced her lips, yet her eyes sparkled with sharp intensity. "Beast Academy," she murmured softly, her tone reflecting both respect for her opponents and confidence in her own abilities. "If I recall correctly, they possess only one soul master as a cornerstone, while the rest are merely soul emperors. This could be an excellent stage for us to showcase our true strength." Kai gently ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, his tenderness infused with an undeniable determination. His gaze swept across the 7 students before him, each pair of eyes glimmering with the same fervor, a thirst for victory and unwavering trust in one another. "Thus, our first battle will be against Beast Academy. Their core consists of merely a level 40 Soul Master, with the remainder being Soul Emperors. This configuration offers us a splendid opportunity to test our individual prowess." Kai's words were steady and impactful, ultimately resting on Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with recognition and anticipation for her capabilities. "Zhuqing, in this battle, you shall have no teammates. Not only must you win, but you must also single-handedly defeat the entire opposing team." As these words left his lips, the surrounding air seemed to stiffen. The other 6 turned their gazes towards the tall, sharp-eyed girl. Since Zhu Zhuqing joined their ranks, her diligence and resilience had been evident. Each grueling training session, every merciless sparring match, bore witness to her growth and transformation. At this moment, her eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, embodying both a yearning for challenge and a resolute desire for self-transcendence. She nodded slowly, needing no further words. Her confidence and determination were palpable, resonating with everyone present. Following the opening ceremony was a customary exhibition match, featuring Shrek Academy against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Naturally, the outcome was as expected. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. The Shrek Academy lineup included 3 Soul Masters, while the highest-ranked member of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team was only level 35. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the edge of the spectators' platform, her posture as upright as a pine tree, her gaze deep and distant, gently fixated on the scene below, which was ablaze with the joy of victory. Dai Mubai was tightly embraced by his teammates, their elation evident in their expressions. A subtle, almost imperceptible glimmer of coldness flashed briefly in her eyes, only to be swiftly veiled by her characteristic air of aloofness, reminiscent of the chilling winds that occasionally sweep through the winter dawn, cold yet elusive. At that moment, a wave of warmth quietly enveloped her as Hulaina gracefully approached, instinctively taking hold of Zhu Zhuqing's cool hand. This unexpected contact stirred a gentle ripple within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, yet it quickly transformed into a tranquil acceptance. She made no move to resist, merely tilting her head slightly to meet Hulaina's eyes, where unspoken words seemed to linger, needing no articulation. "Zhuqing, have you spotted an acquaintance?" Hulaina's voice was soft and delicate as she followed Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight, directing her gaze toward the stage illuminated by the glow of victory. In her words, she appeared to grasp the concealed emotions that lay within Zhu Zhuqing, offering silent comfort and companionship in her own way. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her fingertips lightly tapping Hulaina's wrist, guiding her slowly out of the somewhat stifling atmosphere, their steps imbued with a subtle hint of evasion and relief. "No, let us leave. I wish to unwind during this period," she spoke, her voice as calm as a windless lake, beneath which lay unexpressed emotions that were difficult to articulate. Hulaina perceptively sensed the fleeting shadow in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes but chose to remain silent, allowing their tacit understanding to lead them forward. As they stepped into the cozy confines of Zhu Zhuqing's inn, a warm ambience enveloped them, prompting Hulaina to softly voice her thoughts, feigning reproach. "Zhuqing, when did we acquire secrets between us? With your demeanor, how could one not harbor doubts?" Her bright eyes sparkled with concern and confusion. Yet she patiently awaited Zhu Zhuqing's response, radiating warmth. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, and with a sigh, she reached for a letter hidden at her waist. "Sister Nana, you must be aware that I am from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. Our family is bound to the Dai family. If male, they serve the royal family for life, and if female, they are bound to an engagement with a prince akin to a caged canary, devoid of freedom. However, There is but one emperor, and every girl from the Zhu family faces repeated assassination attempts from the Dai family princes. Should one succeed in the struggle for the throne, they might enjoy a position just below the emperor, but failure only leads to death. I refuse to accept such a fate, which is why I escaped. It was my teacher at the Spirit Hall's enforcement station who liberated me from that cage, granting me the right to choose my own destiny. Hulaina, astute as she was, quickly connected the dots to the young man with the white tiger spirit they had seen on the arena moments ago. So you. Hulaina's eyes widened in astonishment as she spoke. It was the first time she had learned of Zhu Zhuqing's background. As Hulaina meticulously absorbed each word on the note, a surge of fury ignited within her. With a flick of her fingers, the fragile paper, burdened with unspeakable truths, fluttered to the ground like a fallen leaf, only to be trampled beneath her feet in a fit of rage, as if she sought to grind all her dissatisfaction and disappointment into the dust, reflecting on Dai Mubai's increasingly disheveled figure. Ensnared in a world of decadence and intoxicated by the allure of superficial pleasures, willingly relinquishing his former glory and dreams, Hulaina felt her heart ablaze with an inferno of wrath, her teeth clenched in bitterness. At that moment, her emotions peaked, she abruptly turned. Grasping Zhu Zhuqing's slender wrist tightly, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve and anger. Yuqing, let us go. We must confront my brother today. He shall pay the price and witness what true and unforgivable depravity looks like. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this sudden determination. Knowing Hulaina's gentle nature rarely allowed her to lose control, she realized that a profound boundary had been crossed. Gazing into Hulaina's eyes, ablaze with fervent flames, she felt an unfamiliar warmth envelop her. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not permit herself to be led away so easily. But Sister Laina, I must surpass him in the competition. Observing the fierce resolve in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Hulaina sighed, exasperatedly pressing her forehead. Why wait for the competition to address this? Surely, I could simply deliver a blow to that Dai fellow online and avoid all this trouble. I must prove to him that I, Zhu Zhuqing, am not merely a subordinate of Dai Mubai. I possess the right to choose my own life. The two returned to sit at the edge of the bed, and Hulaina gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Zhuqing, do you understand? As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, my exterior may shine brightly, but this position, behind the scenes, is no different than being a caged bird like you. As the holy maiden, my every word and action reflects the Spirit Hall's dignity. I have no authority to choose my own spirit ring combinations, no right to select my marriage, and no power to dictate my own life. Chapter 52, Qian versus Maito Kai. Time flows on, and after several years, Kai's footsteps once again softly echoed on the ancient steps leading to the worship hall, each step seemingly laden with the weight of the past and the future. These steps have witnessed countless glories and tribulations, and now they welcomed Kai's return, imbued with his unwavering determination. On either side stood the 6 revered spirits: Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qinghuan Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. Their imposing figures standing tall like immortal statues guarding the temple, each exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The silence between them serves as a profound prelude to the impending upheaval, while the deliberately left wide path resembles the trajectory of fate, guiding Kai step by step forward. As his gaze extends, he beholds the illustrious Qian Douluo, the unparalleled sovereign acclaimed as the king of the sky, standing majestically upon the high platform, wielding the resplendent angelic sword. His silhouette, both haughty and dignified, seems to coexist with the cosmos, resonating with the essence of eternity. Each breath he takes appears to engage in an ancient and enigmatic dialogue with the world. Kai gazes at the towering figure, his heart swelling with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Years of restraint and meticulous planning, countless nights of arduous cultivation, are on the brink of reaching their zenith at this very moment. The position of Elder of Judgment, an apex of power he has long coveted, is an indispensable element of his grand design. Once attained, the entire Douluo Continent's landscape will irrevocably shift due to his influence. Are you prepared? Qian Renxue's voice, gentle yet profound, accompanies his slow turn, as if the very air is imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Kai nods softly, a gesture imbued with resolute confidence, silently affirming his readiness to Qian Douluo. Observing this, Qian Renxue's lips curl into a barely perceptible smile before he turns once more, leading Kai with steady strides toward the solemn arena of combat nestled deep within the sacrificial hall. In the arena, the air feels almost tangible. As the two stand at opposite ends, akin to twin stars poised for confrontation, each radiating an undeniable brilliance. Surrounding them, the other 6 elders stand in silent vigilance, their presence acting as an unyielding barrier, prepared to manage and channel the overwhelming soul pressure about to be unleashed, ensuring no innocent bystanders are affected. Let us commence. Qian Renxue's words resonate like a clarion call, awakening the senses. At that moment, his eyes ignite with divine fire, radiating a dazzling golden light. Brimming with boundless majesty and sanctity, as if capable of discerning the depths of the human heart and illuminating the path ahead. As he speaks, a spectral and solemn figure materializes behind him, embodying the sacred form of a 6-winged angel. With wings unfurled, each feather glistens with celestial brilliance, symbolizing not only strength but also the embodiment of faith, enhancing the sanctity and gravity of the impending confrontation. With an ethereal grace, Douluo ascends, his 3 pairs of wings unfurling like a deity descending from the heavens, slicing through the sky in an instant. The angelic sword he grips is bathed in resplendent golden light, each ray imbued with the sanctifying power to purify all. With a steady and solemn declaration, he proclaims, "Second soul skill, radiant light shines forth." Behind him, it appeared as though a blazing sun had been reborn, its golden radiance cascading like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire dueling arena. Every inch of the ground was sanctified by this divine light, and the air was thick with an unassailable solemnity and pressure. Kaiser stood firm, his fists clenched tightly, arms crossed in a cruciform manner across his chest, surrounded by swirling green vapor, a testament to the surging potential within him. In the face of the soul-stirring holy light emitted by Qian Douluo, his gaze revealed no hint of retreat. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Douluo, the 6th gate, was opened. With a low growl, he seemed to break free from the shackles of the mundane world. The 6th gate burst open with a resounding crash, and the green vapor surged forth, transforming into an unstoppable force that coalesced around him, forming a robust defense and an impending offensive as he vowed to match the sacred light. In Qian Renxue's profound gaze, a flicker of unmasked astonishment passed fleetingly. He had not anticipated that the intangible pressure he exuded as a pinnacle level 99 would fail to rattle Kaiser before him. This resilience and composure, as steadfast as granite, stirred ripples within him. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to solidify until a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility. With a subtle motion of his wrist, Qian Renxue's sacred angelic sword transformed into a dazzling silver stream of light, precisely intercepting Kaiser's powerful kick. The clash of sword and foot erupted into a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Kaiser's physical strength transcended the bounds of Qian Renxue's comprehension. The force of that kick seemed capable of shaking mountains, compelling even this unrivaled warrior to subtly adjust his stance mid-air to dissipate the terrifying power. Unyielding, Qian Douluo erupted into motion, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. He swung his sword, and the tip lightly touched, instantly transforming into dozens of resplendent golden blades that wove an impenetrable net, howling toward Kaiser from all directions. This strike not only embodied his ultimate mastery over power, but also infused with his profound understanding of the art of combat. In a heartbeat, Kaiser's fist seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, weaving a series of dazzlingly swift punches in the void. Each punch resonated with a thunderous roar, releasing brilliant fireballs that cascaded like a torrential downpour from the heavens, precisely meeting the radiant golden blades charging forth. The collision of fire and gold resembled falling stars, igniting passion in the air and stirring up layers of swirling dust, obscuring the battlefield in chaos. At the heart of this tumult, Kaiser's figure flickered in and out of visibility. He slowly closed his eyelids, appearing to be in a realm apart, allowing the green vapor that enveloped him to quietly undergo transformation, gradually tinting a profound azure. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Douluo, the 7th gate, was opened. With a thunderous echo in his heart, the 7th lock shattered with a resounding crash, and Kaiser's aura surged like a tidal wave, blue vapor swirling around him, as though a god of the sea had awakened, unleashing an unprecedented, overwhelming power. At this moment, his aura reached its zenith, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and the earth. Every breath he took was imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 7th spirit ability, angelic manifestation. Before Qian Douluo's voice could fully resonate, his form transformed into a dazzling radiance, his martial soul standing proudly against the sky, clutching the angelic holy sword that seemed capable of severing all the shadows of the world. With an almost divine demeanor, he engaged in a direct confrontation with Kai, their clash resembling the most resplendent fireworks in the firmament. Kai's nunchaku danced in his hands like a serpent emerging from its lair. Each swing accompanied by the sound of slicing wind and blazing flames, disrupting the tranquility of the air and leaving behind brilliant trails. The collisions of their weapons erupted with thunderous roars, reverberating through every inch of the surrounding space. Despite being a seasoned warrior of great renown, Qian Renxue felt an unprecedented pressure in the face of Kai's relentless onslaught. A flicker of seriousness crossed his gaze, yet it also ignited a fervor for battle within him. However, in the blink of an eye, a momentary lapse allowed Kai to slip past him like a wraith, leaving only a fleeting shadow and the lingering warmth in the air. This instant of distraction was not only a test of Qian Renxue's experience and judgment, but also a harbinger of the unforeseen twist this battle would take. The outcome of the duel between these formidable titans often hinges upon such fleeting moments. Suddenly, Qian Renxue felt a sharp pain surge from his spine. By the time he gathered his thoughts, the sensation of pain had already lagged behind. He found Kai's figure shadowing him closely, delivering a forceful elbow strike that landed squarely upon his back, akin to a hammer striking stone, causing him to stagger slightly, his vitality in turmoil. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the storm. Kai's movements flowed with remarkable grace. Before Qian Renxue could stabilize himself, he had clasped his palms together, closing his eyes in deep concentration. In an instant, it was as if the very heavens responded to his call. A thunderous roar of a tiger echoed from the ninth sky, splitting clouds and shattering stones, sending chills through the heart. Accompanied by this roar, a phantom yet majestic white tiger materialized in midair, enveloped in a faint ethereal glow, each strand of its fur seemingly imbued with unparalleled strength and authority. This spectral tiger, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed its sharp claws, howling as it tore through the air, pouncing upon Qian Renxue with a ferocity that threatened to rend apart anything in its path. Qian Renxue's eyes sharpened, a weighty seriousness manifesting within him. He expanded his form, 6 wings unfurling behind him like the delicate wings of a butterfly, instantly enveloping him in an invisible defensive net. The roar of the white tiger, bearing the weight of mountains, crashed against the barrier woven from his wings, creating ripples that failed to breach Qian Renxue's defenses. In that fleeting moment, Qian Renxue seized the opportunity for a counterattack. The 8th spirit ring, dark as the night, suddenly erupted with a resplendent brilliance, akin to a beacon of hope leaping from the abyss. The 8th spirit ability, angelic radiance. He murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable solemnity and sanctity. As his will surged, it seemed as if a divine intent awakened in the air, and a pair of resplendent angelic eyes materialized from nowhere, gazing upon the world with the power of purification and judgment. Immediately, a blinding golden ray shot forth from those celestial eyes, piercing through the constraints of space and breaching the impenetrable defenses of the white tiger, leaving a dazzling trail that pointed directly towards Kai. Faced with this sudden lethal strike, Kai's form appeared to merge with the air, a faint afterimage tracing an elegant arc in the sky, effortlessly evading the gold ray that could alter the heaven's hue. His movements were fluid and precise, akin to a sprite dancing in the wind, each evasion executed with perfect timing. Qian Renxue felt a jolt of pain surge through his jaw, a sharp agony akin to lightning. Before he could react, Kai was already upon him, landing a precise kick to his chin. This blow, infused with formidable strength, instantaneously stripped Qian Renxue of all will and ability to resist. Simultaneously, Kai's hands, almost as if enchanted, had somehow wrapped around 2 bandages, which danced with agility, steadily binding Qian Renxue's form and securing him within an invisible shackle, rendering all struggles futile. Following this, Kai embraced Qian Renxue in a headfirst manner, his figure akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, or a meteor streaking through the night sky, spiraling downward towards the earth. The air was left with only 2 blurred figures in the howling wind, weaving a breathtaking tableau. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted as Kai and Qian Renxue collided with the ground like meteors, sending ripples of shockwaves radiating outward. As the dust settled, Kai appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, while Qian Renxue found himself deeply embedded in the earth, immobilized, surrounded by shattered stones from the impact. A scene of utter disarray. The moment he touched the ground, Kai expanded his form, executing a series of fluid backflips reminiscent of leaves in the wind, swiftly creating distance between himself and Qian Renxue, leaving behind a strikingly deep crater. However, in mere moments, his seemingly weighty body emerged from the edge of the pit, resembling a war god returning from the abyss, showing no sign of disarray, only an increasingly palpable aura of pressure. Then, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Qian Renxue's body appeared to be sculpted by an unseen force, a mirror-like sheen subtly emanating beneath his skin. Soon, fissures began to appear in this sheen, each crack imbued with ineffable mysteries. In an instant, his body genuinely shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into countless fragments before the astonished gazes of onlookers, yet leaving an indelible phantom in the void. It was truly an unexpected strike. Had it not been for my sixth soul skill, Mirror Angel, which swapped places with me, you might have truly succeeded. Qian Renxue spoke in a tone devoid of extravagance. His gaze swept over Kai, who appeared somewhat disheveled and covered in dust, and a subtle smile graced his lips, one that concealed a hint of mockery and scrutiny. Your strength is indeed formidable. However, it is regrettable that your combat experience remains rather immature, rendering your lack of experience your most vulnerable armor. Qian Renxue gently shook his head, his words imbued with both pity and admonition. Yet, in response to this assessment, Kai merely offered a serene smile, one that seemed to harbor an enigmatic depth, causing an involuntary shiver to run through Qian Renxue's heart as he sensed an impending misfortune. Qian Renxue summoned a resplendent golden longsword in his palm, its blade shimmering with glorious radiance, akin to a divine relic fallen from the heavens. Carrying an unparalleled might as it resolutely sliced through the air, aimed directly ahead. However, this strike, infused with boundless power and honor, unexpectedly encountered an obstacle. Kai, with bare hands unprotected, gently grasped the exposed tip of the sword. This scene resembled the collision of stars and dust, both astonishing and profoundly moving. As a flicker of unusual color passed through Kai's profound eyes, he gradually applied more pressure, as if his palm contained a dark current capable of devouring light. Before long, the golden sword began to emit faint, crystalline sounds of cracking beneath his grasp, reminiscent of ancient legends where the seemingly indestructible faced the mockery of fate, slowly revealing its frail essence. With a thunderous sound, the resplendent golden holy sword in Qian Renxue's hand shattered instantaneously, transforming into a flurry of golden stardust, raining down and illuminating the ground with a beauty both exquisite and desolate. His eyes abruptly focused, intending to retreat. However, Kai's figure moved with a ghostly swiftness, surpassing the limits of Qian Renxue's reaction. A powerful and heavy fist struck Qian Renxue squarely on the forehead, its force akin to a thunderclap, capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Qian Renxue felt an irresistible power surge from the crown of his head, sending a tremor throughout his body, rendering him uncontrollable. Akin to a kite severed from its string, violently hurled away and ultimately landing in a state of disarray upon the ground. As the dust settled, 2 crimson streaks of blood meandered down his forehead, intertwining with the earth's dust, creating a striking contrast. In that moment, it felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving a blank void. The earlier determination and strategies were shattered by this sudden blow, replaced only by an endless haze of dizziness and confusion. The air around him seemed to solidify, and time appeared to slow to an extraordinary degree, allowing Qian Renxue to savor an unprecedented sense of defeat and powerlessness in that fleeting moment of emptiness. He gently touched his forehead, which felt burdened as if it bore 1,000 pounds, his eyes still lingering with a trace of lingering bewilderment. Clearly, that long-forgotten sensation of defeat surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring him in its depths, rendering him momentarily unable to extricate himself. His silhouette appeared particularly desolate in the dim light, reminiscent of a warrior forsaken by time, silently savoring the bitterness of defeat. Standing beside him, Kai's gaze sparkled with unmistakable mockery and delight as he regarded Qian Renxue's somewhat vacant expression, a surge of indescribable satisfaction welling up within him. Ah, old man, time spares no one, does it? You had no reason to evade that punch just now, he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. At his words, Qian Renxue's lips involuntarily twitched, forming a curve that mingled resignation and unwillingness. You indeed possess some skill, attacking with such unrelenting force and without mercy. His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a steadiness born of profound experience. Before his words could fully resonate, Qian Renxue's aura shifted dramatically. A brilliant light erupted from his profound eyes, as if stars were igniting within them. Moments later, the 9th soul ring upon him, a vibrant hue as red as blood, flared to life, illuminating the entire space in a crimson glow, akin to the most resplendent twilight. 9th soul skill, Angel's Descent. With his solemn and reverberating chant, an overwhelming force surged forth from his being, as if an angel truly descended from the heavens, bearing the divine radiance capable of purifying all and rendering judgment upon everything. As the 9th soul skill was unleashed with a thunderous roar, Douluo's form appeared entirely sanctified by the divine light. He transcended mere existence. Transforming into a majestic six-winged angel, his figure rising to touch the clouds, each wing unfurling expansively, shimmering with resplendent golden brilliance. In that moment, he resembled a deity of war descending from the celestial realm, wielding a sword that transcended the boundaries of the mortal world, now transformed into a colossal angelic sword. 100 meters in length, its tip pointed skyward, radiating a pure light capable of cleansing the world's impurities. The gaze of the six-winged angel pierced through the void, pinpointing Kai's distant figure with an unwavering intensity that transcended physical limitations, embodying an irresistible will. Gradually, it raised the colossal sword. Heavy as a mountain yet as agile as the wind, the golden radiance dancing along its blade, heralding the impending judgment. Without a trace of hesitation, the six-winged angel swung the sword downward, the motion fluid and solemn, akin to a deity executing a predetermined fate. Where the light of the sword passed, the air seemed to cleave in two, leaving behind a profound fissure that threatened to engulf all light, advancing directly towards Kai. This strike was not only the ultimate manifestation of power but also a supreme ode to conviction and resolve. On the ground, where the sword's radiance touched, a gaping abyss instantaneously opened, unfathomably deep, as if even space itself was severed by this blow, revealing unprecedented shock and might. The fierce battle between the two had long since broken free from the confines of the spirit city, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens. With only the deep chasm capable of containing their unleashed combat spirit and strength, Kai, with a lithe grace, sidestepped as if a dragon dancing upon the water, deftly evading the devastating edge of the giant blade wielded by the six-winged angel. With a mighty sweep of the colossal blade, even the distant, towering peaks trembled, leaving behind a striking fissure that showcased its unparalleled might. There was no escape. The angelic judgment resounded through the heavens, resonating with an undeniable authority and sanctity. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted from within him, soaring skyward as if overshadowing the very brilliance of the sun. The clouds, besieged by this divine force, scattered in retreat, revealing the long-forgotten azure of the sky. Soon after, a resplendent golden holy sword descended slowly from the depths of the clouds, its tip aimed directly at Kai, embodying the resolve and power to purify all evil. Standing firm upon the ground, Kai resembled a steadfast rock in the depths of the ocean, unwavering amidst the tumult of the world around him. His eyes were tightly closed, and a faint azure glow encircled him, seemingly harboring the boundless strength of the ocean, accumulating and condensing in rhythm with his breath. With each inhalation, his aura ascended, reaching a state of heart-stopping intensity. At that moment, even the profound blue mist enveloping Kai appeared to be quietly brewing a portent of transformation into a blazing red butterfly, signaling that his power was poised to transcend into a new realm. Abruptly, Kai's eyes opened, reminiscent of stars at dawn. A flash of brilliant blue light fleetingly emanating from the depths of his profound gaze. It was the essence of pure energy compressed to its utmost limit, silently brimming with potential. As his will surged, an invisible yet formidable air cannon erupted from every pore of his being, manifesting as a fierce blue lightning bolt that cleaved through the sky, aimed at the heavens. This air cannon not only encapsulated the vast might of nature, but also bore the indomitable spirit and resolve of Kai. Above in the celestial expanse, a colossal sword descended with earth-shattering force, its might capable of altering landscapes and shaking the very foundations of existence. Yet, before the air cannon, which had amassed ultimate power, the sword's ferocity had no choice but to temper. The two forces clashed violently in the air. The air cannon, akin to an invisible net, ensnared the giant sword, unleashing a brilliant display of light and a deafening roar. As time progressed, the air cannon, with its unique erosive power, gradually wore down the sword's solidity, while the sword, refusing to yield, attempted to cleave through its binding cage with its razor-sharp edge. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, space seemed to tear asunder, energy collapsing like a tidal wave before erupting in a breathtaking detonation. In that moment, within a radius of several miles, the world lost its hue, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The thunderous roar of the explosion resembled the tearing of the heavens, its immense power boundless. Even the distant Wuhuan city, hundreds of miles away, could not escape its wrath as a tempest surged forth, sweeping in with a cataclysmic force. In the narrow streets, the stalls of vendors were mercilessly swept away like autumn leaves, scattering across the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even the formidable Soul Emperor, with profound cultivation, found it necessary to retreat from the sudden tempest, appearing quite disheveled. At this moment, A tempest stirred within Qian Renxue's heart. The explosive force exceeded all expectations, rendering him momentarily unable to extricate himself from the shock. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure moved with unwavering resolve. With Kai's toes striking the resplendent forehead of the six-winged angel with the force of a thunderbolt, a crisp yet heavy crack echoed through the air, resonating like the wrath of a deity. The once majestic and sacred form of the six-winged angel began to fracture, intricate golden fissures spreading across its body, resembling the rifts of time, rapidly expanding until they engulfed its entirety, shattering its once unassailable majesty into fragments. Following this, a deafening explosion resonated as the colossal body of the six-winged angel crumbled under the weight of this irresistible force, transforming into countless dazzling yet shattered rays of light, dissipating into the heavens. Qian Renxue could scarcely withstand the impact of such power. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood, glimmering like rubies, fell, tearing through the tranquil sky. His figure instantly lost the grace and dignity of yore, resembling a kite severed from the thread of fate, helplessly descending toward the earth. This scene shocked every onlooker. Even the hastily approaching golden crocodile Douluo felt his pupils constrict, a wave of indescribable horror and unease surging within him. With no time to ponder further, the Qingluan Douluo beside the golden crocodile Douluo unfurled his form, akin to an arrow released from a bow, bursting forth with remarkable speed and strength. His martial soul manifested as a vibrant, winged Qingluan bird, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. Soaring into the skies and deftly catching the faltering body of Qian Renxue with precision. At this moment, Qian Renxue's figure appeared particularly desolate. The glamour of his past seemed to have been swept away by the raging wind, leaving only his battle-worn robe, speckled with dust. As a testament to the ferocity of the fight, a trace of unhealed blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the last glimmer of sunset, embodying both tragic beauty and a hint of indomitable resilience. Supported by the sturdy arm of the golden crocodile Douluo, Qian Renxue gradually straightened his back. That dignity and pride, though marred by defeat, had not faded in the slightest. His gaze was profound as he looked toward the advancing Kai, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance, an acknowledgement, an expectation for the successor. Our choices were not in vain. You have forged an unprecedented path in body cultivation, proving that the essence of power is not solely confined to martial souls. Qian Renxue's voice was deep and resonant, each word laden with immense weight, both a commendation for Kai and a steadfast affirmation of his own beliefs. As his solemn gaze turned toward Kai, his voice reverberated within the vast hall. Imbued with undeniable authority and solemnity, "Those of the offering hall, heed my command." These simple words resonated like the chimes of a morning bell and the beating of a drum at dusk, instantly capturing the attention of all present and foretelling that the ensuing discourse would carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. The other officiants, upon hearing this, collectively gathered their thoughts, clasped their fists, and inclined their bodies slightly, demonstrating the utmost respect and submission. Within the grand hall, the only sounds remaining were the gentle rustle of robes and the occasional whisper of the wind outside, intertwining to create a serene yet solemn tableau. Qian Renxue's gaze was both tender and resolute, as though it pierced through the river of time, locking onto Kai's vibrant and spirited eyes. I, Qian Renxue, as the grand officiant of the Hall of Officiants, the Arbiter Elder, and the Lord of the Douluo Hall, hereby solemnly declare that I entrust all the glory and responsibilities I have borne throughout my life into the hands of the illustrious Kai. His tone bore both a sense of closure regarding the past and a hopeful anticipation for the future, embodying a profound emotion that transcended generations, a selfless concern and trust from elder to junior. Little Kai, from this moment forth, you shall become the backbone of the Spirit Hall. The title of Grand Officiant, the authority of Arbiter Elder, and the responsibilities of the Lord of the Douluo Hall shall rest upon your shoulders. May you bear the weight of righteousness with unwavering resolve, guiding our Spirit Hall towards an even more splendid future. Qian Renxue's words, like a warm spring breeze, caressed Kai's heart, stirring ripples of emotion that echoed throughout the solemn hall. This moment marked not merely a transfer of power but the continuation of a legacy spanning millennia. The proclamation struck like a sudden thunderclap, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. Despite the clarity established prior to their confrontation, hearing this decisive declaration spoken aloud felt like a chilling gust sweeping through their souls, prompting involuntary shivers. At this moment, even the golden crocodile Douluo could not conceal a flicker of astonishment on his face, though it swiftly transformed into profound respect. He moved slightly, clasped his fists, and slowly lifted them to his chest, performing a solemn bow towards Kai, his voice imbued with undeniable sincerity. I pay my respects to the grand officiant. Following the lead of the golden crocodile Douluo, the other 5 officiants mimicked his actions, bending or bowing in gestures that conveyed their boundless reverence and acknowledgement of the newly appointed grand officiant. The air was thick with an ineffable gravity and solemnity, as if time itself had frozen in that moment to witness the formal transfer of power and status. Dragging his injured body forward, Qian Renxue gently patted Kai's shoulder. Now that 3 of the 4 spirit halls are under your command, you are free to pursue your plans and intentions, Qian Renxue stated earnestly. Kai pondered briefly and ultimately chose not to conceal his intentions from Qian Renxue. I plan to undertake a thorough cleansing of the spirit hall, unifying the currently fractured state of affairs. Upon hearing this, even Qian Renxue regarded him with surprise. Kai's words were unmistakable. To effectuate change, a cleansing was imperative. Such endeavors often demand a toll of lives. Foreseeing the impending turmoil within the spirit hall, he added, I intend to abolish Bibi Dong's position as Pope, Kai solemnly proclaimed. Chapter 54, 1 verses 7. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd round of the preliminary matches, featuring the Beast Academy against the Spirit Soul Academy, is about to commence. Let us extend a warm welcome to the competitors of both teams. As the host's voice faded, he gracefully navigated the dazzling flying soul guide, tracing a splendid arc through the air, a fervor that seemed capable of igniting the very sky itself. The audience's emotions were instantly ignited, their applause erupting like thunder, reverberating throughout the arena, as if even the stars above were shaken by this formidable energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. First to take the stage was the Beast Academy, a formidable team comprised of 1 Soul Master and 6 Soul Emperors. Let us welcome them with resounding applause. As soon as the host's words fell, a surge of enthusiasm swept through the spectator stands, applause roaring like a tempest, shaking every inch of space, as if the very air was rippling with anticipation and fervor. The members of the Beast Academy, clad in uniform battle attire, marched forth with resolute and powerful steps, akin to a pride of tigers emerging from the forest, stepping onto the arena that would determine their glory. Adorning their chest was a gleaming tiger-shaped emblem, not merely a symbol of their academy, but a testament to the unquenchable flame within them, burning with a thirst for victory and a steadfast pursuit of honor. This emblem served as both their badge of identity and the imprint of their souls, resonating with their unwavering faith with every heartbeat. As the Beast Academy positioned themselves on the battlefield, the host's magnetic voice resonated once more. Now, let us welcome the elite members of the Spirit Soul Academy with even greater applause. At this declaration, the crowd erupted, applause and cheers intertwining into a fervent sea, more tumultuous than before, nearly threatening to overturn the heavens. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, resembled a leopard of the night, her figure lithe and powerful, each inch of fabric hugging her streamlined form, showcasing an awe-inspiring beauty of strength. Her gaze was cold and resolute, as if she had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. Following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing were 6 others, Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Sun Xuanao, Zhang Ping, and Suyu, each possessing formidable soul power yet willingly choosing to become her shadow in this moment. For this spectacle was destined to be a stage for Zhu Zhuqing's solo performance. As both teams stepped onto the battlefield, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. The host stood tall upon the platform, his voice booming and magnetic, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, echoing throughout the entire arena. Both teams are now in position, each granted 1 minute to summon their soul powers. No sooner had the host's words settled than the captain of the Beast Academy boldly revealed his soul rings. Zhang San, Martial Soul, Mighty Bull, Level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Zhang Si, Martial Soul, Golden Armored Turtle, Level 38 Defense System Soul Emperor. Zhang Wu, Martial Soul, Earth-Shattering Bull, Level 38 Assault System Soul Emperor. Zhang Lu, Martial Soul, Dual-Faced Mandarin Duck, Level 37 Support System Soul Emperor. Zheng Qi, Martial Soul, Mandis, Level 37 Agility System Soul Emperor. Zhang Ba, Martial Soul, Colorful Black Horse, Level 36 Agility System Soul Emperor. Zhang Jiao, the soul of the colorful winged swallow, a Level 35 Healing Spirit, dazzled the audience as they beheld a team of 6 soul masters accompanied by a soul scholar. This assembly, in their perception, radiated formidable strength. However, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, the other members of the Wuhuan Academy retreated to the periphery of the arena, leaving her solitary on the battlefield. In reverence to their opponent, Zhu Zhuqing commenced her spirit summoning, announcing her Wuhuan. Zhu Zhuqing, with the Wuhuan of the Nether Spirit Cat, stood as a level 54 agility-focused Spirit King. The manifestation of her yellow, purple, and black soul rings elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. As the crowd remained entranced in disbelief, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully initiated her movements. Akin to a phantom in the dark night, instantly shattering the tranquility of the air as she penetrated the seemingly impenetrable formation of the Beast Academy team. Her actions were both ethereal and fierce, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition, catching her opponents off guard. In the blink of an eye, the Beast Academy's organized array was rendered chaotic by her deft maneuvering, akin to leaves scattered by a tempest, stripped of their previous order and majesty. With her fifth soul skill, Nether Shadow Connection, and a calm yet resolute whisper, the arena was suddenly filled with dozens of Zhu Zhuqing's illusions. Each figure was graceful yet exuded an undeniable aura of lethality, resembling the most deadly dancers beneath the night's veil, every movement imbued with a chilling power. The illusions navigated through light and shadow, their sharp claws reflecting a disquieting glimmer in the sunlight, each ray akin to the scythe of death whispering ominously. Merely the sight of them evoked a frigid dread, as if one stood on the precipice of an abyss, feeling the icy gaze from another realm. Zhang Sen suddenly roared like thunder, his aura surging, and the third soul ring illuminated. Third soul skill, rampant charge. With this bellow, his form appeared infused with primordial strength. Muscles bulging as he expanded severfold, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Ethereal yet fierce bull horns materialized upon his shoulders, adding a wild ferocity to his presence. Driven by this might, Zhang Sen transformed into an unstoppable boulder, charging mercilessly toward Zhu Zhuqing with apocalyptic force. Yet, in that thunderous moment, the tide of battle shifted quietly. Each of Zhu Zhuqing's strikes sent her opponents tumbling from the arena, and within the span of mere moments, only Zhang Sen remained. Zhu Zhuqing stood resolute. Enveloped in subtle waves of soul power, her profound eyes shimmering with wisdom and composure, as if she had foreseen every development. Faced with Zhang San's overwhelming charge, she exhibited no fear. Instead, a serene smile graced her lips, suggesting she had devised a strategy. Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette flickered like a specter, gliding past the periphery of Zhang San's vision, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. As Zhang San was jolted back to reality, a sharp pain began to pierce his back, akin to a flurry of icy needles. He hastily turned around, only to behold 3 horrifying gashes marring his back, blood trickling slowly along the contours of his skin, creating a scene that elicited a profound sense of dread. When his gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's, an inexplicable fear washed over him, his eyes reflecting both shock and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Zhu Zhuqing, at that moment, appeared as a spectral envoy emerging from the abyss. Surrounded by an undeniable aura of power, her third soul ring igniting with a menacing glow. With a chilling whisper, she invoked her third soul skill, the Nether Slash. As her voice resonated, the air seemed to tear open an invisible rift, and in an instant, her figure materialized directly in front of Zhang San. Her razor-sharp nails, infused with soul power, glimmered with a ghostly light under the moon's illumination, mercilessly lunging towards his chest. With a soft yet dreadful sound, the air itself seemed to freeze. Zhang San's chest was violently rent open, exposing bone, as blood gushed forth, staining his garments and accentuating the resolute coldness in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. As Zhang San staggered and ultimately fell to the ground, the fierce battle ebbed away like a receding tide, signaling its conclusion. The host's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he gazed upon the dramatic scene on the arena, his voice trembling with excitement. Incredible! The Spirit Soul Academy, crowned with glory. Zhu Zhuqing has achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating 7 opponents in this tournament. These words ignited a fervor akin to wildfire, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the venue to a boiling point. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the name of the Spirit Soul Academy echoing in every mouth, transforming into the loudest anthem of praise. Hulaina gracefully wove through the crowd, her face alight with genuine joy and pride as she embraced Zhu Zhuqing tightly. Zhuqing, I knew you could do it. Her voice brimmed with encouragement and admiration, making their friendship appear all the more precious in that moment. Then, Xiaoyu slowly entered this warm yet exhilarating scene. Come, we may not need to compete in the upcoming preliminaries. After leaving the arena, perhaps due to the subtle and profound resonance among the spirits, Zhu Zhuqing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's complex and inscrutable gaze. At that moment, Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor, moving with unwavering resolve, advancing towards Zhu Zhuqing with an undeniable aura of determination, each step resonating with a sense of inevitability. Everyone, please hold on. His deep and powerful voice cut through the crowd's noise, echoing like the morning bell and evening drum, distinctly reaching every ear and halting Zhu Juqing's departing steps. Hu Laina frowned slightly at the golden-haired man blocking their path, her displeasure evident. However, Dai Mubai appeared entirely unfazed by Hu Laina's glare, keeping his focus solely on Zhu Juqing. "Are you Zhu Juqing?" Dai Mubai appeared to be inquiring. Yet his tone bore no semblance of a genuine question. Zhu Juqing remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Why did you flee back then?" Dai Mubai's voice was nearly frenzied with desperation. Ma Hongjun rushed forward, grasping Dai Mubai's arm. "Boss Dai, what madness has overtaken you?" Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to Ma Hongjun's urgent pleas. His eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed upon Zhu Juqing. He clutched her shoulders with a grip as unyielding as iron, his voice hoarse and desolate, as though he wished to penetrate every particle of air. "Why did you run away?" Within that anguished roar lay an abyss of torment and confusion, rendering the atmosphere around them dense with tension. Zhu Juqing was momentarily stunned by this unexpected frenzy, though startled. She surprisingly refrained from resisting, gazing intently at this figure she once knew so well, her eyes reflecting a twinge of complex emotion. At that critical moment, Yan's presence surged forth like a panther, unwilling to witness Zhu Juqing's distress. With a fierce wind from his punch, he struck Dai Mubai's cheek with undeniable force, resulting in a resounding thud. Taken off guard, Dai Mubai staggered back from the sudden blow, a vivid imprint of a fist appearing on his face. The pain briefly restored his clarity, yet his heart swelled with bitterness and rage. What madness is this? Just as the spark of conflict threatened to ignite, the long-silent Zhu Juqing stepped forward resolutely, her voice piercing through the taut air like a clear spring. "Yan, enough. This matter is a personal entanglement between him and me." Her words carried a resolute finality, her gaze locking onto Dai Mubai's eyes, which were now suffused with red-hot anger, as if she could discern the storm brewing within. "If you wish to know, then follow me." With that, Zhu Juqing gracefully turned, her steps light as she entered the nearby deep and enigmatic woods, her silhouette exuding an undeniable air of solitary defiance. Yin attempted to follow, but was subtly restrained by Xie Yu's hand on his shoulder, an unspoken gesture of reassurance and trust. "Yin, we must grant her sufficient space. Moreover, do not forget, Juqing, as a Soul King, possesses powers far beyond that of a mere soul ancestor. She knows her own limits." Yet, Yin still wished to voice his thoughts. But Xie Yu had already begun to lead him away. The two arrived in the grove, where Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Juqing was fraught with complexity. In contrast, Zhu Juqing's eyes remained tranquil, devoid of any turbulence, as if she regarded the situation with detached calm. "Dai Mubai, do not look at me with such eyes. We are not engaged." Zhu Juqing's tone remained icy. This statement effectively stifled the words Dai Mubai was about to utter. "Very well, but you must tell me why you left." Zhu Juqing regarded Dai Mubai's current state and sighed before responding. "Did you not also flee? Since you escaped, why could I not do the same?" Upon the utterance of those words, Dai Mubai found himself momentarily rendered speechless. After all, it was indeed Dai Mubai who had wished to flee at that time, and he had even taken action to do so, albeit unsuccessfully 5 times, each attempt culminating in his capture. "If you are unwilling to confront this together with me, then why do you harbor disappointment at my side? Dai Mubai, do you truly believe that I long for the position of the crown princess, the extravagant revelries, and the life of opulence in Soto City? Are you not captivated by it?" Each question posed by Zhu Juqing left Dai Mubai at a loss for words. Yet, despite knowing he was in the wrong, he, as a man, did not concede to any fault. Perhaps from the moment of his birth, Dai Mubai had regarded Zhu Juqing as his possession. "Yes, even if I was the one who betrayed you first, does that absolve you of any wrongdoing? Why did you follow that law enforcement elder away in the first place? Regardless of how unworthy I may be, you are still my fiancée." Dai Mubai articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Yet, in response to such a Dai Mubai, Zhu Juqing could only manage a bitter smile. "Indeed, no matter how unworthy you may be, what does it matter to me? Our betrothal has not been formalized. Merely a verbal agreement without any substantial ceremony." Chapter 55. The Ambitions of the Shrek 4 Idiots, Capturing the Remnants of Dreams. "You need not feign camaraderie with me here. I am already aware of your every move in Soto City," Zhu Juqing stated flatly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. At that moment, Dai Mubai was so taken aback that words escaped him. If there was anything he wished to keep from Zhu Juqing, it was undoubtedly the decadence of Soto City. As Zhu Juqing turned to leave, Dai Mubai could not bear to let her go without protest. He swiftly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Wait. No sooner had he spoken than an undeniable tension filled the air. Zhu Zhuqing's response was lightning fast. She deftly twisted her wrist, and the soul power coalescing at her fingertips transformed into sharp claws, silently leaving 3 ghastly crimson marks upon Dai Mubai's sturdy chest. This sudden turn of events caused Dai Mubai's gaze to constrict, disbelief flickering within his pupils, and his body involuntarily staggered backward, as if an invisible force had abruptly withdrawn its support. This scene quietly unfolded before the watchful eyes of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar, who were concealed in the shadows. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions revealing shock and concern. Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun was the first to speak, urgency and care lacing his tone. Tang San and Oscar quickly joined him, encircling Dai Mubai, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Tang San's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure towards Zhu Zhuqing evident in his demeanor. He spoke in a low voice. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, even if you harbor deep-seated grievances against Dai Mubai, he is still your nominal fiancé. In both sentiment and reason, this treatment seems excessively harsh. In Tang San's words, there exists an undeniable righteousness, as he habitually adopts the moral high ground to castigate others. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely curled her lips in a subtle smirk, tinged with a hint of derisive skepticism. With one hand resting lightly on her waist, her brows slightly furrowed and her gaze piercing, she remarked, Tang San, I am well aware of your esteemed name. Teacher Kai once remarked that you are one who is accustomed to standing atop a pedestal, centered solely on yourself. Though her voice was soft, each word resonated with an undeniable force, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil surface, sending ripples cascading outward. Tang San silently pondered the name of Teacher Kai, his heart stirred by a sudden gust, as memories unfurled like ripples in a pond, inevitably leading him to think of Maito Kai. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's usually placid demeanor was marred by turbulent waves, as if an invisible force had distorted his features, revealing an inner tumult that he found difficult to suppress. He struggled to inhale deeply, attempting to confine the surging anger within, yet the emotions continued to churn beneath the surface, resisting complete quelling. Are you referring to that scoundrel, Maito Kai? Despite his efforts to maintain composure, each word was laced with suppressed fury, with even the slightest tremor betraying his inner discontent. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing observed the shift with a slight furrow of her elegant brows, a flicker of scarcely perceptible displeasure passing through her eyes. She understood Tang San's usual steadiness and restraint. His current disarray was undoubtedly triggered by the mere mention of Teacher Kai. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing softly uttered, savoring the name as if each syllable concealed untold stories. A playful smile gradually adorned her lips as she fixed her gaze upon Tang San, her tone teasing. Oh, are you the Tang San who was trampled underfoot by Teacher Kai 8 years ago in the soul-hunting forest? At her words, Tang San's heart stirred with a surge of memories, the floodgates of recollection swinging wide open. He needed no further inquiry to ascertain that the Teacher Kai spoken of was indeed the one who had indelibly etched a profound mark upon his heart, intertwining hatred with the recollection of Maito Kai. The name Maito Kai cuts like a sharp blade, each recollection inflicting a profound anguish upon him. It embodies the indelible shadow that haunts Tang San, a reminder of witnessing his mentor's demise due to his own actions. And it bears the heavy burden of his father's mysterious disappearance. All these threads lead back to that formidable adversary. In this moment, Tang San's eyes ignited as if ablaze, flickering with uncontrollable fury and resentment. As he deftly twirled his fingers, several strands of chilling light emerged stealthily from his waist, silver needles poised to pierce the stillness of the air. Suddenly, a subtle wave of air rippled from behind Zhu Zhuqing. In an instant, the figures of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin materialized like phantoms behind her, intensifying the already palpable tension in the atmosphere. Yin appeared to be enveloped in an invisible inferno, every inch of his skin radiating a fervent heat. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tang San, exuding an unmistakable resolve. Any slightest movement from his opponent would unleash a tempest of fiery onslaught. Xiaoyu, as the leader of this trio, stepped forward with a steady gait, positioning himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing, effectively obstructing the exchange of glances between the two parties. His voice, deep and magnetic, sliced through the taut atmosphere. You are from the Shrek team, are you not? If there are grievances, let them be resolved in the competition. Any conflict here will result in disqualification. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing is a member of our Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. I will not tolerate anyone bullying her. Faced with the immense pressure from the trio, Tang San calmly sheathed the silver needles. He exchanged glances with his companions, their shared grievances and frustrations transforming into silent sighs, swallowed in quiet resignation. In this moment, reason, as cold as iron, reminded them that this was not the time for impulsive actions. As the oppressive silence permeated every corner, Tang Xin finally spoke, his eyes gleaming with determination and resolve, turning toward Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, those four are all soul kings, their strength unfathomable. But remember, we must emerge victorious in this battle. His voice, though soft, resonated with conviction, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions like a fire on a winter's day. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai instinctively pressed his hand against the painful wound from their previous battle, yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity, as if this pain had become a testament to his resilience. He gently patted Tang San's shoulder, a gesture imbued with both comfort and encouragement. Little San, no matter how treacherous the road ahead or how formidable the foes we face, we, the Shrek Seven Devils, have always fought side by side, unafraid. Let this battle be our testament, proving to all that we shall reclaim our honor. A week later, following the revelation of the Soul King's strength by the Spirit Hall Academy, the subsequent 2 days saw every opposing academy opting for forfeiture. Consequently, throughout the preliminary rounds, the Spirit Hall Academy engaged in combat only once. In the lounge of the Soul Master Academy, Yin lay exhausted upon the sofa. After a week of inactivity, he had once again been drawn out by Xiaoyu for sparring today, resulting in a rather inevitable defeat at the hands of Xiaoyu. Just as Yin succumbed to self-doubt, the door to the lounge creaked open, and Xiaoyu entered, exuding an undeniable authority. His gaze swept across the faces of his teammates, observing their post-battle weariness, and he could not help but furrow his brow. He then raised a fist to his lips and emitted a low yet commanding cough. Ahem, everyone. Rally yourselves. Do not forget, Teacher Kai will be here shortly. These words seemed to imbue the room with an invisible force that instantly pierced through the somber air and fatigue. At the mere mention of the stern yet benevolent Teacher Kai, the team members' eyes sparkled anew, reminiscent of tender shoots nourished by morning dew, as they straightened their backs and donned expressions of determination and anticipation. On the once bustling, expansive streets of Tiando City, Kai's steps appeared leisurely. Yet each stride was imbued with subtle intent. Initially, he reveled in this tranquility as if the entire world were yielding to him. However, gradually, an indescribable sense of unease crept into his heart. The surroundings began to distort subtly, the air shimmered with delicate ripples, akin to the surface of a lake shrouded in morning mist, or the indistinct edges of a dream. The street, which should have been teeming with life and vibrancy, now felt as if it had been brushed by an invisible hand, transforming into emptiness and silence, save for the whispers of the wind weaving through the alleys. A warning bell rang in Kai's mind, prompting him to gather his focus. He slowed his pace, appearing casual, yet he was secretly on high alert, every nuanced movement betraying his extraordinary acuity and composure. Just as he was about to step beyond the city gates into the unknown, he abruptly halted, facing the desolate street. His voice steady and resonant. Come forth, friend. Surely you are weary from your pursuit. As these words left his lips, the air seemed to solidify, followed by a chilling presence that seeped from the void, accompanied by a low, gravelly voice. Reminiscent of a call from the depths, the leading instructor of the Soul Master Academy indeed lives up to his reputation, even in this silent street. You can detect my presence. This voice carried both admiration and a barely perceptible threat, shrouding the entire scene in an enigmatic veil. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Choice 1. Eliminate the Remnant Dreamer and acquire a complete set of spiritual soul bones. Choice 2. Subdue the Remnant Dreamer and acquire a complete set of spiritual soul bones. The long-awaited trigger of a choice stirred something within Kai, for it had been nearly 2 years since he last encountered such an opportunity. With a casual flick of his wrist, he seemed to engage in an elegant prelude. Then he reached into the void, and the previously intangible air appeared to be gently stirred by an unseen hand, causing the ensuing sounds to suddenly grow sluggish. He exerted a slight force, as if extracting strands from the void, and forcibly drew Shinian from the air. At that moment, Shinian's expression was one of utter shock. His face was tightly grasped by Kai's hand, which seemed to harbor boundless strength, contorting his features slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a desperate struggle. He exerted every ounce of his strength, attempting to break free from this sudden constraint, but Kai's grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly anchoring him at the precipice of reality. The remnants of a dream, Shinian, the martial spirit nightmare, a level 76 soul sage, vice president of Songhue Academy. My information is still accurate, is it not? Kai's voice was low and magnetic, each word precisely striking Shinian's heart, sending ripples across its surface. His gaze was profound, as if he could perceive the deepest secrets of the human soul, fixated unwaveringly on Shinian, leaving him no room for evasion. Yet Shinian remained engulfed in the shock of his own illusion being mercilessly torn apart. The sudden blow nearly caused him to forget any notion of resistance, merely allowing the tumultuous emotions of disbelief to surge within him, refusing to subside. How could you possibly shatter my illusion? How could you capture my true form? Is it truly so difficult? In the face of absolute power, any means are futile, Kai stated matter-of-factly. Observing Shinian's terrified demeanor, he continued, to be honest, I find it rather admirable, but I do not appreciate fools. The audacity to attempt an assassination against me leaves me genuinely concerned for the higher-ups of Songhue Academy. Under Kai's irresistible power, Shinian was like a leaf swept away by a tempest, helplessly crashing to the cold ground, his limbs struggling futilely, only adding to the air of despair. At that moment, time seemed to freeze until Kai coldly released his grip, allowing him to plummet into the abyss of fate. In the fleeting moment on the brink of life and death, Shinian finally discerned the chilling undertone in Kai's words, an unprecedented fear piercing through his heart like ice. Before he could regain his balance, he found himself kneeling involuntarily, the sound of his knees striking the ground heavy and despairing, mirroring his current state of mind. His forehead struck the hard surface forcefully, each impact proclaiming his submission. Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. His voice was laced with a blend of fear of death and a yearning for life, each word sincere, each phrase heartfelt, all in hopes of securing a sliver of mercy from Kai's unpredictable whims. With the illusion shattered, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Not enough, Kai replied coolly. Shinian, being a clever man, immediately recognized the necessity for a response. He raised 3 fingers in a vow, declaring, I, Shinian, swear by my martial spirit to follow you from this moment forth. Should I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may my martial spirit shatter and my life extinguish. In other realms, such a vow might be easily disregarded. Yet, this is the Douluo Continent, a world governed by the celestial laws, where swearing an oath with one's martial spirit incurs severe penalties if broken. Pray tell, whose idea was it to assassinate me? Surely, it cannot be that you conceived this notion due to some lapse of judgment? Kai inquired. His concern for the intelligence of the individual who proposed such a scheme was palpable, after all. The leading teacher from the Martial Spirit Academy must at least be a soul Douluo. Sending someone of merely level 76, regardless of how peculiar their martial spirit may be, would render the prospect of successful assassination across such a vast chasm of power utterly improbable. Your Excellency, my objective this time is to eliminate a person named Tang San, as our academy is set to face Shrek Academy in the upcoming match, the subordinate reported. Tang San? Kai pondered, stroking his chin as he regarded the sycophantic figure before him. To assassinate Tang San? I am uncertain whether to deem you clever or foolish. Do you truly believe that by eliminating Tang San, the Songhue Academy will ascend? What if we encounter the Iron Armor Academy next? Will you resort to assassination once more? I dare say that even the old curmudgeon, Hu Yinxian, would not spare you. With a gentle turn, Kai's gaze deepened like a frigid pool, sweeping over the prostrate figure of his subordinate. His voice bore a chilling detachment. You may withdraw. I shall act as though I have not witnessed this. As for the subsequent matters concerning Songhue Academy, you are well aware and need not my further discourse. His commanding presence instilled a tremor in the subordinate, who was drenched in cold sweat, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of authority. Once Kai's figure receded into the distance, the subordinate dared to rise slowly, legs still quaking, his heart filled with a sense of survival and an awe for the inexplicable power that had just been displayed. Kai did not hasten to return to the Martial Spirit Academy's lounge. Instead, he sauntered toward the residence of the Tiando royal family. Just as he approached the imposing entrance, 2 guards clad in resplendent armor stood like sentinels, their long spears crossed before him, forming an insurmountable barrier. They politely yet firmly obstructed his path. This is the residence of His Highness the Crown Prince. Entry is prohibited without invitation, one of the guards declared, standing tall as a pine tree, his tone infused with undeniable authority. Kai's gaze swept over them, revealing a barely perceptible flicker of indifference in his eyes, yet he maintained his composure. Aware that this place was extraordinary, he sheathed his brilliance and adopted a humble demeanor, bowing deeply to the guard with earnest words. Might I trouble you, good sir, to convey my request? Please inform His Highness that an old acquaintance, a Kai, seeks an urgent audience. A Kai? The guard's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the name, which seemed to resonate faintly in his mind, though it failed to immediately awaken any memories. After confirming that there was no direct association with the individual in his memory, he remained steadfast in his duties and turned to report. As the footsteps of the guards faded into the distance, the surrounding air seemed to take on a faint hue of anticipation and mystery. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and a hurried figure stepped inside. Indeed, it was the soldier who had rushed to deliver the news. His gaze swiftly swept across the room, immediately capturing the sight of the Prince Xueqinghe, who sat gracefully at the center, exuding an extraordinary aura, alongside the serene Ningfengji, the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Leisurely sipping tea with an air of calm detachment, the soldier paused momentarily, then knelt on one knee, clasping his fist with a tone of reverence and solemnity. I pay my respects to His Highness the Prince and to Master Ning. I bear urgent news to report. Xueqinghe's brow furrowed ever so slightly, while he felt a twinge of displeasure at this unexpected interruption. His upbringing as the heir apparent quickly tempered his emotions, allowing him to maintain a courteous and refined smile. What matter is so pressing? Speak freely. His voice was gentle yet resonant, akin to a spring breeze, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the soldier bowed his head even lower, his tone growing more respectful. In response to Your Highness, there is a man named Kai seeking an audience outside. Just then, a sudden rumble echoed, as if the heavens had split open, unleashing a deafening clap of thunder, coinciding perfectly with the utterance of the name Kai. This unexpected sound stirred a tempest within Xueqinghe's heart, sending ripples of emotion coursing through him. His inner excitement was almost uncontrollable. Even the faint tremor within him, as delicate as a spring breeze brushing over a lake's surface, was concealed beneath his calm exterior. A feat of remarkable self-control that eluded even the astute Ningfengji. Quickly, please invite him in. Xueqinghe's voice was deep and resolute, each word laced with undeniable power, as if he possessed a spell that instantly quelled the subtle turbulence in the room. At his command, the guard bowed once more and stepped out of the chamber with assured footsteps, leaving behind an air of tranquility and unresolved enigmas. Ningfengji's keen gaze swept over Xueqinghe's countenance, detecting a barely perceptible anomaly that stirred a flicker of concern in his heart. Your Highness, might you be feeling unwell due to the recent burdens of state affairs? His voice was gentle and considerate, imbued with genuine concern for Xueqinghe, yet still respectful of his station as a subject. Xueqinghe turned to Ningfengji. Teacher, you may call me Qinghe. It is merely the sight of an old friend that stirs my emotions. A subtle curiosity flickered in Ningfengji's eyes as he contemplated the old friend mentioned by Xueqinghe, sensing the significance of one who could evoke such uncharacteristic feelings in the esteemed prince, undoubtedly of remarkable stature. Before long, the door was gently pushed open once more, as if the door of time itself had creaked ajar, drawing the attention of both individuals within the room towards the figure poised to cross the threshold. A subtle tension and anticipation lingered in the air. As the footsteps drew nearer, Kai's figure slowly emerged, and in that moment, Xueqinghe could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within, his body trembling slightly. Yearning to rise in greeting, yet restrained by the presence of Ningfengji, he maintained the decorum and composure expected in such circumstances. Ningfengji, the esteemed master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Kai, a flicker of undeniable astonishment flashing in his eyes, his pupils narrowing slightly as if stirred by an unseen force. To his surprise, the newcomer was the leading instructor from the Spirit Hall Academy, a young elder of the Spirit Hall, which left him both impressed and in awe. Ningfengji rose to extend his greetings, despite the tumult of emotions within. He knew the importance of appearances at this juncture. Upon encountering Ningfengji, Kai felt a tinge of surprise, yet adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he refrained from undermining the esteemed figure. I did not expect the illustrious Master Ning to be present here. It is a pleasure indeed. The two exchanged pleasantries, each elevating the other, leaving no room for critique in their cordial exchange. Qinghe, how do you know this elder from the Spirit Hall? Ningfengji inquired jovially, though internally he had already steeled himself for what was to come. In response, Xueqinghe rose from his seat. Master, do you recall that I mentioned encountering a 10,000-year soul beast while hunting for my 4th soul ring? It was precisely at that moment that Brother Kai fortuitously passed by and saved me. Had it not been for his timely intervention, there would be no current Prince of Heaven-Do, Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe's answer left no room for criticism, expressing gratitude towards Kai while highlighting the significance of their bond. Kai settled into his seat, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, his gaze laced with amusement as he casually turned to Ning Fingji and asked softly, "Master Ning, do you have a favorite team for this upcoming competition?" Ning Fingji, upon hearing this, allowed a warm smile to grace his lips, his eyes shimmering with an imperceptible depth. He did not shy away from the question, but answered candidly, "Indeed, there is one team I hold in high regard, Shrek Academy, which happens to be the current place of study for my youngest daughter." "Oh, Shrek Academy?" Kai leaned back slightly in his chair, an expression of surprise crossing his face. "As far as I know, even the exceptionally talented Tang San from Shrek Academy has only attained the rank of a 44th level Soul Master, whereas our Spirit Hall Academy boasts the presence of a Soul King." Ning Fingji chuckled lightly, his smile reflecting both pride in his daughter's academy and anticipation for the challenges ahead. Though Shrek Academy may not possess a renowned name, they are often capable of unforeseen feats. The level of soul power does not solely determine the true strength of a team. In my observation, their synergy, indomitable spirit, and fervent desire for victory are of greater importance. In this arena, any miracle is possible, since Master Ning holds Shrek Academy in such high regard. How about we engage in a wager? A glimmer of playful intrigue flickered in Kai's eyes, resembling a casual inquiry yet simultaneously affirming. "A wager? How shall we bet?" Ning Fingji feigned ignorance as he spoke. With a light chuckle, Kai replied, "I wager that the champion of this tournament will be the Wuhuan Academy. Should I lose, the enforcement team of the Wuhuan Hall shall vacate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's premises. Additionally, regarding the 4 soul bones bestowed upon the victor of the tournament, I shall personally offer 3 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, I will provide information about a 10,000-year transformation soul beast in my personal capacity." "Master Ning, how crucial is a transformation 10,000-year soul beast?" "Surely, I need not elaborate." Kai had laid his sincerity bare, and now it was up to Ning Fingji to make his decision. Listening to the terms of the wager proposed by Kai, it must be said that Ning Fingji felt a stirring within. Not only would the enforcement team retreat from the 7 Treasure City, but the 3 ancient soul bones were a tremendous boon, particularly as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could not simply bestow such gifts upon others. Moreover, the prospect of a transformation 10,000-year soul beast was exceedingly rare. It was common knowledge that soul masters with a 10,000-year soul ring stood in stark contrast to those without one, let alone a 10,000-year transformation soul beast, which would undoubtedly yield a 10,000-year soul ring and a corresponding soul bone. Thus, winning against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely secure at least 5 soul bones exceeding 10,000 years in age, alongside a 10,000-year soul ring. Not to mention decades of stability for the 7 Treasure City. Ning Fingji pondered whether such an opportunity would arise only once in a lifetime. Was his investment in Tang San truly worth the entirety of his resources? After a moment's reflection, Ning Fingji resolutely nodded. "Very well, I accept this wager. Should Shrek Academy triumph, I trust the elders will fulfill today's promise. Of course, should Shrek Academy falter, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would unconditionally bestow 4 soul bones exceeding 10,000 years to the Wuhuan Hall, and in addition, I shall personally wager 100 million gold soul coins." "Master Ning, you are aware of what the Wuhuan Hall desires." Kai, unusually serious, fixed his gaze intently upon Ning Fingji. "Let us not speak merely of soul bones and gold soul coins. Should I win, the future plans of the Wuhuan Hall shall not be interfered with by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, correct?" Kai has articulated the essence of his words quite clearly, and the cunning Ning Fingji certainly cannot be oblivious to their meaning. The Spirit Hall has long harbored ambitions of dominating the continent, a fact that is well understood by the 3 major sects and the 2 great empires alike. In the forthcoming actions of the Spirit Hall, it is imperative to avoid opposition. To put it plainly, it is akin to signing a covert treaty with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, a ripple suddenly emerged in the air. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man appeared behind Ning Fingji. He was none other than the Douluo, one of the 2 guardian Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned for his 95th level cultivation and regarded as the continent's foremost defensive Douluo. "Fingji, we both recognize the Spirit Hall's ambitions. We must not acquiesce." The Bone Douluo urged, his gaze shifting anxiously toward the bystander, Shueqinghe. "Uncle Bone, I have my own considerations." Although Ning Fengji's expression remained largely unperturbed, he contemplated briefly before directing his focus toward Shueqinghe. "Your Highness." Ning Fengji refrained from addressing him as Qinghe, signifying that he was conversing in his capacity as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "What is your intent?" Shueqinghe, perceptive as always, discerned the shift in Ning Fengji's tone, and being a wily fox himself, he was not inclined to continue this charade. Teacher, I believe this is unwise. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback by Xue Qinghe's response. Although the promises made by the Spirit Hall could cultivate a powerful figure in a short time, Xue Qinghe's words only solidified Ning Fengji's resolve. Though he did not clarify his stance at that moment. I understand. Let us cease the discussion of the wager here. Uncle Bone, we shall take our leave. With that, Ning Fengji rose to depart. Xue Qinghe intended to see him off but was detained by Kai, who engaged him in conversation. Ning Fengji had made his choice clear. Both were crafty individuals who had grasped his intentions without explicit rejection, thus tacitly agreeing. After all, Ning Fengji still held the position of the Crown Prince's mentor, destined to become the future national master of the Tiando Empire. Openly acquiescing to the Spirit Hall's demands would yield no benefits for either the Spirit Hall or the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Just as Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo were leaving, a golden light suddenly illuminated Xue Qinghe's form. Subsequently, Qian Renxue gracefully emerged from that golden glow. Noticing Kai's unwavering gaze, she felt a mix of amusement and irritation, just as she prepared to inquire about his intentions. Kai stepped forward and drew Qian Renxue into his embrace. The soft sensation enveloped her, stirring ripples within Kai's heart, akin to the blossoming peach blossoms of spring, vibrant yet elusive. He inhaled deeply, the delicate fragrance of Qian Renxue enveloping him like a flower in a misty valley at dawn, subtle yet captivating, stirring the strings of his heart and tinting his gaze with a hint of enchantment and intoxication. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed, reminiscent of the early morning clouds, both bashful and infused with an indescribable anticipation. She did not resist this sudden intimacy. Rather, she embraced it with an almost acquiescent demeanor, allowing Kai's embrace to become her steadfast refuge in that moment. Yet, as time quietly flowed, that pure warmth gradually blended into deeper sentiments. Kai's hand unconsciously caressed her delicate skin, and this inadvertent closeness ushered in a subtle shift in the air. Qian Renxue glanced sideways with a flicker of reproach in her eyes, though it was not genuine admonition. Instead, she felt an unprecedented thrill in this delicate atmosphere. In that instant, Qian Renxue made an unexpected move that took Kai by surprise. She rose on her toes and, with a swift and unanticipated motion, gently pressed her lips against his. This sudden kiss was akin to a summer downpour, arriving unexpectedly yet perfectly nourishing the parched heart. Kai was struck by this unexpected tenderness. As if all thoughts crystallized in that moment, he savored the warmth and softness at the corners of his lips. A unique gentleness from Qian Renxue that melted the ice within his heart like the spring rain softly dissolving winter's chill. The warmth reverberated within that cozy and romantic space. Chapter 57. Devouring the little fox. The two were lost in the lingering kiss, time seeming to stand still until Qian Renxue slowly released her embrace. The reluctance akin to dew in the morning light, shimmering with a gentle yet sorrowful glow. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, so enchanting that it evoked a sense of tenderness. Each ray of light that passed seemed to narrate the ripples within her heart. Kai's Adam's apple moved slightly as he unconsciously swallowed, striving to bury the fluttering emotions she stirred within him deep inside. His gaze tenderly fell upon her face, which seemed to exude honey, and although a myriad of thoughts clamored to emerge, he suppressed them all. "Schwer," he began, his lips parting, but before he could finish, Qian Renxue preemptively placed a slender finger gently over his lips, like a spring breeze caressing a lake's surface, bringing forth an irresistible softness and resolve. "Wait," her voice, delicate as a whisper, pierced through the surrounding tranquility. "Before you speak, could you refrain from wandering hands?" Qian Renxue said, her face aflame with embarrassment. Kai slowly stepped out of the inn, his fingertips grazing his collar, inadvertently concealing the hint of blush at his neck, an affectionate mark left by 3 tender hours spent with Qian Renxue. The morning light cascaded through the clouds, gracing his slightly weary yet vibrant visage. A profound sense of satisfaction and ease permeated his steps. Just as he was about to make his way to the lounge of the Soul Master Academy, a figure clad in white quietly caught his eye. The individual possessed long, flowing white hair and donned a pristine white robe, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being. Notably, the figure walked barefoot upon the ground. Kai furrowed his brow slightly. He had not encountered this person in many years. However, he chose to disregard the moment, turning away to proceed directly to the lounge. As he pushed the door open, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Hyuna's presence burst forth like the most resplendent bloom of spring, springing from her seat with an unmistakable gleam of joy illuminating her eyes. "Kai Gu." Her voice rang clear, and melodious, imbued with the exuberance of youth. As she transformed into a delicate butterfly, fluttering toward him, the suddenness of her embrace took Kai by surprise, yet a warm tide surged within him. Instinctively, he extended his arms, gently and firmly encircling her waist, drawing her into the comforting expanse of his chest. Between them, words were unnecessary. An unspoken understanding and warmth flowed quietly within the serene lounge, akin to a babbling brook, warm and pure. Helena's delicate face nestled against Kai's sturdy chest, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Her refined features softly brushed against him, seeking the long-lost solace. Her nose delicately quivered, greedily inhaling the unique scent radiating from him, a blend of masculine vigor and an ineffable tenderness. Suddenly, a refreshing and enchanting fragrance gently permeated her senses, compelling her to lift her gaze, her eyes shimmering with surprise and anticipation. She beheld the sharply defined profile of Kai, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Kai Gu, this scent belongs to Sister Shui, does it not? Have you met her? At the mention of Qian Renxue's name, Helena's eyes seemed to ignite, sparkling with a radiant glow, a reminiscence of their pure friendship from yesteryears, coupled with a deep yearning for a cherished friend long absent. Though time had flowed relentlessly and years had passed, she could still unmistakably identify the essence of Qian Renxue. In that instant, the air was thick with not only fragrance but also the silent understanding and emotion shared between them. As if childhood memories unfurled gently in their hearts, warm and beautiful. Kai was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, nodding slightly toward Helena. He affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to the other six, who appeared quite tense. You all performed admirably in the preliminary rounds, especially Zhu Qing, whose remarkable streak of 7 victories solidified the prestige of our Soul Master Academy. Kai offered unreserved praise for Zhu Qing, recognizing her as a product of his own cultivation. Despite possessing only a soul power of level 54, her true combat capabilities rivaled even those of the level 62 Xiaoyu. Picking up the battle schedule from the table, Kai meticulously analyzed the opponents that the Wuhuan Academy would face next. With the preliminaries concluded, the elimination rounds were set to begin in 3 days. The elimination round will feature a 7 versus 7 team battle, and our first opponent is Zhonghue Academy, Kai pointed out, indicating Zhonghue Academy in the lower right corner of the battle chart. Upon mentioning Zhonghue Academy, Yin expressed disdain, saying, Zhonghue Academy, I know the All-Soul Master Academy. They're not worth our concern. With this, Kai concluded his remarks, as the Wuhuan Academy, thanks to his influence, only needed to compete in a single match during the elimination rounds. Even in the subsequent advancement matches, they would only face Thunder Academy. The other 2 teams among the top 3 seed academies had been perfectly eliminated, which could be attributed to either good fortune or underlying schemes. In stark contrast, Shrek Academy's luck had not been as favorable. After gaining notoriety in the exhibition matches, they encountered the adept team from Elephant Armor Academy in their second match. Without Zhu Qing, Shrek Academy nearly faced total annihilation at the hands of Elephant Armor Academy. As night descended, the moonlight bathed the world in silver, gently illuminating the windowsill and draping the tranquil night in a delicate veil. Leaning against the window, Kai gazed into the void, his eyes meeting the luminous moon as his thoughts drifted back to the warm moments spent with Qian Renxue during the day. A soft smile graced his lips, as if the sweetness of those memories lingered in his heart. Just as this tranquility and reminiscence wove a captivating tapestry, a faint sound quietly shattered the night's serenity. The door creaked open, and like a phantom in the shadows, Hulaina entered Kai's room with feline grace, moving stealthily as if to avoid disturbing the stillness. With utmost caution, she ensured that not a single ray of light disrupted the peaceful night, fearful of awakening anything untoward. Upon stepping into the room, Hulaina felt a surge of pride in her own cleverness and vigilance as the moonlight spilled through the window, bestowing upon her an air of mystery and allure. However, this pride was short-lived, for just as she prepared to take further action, she caught sight of a figure also bathed in moonlight. Kai had turned to face her, standing there quietly with a gaze so profound it seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Their eyes met under the witness of the moonlight, and in that instant, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped them, one that carried a tinge of awkwardness from being discovered, mixed with a subtle surprise at each other's presence. Hulaina lightly lifted her skirt, inhaling deeply. Her movements encapsulated a blend of determination and tenderness. Bravely, she stepped toward Kai, whose eyes held both curiosity and warmth. her strides imbued with undeniable resolve. As she finally stood before him, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Hulaina gently rose onto her toes, adopting a posture reminiscent of a sacred ritual as she softly pressed her lips against Kai's. In that fleeting moment, the air was imbued with an indescribable tension and sweetness, rendering everything around them dim and insignificant. Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonished joy. He had never encountered such a direct and fervent Hulaina. The sudden depth of her affection momentarily left him dazed, stirring ripples across the lake of his heart. Unlike the cool, moonlit kiss from Qian Renxue, Hulaina's kiss radiated like the warm sun of spring, gentle yet ardent, possessing a power capable of melting ice and snow, as it gradually seeped into the depths of Kai's heart. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively tightened his embrace around Hulaina's slender waist, as if he sought to secure this unexpected happiness within his grasp. As they lost themselves in an intoxicating kiss, the world around them blurred and receded, leaving only the harmonious symphony of their heartbeats and breaths intertwining. In that moment, they seemed to inhabit a realm solely their own, where all worries and constraints dissipated into the wind, leaving behind only pure and profound emotions rippling within their hearts. The night was gentle, the moonlight washed over them, delicately illuminating Hulaina's exquisite visage, adding a touch of ineffable shyness and allure. Between their lips, it felt as though time had elongated, leaving behind a shimmering thread of silver, bearing witness to this moment of tenderness and reluctance. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and determination. She inhaled deeply, her movements imbued with a subtle gravity. As she slowly let her gown slip from her shoulders, like a flower blooming in the dawn light, gradually revealing her graceful and flawless form. Beneath the moonlight, her skin appeared even more translucent. The delicate curves outlined against the night evoked a sense of longing. Kai's gaze was irresistibly drawn to this scene, his heart a tumult of complex emotions, instinctively wishing to raise a hand to shield himself, fearing that this sudden astonishment might disrupt the tranquility within. Yet, Hulaina gently pulled his hand away with a tender yet resolute strength, as if inviting him to immerse himself in this unadulterated beauty. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify, and time stood still. Their eyes locked, and without uttering a word, they could feel the emotions surging within one another's hearts. Kai enveloped Hulaina in his arms, as if cradling the most delicate flower in existence. His step steady yet imbued with gentleness as he slowly moved towards the soft bed. His outer garment inadvertently slipped away, brushing against the ground, leaving behind an unintentional elegance. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Hulaina's face, highlighting her snow-like complexion and glistening eyes, adding an extra layer of captivating shyness and charm. Kai gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, reminiscent of a figure stepped out of a painting, and even he, who had seen countless wonders, felt his cheeks flush with warmth, overwhelmed by an unprecedented tenderness and reverence. "Nana, have you made your decision?" Kai's voice was deep and magnetic, each word akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, stirring waves of soft tenderness. His gaze was filled with anticipation and reverence, as if awaiting the most precious answer in the world. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade, her eyes lowered, and her shyness was evident. She parted her crimson lips. Though words did not escape her mouth, the slight nod of her head spoke volumes, serving as a heartfelt response to Kai. Gathering her courage, she extended her delicate hand, gently encircling Kai's neck. In that moment, their hearts intertwined in silence, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. That night, amidst the beauty of wind and moonlight, Hulaina underwent a transformation from girlhood to womanhood, as dawn's gentle light filtered through the sheer curtains. Casting dappled golden hues in a corner of the room, it adorned the tranquil space with a veil of warmth. Kai awakened slowly in this soft glow, his eyes meeting the indescribable tenderness in his embrace. At that moment, Hulaina lay peacefully nestled against him, her skin glistening delicately in the morning light, resembling a freshly bloomed lily, pure and alluring. Her form, devoid of any garment, harmonized beautifully with the morning's pristine essence. On the sheets lay a subtle print of plum blossoms, quietly narrating the intimacies of the previous night, a testament of love and a witness to their youthful innocence. Kai's fingertips, imbued with infinite tenderness, brushed lightly against Hulaina's delicate face, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring gentle ripples. His kiss, tenderly placed upon her forehead, was both a promise and a gesture of protection, as if it could erase the remnants of tears upon her cheeks. Those complex emotions of shyness and sweetness after tasting forbidden fruit. Two faint trails of tears shimmered on Hulaina's cheeks in the morning light, resembling morning dew adorning flower petals, revealing that she had not entirely withstood Kai's fervent passion. Yet in that ardor, she found an unprecedented sense of belonging and tranquility. Hulaina's brow slightly furrowed, and she slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was Kai's beaming face, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, warm and radiant. Initially, Hulaina felt a flicker of confusion, as if some significant memory was quietly awakening. Then, the recollections of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing magnificently upon her mind. The image of the shy little fox burrowing into the covers lingered, evoking that awkward yet subtle sensation still nestled in her heart. Presently, Hulaina was overwhelmed with shyness, cocooned in the blankets, emitting faint whimpers. Suddenly, she stretched out her arms, tightly embracing Kai's body, and playfully bit his chest. As if to release the emotions within, Kai felt the softness and warmth against his chest, as well as the fervent embrace of her body, stirring ripples of emotion within him. He gently said, "Nana, please do not move so restlessly." The words conveyed an ineffable tenderness intertwined with helplessness. Kai endeavored to suppress the rising tide of frustration within him, for Hulaina appeared excessively frail at that moment. He could not disregard her feelings and insist on a repeat of their previous encounter. Chapter 58. The characteristics of the Emperor's cold sword. Hulaina lay upon Kai like a languid kitten, her large, glistening eyes resembling brilliant stars, unwaveringly fixed upon him, imbued with innocence and curiosity. Gazing into her pure and enchanting gaze, Kai felt as though his heart was melting. He gently extended his hand, caressing her head as one would tenderly stroke an injured fawn. His voice was soft and filled with concern. "Does it still hurt?" Feeling Kai's gentleness, a blush crept across Hulaina's cheeks. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, "Not anymore." Kai chuckled softly, carefully placing Hulaina back onto the bed and tucking her in. He then rose from the bed, straightening his attire. His gaze lingered tenderly upon the accidental blossom of a plum blossom imprint on the sheets, stirring within him an indescribable ache and affection. He spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. "You rest. I shall prepare breakfast." Just as he was about to turn away, he instinctively leaned down, bestowing a gentle, warm kiss upon Hulaina's smooth forehead, a kiss laden with endless care and love. Hulaina's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Shy as a flower in the morning light, she covered her face with the blanket, allowing the sweetness of the moment to wash over her heart. In this warm and intimate space, their understanding and emotions required no words. Everything was conveyed in silence. Just as Kai was about to step out the door, a soft yet resolute voice emerged from beneath the covers. "Actually, I'm craving dumplings." The voice held a hint of playful affection, adding a touch of everyday warmth. Upon hearing this, Kai paused, turning around with a smile that radiated fondness, as warm as the spring sun. "All right, dumplings it is. I shall prepare them, ensuring they are to your liking." With that, he cast her one last tender glance before stepping out of the room, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation, leaving behind an atmosphere filled with warmth and hope. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Qian City, rejuvenated and light-footed, Kai emanated an indescribable freshness and vitality. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow upon his resolute visage, adding a touch of comfort to his journey home. Unbeknownst to him, his attention was drawn to a serene alley where an elderly man with white hair was peacefully resting on a public bench, lost in the tranquility of the afternoon. That stroke of silver gleamed resplendently under the mottled light and shadow, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. As if time had deliberately slowed its pace in that moment, Kai instinctively slowed his steps, a subtle ripple of emotion surging within him. The fleeting glimpse from the previous day, that enigmatic and solitary figure with white hair, now appeared so closely within his sight, evoking a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. However, this unexpected encounter did not cause Kai to linger. He was acutely aware of the pressing matters at hand. Thus, he gently shook his head, casting aside this sudden thought, and continued towards the fragrant bun shop ahead. At the very moment Kai departed, the white-haired man, who had been sleeping on a public bench, sat up. Nagong glanced at the spot where Kai had just paused and, as if compelled by an unseen force, stood up and walked in the direction Kai had taken. Having successfully procured the buns, just as Kai prepared to leave, he noticed Nagong standing across the street, staring intently at him. A deep furrow instinctively formed between Kai's brows, as if resisting the relentless gaze that bore down upon him. That gaze was chillingly frigid, devoid of any warmth, akin to the sharpest ice blade piercing through winter's heart, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. It conveyed a message of either a resolute survivor emerging from a heap of corpses or a solitary figure traversing desolation, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference. Regardless of the background, it signified the inherent danger of the person before him. Yet, Kai chose not to confront directly. Instead, he turned with an almost indifferent demeanor, as if he wished to completely shake off that disquieting gaze. Just as he was about to vanish from sight, Nangong's silhouette stealthily followed, as if drawn by some invisible force, trailing Kai's footsteps through the bustling and vibrant city of Tiando until they stepped into the sunset forest, where he finally halted. Having followed me all this way, why not reveal yourself for a conversation? Kai slowly turned, his gaze penetrating and profound as it traversed the woods, seemingly capable of discerning every concealed corner. Within the forest, a faint rustle of branches whispered like the night's murmurs, heralding a secret soon to be unveiled. Then, a cool glow emerged from the thicket, and with measured steps, Nangong emerged, wielding the Emperor's cold sword. His blue eyes appeared even more profound, like a cold pool reflecting the moon, fixated upon Kai without an ounce of warmth. "Are you a member of the Windsword sect?" Kai inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity and confusion, breaking the silence. However, Nangong did not respond immediately. He simply stood there, enveloped in an indescribable aura of pride and determination. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, their figures elongated in the sunlight, intertwining to form a serene yet tension-filled tableau. Finally, Nangong spoke, his voice cool and resolute. "You possess extraordinary strength. I am Nangong Dichen, here to issue you a challenge, not for grievances, but for the sake of the sword path. To compete and ascertain superiority." As these words escaped his lips, an atmosphere of tension seemed to permeate the air. Although Nangong's utterance was brief, each word resonated with conviction, revealing his unwavering dedication and pursuit of the sword path, as well as his acknowledgement and respect for Kai's formidable strength. "I apologize, but I have no time," he stated, his tone laced with a hint of regret, yet his eyes betrayed an unyielding resolve. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already begun to turn away, his steps echoing a determination that brooked no argument. However, how could Nangong easily relinquish his grip? Her gaze turned frigid, akin to a lake blanketed by the first snow of winter, exuding a formidable power not to be underestimated. With a deft flick of her wrist, she wielded her ice sword, the tip barely grazing the ground. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, a bone-chilling aura emanating from the sword's point. The ground responded with a crack, and countless ice crystals burst forth like furious cold lotuses from the fissures, transforming into sharp ice spikes that surged toward Kai's figure with unyielding ferocity, vowing to ensnare him within this frozen realm. Confronted by this sudden onslaught of icy fury, Kai's expression remained unchanged. He merely leapt lightly, the tips of his feet brushing the ground, as an almost imperceptible flow of energy surged around him, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the tranquil surface of a lake, yet harboring the force to topple mountains. This energy swelled instantly, manifesting as invisible ripples that rapidly spread outward, clashing head-on with the oncoming ice spikes. The collision of ice and air erupted in a sharp, piercing sound, akin to the thunderous crack of ice in the winter. Remarkably, those razor-sharp ice spikes, under the impact of this mysterious force, were thwarted. Some veered off course, while others shattered into a flurry of ice particles, ultimately falling impotently to the ground, signaling the failure of this assault. Nangong softly intoned, her wrist twisting slightly, as amidst the swirling coldness, dozens of translucent ice crystals coalesced in the air like the kiss of death, hurtling towards Kai's back with chilling intensity. Yet, as if endowed with a sixth sense, Kai nimbly sidestepped, allowing the lethal ice crystals to narrowly miss him, leaving only a trail of shattered light and a quiver in the air. Nangong shadowed him closely, almost instantaneously appearing at Kai's flank, her ice sword glinting with a cold brilliance, aimed directly at his vital points. This strike was as swift as lightning, ruthless and resolute, epitomizing the essence of her snow and ice sword technique. In the face of this unrelenting barrage, even Kai's usual composure faltered slightly, his brow knitting together in mild irritation. He abruptly turned, unleashing a punch that howled through the air with the force capable of shaking mountains, crashing towards Nangong. This punch seemed to tear through space, imbued with an undeniable ferocity. Observing this, Nangong's eyes sharpened, yet she revealed no trace of panic. With a swift motion, she rotated her wrist, positioning her ice sword across her chest. The tip barely grazed the surface, transforming into a crystalline ice shield that firmly intercepted Kai's titanic blow. With a resounding crack, reminiscent of the gentle sigh of a lake's surface beginning to fracture in winter, a startling fissure appeared in the ice sword that she gripped tightly. The azure light swirling within dimming, akin to mist dissipating in the dawn. Meanwhile, encircling him, a crystalline azure shield began to disintegrate inch by inch under the onslaught of this formidable power, transforming into flecks of icy light that vanished into the ether. Kai's punch, like a relentless tide, surpassed Nangong's expectations entirely. It signified not merely the demise of the ice sword, but a complete upheaval of Nangong's defensive structure. The chilling air was repelled in the wake of his fist, leaving behind a void born of the clash between strength and resolve. In this critical moment, Nangong's form seemed to meld into the surrounding frost, his body instantaneously transforming into an indomitable ice sculpture, skillfully evading the potentially lethal blow. This metamorphosis resembled a miracle on a winter's day, compelling onlookers to hold their breath in awe. Kai's heavy fist, without a hint of hesitation, struck against the barrier forged from pure ice, unleashing a thunderous roar accompanied by a cascade of ice shards, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption that surged outward. Ice mist ascended, shrouding the vision, as the air became thick with bone-chilling coldness and reverberation, evoking a sense of reverence that made it difficult to behold the grandeur and brutality of the scene. Nangong's silhouette materialized quietly, though he had distanced himself by several paces. It felt as if each step resonated with the rhythm of time, steady yet powerful. His eyes, far from displaying any hint of fear, sparkled like stars in the frigid night, radiating a fervent desire for battle, a longing for supreme power, and an unparalleled respect for the confrontation with formidable foes. Kai's punch was not merely an explosion of might. It was a symphony of artistry and destruction, instilling both awe and an irresistible allure, deeply etched into Nangong's heart. At this moment, he seemed to embody the nascent rays of morning light in winter, cold yet imbued with infinite warmth and hope. As a subtle chill coalesced, a translucent, frost-laden ice sword gradually took shape in his grasp, the tip quivering as if whispering the prelude to an imminent battle. Firmly wielding the sword, Nangong fixed his resolute gaze upon Kai, his voice steady and powerful. "I am Nangong Dichen, an 83rd level assault system battle soul Douluo, willing to receive your esteemed guidance." Indeed, unlike his previous encounter with the sword path Qian at level 82, where he did not emerge victorious but nonetheless advanced his soul power by one level. With a low murmur, he invoked his 5th soul skill, Wind, Cold, Snow. As the 5th soul ring shimmered brilliantly, it seemed as though the fabric of the world was torn asunder by an invisible force, and 8 ice dragons spiraled into the air, intertwining and exuding an ancient, unyielding chill that plunged the surrounding temperature into the depths of a frozen abyss. These 8 ice dragons were not only manifestations of nature's fury, but also encapsulated the piercing will of Nangong's very soul. Each one appeared capable of freezing time and rending space itself. Within the depths of those whirlwinds, countless fine sword energies flickered in and out of visibility, akin to a cascade of stars, sharp and frigid, vowing to reduce any obstacles to mere dust. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, a flicker of gravity crossed Kai's gaze, yet there was no trace of fear. He inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly, muscles beneath his robes bulging as if imbued with the strength of a mountain. Immediately, he stomped the ground, unleashing a tempest that defied the laws of nature, instantly drowning out the howling of the ice tornado. Within this fierce gale, there seemed to be a force akin to thunder, challenging the heavens themselves. This wind was not merely a weapon against the ice tornado, but also an expression of Kai's fury, sweeping through the surroundings and distorting the very fabric of space as if it were on the brink of shattering. The earth, seemingly overwhelmed, quietly fissured into minute cracks, spreading ominous signs of impending collapse. Witnessing this scene, Nangong's brow furrowed in solemnity, and with a graceful movement akin to gliding over the waves, he soared into the air. He closed his eyes in concentration, and moments later, his 3rd soul ring erupted in a dazzling display, surrounded by a chilling radiance. 3rd soul skill, Frostfall, Nangong proclaimed, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable power. No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of icy air coalesced in the air above, transforming into thousands of crystalline shards that sparkled with a brilliant, frigid light. These shards, akin to a celestial river cascading from the heavens, fell with an unstoppable force, blanketing the entire space in a delicate frost-white veneer. In the face of this overwhelming hail of ice, Kai's response was swift and decisive. He unfurled his form and swiftly drew his nunchaku from his waist, the weapons dancing through the air like twin dragons playing with a pearl. Each strike meeting the swiftly descending ice crystals with pinpoint precision. The nunchaku seemed to possess a life of their own in his hands, creating a symphony of whistling winds and the crisp sounds of impact as they collided with the shards, weaving an exhilarating battle melody. Harnessing the momentum, Kai propelled himself into the void, his figure soaring upwards like an arrow released from a bow. Surrounded by an increasingly dense blue vapor that resembled a mysterious and perilous fire emerging from the depths of the abyss. You, the one who disturbs the enthusiasm of others, are truly vexatious, Kai exclaimed as he smashed through Nangong's soul skill, his massive fist unhesitatingly aimed at Nangong's chest. However, Kai was not invincible. Rather, Nangong's martial spirit's characteristics dictated that he could not bring about a swift conclusion to the battle. Although the Imperial Cold Sword endowed him with formidable physical strength and offensive power, it also served as a shackle. Once the martial spirit manifested, over time, and with the release of soul skills, it would provide substantial attribute bonuses to its bearer. This was why Nangong could contend with Qian, possessing an 82-level soul power. Prior to engaging with Qian, his attributes had already been significantly enhanced by the golden iron triangle. In his furious state, Kai was singularly focused on swiftly ending the conflict, allowing Nangong no time to accumulate his attributes. Chapter 59, Galactic Impact. Dear audience, the third match of the preliminaries. The Martial Spirit Academy versus the Xiangjia Academy. The host stood atop a magnificent flying soul guide device, arms raised high, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, instantly stirring a tidal wave of cheers within the battle arena. Martial Spirit Academy. Martial Spirit Academy. The cheers rose and fell in a crescendo, converging into an unstoppable wave of sound that threatened to overturn the very skies above. Each cry resonated with an unwavering support and anticipation for the Soul Academy. Here, let us offer the most fervent applause as we welcome the participants from the Elephant Armor Academy to the stage. As the host's words faded, 7 towering figures, steadfast as mountains, entered the arena. These were the competitors from the Elephant Armor Academy, each one possessing a robust physique, sinewy muscles, and exuding an indomitable strength akin to forged steel. Their steps were measured and powerful, each footfall reverberated throughout the Soul Arena. Next to grace the stage was the Soul Academy. As the host's voice echoed, another set of 7 figures emerged from the opposite end of the arena. In that illuminated area filled with anticipation, 7 proud silhouettes advanced, each step radiating an air of unmatched confidence. As the captain of this team, Xiaoyu stood at the forefront, his eyes suddenly widening, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, instantly igniting the atmosphere around him. With the flow of his will, a pair of glimmering curved blades materialized from thin air, spinning lightly in his palm, emanating a captivating brilliance. Comrades, it is time. Let our opponents in the entire Soul Arena remember the true strength of the Soul Academy. Xiaoyu's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, with each word resembling a meticulously crafted battle hymn, inspiring each companion behind him. A low yet powerful roar erupted from the team, as Yan's flames blazed fiercely. With the commencement of the match, the 7 students from the Elephant Armor Academy seemed to coalesce under a single will, instantly forming an unyielding line of defense. Their steps synchronized and surging forward like an unstoppable tide. The dust beneath their feet was kicked up, yet even nature's force seemed powerless to impede their steadfast march. As the scenery along their path dimmed in the presence of their determined advance, roar, roar. In the face of this overwhelming momentum, Xiaoyu gracefully twirled the crescent-shaped blade in his hand, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze before he slightly retreated. Yan, break through them. Xiaoyu's voice was deep and resolute, each word imbued with undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Yan's eyes ignited with fervent flames as he vigorously nodded, his palm colliding with his tightly clenched fist, producing a deep, resonant sound filled with vigor. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, and 5 soul rings ascended from his being. In the blink of an eye, the once rampant flames surrounding Yin seemed to be reborn, a layer of eerie green vapor subtly entwining around them, adding an element of the extraordinary to the blaze. He abruptly opened his eyes, the depths of his crimson gaze reflecting the molten lava from the Earth's core, bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. First soul skill, Hell's Magma Charge. Yin intoned, his voice laced with an undeniable authority and resolve. As his words fell, he clenched his fists tightly, the air around him crackling as it distorted from the intense heat. The searing magma converged within his palm, akin to a tamed behemoth poised for release. In an instant, Yan's silhouette surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped in a torrent of magma potent enough to incinerate all in its path, hurtling toward the formidable seven-man defense of the Xiangjia Academy. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, as all eyes were riveted upon this breathtaking spectacle. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of celestial thunder crashing down upon the Soul Arena, as Yan's fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck with unimpeded force against the seemingly impregnable wall of humanity. Dust billowed, and amidst the swirling smoke, Yan's form appeared somewhat nebulous, yet could not conceal the devilish smirk playing upon his lips, magma still roiling between his fists. His hands resembled the gates of a furnace, where magma danced wildly, each swing accompanied by a searing breath and a resonating boom, relentlessly assaulting the seemingly indestructible barrier. Block, and block again, as he poured forth his strength. The surface of the shield began to quiver, cracks spidering across its surface with alarming rapidity. With the fourth soul skill, Magma Surge, the final punch descended, shattering the human wall of the Xiangjia Academy. It also obliterated the ironclad defenses, revealing the ensuing chaos and astonishment behind it. In a swift motion, Yin pivoted, delivering a merciless blow to the earth, as if awakening the dormant heart of a volcano. Instantly, the ground trembled, and a colossal force of magma erupted from the depths, transforming into a towering column that soared skyward, fiery and untamed, ripping through the air and scattering the once tightly knit formation of Xiangjia Academy like brittle leaves in a tempest. Unable to resist the infernal wrath unleashed from below, with their formation shattered, the strategies of Xiangjia Academy crumbled in that very moment. In the stands, Hu Yanjun's figure tensed, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if capable of igniting the air around him. Fixating intently on the chaotic and intense scene unfolding below, Xieyu's lips curled into a cruel smile, sharp as the finest blade in the night. He deftly wielded his dual curved daggers, each movement accompanied by a glint of cold light, targeting the now scattered ranks of Xiangjia Academy. His actions were swift and lethal, like a specter traversing the battlefield. In an instant, two elite members of Xiangjia Academy lost their balance under his onslaught, departing the fray with expressions of shock and discontent. With this pivotal strike, the balance of battle irrevocably tilted, and the resistance of Xiangjia Academy began to wane. Yin and Xiaoyu swept across the battlefield like a tempest, their every collaboration seamless, each attack precise and deadly. Under this unstoppable momentum, the conflict ultimately concluded in a manner resembling a crushing victory, leaving behind a profound sense of shock and reverence. In the stands, Dai Mubai watched this scene, his fists tightly clenched together. From the intelligence currently at hand, it was evident that the Wuhuan Academy had unveiled two Soul Kings, and that Yin had single-handedly breached the defenses of Xiangjia Academy. The scenes unfolding before Dai Mubai filled him with confusion. He questioned whether his efforts thus far held any value or if it would suffice to merely exist as a leisurely prince. Even the prospect of having his soul power stripped away seemed a luxury, provided he could continue to live. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Zhiqing, who was celebrating alongside the members of the Soul Master Academy. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Had it not been for the support of Ma Hongjun, he might have collapsed from sheer exhaustion. "Are you all right, Dai-Lada?" Ma Hongjun inquired with concern. As companions who often indulged in revelries together, their bond was among the strongest in the entire Shrek Academy. "Let us go, Fatty," Dai Mubai said in a low voice. In stark contrast to their situation, the battle between Kai and Nangong in the Sunset Forest raged on. Relying on his ice clone, Nangong had managed to sustain himself until he amassed 9 layers of attributes. With the enhancement of 9 layers of bloodthirsty attributes, Nangong's combat prowess was formidable. Even when facing Tang Hao, his figure gracefully floated in midair, his gaze as frigid as ice. As he murmured, his first soul skill, Frost 9 Slashes, erupted with a thunderous force. 9 razor-sharp sword lights, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, surged forth from his sword, slicing through the air, each beam containing the power to freeze souls and causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. In response to this overwhelming offensive, Kai reacted with lightning speed, retreating swiftly. He bent his legs, seemingly merging with the earth itself, and plunged his hands into the ground, as if communicating with the slumbering soil. In an instant, the ground appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible force, heavy patches of earth violently heaving upwards, which Kai then lifted with an incredible strength, resembling a surging tidal wave, exuding an immense aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai harnessed the earth's reactive force, hurling the massive clump of soil, imbued with tremendous weight, directly towards Nangong like a thrown boulder. Nangong's sword radiated brilliance, its light as swift as lightning, effortlessly cleaving through the air. The heavy earth seemed to be gently lifted by an unseen hand, revealing the vast and desolate ground beneath. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kai's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a lingering enigma that echoed through the air. Nangong's heart raced. The atmosphere around him felt as though it had solidified, an inexplicable sense of impending doom crashing over him like a tide, just as he focused intently, bracing for any potential ambush. A long-suppressed fury erupted above him like a volcano. Galactic impact. Kai's voice, imbued with an undeniable power and resolve, pierced the heavens, reverberating through Nangong's eardrums. Immediately, a dazzling wave of energy cascaded from the heavens, resembling an inverted Milky Way, unstoppable in its descent. This shockwave instantly engulfed Nangong's figure, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, the strength of which caused the very air within hundreds of miles to tremble. The sound reverberated like thunder, echoing through the skies. Even the distant city of Qian felt the aftermath of this force, as its buildings quivered slightly, and the residents gazed upward in astonishment and reverence. In that moment, the heavens and earth transformed, the winds and clouds swirling ominously. The ground seemed to be shattered by an invisible hammer, each inch groaning under the strain. As if a slumbering giant had been abruptly awakened, the shockwave, laden with cataclysmic power, struck the surface with a resounding impact, revealing a profound chasm, its diameter extending for dozens of miles, akin to a celestial mark imprinted upon the land. Kai landed steadily, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated the abyss that appeared capable of devouring all. Smoke lingered around his clenched fist, a testament to his might. He gently dispersed the wisps of smoke, a wry smile gracing his lips. Why must he remain so obstinate, refusing to heed the counsel of others? With that, he intended to turn away, to cast this tempest aside and continue on his path. However, in that fleeting moment of departure, an unforeseen disturbance arose. From the dark depths of the pit, a pale yet resilient hand emerged, transcending the boundaries of death and despair, suddenly reaching out like a chain from the abyss, ensnaring Kai's ankle and leaving him no chance of escape. The abruptness of this event rendered the air still, as if time itself had paused. Kai squinted slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and contemplation, slowly lowering his gaze to the unyielding hand that clung to him, his tone imbued with both confusion and pain. Even at this juncture, do you still refuse to surrender? This inquiry not only addressed the unknown entity, but also interrogated a certain persistence deep within his own soul. Everything around him felt surreal in that moment. Only that resilience and tenacity echoed in the wind. You will perish if you continue, Kai remarked, glancing back. For at that moment, Nangong's robe lay in tatters, countless wounds marring his body, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. My teacher once said, when someone can completely defeat me, it is my opportunity for transformation, Nangong insisted stubbornly. This statement had seemingly become an obsession for him, propelling him from the farthest northern reaches to this point. Kai grasped Nangong by the hair, lifting him up, his eyes fixed intently on Nangong's blue gaze. So you would risk your life for a single phrase from your teacher? Right now, you are merely a soul fighter. When you break through to the title Douluo rank, it is not without hope that you might defeat me. Nangong shook his head with a bitter smile. I do not believe I will meet my end here today, and I have never felt so invigorated. Nangong's words were as resolute as forged iron, each syllable resonating with unwavering clarity. If you do not slay me today, I shall incessantly challenge you until the day I triumph over you. In his eyes burned an ardent fervor for martial arts and a disdain for defeat, as though each breath he took was a yearning for a higher realm of strength. As a martial enthusiast, Nangong harbored an intense obsession with overcoming those who had bested him. Upon hearing this, Kai's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, a soft sigh escaping him as he gradually released the grip he had on Nangong's hair, as if lifting a heavy burden. With the support beneath him withdrawn, Nangong's body began to sink slowly into the vast pit behind him, his figure appearing both solitary and resolute amidst the swirling dust. Do as you wish. Should you desire to challenge me, you may always come to the martial soul hall. However, should you perish along the way, it is merely fate's cruel design. With that, Kai's form suddenly transformed into a fleeting glimmer, akin to an eagle soaring through the air, vanishing into the distant horizon, leaving behind a lingering echo. Lying in the pit, Nangong covered his face with one hand before erupting into a frenzied laugh. Martial Soul Hall, since you are there, I shall make my way to the Martial Soul Hall until I defeat you. Meanwhile, Kai, soaring through the sky, received the system's notification. Ding! A godly talent detected. Triggering system options. Option 1. Eliminate Nangong Dichun to obtain the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth allows the host to see through illusions, uncover memories, and pierce through all disguises. Option 2. Defeat Nangong Dichun and persuade him to join the Martial Soul Hall. Reward: Eye of Truth. Ding. Integrating Eye of Truth into the system. As Kai flew through the air, he felt a searing pain engulf his eyes, as if they were ablaze, causing him to falter and plummet downwards. Chapter 60. God of Power. Pan-Air Kai fell from the sky, struggling to stabilize his body, yet unable to conceal the waves of dizziness that assailed him. He trembled, attempting to soothe the throbbing in his forehead, exacerbated by the impact. Suddenly, an unprecedented agony erupted from the depths of his eyes, burning like a raging inferno, consuming him in an instant. A heart-wrenching roar shattered the silence, as Kai's hands gripped his eyes in a spasm, desperately trying to shut out the torment. Nevertheless, crimson tears flowed uncontrollably through his fingers, each drop bearing the weight of indescribable suffering, as if his very soul were being ruthlessly stripped and remolded. This pain transcended the limits of mortal endurance, 1,000-fold greater than the agony of skin being flayed or muscles cramping, forcing Kai's will to struggle in the abyss of despair. He howled, his voice a blend of defiance and hopelessness, until the ground beneath him was stained with his blood, each inch bearing witness to this silent struggle. At last, when the last vestige of strength was wrung from him by the boundless torment, Kai's body gradually succumbed, akin to a leaf swept away by a tempest, bereft of all vitality and power. Upon this land stained with blood, he lies quietly, ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness and silence. As Kai remains in his stupor, several shadowy wolves, ethereal beasts of the forest, stealthily emerge from the depths of the woods. Their eyes glimmer with a primal ferocity in the dim light as they slowly approach the fallen figure. Surrounding Kai, they gently nuzzle him, seemingly in search of some unknown signal, the air thick with a tense and eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, an instinctive urge compels them. The wolf-like spirits leap almost in unison, their fangs sharp as blades, lunging fiercely at Kai's bloodied form. However, to their astonishment, Kai's muscles at that moment appear to have been forged into an impenetrable fortress of steel, unyielding in its hardness. The beast's incisors collide with this extraordinary resilience, producing sharp cracks as several of their teeth shatter and scatter across the ground. Meanwhile, Kai remains still, his breathing faint yet steady, as if ensconced in an endless dream, awaiting an unknown opportunity to awaken. As time drags on, Kai's absence weighs heavily on Hulaina, filling her with unease. She even refrains from participating in the elimination rounds of the Thunder Academy, mired in melancholy until the finals approach. In this moment, Kai feels as if he is enveloped in darkness. His consciousness remains acutely aware, yet his body refuses to awaken. Where is this place? He muses inwardly, his thoughts reverberating through the vast void, laced with a subtle sense of confusion and a yearning for discovery. In this chaotic and indistinct realm, Kai relies solely on his resilient will, moving forward slowly, each step treading upon nothingness while seemingly searching for some elusive truth. Just as his thoughts drift aimlessly, an extraordinary phenomenon appears on the horizon. A brilliant flash of red light, like the first ray of dawn, pierces the darkness, cascading down from the distant sky with an undeniable aura of authority and mystery. The radiance is blinding, prompting Kai to instinctively shield his eyes. Beneath this luminous baptism, a remarkable transformation unfolds. His once deep blue eyes subtly metamorphose into a profound and enigmatic purple, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all existence. A figure clad in resplendent robes gradually materializes in the glow, its garments billowing like a celestial being from ancient lore, each step echoing the dust of time. Imbued with boundless majesty and compassion, Kai's gaze fixates upon the elegantly adorned man before him. Although a torrent of questions surges within him, he reveals none, his taut demeanor signaling a deep-rooted vigilance. "Who are you, esteemed sir? And what place is this?" The man in the ornate robe seemed to embody a being awakened from the depths of ancient legend. At this moment, he slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of profound violet eyes that appeared to penetrate the very essence of existence, quietly locking gazes with Kai, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Shortly thereafter, an ethereal yet commanding voice reverberated through the dimly lit space, akin to the distant tolling of a bell, piercing through the dust of ages. "I am Pan-Air, the god of power, awaiting here solely to seek the heir of my divine legacy." As Pan-Air's words resonated, the surrounding world seemed to respond to an ancient incantation, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. The once oppressive darkness began to tear apart under an invisible force, light gradually permeating the space, enveloping everything in an atmosphere both mysterious and solemn. The very fabric of the space twisted and reformed, ultimately manifesting into a grand palace. The god of power? Kai mused internally, reflecting upon the name. Realizing it was one he had never encountered before. Confirming that this was indeed an unfamiliar divine rank, he turned to Panner and inquired, "Where am I? Why have you sought me?" A multitude of questions surged within Kai's mind, seeking answers. Why was he unable to awaken after merely acquiring the true eye? How had he arrived at this place? And why had he caught the attention of a deity? Panner, however, merely shook his head with a wry smile. "Kai, I understand you have many questions, but my time is limited. I can only answer 3. Panner spoke with calm assurance. After a moment's contemplation, Kai discerned the 3 inquiries he wished to pose. As a god, why have you chosen to find me? This was the answer Kai desperately sought. After all, having spent many years in the company of Qian Douluo, he had garnered some rudimentary understanding of these deities. I am the god of power, the embodiment of absolute strength in this world. I have sought you because you are the only physical cultivator on this continent, the sole individual poised to attain demigod status among physical cultivators. To inherit my divine rank, one must grasp the essence of their own power, understanding the very reason for its existence throughout their life. One of the prerequisites for inheriting my divine rank is to rely steadfastly on the power you have attained, never succumbing to despair because of a shattered martial soul or sealed soul power. Throughout the millennia of Douluo Continent, only you have achieved this, Panner stated with serene confidence. And how do you compare to the divine king of the divine realm? Kai inquired, eager to know this answer as well. If Panner were merely a second-tier god, then Kai might truly have to choose between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. After all, a second-tier god in the divine realm was akin to a long-lived beast of burden. If he remained on the Douluo Continent, he could indulge in a life of opulence and revelry. I have existed since the inception of the divine realm by the dragon god. What tier of deity would you ascribe to me? Do not speak of the dragon god, even the 2 divine kings of kindness and destruction, should they join forces, might not guarantee my defeat. Though I have not ascended to the throne of the divine king, the antiquated members of the divine realm council would indeed think twice before dismissing me lightly. As pride welled within him, Panner's demeanor became somewhat ethereal. You have one final question, and before you pose it, a decision must be made. Suddenly, Panner's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he effortlessly swatted aside the descending thunderbolt. Kai, witnessing Panner's display, was rendered speechless by astonishment. Just moments before, as the thunder was about to strike him, an invisible force had propelled him away. Do you wish to accept the legacy of the god of strength and attain the divine status of the god of strength? Panner's form swelled once more. It was only when faced with this pivotal choice that Kai began to waver. I am willing. After 2.5 minutes of contemplation, Kai ultimately decided to acquiesce. After all, the system had indicated that a certain Tang San was the chosen one, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he too was destined to inherit divine status. Kai hesitated, aware that he could not eliminate Tang San. Should someone like Zhang San or Li Ran emerge, it could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, my final question is whether anyone in the divine realm favors Tang San, and if he is destined to inherit the divine throne. This was also what Kai yearned to ascertain. If Tang San were not favored by the gods, Kai would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, if he were indeed favored, he would have to wait until Tang San matured before taking action. After all, his inability to unlock the 8 gates might very well stem from this critical factor. Should he choose to inherit divine status, the blessings of the gods might enable him to break through the limits of the Death Gate. By then, it would not only be about Tang San. The very existence of the Douluo star could hinge on his own strength. When Kai posed this question, Panner hesitated momentarily, but recalling that the other was his heir, he decided to share the information. Tang San? Could he be the soul summoned from another realm by the offspring of Shura? Shura? Is he also a god? Kai inquired, puzzled. Panner nodded. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but it seems that the god of Shura has designs on the faith power of Douluo Continent. Once he acquires it, he shall ascend directly from the pinnacle of a first-tier god to that of a god king. Perhaps this is why he seeks to draw a soul from another realm to be reborn in Douluo Continent. Of course, even if the god of Shura were to attain the status of god king, no matter how formidable his Shura bloodsword may be, all external aids would be rendered futile in the face of absolute power. Observing Kai's silent demeanor, Panner let out a sigh and continued, Very well. Considering you are my heir, I shall offer you some counsel. before you complete the first 7 trials. Do not allow your little girlfriend to undertake the 8th and 9th trials of the angel. Pan Er's words left Kai somewhat bewildered. What relevance did Xiao Shui's angelic trials have to him? However, soon Kai recalled the malevolent god of slaughter who schemed to usurp the faith of the Douluo Continent. The emergence of 2 deities on a single continent inevitably implies a shared dominion over the power of belief. The Shura god, employing such sordid methods to ensnare a soul, would undoubtedly be reluctant to share the vast reservoir of faith. I stand but a step away from the pinnacle of divinity. Should you uncover the opportunity therein, the entire realm of gods shall soon bend to your will. After uttering this final proclamation, Pan Er gradually dissolved into nothingness, his form transforming into luminous particles that scattered into the void. Remember, no matter how formidable one's martial soul and soul rings may be, they can never equate to the power of the individual. Only through relentless trials and tribulations does one acquire the strength that truly belongs to them. With these words, Pan Er's figure completely vanished. At that moment, Kai, who lay outside, abruptly opened his eyes, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. He noticed that the bloodstains on the ground had long been washed away by the rain. God of Power's first trial, in the name of power, content, in the finals of the grand tournament among the continent's elite soul master academies. Educate a certain ostentatious individual burdened with a loudspeaker. Task completion reward. 1 constitution. Task deadline. 10 days. Gazing at the 10-day deadline on the taskbar, Kai began to estimate the duration of his unconsciousness. 2 full months. He had lain here for an entire 2 months. Contemplating this, Kai no longer hesitated and turned his sword towards the direction of Martial Soul City. Meanwhile, the arena was fervently engaged in the first match of the semifinals, Shrek Academy versus the new Godwind Academy. The 7 contestants slowly closed their eyes, the profound soul power within them surging like a mighty river. Subsequently, they gently rested their hands upon the backs of their comrades, akin to 7 stars interconnected. Each strand of soul power encapsulated their yearning for victory and trust in one another, coalescing like a gentle stream into a vast ocean, ultimately converging within the palm of Tang San, atop the originally tranquil, deep blue Haotian hammer. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Bai Qinxiang, indeed. After intercepting Zhu Shiqing, Bai Qinxiang had taken her place, forming the new Shrek 7 monsters. As the soul power continuously surged, the Haotian hammer seemed to be imbued with life. It transformed from a mere cold weapon into the most resplendent blue-purple lightning in the heavens and earth. Its size swelling dramatically, emanating a terrifying pressure that distorted the surrounding space with a slight tremor. At that moment, Tang San's gaze became exceptionally resolute as he gripped the hammer's handle, akin to a deity wielding thunder. Each swing was accompanied by a deafening roar, as the colossal Haotian hammer sliced through the air with an unmatched momentum, crashing down upon the members of the Godwind Academy. Soaring in mid-air, Feng Xiaotian, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but manifest a deep and solemn expression on his face. His gaze inadvertently swept over the still figure of Yu Xiaojiang on the observation platform. And in that fleeting moment, a profound sense of reverence quietly surged within Feng Xiaotian's eyes. The 7-in-1 fusion technique, it was evident, could only be transformed from theory into practice by that esteemed master. He murmured, his voice imbued with a deep respect for the unknown forces, while effortlessly weaving through the formidable shadow of Tang San's Haotian hammer, leaving behind trails of faint blue afterimages. Wu, I shall buy you time. Aim for the rear ranks of Shrek Academy and deliver them a fatal blow. Feng Xiaotian's voice pierced through the sound of the wind, resolute and powerful, brimming with an undeniable determination. As he spoke, the pair of pale blue wings upon his back seemed to be endowed with a rhythm of life, each beat resonating with the roar of the air. Chapter 61. Dialogue. The aggrieved Qian Renxue Feng Xiaotian soared through the skies, his azure wings intermittently flashing with dazzling white brilliance. This force seemed to imbue the surrounding air with a sentient quality, as the flowing blades of wind sharpened further. Observing this, Tang San's expression hardened. The heavy Haotian hammer in his grasp appeared animated, slicing through the air with the might of thunder, aimed directly at the soaring Feng Xiaotian. However, Feng Xiaotian's agility and nimbleness were far from ordinary. Even at this crucial moment of gathering strength, he managed to twist his body with grace, like a feather dancing in the wind, effortlessly evading Tang San's fierce strike. Wu, the moment has arrived. Feng Xiaotian's voice resonated through the winds, filled with undeniable urgency, for opportunities such as this were fleeting. At this juncture, Wu was already poised to unleash her power, her 4 soul rings suddenly merging into one, transforming into a profound and radiant black 10,000-year soul ring, pulsating with the brilliance and strength accumulated over the ages, stirring the heart with trepidation. Huowu, blaze. With this low exclamation, the entire space appeared to ignite, an indescribable wave of heat surging forth from within her. Huowu spread her arms wide, akin to a goddess guiding the power of the stars, slowly sketching a blazing canvas in the void. A resplendent fireball coalesced, its flames surging, blood-red in hue, yet exuding an air of unassailable dominance and authority. The fireball traced a magnificent arc in the air, carrying destructive power, aimed squarely at Tang San's unsuspecting teammates behind him. This scene unfolded with such suddenness that even Tang San's keen perception could only catch a glimpse of that deadly crimson light in his pupils. Yet the swing of the Haotian hammer was ultimately a moment too late, leaving him helplessly watching the enormous fireball descend towards his unprepared companions. Just as Tang San found himself in dire straits, shrouded in an inescapable cloud of despair, Bai Qinxiang at the rear of the team resolutely stepped forward. Despite her merely 33rd rank and still limited cultivation, the indomitable spirit and bravery she exhibited in the face of challenges stirred the hearts of all who beheld her. Amidst the interwoven gazes of concern from the crowd, Bai Qinxiang exhibited no hesitation. With a graceful movement, she soared forth like a delicate swallow skimming the water, charging directly towards the blazing fireball hurtling towards them. In that fleeting moment, her silhouette appeared diminutive yet remarkably grand, as if she were summoning all her courage to erect an unassailable barrier for her comrades. With a resounding crash, the arena was instantly engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring all vision and plunging the scene into chaos and uncertainty. This sudden turn of events rendered every spectator breathless, their hearts heavy with profound concern and unease for Bai Qinxiang. In the stands, the elderly Bai clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles pale from the exertion, his weathered eyes reflecting both pride in his granddaughter's audacity and an undeniable anxiety. However, Tang San remained unmoved by Bai Qinxiang's actions, having withheld the precious celestial herbs from her before the competition commenced. In his eyes, such herbs were reserved for those deemed worthy of investment. With Bai Qinxiang's innate soul power at a mere level 6, it was evident that she fell outside the scope of Tang San's considerations. Even though Bai Qinxiang dedicated herself diligently to her cultivation, the ultimate outcome would likely see her attain only the rank of Soul Douluo, and that was an optimistic assessment. They all understood the formidable challenge she faced in breaking through to the Soul Saint level, let alone aspiring to become a Soul Douluo. Meanwhile, her 5 companions stood poised to achieve the rank of title Douluo in their futures. As the smoke billowed, the roots of the blue-silver grass surged forth, forcefully ejecting Huowu, who was precariously positioned at the edge of the arena. Even the unsuspecting Huowu Shuang and other team members found themselves ensnared by the rapidly growing blue-silver grass. Tang San wielded the colossal Haotian hammer, striking the ground with such force that the shockwave sent the other members of Shinkong Academy flying off the stage. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving only Feng Xiaotian standing for Shinkong Academy. As the dust settled, Bai Qinxiang's unconscious form was revealed upon the ground. Seventh sister, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in distress, yearning to rush over and assess Bai Qinxiang's injuries, for it was she who had bravely shielded them from the attack moments prior. Qinxiang. Oscar also felt a deep concern for Bai Qinxiang's current condition. Yet, at this moment, they had to maintain the formation of this martial soul fusion skill. The absence of one Bai Qinxiang might still allow them to barely sustain it, but without one of the 6 of them, the 7-in-1 fusion technique would shatter catastrophically. At that point, not only would they suffer intense backlash, but the victory that was almost within their grasp would also slip away. Each of Feng Xiaoyan's attacks was flawlessly blocked by Tang San, leading them to believe that the battle would remain in stalemate. However, Tang San relentlessly extracted the soul power from his companions, entirely disregarding the potential repercussions for them. This continued until Feng Xiaotian lost his combat capability. Yet, Tang San's martial soul's true form did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a more frenzied state, drawing upon their soul power. On the stands, Yu Guan's pupils suddenly widened with astonishment, the world's foremost weapon martial soul. The Haotian hammer. Lu Erlong, also in the stands, could not help but display a look of concern. Why is Xiao San still continuing? This strike could devastate the entire arena. At this moment, Tang San seemed to have placed himself on the edge of losing control, his gaze fixated solely on the descending heavy hammer and the thirst for victory. Just as the tension reached its peak, A deep and authoritative voice reverberated in Tang San's ears like thunder from the heavens. Stop. The voice contained an undeniable power, instantly penetrating the clamor of the battlefield and striking at the depths of Tang San's soul. Upon hearing it, Tang San's body instinctively trembled. As if bound by an invisible force, the Haotian hammer, which was poised to strike, abruptly halted in midair, leaving only a hair's breadth between him and Feng Xiaotian. He turned sharply, disbelief and a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes. That familiar yet commanding voice seemed to pull him back from the brink of chaos, restoring a semblance of rationality. The voice of Tang Hao continued, "Withdraw your strength." As Tang Hao's words reached Tang San's ears, clarity suddenly appeared in his pupils, and the massive Haotian hammer that was about to crash to the ground began to diminish in size. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Martial Soul Plaza, Kai stood amidst the throng, surrounded by the deafening cheers and shouts for Shrek Academy. A faint smile unconsciously graced his lips, concealing an unknown depth of meaning. In his eyes, the glory of Shrek Academy was but a fleeting moment. Once this grand spectacle concluded, he vowed to erase the Academy's name from the annals of history, leaving not a trace behind. As his thoughts returned, Kai's gaze refocused on the cloaked figure before him, his tone laced with subtle tenderness and helplessness. "Schwer. Here it is just you and me. Is there any need to maintain the guise of Shueqinghe?" At this moment, Qian Renxue still presented herself as Shueqinghe. A sly smile curved her lips as she donned Shueqinghe's refined visage, artfully masking her own melodious voice. She chuckled lightly. "Oh, brother Kai, are you perhaps growing weary of Schwer?" Her voice concealed a hint of jest and a trace of probing, akin to the gentle breeze that inadvertently caresses one's cheek on a spring day, imbued with a barely perceptible chill. For Kai, however, this scene resembled an extraordinary apparition encountered in the depths of winter, stirring within him an inexplicable coldness and discomfort. The familiar visage of Shueqinghe, paired with this sudden female voice, conjured an illusion where dreams and reality intertwined, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of discord and confusion, as icy shivers coursed up his spine until they enveloped his entire being. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on a nearby silent trash bin. His tone laced with a mix of resignation and mockery. "If you continue to present yourself in this manner and speak to me in such a voice, I fear I shall have no choice but to unceremoniously invite you into that trash bin." Upon finishing his words, a slight smirk played on his lips as he endeavored to diffuse the sudden awkwardness and bizarre atmosphere with a semblance of ease. At his words, the corners of Qian Renxue's lips involuntarily quivered, her emotions a complex tapestry, marked by both an exasperation at his forthrightness and an undercurrent of subtle admiration. She sighed softly, then grasped Kai's hand, and together they quietly ventured into a narrow, tranquil alley. As a warm and radiant light began to emanate from Shueqinghe, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through the morning haze, he gradually transformed until the familiar visage of Qian Renxue re-emerged into the world. In that moment, the furrowed brow of Kai seemed to be caressed by the spring breeze, slowly unfurling, his eyes sparkling with relief and tenderness. The instant Qian Renxue regained her true form, Kai stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, drawing her tightly into his embrace. This hug served as a confirmation of her identity and a natural expression of the emotions residing deep within his soul. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, but then a warm current surged within her. She gently wrapped her arms around Kai, their heartbeats resonating in harmony, all words dissolving into this silent yet profound embrace. "Truth be told," Kai murmured softly in her ear, his voice laced with a barely discernible tenderness and resolve, "I truly despise the way Shueqinghe presents himself. He speaks incessantly of righteousness and morality, and his demeanor suggests a disinterest in the throne, yet his intentions run deeper than anyone could fathom. In his relentless pursuit of that princely position, he has even clandestinely colluded with our spirit hall, promising to bestow 3 cities and 2 provinces upon us should he ascend to the throne." Leaning closer to Qian Renxue, he continued, "Yet, little does Shueqinghe realize that his identity will be supplanted by us." As they walked hand in hand back to the CAF, a place bustling with members of the Spirit Hall, Kai felt no apprehension regarding the ensuing conversation's content being exposed. As the publicly recognized prince of the Tiando Empire, "Do you not think your absence from the semifinals will arouse the suspicions of that old fox, the Snow Knight Emperor?" Kai's words were laced with a hint of anxiety, his gaze filled with concern. Qian Renxue gently sipped her coffee, her golden eyes seemingly infused with boundless tenderness. She slowly directed her gaze towards Kai, a faint, serene smile gracing her lips. "Of course, the Snow Knight is a suspicious monarch, finding it difficult to place complete trust in anyone, even me. The one who has been bestowed the title of Crown Prince has not escaped his scrutiny. Her voice was soft yet tinged with caution, as if she believed Qian Renxue had genuinely suffered an injustice. Kai's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes wandering momentarily in the abyss of contemplation, ultimately fixing upon Qian Renxue's seemingly innocent yet profound gaze. An inexplicable anger quietly surged within him, akin to a flickering candle flame in the dark night, wavering yet fervent. "Perhaps we ought to adjust the game," he declared in a low, resolute tone, each word falling like meticulously carved chess pieces upon the invisible board that lay between them. At dawn tomorrow, the news of the unfortunate demise of the Snow Knight Emperor will send shockwaves throughout the entire empire. In his mind's eye, once the emperor fell to assassination, Qian Renxue, as the legitimate heir, would naturally seize the imperial scepter. Faced with this sudden proposition, Qian Renxue's expression froze for a moment, shock surging forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming her ability to speak. Her eyes shimmered with a tapestry of complex emotions, encompassing both astonishment at the audacity of the plan and deep apprehension regarding its potential consequences. Assassinate the emperor? Such a method, how could you conceive of it? Her voice trembled, serving as both a question directed at Kai and a challenge to her own wavering convictions. Setting aside the feasibility of the plan, one could easily deduce that it was orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue helplessly rubbed her forehead, suddenly reminded of her recent conversation with Hulaina, which left her feeling unsettled. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, unable to suppress the tumult within her. She slammed her palm onto the wooden table with a resounding crack, akin to the sound of ice fracturing upon a winter lake. This sudden noise shattered the warmth and tranquility of the CAF like a stone cast into a still pond. Surrounding patrons turned their heads, expressions filled with confusion and astonishment, yet soon they seemed to be drawn back into their own worlds by an unseen force, leaving only a few whispers to drift lightly through the air. The depths of Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a complex light as she fixed her gaze upon Kai. Her look seemingly capable of piercing through all facades, reaching the innermost secrets of the heart. Kai, too, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his hand trembling slightly, nearly causing the teacup to slip from his grasp. The warm tea inadvertently spilled onto his clothing, leaving mottled stains. Yet no one paid it any heed. He raised his eyes to meet Qian Renxue's, his own deep gaze filled with confusion and concern over her sudden emotional shift. "Are you involved with Nana?" Qian Renxue lowered her voice, wishing to keep this matter from being overheard. Upon hearing her question, Kai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Observing Qian Renxue's jealous demeanor, he found her to be remarkably endearing at that moment. Chapter 62, The Finals. The disgraced Phoenix today marks the highly anticipated finals of the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. The gaze of the entire Douluo Continent is focused on this ultimate showdown. Within the Spirit City, undercurrents are surging as spies from various factions strive to obtain the most accurate information at the earliest opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5 yearly finals are upon us once again. Today, Shrek Academy and the Spirit Academy will contend for the championship title. The Platinum Bishop, Coveys, donned in an ornate robe, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Slowly, he turned, casting a gaze filled with reverence towards the extraordinary figure on the high platform, the Pope, Bibidong. "We invite your holiness to make your entrance." At this proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd, and then, as if drawn by an invisible force, all eyes converged upon the pinnacle of the stand. There, Bibidong sat gracefully, akin to a lotus, her papal staff gently held in hand. Every flicker of light that danced around her seemed to embody supreme majesty and power. Her gaze was profound and indifferent, sweeping over the assembly below as if she could perceive the innermost thoughts of the hearts present, while simultaneously isolating herself from the bustling world outside. "Having seen your holiness, we have also seen the grand offering." The first half of this declaration came from the audience, while the latter was a unified call from the Platinum Bishops of the Spirit Hall, with the synchronized exclamation of "having seen your holiness, we have also seen the grand offering." A solemn and sacred atmosphere enveloped the entire Spirit City. Whispers among the crowd ceased abruptly, replaced by an air of solemnity and anticipation. Kai, clad in a fitted silver robe adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, shimmered under the sunlight, each step resonating with the very fabric of space, emanating a captivating pressure. His visage was sculpted with striking handsomeness, his gaze deep and resolute, a subtle yet authoritative smile gracing his lips. As he approached Bibidong's side, he turned to face the eagerly awaiting arena. His voice, deep and magnetic, reverberated through every corner of the spirit city. Today, the eyes of the entire continent gather here, witnessing not only a glorious battle of soul masters but also the contest for the strongest of the young generation. Whether they hail from the Spirit Hall or the elite of Shrek, all participants aspire to give their utmost in this battle, leaving no regrets. Kai stood as a meticulously sculpted monarch, his demeanor and grace exuding extraordinary cultivation and poise, drawing the attention of the masses and eliciting thunderous applause. Beneath this dazzling stage, however, lies a heart shrouded in shadows. Yu Xiaozhang's eyes blazed like flames, a deep crimson hue reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of the abyss. Fixated intently on Kai's figure, the weight of past transgressions hung upon him like heavy shackles, dragging him from the heights of reverence to the depths of ridicule. Once a revered master, now he had become a mere jester, willing to sacrifice everything for fleeting attention. His heart was consumed by regret and resentment, each breath accompanied by a painful groan. Even just moments ago, as Kai stood upon that glorious podium, delivering a stirring declaration, his confidence and charisma could have moved mountains. Yet, not a single glance, not even the most trivial of acknowledgments, fell upon Yu Xiaozhang's yearning visage. This indifference sliced through him like a razor, silently yet lethally severing his dwindling dignity and hope. Once pleasantries were exchanged, it was time for Coveys to declare the commencement of the competition. A total of 14 competitors ascended to the Soul Arena. "You have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls," Coveys announced before vanishing, leaving the arena to their own devices. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Level 44 Control System Soul Master. Daimubai, Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger, Level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Evil Fire Phoenix, Level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul Big Sausage, Level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Ningrongrong, Martial Soul 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Level 41 Support System Weapon Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Soft Bone Charming Rabbit, Level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Bai Chinxiang, Martial Soul Sharp-Tailed Swallow, Level 34 Agility System Soul Master. Among this assembly of Soul Masters stood a Soul Sovereign, instantly drawing the attention of all toward Bai Chinxiang. The Martial Soul Hall Academy had only revealed 2 Soul Kings thus far in the competition, leaving the cultivation levels of the remaining members shrouded in mystery. As the formidable Xiaoyu stretched his limbs, 6 soul rings slowly materialized around him. Xiaoyu, Martial Soul Moon Blade, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. The emergence of his 6 soul rings left the entire arena in awe. Impossible! How can someone under 20 achieve the rank of Soul Emperor? Yu Xiaozhang exclaimed in madness. Having squandered his life in obscurity, with only the 10 core theories of martial souls as his testament. Yet, Xiaoyu's appearance shattered one of those very theories. Despite his frenzy, no one paid heed to Yu Xiaozhang's antics. Only Lu Erlong's face betrayed a flicker of concern. Wishing to comfort Yu Xiaozhang but unsure of how to begin. Hu Laina, Martial Soul 5-Tailed Demon Fox, Level 59 Control System Soul King. With Hu Laina's declaration, another sharp dagger plunged mercilessly into Yu Xiaozhang's heart. Yin, Martial Soul Flame Lord, Level 60 Assault System Soul Emperor. Once again, a knife was plunged in. Zhu Zhiqing, possessing the soul of the Nethercat, stands as a Level 56 Agility type Soul King. Sun Chuantao, with the soul of the Circular Blade, is a Level 49 Power type Soul Sect. Zhang Ping, wielding the soul of the Golden Waste Swallow, is a Level 48 Agility type Soul Sect. Su Yu, bearing the soul of the Brilliant Golden Staff, is a Level 48 Support type Soul Sect. Yu Xiaozhang had grown numb. Let alone the fact that the opponent had 2 Soul Emperors. Even their Support type Soul Master possessed a soul power exceeding that of Tang San, their strongest member. This battle of souls appeared futile. Tang San's pupils suddenly constricted, a wave of undeniable shock coursing through him. He gazed at the opponent's dazzling array of soul rings. A chill creeping into his heart as he realized the stark contrast of his team's configuration, so weak and powerless, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's body trembled slightly, his hefty form betraying a profound fear of the unknown enemy, his fighting spirit waning. His defenses shattered. Oscar, another support-type soul master, instinctively clenched his fingers, his gaze drifting to the soft golden glow of the brilliant golden staff, weighing its overwhelming soul power that sent a shiver down his spine. Ning Rongrong could not conceal her worried expression. Her eyes furtively darted towards the stands where her father, Ning Fengji, sat, seeking a semblance of comfort and strength. Yet more so, she was gripped by unease and apprehension for the impending battle. As for Xiaowu, she unconsciously pressed close to Tang San's back, her soulful eyes flickering with trepidation, yet predominantly filled with unconditional trust and reliance on him. She resembled a frightened fawn, seeking the most steadfast shelter. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Dai Mubai was the first to act, unleashing his soul enhancement soul skill. A faint white light radiated from his body, enveloping him and augmenting his attributes. First soul skill, Acceleration. As a pure speed-type soul master, Bai Qinxiang's velocity was unparalleled even among peers of the same rank. However, to Zhu Zhiqing, Bai Qinxiang's extraordinary speed seemed as slow as a worm crawling on the ground. The others exchanged glances, and Yin stretched his long and used bones. With a sudden movement, his body emitted a disconcerting crackling sound as his bones shifted. Then, with a swift motion, Yin slammed his palm against the ground, declaring, "Behold my sixth soul skill." He flashed a charming smile, and with that, the sixth soul ring beside him blazed to life. Sixth soul skill, Magma Purgatory. Around Xiang, an energy began to expand rapidly, enveloping the entire soul arena before finally coming to a halt. Subsequently, the temperature within the arena surged dramatically, causing the ground to become unbearably hot. Under the influence of this extreme heat, the surface transformed into volcanic rock. Occasionally, magma erupted from the ground, but the source of these eruptions remained a mystery. "Oscar!" he exclaimed, swiftly retreating from the searing heat. Third soul skill, Fantastical Mushroom Sausage. He quickly hurled the sausages in his hand toward his teammates. However, just as the sausages were about to land in their hands, a purple phantom flashed across the arena. By the time both sides regained their composure, the 6 sausages had already fallen into the hands of Zhu Zhiqing. Meanwhile, the first to charge forward, Bai Qinxiang, was still pinned beneath Zhu Zhiqing's foot. Bai Qinxiang's delicate form pressed firmly against the volcanic rock, trembling from the intense heat. "Ah!" Bai Qinxiang cried out in agony from the burns. Yet, in that moment, no one stepped forward to protect him. "Qinxiang!" A fierce flame ignited in Ma Hongjuan's eyes. Second soul skill, Phoenix Wing Ascension. Ma Hongjuan decisively unleashed his flight ability. Although the volcanic rock posed little threat to him, given his own fire attribute martial soul, the disparity in soul power between the two sides was evident. Even if Ma Hongjuan wished to disregard it, the volcanic rock continued to consume his soul power. As Ma Hongjuan prepared to rush forward to rescue Bai Qinxiang, Yan, lurking nearby, wore a sinister smile. "You've taken the bait." First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Yan's right arm became engulfed in seething magma, and he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward the swiftly approaching Ma Hongjuan. "Fatty no?" Dai Mubai shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but found himself ensnared, as Sun Chuantao's massive ring blade had already inflicted numerous wounds upon him. Yan's figure loomed larger in Ma Hongjuan's vision, and the speed was too great to evade, leaving him with no choice but to confront the attack directly. Fourth soul skill, Phoenix Laughs at the Frog. Ma Hongjuan's move was a desperate gamble. With no option to evade, he would have to engage head-on. However, even with his fourth soul skill, the nearly 20-level disparity in soul power remained an insurmountable chasm for him. With a thunderous roar, akin to the heavens tearing asunder, magma and flames clashed violently at the center of the arena, instantly rising into a billowing cloud that obscured the sun, engulfing all in chaos. Only Tang San, with his penetrating gaze, seemed to pierce through the haze, as if he could discern the secrets of the chaotic core. Amidst the swirling smoke, a figure was violently cast aside like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the sturdy stone pillar at the edge of the soul arena. It was Ma Hongjuan. His corpulent form appeared alarmingly fragile, as if burdened by an unbearable weight. His right arm was grotesquely twisted and broken, hanging limply, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Ma Hongjuan's face, amidst the intertwining smoke and blood, bore an even more sinister visage, with flesh torn and bones partially exposed. Each scar told a tale of the brutal and merciless nature of battle. Such injuries, even for a soul master, nearly signified the end of his path and cultivation, rendering his future bleak. Foul play. The Spirit Hall is blatantly violating the rules. Yu Xiaojing shouted hoarsely. He pointed at the bloodied Ma Hongjuan, exclaiming, "The Spirit Hall Academy is not engaging in a contest of souls, but rather committing murder." However, very few in attendance paid heed to Yu Xiaojing's antics. Several healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall lifted Ma Hongjuan off the stage, and upon witnessing the subtle rise and fall of his chest, they confirmed he was still alive. Since he had not perished, there could be no claim of foul play by the Spirit Hall Academy. Once an elder of the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojiang was acutely aware of this fact, yet he remained unwilling to accept it. As the smoke dissipated, Yan on the arena bore a calm demeanor, showing no remorse for having incapacitated Ma Hongjun, pressing down slightly harder on Bai Qinxiang, whose delicate face was now marred by burns. He displayed an unsettling indifference. "Ah, grandfather, save me." Hearing his granddaughter's heart-wrenching cries, Bai felt a pang of sorrow and instinctively reached out to intervene. However, as he made a move, Titan firmly placed his hand on Baihia's shoulder. "Old Whitebird, do not act impulsively. Remember, there are at least 7 Douluo present in the arena." The words of Titan began to waver the resolute determination of the White Crane. He felt utterly powerless, merely able to watch helplessly as his beloved granddaughter suffered upon the stage. At that moment, a pink silhouette suddenly burst forth. Xiaowu extended her long, fair leg and delivered a swift kick towards Zhu Xing. Every motion of Xiaowu was keenly observed by Zhu Xing, who, without hesitation, retaliated with a kick of her own. Zhu Xing's physical prowess, honed since childhood by Kai, rendered her unmatched even among the 4 elite members of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, as her physical skills alone surpassed those of the others combined. Soon, Xiaowu began to show signs of struggle, sustaining scratches inflicted by Zhu Xing. Just as Zhu Xing's sharp claws were about to descend upon Xiaowu's vulnerable form, a brilliant layer of golden light suddenly enveloped Xiaowu, providing her with steadfast protection. The impact of Zhu Xing's claws against Xiaowu produced a sharp, resonant sound, prompting Zhu Xing to furrow her brow. Yet, the force of her attack sent Xiaowu flying. Seeing Xiaowu harmed, Tang San, who was fiercely battling Yin, lost all composure. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tang San's momentary lapse, Yin struck him squarely in the face, already marked by 2 crimson bruises. The blow caused Tang San to spit out a mouthful of blood, along with several teeth. Although this attack could have rendered Tang San powerless on the ground, the sight of Xiaowu being besieged by others, combined with the searing heat of the ground, propelled him upward with fierce determination. Suddenly, 8 gashes appeared on his back as the 8 spider lances unfurled from him. The 2 individuals possessing flying spirit abilities clashed midair. Yet the spirit elder Bai Qinxiang was no match for Zhang Ping. With the release of her 3rd spirit skill, Feather Arrow, feathers began to cascade down upon the arena. These feathers fell upon Bai Qinxiang, leaving neat, painful cuts upon her fair back. A soft cry escaped her lips as the sensation of pain drew her attention to the gently drifting feathers. Meanwhile, Tang San had summoned his Haotian hammer, utilizing his external spirit bone to swiftly approach the menacing Zhu Xing. With a determined swing of the Haotian hammer, Tang San wasted no time in aiming it at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing, 2nd spirit skill, Granite. Zhu Xing's speed of advancement was astonishingly swift, making it impossible to evade the impending strike of the Haotian hammer. Just as the formidable weapon was about to descend upon her, Yin decisively interposed himself between the two, sacrificing his own body to absorb the tremendous impact of the Haotian hammer on behalf of Zhu Xing. Although the Haotian hammer lacked additional soul rings at that moment, its sheer weight had already reached an impressive 500 genes. Coupled with Tang San's erratic hammer technique, Yin was sent flying upon being struck by the blow. With the activation of his 5th soul skill, Phantom of the Underworld, 9 ethereal shadows of Zhu Xing suddenly manifested in the arena, each possessing claws that glimmered with a chilling luminescence. Without hesitation, the 9 phantoms launched a relentless assault on Tang San, who was wielding the rotating Haotian hammer. In the audience, Kai observed the tense expression on Ning Fengji's face. Although Ning Fengji concealed his anxiety, the one-sided nature of the battle left him unable to find solace. "What now, Sectmaster Ning? It seems that Shrek Academy is on the verge of defeat," Kai remarked, unflinchingly choosing to exacerbate the situation with his taunts. "Should the Spirit Hall emerge victorious, I trust you will not forget our previous wager." Being situated on the elevated platform, only Bon Douluo Kai and Bibi Dong were present, allowing Kai to speak without fear of eavesdropping. Redirecting his gaze to the battle platform, he acknowledged that Tang San's hammer technique was indeed formidable, as the swinging hammer shadows prevented Zhu Xing from closing the distance. Suddenly, while Tang San continued to wield the erratic hammer technique, Xiaoyu had already set his sights on Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who had just descended from the air, unprotected and vulnerable. These support-type soul masters were akin to 2 peeled soft persimmons. The earlier cry of agony had indeed emanated from Oscar, whose chest bore a deep cross-shaped wound, with the blood still dripping from Xiaoyu's crescent blade. At that moment, Oscar knelt on the battle platform, clutching his chest, while Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile flickered nervously in response to the escalating tension. This was dire. Tang San muttered to himself and was compelled to launch the Haotian hammer, which he had swung 36 times, towards the direction of Evil Moon. Without the soul fusion skill, the enchanting mist was absent, making it impossible for Tang San to use his hidden weapons in front of so many witnesses. The moment the Haotian hammer slipped from his grasp, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity, and her sharp, curved blade lunged towards Tang San's chest with ferocity. In a critical moment, a layer of milky white energy enveloped Tang San's hands. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught, he chose to receive the blade with his bare hands, using his Qian Jade hands to firmly intercept her attack. However, the considerable soul power disparity of nearly 12 levels inflicted immense strain on him, sending a shockwave through his body that nearly caused him to falter and kneel. As the Haotian hammer hurtled towards him, Evil Moon wore a sinister smile, reveling in his cunning scheme's success. Naturally, he would not foolishly attempt to catch it. The thrown Haotian hammer could not alter its trajectory. And with Tang San entangled by Zhu Zhuqing, Evil Moon merely sidestepped slightly, evading the powerful strike of the Haotian hammer, which had been charged for 36 swings. Boom! The Haotian hammer crashed heavily against the stone pillar at the edge of the soul fighting platform, causing the pillar, nearly 10 meters in diameter, to collapse instantly. One could only imagine the sheer power of a strike that had been charged for 36 swings. Fourth soul skill. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Seizing the opportunity for a counterattack, Dai Mubai decisively unleashed his fourth soul skill, releasing a flurry of golden fist shadows that cascaded down like countless golden streams from behind him. Sun Chuantao promptly retreated. And Evil Moon, observing this, hurled the barely conscious Oscar towards the position where Sun Chuantao had just stood. This is bad. Dai Mubai attempted to retract his soul power, but the attack he had already unleashed could not be recalled. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his soul skill struck Oscar. Enduring the full force of the White Tiger Meteor Shower, Oscar was now covered in bloody wounds, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, a pitiful sight indeed. Fortunately, Dai Mubai had moderated his force mid-attack. Otherwise, the unprepared Oscar might have perished on the spot after being hit by the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Little Oscar. Ning Rongrong had no time to mourn for Oscar, as Evil Moon's cold gaze had already turned towards her. Under the weight of that icy stare, fear gripped Ning Rongrong, causing her to tremble as her legs weakened, threatening to collapse. Yet the scorching temperature of the ground forced her to brace herself. With the blade of Evil Moon aimed directly at her, Ning Rongrong's fear intensified, making her shudder uncontrollably. I do not wish to harm a woman. You should step down yourself. The sinister you spoke coldly. Ning Rongrong hesitated to voice her thoughts, yet as she gazed upon her comrades still engaged in battle, alongside her own precarious safety, she resolutely summoned her martial soul, channeling every last vestige of her soul power to amplify Tang San and the others. At the moment her soul power was completely drained, Ning Rongrong's body weakened, threatening to collapse. Perhaps the sinister you did not wish to witness Ning Rongrong's visage marred by injury. Thus, as she leaned forward, he decisively kicked her away. Observing this scene, Ning Fingji in the audience let out a sigh of relief. Sacrificing all her soul power to bolster her allies was certainly preferable to fleeing outright. Noticing the change in Ning Fengji's expression, the ever-composed Kai also allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. As long as you did not genuinely harm Ning Rongrong, the subsequent negotiations with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely tilt in their favor. The soul-hunting plan had already been deliberated among the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, targeting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan as principal actors, had they not yet to locate the whereabouts of the Haotian School. The primary focus of the soul-hunting operation might have shifted to them instead. Once the foremost sect in the realm, even now, due to the prevailing circumstances, they were forced into seclusion, yet they remained a formidable force. Having dealt with Ning Rongrong, you turned his gaze toward Hu Laina, who was merely spectating, before charging at the struggling Dai Mubai. From the outset, Hu Laina's sole mission was to safeguard the only support-type soul master within the team. Hence, she had refrained from engaging in combat thus far, and no one had managed to breach her defenses. Dai Mubai found himself hard-pressed against Sun Chuantao, let alone facing the impending threat of the nearly level 63 Yu. Under the relentless assault from Yu, Dai Mubai was wholly incapable of retaliation. Were it not for the effects of the extraordinary mushroom, he would have long since lost his capacity to fight. Although you possess 6 soul rings, he wielded but a single soul skill. One can only imagine the terrifying might that such a strike would unleash. Even the Indomitable could not withstand the edge of Yu's moon blade. With Dai Mubai beneath his foot, Yu viciously pressed down upon his face, the force eliciting a disconcerting crack from both his bones and the ground. Saliva and blood mingled, pooling beneath them, much to Yu's disdain. The aerial conflict neared its conclusion. Bai Chenxiang, once again pierced by feathers in her shoulder, could no longer endure, swaying before plummeting from the sky. Zhu Zhuqing stood silently by, watching as Yin mercilessly pounded the defenseless Xiao Biansan. This could not continue. The anguish in Yu Xiaojiang's heart was akin to being pierced by a blade as he clenched his fists, witnessing his beloved disciple being battered on stage. Xiao San conceded. At this moment, Tang San found himself in a semi-conscious state, instinctively attempting to block and evade the fists of Yin, which were entirely engulfed in molten lava. It was only when the voice of his revered master reached his ears that his waning nerves suddenly sparked to life. Shrek shall never concede defeat. Victory is destined to belong to Shrek. As Tang San declared his triumph, Yin decisively delivered a flying knee strike to Tang San's groin, producing a sound reminiscent of shattered eggshells. Instinctively, everyone present, including those on the observation platform, clasped their own vulnerable areas. Even those seasoned titled Douluos, who prided themselves on their worldly experience, reflexively raised their hands in defense. The significance of that region was paramount for men. Even the slightest provocation could trigger an involuntary reaction. Kai's lips twitched. Yin had truly gone too far. He mused to himself that he had never taught such a discomfiting technique. Crimson and white fluids streamed from Tang San's lower body, causing his complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and purple. It was utterly shattered. Tang San's essence was irrevocably broken at that moment. This revelation struck Tang San like a bolt from the blue, and the 8 spider legs behind him seemed to lose all control, wildly thrusting towards the astonished Yin. Shattered? It's over. San Gu shall become Sanjia, evading the onslaught of the 8 spider soul bones. Yin swiftly maneuvered behind Tang San and delivered a forceful kick to his back. The agony from the shattered state left Tang San's legs weak, and with the additional assault on his back, he collapsed onto the searing volcanic rock. Yin stood upon Tang San's back, observing the 8 spider legs still writhing upon him. Without hesitation, he seized 2 of them. Little San, has anyone ever told you how utterly detestable these 8 spider legs of yours are? As soon as Yin finished speaking, he exerted his strength, prompting an agonizing wail from Tang San. Helplessly, he watched as his 8 spider legs were forcibly broken. It was important to note that the 8 spider soul bones had long since fused with Tang San over time. Even in death, he would not release the 8 spider soul bones. Yan's current actions were akin to brutally breaking a man's ribs, coupled with the pain of his shattered essence. The torment Tang San endured was unimaginable. Crack, for spider legs were wrenched from him. And only after all 8 had been forcibly removed did Jin spit disdainfully on Tang San before stepping away. A flawless resolution. After saying this, Yin crushed the neatly arranged spider legs beneath his foot. As he passed by Hulaina, she unhesitatingly gave him a thumbs up. Yin scratched his head, grinning foolishly. But his gaze was already fixed on Xiao Wu, who was still entangled with Zhu Zhuqing. Is that wretched rabbit still not off the stage? Yin, filled with confusion, inquired. Not yet. That roasted rabbit is surprisingly resilient. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, it merely lay on the ground for a brief moment before springing back to life. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing forcefully grasped the 2 rabbit ears of Xiao Wu and then pressed her head harshly against the ground. Enduring the pain radiating from her ears, Xiao Wu disregarded her appearance at that moment and forcefully turned around, sinking her teeth into Zhu Zhuqing's calf. Xiao Wu, stop it. The voice belonged to Dai Mubai, and at that moment, only the 2 of them in Shrek Academy remained conscious. Yet, their situations were unexpectedly similar. Dai Mubai was being trampled underfoot by Xieyu, while Xiao Wu lay on the ground, her rabbit ears clenched in Zhu Zhuqing's grasp, as her face was forcefully slammed against the ground. Observing the roasted rabbit biting into her calf, a flicker of disgust swiftly crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and delivered a kick to Xiao Wu's mouth. Several teeth were expelled from Xiao Wu's mouth. Her face was drenched in blood, particularly at the corners of her mouth, where blood continued to flow profusely. Her mouth was already a gruesome sight, leaving onlookers in shock and horror. However, Zhu Zhuqing displayed no emotional fluctuation, not even a hint of compassion in her gaze. Over the years, under the rigorous training of Kai, the number of individuals who had perished at Zhu Zhuqing's hands exceeded 800. These experiences had forged her current decisiveness. Chapter 64. The Pretentious Tang Retian. Grasping Xiao Wu by her rabbit ears, Zhu Zhuqing hoisted her up. Observing Xiao Wu's bloodied visage, Zhu Zhuqing felt not a trace of pity within her heart. Ah, what a splendid facade. If it were to be ruined, I fear someone might take great offense. Zhu Zhuqing delicately brushed Xiao Wu's cheek, then disdainfully wiped the blood from her hands. Xiao Wu and Tang Sen had already succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only Dai Mubai aware of his surroundings. Zhuqing, let us not involve others in our matters. Even now, Dai Mubai still believed that Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was due to him, thinking that if he provided her with an avenue to retreat, she would graciously accept. Dai Mubai, do you truly think I care about you? Do you genuinely believe I covet the position of the crown princess? As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing didn't even spare him a glance. The bloodied Xiao Wu captured Zhu Zhuqing's interest far more than Dai Mubai did. The harrowing scenes unfolding on stage were deeply etched in the minds of all present. Ning Fingji in the stands appeared utterly drained of strength. Had it not been for the support of Douluo Continent, he might have lost composure on the spot. This is not a competition at all. I demand that the Martial Soul Academy be declared the loser. The cacophony of exclamations from the audience was met with indifference towards the antics of the clownish figure on stage. In the domain of the Spirit Hall, the audacity to demand a loss for the Spirit Hall Academy was so absurd that one might mistake it for the antics of a lunatic. Cabas frowned slightly, a shadow of discontent crossing his features. As the instructor of the team, he noted that no fatalities had occurred, though the battles were undoubtedly accompanied by pain. Yuxi again gazed at Tang San, who lay on the arena like a defeated creature, a profound sense of discomfort gnawing at his heart. His ire then shifted to Kai and Bibidong in the audience. The moment he contemplated surrendering, his tightly clenched fist relaxed, and he felt utterly drained, collapsing beside him. Just as Cabas prepared to announce the outcome of the duel, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tang San, with immense effort, managed to rise to his feet. Even Kai was taken aback by this display of resilience. Ah, truly the child of destiny, isn't he? To be so battered yet still possess the strength to stand. He mused. Tang San's eyes burned crimson as he fixated on the pitiable figure of Xiao Wu, being hoisted like a rag doll by Zhu Zhuqing. Her mouth bloodied and swollen from a brutal kick. Tang San picked up a shard of soul bone from the ground and hurled it like a concealed weapon. Tang Sec's secret technique, Batwing Reincarnation. He was confident in his skills, and despite the nearing collapse of his physical and mental state, the techniques felt instinctual, as if etched into his very essence. Zhu Zhuqing deftly sidestepped the incoming shards, her grip on Xiao Wu rendering her an unwilling shield. The shards, aimed primarily at her, whizzed past them, only to be blocked by the crescent blade held by Xiaoyu. As Zhu Zhuqing evaded the attack, the shards unexpectedly altered their trajectory midair, unhesitatingly targeting the backs of both Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing. A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips. The shards were laced with poison. He was confident that a successful strike would incapacitate both opponents. However, in a surprising twist, Xiaoyu shielded Dai Mubai with his own body, and the shards pierced Dai Mubai without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing likewise employed Xiao Wu as a shield. No. In that moment, Tang San felt his frailty acutely. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through his joints. Helplessly, he watched as the shards embedded themselves in Xiao Wu's body, anguish flooding his heart. How ruthless you are. To use my comrades as shields. The phrase "the path to death" has been uttered by Tang San countless times. Yet now, he finds himself utterly powerless. Ruthless? Ha, Tang San, you are indeed hypocritical. Hulaina sauntered towards him, her ample waist swaying gracefully. Setting aside the despicable nature of her ambush, since she chose this underhanded method, she must bear the consequences of the ensuing events. Suddenly, a glimmer of pink flashed in Hulaina's eyes. Her second soul skill, the Heavenly Fox's Eye. Although the primary effect of this skill targets those with a lower spiritual power, Tang San's spiritual strength far surpasses that of Hulaina. However, this is only under normal circumstances. At this moment, as Tang San's spirit teeters on the brink of collapse, he possesses no surplus strength to resist. He felt a moment of disorientation, and when his vision cleared, he found himself back in his previous life at the Tang sect in Bashu. Senior brother Tang San. The passing disciples regarded him with utmost reverence. Even the elders who once barred him from entering the inner sect now wore congenial expressions. The Grand Elder, holding the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, lavished praises upon Tang San without pause. Thanks to his ability to cultivate the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and master the Tang sect's techniques, Tang San was elevated to the position of sect leader by the elders. This beautiful dream was the outcome Tang San desired most in his heart. Meanwhile, the onlookers saw him standing still, locked in gaze with Hulaina, without taking any action. At this moment, Dai Mubai was afflicted by fragments of the 8 spider lances. and a potent toxin rapidly spread throughout his body. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Of course, Xiao Wu was not faring any better. Once in a semi-conscious state, the onslaught of hidden weapons left her utterly despondent. Her once vibrant red blood had turned black under the influence of the poison. You observed Carvis. The two crescent blades in his hands glinting with a chilling radiance under the direct sunlight. Judge, may we declare the outcome of the match? Upon hearing this, Carvis paused, raising a fist to his mouth to clear his throat. Just as he was about to announce the verdict, Tang San made a sudden move. Lost in the illusion, Tang San, seemingly provoked by some stimuli, began to weep uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. A flicker of purple light flashed in Kai's eyes as the eye of true fusion was utilized for the first time upon Tang San. Soon, Kai thoroughly perused Tang San's memories. He was indeed indulging in a beautiful dream of becoming the sect leader within this illusion. Ning Fingji glanced at Kai, who appeared to be strategizing, and he seemed to age several years in that moment. Sect Master Ning, is this the Tang San you have invested in? It must be said that he is indeed a worthless individual, one who can even succumb to such illusions. Are you certain you wish to place the entire 7 treasures glazed sect upon his shoulders? Kai, with a beaming smile, gazed at Ning Fingji. Great Elder. A temporary setback does not signify perpetual failure. I still believe my judgment is infallible. Yet, as Ning Fengji uttered these words, he felt an unsettling uncertainty within himself. Under the strain of near mental collapse, compounded by a psychological assault, a normal person would likely have succumbed entirely to madness. Ahem. Since the members of the Shrek team have all lost their combat capabilities, I hereby declare that the champion of this tournament is the Spirit Hall team. Congratulations to the Spirit Hall team for securing the championship for the 15th consecutive time. After the competition concluded, Ning Fingji rose to leave, but just as he stood, Kai's voice echoed from behind. Aren't you going to stay and witness the unfolding drama, Sect Master Ning? Drama? Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by Kai's words. However, at that moment, Kai had no time to elucidate his intentions. Bibi Dong also cast a questioning glance. With the tournament concluded, what further spectacle could possibly remain? Kai shifted his posture, pointing to the still unconscious Xiao Wu, and commanded, enforcement team, seize that one called Xiao Wu. The declaration stunned everyone present. Many were bewildered by the purpose behind Kai's actions. Elder, what do you mean by that? The competition has ended. Striking at the students now would tarnish the reputation of our Spirit Hall. Kai cast a glance at Bibi Dong, but quickly diverted his attention as he leapt from the stands to Xiao Wu's side. With 2 swift slaps, he roused the unconscious girl. Stop! A cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. Soon, the trio of the Golden Triangle Love leapt into the arena. We meet the Great Elder. Flander was astute enough to gauge the situation, ensuring to maintain decorum before taking any action. Great Elder, Xiao Wu is our student. Kai, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep my bounds. A sidelong glance at Yu Xiaojing sent shivers down the latter's spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. If she were merely your student, I would certainly refrain from harming her. However, if she were a 10,000-year-old transformed spirit beast, I would have ample justification to apprehend her. Boom. This proclamation detonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. The revelation of a 10,000-year-old transformed spirit beast was of paramount significance and consequence. Despite the presence of numerous title Douluos, none had discerned her true nature. How dare someone without a martial spirit make such an assertion? Yu Xiaojing, undeterred, continued to provoke Kai, which only served to heighten his displeasure. Silence. Grasping the 2 rabbit ears of Xiao Wu, Kai lifted her effortlessly, then extended his hand to unfasten the button at her chest. What are you doing? Lu Erlong exclaimed in fury, the temperature around her rising due to her martial spirit. Slowly, Kai retrieved a flower from Xiao Wu, which was, to be precise, the exquisite herb known as the Heartbreak Red. With the scent of the Heartbreak Red no longer masking her identity, Xiao Wu's status as a 100,000-year soul beast was immediately recognized by the Soul-To and Title-To present. This is bad. If they discover she is a 100,000-year soul beast, I will never allow her to enter the martial soul city, thought Dugubo, sensing the impending disaster. It truly is a 100,000-year soul beast, Yu Guan remarked, somewhat incredulous. The aura unmistakably matched that of the one who had escaped years prior. How sinister, he added. Bibi Dong, too, found herself unsettled. Her own soul rings were not fully equipped, yet a transformed 100,000-year soul beast was now within her grasp. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gracefully descended with her long, fair legs. Yu Xiao, in the presence of a formidable opponent, one must maintain the respect due, otherwise, your head may no longer find a place upon your shoulders. Kai's hesitation stemmed from waiting for Tang-To, who flaunted his presence with loudspeakers. With the eye of truth, the moment Tang Hao appeared, Kai could extract all his memories. At that juncture, he would uncover not only the burial site of the Blue-Silver Emperor, but also the address of the Haotian clan. I care not whether Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old beast. She is my daughter. The trio, embroiled in a golden triangle love affair, had already activated their martial soul fusion ability, releasing the golden sacred dragon through the medium of Pai Pai Zhu. Bonds of friendship and ties of camaraderie are mere tales. Before absolute power, even their formidable martial soul fusion techniques would be futile. With that declaration, Kai extended his palm to grasp the dragon that lunged towards him. With a slight exertion, a shattering sound akin to breaking glass resonated throughout the martial soul plaza. The seemingly invincible golden sacred dragon was now riddled with cracks, spreading from its tail to its entire form before it crumbled into dust. The backlash from the shattered martial soul fusion technique caused the trio to cough up blood, yet they supported one another, unwilling to fall. Dugabo attempted to act, but Bibi Dong merely planted her staff into the ground, exerting such immense pressure that Dugabo could not lift his head. The value of a 100,000-year transformed soul beast needs no elaboration. Whether slain for soul rings and bones or nurtured, it represents an unexpected fortune. Kai's delicate fingers grazed Xiao Wu's bloodied cheek, yet she turned her head away, unwilling to allow his touch. Slap. With a sharp crack. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Kai retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from his palms. The scenes of Xiao Wu's humiliation were seared into Tang San's mind, who was teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. In Tang San's world, Xiao Wu undoubtedly held an irreplaceable position. Thus, upon witnessing her degradation, the despair that had enveloped him shattered, and he fought back with fervor, swinging the Haotian hammer toward Kai. Remove your filthy hands. Xiao Wu, do not be afraid. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from his waist. Faced with the onslaught of Tang San, who resembled a prickly porcupine, Kai effortlessly evaded the projectiles as if strolling through a park. A series of concealed weapons, dragon beard needles, bone-piercing needles, and King of Hell's invitations, were all deployed by Tang San in a desperate bid to protect Xiao Wu. Boom. The 500-pound Haotian hammer was caught effortlessly in Kai's palm, not budging an inch. Is this the so-called #1 weapon spirit? The Haotian hammer? I'd suggest renaming it the Sun Hammer, Kai taunted relentlessly. Enraged, Tang San spat out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, the sky turned a blood-red hue, and crimson lightning crackled ominously within the clouds. A blood-red Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, aiming squarely at Kai. Ah, at last. I've been waiting for you. Indeed, Kai's true target was not Xiao Wu, but rather to eliminate Tang Hao once and for all. Kai's figure surged, propelling himself into the air to kick the massive Haotian hammer away. He then ascended to confront Tang Retian directly. 9 rings. Explode. Tang Hao understood he was outmatched, and thus, at the moment of contact, he unleashed his ultimate move. 9 soul rings shattered around Tang Hao, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left everyone struggling to lift their heads. Master. Titan's eyes gleamed with admiration for Tang Hao. Great Sumera hammer. The Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp suddenly swelled to the size of a mountain, releasing an immense soul pressure of level 98 that surged forth from his being. Tang Hao completely disregarded the backlash on his body. If he did not exert every ounce of his strength, both he and Tang San would not survive this day. Consequently, this life and death strategy allowed Tang Hao to transcend 2 levels in an instant, and although the Haotian hammer was colossal, it moved with remarkable agility. Open, O gates of wonder. Chapter 65. The competition concludes. Nangong Dichen joins the spirit hall. Tang Hao, radiating an imposing aura that rivaled any competitor, including Kai, prepared to unleash his might. The colossal hammer descended with an overwhelming force, prompting Kai to swiftly raise his arm in defense. The impact of the Haotian hammer, weighing nearly 10,000 pounds, surged through him, igniting a tumultuous wave of emotion within. Enveloped in flames, Kai's fist collided heavily with the hammer's surface. The moment their forces converged, a resonant thud echoed throughout the arena, stirring the spectators below. While he cradled the battered Bai Qinxiang in his arms, his heart aching at the sight of his granddaughter's injuries. Old gorilla, will we prevail? He pondered, gazing at the ripples emanating from the clouds above, dispersing the sky's shroud. As a staunch supporter and devoted admirer of Tang Hao, Titan responded without hesitation to this inquiry. Absolutely. Dad, Tang San, battling against the haze of unconsciousness, looked on with fervent hope at the clash below. Should Tang Hao emerge victorious, the humiliation endured today would be repaid tenfold in the future, contingent solely on his triumph. Moonlight, engage, Bibi Dong commanded. Her gaze fixed on the nearly incapacitated Xiao Wu cradled in Tang San's embrace. Obeying the order, Zhu Duo bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong. As you wish, Your Holiness. Without a moment's pause, Zhu Douluo summoned his spirit and charged toward Tang San. The petals of the spirit of the chrysanthemum, sharp as blades, sliced through the air towards him. Third spirit skill, or a barrier. Zhu Douluo's extraordinary spirit, the celestial chrysanthemum, radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire battle arena. Before Tang San could react, the overwhelming pressure of the aura barrier rendered him immobile. Child, relinquish your struggle. The moment the words left his lips, for flying daggers struck Tang San's limbs, pinning him firmly to the ground. The agony of his pierced limbs, compounded by the torment of his fifth limb exploding, robbed Tang San of all capacity to resist. As Zhu Douluo approached Xiao Wu, intent on taking her away, Titan, seated in the stance, suddenly leaped into action. Third spirit skill, Gravity Fist. A hue of earthy yellow coalesced around Titan's arm as he soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards Moonlight. How dare an 8-ring spirit Douluo act so brazenly? Zhu Douluo scoffed, unfazed by the challenge presented by a mere spirit Douluo. Fifth spirit skill, Gathering of the Cold Blossoms. The chrysanthemum Douluo moved with grace, swiftly hurling a colossal orange flying knife. Confronted with the knife hurtling towards him, Titan remained utterly unperturbed, laughing heartily as he faced the impending attack. Upon the collision, Titan's robust physique was sent flying backward, while the chrysanthemum Douluo effortlessly lifted Xiao Wu from the ground. Preparing to report back. Merely 8 soul rings. Do you think you were Tang Hao? Meanwhile, the battle above had escalated into a fierce struggle. The backlash from the explosive rings exacerbated Tang Hao's already battered body, causing every movement to ignite a searing pain. His face was swollen and bruised, marked by 2 distinct handprints, and his chest bore a significant indentation. With a final surge of effort, he swung a hammer to deflect Kai's assault, creating a distance of several meters for respite. Panting heavily, Tang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly noticed Tang San pinned to the ground. In that instant, his pupils quivered, and his already simmering rage boiled over. Spirit Hall. His son had been harmed, prompting Tang Hao to cast aside all restraint. Ignoring Kai's attack, he raised the Haoyan hammer and aimed it at the Spirit Hall. Seeing Tang Hao abruptly change his target, Bibi Dong let out an enraged shout. Tang Hao, how dare you? Naturally, Kai could not allow such a glaring opening to go unexploited, striking with his fists imbued with chilling flames toward Tang Hao. Bibi Dong, alongside the other To, erected a protective barrier around the entire papal hall. However, just as Kai's attack was about to descend upon Tang Hao, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Kai's eyes pierced the sky, as if he had witnessed a blood-red eye opening above, followed by a crimson bolt of heavenly thunder descending directly upon him. Faced with this celestial strike, Kai had no choice but to retract his offensive and brace himself against the sudden onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the sky rumbled ominously, and the colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, plunged Kai into the ground. The abrupt turn of events left everyone stunned, granting Tang Hao the opportunity to unleash his hammer with all his might. As the hammer descended, it detonated like a nuclear bomb, giving rise to a mushroom cloud over the papal hall. Seizing this unexpected turn, Tang Hao grabbed Tang San and Xiao Wu, preparing to escape. Meanwhile, Kai, struck by the heavenly thunder and buried underground, clutched his chest and coughed up blood. This marked the first time in many years in this world that Kai had sustained such injury. Gazing at the crimson stains on his chest, he felt an overwhelming surge of divine power emanating from the grievous wound. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the Shura god, as spoken of by the god of strength. Painter, Shura, await my vengeance. Should I ascend to the divine realm one day, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Kai's eyes seethed with indignation as he gazed at the heavens. This was the first time in many years that Kai had encountered failure, a blow that could not be underestimated. However, what took Tang Hao by surprise was that just as he prepared to flee with Tang San and Xiao Wu, a formidable ice dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, striking out at him with a fierce swipe. With a resounding crack, Tang Hao felt a tremendous force penetrate his body, and then he was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing heavily into a stone pillar of the spirit hall. Nangong, with 3 swirling ice rings encircling his right hand, commanded the ice dragon as it approached gracefully. An ice dragon? Ning Fengji pondered as he observed the dragon, which trailed a long line of ice particles across the sky. Bone Uncle, could this be the illustrious Nangong Dichen that Sword Uncle spoke of? The gaze of Bone Douluo was also fixed upon the majestic ice dragon above. He could distinctly sense that this creature was not a spirit, for it bore no trace of a dragon-type spirit. Instead, it resonated with a similar aura to the sword intent emanating from Sword Douluo. Based solely on this, Bone Douluo could ascertain that the opponent's spirit was undoubtedly a sword. It must be so. After all, there were very few adversaries capable of earning the recognition of that swordsman. In the realm of Douluo, the god of Azure unleashed a bolt of divine lightning to repel Kai, believing that this would allow Tang Hao to successfully escape with Tang San. However, unexpectedly, Nangong emerged to shatter his plans. Just as the god of Azure prepared to intervene once more, the doors of the Azure temple were forcefully kicked open. The god of strength, Pan Air, strode in with an imposing presence, denying the Azure god any opportunity for explanation, seizing his head and propelling him outside. On Douluo Star, Tang Hao, having sustained another grievous blow, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, before he could hit the ground, he exerted every ounce of his strength to hurl Tang San and Xiao Wu into the air. In this act of desperation, he even employed his soul power to ensure they were safely tossed into the waiting arms of Bai He, poised in mid-air to catch them. As a soul Douluo specializing in agility, with a martial spirit of pure speed, the sharp-tailed Swift, few could match him in a full-speed escape, save for the ghost Douluo. Just as the ghost Douluo prepared to pursue, Bibi Dong intercepted him, her gaze fixated with intrigue upon the cracked Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp. Weapon martial spirits were not indestructible. Even the mightiest could shatter under severe trauma. Thus, Tang Hao was now at his wit's end. His Haotian hammer on the brink of destruction. If he wished to avoid total ruin, he could not afford the folly of continuing to engage with them. Before long, Kai approached with fierce determination. Bibi Dong intended to voice her thoughts, but as Kai reached Tang Hao, he unhesitatingly placed his foot upon Tang Hao's head. Observing the bloody wounds on Kai's body, a tremor of concern surged through Bibi Dong. Kai, having trained his physique since childhood, possessed an extraordinary physical constitution that Bibi Dong knew well. It was inconceivable for him to sustain such severe injuries, as even enduring her attacks was within his capabilities. Yet, the divine lightning had inflicted such grievous harm upon him. Gazing at the gory wound on his chest, Bibi Dong, having undergone the trials of the Rakshasa god, soon detected an eerily familiar aura emanating from it. Divine power? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Why would divine power manifest on the Douluo Continent? Instinctively glancing up at the sky, an absurd notion struck her. Someone from the divine realm was aiding Tang Hao. With this realization, everything began to fall into place. How did an 89th level Contra survive the relentless pursuit of 3 titled Douluos, 5 soul Douluos, and dozens of soul saints? Not only did he manage to escape with his wife and child, but he also vanquished those soul saints and soul Douluos, even inflicting grave injuries upon one of the titled Douluos while transcending into a titled Douluo himself. Reflecting on her previous hypothesis, Bibi Dong felt she was inching closer to the truth. Meanwhile, Kai, visibly enraged, wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, his frustration palpable after having been ambushed. In this moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming desire to unleash his pent-up fury. Jiu Douluo Yueguan observed the remaining individuals at the Soul Master Plaza and cautiously inquired of Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, what about these people?" However, before Bibi Dong could respond, Kai's deep voice resonated. "Let them all leave, vacate Soul City immediately." Once everyone had departed, Kai unabashedly took his seat in the Pope's position, clutching the wound on his chest, which continued to bleed despite any attempts at healing. Kai's agitation only intensified, disregarding Tang Ritian, who lay prostrate on the ground. Kai turned his attention to the composed Nangong below. "I never expected you to actually come," he remarked. Nangong maintained her serene demeanor, responding with unwavering poise. "I told you. Until I defeat you, I will come wherever you are." Even she couldn't help but frown slightly at the grotesque injury on Kai's chest. Bibi Dong, however, paid no heed to Kai's audacity in occupying the Pope's seat. Her focus was on Xieyu, Hulaina, and Zhu Shiqing, producing 4 soul bones from beside her. She gazed at the quartet with unspoken satisfaction. "You have not disappointed us. These are the prizes for this competition." The soul bones included the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the right arm bone of explosive burning, the left leg bone of swift pursuit, and the right leg bone of phantom of the underworld. Each soul bone was perfectly tailored for the four of them, making their allocation abundantly clear. Hulaina received the wisdom skull of mental concentration. Yet her joy was overshadowed by concern. Gazing at Kai above, whose chest and mouth were steadily bleeding, an ache pierced her heart, as if something had gripped it tightly. Kai, brother. Laina, do not worry. Kai let out a sigh of relief, his complexion gradually shifting from pallid to rosy. Only a divine being could alleviate the wounds inflicted by a deity. Strangely, the harm caused by the malevolent divine power, which he had just been desperately resisting, dissipated in an instant. Thus, the injury on Kai's chest was merely superficial, appearing daunting yet lacking any substantial damage. Yu Guan gazed at the four soul bones, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As a rank 95 title Douluo, he had made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall, yet had not acquired a single soul bone despite decades of diligent service. Consequently, witnessing these four juniors obtain soul bones stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Kai's gaze settled upon Nangong, feeling his body gradually restoring. He articulated with deliberate precision, Nangong Dichin, I express my gratitude for your intervention against Tang Hao. You may make one request, and I shall grant it within the bounds of reason. Kai's voice drew everyone's attention back to Nangong, anticipation hanging in the air. Many speculated that Nangong would demand rare medicinal herbs or coveted soul rings and bones. However, to everyone's astonishment, he declared, I wish to join the Spirit Hall and gain the opportunity to challenge you at any time. This proclamation startled all present. While they were unfamiliar with Nangong's true strength, the power he had just unleashed was unmistakably beyond that of a mere 92nd level title Douluo. Therefore, it was evident that his combat prowess was indeed on par with that of a title Douluo. Chapter 66, The Death of Tang Retian. Turning his gaze towards Tang Hao, Kai activated his true eye, his violet irises illuminating as he instantly discerned every thought within Tang Hao's mind. In that fleeting moment, Kai unveiled the deepest, darkest secret nestled within Tang Hao's heart. Hidden within the Tiando imperial city, Yuxian's Tanghuehua was, in fact, a spy for the Haotian sect. And the establishment of Yuxian served solely to provide continuous financial support and essential supplies for the reclusive Haotian sect. The survival of the entire Haotian sect rested precariously upon the shoulders of a single woman, a burden that was surely overwhelming. Moreover, rather than expressing gratitude, the members of the Haotian sect had only become increasingly insatiable. In recent years, the income from Yuxian had scarcely sufficed to cover the expenses of the Haotian sect. In other words, locating Tanghuehua would unveil the whereabouts of the Haotian sect. Kai, ever watchful regarding the affairs of Tanghuehua, continued to delve into Tang Hao's memories. At the age of 22, Tang Hao and his elder brother, Tang Xiao, who was 23, had already ascended to the level of Soul Emperor, becoming the leading new stars of the Haotian sect following Tangshan. The previous sect master, Tangshan, had encouraged them to venture into the world. And they indeed made their mark, earning the illustrious title of the Haotian Twin Stars within just 3 years. They aided neighboring villages by vanquishing bandits and assisted weaker soul masters in hunting soul rings, believing that all would progress favorably. However, everything changed when Tang Hao reached level 79, and they encountered a woman named Ayin in the blue-silver forest. From the very first glance, both were captivated by her charm. At that time, Ayin had just taken form and was unaware of the treachery that could lurk in human hearts. Her naivety, combined with the brothers' fervor and assurances, led her to consider accompanying them on their journey. This idyllic scenario shifted once Tang Hao became a soul Douluo. One fateful night, while Ayin was still asleep, Tang Hao stealthily beckoned Tang Xiao to step outside, observing his elder brother. Tang Hao could not miss the unmistakable affection gleaming in Tang Xiao's eyes for Ayin. The sentiment was mutual, as Tang Xiao, being the elder sibling, had no desire to compete with Tang Hao for her affection. Yet, the allure of 100,000-year soul ring proved to be a formidable temptation for both. Brother, if we act rashly, not only will we fail to capture Ayin, but we may also drive her to flee, Tang Hao cautioned. Acknowledging the wisdom in his brother's words, he understood that brute force alone would not suffice to obtain the coveted 100,000-year soul ring from the blue-silver emperor. A hasty attempt would only alert Ayin, causing her to retreat into the blue-silver forest, leaving them with no opportunity whatsoever. Little did Ayin, in her peaceful slumber, suspect that her formidable elder brother and caring second brother were plotting ways to acquire her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. I have a plan. Tang Hao's strategy was to have Tang Xiao feign a withdrawal, allowing Tang Hao to be with Ayin. The plan was to ensure that the blue-silver emperor became pregnant, and when the time came, to reveal their whereabouts and step forward. Sustaining only minor injuries to effortlessly acquire the soul ring. Tang Xiao agreed, and although both harbored deep affection for Ayin, their love was singularly directed towards her. When faced with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, anyone would be tempted. In matters of romance, both chose the allure of the soul ring and soul bone. Tang Xiao was acutely aware of his inferior talent compared to Tang Hao. He could not even master the explosive ring technique or the grand semi-hammer. Thus he chose to relinquish a yin soul ring. Kai, feeling increasingly alarmed, sensed he might have uncovered something significant. While he lamented the two's callous hearts, his curiosity propelled him to delve deeper. Eventually, events unfolded as Tang Hao had anticipated. After a yin's pregnancy, she became more reliant on him. Upon returning to the sect, Tang Xiao disclosed this matter to the then leader of the Hautman sect, Tangxin. Aware of Tang Hao's terrifying potential, Tangxin recognized that should Tang Hao acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, he could very well produce another peerless title Douluo akin to their ancestor. Thus, he tacitly approved of their plan and, as Ayin neared childbirth, informed Qian Renxue, who was then purging fallen soul masters. However, Tang Hao regretted his decisions. During Ayin's pregnancy, he felt her growing dependence on him and was overwhelmed by a newfound sense of responsibility, embodied by the title of father. Yet, he did not impede the flow of information until the moment Ayin was giving birth, when Qian Renxue and his men pursued them. Ultimately, Tang Hao successfully obtained the 100,000-year soul ring, but due to forcibly channeling his soul power and the backlash from the explosive ring, he sustained grave injuries. In the aftermath, news of Tang Hao slaying the Pope of the Spirit Hall spread across the continent. Consequently, the Hautian sect became a target for the Spirit Hall's wrath, leading to the elder Tangxin's demise from anger. He declared Tang Hao expelled from the Hautian sect and transferred the sect leader position to Tang Xiao. After Tang San's birth, Tang Hao's feelings of regret deepened. He felt guilty for betraying Ayin's trust, yet he could not bear to witness her demise. Therefore, he chose not to return Ayin to the blue-silver forest, but instead planted her in a cave. The damp, cold environment of the cave was utterly unsuitable for plant growth, and even the resilient blue-silver grass could not endure prolonged exposure, let alone a blue-silver emperor who had just sacrificed everything. Tang Hao initially intended to live out his life in this manner, until Tang San awakened his dual martial souls, which shifted Tang Hao's perspective. The arrival of Xiao Wu further solidified his convictions. He could orchestrate the sacrifice of the blue-silver emperor's soul ring for himself, just as he could plan for Xiao Wu's sacrifice for Tang San. However, all these plans were disrupted by Kai's appearance. After witnessing Tang Hao's memories, even Kai felt a surge of anger at Tang Hao's actions. Tang Hao professed loyalty to the Hautian sect, yet his selfish desires led to the sect's isolation and ultimately caused his father's death. Once, I cast aside the 4 clans that once followed me as if they were mere refuse. Such disloyal and unfilial individuals, devoid of compassion and righteousness, have truly opened my eyes today. As Tang Hao gazed into the violet eyes of his counterpart, he felt as though he were laid bare, exposed to the depths of his soul. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, prompting Tang Hao to instinctively avert his gaze. However, Kai merely rose from the Pope's throne and descended step by step. Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of Hautian, the youngest titled Douluo across the continent, maintained his composure until the 3rd statement, which made his pupils tremble violently, as if he had encountered some great horror, causing his breath to quicken. What are you saying? Though Tang Hao was currently in a state of decline, he still bore the demeanor of a formidable hero, even in his wounded state. He remained a force to be reckoned with. Kai paid no heed to Tang Hao's outburst, instead approaching Nangong directly. You claim you wish to join the Spirit Hall. Thus, I now assign you your first task. Go to the Spirit Branch Hall in Notting City and seek out a spirit servant named Suyu Tao, who will guide you to a place known as Holy Soul Village. Nangong was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the purpose of traveling such a distance. Although it was his first venture into the mortal realm, he had traversed various locales step by step. He had indeed passed through Notting City once, but found it remote and lacking in formidable individuals, thus dismissing it from his mind. Kai continued, in Holy Soul Village, there is a village chief named Jack. Once you locate him, request that he lead you to Tang Hao's residence. Within Tang Hao's home, Behind the third forging platform, there is a compartment containing a map. This map outlines the route to a cave, and I require you to retrieve a leaf of golden blue silvergrass from within that cave. Thunderstruck at these words, Tang Hao's heart raced with alarm. This matter was, without a doubt, his most deeply buried secret. Yet Kai spoke of it with the familiarity of one who knows his own household, even specifying the precise hiding place of the map. Who on earth are you? Just as Tang Hao attempted to rise, Kai delivered a kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Nangong gave a slight nod before exiting the Pope's chamber. Upon witnessing the other's departure, Tang Hao was consumed by urgency. Disregarding his own dignity as he crawled towards the door of the Pope's hall. Do not go. Kai Weiwei turned sideways, and a blue-white blade grazed past Kai's chest, precisely severing Tang Hao's right arm. Blood spilled onto the ground, the wound quickly encased in a chilling frost, the intense cold fortuitously staunching Tang Hao's bleeding. Nangong sheathed the ice sword and took flight upon the ice dragon, disappearing into the distance. As he watched the figure of his adversary recede, despair engulfed Tang Hao completely. Do not go to Ain. Kai stepped forward, retrieving Tang Hao's severed arm from the ground. Flames ignited in Kai's hands, engulfing the limb in a fierce blaze, until a black bone from an 80,000-year-old powerful golden ape materialized in his grasp. Since you harbor feelings for Ain, why would you design her soul ring and bone? Kai jested, realizing his own increasingly twisted nature. It seemed he had begun to relish the sensation of dominance over the weak, the sight of others beneath his heel, their anguished wails rendering them helpless. It was indeed exhilarating. The loss of his right arm caused Tang Hao's rank to plummet by 10 levels, descending from the 96th rank of tile.To to the 86th. As he felt the decline of Tang Hao's aura, Zhu Doi Yuguan, who had previously been sent flying by Tang Hao's strike, stood in disbelief, covering his mouth in astonishment. Who are you? How do you possess this knowledge? Tang Hao's eyes burned crimson. He swore that if he survived, he would ensure the one before him endured wrath 100-fold. However, Kai had no inclination to answer Tang Hao's queries. Instead, he once again took a seat in the Pope's position before Bibi Dong. Observing Kai's second occupation of her rightful place, Bibi Dong was not foolish. She had come to terms with her situation after being awakened by Kai last time. With her intelligence, Bibi Dong quickly grasped the essence of the circumstances. Gripping the Pope's scepter tightly, a pang of reluctance surged within her. After all, she had occupied this position for over a decade, diligently striving to master the Pope's domain. And it seemed that once she dealt with Tang Hao, she would have to relinquish her position. A wave of melancholy washed over Bibi Dong. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no resentment. The hardships she had endured over the years were known only to her. The first trial of the God of Strength is complete. Reward, 1 in physique. Affinity with the God of Strength, 5. The second trial of the God of Strength. Achieve complete unification of the Spirit Hall. What transpired within the Pope's hall remained a mystery to all. But by the time Kai departed, Tang Hao had lost all his limbs, reduced to a mere wretch rolling upon the ground. This time, there was no chilling ice to numb his senses. The agony from his severed limbs tormented him with every fleeting moment. Kai arrived at the shrine, where he encountered the retired Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo remained turned away from Kai, yet sensed his presence the moment he stepped through the door. You did well in this matter, but it seems you have gone a bit too far. Qian Douluo spoke plainly. Is it too much? That group of old fools from the Haotian sect flaunting their title as the world's foremost sect, merely compensating with a few gold soul coins for the death of the previous pope, who has since retreated from the world. Old man Qian, have you been in silence for too long, extinguishing the fighting spirit you once possessed? Kai's words instantly evoked memories of a past self in Qian Douluo. He had once been hailed as one of the two great paragons of the spirit master realm, though unmatched in the skies. He was often overshadowed by Tang Xin in their contests. Ultimately, it was Qian Douluo who relinquished his advantages, choosing to engage in ground battles against those wielding heavy hammers. Instead of dominating the aerial battles, he even faced Poseidon, nearly invincible in the ocean, in a decisive confrontation, ultimately becoming a third party who willingly abandoned his feelings for Poseidon. Old man, the records about you in the Spirit Hall's library are quite formidable. What has become of you now? What are you truly concerned about? Kai questioned, each word punctuating the air. The other worshippers remained silent, equally disdainful of the Haotian sect's posturing, recognizing them as a group of selfish individuals who incessantly proclaimed righteousness. Qian Douluo found himself at a loss for words, aware that he was outmatched both in strength and oratory, leaving him momentarily disoriented. I did not come here to chastise you. I have resolved to act against the Haotian sect. Even if Tang Chen truly arrives, he cannot protect them. Furthermore, I shall begin to take action within the Spirit Hall. Let me remind you, since you have chosen silence, do not entertain thoughts of re-emergence. With that statement, Kai turned and exited the worship hall. The other worshippers followed suit, leaving Qian Dalu standing there in solitude. Within the Haotian sect, in the Elder's Chamber, hung the nameplates of every member. Yet, at that moment, Tang Hao's nameplate shattered with a resounding crash. The sudden turn of events left the current leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, in a state of bewilderment. What? Brother Tang Hao? He is dead, Tang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared incredulously at the broken nameplate. Since ascending to the role of sect leader, he had not been in contact with Tang Hao. Chapter 67, Dismissal of the Pope, preparing to depart for Yuxian. Tang Hao had perished. His body displayed at the gates of the spirit city, subjected to relentless exposure and the ravages of insects and beasts. In the Pope's palace, there was no morning assembly today. Only Kai and Bibi Dong remained within the hall, dressed in a simple, elegant gown. Bibi Dong no longer held the Pope's scepter she often clutched. In that moment, she was far from the imposing figure she usually embodied, resembling more a modest and beautiful matron. I knew this day would come. Bibi Dong's gaze fixated on Kai, who occupied the position that rightfully belonged to her. Biting her lip, a tinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. 10 years ago, when you served as the Elder of Justice, I envisioned this day. Yet I never anticipated its arrival would be so swift. Bibi Dong had mentally prepared herself. Thus, even in the face of this reality, she did not exhibit overtly intense emotions. Ah, you seem to have made your preparations. However, I am quite curious. After sitting in this position for so many years, are you truly willing to relinquish the power you hold? With a flicker, the violet eyes of Kai illuminated as he employed the ability known as the True Eye upon Bibi Dong. In an instant, he perused the entirety of Bibi Dong's memories from the moment of her birth. Orphaned by the heinous actions of a fallen soul master, she found herself residing in the orphanage of the Spirit Hall. At the tender age of 6, she awakened her twin martial souls, garnering the attention of the Pope, Qian Renxue, who took her as his personal disciple. Bibi Dong's life underwent a monumental transformation following her martial soul awakening. Achieving a remarkable leap in social status solely through her innate talent, she demonstrated extraordinary potential, reaching the rank of Soul King by 15 and Soul Sage by 20. It could be said that the earlier part of her life followed the script of a protagonist. This promising trajectory, however, was disrupted by the emergence of a certain Yu Xiaojiang, the embodiment of all that is malevolent. Yu Xiaojiang presented himself as a resilient scholar, despite possessing a seemingly useless martial soul, unwilling to succumb to the harshness of reality. He deftly exploited Bibi Dong's sheltered upbringing, devoid of emotional experiences, to capture her heart. With the approval of this saintly figure, Yu Xiaojiang infiltrated the Spirit Hall's library, meticulously compiling the sensitive secrets that ought to remain concealed, ultimately penning a tome entitled The 10 Core Theories of Martial Souls. Subsequently, he entertained thoughts of betraying the Spirit Hall, severing ties with Qian Renxue, who was then at the zenith of his career. Witnessing this, Kai felt a surge of indignation. The Spirit Hall had nurtured Bibi Dong for years, even bestowing upon her the exceedingly rare external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings, alongside countless celestial herbs and elixirs. Should Bibi Dong indeed defect, the ramifications would be catastrophic, not only due to the potential leakage of confidential information, but also for the grievous blow it would deal to the Spirit Hall's vitality. Later, after being sullied by Qian Renxue and bearing the child Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong's world became shrouded in hatred. Following the slaying of Qian Renxue and obtaining the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, she ascended to the position of Pope, gradually seizing complete control over the papal hall. Her intentions of annihilating the continent eventually unveiled to Kai. Kai remained silent, unable to ascertain whether Bibi Dong's actions were right or wrong. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the Spirit Hall, her deeds undoubtedly transgressed the institution's boundaries. After all, he too had once been rescued by Qian Daolu. Should Bibi Dong truly defect, all secrets that were meant to be sealed within the library would inevitably circulate across the continent. Yet, during the darkest hours of Bibi Dong's life, what, one might wonder, did her beloved Yu Xiaojiang do? Swiftly, he found his soulmate, Lu Erlong, alongside his good friend, Flander, forming a golden triangle of camaraderie to traverse the continent. Alas, Bibi Dong, I now stand here in the capacity of the Grand Offering, the High Elder, and the Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. to declare that I hereby revoke your title as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and reclaim all rights associated with that position. However, he refrained from finishing his sentence, as he initially intended to heed the advice of the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, to confine Bibidong to a dungeon. Yet, Bibidong bore another identity. She was the mother of Xiaoxue. On the basis of this alone, as long as Bibidong refrains from committing any fundamental errors in the future, her position remains secure. Kneeling below, Bibidong gazed up at the individual above her with a newfound reverence, a stark contrast to the years gone by. Remarkably, she harbored no resentment towards the current circumstances. Although Kai had stripped her of her title and rights as Pope, he did not revoke her identity as a member of the Spirit Hall, nor did he strip her of her right to reside within its confines. Thus, Bibidong remained a part of the Spirit Hall, albeit no longer perched upon the lofty throne of the Pope. The soul-hunting plan was indeed your brainchild, and the Spirit Hall still relies heavily on your contributions. While Bibidong may have been somewhat obstinate in her methods, her tenure as Pope undeniably brought unprecedented prestige to the Spirit Hall, a feat that cannot be erased, regardless of who comes to power. Thank you, Your Holiness, Bibidong acknowledged. Bowing her head after so many years, she prostrated herself before the individual who was nearly 2 decades her junior. Kai tightened his grip on the Pope's scepter as he approached her, returning the staff into her hands. Take it, although you are no longer the Pope. You may still exercise the rights of the Pope in my absence. Bibidong stared at the scepter, now back in her possession, lost in thought. It felt as though the dissonance in her mind, which had lingered since their encounter over a decade ago, had finally found harmony. During her moments of respite, she would disguise herself and visit Qian City to see her daughter. Though these visits were merely observational, Kai had caught her red-handed on several occasions. Kai had witnessed Bibidong's transformation in its entirety. Thank you, Your Holiness, Bibidong replied with a slight bow. Kai placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to tremble briefly before she steadied herself. If I am not mistaken, you are still 4 soul rings short. Bibidong nodded slightly, affirming, Your Holiness speaks true. I am indeed still lacking 4 soul rings. After speaking, Bibidong summoned her second martial soul, the soul-eating pearl. 5 soul rings, black and red, floated gracefully into view. Each soul ring boasted an age exceeding 90,000 years, with the 5th ring reaching an astonishing 99,998 years, merely 2 years shy of the coveted 100,000-year rank. I had once discovered a soul beast perfectly suited for your martial soul, yet it perished in my hands several years ago. The soul beast that Kai referred to was none other than the dark demon, evil god tiger. Although its cultivation was merely 60,000 years, its true combat prowess had long been capable of rivaling the Titan Great Ape, the ruler of the Star-Do Forest. However, the soul ring, emblematic of utter malevolence, was absorbed by a divine angel. As for that fleeing rabbit, the 99,999-year-old blue-silver king in the blue-silver forest, along with the forest emperor, the azure bull python, and the Titan Great Ape, should you not disappoint me, I could lead you in their pursuit. You are undoubtedly aware of my strength. Even without soul power to support me, my physical prowess is such that an 80-level assault system Soul Douluo cannot breach my defenses while I remain stationary. Upon finishing her words, Bibidong smiled radiantly, her smile reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, warm and bright, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill and gloom. As Kai departed from the Pope's palace, he turned to Bibidong and said, The representatives of the Qian Empire will leave Wuhan City tomorrow. Shuer misses you greatly. Should you feel concerned? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Bibidong gazed blankly at the retreating figure, her bright eyes brimming with tears. After leaving the Pope's palace, Kai took a deep breath, acknowledging the exhaustion that such mental games brought. He was far more adept at resolving matters with his fists. Having discussed Bibidong, Kai glanced at Hulaina's room, chuckling softly as he shook his head, deciding against entering. Although his fascination with Hulaina's physique had grown after their encounter, he recognized that many pressing tasks awaited him, and this was not the time to succumb to the allure of tenderness. Thus, he would have to let the little fox pass this time. In 5 years, the soul-hunting plan would be fully initiated, rendering the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and Shrek Academy unnecessary. Of course, that also included the Houtnan sect. Before this, Kai needed to locate the current hidden location of the Houtnan sect. This task was one only he could undertake, and he was uniquely capable of succeeding. Even Tang Hao is unaware of the Houtnan sect's concealed whereabouts, yet there is always a path amidst despair. Tang Yuewa could serve as a breakthrough. With this thought, Kai's objectives began to crystallize. The Moon Pavilion in Heaven-Do City is the next destination for him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Star-Do Forest, Tang Xin groggily opened his eyes, only to be swiftly overcome by a pain that felt akin to being skinned alive. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't help but gasp in shock as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. He clutched his empty lower body, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. While he might have been able to disregard the pain elsewhere, the loss of his lower body was an irretrievable fate. Calm down, Tang Xin. Bai He and Titan watched with great concern as he descended into despair. The news of the death of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, had already spread across the continent. Although Titan was filled with sorrow, he knew he must remain composed and gather strength. Observing Tang Xin's despondent state, Titan bravely stifled his grief and said, "Young master, if master were still alive, he would not wish to see you in this state." Titan's words bore an earth-shattering revelation. As Tang Hao's devoted servant, this information was well known across the continent. The only person Titan referred to as master was the illustrious Haotian Douluo, Tang Retian. Tang Xin's pupils dilated in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Titan. "Elder Titan, what has happened to father?" Bai He, having calmed the still unconscious Bai Qinxiang, gently placed a hand on Tang Xin's shoulder and reassured him. "Tang Xin, you must endure. Only by growing stronger can you avenge your father." Bai He's words pierced Tang Xin's heart anew. "Father is dead." Tang Xin uttered in disbelief, his mind reeling as he repeated the phrase like a mantra. Master had forewarned that this journey would be fraught with peril. If he does not return, it falls to this old servant to teach you the Haotian 9 absolutes. Titan declared, producing an ancient tome from his waist. It contained the cultivation methods and techniques regarding the Haotian 9 absolutes, entrusted to Titan by Tang Hao before his departure. "Only by becoming strong can you ascend to the spirit hall and avenge master," Titan continued. "You are a twin martial spirit. Should you attain the rank of title Douluo, you would rival even the Pope Bibi Dong. Then, both today's humiliation and Master's vengeance can be fulfilled." 3 days later, Kai awoke to an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. Gently placing the small fox aside, he extended a finger to affectionately pinch the fox's nose. With its nostrils obstructed, the little creature emitted an adorable series of sounds. Suddenly, as he opened his eyes, he found Hulaina staring at him with a mischievous glint. "Ah!" Hulaina exclaimed, quickly pulling the blanket to shield her chest. Though they had long since laid bare their truths to one another, such an overt display still left her flustered. "Kai, you naughty boy." Cairo rested his chin on his hand, pondering, "Am I truly at fault? Who was it that praised me so effusively last night?" The memories of the previous evening surged forth like a tidal wave, the embarrassing moniker causing the little fox to blush deeply. Overcome with shyness, she buried herself beneath the covers. Observing Huli cocoon herself once more, Cairo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "If you do not don your attire soon, I shall whisk you away to Qian-Do City without hesitation." Startled, the little fox sprang to attention, disregarding Cairo's presence as she hastily began to dress. The sight of her exquisite figure slipping into her garments nearly caused Cairo to rise from his seat. "Brother Cairo, what is our purpose at Yuxian?" Hulina inquired, her large, adorable eyes fixed upon him. Under her gaze, Cairo felt a blush creep to his cheeks, the embers of his earlier excitement dimming. After having teased the little fox throughout the night, he knew he could not continue such antics during the day. "It's a secret. Hurry and prepare. We shall be taking Zhu Qing along shortly." Once Hulina departed, Cairo rushed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water to quell the lingering heat. The sensation of the cool droplets cascading over his skin quickly brought a sense of tranquility to his once restless heart. That little fox possessed an undeniable allure in every movement she made. Meanwhile, Hulina, rubbing her drowsy eyes, stumbled to Zhu Qing's door. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Qing, wake up. Brother Cairo is taking us out to play." After waiting a moment at the door with no reply, her curiosity piqued when she noticed the unlocked window. Peering through, she spotted Zhu Qing seated cross-legged on her bed, engrossed in absorbing a soul bone. Seeing Zhu Qing's earnest expression, Hulina chuckled softly, preparing to turn away. Chapter 68, Tang Yuehua. Observing that Zhu Qing was still preoccupied with the soul bone, Hulina discreetly climbed through the window, carefully closing it behind her to avoid disturbing her friend. "Alas, it is a pity that only Brother Cairo and I shall enjoy this outing," she sighed, yet her cheerful smile betrayed her true sentiments. Upon returning to her own room, she found Cairo, who had already readied himself. "Brother Cairo, Zhu Qing is still absorbing the soul bone," Hulina exclaimed, eagerly tugging at his hand, ready to embark on their adventure. This was a rare opportunity for a date, and she was determined not to squander a single moment. Caught off guard by her enthusiasm, Cairo offered no resistance. It was not until they boarded the carriage, leaving Wuhuan City behind, that Huli Na began to inquire about their true destination. Brother Cairo, why are we heading to Yuxian? If memory serves me well, the master of Yuxian is someone named Tang Yuehua. As Hu Laina pondered, her thoughts were suddenly drawn to the exquisite visage of Tang Yuehua. That face, even when compared to her own, held no inferiority. An instinctive sense of crisis surged within her, prompting Hu Laina to signal the coachman to turn around. Observing the small fox whose expressions betrayed her every thought, Kai, in a rather irritable manner, tapped the fox's forehead. What are you thinking? There is a rationale behind our visit to Yuxian. Furthermore, considering that Tang Yuehua bears the surname Tang, do you truly believe she has no connection to Tang Hao? With Kai having alluded to this, he was confident that the astute Hu Laina would certainly deduce the implications. Could it be that Tang Yuehua is Tang Hao's wife? In pain, Hu Laina cradled her head with both hands, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Kai. Brother Kai, that hurt. Observing the small fox's pitiable demeanor, Kai, with his hands still suspended in the air, gently ruffled her head. Tang Yuehua is Tang Hao's sister, and she remains our only lead to the Haotian sect. The mention of the Haotian sect reminded Hu Laina of the soul hunting plan set to commence in 5 years. Her previously frivolous expression quickly transformed as she grasped the true purpose of Kai's visit to Yuxian, to engage with Tang Yuehua and extract information regarding the location of the Haotian sect. With the might of the Spirit Hall, it would be effortless to eradicate the malignant presence of the Haotian sect from the realm. The carriage sped towards the city of Tiando, and in just 5 days, they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching Tiando City, Hu Laina dismissed the idea of leisure. Their objectives were clear as they made their way directly to Yuxian. The doorman, initially intending to obstruct their entry, fell silent upon noticing the emblems of the Spirit Hall adorning their chests, allowing them passage. Recently, the Spirit Hall had garnered significant notoriety, especially after vanquishing the once fearsome Haotian Douluo, elevating its reputation to unprecedented heights. On the second floor of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua sat alone in her room, stifling her sobs. The news of Tang Hao's demise was an unbearable blow for her. Having harbored unusual feelings for her elder brother since childhood, Tang Yuehua found it impossible to accept that her invincible second brother could be gone. No, it can't be true, Brother Hao. Just as she remained engulfed in her sorrow, a series of knocks on the door abruptly pulled her back to reality. Flustered, she wiped away her tears and composed herself. Come in. Having navigated the complexities of Tiando City for many years, Tang Yuehua's ascent to the position of Yueshuan's master speaks volumes of her capabilities. Although she was merely a 9th-grade soul master, one must possess genuine prowess to survive in such a corrupt aristocratic environment. Chief Steward Ode? Is there something amiss? Tang Yuehua was adept at disguise, and in the mere moment it took to open the door, she adeptly transformed her sorrow from the loss of her second brother. Chief Ode remained oblivious to any anomaly, merely bowing his head respectfully in a noble gesture towards Tang Yuehua. Master Qian, the representatives from the Spirit Hall wish to meet you. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Hall, a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible hatred surfaced in Tang Yuehua's gaze. This animosity sent a chill down the spine of Chief Ode. Despite his rank as a Soul King, he remained unaware of the origins of such disdain. The current Master Qian was merely a 9th-level Soul Master. How formidable could the hatred of a 9th-level Soul Master truly be? I understand. Bring them to see me. Tang Yuehua endeavored to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. After Chief Ode exited the room, she retrieved a pouch of powder from a hidden compartment beneath the bed. Brother Hao, I shall avenge you. Silently, she sprinkled the powder into the tea, her emotions barely contained as she seated herself nearby. Moments later, Chief Ode returned, leading 2 individuals into the room. As Hu Laina stepped inside, she was instantly enveloped by an aura that was both delicate and refined, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Tang Yuehua, seated by the window. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle golden glow upon her soft yet resolute visage. Her eyes resembled the brightest stars in a profound night sky, shimmering with a complex and fervent light, a mixture of caution towards the unfamiliar guests and a hint of countless untold stories. Hu Laina observed that a gentle smile perpetually graced the corners of Tang Yuehua's lips, a smile that seemed capable of melting the iciest of hearts. Akin to the softest moonlight in the night sky, imparting a sense of inexplicable comfort and intimacy. However, the subtle worry that occasionally flickered across her brow led one to ponder whether this seemingly gentle woman concealed an unspoken resilience and hardship. The beauty of the other party was truly striking. Even Hulaina could not claim to surpass her in allure. Chief Odd inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect towards Tang Yuehua. Master Qian, the guests have arrived. Tang Yuehua waved her hand dismissively. Once Chief Odd had departed, she gracefully rose from her seat. Approaching Hulaina, as Hulaina prepared to bow, Tang Yuehua preempted her. Yuehua pays her respects to your highness, the saintess. Though Tang Yuehua might not know the two personally, she was certainly aware of the emblems adorning their chests. Symbols of power and status. Master Qian is too kind. Hulaina supported Tang Yuehua, who was preparing for her next move, her gaze fixed on Kai. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed Tang Yuehua's eyes. Surely, this must be the esteemed elder Kai, known for his stability. Yuehua extends her respects, she said, activating her true eye, allowing Kai to perceive everything about her. He also gleaned the location of the Haotian sect, the means of communication. In the tea on the table that had been laced with poison, a smirk played on Kai's lips, and he found himself somewhat admiring Tang Yuehua's resolve. After learning of the death of her beloved second brother, she still managed to maintain such composure in front of her brother's murderer. Her character piqued Kai's interest ever so slightly. Although she wished to take them both down with her, it was unfortunate that after his transformation, Kai had become immune to all poisons. Master Tang, there is no need for formality. I have come to bring Nana to the Moon Pavilion for her studies. Hulaina was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Kai, the very one who had betrayed her. Just 2 nights prior, she had diligently attended to him, and now he stood before her, matured and seemingly forgetful of their earlier encounters. Nana is quite spoiled, and I hope to refine her at the Moon Pavilion. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Hulaina was already required to attend etiquette lessons, so her prowess in that area was unquestionable. It is my honor to instruct Her Highness the Saintess. Please, do not worry, Mr. Kai, Tang Yuehua said, slightly bowing, showcasing her etiquette skills with grace. Once the two departed, Tang Yuehua gazed pensively at the untouched cup of tea. In the end, she had softened, not even extending an invitation for them to stay and enjoy the tea. As night fell, Tang Yuehua, weary from the day's endeavors, prepared to return to her chamber, traversing the corridor towards the backyard. The night was as dark as ink, gently enveloping every corner of the Moon Pavilion. In the backyard, a pond of jade-like water reflected the mottled moonlight, while a gentle breeze stirred delicate ripples upon the surface. Tang Yuehua instinctively softened her footsteps, as if fearing to disturb the tranquil night and the man sitting quietly in the pavilion. As she approached, the moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon his shoulders, accentuating his already profound features. Kai's silhouette appeared both solitary and subtly tender, his hands gently clasped upon his knees, his gaze seemingly transcending the immediate landscape, reaching towards distant horizons. Tang Yuehua's heart inexplicably quickened. This sudden tranquility and beauty compelled her to halt, standing quietly to the side, unwilling to disrupt this harmonious moment. The first sounds of the geese have eclipsed the cicadas. From 100 feet high, the water meets the sky. The Azure maidens, both Su and Yi, endure the cold. Amidst the moon and frost, they compete in beauty. Cough. This poem is by the esteemed Li Shangyin, titled Frosty Moon. Initially, I intended to reference Li Bai's Qingping Diao. Tang Yuehua's pupils suddenly quivered, akin to the surface of a tranquil lake gently stirred by a soft breeze, creating delicate ripples. She stood still, as if time had crystallized in that very moment, the world around her rendered silent, with only the rhythm of her heartbeat and the occasional distant chirping of wild birds weaving a melody. The moonlight, like fine threads, pierced through the thin clouds, softly cascading upon her, adding a gentle silver glow to her somewhat pallid cheeks. Her gaze was intricate and profound, reminiscent of the most radiant stars in the night sky, twinkling with unbelievable brilliance while concealing ineffable emotions. The wind seemed to sense this subtle sentiment, growing gentler, caressing her strands of hair, causing the slightly disheveled locks to dance gracefully in the night breeze, akin to the finest black silk shimmering with a faint luster under the moonlight. Has Master Tang Qian been here for so long? Will you not join me for a moment? Upon realizing that the other party had already noticed her, Tang Yuehua's heart trembled. She approached with unsteady steps, sitting beneath the pavilion alongside Kai. In a gentlemanly manner, Kai lifted the teacup before him and poured a cup for Tang Yuehua. He then disregarded whether she would partake, drinking from his own cup in one swift motion. Tang Yuehua gazed at the cup pushed toward her, the complex emotions in her eyes nearly manifesting on her face. Ding! Tang Yuehua. Martial soul, variant Haotian hammer, Upon extensive research, some sources attribute it to a zither, others to a bracelet. It remains uncertain. Soul power, level 9. Age, 36 years. Strategy level, level 1. Note: having been raised by the Haotian sect as a tool for marital alliance since childhood, Tang Yuehua harbors deep mistrust toward those around her, suffering from profound insecurity. She possesses a fervent attachment to her second brother, who once protected her. If the host can enter Tang Yuehua's heart, they may replace Tang Hao. The information provided by the system served as a minor assistance prior to the decision to win Tang Yuehua's affection. Trembling, she lifted the teacup before her and drank it in one gulp. Why was Master Tang Xian so anxious? This tea was taken from his room. Could it possibly be problematic? Boom. At these words, Tang Yuehua was startled, causing the cup in her hand to fall and shatter on the ground. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, and after some time, as no adverse effects manifested, she breathed a sigh of relief. Kai leaned forward, his form almost pressing against Tang Yuehua's. Their faces were nearly touching. Observing the violent tremor in her pupils, Kai chuckled softly. Did you not intend to drag me down with you earlier? Are you now regretting it, or feeling fear? Tang Yuehua's heart raced violently, the sound of its throbbing resonating clearly. Get away from me, she exclaimed, her arms crossed defensively over her chest as she forcefully pushed Kai away. Summoning all her strength, she finally managed to shove him aside, picking up the shards of a teacup from the ground and pressing them against her neck. Don't come any closer, otherwise, I will end my life right here. Kai found her trembling eyes, filled with profound sorrow and fury, utterly fascinating. Huh, is that how you wish to die? The one who killed your beloved second brother stands right before you. Do you not yearn for vengeance? He chuckled softly and took a slow step forward, reaching her. He seized her trembling wrist, the shard still clutched tightly in her hand. He pressed the sharp edge against his own neck, locking his gaze onto hers. Now is your chance for revenge. Strike, and you will avenge your dear brother. Kai prepared himself, should she indeed strike. He would not hesitate to send her to the afterlife. Yuehua stood there, the shard poised mere inches from his throat. Just as she resolved her thoughts, doubt crept in. No, it can't be like this. As she faltered, her legs weakened, and she began to fall. Kai, steadying her by the back, caught her in his embrace. The shard cut into her delicate finger, yet in that moment, she ignored the pain, instead pounding her fists against Kai's chest, a mix of youthful petulance and genuine retribution. Why did you kill my brother? She cried, her voice breaking with emotion. I can't avenge him. Crumpled in Kai's arms, she wept uncontrollably, all the pent-up emotions of the past days spilling forth. Despite having the very man before her who had slain her brother, she chose to confide in him. Feeling her body tremble in his embrace, Kai wrapped his arms around her shoulders, holding her tightly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until her sobs subsided. And as she nestled against him, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her cheeks flushed with a desire to pull away. Let me go, she pouted, attempting to struggle. Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, she remained ensconced in his embrace, unable to break free. The more she resisted, the tighter Kai held her. And only when her strength dwindled did he finally relax his grip. No more struggling? Kai gazed playfully at the beauty in his arms. Tang Yuehua's complexion was slightly flushed, but her eyes betrayed a deeper sentiment of resentment. Observing the fury in her gaze, Kai lifted her chin and leaned down to kiss her. In that fleeting moment when their lips met, Tang Yuehua's pupils widened in shock. The softness of his lips sent a tremor through her heart, causing it to race violently. She stared at him in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open. As Kai's advances grew more insistent, the defenses within Tang Yuehua began to crumble. A single tear cascaded down her cheek, marking the complete breach of her final stronghold. She pressed her legs tightly together, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she succumbed to his overpowering and fervent kiss. Feeling her surrender, Kai effortlessly swept her into a princess carry and strode into the room. That night, amidst the romantic ambience, Tang Yuehua relinquished her hatred entirely. The following morning, Tang Yuehua awoke groggily, her body aching and her spirit weary, leaving her feeling somewhat unwell. As she furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmered and fell upon the man lying beside her. In that moment, she hesitated. Last night, she had half-heartedly acquiesced to sharing a bed with him, surrendering her most cherished first experience. The thought filled her eyes with a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain how to face Kai. Perhaps now, while he was defenseless, was the perfect opportunity to avenge her second brother. Tang Yuehua clenched her fists, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the fruit knife on the table. Yet, she ultimately could not bring herself to act. Since the events of last night, She had astonishingly realized that Tang Hao's presence in her heart had diminished significantly. Her eyes wandered over Kai's robust chest and enticing muscular contours, causing her cheeks to flush. Leaning slightly, she pressed her ear against his chest, attuning herself to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump. The intensity of the sound momentarily blurred the lines between her own heartbeat and his. As she leaned closer, Kai, still lost in slumber, subtly curled his lips into a smile. A trace of crimson on the sheets testified to their passionate encounter, marking a transformative moment for the woman. After an indeterminate time, Tang Yuehua suddenly gasped, attempting to rise, but Kai's hand firmly grasped her waist. This gesture rendered her face crimson, as if blood could drip from it. Her heart racing and breath quickening. How dare this rogue feign sleep to deceive her, she inwardly cursed. Yet, deep down, she knew it was only because her Yuehua was simply too adorable. Upon realizing that she had been caught pretending to be asleep, Kaiser ceased her charade. With her eyes now opened, she fixated on the exposed forms of slime before her. Confronted by Kaiser's unabashed gaze, Tang Yuehua instinctively extended her arm in an attempt to shield herself. However, she ultimately succumbed to Kaiser's presence. After sharing a breakfast, they both rose and began to undress. How about it? Do you still desire revenge? I shall grant you another opportunity to end my life, Kaiser offered, turning her back to Tang Yuehua, seemingly relinquishing all resistance. Yet, Tang Yuehua remained silent, enveloped in contemplation. She was uncertain of her feelings towards the individual before her. The overwhelming hatred she had felt yesterday now felt like a distant memory. Could it be that she was indeed a capricious woman who, upon surrendering her body, would inevitably fall hopelessly in love? Shaking her head, she cast aside this disconcerting thought. In truth, the realm of romantic endeavors held a peculiar tradition. Those of high standing often relinquished everything for the sake of a man. Even exalted deities could destroy their very foundations for love. Thus, the seemingly absurd notion that yielding one's body would result in love was, in the context of this romantic world, quite the norm. Noticing Tang Yuehua's hesitation to act, Kaiser turned to face her, who was clearly torn. Come with me. If you remain here, you are undoubtedly aware of your impending fate. Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement. Since the death of Tang Hao, the Haotian sect had been wary of attracting danger and had long considered a marriage alliance with the Wind Sword sect, one of the lower four sections. It was all too apparent whom they intended to marry her off to, particularly since the leader of the Wind Sword sect had long harbored affections for her. The so-called elders of the Haotian sect might truly resort to sending Tang Yuehua into such a marriage for their own preservation. At that point, she would not only be unable to remain at the Moon Pavilion, but would likely find herself confined like a canary in a cage, devoid of freedom. Kaiser extended her hand, a gesture that conveyed her intentions. Should Tang Yuehua take her hand, no one in the world would dare to bully her again. As she gazed at the outstretched hand, Tang Yuehua found herself at a crossroads between her sect and Kaiser. Born into the Haotian sect, she felt a duty to dedicate herself entirely to it. Yet, she was not merely a tool, she possessed her own emotions. As she grappled with this internal conflict, her body instinctively made a choice on her behalf. Gently, she extended her hand and rested it upon Kai's palm. It was only when her delicate hand was grasped by him that Tang Yuehua returned from her reverie. Kai pulled her into his embrace once more, and this time, she offered no resistance. Instead, she nestled against him like a docile cat, allowing him to indulge in his whims. Within 3 days, I shall visit the Haotian sect. And I want you, Yuehua, to witness with your own eyes the true visage of those cowardly rats who dare to hide in the sewers. Though Tang Yuehua remained silent, a tide of worry surged within her for the Haotian sect. The monthly expenses and essential provisions for living rested solely upon the shoulders of this fragile woman. It was an immense burden for one with merely a 9th-level soul power to support an entire sect, with only a 75th-level soul saint assigned for security. The Haotian sect was indeed rotten to its core. As 3 days swiftly passed, they became the happiest days of Tang Yuehua's life. The two reveled in the delights of Tiando City like lovers in the throes of passion, and for the first time, she set aside her burdens, discovering a newfound meaning in life. Naturally, to completely win over a woman like Tang Yuehua, poetry and song were indispensable. Kai unabashedly recited the renowned poem Qingping Dia by the immortal poet Li Bai. Clouds resemble garments, flowers embody beauty, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade. The dew is rich and fragrant. Had I not encountered you atop the Jade Mountain, I would meet you beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. This exquisite verse instantly left Tang Yuehua in profound admiration of Kai, deepening her affection for him. With 3 days elapsed, she realized it was time to pay a visit to the Haotian sect. Anxiously, she brushed her fingers across Kai's face, rising slightly on her toes to plant a kiss on his neck. Kai, please do not harm my brother. Grasping Tang Yuehua's delicate hands, Kai gazed at her with tender affection. Do not fret. My purpose in this journey is merely to teach those elders of the Haotian sect a lesson. However, before that, I must first rid you of that malignant tumor known as Qian. As Kai's gaze sharpened, he cast a glance towards a burly man outside. The individual, with skin of a bronzed hue and a physique adorned with solid muscles, exuded an aura that suggested he was no stranger to malevolence. Yet, at that moment, he audaciously caressed the thigh of a young girl, subsequently licking his lips as if he found no satisfaction in the act. This man was named Tang Fei, a level 75 soul saint dispatched by the Haotian sect to safeguard Tang Yuehua. Initially, Tang Fei diligently fulfilled his duty to protect her. However, as time wore on, the monotony of interacting with a group of young girls gradually sapped his spirit. He transformed from a once upright and principled soul saint into a rather disreputable middle-aged man. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, reminiscent of thunder splitting the sky, as the ancient doors of Yuexian were violently thrust open by an irresistible force. Tang Fei's figure surged forth like a leaf swept up by a tempest, hurtling out from the depths of Yuexian, slicing through the night sky, and ultimately colliding forcefully with a distant wall, producing a heavy and resounding thud. The wall, which had stood resilient against the ravages of time, was unexpectedly marred by Tang Fei's impact, leaving behind a shocking fissure. Debris and dust cascaded from the crack, mercilessly raining down upon Tang Fei's slightly disheveled, yet still tenacious form. Which wretched soul dares to challenge me? Tang Fei struggled to rise from the dust, his eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty glint. Blood trickled down his forehead, cascading along his cheek and splattering onto his garment, adding an air of wildness to his demeanor. With a firm grip of his right hand, a resplendent Haotian hammer materialized before him, surrounded by 7 soul rings, a testament to his status as a 75th level soul sage. Yet, before he could make a move, he found himself stiffly lowering his head, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest. A single pebble had pierced through his heart in an instant, leaving the 75th level soul sage with no opportunity to retaliate as he slowly succumbed, devoid of any life force. Throughout the ordeal, Tang Fei never discerned the identity of his assailant. He had merely been caught off guard, receiving a kick to the face. And by the time he regained his senses, his heart lay shattered. Tang Yuehua observed the scene with a calm demeanor, initially believing that witnessing the demise of her adversary would stir some emotion within her. However, tranquility enveloped her heart, akin to a placid lake, undisturbed by any ripples. She was lifted by Kai, who hurried towards the direction of the Haotian sect. To shield her from the harsh winds, he activated his startling state, enveloping her in a cocoon of blue vapor. This mist formed a protective membrane, shielding Tang Yuehua from the fierce gusts. In his full-speed state, Kai moved swiftly, ordinarily. It took Tang Yuehua 3 days to return to the Haotian sect, but with the enhancement of the startling state, he reached the mountain summit in less than the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. Upon setting Tang Yuehua down, she pointed towards the mountaintop, where iron chains intertwined, declaring, "That is the Haotian sect." Kai gazed at the snow-capped peak and, without hesitation, removed his papal robe, draping it over Tang Yuehua's shoulders. This robe, a symbol of his papal authority, was well understood by Tang Yuehua, who instinctively sought to refuse it upon seeing his intent. Yet, ultimately, she could not withstand Kai's insistence and donned the robe with trepidation. The fabric still retained the warmth of Kai's body, yet it failed to provide her with sufficient comfort in that moment. Kai produced a soul guide device from his waist and handed it to Tang Yuehua. This device was a transmission soul guide, capable of relaying everything that transpired here. He instructed her firmly, "No matter what occurs, do not emerge." After imparting these directives, he turned and ascended the steep incline with haste. Once Kai departed, the 2 protectors in the shadows, Qian Renxue and Douluo, exchanged bewildered glances. Renxue remarked, "Is that not the papal robe?" Qian Renxue replied, "Indeed." Renxue continued, "Has our papal robe been donned by an outsider?" Qian Renxue countered, "One could hardly consider Shao Kai's woman to be an outsider, could they?" Guangling, "Perhaps so. It is best to pretend not to have seen it." Wouldn't you agree? As Kai ascended to the mountaintop, he gazed down upon the sect hidden within the mountain. His fingertips coalesced into a sphere of flame, which grew in size as he infused it with energy. The fireball expanded until it could obscure the sun's radiance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the colossal fireball hurtled toward the gates of Haotian sect. As the fiery orb approached, the temperature on the mountain of Haotian sect began to rise noticeably. Just as the fireball was about to strike the sect's entrance, a massive Haotian hammer suddenly soared out from within the sect, colliding with the impending explosion. The moment the hammer made contact with the fireball, it detonated, illuminating the sky with brilliant flames and igniting the entire snowy expanse in a fierce blaze. Even the iron chains connecting the various peaks began to burn. With the appearance of the Haotian hammer, 6 figures wielding Haotian hammers emerged in midair. Who dares disturb my Haotian sect? Chapter 70. Fallen Angel Starry Riverside. In that moment, Kai's appearance was in stark contrast to his former self. Clad in a black and red robe, a half-masked visage concealed his face, and his once short hair had transformed into long tresses. At this moment, not only would the Haotian sect, which had never seen Kai, fail to recognize him, but even Juliana, who had grown up alongside him, would be unable to identify him. Indeed, this transformation was a result of the soul experience card for the 1,000 snow martial spirit he had used a few years prior. Unlike the sacred 6-winged angel, this martial spirit bore the semblance of a fallen angel's essence, a shadowy imitation of the 1,000 snow. Currently, as Kai's strength was that of an ordinary level 99 ultimate Douluo, his abilities while in the experienced state were merely those of a typical ultimate Douluo. Who are you? Do you not know this is Haotian sect? The second elder spoke solemnly, observing the figure above. The aggressiveness displayed by the intruder clearly indicated a desire for vengeance. Yet, Haotian sect had secluded itself for nearly 2 decades. Regardless of any grievances, it seemed implausible that one could locate this place. The #1 sect in the world? Haotian sect truly has many forgetful individuals. As he spoke, 6 wings, as dark as ink, unfurled from Kai's back. What? The second elder's pupils constricted at the sight of the 6 wings. The aura was unmistakably that of a 6-winged angel, though the reason for its darkness eluded their comprehension. Are you from the Spirit Hall? As the most senior member of Haotian sect, the second elder had witnessed the brilliance of angels in his youth. The sacred, unattainable magnificence of angelic martial spirits was incomparable to the top-tier Haotian hammer. Elder brother, enough with the pleasantries. They have already dared to infringe upon our gates. I cannot allow this insult to stand. The most tempestuous of the elders, Tang Liang, had summoned 2 Haotian hammers in a fit of rage. A troubling tendency has emerged, where disagreement quickly escalates into conflict. A blood-red scythe materialized in Kai's hand, and as he swung it through the air, the blade's tip traced a crimson arc, leaving a vivid trail suspended in the atmosphere. Tang Liang surged forward like a released arrow, soaring skyward with the heavenly hammer clutched tightly in his grip, cleaving the air with a deafening roar as he propelled it towards Kai with unstoppable force. Boy, whatever your intentions may be, the dignity of the heavenly sect shall not be disdained. As his words echoed, the 2 heavenly hammers blazed with brilliant light, seemingly harnessing the overwhelming energy of the cosmos. In stark contrast, Kai remained steadfast, the blood-red scythe gracefully twirling in his hand, and beneath his mask, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his profound eyes. Rather than cowering before Tang Liang's formidable assault, he assumed a nearly provocative stance and gradually unleashed his soul rings. 4 black and 5 red rings intertwined, resembling a ghostly flower blooming in the night, both breathtaking and unsettling, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The configuration of 4 black and 5 red soul rings instilled a sense of dread, equally shocking Tang Liang, who was poised to strike. 5 soul rings of 100,000 years. How was that possible? Kai's soul ring arrangement left those below utterly speechless. For the optimal soul ring configuration for a tile.To should consist of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Yet, this individual not only possessed a 10,000-year first soul ring, but also acquired a 100,000-year soul ring as his 5th. As Tang Liang approached, Kai extended one hand, conjuring 3 blood-red spikes from behind him. 3rd soul skill, Hell Spike. With his voice resonating, the 3 spikes shot forth, piercing directly towards Tang Liang's body. Heavenly armor. Realizing the dire situation, Tang Liang cursed internally while swiftly wielding his heavenly hammer. Faced with an unavoidable assault, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Bang! The heavenly hammer successfully deflected 1 spike, yet the other 2 pierced through Tang Liang's defenses and embedded themselves within his body. Curiously, however, Tang Liang felt no discomfort whatsoever. Not even a hint of pain. Just as he assumed the attack had missed its mark, he discovered with astonishment that since the spikes had penetrated his body, his soul power consumption had begun to escalate exponentially. Moreover, it seemed a tenuous bridge had formed between the 2. This was precisely the effect of the 3rd soul skill, Hell Spike. The struck individual would have their soul power continuously absorbed to replenish the attacker for an entire hour. In essence, Tang Liang had become Kai's power bank for that duration. So, this is what it feels like to possess soul power? Kai clenched his fist, savoring the sensation of soul power circulating within him. Humph, merely trivial. This soul power is hardly worthy of being compared to the essence of heaven and earth. With a single strike, Kai repelled Tang Liang, and his prowess provided the other elders of the Haotian sect with a rudimentary understanding of their adversary's strength. Although Tang Liang was the youngest among them, possessing a soul power that had just reached level 90, thus stepping into the realm of the tile.To, the other elders dared not claim they could easily drive him back with a single blow. Friends, shall we sit down and converse at leisure? The voice of the second elder was calm, as if he genuinely wished to engage in dialogue. Had it not been for Kai's perceptive gaze through the eye of truth, which revealed the subtle fluctuations of soul power between them, he might not have noticed that their seemingly casual rearrangement had, in fact, formed a formation. Converse? I have nothing to discuss with a group of rats who hide in the sewers. Tang Liang's temper flared at their words, igniting a fire of rage within him. However, the rapid depletion of his soul power compelled him to restrain his fury. Such words are rather ungracious. Although our Haotian sect has chosen to remain hidden from the world, we are still the foremost sect in the realm. The foundation of our sect is not something that can be shaken by the strength of a single individual. This statement served as both a caution and a veiled threat. Any ordinary person, upon hearing it, would think twice, even someone as formidable as the sword Douluo Continent. Noticing the hesitation in his opponent, the second elder continued, I see that you have come alone. We have a lady in our sect named Tang Yuehua. If you are interested, we could offer her to you as a servant. Among the high-ranking nobility of the Douluo Continent, using women to forge certain agreements was not an uncommon practice, and even the elite Haotian sect was no exception. Tang Yuehua watched with disbelief as the events unfolded before her eyes. To her, it was painfully clear that she was merely a disposable tool to her sect. The two parties had yet to engage in battle, but she feared that if a conflict were to arise, she and her companions would be abandoned without hesitation. With a face ashen, she fixated on the unfolding scenes, her curiosity piqued by Kai's astonishing transformation in such a brief period. Yet, nothing could overshadow the shock of realizing that her sect viewed her as expendable. Ah, Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion in Qian City? I have had the fortune of meeting her, and she is indeed a rare gem in the secular world. Believing that the second elder might genuinely harbor some interest in Tang Yuehua, he continued, if you do not find it distasteful, we would be willing to offer her to you as a testament to our sincerity in forming an alliance. The second elder's actions did not go unnoticed by Tang Xiao, the sect leader, who observed the proceedings with a heavy heart. After all, she was his younger sister. The reluctance he felt was undeniable. Yet from the aura emanating from their adversary, it seemed that even his ancestor, Tang Chun, might not stand a chance against him. Perhaps the second elder recognized this disparity, which prompted him to propose the offering of Tang Yuehua as a bargaining chip. Using a woman to secure your safety? I must say, you have truly disappointed me. Kai, with his hand covering his face as if enduring some unseen torment, suddenly erupted into laughter. He pointed his blood-red scythe towards the 6 individuals below and declared, I have long heard of the formidable combined attack techniques of the Haotian sect. Today, I shall experience the very foundation of your sect. Upon finishing his words, the scythe in Kai's grasp was enveloped in a crimson glow, and a drop of crystalline blood-red liquid dripped from the blade's tip. 10,000 years 6th Spirit Ring. First Spirit Ability, Bloodbath Demon Scythe. As the radiance of the 10,000-year spirit ring below him shone brilliantly, the red light emanating from his scythe was nothing short of terrifying. Seeing this, Tang Xiao, in an effort to prepare for the combined assault of the 5 elders, stood alone to intercept Kai's onslaught. However, the shield beside Tang Xiao shattered the moment it came into contact with the scythe. The effects of a 10,000-year first spirit ability were far from mere weapon enhancement. In the state of Bloodbath Demon Scythe, all defensive spirit abilities and enhancements became utterly futile. This state rendered the armor akin to a true damage state. Effectively disregarding all forms of defense, the shield crumbled upon contact, and each strike could cut into flesh. In just 2 exchanges, a ghastly wound was carved into Tang Xiao's chest. These 2 rounds also provided him insight into his opponent's current state. Recognizing that defense was ineffective, Tang Xiao decisively abandoned his defensive measures and opted for a head-on confrontation against Kai's attacks. The advantage of this approach was that Tang Xiao momentarily staved off Kai's aggression. Yet his body became increasingly marred with wounds, one strike nearly cleaving him in two. Witnessing the terrifying power of his opponent's strike solidified Tang Xiao's resolve to offer Tangwei to him as a servant. Haotian 9 absolutes. Shockwave strike. A hammer fell, causing the entire ravine to tremble. A series of ripple effects spread outward, illustrating the immense power of this blow. Fourth spirit ability. Soul-snatching shadow. This was the sole augmentative spirit ability within this martial soul, enhancing speed by 300 and reducing spirit power consumption by 50 for a period. A blood-colored silhouette flitted through the mountains, reaching Tang Xiao's rear before he had even lifted his Haotian hammer. 10,000-year 6th spirit ring. Second spirit ability. Grim Reaper's harvest. A golden light shot into the center of Tang Xiao's forehead, rendering his previously astonished expression somewhat dazed. However, as a level 96 spirit master, Tang Xiao quickly regained his composure and swung his Haotian hammer towards his opponent's forehead. Given the distance, unleashing a spirit ability or the Haotian 9 absolutes was simply unrealistic. Thus, all Tang Xiao could do was muster his full strength and swing his mighty hammer. Bang! The clash of the sickle and the Haotian hammer resonated throughout the mountains, producing a sudden symphony of metallic clangor. At this moment, Tang Xiao bore countless wounds upon his body, each freshly inflicted, oozing blood profusely. He had fallen to one knee, the agony coursing through his body and spirit rendering him nearly devoid of all resistance. Just as Kai prepared to exert himself once more, a disturbance arose from the formation behind him. The Haotian formation, on the verge of completion, suddenly collapsed, causing Tang Liang to spit out blood and lose control, plummeting downward. The Haotian formation had been nearly complete. Yet Tang Liang was required not only to focus intently on maintaining it, but also to divert part of his mental energy to counteract the effects of the Hell's Thorn. Ultimately, this dual burden led to the disintegration of the nearly formed Haotian formation. Everyone present suffered to varying degrees from the backlash of the formation's failure. Tang Liang, what on earth have you done? Without your contribution, how are we to uphold the Haotian formation? The third elder stamped his foot in frustration at Tang Liang. With a calm smile, Tang Liang replied, "It's quite simple. I shall slay him myself." As he spoke, his aura finally emerged unrestrained. A rank 90 title Douluo. Before Tang Liang could finish his statement, blood began to pour from his 7 orifices. If one's soul power is entirely siphoned by the Hell's Thorn before the extraction time is up, the thorn will continuously drain the life force of its target. Tang Liang was clearly in a state where his vitality was being drawn away by the Hell's Thorn. Kai exerted his strength, sending the struggling Tang Xiao flying. He then turned to regard the 5 dejected individuals. Is this the protective formation of your Haotian sect? Is it not designed for battle against foes, but rather for conflict within? The expression and tone of his inquiry plunged a dagger into the hearts of the 6. The second elder felt utterly humiliated. The once infallible formation had failed, and now they faced mockery. Moreover, the disciples of the Haotian sect bore witness to this debacle. Following this incident, the elder's authority within the sect would undoubtedly diminish, while Tang Xiao's reputation for defending the sect against intruders would only rise. I'm done here. Before I depart, allow me to express my gratitude for sending Tangwei to me as a servant. Let me offer a simple token of reciprocation. With that, Kai slowly ascended into the air, the blood-red sickle transforming into a small crimson orb firmly gripped in his hand. Kai chose to cease his assault, for the experience with this martial spirit was nearing its end. With only 1 hour of experiential time per day, he might have otherwise opted to strike the faces of the esteemed elders. This was a parting gift. A crimson beam of light surged into the sky, transforming the once white clouds into a deep scarlet. Following this, the sun was obscured as a colossal meteor broke through the cloud cover, plummeting downward. The 9th Soul Ring's 2nd soul skill, the Fallen Angel's Stellar Sigh, directly inspired by the heavenly obstruction Starquake. Chapter 71. 5 years later. Everyone, disperse. Esteemed elders, I implore you to lend me your strength. Tang Xiao gazed at the boundless meteor on the horizon, his eyes brimming with an indescribable shock. In such a dire situation, even his grandfather, Chen Shun, would find himself at a loss. The second elder supported the ailing Tang Liang, who, afflicted by the Hell's Thorn, was devoid of any soul power. Had it not been for the second elder infusing a modicum of soul energy into him, Tang Liang might well have met his demise. Though Tang Xiao bore numerous wounds, the vigor of his youth still resonated within him, as the other elders continuously channeled their soul power into him. The Haotian hammer in Tang Xiao's grasp grew proportionately larger. Once he sensed he had reached his limit, he swung the Haotian hammer upward, aiming at the descending meteor. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer struck the meteor from below, unleashing a wave of explosive sound that reverberated from the summit of Haotian sect, spreading outward. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Kai, had returned to Tang Yuehua's side. Observing her tear-streaked face, he understood that she had witnessed everything that had transpired. He lifted her gently and turned to leave. At that moment, the fate of Haotian sect was no longer intertwined with Tang Yuehua. Today marked her official departure from the sect. Upon returning to Yuexian, Tang Yuehua nestled in Kai's embrace, weeping softly. She bore no resentment toward Kai for injuring the sect's master and elders. Rather, she lamented the worthlessness of her steadfast efforts over the years. For so long, she had dedicated herself to the sect, shouldering the immense burden of its sustenance. Regardless of the resources available and the criticism she faced, she had remained unfazed. Only today did she truly comprehend her standing within the sect. Although the sect master was her elder brother, he had not defended her when the elders proposed using her as a mere tool. Rest well, Kai whispered, caressing Tang Yuehua's delicate hair as he offered her comfort. Once her sobs subsided and her breathing steadied, he gently laid her on the bed, placing a soft kiss on her forehead before quietly exiting the room. Stepping outside, Kai turned and slipped into a narrow alley. Elder Ghost, emerge. As Kai's voice faded, a shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. The moment the figure appeared, the surrounding air felt noticeably colder. The intricate black patterns on his face instilled a sense of dread. Having met the Grand Elder before, Ghost Douluo bowed respectfully, refraining from addressing Kai as Your Holiness. After all, although Bibi Dong currently wielded the authority of the Pope, as long as Kai remained absent from the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would continue to hold the title. Kai did not mind Ghost Douluo's form of address. Instead, he retrieved a letter from within his robes and handed it to Ghost Douluo. This letter contained information regarding the current location of the Haotian sect, which housed approximately 6 title Douluo and 18 soul Douluo. He instructed Ghost Douluo to convey to Bibi Dong that he would personally visit the Haotian sect regarding the soul hunting plan. Upon receiving the envelope, Ghost Douluo felt a surge of excitement within him. Ever since the unfortunate incident involving the hunt for the 100,000-year soul beast, when Tang Hao's act of slaying the Pope had sent shockwaves across the continent, various sects had come to realize that the Spirit Hall was not invincible. This revelation emboldened smaller sects to challenge the authority of the Spirit Hall. Although their provocations were largely inconsequential, they were indeed a nuisance. The recent defeat of Tang Hao had somewhat restored the Spirit Hall's reputation, yet as long as the Haotian sect remained, there would always be those hoping to see another individual like Tang Hao rise. 5 years had swiftly passed. The present state of Shrek Academy was a stark contrast to its condition 2 years prior. 5 years ago, when Shrek had just secured the runner-up position, it basked in glory. During the subsequent recruitment year, the number of new students nearly exceeded that of the returning ones. However, in the following years, as the Spirit Hall exerted pressure, Shrek's situation deteriorated. The annual intake of students dwindled, and now, even with waived tuition fees, it was uncertain whether anyone would choose to enroll at Shrek Academy. Many of the former students and teachers had left. Those who remained held a profound affection for the academy. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the Min and Li clans, it was likely that Shrek Academy would have vanished 2 years ago. At this moment, outside Shrek Academy, a red-faced little chubby figure limped toward the entrance. Ma Hongjuan's face was marred with scars, and his right arm had begun to atrophy, compared to his other, healthy arm. It was difficult to believe they belonged to the same person. Although Ma Hongjun had been deprived of his cultivation path, his prior consumption of divine herbs had prevented the complete destruction of his meridians. Nevertheless, he bore serious after-effects. Whenever he felt anxious, he would experience dizziness and nausea. Over the past 5 years, his soul power had only increased from level 42 to level 49. Fatty, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Daimubai appeared relatively normal. Aside from the asymmetry of his face, the rest of his visage looked quite ordinary. However, only he was aware that during certain days of each month, the wounds on his body would inflict excruciating pain. It is fair to say that the world's corrections were indeed formidable, despite his current state of disrepair. Dai Mubai still ascended to the position of Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. This was due to the mysterious demise of his elder brother, who succumbed to poison under suspicious circumstances, leaving no trace of clues to date. At that time, rumors circulated that Tang San had made an appearance in the Star Luo Empire for a brief period. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law, Zhu Qing, naturally became Dai Mubai's wife. Yet, throughout the years, Dai Mubai had consistently found himself at a disadvantage with Zhu Qing. They had yet to even hold hands. let alone engage in any romantic advances. After the grand competition, Oscar was expelled by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Regardless of Oscar's assurances, Ning Fengji was adamant about his decision to oust him, akin to a weighty stone pressing down on scales. This led to a heated quarrel between Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, culminating in Ning Fengji striking Ning Rongrong in a fit of rage. Ning Rongrong was bewildered, questioning why her father, who had always indulged her, had transformed into such a figure. Furthermore, even Grandmaster and the recently emerged 97th level Sword Grandmaster did not side with her in this matter. To add insult to injury, even the 5-year pact of the Shrek 7 monsters did not permit Ning Rongrong's participation. The third to arrive was Bai Qinxiang, who could be said to have emerged with the least injury from the battle 5 years prior. Aside from her disfigurement, Bai Qinxiang had not sustained significant harm. Oscar, unlike in the original tale, did not undergo trials to acquire his 6th spirit ring. At present, his cultivation was merely at the level of a 50th level Soul King. Not only was he incapable of executing his mirror image technique, but any vigorous activity would also result in severe pain throughout his body. Once regarded as the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters, the absence of Tang San and Xiao Wu now left Ning Rongrong completely estranged from their ranks. The once formidable 7 had dwindled to just 4. In the shadows, Yu Xiaojiang observed the familiar crowd, only to find his beloved disciple absent. His once elevated spirits now plummeted. Standing beside Yu Xiaojiang were only the remnants of the former love triangle and Zhao Wujia. "Xiaojiang," he said, "I understand your concern for Tang San, yet with the death of the Haotian crown, should no students be recruited this year, the academy may very well face closure." Flanders sat by the window, his gaze melancholic as it drifted toward the sky. Ever since the grand tournament, Lu Erlong had succumbed to an interminable seclusion, remaining hidden for a full 5 years without a single appearance. Flander had ventured to the back mountain in search of him, nearly losing his life at Lu Erlong's hands. Since that fateful encounter, Lu Erlong's demeanor toward Yu Xiaojiang had taken a drastic turn. He was no longer the gentle soul he once was, and on one occasion, he nearly inflicted fatal harm upon Yu Xiaojiang. This incident had lingered in Yu Xiaojiang's mind for 5 long years, leaving an indelible mark. In stark contrast to the desolation on this side, the Spirit Hall presented a vastly different scene. 2 years prior, Kai had relocated Yuxian to the Spirit City, unwilling to leave his beloved alone in the Heaven-Do Empire. Even with the title Douluo dispatched for protection, his heart remained uneasy. As for Qian Renxue, he yearned to conclude the undercover mission. For now, as the Pope, he possessed the authority to intervene in all matters. However, the plan to usurp the Heaven-Do Empire had transcended mere tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall. It had become an obsession within Qian Renxue's heart. Despite Bibi Dong's endorsement, Qian Renxue was determined to see it through. To ensure safety, the idol Qian Dalu chose to make a personal appearance, gracing the Crown Prince's residence as a distinguished guest, holding the esteemed rank of a 92nd level title Douluo. That same year, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School officially merged with the Spirit Hall, signing a series of alliance treaties. Among these agreements, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would provide elite support-type soul masters to the Spirit Hall, while the Spirit Hall would oversee the construction and protection of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Nangong, on the cusp of reaching the tile.To realm at level 89, was dispatched to serve as a steward within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, this was a secret shared only among the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even the ordinary disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School remained oblivious to the fact that they had already become part of the Spirit Hall. Seated upon the Pope's throne, Kai surveyed the 4 individuals before him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Over the course of 5 years, Xie Yu had attained the rank of Soul Sage at level 79, while Yin had reached level 77, Hu Laina stood at level 76, and Zhu Zhiqing at level 74. Such prodigious talent, regardless of the era, was undeniably exceptional. Zhu Zhiqing, a 20-year-old soul sage at level 70, would still be hailed as a genius even in an era a millennium hence when 20-year-old soul emperors became commonplace. The 4 had endured 5 years of rigorous training in the Death Canyon, their temperaments transformed beyond the ordinary. This was splendid, with their progress. The soul hunting plan could proceed as scheduled in half a month's time. Upon hearing the summons, Xie Yu stepped forward, clasping his fist in salute. His respect and trust for this elder brother were unwavering. Without him, it was likely that he would have struggled to break through to the rank of Soul Sage over these 5 years, let alone the fact that he is on the verge of transcending into the realm of the legendary Contra. In a fortnight, I expect you to lead 1,000 soul masters to assault the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This declaration astonished everyone present. The reason for their shock was simple. All were acutely aware that the seven-treasure glazed tile school had been incorporated into the Spirit Hall several years ago. Furthermore, the current leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was seated nearby, yet you already exhibited an eagerness to devise strategies for attacking their sect. Ning Fengji's lips twitched involuntarily, but as the cunning smiling tiger that he was, he expertly concealed his reaction. While it was common knowledge that the Spirit Hall's assault on the seven-treasure glazed tile school was merely a fade, and that prior to any actual conflict, the seven-treasure glazed tile school had relocated all its assets to Spirit City. The sight of one's own sect being targeted for annihilation still struck Ning Fengji as peculiar. Although Xie Yu harbored his own doubts, he refrained from inquiring further. As a subordinate, his duty was to unconditionally obey the commands of His Holiness the Pope. Even if the orders were misguided, he was bound to follow them without question. Xie Yu accepted his orders. The journey ahead is not solely for Xie Yu. Yinhu Lina and Zhu Zhuqing are equally destined to embark on this path. To accumulate merit for the four of them, Kai has exerted considerable effort. Likewise, Hulina has also strived diligently. Over the past couple of nights, Hulina has been utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Sister Weiwa sharing the burden, she would likely still be confined to her bed. This thought deepens Hulina's gratitude towards Tang Weiwa. As a mature woman, Tang Weiwa understands precisely how to win Kai's favor. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, upon returning, relayed all pertinent matters to the three others. The two sword Douluos gazed at the territory beneath their feet, a place they had resided in for half a century, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of departure. As night fell, the disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school commenced the transportation of the sect's treasures towards the Wuhuan city, where they would be required to remain. Ning Rongrong has been lifted from her confinement, and having broken through to the 60th level, she is in need of a soul ring. Simultaneously, Nangong has also surpassed the 90th level and merely requires a soul ring to ascend to the revered status of a tile.To. To render the soul-hunting expedition in a fortnight more authentic, the sword Douluo promptly took the two of them northwards in pursuit of soul rings. Reports of high-level soul beasts frequenting a small town on the extreme northern ice plains have circulated, and the information network of the seven-treasure glazed tile school spans the entirety of Douluo Continent. Consequently, the group set forth for the northernmost snowy expanse. For Nangong, returning to the extreme northern ice plains is akin to returning home. His eighth soul ring is nearly 100,000 years old, and for the critically important ninth soul ring, it must be of at least that age. Chapter 72, the soul-hunting plan at the periphery of the extreme northern snowy plains. The seven-treasure glazed tile school's base resembles an inn. Have you heard? That 100,000-year-old soul beast seems to frequently appear at the outskirts of the extreme northern snowy plains. Indeed, many teams of soul beasts have attempted to hunt it down, only to return empty-handed, unable even to catch a glimpse. I heard that a high elder from the seven-treasure glazed tile school will be arriving soon. Could it be in pursuit of that 100,000-year-old soul beast? Who knows? We should focus on our own duties, even if a 100,000-year-old soul beast exists. It is beyond our concern. The chatter of patrons fills the air, while in a corner, Qian Renxue attentively absorbs these tidings. Clad in a black robe, Ning Rongrong envelopes her delicately formed figure, which has matured over the past 5 years. In the Soul Master competition 5 years prior, she emerged unscathed. Compared to the other 6, it was as if she had not participated at all. Since his arrival here, Nangong has displayed a sense of nostalgia and enjoyment. For this is where his journey began, and returning evokes a profound sense of homecoming. Are you intrigued by the fabled 10,000-year soul beast? Qian Renxue inquired of Nangong, who sat silently drinking nearby. Having reached the formidable level of 97 in the sword path, Qian Renxue possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to confront such a soul beast. Moreover, although the individual before him was merely an 8-ring soul Douluo, their genuine combat prowess was on par with his own, making the slaying of a 10,000-year soul beast a feasible endeavor. No, Nangong replied, shaking his head and placing the wine jug upon the table. Over the past 5 years, he had gained a sense of humanity, transforming from the cold figure he had once been upon entering the world of soul masters. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he found himself quickly captivated by this extraordinary sensation. My master stated that my 9th soul ring does not require the hunting of any soul beast. Instead, I am to venture deep into the extreme north to consume the Tianshan snow lotus. The extreme cold power contained within the lotus is sufficient to enable me to autonomously condense a 10,000-year ninth soul ring. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Nangong's gaze as the image of the woman who had taught him swordsmanship lingered in his mind. Our task is simply to assist Ning Rongrong in acquiring her sixth soul ring. Otherwise, the soul-hunting expedition in half a month may reveal our intentions. As the trio departed, none noticed the presence of another in the tavern. Qian Renxue sought out a 30,000-year ice-armored bear for Ning Rongrong, and the two stood at the periphery of the snowy expanse, watching as Nangong ventured alone into the heart of the extreme north. Qian Renxue turned to lead Ning Rongrong away, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Nangong that had blossomed over the past 5 years. They often debated swordsmanship, and their bouts lasted no less than half a month without a clear victor. Naturally, Qian Renxue emerged victorious more often than not, having discerned the nature of the Emperor's cold sword. As long as he engaged in speed battles, Nangong could not fully unleash his potential. Half a month later, the interior of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school bore no resemblance to its state from 2 weeks prior. All treasures had been stripped, and even the disciples found themselves marked with soul power brands, rendered immobile and dazed, resembling mere puppets. The entire sect, comprising over 500 individuals, had been replaced by fallen soul masters captured from the slaughter town and death row inmates from the Spirit Hall prison. They donned the garb of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, becoming victims of this massacre. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, the malevolent you led over 1,000 troops from the Spirit Hall, quietly lying in wait at the foot of Seven Treasure Mountain. When the time arrived, these individuals would transform into ravenous wolves, descending upon the continent's top 3 sections. The moon hung high, and as you broke through the concealed forest, he gazed at the crimson blood moon above. The moment had arrived. Yet, before Elder Nangong could complete his words, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted him. However, the timing set by Teacher Kai is now, and our objective is simply to slaughter as many soul masters as possible and to wreak as much havoc as we can upon the structures of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. At this moment, Xiaoyu hesitated. Kai's command was to rendezvous with Elder Nangong and act immediately upon arrival. Yet, they had yet to meet Elder Nangong, and time was slipping away. Failure to act would be tantamount to disobedience. Just as Xiaoyu wrestled with his thoughts, a chilling gust swept across the sky, a long cascade of crystalline frost pouring down from above. Sensing the piercing cold in the air, Xiaoyu raised his moon blade and declared towards the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, "Everyone, attack." They were already aware that the majority within were heinous individuals. Thus they felt no remorse as they commenced their assault. The spirit Douluos Ling Yuan, Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao, who had been lying in wait within the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, alongside the station Jean Douluo, were the first to make their move. Excluding Jean Douluo, the 3 swiftly unleashed their wide-range destructive spirit abilities, wreaking havoc upon the structures in the explosive zone. 8th spirit ability, Blood Boiling. 6th spirit ability, Fiery Meteor Fall. A divine bird, enveloped in flames, soared through the sky, each flap of its wings releasing a shower of fiery feathers that detonated upon striking the ground, obliterating what had appeared to be sturdy constructions. Falling amidst the crowd, the fiery feathers instantly claimed lives. The formidable Mo Xiong stood tall, and with a powerful stomp, countless flaming boulders rained down from above. 4th spirit ability, Bone Prison. 5th spirit ability, Awe-Inspiring Might. In stark contrast to the childish farce unfolding at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family faced genuine catastrophe. To avert unforeseen incidents and preserve combat strength, Qian Jun Douluo, Jiang Mo Douluo, and Qing Wan Douluo were present. Even the 2 titled Douluos tasked with protecting Qian Renxue appeared at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, creating a daunting 1v5 scenario against Yu Yuanjin. At the foot of the Haotian clan's mountain, thousands of soul masters from the Spirit Hall also gathered. Despite the Haotian clan's antiquated ways, it remained the foremost sect in the world, with 6 titled Douluos instilling fear in the hearts of many. Thus, Kai opted to lead the charge himself. Accompanied by the light feather Douluo, capable of accurately claiming lives from a distance of 10,000 meters. Outside Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong emerged in a flowing black robe. Concealed beneath the cloak was the Lion Douluo, flanked by countless soldiers of the Spirit Hall, their weapons glinting ominously. Bibi Dong? Do you still harbor feelings for that individual? As the Lion Douluo, one of the 4 offerings, is well aware of the intricate matters between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. He remained skeptical when Bibi Dong took the initiative to annihilate Shrek Academy. However, all his doubts dissipated the moment Bibi Dong commanded the attack. With a single punch, The lion Douluo shattered the gates of the Spirit Hall, instantly slaying the guard, Li Yusong. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall, armed and imposing, surged into the depths of Shrek Academy, where a merciless slaughter awaited the students and teachers. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the once resplendent sect now lay in ruins, its main hall destroyed. Countless disciples, clad in the sect's attire, lay dead on the ground. The Bone Douluo feigned anger. Having just exited the ninth soul skill state, he appeared utterly worn. You go ahead, Wenji, I will hold them off here. Everything unfolded precisely as anticipated. The Bone Douluo, exhausted from overextending his soul power, ultimately pulled Ning Fingji away. Ning Fingji's every move also adhered to the script. He had expended great effort to eliminate all hidden spies within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to ensure the play continued. This performance was intended for the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. Despite the cordial relations between the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, they could not afford to harbor such a ticking time bomb within their territory. Thus, this spectacle was crafted for the Tiando Empire's benefit. Before departing, Ning Fingji infused all his soul skills, from the first to the sixth, into the Sword Douluo, with 6 auxiliary soul skills enhancing him. The Sword Douluo's soul power hinted at a potential breakthrough to level 98. He repelled 3 assailants with another strike. Just as he prepared to unleash his might once more, when a massive ice spear rapidly materialized in the sky, piercing towards him. The moment the ice spear appeared, the once blazing atmosphere of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect began to chill. The bone-chilling sensation sent a shiver through everyone present. The Sword Douluo struck out with his sword, a fierce intent manifesting as a character for kill that collided with the incoming ice spear. The spear shattered, its fragments coalescing into the form of Nangong. With the Emperor's cold sword pointed directly at the Sword Douluo, he declared, Sword Douluo, I have come to fulfill our appointment. Once Nangong reached the status of title Douluo, he would once again vie for the title of the continent's foremost swordsman against the Sword Douluo. This soul-hunting operation served as the perfect opportunity to challenge the Sword Douluo, who was at his peak. Both figures manifested enormous ethereal sword shadows behind them. Though they had yet to engage physically, their clash of sword intent had already exceeded hundreds of exchanges. 6th soul skill. All swords return to the sect. 3rd soul skill. Heavenly frost descends. Countless ethereal swords and thousands of ice crystals materialized, subsequently engaging in a fierce clash in the air. The two adversaries swiftly wielded their swords, striking against one another, the resounding clang of steel reverberating throughout the Seven Treasures Mountain. An abundance of sword energy soared, cleaving through the dense forest below, instantly severing the ancient trees that overshadowed the sky. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 9th soul skill was unleashed, True Dragon's Wrath. The sound echoed through the heavens. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin was far removed from his former glory. One of his arms had been severed. A divine bird emblem marred his chest, and 3 ghastly wounds marred his abdomen. Under the combined onslaught of Qianjun and Jiangmao, Yu Yuanjin found himself bereft of even a moment to wield his soul skills. The 8th soul skill, Azure Sky's Oceanic Sound, instantaneously ensnared Yu Yuanjin, who was gathering power. The relentless assaults from Qianjun and Jiangmao inflicted unbearable agony upon him, leaving Yu Yuanjin to helplessly witness the slaughter of his kin by the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo. The 8-ringed Soul Douluo within the sect were no match for the 2 assailants. At the Haotian sect, under Tang Zhao's leadership, the Haotian formation grew ever more formidable. The 7th elder, Tang Liang, lay lifeless, an ice arrow embedded in his heart. Alone, Kai faced the sect's protective formation, while the distant Guangling Douluo seized the opportunity to take the life of an elder with a single arrow. With a thunderous blow, Kai's fist unleashed an air cannon, rendering the 5 opponents immobile. Seizing the moment, Guangling Douluo obliterated the 5th elder's head with another arrow. Another titled Douluo fell, shattering their Haotian formation in an instant. The surviving 4 coughed up blood, their chances of uniting in the short term utterly dashed. Tang Xiao, hearing the cries of battle from within the Haotian sect, felt a pang of sorrow, yet his gaze burned with fury upon the man before him. The figure, emanating red and blue steam, appeared even more terrifying than the masked scythe wielder he had encountered days prior. Tang Xiao raised his Haotian hammer in defense, but an ice arrow struck it with such force that it sent him reeling backwards. Master, the 2nd elder bellowed with fury, dragging his aged body forward as he swung the Haotian hammer. However, despite possessing a soul power of level 94, his frail physique could not harness the strength befitting such a rank. Consequently, he found himself pressed to the ground by Kai, who gripped his face tightly. The pressure intensified. causing the second elder to feel as if his head might explode from the excruciating pain. Observing this, the third and fourth elders ceased their pretense of feigning death, neglecting the buried Tang Xiao, and swung their Haotian hammers toward Kai. Faced with their assault, Kai had no choice but to release his hold on the second elder's face, raising both hands to intercept the strikes of the two hammers. Despite the immense weight of the hammers, they failed to make him budge even a step back. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the moment the second elder managed to rise, a feathered arrow pierced through his heart in an instant. With a look of unwillingness, he turned to see the light-winged Douluo aiming from a kilometer away. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his life force swiftly extinguished. At Shrek Academy, the interior could aptly be described as a hell on earth. Although the academy had not recruited students in recent years, it still housed nearly 2,000 students and 65 teachers. Now, however, the lifeless bodies of students and teachers lay stacked in the center of the Shrek Academy square. Blood flowed like a river, leaving only the Golden Triangle and Douluo both struggling to hold on. The immense form of the Biphosphor Serpent King shielded the trio of the Golden Triangle beneath its bulk, while at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang had one leg severed by Bibi Dong. This injury was a consequence of Yu Xiaojiang's attempt to leverage their past affection to defuse the crisis. There was a time when Bibi Dong might have spared them out of sentimentality, but now, all she harbored for Yu Xiaojiang was a profound hatred. This overwhelming animosity could not be quelled even by the death of her adversary. Chapter 73. Tang Sect. Bibi Dong, do you truly disregard the bond we once shared? Yu Xiaojiang, supported by Flander, gazed at the blood-soaked woman before him, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. He had believed that, in front of all the teachers and students, their past friendship would compel Bibi Dong to grant them mercy. Once successful, his reputation at Shrek Academy would ascend to unprecedented heights. Alas, what awaited him was Bibi Dong's unhesitating assault. With a leg severed, had it not been for Flander's support, Yu Xiaojiang might still be sprawled on the ground. Friendship? Huh. Yu Xiaojiang, do you genuinely believe there remains any bond between us? Bibi Dong approached gracefully, her long, fair legs gliding effortlessly. The bloodstains on her skirt elicited a sense of horror at a mere glance. The hands of the lion Douluo were similarly tainted with the blood of Shrek Academy, droplets continuing to fall, igniting Flinder's fury. Those students were his source of income, his beloved pupils, each meeting a tragic end before his eyes while he felt utterly powerless to intervene. As the lion Douluo prepared to strike, he remained wary of Bibi Dong, unable to place complete trust in her. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, both Nangong and Qinxin bore injuries of varying severity. The structure of the school had been ravaged, leaving the interior bathed in a scene of icy desolation. The ninth spirit ring, glowing with the power of 10,000 years, illuminated Nangong's feet, causing Qinxin's expression to grow grave. Though their confrontation was a mere act, both fought with unrestrained ferocity. Ninth spirit skill. 9 ice swords of various hues whirled around Nangong. Not far away, an ice sword appeared emblazoned on Qinxin's chest. This is dire. It's a locking spirit technique. Qinxin realized the peril and invoked his own ninth spirit skill. The essence of the osmanthus tree and the echoes of the partridge sung in the coolness of noon. The peaks of Yinping Pass rose like blades, and as the sword soared, the waters flowed freely. In the realm of his intent, Qinxin resolutely unleashed his most powerful strike. The 8 Desolation Sword Intent. In the enigmatic state of the ninth soul skill, Nangong Zheng found himself enveloped in an ethereal realm, his consciousness replaying the vivid moments of his life. He recalled the scene of being discovered by that woman upon his birth, followed by 2 decades of rigorous swordsmanship training. Through relentless daily practice, Nangong had seamlessly merged with the sword he wielded. As he struck, the surrounding space appeared to freeze in time. Onlookers could merely witness the clash of their blades, before a blinding flash rendered them unconscious. In a haze, they beheld Qian Renxue kneeling, his arm severed. Yet, despite the loss, Qian Renxue's formidable spirit remained unyielded, erupting with an overwhelmingly powerful aura of soul energy. In that fleeting moment of dismemberment, Qian Renxue attained profound enlightenment, surmounting the shackles of the 97th level to ascend to the 98th. Within a mere 5 years, he had progressed from the 96th to the 98th level. Nangong, too, was not unscathed. A deep gash extended from his heart to his abdomen, the sword strike nearly cleaving him in twain. The outcome of their battle remained uncertain, but thereafter, Qian Renxue no longer regarded himself as the supreme swordsman of the continent. Instead, he emerged as a renowned sword god, his fame echoing across the world. The victor and vanquished between them appeared all too evident. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Engine lay like a lifeless dog in the grasp of the illustrious Qian Douluo. The once mighty Thunder Douluo now exuded no sign of life, and the entire clan was enveloped in an eerie silence. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Truly, you are deserving of recognition, esteemed Qian Douluo, he said, as he brushed away the wounds on his face, the bloody dagger in hand silently narrating the ferocity of their recent clash. During the encounter, Yu Engine had unexpectedly surged to the 97th level, but his unstable aura provided Qian Douluo the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Had he stabilized his power, the duel might have continued indefinitely. At the Haotian sect, the MVP, Guangling Douluo, single-handedly felled 5 elders, yet Tang Xiao, struck by an arrow, had vanished without a trace. Curse be it, one has escaped, Guangling Douluo muttered, kicking a corpse in frustration. Kai, having halted his scavenging, had unearthed nearly 10 soul bones from the bodies of the elders. The disciples of the Haotian sect had been utterly annihilated, and the sect lay in ruins. The operation is complete. Let us depart, Kai declared, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Guangling Douluo shrugged, remarking, "Little Kai has truly lost his charm as he has grown." With a sigh, he added, "Let us return with all the treasures of the Haotian sect, and ensure that these bodies are disposed of properly." After everything was arranged, Guangling Douluo followed Kai's footsteps and departed from the scene. Who could have anticipated that within a single night, the once revered upper 3 sects would be nearly annihilated, their countless treasures ruthlessly plundered? The fleeting glory of Shrek Academy had also been transformed into a nightmarish realm of carnage. The following day, a piece of news capable of shocking the continent swiftly spread across the 2 great empires. The Haotian sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and Shrek Academy expressed their profound condolences regarding the attacks from the fallen soul masters of the City of Slaughter, and declared an offensive against the fallen soul masters on the outskirts of the City of Slaughter. In a secret chamber belonging to the Li family, Flander, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, Ning Fengji, Bon Douluo, Tang Xiao, Tang San, and Du Gabo were gathered. The expressions of the group were grave, as the harrowing scenes from the previous night lingered in their minds like a haunting nightmare. After 5 years, Tang San, who had only appeared once in the Star Luo Empire, was present here as well. 5 years had brought significant changes to Tang San. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze hollow, and his hair seemed to be gradually darkening. Damn the Spirit Hall! Tang San slammed his palm on the table in frustration. The Spirit Hall had slain his father, abducted his mother, destroyed his father's sect, and obliterated his academy. Each of these grievances was etched deeply in Tang San's heart. The Spirit Hall, with its blatant disregard for human life, slaughtering innocents, indeed walked a path of self-destruction. The events of the previous night could only have been orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Yet, no one dared to voice such suspicions, let alone confront the truth. For the power of the Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly vast, and it seemed to subtly overshadow the 2 great empires. In such circumstances, to further provoke the Spirit Hall would likely be tantamount to courting death. Seated in a wheelchair, Yu Xiaojiang appeared solemn, embodying the wisdom of one who saw through everything. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall were now laid bare. I believe that war will commence within a few years. None of those present paid heed to Yu Xiaojiang, for even Tang San had reached level 78, while Yu Xiaojiang, as Tang San's teacher, had only attained level 39. Yes, Tang San had indeed reached level 78. In his quest for strength, he decisively chose to augment the Haotian hammer with soul rings. With the support of 5 soul rings, Tang San's soul power surged to level 78. I propose that we form an alliance among ourselves to collectively oppose the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Tang San was eagerly longing to revive the glory of the Tang sect in the Douluo Continent. Should they continue to disperse, their fate would merely be to fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall, facing a gradual reckoning. Only by uniting could they hope to mount any resistance against the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji remained silent, fully aware of the purpose of his presence here. Disguised as an undercover agent infiltrating the upper 3 sects, he was also a victim of this operation. Thus, it was only fitting for him to assume the role of the mole. At the Spirit Hall, Kai was meticulously organizing the spoils from the previous night. Over 10 billion gold soul coins, 25 soul bones aged over 10,000 years, along with a selection of rare herbs. He had also acquired the training methods related to the explosive ring and the great Sumeru hammer from the Haotian sect, in addition to the 9 techniques for exerting force from the Haotian 9 absolutes. The 7 treasures glazed tile school's technique for distraction control and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan's secret method for the finishing touch were also among his treasures. Before long, a being with wings rushed into the spirit hall. This individual was Lordia, who had survived due to the spirit hall's failure to execute the assassination plan 5 years prior. "I greet your holiness." Lordia knelt on one knee in reverence. Meanwhile, Kai's attention remained on the secrets of the explosive ring, and he did not respond immediately to Lordia's report. Noticing that the Pope had not acknowledged him, Lordia maintained his half-kneeling position, daring not to move. "What is it?" After a considerable time, Kai finally spoke. "Your Holiness, there is news regarding the 10,000-year soul beast," Lordia began, but before he could finish, a woman clad in a blue dress hurriedly entered, pushing open the door. This was Tang Yuehua, whose relationship with Kai was well known throughout the spirit hall, allowing her to enter the Pope's chamber without hindrance. Tang Yuehua rushed in, handing a letter to Kai. Kai, this is from Sect Master Ning." Upon receiving the letter from Tang Yuehua, Kai brought the paper to his nose and inhaled deeply. This action caused Tang Yuehua's face to flush with embarrassment. Disregarding Lordia, who was still kneeling, she leapt into Kai's embrace. Without hesitation, Kai grasped a pair of slimes with one hand while opening the letter with the other. "Ah, this is rather intriguing." The letter contained all the news regarding the Tang sect. Tang San and his companions were preparing to venture to the Star Luo Empire to establish an organization named the Tang Sect, aimed at combating the Spirit Hall. However, before that, Tang San intended to seek out Xiao Wu and enlist the support of the Yu clan and the Pa clan. The city of Gingxin was also among Tang San's objectives. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Kai. The Yu clan had already been annihilated, while the Pa clan had been recruited by him. Furthermore, one of the 3 divine generals, Lu Gao, had also joined Kai's ranks. The recruitment of the Pa clan had been rather straightforward, as they bore no animosity towards the Spirit Hall, but rather resented the abandonment by the Haotian sect. Consequently, when Kai promised that the current leader of the Pa clan would lead the attack against the Haotian sect, Yang Wudi readily agreed. As for Lu Gao, it was even simpler. He was secured through the schematics and concepts for hidden weapons obtained from Tang San via the Eye of Truth. Nevertheless, these matters were of little interest to Kai. What truly captivated him was the information regarding Xiao Wu's whereabouts contained within the letter. Had it not been for Xiao Wu, Kai might have nearly forgotten about the 10,000-year-old rabbit that had escaped from him 5 years prior. Since Tang San sought to find Xiao Wu, it seemed only fitting for the benevolent Kai to join in on the excitement. Moreover, having promised Bibi Dong to assist her in acquiring 3 soul rings, he saw this as an opportune moment to address that as well. With these thoughts in mind, Kai gestured for Lordia to withdraw, and then slowly began to unfasten Tang Yuehua's garment, placing her upon the treasure chest. Tang Yuehua's face flushed, yet she made no move to resist. Watching helplessly as the other person removed their garments one by one, the storage room soon resonated with sounds of revelry. However, standing outside the door, Bibi Dong silently observed this scene, feeling a pang of envy towards Tang Yuehua while simultaneously lamenting her own predicament. As the former pope, after being ousted by Kira, she had become akin to a canary kept close at hand. Though there was a semblance of freedom, it was far from absolute. 3 days later, Ku, accompanied by Bibi Dong, Qingwan, Guangling, and the 4 titled Douluos, journeyed to the Star-To forest. Their objective this time was none other than Xiao Wu and the Forest Emperor and Empress. With Ku unifying the Spirit Hall, both Qingwan and Guangling were more than willing to assist him. In truth, the lion had also wished to join, but was amicably engaged in a duel with the golden crocodile Douluo, while the Qianjun demon brothers had naturally not escaped either. As Tang San entered the Star-To forest, he remained exceedingly vigilant, for he was still a wanted man. Any recognition would lead to unnecessary troubles. Upon entering the forest, Ku and his company pressed onward towards the core area without pause. The high-level spirit beasts, eager for confrontation, were intimidated by the formidable aura emanating from the group. With at least 199th level titled Douluo in their ranks, even a spirit beast of 300,000 years could be confronted. As they neared the core area, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and suddenly, the group felt a heavy weight upon them, followed by a debilitating sluggishness that rendered them nearly immobile. Douluo Guangling swiftly drew his bow, releasing several arrows in quick succession. From the depths of the jungle, massive boulders came hurtling towards them, but as they entered view, they were all intercepted by the flying arrows. Ko effortlessly dismantled the gravity in sluggish fields, prompting Douluo Qingwan to charge forth without hesitation. Engaging in combat with the Titan Great Ape, who towered like a small mountain. At this moment, upon the colossal form of the Titan great ape stood a woman of exceptional grace. Xiao Wu, clad in a delicate pink gown, had blossomed over the 5 years. And as a 100,000-year spirit beast, her physical recovery was astonishing. The battle from 5 years prior had left her with almost no visible scars. Even her mouth, once bloodied and battered by Zhu Qing, now appeared vibrant and alluring. Spirit Hall, it is time we settled our accounts. Xiao spoke in a low voice. Her delicate pink eyes fixed intently on the Qian Douluo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Titan giant ape. As the Qian Douluo approached the pinnacle of the 98th rank, the Titan giant ape found itself somewhat challenged in the face of its offensive. The strikes from the Qian Douluo were not without effect, even inflicting pain upon the formidable Titan giant ape. With a tremendous roar, the Titan giant ape pounded its massive fist against its chest, causing its aura to surge dramatically. Suddenly, it leaped high into the air, bringing its fists crashing down onto the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the entire Star-Do forest began to shake. The ground cracked open, and numerous stone pillars erupted from beneath, aiming directly at the Qian Douluo's form. As the pillars shot forth towards him, the Qian Douluo's expression turned icy, yet he remained motionless. In the next moment, a frost arrow narrowly grazed his body, piercing through the rising stone pillars and striking accurately at the chest of the Titan giant ape. Roar! Even the Titan giant ape, with its impressive defenses, felt the sting of pain from the impact. It looked down at the shards of ice embedded in its chest, blood seeping out from beneath the icy surface. For a brief moment, the Titan giant ape was taken aback, but before it could fully regain its composure, an arrow had already found its way into one of its eyes. The speed of the arrow was beyond the Titan giant ape's capacity to respond, especially given the suddenness of the attack. Human, do not overstep your bounds. The Titan giant ape bellowed, shielding its bleeding eye with one hand. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it forcefully extracted the arrow lodged within. Erming, are you all right? With a look of profound concern, Xiao inquired. Her gaze fixed on Erming as he cast aside his own eyeball. An unmistakable worry etched across her features. Beside the lake of life, the forest emperor, the Tianqing bull Mang, appeared utterly disheveled. One of its imposing horns had been forcefully snapped, and the immense body of the Tianqing bull Mang was rendered immobile under the absolute pressure exerted by Kai. Despite possessing a cultivation of 200,000 years, the Tianqing bull Mang was the first to be subdued. At this moment, it had lost all capacity to resist, having endured the torment inflicted by Kai. It now held a deep skepticism towards the combat prowess of the Douluo Continent. This once mighty being, with its 200,000 years of cultivation, was unable to lift its head, its proud horns easily broken by the adversary. Although the Tianqing bull Mang bore a trace of the Azure dragon's bloodline, it fundamentally remained a serpent. Bibi Dong gazed at the snake gallbladder in her hand, which had essentially consolidated the entirety of the Tianqing bull Mang's cultivation. Devoid of its gallbladder, the Tianqing bull Mang was merely a larger-than-average soul beast. There seemed to be a peculiar connection among the three siblings. At the very moment the Tianqing bull Mang was captured, Xiao instinctively sensed something amiss. When she glanced back, she beheld the sight of the Tianqing bull Mang's broken horns. Damning! Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly extricating herself from the Titan giant ape's form and dashing toward the Tianqing bull Mang. The instant Xiao disengaged from the Titan giant ape's body, the two Douluo, Zhu Gui and Gui Do, who had remained hidden in the shadows, commenced their own actions. Once they were assured that the Titan giant ape was entangled with Qing Wan and Guang Ling, they did not hesitate to strike out toward Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was merely a soul king at level 59, despite her previous incarnation as a 100,000-year soul beast. She possessed no capacity to resist against the pursuit of two titled Douluos. Hardly had she ventured far when she was seized by the ghost Douluo, who, to prevent her from self-destructing, swiftly sealed off all the soul power within her. Sister Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's capture, the Titan giant ape let out a furious roar, akin to a frenzied beast. Yet, bound by the relentless assault of the Qian Douluo and the Guing Douluo, one focusing on offense while the other provided distraction, the Titan giant ape found itself ensnared, unable to extricate itself from their combined onslaught. Moreover, the attacks from Guing Douluo consistently breached its defenses. Should it fail to escape the duo's coordinated strikes, the Titan giant ape might be consumed by attrition. In the shadows, Tang San could no longer remain a mere spectator. His purpose for being there was to rescue Xiaowu, though the reasons for his presence at level 79 remained shrouded in mystery. Xiaowu held an irreplaceable position in Tang San's life, and thus, despite being only level 79, he resolved to intervene against the pressure of two titled Douluos. Tang San, akin to a hedgehog, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, deploying a variety of lethal projectiles. The Ju Douluo, with a wicked smile, watched as her martial soul radiated a dazzling brilliance. With her second soul skill, Light of the Strange Fungus, a layer of golden light enveloped the trio, causing the projectiles to collide against the shield with a series of sharp clangs. While it was presumed that these strikes would neutralize all incoming threats, a few slender golden needles managed to pierce through the shield, hurtling toward the Ju Douluo's chest. With her fifth soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms, the Ju Douluo swiftly dispatched two whirling blades formed from chrysanthemums, effectively deflecting the golden needles that had breached the shield. These blades then raced towards the spot where Tang San had just launched his hidden weapons. Ah, Tang San, the Pope anticipated your arrival and has fortified the Star-Do forest with heavy troops. Today, you shall find no escape. The two blades surged deep into the forest, aimed directly at Tang San's heart. In response, he swiftly brandished his Haoyan hammer, its 7 black soul rings intimidating to behold. Haoyan hammer, chaotic cloak. As he deftly twirled the hammer, a protective aura manifested around him, intensifying with his speed. When faced with the two incoming attacks, Tang San employed the chaotic cloak technique to absorb their force. However, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. As he countered the assaults, the immense backlash sent him hurtling away. The Ju Douluo pursued him, while the Gui Douluo escorted Xiaowu towards the direction of the Lake of Life. Upon arriving at the shores of the Lake of Life, the 200,000-year-old Tianqing Niumeng was barely clinging to life, as it beheld Xiaowu being brought forth. A flicker of vitality ignited within it, leading to a tremendous struggle. Sister Xiaowu. I am sorry, Sister Xiaowu. Xiaowu spoke with tears streaming down her face. However, Tianqing Niumeng merely shook his weary head, stating, neither I nor the second brother have ever blamed you. A lack of strength inevitably leads to a day of being hunted. Observing the poignant exchange between the two, Kai took Xiaowu from Ghost Douluo's hands, lifting her by her rabbit ears. A soft whimper escaped her lips. Her ears were undeniably one of her most sensitive areas. Being yanked up by them, she experienced immense pain alongside a strange pleasure. Xiaowu tightly clasped her legs together, as if bracing herself against a formidable force. Kai leaned in slightly, scrutinizing her delicate features as he held her chin. I never expected that after 5 years apart, you would grow even more beautiful. Faced with Kai's unabashed gaze, Xiaowu fearfully shut her eyes, unable to meet his stare. In that moment, she dreaded the thought of being both violated and slain. A fate she could not bear to accept, whether in body or spirit. In your hands, do as you will, she declared, adopting a facade of bravery that piqued Kai's interest. He took a weapon from Bibi Dong and plunged it into Tianqing Niumeng's body. The beast, having lost its serpent's heart, was already gravely weakened. The weapon pierced effortlessly through, igniting a further blaze in the already dying creature. Damn it, Xiaowu, disregarding the pain in her ears, began to struggle violently. She could face her own demise, yet she could not bear to watch her brother suffer because of her. What do you want from me? I can give you my soul ring and my soul bone. Please, do not treat my brother this way. Xiaowu screamed in desperation. Kai observed the little rabbit in his grasp with intrigue, his gaze sweeping over every inch of her. Although she harbored a deep-seated self-loathing, the source of which she could not pinpoint, it was undeniable that she possessed striking beauty, even amidst the vibrant allure of the outside world. She would undoubtedly be a courtesan of unparalleled charm. Nana had been avoiding him at all costs these past few days, while Tang Guiwa dared not face his wrath alone. This pent-up frustration contributed to Kai's increasingly irritable demeanor. Xiaowu's soul ring did not align well with Bibi Dong, which led Kai to contemplate training her into something more submissive. Shall we play a game? Do you think your beloved third brother will come to your rescue? The laughter of Kai was reminiscent of a quintessential villain, and indeed, to Tang San and his companions, he undoubtedly embodied the role of a great antagonist. Rather than facilitating the success of others, he preferred to secure his own, eschewing any notions of altruism. Kai considered himself a staunch egoist, believing his character to be little different from Tang San's hypocritical nature. In the realm of Douluo Dalo, where strength reigned supreme, possessing power and authority equated to absolute truth. With a booming voice, Kai proclaimed, Tang San, I have Xiaowu in my grasp. If you wish to spare her from a fate of humiliation, come to the heart of the soul fighting core, within half a stick of incense. Should you fail to arrive, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Having already endured the first 7 trials of the God of Power, Kai was now capable of wielding a fraction of the divine strength unique to that deity. Brother San, please do not come. Xiaowu was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited Tang San should he choose to intervene. Yet her heart yearned to see him one last time before her demise. For Tang San, she was a beacon of light in his life, just as he was for her. These 2 radiant souls were each other's most significant presence. Bibi Dong stood silently to the side, her silence profound. It was not uncommon for a powerful man to have multiple wives or concubines, and acquiring a slave was hardly out of the ordinary. After all, her disciple, Hulaina, had often confided her grievances, lamenting that during their intimate encounters, she frequently succumbed to Kai's relentless advances. Hulaina felt guilty for her own frail constitution, leading her to avoid Kai over the past 6 months to prevent his aggression from overwhelming her. Just 2 days prior, Tang Yuehua had been caught by Kai while delivering a message, and she had spent several days bedridden before she could walk again. This was not entirely Kai's fault. After undergoing the physical transformation bestowed by the power, her own body had experienced a significant enhancement. However, she had not anticipated that her abilities in that regard would also undergo a qualitative leap. What once was mutual satisfaction had now turned into a scenario where Kai could easily dominate, winning decisively against 2, 3, or even 4 opponents. Hulaina and Tang Yuehua were both his women, and Kai would never harm them for his own pleasure. However, if he were to train Xiaowu as a mere plaything, it would be an entirely different matter. He would feel no compunction, especially given the remarkable recovery abilities of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As the half-stick of incense elapsed, Xiaowu's hopes dwindled, and she found herself bereft of the one she longed to see. Meanwhile, within the same half-hour, the Qitian Douluo and Guangling Douluo successfully subdued the Titan Great Ape, which now appeared utterly disheveled, arrows protruding from its back, glistening with frost, and its mighty arms marred with wounds. How could you treat Ming this way? Smack! Before the afternoon could conclude, Kai had already struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Xiaowu clutched her stinging cheek with one hand, her eyes brimming with tears, yet filled with a fierce rage directed at Kai. However, Kai showed no inclination for mercy, delivering another swift slap without hesitation. Let us strike a bargain, he proposed. If you wear this collar around your neck, I shall grant your 2 younger brothers a swift end. Furthermore, I promise to resurrect them as divine beasts when I ascend to godhood. As he spoke, Kai produced a collar from his waist and tossed it before Xiaowu. The sight of the collar ignited a wave of humiliation within her. To don this collar would mean she would become nothing more than a domesticated rabbit. Kai's actions were driven by necessity. This collar was a reward bestowed by the system, known as the slave collar. Its function was to ensure that anyone who willingly wore it would unquestioningly obey the commands of its master, with their innermost thoughts relayed directly to the master's mind. Thus, with the slave collar in place, Xiaowu would be rendered incapable of even offering herself as a sacrifice. The sole drawback was that the slave must voluntarily put it on. Xiaowu grasped a significant keyword in his words: ascend to godhood. Her mother had risked everything to transform into a human, all in pursuit of that elusive opportunity for divinity. Yet, the very person she loathed claimed he could achieve godhood. As Kai revealed his divine form, a palpable pressure enveloped Xiaowu, causing her vision to blur as she was drawn into the realm of power. In the fleeting glance from the God of Power, she felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the air. Chapter 75, Xiaowu's Despair. The transformation of the Tiando Palace in her consciousness, Xiaowu beheld the enormous hand of the God of Power descending towards her, and in that moment, she found even breathing to be laborious. Under the immense weight of that hand, the thought of resistance never even crossed her mind. It was only when the hand fully descended that she returned to reality. Awakening in the real world, Xiaowu was drenched in cold sweat, large beads of perspiration rolling down her forehead as she gasped for air, her chest rising and falling erratically. She was certain that the entity she had encountered in her consciousness was indeed a god, an existence far more terrifying than the legendary beast god revered by her soul beast tribe. Having witnessed a god, Xiaowu found herself believing Kai's words to some extent. She glanced at the collar lying before her, swallowing hard. Just as she reached for the collar, the Titan Great Ape let out a mournful cry. Xiaowu, don't. Not comprehending the Titan Giant Ape's words, Huang had already driven the dagger embedded in its chest a little deeper. The Titan Giant Ape's anguished wail pierced through the air, causing a pang of sorrow in Xiaowu's heart. A solitary tear slipped down her cheek as she picked up the collar from the ground and adorned it around her neck. Xiaowu was acutely aware that she and her companions were unlikely to survive, given that their adversary was a being of divine heritage. They surely possessed extraordinary means to render them unable to live or die. Rather than endure a fate worse than death, she resolved to sacrifice herself to grant her two younger brothers a swift release. At the moment Xiaowu fastened the collar, her pupils instantly lost focus. Leaving her in a dazed stupor, she helplessly witnessed Bibi Dong take the lives of her two brothers as the 100,000 year soul rings manifested upon their lifeless forms. Such soul rings, which most would never encounter in their lifetime, appeared not once but twice at this tragic juncture. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong decisively sat down to absorb the soul rings. Even though Tang Xin could simultaneously absorb 3 soul rings of 999 years, it was inconceivable that Bibi Dong would fall short. While the simultaneous absorption of 2 100,000 year soul rings posed a challenge, it was certainly within her capabilities. As Bibi Dong engaged in the absorption, JDL, clutching his shattered armor, flew over in a state of disarray. Upon beholding the 2 100,000 year soul rings, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes, yet he quickly dismissed such impractical thoughts. Staggering to stand before Kai, he respectfully reported, "I regret to inform your holiness that I have failed." JDL bowed his head low, lacking the courage to meet Kai's gaze after his unsuccessful mission. "What transpired? How could a mere soul sage inflict such damage upon you?" Kai inquired with a furrowed brow. "Your holiness, it was not Tang San's doing. It was Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haotian sect," JDL replied through gritted teeth. He had cornered Tang San, only to be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Tang Xiao. It seemed that Tang Xiao had emerged from the southwest corner of the Star-Do forest, rescuing Tang San from danger. Kai chose not to dwell on JDL's mention of Tang Xiao, as his sole purpose for being there was to ensure the safety of Xiaowu and her brothers. He had no intention of eliminating Tang San at that moment. Return and tend to your injuries. Also, upon your return, distribute the soul bones collected from the soul hunting operation to those who participated. Rewards must be granted for merit. Appropriate rewards will further cement loyalty among our subordinates. It is better to distribute those soul bones to the Douluo and tile.To, aiding them in their breakthroughs, than to let them gather dust in the treasury. Indeed, upon hearing that Kai not only refrained from punishment but instead offered rewards, JDL knelt down and bowed deeply to Kai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, your holiness. I vow not to disappoint your expectations." After several figures departed, Kai's gaze settled upon the dazed Xiaowu. At that moment, Xiaowu was facing Bibi Dong, her eyes wide open as she witnessed the enemy who had slain her mother absorb her brother's soul ring. Although the collar would render Xiaowu obedient, this submission was merely physical. Should she ever harbor thoughts of rebellion or defiance, she would feel a torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Thus, the collar did not alter Xiaowu's thoughts. It merely coerced her into submission through overwhelming force. Even if she wished to sacrifice herself in the future, the energy of the collar was sufficient to shatter her heart. Moreover, even after her death, the collar would remain affixed to her, binding her eternally, even through reincarnation. She could never escape its grasp. Unless Kai were to personally remove it, Xiao would forever be a slave in this lifetime and beyond. Understanding this, despair washed over her as she gazed at Bibi Dong. The moment she donned the collar, regret filled her heart. She had once contemplated rebellion. However, the pain radiating from her chest and mind nearly shattered her spirit. Otherwise, how could she sit quietly on the ground, lost in thought as she watched Bibi Dong absorb the soul ring? 3 days later, Bibi Dong's progress in absorbing the soul ring approached its climax. A surge of immense power erupted from her body. At that moment, her second martial soul had acquired 8 soul rings, and its combat prowess was far beyond what she had previously possessed. Slowly opening her eyes, a flicker of blue light flashed within her clear, beautiful gaze. Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on Kai, who was leisurely bathing on the surface of the lake of life, and on Xiaowu, who was kneeling nearby, seemingly idle. If she were to kill Xiaowu, her second martial soul would be complete with 9 soul rings, significantly enhancing her strength. This thought momentarily surfaced in Bibi Dong's mind, but she quickly dismissed it, setting aside whether the rabbit's soul ring attributes were suitable for her. Xiaowu had already become Kai's slave. Any further action on her part would only exacerbate the already tenuous relationship between the two. "Aren't you leaving?" Bibi Dong inquired of Kai with a look of perplexity. "The papal palace cannot be without a pope for even a day. Hulina must be overwhelmed in these 3 days." Reclining upon the lake's surface, Kai waved his hand and lazily stretched his limbs in utter contentment. Bibi Dong curled her lip but refrained from voicing her thoughts, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu before turning to depart. Once Bibi Dong had left, Xiao Wu slowly rose. As her foot touched the icy surface of the Lake of Life, a look of turmoil crossed her face, ultimately leading her to shamefully draw down her gauzy skirt. Subsequently, joyous sounds echoed across the Lake of Life, tainting the originally clear waters with a hint of crimson. At the former site of the Tiando Empire's Yuexian, since Tang Yuehua relocated Yuexian to Wuhuan City, this old site of the Tiando Empire became a temporary stronghold for the Tang sect. If only Tang Xiao were aware that it was Kai who had previously taken Tang Yuehua away, he would never have chosen this place as the base for their Tang sect. Uncle, why must I be organized to rescue Xiao Wu? At this moment, Tang Xin was enveloped in bandages, resembling a mummy. He gazed intently at Tang Xiao, struggling to comprehend why Tang Xiao had rendered him unconscious and taken him away. He had been so close to rescuing Xiao Wu. In response to his inquiry, Tang Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window. Little San, you are now the master of the Tang sect. Acting impulsively is a grave error. Even if it were merely to save Xiao Wu, I would have confronted the two titled Douluos present. However, you risked your life for her. I must first ensure your safety, for we cannot withstand the onslaught of the spirit hall otherwise. Tang Xin fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, believing that Tang Xin had come to an understanding, patted his shoulder before leaving the room. Unbeknownst to Tang Xiao, once he had exited, Tang San, seated on the bed, spoke to himself. Tang Xiao, it is because of you that my Xiao Wu was captured, and she may even be in grave danger. Once I have destroyed the spirit hall, I shall ensure you endure the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Such was Tang San's nature. He clung to the injuries inflicted upon him, while forgetting the kindness bestowed upon him. Tang Xiao had never dreamed that his nephew had already prepared for his own demise. Thus, days passed in a mundane manner until the arrival of Douluo Bo shattered this tranquility. Little monster, it's bad. The Snow Knight Emperor is on the verge of collapse. Douluo Bo burst in, urgently grasping Tang San's hand and attempting to pull him outside. Taken aback by Douluo Bo's urgency, Tang San found himself being dragged along. What is happening? What is wrong with the Snow Knight Emperor? Tang Xiao asked in confusion. Just months prior, the Snow Knight Emperor had been vibrant and full of life. How could he suddenly be in such dire straits? Although Tang Xin felt a sense of uncertainty within, he was not in the mood to inquire further at that moment. I discovered a peculiar toxin within the body of the Blood Emperor, a toxin that is exceedingly enigmatic and has accumulated within for far too long, leaving me utterly powerless. I could only employ the method of using poison against poison to temporarily stem the spread of the toxins within the Blood Emperor's body. Should these constraints be broken, it would instantaneously claim the life of the Snow Knight Emperor. In this regard, I, Douluo Bo, humbly admit my inferiority to the little monster. Douluo Bo's words were greatly appreciated by Tang San, especially the final remark. Hearing a titled Douluo concede superiority to him sent waves of elation through Tang San's heart. Once he regained his composure, Tang San's intellect was still sharp. In the span of a single tea's worth of time, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Uncle, you must return to the Tang sect immediately and notify the elders to come forth. I shall lead the old monster and the Titan Senior into the palace. Tang Xiao wished to say more, but Douluo Bo unceremoniously pulled Tang San away. At the Lake of Life in the Star-Do Forest, Xiao Wu had endured a hellish 72 hours. At this moment, Xiao Wu lay on the ground, her eyes rolled back. Her body weak and marked with alternating hues of blue and purple, even her breath barely discernible. Just the sight of Kai sent tremors through her body. This past 3 days had been unbearably terrifying for her, far more agonizing than the moment she witnessed her mother's death. Observing the prostrate Xiao Wu, Kai retrieved a garment from his storage soul guide and tossed it over her. During these 3 days, Kai had treated Xiao Wu not as a person, but as an outlet for all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated. At that moment, Kai felt invigorated, second only to the exhilaration he experienced with Hulaina. The little rabbit was undeniably soft, yet he found himself preferring the little fox. Stretching comfortably, he watched as Xiao Wu shakily rose from the ground. After donning the clothes, she dragged her fatigued body before Kai. However, after barely 2 steps, she stumbled and fell again. Seeing this, Kai swiftly lifted her and soared towards the spirit hall. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong observed Xiao Wu's condition with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She had witnessed the intimacy between men and women before, but she was taken aback by Kai's formidable strength which even the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, Xiaowu, could not withstand. It was no wonder that Hulayina had sought her out in guilt, lamenting her inability to satisfy Kai. Such intensity, it seemed, few in the world could match. Disregarding Xiaowu's current state, Kai settled down to rest momentarily when he heard Bibidong's voice. The Tiando Empire has begun to act. Are you not going to join the fray? At this remark, Kai, who had just taken a seat, sprang up with a start. It has begun? Was it your suggestion? Bibidong shook her head. It was Qian Dalu who believed that the infiltration had lasted long enough, and if the Snow Knight Emperor were indeed poisoned, it would likely have occurred within the last few days. As soon as Bibidong's words fell, Kai turned and departed. His gaze fell upon the motionless Xiaowu lying on the ground. Bibidong, her lips pressed together in contemplation, ultimately resolved to take Xiaowu to her chamber. What transpired thereafter remains unknown. At this moment, the Tiando Palace was shrouded in a grim atmosphere. The soldiers' spears gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, and each of their arms bore red sashes. Within the palace, the Snow Knight Emperor had succumbed to a grave illness. Teetering on the brink of death from a mere misstep, Xue Beng stood vigil by his father's side, worry etched across his face. Behind him, Prince Xuexing revealed the full extent of his decades of concealed power, an 81st-level Douluo, tasked with safeguarding Xue Beng. Should any misfortune befall Xue Beng, the imperial throne would inevitably fall to Xuexing. Unbeknownst to all, within the palace's legislative hall, a golden-haired elder sat regally upon the throne, a symbol of sovereignty. Qian Dalu sipped his tea, his demeanor composed as he relayed matters to Xuexing. Xiaoxue, proceed with your plans. I shall deal with Xuexing and Xue Beng shortly. Remember, this is the culmination of your long years of infiltration. Success hinges upon this moment, and I am your final resort. Should Qian Renxue's scheme falter, Qian Dalu would not hesitate to eliminate the Snow Knight Emperor, thereby allowing the throne to naturally gravitate towards Xuexing. No sooner had Qian Dalu spoken than a guard clad in golden armor burst in, urgency in his demeanor. Report. Your Highness, a man named Tang San seeks entry to the palace. Chapter 76, Crushing the Haotian Hammer with Bare Hands after Qian Renxue's departure. Qian Dalu drained his cup of tea, relishing the sensation of overlooking it all from the throne. While this feeling was indeed pleasurable, Qian Dalu refrained from succumbing to its allure, as the spirit hall possessed a certain gravitas that, in some respects, overshadowed the two great empires. The unimaginable power he wielded had once left him in a state of bewilderment. However, he now stood here solely as the safeguard of his granddaughter. Rising slowly, Qian Dalu cast a glance toward the emperor's chamber, drawing forth an ancient silver sword from the nearby armor. Outside, Tang San, thwarted in his advance, chose to charge forth with determination. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. In midair, Xuexing's right fist coalesced with radiant golden light, and as he swung his fist, the golden-tinged blow surged toward Tang San. Grasping the Haotian hammer, Tang San prepared to counter the incoming golden fist. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Tang San, standing on 8 black eternal soul rings, subtly exhibited a tendency to overpower Xuexing. The golden silhouette of a fist shattered inch by inch as Tang San intensified his grip, subsequently hurling the Haotian hammer towards Xuexing, suspended in the air. In response, Xuexing raised a golden feather, effortlessly blocking the incoming Haotian hammer with merely that feather. Oh, Tang San. Xuexing feigned a tone of lamentation. As a prodigy of less than 20 who has attained the rank of Douluo, I truly do not wish to take your life here. His demeanor suggested an insincere attempt to win over Tang San. If we could sit down for a discussion, perhaps we could transform enmity into harmony. However, upon learning of Xuexing's affiliation with the Spirit Hall, Tang San harbored no favorable impression of this so-called elder brother Qing'a. I have nothing to converse with a scoundrel who has committed fratricide and patricide. If you wish to engage with me, allow me to enter and first attend to the matters concerning the Emperor of Snow Knight. As the saying goes, one should not strike a person bearing a friendly countenance. Tang San's actions brazenly trampled upon the dignity of Xuexing. Although Xuexing was deceased, the individual before him was not Xuexing himself. Nevertheless, to so openly disrespect another's face would provoke ire even in the most tempered of souls. As anticipated, Xuexing's expression shifted, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the palace behind him, only for his previously downturned lips to rise once more. Tang San, I believed you to be an astute individual. Did you think that merely bringing a tile.To and a soul.To could allow you to brazenly storm the palace? Xuexing's tone shifted, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Bring forth. Seize these 3 traitorous assassins. At this proclamation, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The soldiers who had been standing idly by suddenly sprang into action, their sharp spears aimed at the trio as they advanced in unison. Observing this, Douluo immediately shielded Tang San and Titan beneath him. The massive form of the green phosphor snake emperor emerged in the fray. Little monster, old gorilla, take cover. With Douluo's command, a dense cloud of green venomous mist erupted from the serpent's mouth, enveloping all the soldiers who had ventured too close. Though these poisons may seem insignificant in Tang San's eyes, they are lethal to those of lower cultivation. Before long, anguished cries echoed from within the poisoned area, followed by the sound of clashing armor. When the toxic mist dissipated, the once menacing soldiers lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Upon witnessing this, a ruthless glint appeared in Xueqing's eyes as he gazed at Douluo. Despite Douluo being the weakest in one-on-one battles among the tile.To's, his strength lay in his enigmatic ability to inflict widespread toxic damage. Once unleashed, even if he could not defeat a tile.To, he would leave only the tile.To standing. Thus, if Douluo could not be recruited, he must be eliminated. With this thought, Xueqing found a radiant holy sword shimmering with golden light in his hand. 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. With a flourish of the holy sword, an ancient longsword glowing with golden light hovered above the heads of Tang San and his companions. With a mere thought, the 3 swords plummeted downward. 6th soul skill, Shield of Strength. Titan's fist came crashing down towards the ground. Immediately, a layer of earthy yellow shield materialized above the 3, but the sword struck the shield, which only held for a moment before beginning to shatter. This is bad. It can actually dissolve my soul power. Titan's pupils constricted as he watched the 3 swords descend upon him. In a moment of peril, Tang San struck the sword with his hammer, leveraging the immense explosive power of the Haotian hammer to send the 3 swords flying. He then swiftly lifted the Haotian hammer, engaging in battle with Xueqing in the sky. For over a decade, Xueqing's undercover plan had caused her cultivation to progress slowly, leaving her at merely the 82nd level of Soul de Law. Meanwhile, Tang San, having augmented the Haotian hammer with 8 soul rings, also reached the 82nd level. In a battle of equal levels, combat skill and experience are of paramount importance. However, having spent most of her time within the Tiando Palace, Xueqing naturally lacked the combat experience that Tang San possessed, leading to subtle signs of disadvantage despite her domain suppression. Douluo remained entangled in combat with the stinging porcupine Douluo, while Titan frantically chose to engage the serpent spear Douluo. Xueqing, amidst the battle, recognized her own shortcomings, her mind flashing to the man who always stood in her way. Perhaps lacking in combat experience, yet my martial prowess has been meticulously honed by that man himself. A faint smile graced Qian Renxue's lips as she seized the opportunity while Tang San was momentarily distracted, delivering a swift kick to his side. Tang San's expression darkened, the agony from the impact reverberating through him, inflicting considerable suffering. Due to the earlier incident where Yin had ruthlessly defeated Kunkin, Tang San's voice had taken on a slightly effeminate quality over the years. However, no one dared to utter a word against him, given his formidable talent. After all, the worth of a 19-year-old Soul Douluo is beyond measure. As Tang San collapsed to the ground, clutching his agonizing side, he stumbled precariously, only to be steadied by the Haotian hammer, preventing him from falling before the gathered onlookers. An angelic domain swiftly enveloped Tang San, and the 3 blades he summoned were deftly deflected by the opposing Haotian hammer. 6th soul skill, Haotian heavy strike. As the 6th soul ring beneath Tang San shimmered to life, the Haotian hammer in his grasp expanded significantly, and with a mighty swing, he brought it crashing down upon the ground. Boom! The terrifying weight and immense power of the Haotian hammer struck the ground, instantly creating a profound pit in the solid floor. The residual force from this blow even affected Qian Renxue, suspended in midair, leaving an opening for Tang San to exploit as she shielded her vision with her forearm. By the time Qian Renxue regained clarity in her gaze, within the palace, Qian Dalu meticulously wiped the blood from his sword, advancing step by step toward the chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor. Along the way, he had slain dozens of guards who charged at him, including formidable soul emperors, yet before Qian Dalu, they fell like mere clay figurines. As he pushed open the doors to the chamber, 2 sharp feathers shot towards his face. However, just as the assault was about to strike Qian Dalu, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize before him, deflecting all incoming attacks. Inside the chamber, Xue Bing stood anxiously by the bedside of the Snow Knight Emperor. While the 8 soul rings beneath Prince Xuexing flickered into existence, revealing that the earlier attack had originated from him. With each deliberate step Douluo took, he perfectly synchronized his movements with the heartbeat of the two, instilling a sense of pressure and an overwhelming aura of dominance. Faced with his relentless approach, Prince Xuexing roared and charged forward, but against a rank 99 soul Douluo like Douluo, he was no more than a child. With a swift thrust, Douluo's long sword pierced through Xuexing's heart. In disbelief, Xuexing lowered his gaze to the blade embedded in his chest, yanking out the sword. Xuexing clutched his bleeding chest and slowly collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the death of an 8-ring soul Douluo sent a wave of terror through Xuebing. Turning her back to Douluo, she trembled as she gazed at the serene figure of the Snow Knight Emperor lying in bed. Foreseeing her fate, Xuebing resolutely abandoned any thoughts of resistance and awaited the inevitable arrival of death. A sword pierced through her back, emerging from her chest, and she stiffly bowed her head, collapsing silently beside him. Thus, only Douluo and the Snow Knight Emperor remained within the chamber. Ah, Snow Knight. You who were wise throughout your life, could you ever have anticipated that from this day forth, the Heavenly Do Empire would be renamed the Wuhuan Empire? Douluo sighed. As a wisp of golden soul power coalesced at his fingertips, subsequently shooting into the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor, he propelled the flow of soul power, causing the toxins that had been obstructed outside the heart to instantaneously disperse, enveloping the Snow Knight Emperor's heart. Having completed this, Douluo decisively chose to depart once he confirmed that the Snow Knight Emperor was beyond salvation. Outside, Tang San beheld the transformation of Xuexinghe into an enchanting woman, causing his heart to flutter with excitement. Currently, the Tang sect comprised remnants of the Haotian clan and the Mingji clan, with the women within appearing robust. Their skin darkened from the forge. The women of the Mingji clan might possess some beauty, yet most were already married, making it utterly impossible for Tang San to cultivate any clandestine relationships. Moreover, with his beloved San gone, even if Tang San harbored intentions of thievery, he lacked the means to pursue them. In other words, what could he possibly achieve other than drawing scorn upon himself? I am known as Qian Renxue, the wife of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. The declaration struck the trio like a thunderclap. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall was Kai, a fact already proclaimed across the continent. If this individual claimed to be the Pope's wife, it implied that the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Previously, even in his most extreme thoughts, Tang San only considered the possibility of the Crown Prince colluding with the Spirit Hall, never anticipating that the prince himself was part of it. No sooner had Qian Renxue's words left her lips than a resounding sonic boom echoed through the sky. Yet, even from a distance, Tang San could perceive the repugnant aura emanating from Kai. Enraged, Tang San seized the moment while Qian Renxue was momentarily distracted, channeling all his soul power into the Haotian hammer. The 8 soul rings beside him shattered explosively, amplifying his aura to a formidable height. Feeling the relentless surge of power coursing through him, Tang San swung the Haotian hammer towards Qian Renxue, who was entirely focused on the rapidly approaching figure in the distance, oblivious to Tang San's impending strike. As he wielded the Haotian hammer, several silver needles, exuding a purple mist, shot towards Qian Renxue's vital points. These needles, steeped in the venom of the blood-colored swan's kiss, though not as potent as the King of Hell's decree, were lethal even to a tile.To if pierced. A smirk crept upon Tang San's lips, just as he believed victory was within reach. An unforeseen twist of fate abruptly unfolded. Boom. Tang San felt as though the Haotian hammer in his grasp had struck against solid steel, the immense recoil causing a sharp pain to shoot through his hands. While the hidden weapon was similarly flung away, lost from sight. Startled, he lifted his gaze, only to behold his full force strike being effortlessly intercepted by Kai's seemingly unremarkable palm. Kai. Tang San's eyes burned crimson as he regarded his opponent. Even without entering the city of slaughter, the murderous aura emanating from him was nearly palpable. He attempted to retract the Haotian hammer, yet no matter how forcefully he tried, it felt as though the hammer had become an extension of Kai himself, utterly unyielding to his will. Even when he chose to withdraw his martial soul, the Haotian hammer remained firmly in Kai's grip. At that moment, Qian Renxue nestled against Kai, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed up at the man before her. Kai," she murmured. Kai's arm, which was wrapped around Qian Renxue, extended a finger to gently touch her lips. However, as Kai turned his head, his expression abruptly shifted from gentle to grave. He tightened his grip on the hammer's head, and with a resounding crack, a distinct fissure appeared on the seemingly indestructible Haotian hammer. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Yet no matter his efforts, he could not reclaim his martial soul. The sound of cracking continued incessantly, causing Tang San's complexion to grow pale. And suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Strangely, the blood that sprayed onto Kai's face inexplicably splattered upon Tang San as well. The cacophony persisted, culminating in the catastrophic shattering of the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hands. The martial soul, an intrinsic part of Tang San's being, had been ruthlessly crushed by Kai, delivering a devastating blow to him. Chapter 77. The Eternal Emperor clutching his violently heaving chest with one hand. Blood began to seep from his nostrils and forehead. Tang San's eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, fixed upon the one person he loathed above all others. Kai, why do you persist in opposing me? He bellowed in madness. In this second life, he was meant to be the unequivocal protagonist of this world, yet unexpectedly, he encountered Kai, his lifelong adversary. He had envisioned showcasing his accumulated prowess from his past life, but fate had dealt him this wretched hand. Despite possessing an unparalleled innate full soul power and a twin martial soul, he had fallen to such a dismal fate. Kai, observing the fragments of the Haotian hammer in his hand, weighed them thoughtfully. Humph, merely mediocre. The world's foremost weapon martial soul? A title unearned. With that, he transformed the shards into a weapon and hurled it at the Titan, who was still entangled in a struggle with the snake spear Douluo. The speed was such that the Titan, a rugged man, had no chance to react. The fragments of the Haotian hammer pierced the Titan's body, leaving numerous gory wounds on his sturdy form. The Titan staggered back, clutching the gaping holes in his flesh, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed in shock at the man floating in the air, observing them as one would regard insignificant ants. The old gorilla, suppressed by the weak-willed Douluo, could only watch as the Titan neared his demise, rendered helpless by his own diminished soul power. Senior Titan. Tang San yearned to advance, yet the backlash from his shattered martial soul inflicted a searing pain within him, making each breath feel like fire in his innards. The Titan, now powerless, knelt upon the ground, his gaze shifting from Kai to Tang San. Young master, avenge our master. Suddenly, another shard of the Haotian hammer pierced the Titan's throat. Grasping his gushing neck, the Titan collapsed helplessly to the ground. Kai's mere intervention had already reached the limits of what the Titan could endure. Tang San, one must admit that your father has raised an excellent dog. Even in death, it does not forget to seek vengeance for its master. After ensuring that Qian Renxue was secure in his arms, Kai retrieved a dismembered skeleton from his storage soul guide. A wicked sense of amusement arose within him as he showcased the skeletal remains to Tang San. Ah, is this not the remains of the Haotian Douluo? How did it end up in my possession? Kai feigned astonishment, and as he pretended to fumble, the skeleton clattered to the ground, its skull crushed under the foot of the recovering serpent spear Douluo. No, Tang San roared in fury, enduring the agony coursing through him as he staggered toward the remains. Kai cast a glance at the serpent spear Douluo. You cannot withstand an 86th level soul Douluo. Should you fail again, your position in the Elder Hall will be at risk. Under the cold gaze of his adversary, the serpent spear Douluo shivered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gripping his weapon tightly, he swept it toward Tang San. Yet, in his injured state, Tang San was powerless to fend off the attack. The spearhead pierced his shoulder, halting his advance. Tang San's complexion paled as he bore the excruciating pain and pushed forward against the assault. Father, he cried, gazing at the skeleton that remained. A surge of hatred toward the spirit hall swelling within him to unprecedented heights. The spirit hall denied him reunion with Xiaowu, had slain his father and mother, and now they had sealed their own fate. However, although Tang San was undaunted, the serpent spear Douluo fared poorly, bound by Kai's twisted sense of amusement. The serpent spear Douluo dared not slay Tang San directly. It was not until the spear pierced through Tang San's shoulder that he staggered and fell beside the remnants of Tang Hao, embracing his father's remains. Tears as large as pearls streamed down from the corners of his eyes. Douluo stood by, unable to offer comfort due to the presence of the. Yet at that moment, Kai had already made up his mind. He intended to cease his games. The 8th trial of the God of Power was to unify the Douluo Continent. Consequently, Kai resolved to eliminate Tang San at once. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice of immense authority reverberated in his mind. After so many years, the God of Power had rediscovered his essence. Do you intend to kill the designated heir of Shura now? 5 years ago, that thunder indeed marked Shura's awakening. However, I have already brought him before the Divine Council. For the past 5 years, Shura has been enduring the torment of heavenly thunder. Lord Panner, do you not wish for me to eliminate the little brat now? No. Mere ants can be dispatched without consequence. My time is limited. You must ascend to godhood swiftly. Has something transpired in the divine realm? Indeed, there are matters at hand. A realm I previously sheltered has encountered difficulties, and I must depart for their post-haste. Before that, you must attain divinity. Concluding his dialogue with Panner, Kai's gaze returned to the little brat. His right fist radiated a faint golden light, and his expression towards Tang San grew increasingly menacing. Just as Kai prepared to strike down the little brat, a heavenly hammer hurtled towards him from the sky. Bang! With a resounding thud, Tang Xiao, wielding the heavenly hammer, was sent flying and crashed into the wall. In that brief moment, Bai He had already whisked Tang San away. Kai watched as Bai He swiftly carried Tang San away, a twitch of irritation flickering at the corner of his eye. Was it truly necessary? With a single blow, he would only take a life. Yet he would be left brooding for a long while. Shifting his focus to Tang Xiao, Kai stepped forward as if lifting a lifeless dog, hoisting Tang Xiao from the rubble. Time and again, you thwart my endeavors, just as your ill-fated brother did. Kai's gaze sharpened as he grasped Tang Xiao's forehead with both hands, applying slight pressure. The sound of cracking echoed ominously. Tang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his assailant, acutely aware of the intent to crush his skull. He attempted to resist, but with a resounding crack, his entire head was mercilessly crushed in Kai's grip. Blood and brains splattered onto Kai, and even the soul bone of the ancient king of strength, which had resided within Tang Xiao for 30 millennia, was obliterated. At that moment, only Douluo Bo remained in the vicinity. Douluo Bo had not witnessed the manner in which Tang San had vanished, yet Kai approached him deliberately. However, Douluo Bo displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he stood tall, meeting Kai's gaze with unwavering resolve. Your Holiness, you may kill me. I am now alone and fear nothing, Douluo Bo declared with righteous dignity. Were it not for Kai's knowledge of the existence of Douluo Bo's granddaughter, he might have believed him. Xilong. Upon hearing his name, the snake spear Douluo immediately knelt in respect. Bring Douluo Yin here. I wish to see if this fearless poison Doa truly cares for the life of his granddaughter. Kai was no longer concerned with niceties. His sole desire was to swiftly unify the Douluo Continent and lead a life of warmth with his family after passing the divine trial. Yet, curiously, after the snake spear Douluo departed, Douluo Bo remained motionless. He had already secured Douluo Yin in the Star Luo Empire, where she was currently settling into their tank sect. This was precisely why Douluo Bo was unconcerned about his granddaughter being found. However, all of Douluo Bo's thoughts were laid bare to Kai's discerning gaze. As the snake spear Douluo was about to vanish from sight, Kai commanded, proceed to the outskirts of the imperial city in the Star Luo Empire. The snake spear Douluo hesitated momentarily. Shouldn't Douluo Yin be at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Why go to the Star Luo Empire? Though puzzled, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Upon hearing Kai accurately state Douluo Yin's current location, Douluo Bo felt a surge of panic. Despite his camaraderie with Tang San, his granddaughter's safety outweighed all else. With a thud, Douluo Bo knelt without hesitation. What was his dignity compared to the life of his granddaughter? Your Holiness, what do you intend to do? I will comply with any request. Just spare my granddaughter. Kai scoffed, disregarding Douluo Bo entirely. He turned and strode to Qian Renxue, lifting her into his arms as he made his way toward the palace, intent on bringing her back to the spirit hall for judgment. Until Kai vanished from sight, Douluo Bo remained motionless, kneeling in place. Even when the soul Douluo sealed his soul power, he did not resist, allowing himself to be subdued and taken back to the spirit hall. The following morning, news spread rapidly across the continent of the grave illness and subsequent death of Emperor Xue of the Heaven Do Empire, with the throne being inherited by Prince Xueqinghe. Qian Renxue's nearly 2-decade-long undercover mission had officially come to a close, and she had now shed her identity as Xueqinghe. The current Emperor Xueqinghe was, in fact, a disguise created by Xiu through the Spirit Hall's secret methods. Initially, Yin had been eager to ascend to the throne, but Xiu's composed demeanor made him the ideal candidate to succeed Qian Renxue. The prior caution in their disguise was to avoid the suspicions of Emperor Xie. And now that he had become the emperor, who would dare to question whether Xueqinghe had been replaced? Such thoughts would only remain in the mind. For a clever individual would understand that Xueqinghe had endured in silence before ascending to the throne. Moreover, this matter was intertwined with the fates of 9 clans. Once spoken of, it would lead to devastating consequences. With the undercover mission concluded, Qian Renxue now had to hasten her preparations for the divine trial of the angel god. It could be said that her life had been meticulously orchestrated, yet thankfully, during her childhood, she had Kai by her side. Otherwise, she might have found herself falling for a certain Tang San, just as in the original narrative. At this moment, Kai had just exited the room where Xiao Wu was held captive, unleashing all the pent-up fury he had accumulated towards Tang's sin upon her. Who could fathom the inhumane treatment Xiao Wu endured in just one night? The entire room was suffused with the scent of heather, but as Kai closed the door, that aroma dissipated into the air. Another month passed. On this day, the Spirit Hall officially declared its establishment as a nation. The news of the Spirit Hall's foundation swept across the continent, and within the palace of the Heaven-Do Empire, an odd consensus emerged. No one voiced dissent, nor did anyone rise to insult. In stark contrast, the Douluo Empire was embroiled in chaos. The court was in uproar, causing the emperor seated upon the throne to feel an overwhelming headache. Indeed, Dai Mubai's wife had fled again. He had originally planned to drug Zhu Qing to force her compliance, but before he could execute his scheme, news of her escape from the Douluo Empire arrived, igniting his fury, which he unleashed upon the palace maids. The accumulated wrath of 5 or 6 years only resulted in less than 2 minutes of combat. Dai Mubai would never forget the disdainful looks the maids cast upon him, as if he were refuse. Your Majesty, we must swiftly establish contact with the Heaven-Do Empire. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall are insatiable. Yes, Your Majesty, if we do not unite, our single nation will never withstand the Spirit Hall's might. The Spirit Hall originally served as a deterrent force. Its substantial resources and an uncountable number of tidal Douluos were sufficient to intimidate the two great empires, preventing them from instigating war. However, once the Spirit Hall established its own nation, its nature transformed. In the Qian Imperial Palace, the malevolent Yu, seated upon the throne, lowered his gaze contemplatively before articulating, "Are there any objections among my esteemed ministers to the proposal of allying with the Spirit Empire to annex the Douluo Empire?" The present assembly of civil officials was predominantly composed of members from the Spirit Hall, leaving only a handful of military generals who were originally from the Qian Empire. Despite their skepticism regarding the new emperor's command, the military leaders focused solely on their duty to lead troops into battle, disregarding the surrounding discourse. Meanwhile, the typically ostentatious civil officials eagerly voiced their agreement. Unbeknownst to the military commanders, should they truly ally with the Spirit Empire to consume the Douluo Empire? Even if the Qian Empire acquired everything from the Douluo Empire, it would still falter against the ferocious might of the Spirit Empire. Yet, within the Spirit Empire, the atmosphere was markedly different. Almost all citizens of the Spirit Hall yearned for nationhood, as the Spirit Hall had amassed enough strength to intimidate both nations. Kai, in Xiao Wu's chamber, casually draped a blanket over her, concealing her graceful form. At that moment, his mind conjured a contrasting scene. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Please make your selection. 1. Accept the Qian Empire S Alliance invitation. Reward: randomly summon a legendary emperor from your past life. 2. Decline the Qian Empire S Alliance invitation. Reward: randomly summon a legendary emperor from your past life." The rewards were identical, the only distinction lay in the outcome of the choice. Kai had previously attempted to choose option 1 only to pursue the contents of option 2, but this led to the forfeiture of his reward. Thus, he found himself deeply intrigued by the phrase legendary emperor associated with this reward. There were only a few such emperors from his previous world. Silently contemplating option 1, a resplendent portal of golden light appeared before him. From this portal emerged a man clad in a black dragon robe, adorned with a crown. His countenance as radiant as jade, exuding an aura of grandeur, standing at an impressive height, with a sword slung at his waist. It goes without saying, one could easily deduce his identity. Chapter 78. The Enchanting Ancestor's First Morning Court. The figure before him was none other than my captivating ancestor, Qian Huang Yingzheng. Upon stepping through the portal, Yingzheng exhibited a hint of surprise. He recalled feeling an intense headache during his tour and had intended to draft a decree summoning Fusa back to the capital. Following that thought, a voice resonated in his mind. "Your Majesty, do you wish for eternal life?" Regarding immortality, even Yingzheng could not refuse. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to accept. And subsequently, in reality, he met his demise just as history had recorded. By the time Yingzheng regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. "Where is this? Douluo Continent?" His androgynous voice echoed as he rested a hand on his forehead, absorbing the newfound memories in his mind. A fleeting glance revealed Kai, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "It is you who has summoned me?" Yingzheng inquired, his confusion evident, as the mysterious voice had already explained everything prior to his arrival. Kai had no desire to be an emperor. While he excelled in leading troops in a battle, the intricacies of governance were beyond his inclination. Moreover, Each time the system prompted a choice, Kai retained the right to refuse. Upon seeing Yingzheng, Kai immediately knelt on one knee. Descendant Yu Kai. At the behest of my ancestor. The sudden display from Kai prompted Yingzheng to affectionately stroke his head, aware of Kai's lineage. Yingzheng felt an immense fondness for this descendant in this strange world. Good child, you have endured alone in this unfamiliar realm for so long. Your efforts are commendable. Yingzheng's words caused a slight flush to rise on Kai's cheeks. He had not found it arduous at all, having indulged in revelry in recent days. However, at this moment, a panel depicting Yingzheng appeared before Kai's eyes. Name, Yingzheng. Gender, male. Age, 24. Martial soul, ancestral dragon, Qian Emperor sword. Cultivation, level 100. Lifespan, infinite. Upon witnessing his ancestor's panel, Kai's lips involuntarily twitched. Though simplistic, the panel was far more formidable than his own. The mere fact of infinite lifespan was something he could not attain, as Kai himself was limited to a mere 80 years. Should he fail to attain divinity within that time, he would meet an inevitable end in old age. Yingzheng's gaze shifted to the trembling figure of Xiaowu, who lay upon the bed. A knowing look crossed his face as he smiled at Kai. Let us proceed. With his dragon-like eyes, Yingzheng discerned Xiaowu's true identity. In this strange world, there was another individual from his own realm, and furthermore, a descendant who showed him such respect, which filled Yingzheng with joy. Upon reaching the grand hall of the Pope's palace, guided by Kai, Yingzheng took his seat upon the Pope's throne. Brother Jing, our martial soul empire has just been established, and our current goal is to conquer the two major empires, achieving unity across the Douluo Continent and restoring peace to the populace. War inevitably brings calamity and death, yet without unification, these tragedies will persist. The empire has just been founded. Declaring war on two great empires simultaneously is hardly a prudent endeavor. Yingzheng mused, stroking his chin. Had he been aware of the might of the Spirit Empire, he might have retracted his earlier statement. Thus, Kai divulged to Yingzheng the full extent of the Spirit Empire's strength, along with the presence of undercover agents in the Star Luo Empire and the fact that the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire is one of our own. Yingzheng fell silent. In such a favorable situation, even a pig could prevail. So, why has this seemingly assured conquest not yet been realized? Yingzheng turned his gaze toward Kai, his face a tapestry of confusion. Ahem. Kai, somewhat embarrassed, finally stammered the reason. I have no desire to be emperor. Sitting there daily to deal with court affairs is less appealing than chronicling history. Sigh. Yingzheng exhaled softly, his gaze drifting to the eloquent Kai. Do you not realize how many covet this imperial throne, and how many have turned against their kin for this position? When I ascended to this role, my brother rebelled. This memory struck a chord with Yingzheng, the emperor who had unified the realm, now reminiscing with rare sorrow. By the following day, the morning court marked the first assembly of the newly established Spirit Empire. It was time to appoint its inaugural emperor. A multitude of ministers stood on either side, with nearly all present being titled Douluos. Had Bibi Dong still been in power, the esteemed members of the worship hall would surely not have attended. Yet now, with the Spirit Empire's formation, even those ancient figures emerged to vie for a place of influence. Qian Renxue stood upon the elevated platform beneath the throne, gazing at the seat that symbolized boundless authority, one he could not occupy. As whispers filled the air, the grand doors of the Pope's hall swung open abruptly, capturing the attention of all. Qian Renxue stood among the crowd, watching the figure that would soon enter. Wu Yuhao grasped Qian Renxue's hand tightly. In this moment of collective anticipation, tension permeated the hearts of all present. Bibi Dong, lurking in the shadows, also observed the scene. Today marked the first morning court of the Spirit Empire, and all personnel holding positions of platinum rank and above within the Spirit Hall were required to attend. Thus, the usually spacious Pope's Hall felt somewhat cramped. As everyone held their breath in expectation of the Emperor's arrival, Kai was the first to step through the door, prompting a collective sigh of relief as they quietly watched him take his seat upon the throne. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kai merely stood respectfully beside an individual clad in a black dragon robe, his demeanor marked by utmost reverence and admiration for the robed figure. The assembly regarded Kai's actions with bewilderment, as none had previously recognized this individual. It was not until Yingzheng ascended the throne that the hall erupted into a chorus of astonishment. How audacious! The position of Emperor of the Spirit Empire. How can an outsider like you take a seat? Bishop Salus exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yingzheng, who remained seated. With Salus's outburst, murmurs arose among the others present. Why should I not sit? Yingzheng queried, his hand propping his forehead as he cast a distant gaze upon Salas. He discerned that Salas was merely an 88-level soul Douluo, and a healer at that. Such an insignificant figure could easily be dispatched with a single blow. The throne ought to be occupied by His Holiness the Pope. You, an outsider, are unworthy, Salas proclaimed with righteous indignation. Had it not been for the knowledge of Salas's true character, many might have been swayed by his words. Huh, Zheng responded, maintaining an air of indifference. As if the unfolding drama held no significance for him, he slightly raised his hand, conjuring a golden longsword within his grasp. Observing this, Salas prepared to summon his martial spirit, yet before he could react, his movements were too sluggish in the presence of Zheng. The golden sword unhesitatingly pierced Salas's heart before dissipating into the air. Zheng yawned lazily, rising from his seat. 10 circles of golden soul rings ascended from beneath him, radiating azure ripples that spread outward, imposing immense pressure upon everyone present, forcing them to bow under its weight. Even Qian Renxue furrowed his brow, cold sweat beading upon his forehead. His piercing gaze fell upon the man clad in the black dragon robe before him. This individual surpassed him in strength, and the 10 soul rings were emblematic of divinity. The assembly of tile.To and soul.To found themselves driven to one knee, the overwhelming pressure rendering even respiration laborious. I shall ask once more, am I fit for this position? With these words, another wave of formidable pressure emanated from him. Kai's perception of Zheng transformed entirely. Akin to a starstruck admirer beholding their idol, filled with reverence. The pressure intensified further, as those who had previously knelt on one knee could no longer bear it and collapsed to both knees. Long live His Majesty the Emperor, they proclaimed in unison. Only when all had willingly submitted did Zheng withdraw his oppressive aura. Resuming his seat, he commenced his inaugural morning court in this realm. Kai, heed my command. Zheng's sudden words took Kai by surprise. He had not anticipated being summoned by his ancestor in such a manner, to set an example for all. Kai approached the dais with humility, kneeling on one knee before Zheng. You shall continue to serve as the Pope of the Martial Soul Empire, your rank only subordinate to mine. In 6 months, we shall mobilize to conquer the Douluo Empire. The voice of Zheng was not loud, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity in their ears. Each individual strained to listen, fearing they might miss a single word. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kai willingly knelt before Zheng, for the latter was the revered ancestor he idolized. With a grand gesture, Zheng unveiled the current defensive layout of the Douluo Continent, displaying it amidst the assembly. Behold, the Jialing Pass is our primary target for conquest, followed by the Jiayang Pass and the Hanwei Pass, with the Iron City being our final objective. All eyes were fixated on the 4 marked regions on the defense map, and within Genie Douluo's heart, fervor ignited. Having refrained from combat for nearly 50 years, Genie Douluo harbored greater anticipation for this war than anyone else. The Wuhuan Empire boasted a total of 700,000 soldiers, 150,000 dispatched to Jiayang Pass, 100,000 to Hanwei Pass, and 50,000 to Iron City. The assignments were as follows. Genie Douluo and Xiangshi Douluo were tasked with Jiayang Pass, Qinghuan Douluo and Guangling Douluo with Hanwei Pass, while Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo were to assault Iron City. Upon hearing this allocation, there were no objections among the crowd. However, Lu Gao appeared hesitant, caught between words. After all, Iron City was his homeland, and witnessing his empire wage war against it surely weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, it seemed as if Zheng's gaze could pierce through the depths of one's soul. Just as Lu Gao retracted his foot, he was already perceived by Zheng. Do you have something to say, Lu Gao? Suddenly called upon, Lu Gao was momentarily taken aback, before stepping forth from the throng, bowing respectfully to Zheng. Your Majesty, Iron City is my homeland. Although Lu Gao was merely a soul Douluo, he wielded considerable influence, having crafted nearly half of the weaponry within the Wuhuan Empire. Not to mention that many soldiers were equipped with finely crafted Tang sect concealed weapons. Thus, Lu Gao's status surpassed that of certain titled Douluo. Am I correct in saying this, our esteemed Douluo from the Holy Dragon sect? I understand the concerns that weigh on your heart. I assure you, when Iron City falls, we shall not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. We will only suppress those who resist. With Zheng's assurance, Lu Gao was overwhelmed with emotion, bowing deeply to him. The offerings were set to assault the 3 formidable checkpoints, yet Zheng intended to retain only 100,000 troops to defend the capital of martial souls, deploying the remainder entirely to Jialing Pass. Securing Jialing Pass would signify a decisive victory in this conflict. However, prior to the onset of battle, the fates of Bibidong, Kai and Qian Renxue weighed heavily on Zhang's mind. These three possessed the greatest potential for ascension to divinity. Kai had already reached the 8th trial of the inheritance of the god of strength, while Qian Renxue had advanced to the 3rd trial of the angel god. In contrast, Bibi Dong, after relinquishing her obsessions and resentments, had forfeited her claim to inherit the position of the Rakshasa god, despite having completed the 8th trial of the Rakshasa god examination. Without the support of powerful grievances, she ultimately chose to abandon her divine status. Once the court assembly concluded, Qian Renxue approached Kai. Kai, what is the matter with His Majesty? Her beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion. By all conventional expectations, it should have been Kai ascending to the throne. Why was it someone they had never encountered before? Although the man was undeniably handsome and possessed great strength, that could only be seen as a minor advantage. Kai chuckled softly, gently embracing Qian Renxue, who was pressed against him. Leaning closer to her ear, he murmured, "To me, he is greater than a father." Qian Renxue paused, momentarily stunned, gazing into Kai's eyes with disbelief. This exchange was overheard by Zhang, who happened to pass by. He turned with a cold snort. Yet the curve of his lips betrayed an undeniable satisfaction. A father? Zhang looked skyward at a 45-degree angle, astonished that he might encounter descendants in this world. Indeed. For future generations, Zhang played an irreplaceable role. Moreover, this charming ancestor genuinely regarded the descendants of the future as his own children. Come. I shall take you to meet His Majesty. Kai grasped Qian Renxue's delicate hands, ready to approach Zhang. However, it was Qian Renxue who felt the tension. Wait. She struggled to withdraw her hand, her face flushed as she dared not meet Kai's gaze. Let us bring Nana and Sister Wewa along. Are they not also your women? Qian Renxue was acutely aware of her circumstances. It was imperative that she remained unblemished until the completion of the 9 trials. Thus, she was prepared to share her triumph with others. Chapter 79. The Onset of Battle. Douluo's toxic preparations within the imperial palace of Zhang. Constructed in anticipation of his reign as the inaugural emperor of the martial Soul Empire, he stood before a strategic map, a grave expression etched upon his brow. He scrutinized the map, which detailed all entry and exit routes, supply lines, and the various defensible locations surrounding the martial Soul Empire, marking them meticulously. It was only when Kai entered, accompanied by the bashful trio of women, that Zhang set down his pen and lifted his gaze to his junior. The moment Tang Yuehua beheld Zhang, she was immediately overwhelmed by his commanding presence, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for Kai's support, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. In contrast, Hulaina was more forthright, though she too was taken aback by Zhang's display of power. She felt no fear in his presence. Qian Renxue, similarly, regarded him with a mix of reverence and awe in her golden eyes. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 3 women spoke in unison. Zhang's gaze shifted to Kai, observing the trio surrounding him. As someone who had traversed similar paths, he perceived the entirety of the situation with keen insight. Brother Zhang, allow me to introduce my 3 wives, Kai stated, presenting each of them to Zhang. The emperor displayed no hint of impatience. Rather, he regarded Kai with pride, akin to that of a father observing his child's accomplishments. What are your plans now? The war is about to commence, Zhang inquired. I have a foreboding sense that many lives will be lost in this conflict. Even the deities above may descend to the mortal realm. His gaze drifted toward the sky outside, a shadow of concern crossing his features. As night enveloped the palace and the 3 women departed, the vast chamber was left with only Zhang and Kai engaged in conversation. Late into the night, a sudden knock echoed through the stillness. Your Majesty, came a soft voice, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of both Zhang and Kai. Their dialogue paused as Zhang glanced toward the door and commanded, "Enter." Though granted entry, the visitor approached with beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire seeks an audience with you. The summoned soldier trembled as he knelt on the ground, recalling vividly the moment when His Majesty had slain the Soul Douluo with a single stroke of his sword in broad daylight. Fearful of making a misstep that might result in a similar fate at the hands of the Emperor, he exchanged a glance with his superior. Kai approached the soldier and gently patted him on the shoulder. Why such tension? Do you perceive our Emperor as a bloodthirsty killer? The words struck the soldier like a thunderbolt, causing him to collapse in a heap. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he could not appear disrespectful in the presence of the Emperor, and hastily knelt once more. Your Majesty, I would never dare to think such thoughts. Why the panic? Just as the soldier's spirit was on the verge of fracturing, the neutral-toned voice of Zhang resonated, soothing as a melodious string instrument. Since the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire has personally come, it would be remiss of me not to receive him." Upon this declaration, the soldier trembled as he retreated, nearly stumbling as he reached the doorway. The imperial aura of Yingzheng was not something an ordinary monarch could emulate. It was palpable in the cold determination and authority etched upon his brow. As you have mentioned, the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire is merely a genius in disguise within our spirit hall. I believe we can commence preparations for war against the Douluo Empire immediately. As Yingzheng spoke, a knock resounded at the door once more. When it opened, the figure of Xie, who had been masquerading as Shui Qinghe, shed his disguise and respectfully bowed before Yingzheng. "This subordinate, Xie, pays his respects to your majesty." Yingzheng raised a hand, preventing Xie from kneeling further. "You are now the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. There is no need for such formalities." Hearing this, Xie quickly waved his hands in protest. "Your majesty, you mustn't say that. I am merely playing the role of the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, yet I remain a subject of the Spirit Empire." In response to Xieyu's pledge of loyalty, Yingzheng approvingly patted his shoulder. "Now speak. What urgent matters have brought you here in secret?" The three of them gathered around the table to deliberate on strategies concerning the war against the Douluo Empire. "I require you to feign an alliance with the Douluo Empire on behalf of the Heaven-Do Empire to counterbalance the Spirit Empire. When the final battle arrives, we shall execute a pincer maneuver to encircle the Douluo Empire." Kai pointed to the location of Jialing Pass on the defense map, stating that this strategy would most swiftly dismantle the main force of the Xinglua Empire. Even if the Xinglua Empire were to react midway, it would be akin to a lion stripped of its teeth and claws. No matter how formidable, it would be unable to stir significant turmoil. Yingzheng nodded in agreement with the plan. Subsequently, Kai retrieved a letter from the soul guide at his waist, which had been sent by Ning Fengji. "Brother Zheng, I have received news from the undercover agent I placed within the Xinglua Empire." Yingzheng paid no mind to Kai's form of address and took the letter, reading it intently. The correspondence revealed that in 3 days, the Xinglua Empire intended to dispatch envoys to the Tiando Empire to discuss an alliance, and that Tang Sect's master, Tang San, along with Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Bai Qinxiang had journeyed to a place known as Sea God Island for training. The letter also mentioned Ning Rongrong, who, due to the injuries of the sword Douluo, had not accompanied Tang San on his expedition. This was, in fact, a deliberate choice by Ning Fengji. The deeper the bond between his daughter and Tang San, the greater the entanglements would become in the future. Furthermore, the trend of the Spirit Hall unifying the continent was unstoppable, thus aligning oneself with the strong was the wisest choice at this juncture. Ning Fengji was indeed intriguing. Yingzheng mused, praising him from the heart. In merely half a month, he had ascended to the position of Chancellor of the Xinglua Empire, yet he willingly remained undercover. Yingzheng's eyes reflected a profound interest in this individual, as he was always eager to recruit talent. Han Fei had repeatedly pushed Yingzheng's boundaries. Yet Yingzheng had no intention of eliminating him, which spoke volumes of his character. Following this discussion, everything progressed in accordance with the anticipated direction. The Tiando Empire had withdrawn the garrison from Jiayang Pass and Hanyue Pass, leaving merely several thousand soldiers from the Xinglua Empire at these two fortifications. Additionally, the Xinglua Empire was dispatching troops to that area, though it would take at least half a month for them to arrive. After half a month, the two empires successfully reached an alliance agreement. Both empires expressed their strong condemnation of the Spirit Hall's ambition to engulf the continent and had already sent elite troops to begin harassing the borders of the Spirit Empire. The time has come. On the altar outside the Soul Master City, Yingzheng, holding the sacred flame, ignited the pyre. As the Emperor of the Soul Master Empire, he declared his intention to personally lead the charge into battle. At this moment, on both sides of the Jialing Pass, the three great empires had amassed a staggering total of 1.2 million troops. The initial confrontation was destined to be decisive. For one side, defeat would spell total ruin. Emperor Xinglua, Dai Tianfeng, gazed towards the formidable army of the Soul Master Empire, each soldier a valiant warrior. Since his arrival, a shadow of concern had lingered upon Dai Tianfeng's brow, and his eyelids twitched incessantly, as if foreboding an impending calamity. Dai Tianfeng inquired, "Can the Tiando Empire prevail?" Shui Qinghe confidently replied, "It is assured." On their side, the two empires had gathered 800,000 troops, bolstered by 3 titled Douluos and 12 soul Douluos. In contrast, the Soul Master Empire fielded 400,000 soldiers, including a dozen titled Douluos and 20 soul Douluos. The outcome seemed preordained, even before the clash began. The Soul Master Empire had already claimed victory in terms of morale. Each soldier of the Soul Master Empire bore a fierce countenance, their long spears glinting ominously in the sunlight, each equipped with a set of Tang's sect hidden weapons. It was evident that the soldiers of the two empires would suffer grievous losses before even drawing near, a preparation that had begun 6 years prior under the auspices of Kai. For this war, the Soul Master Empire had patiently awaited for 6 long years. As the charge sounded, both armies advanced in disciplined formation towards one another. Loose arrows. Upon reaching the range of the bows, Marshal Gailong of the Qian Empire swiftly organized the archers to initiate their assault. In an instant, arrows ablaze rained down upon the soldiers of the Soul Master Empire. Meanwhile, overseeing the Soul Master Hall was Hu Yinxian, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect. This seasoned warrior, a level 89 Soul Douluo, ranked among the highest in soul power, second only to the title Douluo's, and was renowned for his exceptional defensive abilities. Observing the deluge of arrows, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Hu Yinxian's lips. 8 circles of soul rings ascended around him as he leapt to the forefront of the army, deploying his defensive soul technique to counter the fiery onslaught. With the new wave of attacks thwarted, the Soul Master forces commenced their own offensive. Poison-tipped silver needles, launched with reckless abandon, soared towards the coalition of the two empires, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries among their ranks. Corruption ran rampant within the upper echelons of the two empires, evident even in the subpar armor worn by their soldiers, which offered little protection against the hidden weapons of the Soul Master Empire. Hu Yinxian, seated upon his mammoth elephant, surveyed the lamenting coalition forces before him. The Soul Master Empire is a cage, he mused, as the sound of chains clanking echoed ominously. He regarded the suspended figure of Douluo Bo with an air of interest. Poison Douluo? Have you reached clarity yet? Had it not been for Douluo Bo's extensive and lethal soul abilities, Kai would never have wasted a moment of his time on him. However, Douluo Bo's 9th soul skill, the phosphorescent divine light, was something Kai had heard about from Juhua Pass. It spread with alarming rapidity, capable of claiming the lives of those below level 80 in an instant, and once unleashed, even Douluo Bo himself could not retract it. At this moment, a hint of despondency clouded Douluo Bo's gaze, having been imprisoned in the dungeon for several days. He had lost the grandeur he once possessed. Noticing Douluo Bo's indifference, Kai summoned a servant to bring forth a woman of admirable stature. Yin. The moment Douluo Bo laid eyes on Douluo Yin, he could no longer feign unconsciousness. Everything he had done was solely for the purpose of ensuring Douluo Yin could live well. Should anything befall her, he feared he might truly lose his sanity. Grandfather. Douluo Yin felt the same way. The instant they reunited, she could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. Your Holiness, I beseech you, spare my granddaughter. Yin is innocent. In response to Douluo Bo's anguished cries, Kai remained unmoved. Instead, he approached Douluo Yin, lifting her chin delicately. What a finely crafted visage you possess, he remarked, leaning in closer to inhale the unique, intoxicating scent that emanated from her. I never anticipated that the women of your family would carry such a toxic fragrance. Douluo Bo, you willingly dedicated everything to Tang San, yet now, in this pitiful state, has Tang San come to rescue you? The bloody reality echoed relentlessly in Douluo Bo's heart, for having sought to cure Tang San's poison. He had become little more than a dog trailing after his master. Yet now, he found himself a mere prisoner, with his granddaughter's life dangling precariously in Kai's hands. The very Tang San he had risked everything to save was nowhere to be found, utterly absent in his hour of need. In that moment, a profound sense of disillusionment washed over Douluo Bo. I shall ask you one last time. If you do not provide me with the answer I seek, I will cast your granddaughter into the pleasure quarters. Boom. At this proclamation, Douluo Bo began to struggle violently. He understood all too well what the pleasure quarters entailed. Women who entered that place would bear a lifetime of stigma and branding. Thus, upon hearing the words pleasure quarters, he became so agitated that he could no longer maintain his composure. No. Yin, your Holiness, I promise you. As Kai was about to lead Douluo Yin away, the final wail of Douluo Bo compelled him to halt. Each soldier of the Spirit Empire bore protective gear against poison. And should Douluo Bo unleash his toxins across the battlefield, victory for the Spirit Empire would be swift. However, Douluo Bo would bear the burden of infamy, condemned for eternity. He was acutely aware of his fate. Without the 9th spirit skill and his mastery of poison, he would scarcely gain the attention of his adversaries. For one as concerned with reputation as Douluo Bo, Enduring eternal disgrace was a fate far worse than any physical punishment. Yet none of this compared to the importance of Douluo Yan's safety. To protect his granddaughter, he would willingly accept the mantle of infamy. "Ah, you have made a wise choice," Kai remarked, coming to a standstill. He cast the tightly bound Douluo Yan onto the ground, and miraculously, the ropes that ensnared her fell away. Free from her restraints, Douluo Yan hurried to her grandfather's side, offering him support. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling upon Douluo. With a tender hand, Douluo brushed his granddaughter's face, yet in that fleeting moment, he appeared to age decades. His once dark green hair had turned entirely white. Chapter 80. The conclusion. It was a week after Douluo arrived on the battlefield that the conflict had escalated. During that span, both sides had clashed more than 10 times. Yet, the Spirit Empire consistently triumphed through their elite combat forces. Without reinforcements or high-level combatants from either empire, defeat was merely a matter of time. Hovering in the air, Douluo surveyed the encampments of the two empires. Should he unleash his poison here, over 500,000 lives would be extinguished. A tumult of emotion surged within him, but his gaze fell upon the Spirit Empire's camp, where his granddaughter remained. Douluo found himself devoid of choices. Taking a deep breath, a radiant glow enveloped him as the 9th black ring beneath his feet ignited. Inside the tent, Douluo sensed the impending peril. "Ningfengji, we must depart," he urged. Slowly rising, Sword Douluo and Ningfengji both felt the suffocating scent that permeated the air. "Indeed. Let us go," Ningfengji replied. In the Douluo Empire's camp, a young eunuch trembled as he reported to Tianfeng, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven Do has vanished." "What?" Tianfeng sprang to his feet. Before he could inquire further, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor lingering in the air. Upon exiting the tent, they beheld a massive biphosphor serpent king hovering ominously above. Its gaze fixated upon them. 9th spirit skill, biphosphor divine light. In an instant, the air seemed to fall into a profound silence, as the toxic mist swiftly enveloped the camps of the two great empires. Some souls had already departed this world while still lost in slumber. "Retreat." In a bid to amplify his voice, Tianfeng's 9 soul rings ignited, unleashing a formidable roar akin to that of a tiger, reverberating throughout the entire camp. Yet, despite Tianfeng's unwavering efforts, the predetermined outcome remained immutable. Even an 89th level soul Douluo could not withstand the 9th spirit ability of Douluo. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Tianfeng disregarded his imperial dignity, hastily seizing 2 individuals and fleeing with urgency. However, high above, Douluo faltered after executing his grim act, teetering on the brink of collapse. He could scarcely believe that he had indeed summoned the resolve to slaughter 500,000 lives. After this, he would inevitably bear the infamy of the executioner. Just as he was about to fall, Douluo appeared in midair, steadying the wavering Douluo. Upon witnessing Douluo, a look of astonishment crossed Douluo's eyes. In his memory, the 7-treasure glazed tile school had always been an ally of Tang San. The presence of Douluo here could only signify one purpose: to end his life. Resigned, Douluo closed his eyes, surrendering to be taken away. Time passed unmeasured. And when Douluo finally felt himself being set down, he opened his eyes in confusion. The scene before him was not the hellish landscape he had envisioned, but rather an atmosphere of tranquility. "Am I dead?" Douluo murmured, having fainted during the journey. His first instinct upon awakening was to believe he had fallen victim to the blade of sword Douluo. "No, that cannot be. I would never slay the great benefactor of this war." Slowly, Ingzheng emerged from the grand tent, clad in a black dragon robe that exuded an air of formidable authority. "Your Majesty." The 2 Douluos of the sword bone paid their respects to Ingzheng, as did Ningfengji, who bowed slightly. Ningfengji wished to kneel in reverence, but Ingzheng gently grasped his hands, preventing him from bending low. As you can see, the 2 Douluos of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and Ningfengji are my agents placed within the 2 great empires. Boom. This revelation thundered through Douluo's mind like a lightning strike. If Ingzheng spoke the truth, then this war, akin to a child's play, had never held a glimmer of hope for victory from the very beginning. "Grandfather." Douluo Yan rushed forth from the crowd, embracing Douluo, observing his spirit in tatters. Her heart brimmed with sympathy. "This war must come to an end. All soldiers, charge with me." In the hands of Ingzheng appeared a golden longsword. Its blade pointed directly at the military camps of the 2 great empires in the distance. Soldiers surged forth like a flood unleashed, charging towards the empires with fervor. 9 soul skill, 8 desolate sword intent, 6 soul skill, absolute 0. Above the soldiers, A beam of white light cut through the air. Nangong, utilizing his mastery over ice, instantaneously froze the poisonous mist that had spread. At the moment it crystallized into ice, the toxic fog ceased its expansion, enveloping the military camps of the two empires like a beautiful work of art. Meanwhile, 50 miles behind the imperial camp, as the poisonous dance began to spread, Dai Tianfeng. Two elders from the Starfall Empire and the trio from the Golden Triangle had already made their escape. From an army of 500,000, only 6 remained. A truly tragic sight. Dagobo, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in frustration. We are not defeated yet. Once Mubai returns from Sea God Island, we still have a chance to turn the tide. As Dai Tianfeng's words fell, mocking jeers echoed around them. Indeed, you have not lost. But you also lack the possibility of a comeback. Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, Ling Yuan Douluo, and Imo Xiang Douluo emerged from the shadows. Ah. It is an honor to meet His Majesty, Emperor Xingluo. Zhu Douluo bowed slightly, an act that would appear as a mere subordinate paying homage to an emperor to onlookers. Yet, to Dai Tianfeng's ears, it sounded utterly grating. Zhu Douluo, what are you plotting? Although 3 title Douluo remained, the effects of the poisonous mist rendered them incapable of fighting back in the short term. With a wave of Zhu Douluo's hand, a dozen Soul Douluo surged forward, capturing the 6 without mercy. The annihilation of the two empires had turned the once tripartite balance of Douluo Continent into history. From this moment forth, only one empire would reign, the Wuhuan Empire. In the dungeon, the former emperor of the Star Luo Empire and the members of the Golden Triangle were imprisoned. The door creaked open. Kai casually pulled up a chair and sat before Yu Xiaojiang. So, how does it feel to be a prisoner? Oh, by the way, your cherished reputation is now tarnished. The Wuhuan Empire has published those texts, and your theories, painstakingly transcribed at the Wuhuan Palace, have been utterly dismantled. Furthermore, your proud 10 core theories of Wuhuan are now unworthy even to serve as toilet paper. Each of Kai's words shattered Yu Xiaojiang's self-esteem. For him, reputation was more important than life itself. Watching his esteemed reputation diminish from the veneration of thousands to that of a despised rat filled Yu Xiaojiang with despair. Yu Kai. Considering our past, before Yu Xiaojiang could finish, Kai's fist struck his abdomen. What right do you have to mention the past? You are nothing but a prisoner now. Kai sneered. Little gang. Lu Erlong struggled fiercely, yet the chains binding her body exuded an unexpected allure. Flandre remained silent, his head bowed. In such circumstances, opposing Kai would surely lead to a grim demise. Observing the worry etched in Lu Erlong's eyes, a wicked amusement stirred within Kai, summoning his attendants. He confined Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang in a new cell. Fear not, little gang, I shall protect you, he assured. Witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's pitiable state, Lu Erlong felt a profound pang of sorrow. For someone like Lu Erlong, whose heart was enraptured by love, Yu Xiaojiang's life held more significance than her own. However, everything shifted when Kai re-entered. Erlong, little gang. After Kai departed, Yu Xiaojiang cradled the tattered Lu Erlong in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. As a man, tears are the least valuable of possessions. The 8th trial of the God of Power has been completed. The 9th trial of the God of Power. Essence of power. Understand the nature of the power you possess. Thus, they spent several tranquil years, while Tang San and his companions remained in hiding. Until one day, a powerful surge of soul energy rippled along the coast of the Soul Master Continent. Rakshasa, Azure, if we do not unite, we may never find a successor. Azure, what scheme are you concocting now? Rakshasa, do not think I am unaware of your clandestine maneuvers. If we do not join forces, we may forever be overshadowed by that brood of power. Azure, what do you propose? Rakshasa, the resentment emanating from that individual named Tang San in the lower realm is perfectly suited to inherit my divine position. Once his resentment reaches its peak, I can directly bestow the divine title upon him. At that moment, you shall merge a portion of the authority of the Azure God into the Rakshasa divine position, allowing us to create the first ever dual divine inheritor in history. Azure, I must admit, your idea is both audacious and perilous. Should we fail, we shall both plunge into an abyss of despair. I accept your proposal. Azure, that brood of power has finally ventured to other realms, and the 2 divine kings of good and evil are nowhere to be found. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, through the machinations of Azure and Rakshasa, Tang San successfully attained the dual divine position. At that moment, Tang San donned dark armor, and the once shattered Haotian hammer had transformed into a gray scythe. Because Kai had redirected the best candidate for the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, back on track, The Rakshasa god naturally harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Kai. Kai, come forth and meet your demise. Tang San's eyes glowed with a fierce violet light, filled with vengeful intent as he glared down at Kai, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. After tormenting you for so long, it appears today is the day to settle the score. Kai stretched his limbs, and instantly, a crimson vapor enveloped him. With the divine power bestowed by the two deities, Tang San's soul force had reached the 100th level. However, unlike the typical ascendants at this stage, Tang San's elevation was forcibly achieved and thus lacked recognition by the heavenly order, rendering him incapable of ascending to the divine realm. Yet, should Tang San triumph over Kai, he could seize the latter's fortune and successfully ascend. Is this the power of a god? Truly feeble. This was not mere exaggeration on Kai's part. In this state, Tang San was indeed formidable, capable of withstanding even 2 slaps from his enchanting ancestor. However, in this form, Tang San could hardly endure even a kick from himself. Before Tang San faced his demise, Kai intended to showcase his full strength. Half an hour later, the divine artifact shattered, Tang San's meridians ruptured entirely, and he was irrevocably dead, beyond the reach of even the goddess of life. Truly weak. Upon returning to the martial soul empire, Kai unexpectedly encountered Tang Yuehua, who was visibly pregnant. At that moment, despite her condition, Tang Yuehua blushed shyly like a young maiden experiencing love for the first time upon seeing Kai. Approaching her, he gently embraced her, placing a hand on her abdomen, attentively feeling the flutter of the fetus within. Ah, Kai. Tang Yuehua gazed affectionately at the man before her. Had he not rescued her from the unfathomable abyss of the Haotian sect, she might have remained like a gilded canary, caged by others. Just as the two were lost in their tender exchange, a blinding beam of light suddenly erupted from the angelic sanctuary. The snow goddess! Kai exclaimed with delight. The 9th trial completed, the essence of power. Your power is born to protect. Please wield your strength wisely to safeguard all that you cherish. Simultaneously, a golden radiance burst forth from Kai's side, swiftly enveloping Tang Yuehua. Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed all main quests. The system is now unbinding. With the successful disconnection from the system, Kai felt as though a knot within him had been untied, granting him an unprecedented sense of clarity. The appearance of 2 deities infused the entire continent with an overwhelming force of faith. In the realm of Douluo, Kai, Qian Renxue, Hulaina, Tang Yuehua, and Bibi Dong found themselves gathered. The sacrifices made for Bibi Dong, the 2 Ming creatures, transformed into her accompanying spirit beasts. Now that Qian Renxue had ascended to divinity, she cast aside all reservations and leapt into Kai's embrace, feeling the intense rhythm of his heartbeat. A flush crept onto Qian Renxue's cheeks. Meanwhile, Kai inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from her, causing his own heart to race. He effortlessly swept Qian Renxue into his arms and soared towards the palace of the god of power, leaving the 3 women in the angel temple, momentarily mesmerized by the unfolding scene. Introduction. My name is Yi Kai. Indeed, I have traversed realms. While at home, engrossed in the exploits of Kai Huang and his legendary feats, an overwhelming surge of excitement propelled me into another world, the realm of Douluo, often referred to by later generations as the fantastical land of tiles. Moreover, when I awakened my martial soul at the tender age of 6, I discovered that I had not awakened anything at all. Qian Renxue remarked, "You possess no martial soul. How will you protect me in the future?" To which Maito Kai responded, "Even without a martial soul, I can still rise to become a pinnacle powerhouse of this continent."